One night, when the sky is filled with brightly shining stars, just outside what appears to be a castle, we see massive destruction like there was just a battle there. Suddenly, a hand emerges from the rubble, and the man underneath pulls himself out. A voice talks about how a star that doesn't shine in the highest peaks of the night sky and is stuck under the ditches where nobody looks is still a star if it wishes to shine, and still embraces light in its heart. Clearly, they're referring to the man who just rose out of the dirt. The man uses his sword to get back to his feet and gasps for air in the cold night. The scene shifts, and we see the man standing in front of a building, staring longingly at the sword placed on a wall. His bright blue eyes gaze at the blade as it sparkles like magic, and he talks to himself about how cool the piece is no matter how many times he looks at it. He's interrupted when a voice calls out to him. With an annoyed look on his face, he turns to the person who brought him out of his daydream. The lady, whose name is Zemina, claims that she knew she would find him there, staring at the sword like usual. We finally learn that the man's name is Vlad, and as Zemina wears a condescending look on her face, she reminds him that he's been lost in thought lately. Hearing this, Vlad gets upset and warns her not to get on his nerves, pointing out that she's currently interrupting one of the few breaks he has. However, Zemina doesn't seem to care if he gets mad, and just informs him that his behavior is the reason people have started spreading rumors about him. Vlad is shocked to hear that people are talking about him, so he asks her to explain what she means. The girl gets nervous when she realizes that she just accidentally let such sensitive information slip out in her outburst. So, rather than answering him, she just looks away from him and changes the topic. Zemina suddenly asks Vlad if he still hears voices in his head whenever he picks up a stick. Vlad doesn't reply and just stares into space instead, so she concludes that he still hears voices, and curiously wonders what kind of sins he committed in his last life. It appears that for some reason, Vlad was struck by lightning on a clear day, and on top of that, it was black lightning. As rare as such an occurrence is, Zemina advises Vlad to stay cooped up in the shop for a while, claiming that the new bishop is said to be very sensitive about omens and similar stuff. She reveals that he used to work as a heresy inquisitor, and as such, he has a keen eye for supernatural stuff. This puts Vlad in danger, because if the bishop finds him suspicious, he would immediately be sent to the stakes to be burned. Hearing what she has to say, Vlad is even more downcast because he knows that his life is in danger. He feels bad that she would tell him something like that, but Zemina explains that she only did so because she's worried about him. She reminds him that many people saw him get struck by lightning, and reveals that since then, they've all been talking about him behind his back. She then advises him one more time to stop showing himself to the public by moping at the sword all the time, because the church could take him away at any time. However, Vlad ignores her counsel and insists that he won't get dragged away like a criminal just because he stares at a sword. He says this while looking at the sword in question, and Zemina finally gets fed up, calling him dense and suggesting that he just buy the sword since he likes it so much. As you'd expect, the sword is expensive and way out of Vlad's budget. But when he explains this to her, she claims that it couldn't be that pricey. She believes it's just the work of a back alley blacksmith, and even offers to buy it for him, thinking that she could easily afford it. After a brief pause, Vlad reveals that the sword costs 5 gold, and judging by Zemina's reaction, she finds the price ridiculously high. She doesn't think a stupid piece of metal should cost that much, and starts to think of all the other things she could get with 5 gold. Vlad smugly helps her finish the thought, pointing out that she wouldn't have to work for a whole year if she had that kind of money to spare. Just then, a voice cuts in and grabs their attention. It's an angry old man, who heard Zemina call the pricey sword a stupid metal chunk. The man insults them, and tells them to get out of the place. Judging by his outfit, he's a blacksmith, and he didn't take her comment lightly. The angry man tells them that the sword isn't for back alley kids like them, and sends them away. However, Zemina isn't one to back down from confrontation. She asks the man who would buy the sword if they don't, pointing out that it's being sold in the slums, so only someone living in the slums would end up purchasing it. After making her point, she taunts the old man further by asking if he's out of his mind. Rather than being mad about the question, the man is more offended that she called him old. He gets even more furious at her, claiming that she has no manners. The fearless redhead just makes things worse by suggesting that he only makes swords for knights, because he's old and would probably soon kick the bucket. At this point, there's a giant vein bulging out of the man's head as he sees red. He snaps at her, claiming that she's correct before calling her a dumb kid, and advising her to go back to her shop and do the dishes. Zemina finally gets a taste of her own medicine, feeling offended that he called her a kid. She retorts that she's a grown lady, and as tensions start to rise, Vlad takes her away from the argument before things get out of hand. He pulls her out of there, telling her not to get worked up. But Zemina is fuming, because she doesn't think she said anything wrong. As the two walk away from the old man, he continues to throw insults at them, calling Zemina rotten and full of venom. He thinks back to when she was younger, and blames himself for giving her too much food when they had nothing to eat. The old man notices the footprints Vlad left behind, and surmises that he was standing there for a long time. He thinks about how Vlad should focus more on making ends meet, rather than daydreaming. The blacksmith takes down the sword and decides that he's going to finally let it go and sell it to someone who can make use of it, because he knows that slum kids never grow up to make it out into the world. The blacksmith holds the precious sword, which happens to be his last work, and thinks about how it's just like Vlad, because they both shine even in a place like the slums. Zooming out, we get to see the center of the northern economy. It's a place called Soara, and it's regarded as the lighthouse of the northern region, thanks to the power of the Bayezid family. However, even this place of brilliance harbors dark shadows found in the slums, where all foul things are thrown. Inside a tavern, we see men drinking wine and chatting with women. The fun is interrupted when a shirtless man pulls a lady by her hair, insulting her for trying to scam him. The woman denies trying to scam him, so he reveals that she tried to sell him fake medicine. He claims that he knows it's fake, because he's worked as a mercenary for 20 years. Just then, Vlad arrives at the scene after hearing the noise. The mercenary identifies him as the candle maker and tells him to go get his madam. Vlad blankly tells him that if he wants to see her, he would need to pay gold coins rather than silver. Hearing this, the man is enraged that they would demand gold when their business isn't even run properly. He tells Vlad to bring his mom if the madam isn't available, and accuses him of scamming him with the candle that measures the time, claiming that it burnt down too quickly. Vlad hits back, suggesting that the man should have paid for a longer session if he wanted to have fun, and advises him to climb into his wife's bed instead. The man gets angrier, so the boy decides that he can prove the candles weren't a scam. He even tells the mercenary that he can do whatever he wants with the woman if it turns out that they cheated him. The man is reluctant to accept the terms, claiming he can't trust scammers, but Vlad insists and promises to beat the crap out of him if the candles work fine. His blue eyes begin to glow ominously, and the mercenary gets frightened. He then lights the candle and stands there, waiting to see if it goes out before 5 minutes. Sure enough, the candle goes out at the 5-minute mark, and before the merc can know what's happening, the boy hits him straight in the face with his wooden staff. As the man falls back, Vlad exclaims that the candles are fine after all, and proceeds to kick him in the back and push him into another room. He locks the door behind him and tells the man that he's dead. The terrified mercenary holds his bloody nose and begs Vlad to wait, but the blue-eyed fellow just proceeds to beat the living daylight out of him. He continuously strikes him with the staff for trying to scam the shop, and especially for talking about his mom without respect. The young man beats him so hard that the noises can be heard outside the building. The next morning, at breakfast, Vlad tells a man named George that someone messed with their candles. When the madam hears this, she's outraged and wonders who would dare do such a thing. She then assigns Vlad to find the culprit, but he doesn't know how to. Confused, he asks her how he can do it. And the madam, named Marcella, merrily reveals that she has already found them. It turns out, she was the one who messed with the candles, so she could scam the drunkards and make more money. I have to say, for a woman of the night working in the slums, this woman is a real gem of a beauty. Hearing her confession, Vlad is dumbfounded, thinking about how he beat up the fat mercenary for nothing. As he walks down the stairs, he shrugs off the guilt, believing that he had to do it since he's just an employee. This is when he's approached by a group of men, and the ringleader of the lot commends him for what he did the last night. The guy wraps his arm around Vlad's neck and pulls him closer so he can ask him for some money. He heard that Vlad got some tips from selling candles last night, and claims that they needed some money because they're all broke. Vlad snaps at the guy named Burley, and his eyes start to glow once again. Burley teases him, telling him not to get scary, and explains that he's not just asking for money. He's just here to make a fair trade. Hearing this, Vlad is perplexed, so Burley reveals that he has something to give him in exchange for some money. Suddenly, he pulls out a little boy by the hair and claims that the kid is a stupid and unskilled pickpocket. Vlad recognizes the kid, and Burley offers to give him back in exchange for 40 silver. Vlad immediately asks about the kid's fingers and ankles, so Burley assures him that he didn't cut them off but only taught the thief a lesson. Eventually, our hero gives Burley and his goons the silver, and then states that they should just kill the pickpockets next time rather than come to him. The kid is terrified to hear this, but Burley claims that him and his gang aren't murderers. As they leave, Vlad reminds Burley that he's scamming his family and coworkers, but the guy is just excited that he managed to exploit someone using the vagrant kid. After they leave, our hero scolds the boy named Ned. The kid apologizes, claiming that he tried to play it safe, but Vlad just tells him to leave after confirming that he didn't break any bones. Ned thanks him before leaving, and afterward, our hero thinks about how his dream of acquiring 5 gold has just been postponed once again. Later, Vlad visits a man named Harbin, who works for Captain Hoover, more infamously known as the Whale Hunter. He tells the man about Ned and how he didn't lose any fingers. That seems to surprise Harbin, as he recalls the time when he lost his fingers and got his ankles cut for stealing. Young Vlad and Zemina watched him bleed, and he ended up becoming a public lesson for everyone else. He then reveals that he heard that the candles were messed with, and Vlad is surprised how he already knows about that incident. Harvin explains that the rumors have been making the rounds that Marcella is cheating the customers, but he doesn't think she's that kind of a person. Vlad claims that he also thinks the same, but reveals that George already seems to know about it. Harvin suggests that even if they were messing with the candles, they would have a very good reason to do so. Perplexed, Vlad asks what reason they could have, and the fingerless man explains that they most likely need money urgently. On that note, he warns Vlad and tells him to be careful, because there's only one reason an organization would need to rake in money quickly. And he claims that it must be because they're planning a war against another organization. George, the Whore's Knight. Black Bear, the Swine Butcherer. Dice, the Gambler. Captain Hoover, the Whale Hunter. And One-Armed Jack, the Moneybug. These are the 5 bosses who dominate the slums of Soara. All the darkness of life now slowly approaches Vlad through the shadows. Vlad is in grave danger, and this becomes very evident when Moneybug and his gang come to his shop, looking for his boss. Vlad just stares at him in bewilderment. He can't believe that Moneybug himself would come to the shop. He fixes his gaze on One-Armed Jack, and wonders if the preparation for war have started already. He's drawn out of these thoughts by one of Moneybug's subordinates yelling at him. The ponytailed guy with a scar on his face calls Vlad a brat for not responding to Moneybug and asks him where his boss is. Immediately, a frown appears on our hero's face, and he tells them that he doesn't know where the boss is because he's just a candle seller. Mr. Ponytail seems to have a very short temper because he insults Vlad again and smashes the table while threatening him. The force from his punch sends the candles flying, but even at that, Vlad remains unfazed. He just stares the guy down, showing that he isn't afraid. The workers, on the other hand, are terrified, especially the ladies watching the entire altercation. They all watch with their jaws on the floor, waiting to see what happens next. Suddenly, Vlad gets on one knee and begins picking up all the expensive candles that fell to the floor and got broken. He even tries to get the Ponytail more riled up by suggesting that he's closed for the day. Hearing this, Ponytail is visibly irritated and frustrated that the young man keeps ignoring him. While picking up the broken candles, he suddenly tells the guy to get his feet away. He finally pushes the guy to his limit, so he tries to kick him while he's on one knee, but our hero just uses his trusty wooden staff to strike his leg in midair. Ponytail loses his footing, and with bold determination, Vlad lands another powerful strike on his face. It sends him falling to the floor, and everyone watches as gobsmacked upon seeing it. Moneybug, on the other hand, appears to be amused. With his glowing blue eyes, Vlad glares at his defeated opponent and holds the staff against his face, representing the back alley's unchangeable rule, which is that the winner stands up high, while the loser lies down below. Seeing this, Moneybug's men are outraged that he would do that to their colleague in front of them. They're about to charge him, when Moneybug tells them to stop. The boss waves his hook in front of his men, and they're confused as to why he isn't letting them fight. The towering man explains that he actually likes Vlad, and he even proceeds to applaud the candle seller. Even though he has only one hand, he is so impressed that he can't help but clap for Vlad. He implores him to be more understanding of the noise, and the candle seller just replies saying that he doesn't discriminate against the disabled. This dude has no chills. Rather than getting offended, Moneybug finds the comment hilarious and immediately bursts into laughter. He tells Vlad that he would like to have a private chat with him later. The red-eyed boss touches the young boy's face with his hook and asks to be reminded who he took away before, but Vlad just retorts that the person must have died early since he can't remember. Their little exchange is interrupted when one of Moneybug's men calls out to him. Both of them turn around and are surprised to see George and his men standing before them. George teases Moneybug, claiming he would have served him grilled meat if he knew he was coming. But the mountain of a man just dismisses the gesture, reminding George that they're not that close. Regardless, George regards him as his guest and suggests that they go upstairs. Jack claims that he would prefer good liquor over meat, so he asks for some to drink. The knight's green eyes glow scarily as he assures Moneybug that Marcella doesn't disappoint when it comes to hospitality. The intruder's red eyes glow with the same murderous vibe as he suggests that they have a taste of the liquor if that is the case. One of Moneybug's men helps Ponytail back up, and the boss and his men make their way upstairs. After the tension is toned down, Vlad heaves a sigh of relief, thinking about how he almost died a few moments ago. Later, he finishes gathering all the broken candles and wonders how many the Ponytail asshole broke. He's drawn out of his thoughts when Moneybug calls out to him, referring to him as a shining star. Looks like the boss and his men are heading out after their discussion with George and Marcella. The man admits that Marcella and George had only good things to say about Vlad, and while claiming that he has also seen his potential, he asks him to come for him whenever he grows tired of smelling burnt candles. He assures that he would appreciate someone like Vlad working for him, but the loyal candle seller replies that he doesn't mind staying at his current job, especially since they pay him, feed him, and put a roof over his head. Hearing this, Moneybug just laughs in response, pointing out that he can do the same and more. But seeing that Vlad wants to stay there, he tosses him a gold coin as compensation for the broken candles. Our hero is undoubtedly taken aback upon seeing it, and responds that it's too much. The man with the hook still insists, and offers him a lot more of those gold coins if he decides to work for him. After the mouth-watering offer, the man reminds the young man about his title, the Moneybug, and thanks George for the delicious meal before leaving with his men. Our boy notices that the intruder looked extremely cheerful, and wonders if the meeting went well with the rest. That's when Zemina calls out to him from upstairs, and informs him that George wants to see him. Later, we see Vlad, George, and Marcella in the same room. Vlad stares at something speechless, and as we see that it's a precious knife, George reveals that he was planning to give it to him later. However, since the circumstances call for him to pass it over earlier, he's decided to give it to him now. He tells Vlad to keep the dagger with him at all times, and as the blue-eyed boy receives it, he can tell from the mood in the room that George's and Moneybug's conversation was most likely a total disaster. He looks all over the room and sees all the men brooding with low spirits. Even Marcella is in a foul mood, so he knows that some trouble is brewing. This is when George also tells Vlad that he should stop selling candles. Confused, the boy asks what else he should do if he can't sell candles. Sensing his anxiety, George reveals that they got a tip about one-armed Jack bringing in people from the outside into the slums. He believes that the men are mercenaries who used to be knights, and Vlad chimes in to remark that the men are just like George. With a worried look on his face, George confirms it, implying that he is afraid. The thing is, one-armed Jack already led an overwhelming number of dangerous men. But even then, the former knight George was too much of an obstacle to overcome, since he was like a wolf inside a flock of scared sheep. However, since Jack has brought in mercenaries and swordsmen who are individually as skilled as a knight, the balance keeping everything together before has now been destroyed. George admits that they're already at a disadvantage, and explains to Vlad why they need him on their side. Vlad, however, is surprised that they regard him so highly. George informs him that he will be given his first mission soon, and the information takes him so off guard that he's visibly dumbfounded. Overwhelmed by the situation, Vlad thinks about Harbin, a disabled man without fingers, who also lost his ability to walk. But against all odds, he used his clever mind to teach himself language and mathematics. Those were the skills that opened doors for him and allowed him to rise through the ranks and now work under Captain Hoover. Vlad uses Harbin as his role model. He realizes that he can learn through effort and that the knowledge will take him to higher places. While the young man is practicing with his wooden staff, he starts to hear a voice again. The voice suggests that he narrow the angle of his elbow as he swings down, and Vlad gets pissed off that the voice is back. I guess you're now wondering how he started hearing a voice in his head whenever he's training. Well, it all started 1 month ago, after he was struck by the jet black lightning. Ever since then, the voice, which he considers as demonic whispers, starts echoing in his head whenever he holds a sword or something similar. Frustrated, he tries to block out the voice, claiming that he would first need to buy some holy water before even thinking about getting that sword from the blacksmith. He struggles to ignore it, and decides that he won't reply to it at all. And so, he holds his staff again, and tries his best to focus his mind and strength to strike down. But just when he's about to do it, the voice interrupts his thoughts yet again, telling him to narrow the angle of his elbow. He accidentally listens to the voice, and is surprised to see that the result of the strike is significantly better. In fact, he realizes that the strike followed the path of a sword, a road that can turn him into a master if he walks down on it. He feels as if he's holding a real sword, and finally starts to wonder what the hell has made its way into his mind. The scene shifts to somewhere in the cold snowy mountains, and we see a man cleaning the blood off his sword. He talks about how one can't fool experience, and admits that he can now feel how cold the winter air is in his bones. Judging by his outfit, the man is a knight. He hears noises coming from the bushes and surmises that someone is hiding in there. He smirks as he suggests that the person hiding is either stupid, or being stupid on purpose for trying to fool him. The white-haired knight walks towards the source of the noise, and asks whoever is hiding to come out. There's a brief pause, and after a while, a voice replies to him, asking if he's Sir Stangga. The scar-faced knight sees the person, and immediately identifies him as the one they call Vlad, after seeing his unique blue eyes and blonde hair. Sir Stangga reveals that he's heard about the guy from the slums, especially because people have been talking about him a lot. He comments on his blue eyes and blonde hair, claiming that those who didn't know any better would think he's a noble. Vlad doesn't say anything about that, but just goes straight to the point of his visit. He gives Sir Stangga a sealed letter from his boss, George. The knight opens the letter, and upon reading it, a small smile of amusement appears on his face. Sir Stangga reads that the opposing organization has a mercenary who used to be a knight, and finally understands why George needs his help. Seeing that the knight is on board, Vlad informs him that he will be his guide back to George, and suggests that they should arrive at their destination in 2 nights. Vlad turns around, expecting Sir Stangga to follow him, but the knight just teases him, claiming it wouldn't be a good idea to follow the lead of someone as stupid as him. Hearing this, Vlad explains that he's capable of at least guiding him back to meet George. However, Sir Stangga doesn't think so. He tells the young man that there's no way he can be smart when he's doing something so stupid. Vlad starts to get offended, but the knight just glares back at him with his purple eyes. At this point, our hero doesn't know what to say to change his mind, but Sir Stangga finally agrees to follow him. However, he swears to kill him if he forgets any routes on the way back. Vlad glares at the knight as well, but just tells him to try and keep up, explaining that he wouldn't want to screw up his first mission because of him. The blonde-haired guide turns away for the second time and begins walking, leaving the knight baffled that he didn't even seem intimidated by him, even when he intentionally made himself look threatening. In fact, Vlad blatantly ignores his threats, and it amuses Sir Stangga a bit because he concludes that it's his boldness that makes George like him so much. The knight hasn't spent a lot of time with our hero, but he can already tell that he's a child worthy of being nurtured. Later that night, the duo stops at a small cave to rest for the night. They start a fire and just sit there in awkward silence. After a while, Stangga notices that Vlad keeps looking at him from time to time, so he gets uncomfortable and confronts him about it. He asks the young man why he keeps looking at him like it's his first time seeing a retired knight. The kid sheepishly admits that it is in fact his first time seeing one up close. Sir Stangga asks Vlad if he's a country bumpkin, but in response, he asks the retired knight where he's from. Stangga tells him he's from a place called Dikia, and Vlad exclaims, commenting on how that place is so country. The knight finds it a bit offensive and quickly changes the topic, reiterating his earlier threat to kill him if they get lost along the way. With a very mean look on his face, he warns Vlad not to lose his way, and promises to slice him in half if he does. However, just like before, our boy isn't even slightly frightened. He just tells the knight not to say such scary things either way. While unwrapping some beef jerky he brought with him, Vlad reveals that he once heard that all jokes made by knights are threats. Sir Stangga doesn't even reply to him, because he's more interested in the meat. He admits that it looks very fresh, and asks the young man if his share is in there somewhere. Our hero responds that George didn't give him much, and asks him if he doesn't have anything to eat. Stangga replies that he does, revealing the small few pieces of meat he has as he looks at them in dissatisfaction. Vlad then puts his meat on sticks, and begins to roast them with the fire. The smell is so good that Sir Stangga's mouth starts to water just thinking about it. In his desperation, he offers to answer any question Vlad asks him in exchange for a piece of jerky. He then tells our hero that it's a rare opportunity, and urges him to grab it. With a mouthful of meat, Vlad looks at him curiously, contemplating whether or not to take the deal. Eventually, he breaks the silence and blankly asks Sir Stangga how many pieces of jerky he wants, explaining that he should just ask if he wants some. Stangga gets offended again, so he explains that his pride won't allow him to do so. He reveals that knights only get something when they give something in exchange, before folding his arms and closing his eyes, implying that he isn't ready to compromise. Seeing this, our boy reminds him that he's a retired knight. However, Stangga reveals that he's gone by that belief all his days, and isn't ready to change that now. In the end, Vlad decides to ask him his name, and he responds. The kid then asks him his age, and the knight reveals that he's 42 years old. Stangga suddenly realizes that Vlad hasn't given him any meat in return for the answers, so he calls him a brat. Our hero just ignores him once again, and proceeds to ask the next question. He asks the retired knight if he knows how to use aura. Upon hearing this, Stangga smiles and admits that Vlad only looks innocent on the outside because of how much he knows. Stangga then tells him that not all knights are able to wield aura, and explains that using aura is a different thing entirely from just possessing it. Our hero senses that Stangga is trying to dodge the question, so he blankly asks him again whether he can use aura or not. The knight smiles and then hesitates, causing Vlad to become so anxious that he even offers to give him all the beef jerky in exchange for his answer. After wasting a little time, Stangga reminds Vlad that a knight should only take something when he's given something in return. As such, he decided to show him something special. He pulls out his sword and grips it tightly in front of his body. He then closes his left eye, which has a scar on it, and our boy asks him why he's closing it. Stangga responds, telling him that it's because he needs to bring forth his world from deep within his soul. With the eye still closed and beginning to glow with a magical blue color, the knight tells our hero to watch him carefully. Just then, the sword begins to glow as well, and Stangga tells him that this is the essence of knights. The bright blue light starts beaming even more, and the aura shines so much that Vlad is forced to cover his face. Later that night, the both of them make their way to a city. The retired knight complains about feeling gross, but Vlad tells him that it's better if they look dirty and inconspicuous than look like knights and draw attention. However, it turns out Stangga isn't even talking about his appearance. He laments that he's actually talking about his mood, and explains that he has a lot of pride as a knight and doesn't like the idea of them passing through a hole. He asks Vlad why they have to go through there, so the guide explains that he was instructed to escort him back in secret. If they go through the main gate, their arrival won't be much of a secret. But even after Vlad explains this to Stangga, he still grumbles like a 5-year-old. The young man encourages him to keep moving and promises to prepare a bath for him when they arrive at their destination. While walking through the secret passage, Stangga points out how quiet it is and admits that it bothers him. Vlad replies, telling him that the place is dead silent because it's that time of the night. Just then, the two stumble upon something that shocks them. Before them are several dead men. Stangga asks if the place always has things like this, and of course, our boy responds that it doesn't. Looking at the corpses, Vlad figures that the men probably fought each other. He suddenly suggests that they split up, and promises to tell Stangga where the secret back door is, which is used strictly by the members of his organization. Hearing this, the knight looks concerned about him, and asks the kid where he will be going. Vlad then reveals that he would be passing through the main gate, claiming that it would be wiser to split up the attention. As Vlad starts walking away, he tells Stangga that they will meet up later. After some time has passed, our hero arrives at the shop, and is shocked to see the place has been turned upside down. And then, he sees a wounded George with bandages all over his body, and Marcella is standing by his side and tending to him. When the Horror's Knight sees Vlad, he commends him for making it back safely. Unfortunately, he also reveals that Moneybug attacked them first. He had already anticipated that, because he knows that those who hold money are usually on another level of strength. A worried Vlad looks at George, asking him if he's okay. George admits that it's been a while since he went toe-to-toe with someone on the same level as a knight, and because of that, he ended up getting injured quite heavily. However, the former knight is less concerned about himself, and more interested in whether he was able to bring Stangga with him. Vlad reveals that he found him, but that they had to split up because the main gate was being watched. He then adds that he told Stangga where the back door was, and speculates that he should have arrived by now. George is pleased with the news, because he plans to attack Moneybug the next day, and hopes to end things for good. He also asks Vlad how Stangga looks, hoping that he's currently in fine shape. Our boy confirms that the retired knight is okay, and admits that he looks like a good person too. Hearing this, George reveals that Stangga has a hearty side to him, and Vlad adds that he can also be quite nimble. The boss asks our hero if Stangga looks like he lost weight, claiming that one needs to look after himself to live a long life. Vlad then reveals that he knows Stangga can use aura, and because of this, he believes they would be victorious in their battle the following day. Rather than cheering, George is shocked by the fact that Stangga possesses such strength. That's when Vlad hears footsteps, and figures that Stangga has arrived. But George calls him before he can leave, asking him if he's sure that Stangga was able to use aura. Suddenly, the former knight grabs his sword and tells the young man to get behind him. In a shocking twist, George reveals that Stangga doesn't know how to use such power, and before Vlad can piece everything together, the so-called knight appears with his sword and coat covered in blood. The apparent imposter tells George that he's come to a very far place, before greeting him in a menacing manner, claiming that it's been a long time since they last saw each other. In a short flashback, we find ourselves back in the snowy mountains. It turns out that while the imposter was cleaning the blood on his sword, he was actually talking to someone he'd just killed. He tells the man that he can't fool his age, and suggests that the winter wind may have gotten into his bones. It was at that moment that he heard the noise coming from the bushes, and went out to find out that it was Vlad. In the present, we see the imposter wearing a sick grin on his face, and telling George that he's changed a lot since the last time they saw each other. George asks him why he came looking for him now of all time, and in response, the imposter tells him that Count Gadar has passed away. Upon hearing this, George seems visibly shaken by the news. The imposter further adds that the news hasn't been publicly announced as a result of some complications, but assures him that soon, everyone will find out. The annoying purple-eyed knight pours himself a drink and starts to mock the deceased Count Gadar. He raises the glass and toasts to the pitiful Count, well aware that it would get on George's nerves. Sure enough, George becomes furious, and as he curses at the imposter, he pulls out his sword and charges at him. The other guy is unfazed and just holds the glass cup in the air as a way of taunting him, knowing that it would force him to try and attack him. Just when George is about to land a powerful hit on him, he dodges it so quickly that none of them can believe it. The attacker shatters the glass cup with his sword, and everyone else is bewildered by how fast the imposter moved out of the way. He then toasts to the new Count, Sigmund, which multiplies George's anger by several folds. Not only did he mock the former Count, but now he hails the new and most likely corrupt one. The already injured boss turns around and swings his sword at the imposter called Godwin, but he blocks it with his own blade. As the two clash swords intensely, Godwin reveals that Count Sigmund's first order is that the deserter knight named George should be brought back immediately. George declares that Sigmund isn't his lord, and so he refuses to obey him. Godwin admits that the Count didn't expect him to return without a fight, nor did he hope for his safe return. The two powerful sword swingers go back and forth with their duel, but Godwin proves to be a lot more agile. He dodges George's attempt to strike his feet, before evading another powerful swing to his torso. As the fight gets even more intense, Vlad tells Marcella that it isn't safe for her to be there. While the heavyweights go at it, Vlad grabs Marcella and quickly leads her outside, helping her escape before she gets hurt. When they get outside, the men who are downstairs suddenly call out to Vlad, asking what all the noise upstairs is all about. Vlad spots Burly and immediately orders him to get all the men upstairs at that moment. He also tries to explain the situation and inform them that their boss is in the middle of a deadly fight, but before he can complete his sentence, George is sent flying downstairs. Vlad and Marcella can do nothing but watch in horror as he plummets down below. The men downstairs are also too stunned to move, and they all watch George fall from the great height. Meanwhile, just when George is about to hit the floor, Godwin bursts through the wall, wondering why George is still making the naivest choices ever. Finally, the boss crashes to the ground with great force, and as he lies there in pain, the men surround him, confused at what the hell is going on. Their murmurs are interrupted when poor George starts to cough. Godwin watches from above as the former knight struggles to get back up, and his purple eyes glare at the boss as he waits to see what he will do next. Just then, a dagger is sent flying towards Godwin's head, and it's not just any dagger, it's the one George gave to Vlad. Godwin manages to block it with his sword just in time, causing it to bounce away and sink into the wooden floor. Vlad's blue eyes match Godwin's glare, and after a short staring contest, the knight charges at the injured boss with his sword. As he jumps down to deal the finishing blow, Vlad yells for George to get out of the way before it's too late. The boss hears this just in time, and musters the power to leap out of there before Godwin can kill him. He manages to dodge the strike, while the silver-haired knight sinks his sword into the floor. Afterward, George falls to his knees again and grabs his weapon. Godwin gets back up, and asks him why he didn't just follow the orders he was given in the past. George replies, telling him that he couldn't carry out such terrible orders, because he's a human being with a sense of honor. Hearing this, Godwin corrects him, reminding him that he's a knight and not just an ordinary human being. This makes George furious again, and he starts growling in rage. His men join him too, and when Godwin sees that he's outnumbered, he decides that the knight has dragged on for too long. The imposter closes his left eye and says that now he just wants to rest. Vlad sees this move and recognizes it, so he knows that Godwin is about to use his aura. He runs as fast as he can, trying to stop him from doing it. But before he can get there, Godwin's sword and eyes are already glowing, and the aura is activated. Blue lines start to appear on George and his men, implying that they are the targets of the attack. Unfortunately, they can't do anything to stop it, and the bright, powerful energy that is released blows back our hero and kills all of George's men. By the time the dust settles, Godwin is gone, and all of George's men are lying lifeless, covered in blood. Vlad groans as he gets back up, and is horrified to see the result of what just happened. Everyone else is dead, and all we can see is George's face dripping blood to the floor. Our boy is broken when he sees his mentor's demise, and thinks back to when he was younger. He remembers how George was the first to offer him a helping hand, when he was just a boy rolling in the back alley dirt. The knight was the first one to acknowledge Vlad, when no one else saw his potential. And as time went on, he became the strongest person Vlad had ever known. But now, that strongest person had been killed, and as the blue moonlight quietly approaches, we see Godwin holding George's head in his hand. The imposter had beheaded the only father figure that our hero had ever known. Vlad stares at George's head, probably hoping that it's all a dream. But the more he looks, the more he realizes that his world has been shattered to pieces by this villain that he brought into his home. Devastated, he grabs George's sword and yells in utter distraught. But just when he's about to strike with the sword, he hears the voice in his head, telling him to stop at once. Regardless, he swings the blade with great force, but Godwin easily dodges it. Even if the attack wasn't a threat, the knight is shocked to see that Vlad knew how to swing in the sword path. He's perplexed, because a gutter kid from the slums shouldn't know how to do that. I guess he doesn't know that this gutter kid was struck by jet black lightning. Regardless of his curiosity, Godwin is impressed, and he admits it. Unfortunately for him, Vlad doesn't care if he's impressed, he only cares about killing him. The enraged kid charges him for the second time, yelling at him to die. Just then, Godwin blasts him with an attack, but Vlad manages to quickly twist his body and deflect it. He finally gets a hit in, and it's so powerful that it sends Godwin flying, even making him lose his sword. The imposter gets back to his feet, and is stunned by what he just witnessed. He concludes that Vlad must have been born with a gift, and believes that it's the reason he was able to instinctively twist his body and deflect the attack. But even though the boy managed to deflect it, it's clear that his body got hurt from twisting and turning so quickly. He falls to the ground and groans in pain, but the voice in his head tells him to take it easy. It urges him to breathe and not to lose his focus. Vlad holds the side of his stomach and continues to groan as he curls up on the floor. Godwin watches the kid struggle on the floor and thinks about killing him now. He contemplates snuffing out the light and potential Vlad possesses, but ultimately decides that it would be too much of a waste, even though he knows that the child could return with an even sharper sword. The knight thinks back to when he and George were still friends. George had once told him that he found pleasure in watching over those with great potential, and the memory pops a faint smile on Godwin's face. He calls out to Vlad, who's still wincing in pain. He tells him that a knight only takes a fair price, and a perplexed Vlad asks him what he's talking about. Suddenly, Godwin tosses back 2 slices of beef jerky that Vlad gave him in the cave. He tells him that his name isn't Stangga, and he's not 42 years old either. He explains that the boy got an unfair price, which is the reason he's tossing back some pieces to even out the exchange. However, he declares that he will still be taking George's head back with him. Vlad stares in horror once again at his master's bloody severed head, and listens as the impostor says that he would be taking it away, because it's a fitting price for him as the victor. He says this with arrogance and pride, staring Vlad down and waiting for his response. The heartbroken kid is filled with rage, and scowls at the impostor before vowing to kill him. Godwin just scoffs at the statement, and looks away in disappointment. He tells Vlad that he shouldn't even think about asking for the second price for the beef jerky, especially with the way his life is at the moment. After that, Godwin turns and starts walking away, leaving our hero fuming with rage. Vlad stays on his knees and tries to stand up. At this point, he's gnashing his teeth and stuttering as he vows to kill the bastard who beheaded his master. But the impostor just ignores him, and walks out of the shop holding George's head like a trophy. Vlad yells his name, but he's ignored once again as the knight keeps walking away with a straight face. He finally walks through the hole he made in the wall earlier, and our hero warns him of the day he would come back to kill him. After Godwin's rampage at the shop, Zemina helps an injured Vlad get out of the place. She holds him up as he limps out and groans in pain continuously. Throughout, he keeps his hand placed on the source of the pain, and at some point, it stings him so much that he falls to his knee. Vlad just stays there, sweating and panting, trying his best to overcome the excruciating pain. The scene shifts back to a few moments prior, and we see that he's now back inside the shop. Marcella bluntly tells him to get up as he curls up like an armadillo. She asks him if he wants to die, but he doesn't even respond to her. The kid just stares into space and stays silent, implying that he might not even mind dying at this point. Marcella senses this, and gets so upset that she immediately slaps him hard in the face. She tells him to get his acts together, and then asks him if he knows what the difference is between the guys who live in the center of the city and those who live in the slums. Vlad doesn't know the answer, so he just stares at her like a lost puppy hoping he doesn't get smacked again. Marcella tells him that the difference between them is opportunity. She explains to him that those guys in the city can get back up, even if they fail once, because they can afford to do it. Unfortunately, for the losers in the slums like them, it isn't the case. Marcella tells Vlad to look around the wrecked shop filled with corpses of their own men. She asks him if they look like they can afford to fail as well, pointing out that the destruction is the result of just one failure on their part. She explains that they've been bound to a tragic fate that sentences them to death if they fail even once. Because of this, Marcella tells Vlad that he shouldn't let the chance, that comes once in a lifetime, slip out of his hands. She goes closer to him and holds him up by grabbing his shoulders, making her point very clear to him. And now back to the present, we see that our hero has a new look of determination on his face. Zemina, seeing that he's in pain, asks if he's okay and suggests that she should slow down to make it easier for him. However, Vlad refuses and insists that they have to keep moving. He refuses to allow himself to end things there. He wipes the beads of sweat on his face and prepares to get back to his feet with Zemina's help. Unfortunately, that's about the same time when one of their enemies spots them. He immediately alerts the others, revealing that he's found George's little minion who they've been looking for. All of a sudden, Vlad is filled with adrenaline and begins to run for his life, even though he was limping just a few seconds ago. Zemina runs as well, and the boy pulls her by the hand to ensure that he doesn't leave her behind. He urges her to run as fast as she can, and as the enemies pursue them with their swords, he thinks about how their home has been destroyed. Even if they were just 2 young birds, the time had come for them to soar into the sky on their own, since their nest is no more. They both manage to escape from their pursuers, leaving them confused. The killers with swords turn in circles, trying to figure out which way the kids went, but their efforts are futile. In frustration, one of them curses the kids, calling them little rats, while another suggests that they escaped into another alleyway. In the commotion, the leader of the gang suddenly orders the goons to inspect every corner, promising to reward them handsomely if they find the kids. The gang leader's face is revealed, and we see that it's the ponytail guy who Vlad humiliated back at the shop when Moneybug first arrived. Turns out, his little encounter with our hero cost him a few teeth. And because of that, he desperately wants to have his revenge. He wants Vlad to pay for the shame he made him feel back at the shop. Hearing that they would be rewarded, the men are remotivated to keep searching. They decide to split up, believing that Vlad and Zemina couldn't have gone too far. Unfortunately for them, in their haste, they run past the door where the kids are hiding behind. They don't even notice that it isn't locked. Meanwhile, Vlad and Zemina are hiding quietly behind it. The boy is holding his dagger, while Zemina is covering her mouth with her hands, so her muffled cries don't give their position away. Vlad listens closely as the men who run past and continue searching. He reasons that they won't be able to escape with the way things are going, because it's only a matter of time before they get caught. As a result, he tells Zemina to go outside and escape, once things get quieter. As you'd expect, she's worried about him and asks him what he would do. Our hero explains that he needs to get out of there somehow and points out that it would be dangerous for them to move together since their pursuers are close by. However, Zemina doesn't think they should split up at all. She refuses the idea and tells Vlad that she wants to stay with him, reminding him of the promise he made to Marcella before they set out. Vlad vowed that he would take Zemina to a safe location before leaving her alone. He just tells her that she should go to the convent before sunrise, and if she's not okay with that, he also suggests that she can go to Harbin. Still, Zemina doesn't want to see things his way, and decides to throw a tantrum like a toddler, lamenting that she doesn't want to be separated. Vlad gets fed up at this point, so he snaps at her for never listening to anyone. He even calls her an idiot to make sure he gets his point across, explaining to her that he's not in a position to protect her at the moment. Speechless at the sudden outburst, the girl starts to cry. Just then, the consequence of their rather loud argument catches up to them. A man suddenly appears, demanding to know who's inside. Zemina panics and immediately grabs a knife lying on the floor to defend herself if things get rough. The man finally reveals himself. He comes out of another room with a lamp, and we see that he's the blacksmith from earlier. He recognizes the kids and asks them what they're doing there. Once again, Zemina starts to get on his nerves, calling him an old man and threatening him with the knife. With a very bored look on his face, the man hits back at her, asking her what the hell is wrong with her, and pointing out that she and Vlad are the ones intruding in his house. As usual, the girl doesn't even listen, and just insists that he doesn't move, threatening to stab him for real. The blacksmith matches her gaze, and notices that she's tearing up and frightened. He can tell that she's scared, so he tries to calm her down, explaining that he understands their situation. He calmly tells her to put the knife down, but she insists that he give her the sword that Vlad is always staring at. The blacksmith is confused hearing this, so Zemina makes it clear that she's dead serious, and for good measure, she also clarifies that it's the one he had hanging outside. She explains that they won't be safe outside the city either, and tells him one last time to give it to her because she isn't joking around with him. Vlad finally intervenes, telling her to put the knife down, but she just throws another tantrum, yelling at the blacksmith to bring out the sword. The blacksmith senses her desperation and thinks about how this is the way things are in the slums. He believes that this is the true character of people who need to take something from others in order to survive. He thinks back to when he was younger and admits to himself that he too was the same, so he's not surprised to see this girl acting in such a way. After a long pause, the blacksmith just tells Zemina that her situation is quite sad, hinting that he won't really help her. This makes her so mad that she charges at him with the knife. The man sees that she's about to stab him and closes his eyes like he's accepted his fate. Vlad also thinks that she's going to stab the man and calls out to her, but to their surprise, she just cuts her hair with the knife instead. The old man's eyes open wide at this scene, and with tears in her eyes, the poor girl offers him her red hair, claiming that she knows it's not enough to pay him, but promises to pay him back later. She begs the man to give Vlad the sword, and her desperation and concern is extremely clear in her eyes. The blacksmith is speechless, but then asks Vlad if he's leaving the slums. The boy confirms that to be the case, and the old man admits to himself that Vlad is going to finally achieve the one thing he could never do. He had dreamt of it all of his life, and he's now going to spread his wings. The blacksmith is touched by the kids, and although reluctant, he agrees to help them at the end. The scene shifts, and we see the old man carrying a wagon of dirt and trash, while Zemina wears a hood to disguise herself as she pushes it from behind. He tells her that it's the only way out of the city, even though she complains about the smell. Suddenly, some goons that the blacksmith recognizes confront them, asking him why he's taking out the trash at such a late hour. He immediately snaps at them, cursing them and reminding them that they were the ones who blocked all the alleyways with their stupid fight. He complains that his smithy is about to burst because he couldn't throw out the garbage earlier. The leader of the goons spots the hooded person behind the wagon, and gets suspicious because he knows the old man works alone. The blacksmith quickly explains that he was tired, so he gave the boy some bread to work for him. Of course, the guy doesn't buy the story and goes to investigate the person. He uses his knife to raise the hood, threatening to cut Zemina if she moves. When he raises it, he sees her short ginger hair, and when she also acts like a poor boy trying to make a living, he lets her off the hook. Before they leave, the old man asks what they're looking for, so they reveal that they're searching for George's blonde-haired kid's body. The blacksmith just scoffs and asks if they can be on their way now, but the guy claims that they have to be certain he's not helping the boy. So, he tells his subordinate to check the wagon and asks the blacksmith to move it aside. At this point, the old man starts to wonder if they shouldn't have come this way, but remembers that there was nowhere else for them to go. The goon inspects the trash and admits that it's quite a lot. Suddenly, as he notices a hint of movement, he tells them not to hate him because it's his job, before proceeding to stab the heaps of dirt with his staff. The old man and Zemina are terrified when they see this, and Vlad, who's hiding under the dirt, is equally afraid. Out of nowhere, he starts mentioning that Harbin has put a boat out on the water, and he believes that he must have done it for a reason. He tells them to keep it in mind, and after stabbing the dirt, he says that he has now paid the debt of 40 silver coins that his young brother, Ned, owed him. The generous guy allows them to pass, and it appears he knew Vlad was in there, but let them leave the city anyway, because the boy had helped out his brother before. And now, Zemina and the blacksmith finally reach the outskirts of the town, where the trash is dumped into a channel that leads outside the walls. As they toss out the trash with Vlad in it, Zemina says her goodbyes, and the old man thinks about the star sword in the boy's hand. It was something he made with his dreams, and also something that was bought with the girl's tears. And now, it lays in the hands of a single boy, destined for a greater world. Outside the town, Vlad comes out of the dirt with the sword, and starts to speak to the voice in his head. Holding the weapon, he asks if the voice can hear him, and it answers him with a yes. He then asks the voice who they are, but the voice doesn't seem to know. It's a bit baffling to our hero, because the voice knows so much about swords, but doesn't even know about itself. He decides that it's probably for the best, and offers to help the voice so it can help him as well. He offers to help the voice regain its memories, and asks it to be his sword in the future. At this point, Vlad doesn't even care if the person behind the voice is the devil, because whenever he pictures the insurmountable figure of Godwin who slaughtered his friends, he's already afraid that he might amount to nothing in this world. Hearing his determination, the voice tells our hero that he's finally going to tell him about his sword. After that, the scene shifts to somewhere in the snowy mountains, and we see a camp set up by soldiers, along with the banner of a noble family. A man seems to be moving chess pieces on a map, most likely strategizing for a battle. While doing so, he suddenly comments that this is too easy. This man happens to be Joseph Bayezid, the second son of the powerful Bayezid family. He looks intensely at the board and chess pieces, and once again says to himself that this is too easy. Finally, he's interrupted when one of his subordinates enters the room. The man greets Joseph, his young master, and informs him that he has just returned. Joseph addresses the man as Joerger and greets him with excitement. The short-haired man sporting an eye patch stands before his master and notices that something is bothering him. He expresses his concern, and Joseph admits that it's because the battle seems far too easy. Hearing this, Joerger proceeds to brief his young master on the recent monster subjugation. He explains that it has been going smoothly and reveals that the number of casualties is small, they have only lost a few mercenaries. However, Joseph seems more concerned about the deserters. He fears that everyone would doubt his ability to command if there are deserters in his army. Joseph thinks that his father and the vassals are certainly going to think less of him, and as for his older stepbrother, Rudiger, he's sure that he would grasp at any opportunity to strike. Joerger just stands there speechless, and Joseph ponders on what to do next. The young master thinks that there will be a lot of destruction if he can't become the next count, and if that happens, he already knows what his brother would do to the rest. He remembers how the Bayezid family has glorified the military for many years, and he knows this because his own father and blood brothers have continuously stepped on each other to gain such a position. The young master is aware that chaos is coming, and admits that he doesn't have enough swordsmen except for Joerger. Hearing this, Joerger steps forward, and reveals that he has something else he would like to tell him about. The young master's curiosity is piqued instantly, so he orders Joerger to reveal whatever it is he wants to say. The loyal swordsman then tells him about a suspicious soldier among them, and Joseph surmises that it could be a spy sent by his brother. Joerger agrees with the assumption, but claims that it's not the reason this particular soldier is suspicious. In fact, he thinks his master can only understand better if he sees his work for himself. The scene shifts, and we see the corpse of a goblin monster, probably killed by Joseph's soldiers. The young master looks at the creature, and seems rather disgusted by its corpse as he covers his nose. He takes a closer look at the goblins that are dangling from a wooden shed, and guesses that their injuries were probably inflicted by a child who just started wielding a sword. Joerger takes Joseph to see more corpses, and upon seeing them, the young master is also unsatisfied by the kind of wounds he's seeing. Joseph thinks that all the injuries are poor and claims that they're all the same. And then, he finally sees one that is a bit impressive. The goblin's torso has been sliced clean open, and after a while, he realizes that the wounds were all done by the same person. From the similarity between all of them, Joseph surmises that all the monsters were killed by the same person, so he asks Joerger just to be sure. The one-eyed soldier confirms the theory and reveals that the corpses he's currently looking at only came here yesterday, and he explains to Joseph that the ones he saw earlier were killed a month ago. The young master is shocked to hear this, and almost doesn't believe that someone who made such poor cuts would have perfected his swing in just a single month. Even though he thinks it's impossible, he can't help but ask Joerger about this person. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is a group of men slaughtering a horde of goblins in the snowy forest. The goblins surround one of the men, but he holds his own against them by wielding his spiked club and fighting off the ones he can. One of the other men shouts for them to tighten their formation so they can make sure the monsters don't escape. Just then, a man holding a spear appears. He steps on one of the goblin corpses and tells the other men that he can see the end, encouraging them to get the rest of the goblins fast. However, rather than being motivated, the other soldiers are horrified because they suddenly see a giant red-eyed hobgoblin standing behind the man and preparing to kill him. The guy gets confused when he sees the look on their faces and wonders what's going on. Unfortunately, before he can ask or be told what's happening, the giant monster smashes him with its wooden club. The force of the smash is so great that it sends a lot of snow flying in the air. When the snow settles back, the other soldiers see that the goblin has bashed the guy's head into the ground. Even though they are scared out of their minds, they try their best to stay brave and fight the urge to run for their lives. The creature roars at them, but they still don't run away, so it charges at them in rage and begins its onslaught. As it kills them one by one, the men wonder where the crazy monster even came from. When the guys at the back see that the monster has broken through their fifth group, they finally start to retreat. However, their fat old commander orders them to hurry up and go forward to contain the beast. The man reminds them that they won't be paid if they retreat, but the mercenaries reply, telling him that they didn't know they would have to face such a monster. They tell the commander that he should have contacted expensive mercenaries instead, or better still, they ask him to fight the monster himself. Enraged, the commander tries to force them back into the battlefield by threatening them, but before he can pull out his sword, the hobgoblin kills the men he was trying to scare right in front of him. Seeing the monster up close, the commander sits on his horse, knowing that he's probably going to get killed as well. Just then, a man walks out from among the mercenaries and starts walking towards the ferocious beast. The other men look shocked and confused at first, but then identify the brave man as the praying Rimmon. They might know this blonde swordsman as Rimmon, but we know that he's actually our boy Vlad. He bravely tells them that he would take on the monster by himself, and as you'd expect, nobody seems to oppose him. The hobgoblin sees Vlad walking toward it and charges at him right away. Our hero also braces himself for the fight, and as the beast reaches him, he quickly slashes its side with his sword. However, he could immediately tell that the cut was shallow. That oversight gets him distracted for a bit, but the voice in his head tells him to dodge before the goblin can smash him with its club. Regaining his senses, Vlad manages to dodge the series of heavy attacks by the monster. As he skids back to a halt while knocking up the snow, he admits that he failed in his attack earlier. The voice starts reprimanding him for it, calling him stupid for not being able to do it even after he was told what to do. Still, our boy knows better that it's almost impossible to perform a new move after only hearing about it once. Anyway, he gets back to his feet, and as the goblin charges at him again, he explains that he's just taking the long route in the fight. The hobgoblin swings its giant club at him once again, and once again, Vlad manages to dodge it just like before. The monster gets frustrated after missing so many times, and attempts to unleash a powerful slam on him to finish things off for good. It smashes the club on the ground, causing a huge snow explosion, but when the snow clears, it realizes that it missed once again. The bamboozled creature just stands there in shock, and in that moment of vulnerability, Vlad takes the opportunity to finally cut the monster properly with his sword. As he stretches his arms, the sword begins to glow, and by the time the monster sees him coming, it's already too late for it to survive. The panel shifts back to Joerger and Joseph, where Joerger informs the young master that the person responsible is called the Praying Rimmon. Joseph finds the name intriguing and asks his one-eyed subordinate to investigate this soldier immediately. Of course, the swordsman takes the instruction without hesitation, and as he places a hand on his chest and bows his head, he assures his master that he will carry out the investigation without delay. After Joerger leaves, Joseph remains in one spot. He stares at the goblin corpses that have been cut open, thinking about how they were killed. Because in his mind, it doesn't make any sense at all. From the cuts on the goblin corpses that were brought in 1 month ago, he could tell that the swings were crooked and sloppy. Joseph finds it difficult to believe that they were done by the same person, because it shouldn't be possible for anyone to master the path of the sword in only 1 month. A small smile appears on Joseph's face as he wonders whether the boy in question is a true genius of this era. That's when the panels take us back to our hero, finally slicing clean the torso of his enemy. His eyes are ice cold, and it's clear that he has already stepped onto the path of a true sword master. Elsewhere in the snowy mountains, we see the mercenaries loading up the many hobgoblin corpses on their wagons. One of them talks about how his side of the place is filled with the trash, and another admits that it's the same on his end. Apparently, the mercenaries thought that there would be treasure somewhere around because of the many hobgoblins that were in the forest. One of the men calls out to Vlad, who's now going by the name Rimmon and also happens to be their captain. The mercenary praises Vlad for his impressive display during his battle with the giant hobgoblin. It's not a surprise, however, because it seems Vlad always does great during their encounters with monsters. The guy keeps showering Vlad with praise, but he doesn't seem to care. In fact, he's a bit irritated by the guy's chattering, so he tells him to stop talking and just focus on loading up his kills. Vlad's latest fan reveals that he already did that and points out that no one would even dare to take his kills for themselves anyway. The man asks Vlad what they're going to do next, explaining that they're almost done with the work on the ground. Feeling excited, he asks Vlad if he would like to do any other work with him. The look on our boy's face shows that he's not interested, but the fan is eager to try his luck. He's about to tell Vlad what a great team they would make by combining his brains and Vlad's swordsmanship, but Vlad bluntly cuts him off, stating that he doesn't believe in working with frauds. Hearing this, the guy is speechless and also offended. After a brief pause, he tells Vlad that he can't keep using the mercenary plaque, and then proceeds to try his luck again. He's about to tell him about a good blacksmith that he knows, but once again, Vlad angrily shuns him. He gets upset and calls the guy by name to show that he isn't messing around. Vlad tells the guy, whose name is Goth, that blabbering can get people killed. He decides at the back of his mind that he would warn him if what he's about to say is just a suggestion. However, if it's some kind of threat, our hero makes up his mind that he'll kill Goth. Seeing how pissed off he is, Goth treads with caution, and explains that he was only trying to say that Vlad should be earning a lot more than some petty change, especially when he's so skilled. Since it was just a suggestion, Vlad tells Goth to shut up and keep cleaning, warning him that he will lose his head if he doesn't. The terrified fanboy quickly heeds Vlad's not-so-friendly advice and runs away before he gets decapitated. After Goth leaves, Vlad ponders what he said and decides that he'll have to do something about the stalker soon. The men continue loading up the wagons with the bloody goblin corpses while our hero walks away from there. Vlad starts walking into the woods, and the other mercenaries suspect that he might be going to pray again. For some reason, it appears that our boy always goes to pray in the forest, amazing the men by his consistency. Inside the forest, we see him going on one knee and planting his sword into the ground. The other mercenaries peek at him and talk about how cool he looks in that posture. Some even think that he might actually be a noble. Even if he isn't, they don't believe that someone like him could have been born into the same class as them. In reality, Vlad isn't praying at all. Rather, he's being scolded intensely by the voice in his sword. He berates himself for not being able to cut off the giant hobgoblin with a single strike, and sure enough, the voice calls him a fool. The voice reminds Vlad that the one-hit, one-kill technique lies in the element of surprise. Vlad is too bummed to even try to interpret it, so he just asks the voice what he even means by that. Seeing that he's reluctant to use his brain for it, the voice gives him a very lame explanation like something you'd tell a toddler. Still, Vlad doesn't seem to understand and the voice gets frustrated. The voice reiterates that Vlad is supposed to go wham when the opponent goes whoosh, but still he doesn't understand. And honestly, you can't blame him. As he struggles to interpret what the voice is telling him, the other mercenaries watch him in awe, still thinking that he's praying. The next morning, back at the soldiers' camp, we see them walking around and going about their business after setting up their tents for the night. Soon, it's time for breakfast and Vlad is served a very questionable bowl of soup just like the other mercenaries. The other men dig in immediately, but he is reluctant to eat, afraid that it's not good. He's not even sure that the meat in the soup is actually meat, so he asks the others what kind it is. Goth replies with his mouth full of the food, and simply claims that he doesn't know and doesn't care since it's free. He explains to Vlad that as mercenaries, they have a very hard time finding employers who would provide them with meals for free. One of the other men at the table points out that it's not much of a surprise their bosses could afford it, since they're the Bayesids after all. Another chimes in, commenting that the food is salty, but admits that it's better than having nothing to eat. Despite their attempts to make Vlad more appreciative or even eat the food, he refuses to join them. He just gets up from the table, leaves his food, and tells the other mercenaries to enjoy it since they're okay with it. As Vlad walks out of the place, the other men wonder if he's going to see the priest again. Another thinks that he should even start praying like him too, probably thinking it would make him better with the sword. Unfortunately for him, one of his colleagues dashes his hopes, bluntly telling him that he's never going to be like the praying women. A while later, Vlad arrives at the priest's tent. The priest, who looks like Albert Einstein in a way, is delighted to see our hero. Vlad greets the dude and addresses him as Father Andreas. He then asks if he had a good night's rest, and the priest assures him that he did, like always. Father Andreas reveals that he heard Vlad was praying last night in the woods, and comments that it must have been very cold out there. It seems everyone thinks Vlad is some kind of devotee. They have no idea that he's taking secret lessons from the voice in his head. It also appears that Vlad is deceiving all of them, including the priest. He's making it look like he's very religious, but in truth, he's only learning the most effective ways to kill with a sword. Vlad tells Father Andreas that he didn't feel cold because he was in the embrace of God, and the old priest laughs in response, claiming that Vlad is more like a priest than he is. Just then, a little priest in training named Jean enters the room and informs Father Andreas that his meal is ready. Father Andreas thanks Jean and asks Vlad to join him for breakfast. He holds the young man's shoulders, making him sit in a chair, and on the table there's a scrumptious steaming breakfast. Vlad tries to refuse, explaining that he didn't come to eat, but Father Andreas just ignores him and takes his seat. Jean does the same, and when everyone is seated, the priest starts the prayer. Jean closes his eyes like the innocent kid he is, but Vlad has his eyes wide open. Father Andreas sneakily opens one eye to check what he is doing, but when he does, he sees him praying with his eyes closed. Seeing this, he thinks that Vlad is an honest believer who hasn't lost faith even in such a lowly place. Father Andreas believes that he needs to lead the young man, who he knows will always taint his hands with blood during battle. He believes that it's his duty and a fate that God has charged him with. The priest finishes the thought and closes the prayer as well. Then, he says that they can eat, and Vlad thanks him for the prayer. On the table is some rare wheat bread and some soup. Upon seeing this, Vlad is delighted that he can finally eat real food, instead of the strange concoction that the other mercenaries are eating. He is about to take his first bite when Father Andreas interrupts him, asking about his swordsmanship. He claims that he's heard a lot about it, and reveals that Sir Joseph Bayezid might also have heard about it. Father Andreas tells Vlad that Sir Joerger visited him 2 days ago to ask about the blonde-haired swordsman. Hearing this, our hero gets a bit nervous, so he asks the priest to go on with his story. Andreas smiles sheepishly at Vlad and tells him that after Sir Joerger came to see him, he recommended him to the main troops, telling him that he looks forward to seeing how Vlad would grow up. Vlad is less than pleased to hear this. In fact, he even seems worried. The innocent priest goes on to tell him about the Bayezid family. He explains that they're a renowned family in the north, and points out that just being able to work for them will put him in a much better environment than the one he's currently in. After the chat with the priest, Vlad becomes very uncomfortable. He goes back into the snowy forest where he allegedly prays, and laments to the voice in his head. He's afraid that he might have drawn too much attention to himself by being so good with the sword. However, the voice tells him that they didn't have a choice, because his kind of swordsmanship can only be learned through real experience. The voice then tells the boy that the real problem started when he got too close to the priest, but our hero just quietly states that he did it because he had to be sure the voice wasn't an evil spirit. The voice already knows what Vlad is implying, and asks him if he's finally gotten his answer now that everything has gone south. Still, Vlad just thinks back to the reason he befriended the priest in the first place. Father Andreas is said to be someone who is reputable, and also possesses great divine power. So much so that he was offered the title of the bishop. He thinks that if someone as spiritually inclined as the priest couldn't sense anything off about him, then he's probably sure that the voice isn't evil. Either way, that's currently not the main concern at hand. Vlad asks if they should run off before Sir Joseph comes looking for him, and the voice suggests that the Bayezid family might turn a blind eye to his false identity, since he's a very skilled swordsman. Even if that happens by some miracle, Vlad fears that they will eventually find out he killed a mercenary for stealing. When that happens, he'll be charged with faking his identity and murder at the same time. The voice uses this opportunity to taunt Vlad, telling him that he's pretty evil after all. The boy quickly snaps at the voice talking through the sword, and reminds him that he's also an accomplice to those crimes. Seeing that the odds are against them, the voice suggests that running away would be the better option, pointing out that the excuse of self-defense only works when one has a witness. Hearing this, Vlad agrees that they would both run away at night. He also suggests that they take Goth with them so that they can obtain a fake plaque. The plan sounds very difficult to the voice, and he expresses his concern to Vlad. But just then, the voice senses someone approaching from behind. From the aura the person is giving off, the voice confirms that the person is an advanced knight at the very least. Vlad swiftly turns around, grabs his sword, and goes into battle mode at once. However, when he does, we see that the person is actually Sir Joerger. The green-eyed knight is surprised that Vlad could sense his presence, and admits that the guy is even better than he anticipated. Our hero maintains a fighting stance, while Joerger informs him that Sir Joseph would like to see him. Hearing this, Vlad thinks that he should have booked the meeting himself while he had the chance, because now he'll be in big trouble if he doesn't act properly before Sir Joseph. Even though he's very nervous, the boy calmly tells Sir Joerger that he's honored to be summoned by the young master. Vlad decides to play the poker face, knowing it's an undeniable skill in a card game. Sir Joerger asks Vlad if he was expecting him, and the young swordsman tells him that he found out from Father Andreas, but admits that he didn't think he would come so soon. Seeing the boy's confidence, Sir Joerger finds it interesting that such a young kid isn't intimidated by him at all. And then, he asks the boy to follow behind him. When he turns his back, Vlad contemplates making a break for it, but the voice tells him not to try it because a knight of Joerger's level could kill him before he can even take 3 steps. Vlad accepts his fate when he realizes that he has no choice, so he obediently follows the knight. A while later, they arrive at Sir Joseph's tent, and the young master reveals that he's pleased to finally meet the popular praying Rimmon. Vlad bows his head, stating that it's an honor to meet the second son of the Bayezid family. The young master asks Vlad if there are any inconveniences with his work, and he replies that all the mercenaries are thankful for his consideration. Sir Joseph finally addresses the issue of Vlad's blonde hair and blue eyes, claiming that he used to think he was the son of some fallen noble family. So just to be sure, he asks Vlad if his name is actually Rimmon, and without any doubt, our hero confirms. Just then, Joseph closes the blue book he was reading, and tells Vlad that he should have told him the truth. Suddenly, Sir Joerger lands a mighty slap on our boy's face, and the young master reveals that he hates liars. The blonde swordsman wipes his cheek as Sir Joerger stares him down, and in a surprising twist, Sir Joseph reveals that he knows our hero is actually someone named Vlad from the city of Soara. Vlad rubs his chin to reduce the pain from the hard slap, and tries to act unfazed by the fact that the young master knows his true identity. Sir Joseph reveals that from his research, it's been confirmed that Vlad's mother was an unmarried woman. However, they couldn't find out anything about his father. The young master then asks Vlad if he knows who his father is by any chance. Naturally, our hero gets offended and rudely tells Joseph that he's very funny for asking the son of an unmarried woman if he knows who his father is. The next thing we see is Sir Joerger kicking his leg and sweeping him off the floor. Vlad falls to the floor groaning in pain, and the angry advanced knight tells him not to forget his manners. The boy scowls at Sir Joerger with anger, but doesn't say anything in response. Sir Joseph suddenly intervenes, saying that there should be no need for violence. He admits that his question was pretty funny, even though it was also insensitive. The young master walks toward Vlad and stands over him. He says that he already knows why Vlad ran away from Soara, and then asks the young swordsman to tell them where he learned to wield a sword. Vlad stays mute and just scowls at Joseph. The young master looks into Vlad's angry blue eyes and claims that they are hiding way too much. Suddenly, Sir Joerger pulls out his sword and attempts to strike our hero from behind. He quickly senses the imminent danger and bites his lip, before reluctantly revealing that he had a teacher who trained him how to use the sword. Vlad, still on one knee, tells Joseph that the mysterious teacher came to him and then disappeared like lightning. Joseph is surprised to hear this, but Vlad continues to tell him more. He tells Joseph that the teacher didn't disclose his name and only told him about a lone man's ever-winning secret, never to be disclosed to anyone else. Vlad says this while staring intensely at Joseph, and seeing his face, the young master is taken aback because of how unwavering the kid's gaze is. After a brief pause, Joseph just says okay and apologizes to Vlad for the rough treatment. Hearing this, Vlad starts to wonder if his clever lie worked. The young master interrupts his thoughts, explaining that he's currently in a very tight spot. As a result of this, he's decided to make Vlad of Soara an offer and asks the blonde swordsman if he doesn't want to rise to a higher place. He suddenly starts saying things that grab Vlad's attention. From power to freedom, survival, and knighthood, Joseph tells Vlad that he can give him all of these things. Our hero just looks up in awe as the second son of the powerful Bayezid family tells him that he would like to offer his support. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is two men clashing wooden swords. They're sparring with each other, and we quickly realize that it's the advanced knight training Vlad. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries watch in admiration as two skilled swordsmen spar. One of them wonders how the young kid is holding his own against the experienced knight, but another just comments that Joerger is definitely going easy on Vlad. Regardless, they all admit that Vlad is exceptionally skilled and envy him, claiming that he's so lucky since he is already set for a blossoming future. The fight persists, and we find out that Vlad truly doesn't give Sir Joerger a hard time at all. The knight calls Vlad an arrogant brat for talking to Sir Joseph without respect, when he only has average skills to show for it. And then, Sir Joerger starts to flex his superiority by holding one hand behind his back and swinging with the other. He effortlessly gives Vlad a very tough time, and tells him that he's an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. As Vlad struggles to keep up with Sir Joerger's barrage of attacks, he admits in his mind that the knight is truly on a different level. He's very confused at this point, because if he just dodges Joerger's attack, the knight simply follows up with another right after. And when that happens, it's too forceful for him to block. Vlad decides that since that's the case, he would need to take a different approach. As such, the next time Joerger swings at him, he blocks it quickly before slipping his sword underneath Joerger's own. After setting his sword free, Vlad prepares to unleash a powerful strike, and you can tell he's serious because his eyes start to glow. Joerger blocks it with his sword, but the spectators start to cheer him on, seeing that he managed to pull off such an impressive skill. The knight taunts Vlad, telling him that he should manage that attempt at least, since it's his best one. However, the exhausted Vlad thinks that he didn't even succeed in his attempt. Instead, he believes that Sir Joerger just allowed him to land a blow. The knight finally ends the grueling session and tells Vlad that he would have to spar like this twice a day, morning and evening. The boy is horrified to hear this, because he knows how difficult it was to survive one session. Vlad is still shaken by what he just heard, but in his dazed state, Sir Joerger just starts walking away, informing him that it's a wrap for the morning sparring session, telling him not to cool down too much. When Sir Joerger leaves the scene, Vlad starts to gossip with the voice. He claims that the knight is non-committal and points out how he didn't even give him a single piece of advice. The voice simply chimes in, praising Sir Joerger's remarkable swordsmanship and reminding Vlad that the knight ruthlessly chopped away all of his superfluous movements. After that, the voice tells Vlad that he can only become better by getting hit every once in a while. Hearing this, Vlad just laments that no one is on his side, no matter where he goes. Back in Joseph's tent, Sir Joerger arrives to give his report, and the young master asks him what he thinks about Vlad after seeing his skills for himself. The loyal knight admits that they can use Vlad to their advantage, explaining that the young swordsman is at a point where he would even get the attention of the count if he was a noble. Hearing this, Joseph is now sure that his judgments were correct. But even though Vlad is obviously skilled and a valuable asset, Sir Joerger points out an issue. According to him, the problem with Vlad is that he's arrogant and also doesn't know his place. However, Joseph claims that such traits are to be expected because he grew up in the rough back alleys in the slums. He also points out that etiquette can be taught well if done slowly. With this in mind, Joseph tells Joerger that he believes he is the right man for the job. Joerger is speechless upon hearing this, and visibly reluctant to accept the role of teaching Vlad manners. He tells the young master that a disloyal sword cannot be trusted, and Joseph admits that even though Vlad bowed his head the moment he saw him, he still didn't trust him. As such, he would prefer that the allegedly arrogant kid shows his true nature, and have him show what's on the inside instead of pretending. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we see Vlad looking very enraged, claiming that he has something he must do no matter what. Joseph believes that Sir Joerger taking Vlad under his tutelage is probably for the best, because a relationship where both parties involved want something from each other might just be better. Even though Joerger isn't fully in support of the plan, he has no choice but to do as his master commands. Joseph feels like Vlad isn't even quite the wolf. He simply believes that the kid is cocky, untrustworthy, and full of himself. He tells Joerger not to rush anything, because he'll need time to build a huge metaphorical cage for Vlad. He wants the cage to be so big that the wolf in this case, Vlad, would eventually think he's been freed when he's still under their control. Later that evening, some of the mercenaries head out into the cold forests. The men are still finding it difficult to come to terms with the fact that their former captain is now serving under Sir Joerger. Goth regrets not charming his way to get Joerger's attention when he had the chance. He thinks that Vlad is very lucky to have found his way out of the expedition team, especially now that the weather has become unbearably cold. His brooding is cut short when the new captain, Sir Roderick, scolds him and orders him to get his acts together so he can do his job well. Goth doesn't like this stuck-up captain at all and thinks that he only just patrolled by so he wouldn't have to check on him for a long while. He decides to get some sleep, but is immediately woken up when he hears Roderick's voice. Goth sees him talking with a woman who claims that she's looking for her kid. Roderick tells the woman that she must be crazy because there are no kids here. However, all of a sudden, he stops talking, and the sudden silence makes Goth get worried. He fearfully goes to check what happened to the captain, but when he gets close, Roderick suddenly starts walking in the opposite direction, which leads out of camp. Goth is horrified when he sees a dirty aura surrounding Roderick's body as he walks deeper into the forest like he's been possessed. At the start of this episode, we see our hero groaning and complaining while rubbing his shoulder. He feels like the advanced knight should have gone easier on him, but the voice in his head doesn't think so. In fact, it tells him that he's been given a golden opportunity to train with Sir Joerger. The voice then goes on to remind Vlad that there is a long line of people who would gladly pay to spar with an advanced knight like him, pointing out the value of such an opportunity. Despite the voice's attempt to convince Vlad, the blonde kid still feels like Joerger just wanted to beat him up. You can't really blame the knight though, because he already thinks that Vlad is a stubborn and arrogant child who doesn't have any respect for his seniors. Our hero makes his point, insisting that Joerger was only hard on him because he wanted to punish him, but the voice claims that such conditions make the sparring match even better, stating that everyone needs such motivation after all. It makes sense when you think about it, because the motivation to stay alive and not get beaten to death will probably make Vlad fight a lot better. Hearing this, Vlad is speechless for a while, before pointing out that such conditions are pretty upsetting either way. While he's arguing with the voice, someone suddenly whispers from the bushes to get his attention. The boy turns around, and the owner of the voice reveals his location, which happens to be behind a tree. Vlad is quite surprised and confused when he sees that the person is actually Goth. He asks the man when he returned, because he doesn't think the rest of the expedition squad is back yet. Before saying anything, Goth looks around suspiciously, almost like he's scanning the area of any unwanted listeners. When he's sure that the coast is clear and no one is watching, he finally reveals that he's planning to run away from the camp at nightfall. As you'd expect, Vlad finds it unbelievable, so he asks him to explain what the heck he's trying to pull. Goth makes things even more mysterious when he suddenly tells Vlad to remember that he's only visiting him out of concern as a friend. He makes a vague statement, and then suggests that they meet later and have some fun. Not surprisingly, Vlad gets confused because he's starting to think Goth is just saying nonsense at this point. But the man protests that he isn't and claims that he saw something in the woods with his own eyes. Finally, he tells our hero that the woods they're supposed to explore are cursed. Vlad is alarmed and intrigued upon hearing this, so Goth goes on with his theory. He points out how they've been having a lot of deserters before. However, now, the mercenaries no longer run away because the Bayezid family pays well for their services and also provides them with all the necessities. Vlad agrees with him, but that's when Goth reveals the real shocker. He claims that those so-called deserters weren't actually deserters. Rather, he believes that they are missing people who were taken away by the cursed woods. At this point, Vlad seems like he's become even more worried. The man claims that he saw it with his own eyes. He saw the ghost that took people into the woods. After a brief moment of silence, Vlad suddenly smacks Goth on the head, calling him a rascal for concocting such unrealistic theories. While receiving a good smacking, Goth tries to convince Vlad that he's telling the truth. Of course, our hero doesn't believe him until he reveals that he saw the knight get taken away the previous night. This time, Vlad immediately knows that Goth is talking about Sir Roderick. The man confirms it as well and reveals that while he was returning, he figured out something incredible, which is the fact that all the missing guys had black hair. A while later after that shocking revelation, we see Goth cursing and swearing in regret. He seems like he's terrified of something, and we quickly find out that it's because his little undercover mission has been foiled. Sir Joerger arrives on his horse with the rest of the mercenaries, while the dumb idiot leads the way. He quietly curses his own goodwill and regrets not running away with his stuff when he had the chance. Now, everyone knows about the curse in the woods, and he's been instructed to lead them to the place. While Goth mumbles like a coward in front, Joerger notices his weird nature and asks Vlad if he's sure they can trust him. Our hero admits that he doesn't trust the man at all, but he knows for a fact that he's definitely not crazy. Hearing this, the knight just thinks about how young Master Joseph believes that this little mission is an opportunity. Rather than a worthless expedition, discovering a specific trend in the woods might be a lot more beneficial. However, Joerger admits to himself that their little investigation bothers him. He thinks about how all the missing people had black hair, and as you'd expect, he's pretty uncomfortable going on such a mission when he also has hair of the same color. Just to confirm, he asks our hero if the information about the hair color is correct. Vlad replies to him, saying that 3 knights are positioned at the post in case something happens. Of course, as an advanced knight himself, Joerger finds it hard to believe in the abilities of others. Because of this, he realizes that despite his worries about having black hair, he has no choice but to stay in the front as the vanguard. Because Sir Roderick is already missing, it's clear that someone more skilled than him needs to step forward. Joerger is deep in thought regarding this situation when Goth brings him back to reality by revealing that they've already reached the expedition camp. There, Joerger meets a man named Irun, who introduces himself as Sir Roderick's subordinate. The knight asks him if he's sure that their captain is nowhere to be found, and whether they have checked the entire forest. Irun responds, confirming that they haven't even found a single trace of the man. He claims that even with ex-hunter mercenaries taking the lead, they couldn't find a single footprint to follow. Hearing this, Joerger realizes that he has no choice but to check out the woods himself. Still mounted on his horse, he orders the mercenaries to search the area in groups of 3 and spread out as far as the eye can see. Of course, the mercenaries all adhere to his instructions and begin the search. Sometime later, we see Goth trying to challenge Vlad, and doubting his character for ratting him out when he came to him in good faith. Enraged, he calls our hero a fraud, who takes advantage of people's good nature. In response, Vlad just tells him to stop talking and focus on the search, while also promising to compensate him later. The two come across Joerger, who asks them if they found anything, but Vlad claims that they didn't. The knight gets upset and calls them useless country bumpkins, but our boy defends himself, pointing out that he's from the city. Hearing this, Joerger asks the boy how he found missing people in the back alleys. Vlad tells him that it's always been pretty simple, because all you had to do was grab someone, and beat them up till they tell you where the missing person is. After hearing this fucked up strategy, Joerger becomes even more certain that Vlad is really useless. That's when he suddenly notices that the sun is setting, which means that nightfall will soon be here. Not knowing what else to do, he wonders if he should return to the camp. Joerger ponders on it for a moment, and suddenly notices the river. He asks Vlad and Goth if the mercenaries searched beyond the river, and Goth claims that he doesn't recall anyone doing so. After all, it wasn't even in the path of the expedition. The advanced knight thinks about how there's no trace in the woods, even though they've searched it twice already. Which means that there's probably no way for them to find Sir Roderick, or the strange woman that Goth mentioned he saw in the woods. With this in mind, he orders the men to gather around to inform them that they'll be crossing the river. Goth obeys the instruction without hesitation, and signals the other mercenaries to gather around. Joerger takes the first step on the ice, and confirms that it isn't completely frozen. Vlad points out that it's probably because winter is over. Either way, he feels that it's strong enough for them to get to the other side of the frozen river. Joerger agrees with him, but suggests that splitting up and crossing separately will be much safer. The other mercenaries meet up with Go thinking that he found Sir Roderick. However, he explains that it's not the reason he called them. And this is when Joerger informs them that they'll have to expand the search area by crossing the river. He admits that it's not completely frozen, and decides that they'll divide themselves into 3 groups before crossing it. Once again, all the mercenaries are on board with the plan and express their agreement. Naturally, it doesn't take long for the prepared soldiers before they split up in groups and walk across the frozen river. Along the way, Go starts to act strange, which our hero doesn't fail to notice. He asks Go what's the matter, and the man expresses that he's starting to get a bad feeling that something is about to go wrong. Just like before, Vlad downplays his hunch and just accuses him of being afraid. Go doesn't even deny the fact that he's scared, and simply admits that he's not as great as Vlad and Joerger, which is the reason why he has to be careful. He points out that someone like him needs to have a good intuition if they want to survive, and right now, that intuition is telling him that shit is about to go south. The man knows that they shouldn't be crossing the river, and after he makes his point, Vlad responds by admitting that even though he doesn't know about intuition, he's certain about something else. The terrified mercenary just stares at him with a confused expression as he waits for Vlad to finish his statement. Our hero finally speaks, and reveals that what he knows for sure is that if Goth runs back now, his death won't be pretty. He bluntly threats to kill the mercenary if he tries to escape, because he's their only clue to find the missing people. Goth is terrified after hearing this, and Vlad just tells him to quit talking about his hunch because crossing the river is his only way of survival. Our hero then gets on the ice and asks Goth to follow him, even though the mercenary hasn't changed his mind, but he now realizes that he has no choice but to cross like everyone else. He takes his first steps and starts shaking, thinking that the ice could break any moment. At this point, Vlad is fed up with the man's cowardly behavior and assures him that even if the ice doesn't break, he'll break it himself and dump him in water if he keeps rambling. In a magnificent display of cowardice, Ghost starts crawling on the floor in an attempt to not break it. He claims that he can't cross the river, and a pissed-off Vlad just pulls him by the shirt and asks him to get up because they're the only ones left behind. The moment Vlad tries to pull Ghost up, he starts screaming in terror like a maniac. Vlad gets even more upset by his antics, but realizes why he screamed when he looks into the water. You see, the mercenary was horrified to see the corpses. He flips out and screams at the top of his lungs so the others can hear him, as he informs everyone that there are dead bodies in the river. All of a sudden, the dead men beneath the ice appear to be swimming up, and then the ice starts to break. Without understanding what the fuck is going on, all of the mercenaries start to panic. They start running on the ice, hoping they can make it to the banks before it's too late. While the men run to safety, the zombies break through the ice and emerge from the river. Unfortunately for the squad, they don't make it off the ice in time and find themselves surrounded by the dead. The zombies start crawling toward them, and the confused mercs ask Sir Joerger what they should do. It's at this point that the knight finally realizes that the whole mission was a trap to begin with. After all, it almost as if the zombies were aware of their arrival and laid down an ambush. Unfortunately, they fell right into this trap, and found themselves stuck in night and darkness, the territories that were never meant for the living. While Vlad, Joerger, and the other mercenaries are confronted by the undead army, the scene shifts back to the main camp. There, we see the priest praying to the Lord and thanking him for looking after his people. With the little priest in training by his side, he prays to the Lord to guide them with his light, so that they can stay on the righteous path. All of a sudden, the priest stops praying, and the boy kneeling beside him becomes worried. He calls out to the priest, and suddenly, the place starts to shake. The water in a chalice starts to rumble as well until it floats out and starts moving in the air, leaving the priest in a state of bewilderment. The dark water continues to move in the air until an ominous woman appears. She emerges from the dark fog that forms around the camp, and starts walking around to look for her child. The fog surrounds this strange woman as she walks around the whole camp. Meanwhile, back on the icy battlefield, we see that a massive fight has blown out between the living and the dead. Unfortunately, the man they came looking for has already been transformed into a zombie, and is now mindlessly fighting against his former men. The undead Sir Roderick roars as he tries to hit the cowardly Gove, and rather than running away or standing up to the enemy before him, Gove just screams like a lady, probably thinking it would make some difference. Thankfully, before his former captain can end his life, Vlad arrives just in time to save him by slashing zombie Roderick with his sword. Unfortunately, the moment he does that, the other agitated zombies charge at him with blistering speed. Our hero quickly sees them coming, and braces himself for another round. As his eyes begin to glow like a White Walker once again, Vlad strikes a beautiful sword stance to get ready. With mind-boggling speed, he slashes all the zombies in his path. Meanwhile, the coward just screams in fear as the severed body parts of the zombies fly all around him. Not for the first time, Vlad gets irritated by Gove's behavior, so he calls him a rascal and instructs him to get up and fight with a spear. Of course, the mercenary insists that he can't do it, he's too terrified to fight the dead. Vlad gets angry at this because the grown-ass man is now practically a liability on the battlefield. He curses in his mind, but the voice in his head tries to calm him down. It tells him not to get worked up and advises him to pick a direction before making any attempt to escape. Hearing this, Vlad looks forward and sees 3 zombies coming out of the water with their gaze locked on him. Naturally, that makes it clear that he can't go forward. Now he's starting to wonder if Joerger is safe either, because the both of them got separated during the ambush. Elsewhere on the ice, we see the senior knight effortlessly slicing up the zombies like he's making an undead salad. Unfortunately, even a great knight like him gets tired at some point, and when he sees a zombie take out one of his men right in front of him, he admits that there's no end to the undead men. At this point, he can't help but thinks that whoever thought of the trap had already planned everything out in advance. Even though he doesn't know who was the mastermind, but he's certain who the intended target is supposed to be. With that in mind, Joerger's left eye begins to glow with a green color underneath his eye patch. He decides that there's no time to hesitate, and his sword begins to glow as well. It appears that he's using aura, because his eyes and sword are glowing with the same color. The aura surrounds the knight, and by using the power, he's able to take on all the zombies confronting him, annihilating all of them in a single go. In a bright and insanely epic display, Joerger wipes the floor with the undead. The spectacle is so intriguing that other mercenaries on the ice stop to watch the legend do his thing. They're delighted to see him in action, and are even more motivated to fight after seeing that they have someone like him on their side. In the middle of his intense fight, Joerger calls out to Vlad, asking him to fulfill his contract. Our hero, who is dealing with another zombie, is alarmed when he hears the knight calling out to him. While fighting off the undead men around him, he yells back to Joerger, asking the advanced knight what he wants him to do. Surprisingly, the plan turns out to be very simple. He just wants Vlad to defend the right post for as long as he can. He tells him to fulfill his contract as a hired sword and protect young Master Joseph at all costs. Without hesitation, Vlad receives the order and fights the remaining zombies in his path to find his way out of the icy battlefield. As he runs out, he tells the cowardly idiot to come with him, who's already yelling for him to wait. While Vlad leaves the battlefield, we see that Joerger's left eye is glowing so brightly that it produces a green flame underneath his eye patch. The advanced knight prays to the Lord, hoping for our hero to reach in time to protect the young master. I swear, this guy is the epitome of what a knight should be. He's practically surrounded by the dead who want to end his status as a living being, and yet all he can think about is the safety of the one he serves. The knight then resumes his battle, slashing the undead creatures one after the other. Eventually, he hears a growl behind his back, and even though he's very occupied while dealing with other undead warriors, Joerger manages to sense the new presence. He quickly turns around to face the threat, and when he does, he sees that it's the zombified version of Sir Roderick. The knight apologizes to his former comrade for being late in his rescue, but Zombie Roderick and the rest of the undead army are already beyond saving as they aim for his life. Meanwhile, back at the main camp, young Master Joseph is sitting in his tent alone, looking pretty bored as usual. Even though he's reading a book, you can tell that he probably wants to be elsewhere. Suddenly, he's interrupted when he hears someone yelling. So, like any normal person, Joseph is alarmed and wonders who made the noise. He then hears the person telling someone or something to get away from him, and that's when it clicks in his head. He realizes that the camp is being invaded. Joseph gets up from his chair and prepares to leave, but then someone enters the room and calls out to him. The young master turns to the person and sees that it's one of his men, Borden. The young master asks Borden what the commotion is all about, but the guy is still trying to catch his breath, so he stutters. It appears that he doesn't even have an explanation, so Joseph gets upset and asks him if he ran into his tent without first finding out what is actually happening. Borden is guilty as charged, but he pretends like that's not the case and claims that he ran into the master's chambers to check if he's safe. He claims that Joseph's safety is of utmost priority, but the young master knows that he's lying. Even if nothing else was going to give it away, the fact that Borden ran into the tent without a sword or weapon proves that he didn't come to protect the young master. Joseph confronts him for not arming himself before coming, and Borden's empty sheath is now on full display, finally making him realize that his sword is missing. If this had been any other regular day, the young master threatens that he would have hanged this imbecile. Hearing this, Borden immediately starts begging for forgiveness, and while that's happening, Father Andreas and some other men enter the tent as well. Joseph asks the priest if he knows what's going on, and before he can even finish his question, Father Andreas tells him that something evil has visited the camp. The priest opens his texts and asks Joseph to come take a look at his Bible written with holy ink. The young master is shocked and confused when he looks at the pages and sees the writings inside trembling like a leaf in a storm. He finds it very concerning, and Father Andreas admits that it's no ordinary object. The uneasy young master asks the priest if there's a way they can stop it, but the father simply replies that he's not an exorcist. Even then, he assures Joseph that he will try to unleash all of his divine powers to ward off the evil. But despite that, he admits that the being they're currently facing is so evil that he might not be of much help. This makes Joseph more nervous, and he starts thinking deeply of a possible solution. Joseph knows that none of the remaining knights can be of much use, but he realizes that they are his last line of defense. As such, he gets up and instructs the knights present to come with him and help him take down the enemy. He takes the lead, and they follow behind him with straight faces, suggesting that they're ready for business. When Joseph comes out of his tent, he's shocked to see the thick fog covering almost everything in sight. Unfortunately, this fog is more ominous than he could ever have imagined. It turns out that the fog not only covers the vision of mercenaries at the camp, it also possesses them and forces them to fight for control over their bodies. The strange woman from earlier is certainly responsible, because the men seem to be possessed by a spirit that calls them her children. Even though they try to fight it, there's not much they can do against the supernatural. While covering his nose to avoid inhaling it, Joseph asks Father Andreas if the fog makes people delirious. The priest doesn't know exactly what it does, but one thing he's sure of is that it's not a natural phenomenon. Unfortunately, it doesn't take too long before this dangerous fog gets to them. Joseph realizes that he's inhaled it, and starts to hear the strange spirit call him her child. It soon enters the systems of the priest and the other, and they all experience the same phenomenon. The spirit woman continues searching for her child around the camp, and the moment they see her, they're horrified by her vile appearance. With her long black hair and her creepy white gown, she walks barefoot in the middle of the fog, and continues to look around the place. She keeps searching for her child, and when she turns to Joseph, she asks if her child is there. The moment she looks at the young lord, the men around him become terrified at the sight of the apparition's face. Joseph, on the other hand, just stands there speechlessly with his napkin in hand. The witch's black mouth and eyes widen as she screams and yells that she's finally found her child, who appears to be none other than the young master himself. The terrifying witch lady stretches out her hands and charges at our hero and the others, while screaming desperately for her boy child. But suddenly, there's a barrier in front of her. We see that Father Andreas is on his knees praying, as a magical shield forms to keep the witch out. But while he's doing that, his horrified little priest in training is screaming and crying the whole time because of how scared he is. The young master just stands within the magic barrier, and wonders if in the end, there's no other way for Sir Joerger to face the possessed lady trying to attack them. The reason he's so worried is that two of his strongest knights, Cade and Maxim, have already been taken out by the witch because they weren't capable enough to defeat her, even with the outstanding blessings of Father Andreas. While he's deep in thought, the witch continues to slam the magical shield, desperately trying to get in, because for some reason, she believes her child is inside. As she pushes her hand through the shield, her fingers begin to burn away, but it doesn't stop her. And upon seeing how relentless she is, Joseph concludes that this whole situation is a spiteful curse that has been aimed at him by some unknown enemy. Meanwhile, Father Andreas continues to hold the shield, but when he sees the little boy, Jean suddenly coughs out blood, and he gets worried and distracted. He looks back at the boy and tries to comfort him, telling him to hang in there, and assuring him that the sun shall find its way to him. So, the boy summons all the courage to endure the pain, and he joins the priest in prayers by singing hymns so that they can make the barrier stronger. Despite their brave efforts, the young master can't shake off the feeling that it's only a matter of time before Father Andreas gets exhausted, because he's definitely reached his limits. Even worse, the hymns will soon stop, so it makes him even more concerned and fear for his life. As the supernatural battle of wills goes on, Joseph watches closely and begins to come up with a plan because he feels like the night is too long to wait for the sun to rise. But while he's thinking, he's suddenly drawn back to reality when he sees a familiar figure lunging at the witch from behind. Yep, it's none other than our blonde-haired hero, who's literally flying toward the possessed lady with his glowing blue sword in hand. The witch doesn't sense his presence, so she doesn't turn around to face him. But even at that, Vlad is forced to stop his attack when the voice tells him that the witch is animated by the curse, and that a normal sword can't cut through her. As such, our hero stops and hides behind a rock to ask the voice what they should do to defeat her, and the voice asks in return if he can currently use any aura. However, Vlad quickly points out that he can't, so the voice becomes confused. But after a brief pause, it reveals that there's another way to defeat such an enemy, and of course, the blue-eyed kid is curious to find out. That's when the voice suddenly asks Vlad to let him borrow his body for a while. In other words, he's going to possess him and do the job himself. But upon hearing this, our boy becomes concerned and asks if such a thing is even possible. In response, the voice reveals that he's certain he can use auras, but what he doesn't know is if he'll be able to manifest them within the blonde-haired hero's body. And he fears that even if he succeeds at it, he won't be able to move for a while, which is never a good thing in a heated battle against a powerful enemy. The voice honestly tells Vlad that he doesn't recommend such a risky plan, but the young hero knows that if he can't kill the witch, then she'll certainly kill him. And to him, that's enough reason to take some drastic actions. Even though the voice makes it clear to Vlad that the way of the sword is dangerous, he agrees to let him borrow his body. He asks Vlad if he's sure he wants to do it, and the hero reveals that he made a promise to Joseph. And now that he has something he must do, he's vowed to devote himself not with loyalty, but with faith. After hearing him say this, the voice respects his decision, and then the plan is set in motion with Vlad charging at the enemy once more. This time, she senses his presence and turns around to face him, and while our boy is in the air, the voice starts to take over his body. It tells him to close his right eye, and he does, so it doesn't take long before his possession begins. The voice transports Vlad's consciousness to a place he calls the world of voices, and after that happens, our hero's body begins to glow brightly just like his sword, as it becomes filled with aura. Using this power, Vlad suddenly gets close enough to the witch, and with great force, he cuts through her like a piece of bread. Everyone around is shocked to see this, and they all gasp in disbelief. But while they're doing that, Vlad falls to his knees and starts yelling in pain, because the voice is still sending powerful surges of energy into his body. The young master sees this and becomes extremely worried, so he calls out to the hero, hoping to get his attention. But all of a sudden, Vlad's eyes turn white, and he calms down. Even though the blonde-haired kid is no longer screaming in agony, he's certain that what he just saw were traces of aura. And although he doesn't know how he achieved it, he's certain that the young kid must have paid a huge price for it. His thoughts are interrupted when he sees the witch getting back up and starting to call out for her missing child again. Unfortunately, our hero is still weak and unable to move because of the possession. On top of that, the witch is stretching her hand toward him. Determined to save him, Joseph rushes out and tells Father Andreas not to stop the hymns, but they're so shocked at his sudden decision that they try to call him back. The young master quickly gets to Vlad and helps him to get up, while encouraging him to hold on to him. We see our hero groaning in pain, but he manages to move slowly with Joseph before the witch can get to him. Enraged that he got away, she gets back up and grabs a hold of Joseph's leg before he can run away. The young master tries to free himself from her grip, but he finds it extremely difficult, making him think that he's a weakling who's not even capable of getting out of this situation. Just when Joseph feels like it might be over for him, Borden grabs his cloak from behind and pulls him out of the witch's grasp, tossing the young master and our hero to the other side where the priest is. The angry witch yells in rage and despair once this happens, and as Joseph lands on the floor safely, he admits that this is the first time he's glad to have Borden by his side. Of course, the knight is happy to receive validation from his master, so he thanks Joseph. And while the two are exchanging kind words, our favorite blonde-haired swordsman picks up his blade. From the way he's groaning, it's obvious that he's not fully recovered. But that doesn't matter to him, because he suddenly asks Father Andreas to bless his sword, implying that he's ready to go back into the battlefield. Vlad insists that they have to send off the creepy witch, so after a brief pause, the priest agrees with him and decides to do it. Suddenly, he presses his palm against the edge of the blade, allowing it to cut him. And as his blood is smeared all over it, he presents it to our hero, informing him that he's just given him a firm blessing. Immediately, Vlad takes it from the priest, thanking him for his blessing, before walking back into the action. As our boy bravely heads out to face the evil witch and finish her for good, Father Andreas and Jean watch anxiously from behind, praying for him to come out victorious. The injured witch is still lying on the floor and unable to get up, so when Vlad finally gets to her and stands over her with his sword, she begins to beg him, but not exactly for mercy or to spare her life. But rather, she's begging him to find her missing child. Looking at the horrific and nightmarish face of the woman, he sees something unexpected, even though it is only for an instant. Vlad sees a memory of women locked up in a dark prison. While the women were incarcerated, their children were placed outside the cages and laid on the cold floor to die. They beg for their children to be returned to them, but unfortunately, that never happened. Rather, what Vlad sees in the horrifying memories of this woman is that she could do nothing but wail in agony as her child was freezing to death right in front of her eyes. Just like she does now, the woman stretched out her bruised hands from the iron bars, trying to reach her child in vain. At this moment, our hero finally understands the woman's pain and why she's been cursed with the burden of searching for her child for eternity. However, he believes that it's time for her suffering to end, so he takes out his sword and buries it in her head, telling her to rest in peace. As the blood flows down her face, the monstrous demeanor she's had for so long suddenly disappears, and she reverts to her human form. With tears rolling down her face, she looks up at the hero, thinking that perhaps he might be her child all along. While Vlad is busy exorcising the curse, the scene shifts to somewhere else, and we see an ominous-looking hooded man sitting in the forest with a strange box between his legs. Judging by the dark aura surrounding the man, and the black mysterious fog he's conjuring, it's easy to conclude that this guy is probably responsible for all the paranormal shit that has been going on recently. The evil man continues to control the dark fog, and as he nurtures it to grow bigger, a sick twisted smile appears on his face to confirm that he's definitely a villain. Just when the dark cloud is about to grow as big as he wants, the stuff starts to disappear, and he's instantly alarmed. This villain is shocked at what just happened, because he's probably never had his plans foiled before. But unfortunately for him, today isn't going to be one of his better days. Confused by the fog's disappearance, he concludes that the evil thoughts he's been feeding off from the desperate woman have suddenly stopped. That's right, the moment our hero stabbed the woman in the head and reverted her to her normal self, this weirdo's spell was automatically neutralized. As a result, the sorcerer begins to imagine that someone must have defeated the puppet he's been controlling. And the thought of it bothers him a lot, because he can't even imagine anyone on Earth strong enough to do something like that. However, he suddenly remembers that there's only one knight who knows how to use aura that efficiently. But before he can even say the name, the man responsible appears in front of him, and we find out that it's actually none other than the green-eyed advanced knight, Sir Joerger. He reveals himself to the evil sorcerer and confirms that his suspicions were correct, because he's finally seen the rat controlling the puppet. As the evil wizard sees Joerger standing in all his might, with aura covering his entire body, he begins to shiver in fear. The guy looks like he's about to pee his pants, because he knows just how dangerous the man before him is. Joerger plans to finish off the sorcerer for all the trouble he's caused, and of course, the evil magician also knows that he's done for. However, before we can see the advanced knight unleash the punishment, the scene cuts and we're fast-forwarded to the time where Joerger is meeting with the young master. When the advanced knight arrives, Joseph asks him if the face he's looking at belongs to the one controlling death from darkness. And that's about the same time we find out that this brooding knight with no chills decapitated the sorcerer, and is now presenting the head to his master. While holding the bloody head by the hair, Sir Joerger replies, saying that it seems that he's the one. Apart from that discovery, Joerger also believes that the box that the headless man had is probably the cursed object that the woman from the previous night came looking for. With the head in one hand and the chest box in the other, the knight concludes that the box itself became the woman's missing child's coffin. After receiving the heartbreaking news, the young master instructs Sir Joerger to hand the box over to Father Andreas so that he can investigate the matter when they return to Varna. Of course, the ever-loyal knight acknowledges the order and assures his master that he'll do it. But before he leaves, Joseph engages him in conversation for a bit. The young master talks about how the expedition, which was supposed to solidify his power, turned out to be a complete failure. And of course, Joerger agrees with him, admitting that he's also ashamed of the way things turned out. The two men stand on a cliff, and Joseph looks down at the camp below, before stating again that he surely failed. Nevertheless, he decides that they have to return home while treading with light steps. And the moment he says this, Joerger suddenly asks him if he found the blonde hero useful. Joseph looks at the knight with a side eye for a brief moment, before a knowing grin appears on his face. And then, he reveals that he thinks he might have found the person who would replace him as the sword. The young master begins to recall the magical things he saw the previous night, and begins to say that our blonde-haired hero will grow up to become a swordsman, who shines brighter than anyone. We see a glimpse of the image Joseph has in mind, and let me tell you, it is most certainly glorious. Vlad stands in the middle of blue flames and sparks, as the pure power of aura is manifested in his body. However, that majestic and powerful appearance doesn't really stay for so long. And when it wears off, well, what you'll be left with is a messed up and exhausted blonde kid. The scene shifts, and we see Vlad waking up finally, with his hair looking like a bird's nest where the chicks were fighting, and his pupils looking small like those of someone under the influence. It appears that the shocked look on his face is because he's just been told that he passed out for 3 days, and that he's just waking up. He can't believe it, so he asks the voice in his head to confirm. And of course, the guy up there casually confirms it, advising him to be more careful in the future. As the voice goes on to say he didn't expect the recoil to be so extreme, Vlad just sits in bed like a zombie, still stunned by what he's just been told. Soon enough, he manages to shake off the feeling of shock, and admits that it's a relief either way. Because now, he wants to wrap up matters at the camp so that he can return right away with the others. When he says this, the voice informs him that Joseph and the others are actually waiting for him to recover before setting off on their journey back. As our hero uses the sword to anchor himself and sit up, the voice also informs him that the young master seemed to care quite a lot about him. Vlad manages to get on his feet and goes outside. But when he pulls the covers of his tent out of the way, he realizes that there's no one around because the camp is completely deserted. Initially, he's surprised to see this, but then he quickly concludes that it makes sense for them to run away after seeing what went down the previous night. However, our boy realizes that he was too quick to jump to conclusions when he hears the familiar voice of Goth calling to him from behind. Vlad turns around, and the cowardly mercenary starts talking about how worried he was because of the blonde hero. Hearing this, Vlad is unable to hide his joy. He immediately starts teasing Goth for how he wanted to run away before, but ended up being the one who stayed back the longest. Even though most of the mercenaries have fled the Bayezid camp, Goth agreed to stay back with a few others. The reason was simple, and it's the fact that they were promised a raise in their payments until they return. Just then, Goth starts telling Vlad about his moments of bravery, like how he was the one who brought the blonde hero back to the camp when he couldn't ride his horse, and how he went back into the dangerous forest for the Lord Knight. It turns out that the reason he's saying all of this isn't even to impress Vlad or anything, but it's simply because he wants our hero to put in a good word for him and make him look good in front of the young master later. Of course, Vlad nonchalantly tells the merc that he'll try his best to do so. Suddenly, the mercenary remembers that Sir Joerger asked him to summon our hero when he woke up. And since Joseph is in the barracks, he urges Vlad to hurry up so he can have enough time to say good things about him. As soon as our boy hears this, he turns around and bids Goth goodbye, but the merc just reminds him again so he doesn't forget. At this point, Vlad is getting pissed off by his behavior, and he starts to wish that God would just make him shut up. Just then, the scene shifts, and we're taken to Joseph's tent where we see him hosting Vlad. While pouring a glass of red wine, he tries to make small talk and ask our hero if he can drink. I don't really know his real age either, but my man assures the young master that he can hold his liquor, pointing out that he used to work in a brothel and a bar. Even though he's had a taste of alcohol, he admits that he's never had fine liquor before. And upon hearing this, Joseph reveals that the bottle in his hand contains a nobleman's drink. Before pouring Vlad a glass, the young master claims that he wants to thank him first, because he knows that the boy could have just run away when things got rough, but instead, he decides to stay and fight till the end. Hearing this, the blonde kid bluntly reminds Joseph that they had a contract after all. But in response, the young master points out that Vlad promised him faith and not his loyalty. As the boy's blue eyes stare at him, he thinks about how the contract was nothing more than mere words at the time. And yet, the kid fulfilled his promise and held up his end of the agreement. Because of this, Joseph decides that Vlad is a talent he can't afford to lose. But then, he suddenly corrects himself and confirms that the kid is more than that, because he's actually a talent he must have on his side. Finally, after thinking about all of this, Joseph pushes a glass of wine to Vlad and tells him that it's time for him to fulfill his own part of the contract. But this time, he's going to reward our hero as per his accomplishments. On this note, the young master formally invites Vlad to join the powerful house of the Bayezid family as a reward. The scene shifts, and we see the beautiful county of Bayezid, called Varna. Joseph and the others have returned, and while they're still settling in, Sir Joerger informs him that the mercenaries have been dismissed. Hearing this, the young master tells him he's done a good job. He informs his men that the report for the expedition is pending, and as a result, they'll have to stay in Varna for a day or two. Vlad seems to be overwhelmed by the beauty of the place, because he's constantly turning his neck to look around. And when Joerger notices this, he asks him if it's his first time in the county. In response, the blonde kid just explains to him that it would always be his first time anywhere he goes. After all, he had never before left his miserable slums. This statement earns him the snide and a funny nickname of the country bumpkin, which Joerger gives him right away. When Joseph hears this, he tells Vlad to take the day off and look around the county, which our hero is very thankful to hear. Before Joerger leaves with Joseph, he tells Vlad not to get lost in the city and instructs him to be at the city hall by nightfall. Clearly, our boy didn't like Joerger before, but now, after getting constantly scolded and mocked, he feels like he's starting to really hate the advanced knight. On the contrary, the voice in his head tells him that Joerger probably likes him as much as Joseph does, but Vlad thinks that any more of the knight's tough love might just get him killed. Our hero shakes off the thought and decides to go get a delicious greasy meal with his fat payment after such a long time. While he's wondering what kind of food they have in Varna, someone tugs on his arm, and he's surprised to see Jean when he turns around. The cute kids gleefully say that the priest would like to see him if he doesn't already have any major plans for the day. Soon, we see the two standing in front of a massive church, and Vlad admits that even the churches in Soara weren't as big. Jean informs him that even though Sturma is the capital, Varna is the religious center of the kingdom. Jean then asks him to wait inside while he gets the priest, and the moment our boy walks into the church, his jaw drops to the floor at the sight of the magnificently beautiful structures inside the building. At that moment, Vlad realizes that even though he's been going by the name of Praying Rimmon, he hasn't ever said a proper prayer. And as such, he starts to feel guilty, believing that he's somehow committed a sin. Just then, Father Andreas arrives and apologizes for keeping him waiting, but the good-mannered hero tells him it's no problem and thanks him for the invitation. The priest laughs it off and presents him with an ID token, claiming that even though Joseph would have managed fine on his own, tokens from the church are most effective. After all, the Lord's favor spreads across the continent. Vlad is even more surprised when he looks at the token and sees that his guarantor is Father Andreas himself, but the priest brings him out of his daze by giving him the permission to come find him in the church whenever he needs to, because henceforth, he's our hero's guarantor within the city. The blonde kid is speechless upon hearing this, because he never imagined that a back alley kid, who couldn't even have his birth registered, would one day have a sincere guarantor who wrote his name down in this vast world. Overwhelmed by the kind gesture, our hero kneels before the priest to show his gratitude. Because from this day forward, he's no longer Vlad from the back alleys, but rather, he's Vlad of Soara. As the story continues, we learn that the country of Bayezid consists of 3 main cities and 12 villages. The first one is Soara, the city near the sea, which is the trade capital of the country. The second is Varnia, the religious capital, and then there's Shatrama, which is the main capital. It also happens to be the place where our hero Vlad is visiting for the first time. As he enters the magnificent city with the young master, he expresses nothing but awe after seeing just the outside of the city. When travelers finally enter the incredible city, the advanced Knight Joerger informs our boy and Go that henceforth, they'll be the guests brought by Sir Joseph. And then he also warns them to be cautious of their actions, because any foolish thing they do will tarnish the image of the young master. Sir Joerger also tells them to refrain from turning their heads like country bumpkins, and instructs them to just wait patiently while standing still. Vlad, who's been paying attention the whole time, immediately acknowledges the knight's stern warning and advice while the mercenary just mopes around. The knight then informs them that the servants will bring them snacks shortly, and after saying that, he almost makes another statement. But after hesitating for a while, he changes his mind and tells them not to eat the snacks until he returns, because he fears that the two uncultured men would devour the food like savages. Of course, the guests aren't totally comfortable with such an arrangement, so Vlad tries to protest, asking if they could at least have a bit to eat. But before he can even finish talking, Sir Joerger bluntly tells him to shut up, insisting that they don't touch any of the food. After the knight leaves them alone, the two guests decide to give themselves a little tour of the castle, so they start moving around and quickly find themselves in the luxurious waiting room filled with gold. The place is so breathtaking that Goth can't believe his eyes at first. The mercenary finds the incredible place to be beyond his imagination, and even admits that Bayezid is totally different compared to the place where he's from. He makes the confession, and our boy, who's equally astounded by the beauty of the place, agrees with him completely. While the two gobsmacked guests are still trying to wrap their heads around the sheer elegance of the room, someone interrupts their experience, claiming that he's never seen them around before. Vlad and Goth turn to look at where the voice is coming from, but all they see at first is a shadow standing behind a curtain. The stranger starts walking towards them, revealing that he was just planning to relax in the room for a while before they came in. He finally steps out from behind the curtains, and the moment Vlad sees the face, he somehow recognizes the stranger but can't remember where he's seen him before. The man stands in front of the guests and plainly asks them who they are, but Vlad is so engrossed in trying to figure out where he saw the face that he didn't even hear the question. He soon realizes that the person's aura is completely different, and it's so strong that it's almost as if he can kill a person with his gaze. Truly, this guy's eyes are practically flaming at this point, and when the terrified mercenary sees this, he nervously introduces himself, stuttering in the process before finally explaining that he accompanied Sir Joseph on his conquest. Before he can ramble about matters that concern nobody else, the unidentified noble cuts him off and confirms his name before moving on to ask our boy who he is. So of course, the blonde-haired kid introduces himself as Vlad of Soara. Hearing this, the noble finds the kid a bit interesting, because he's never heard of him before. But in truth, there's something else that intrigues him. As the stranger takes a close look at Vlad's face, he thinks to himself about how impressive the kid is and notices how his eyes are full of spirit. The most impressive thing he noticed about our boy is the fact that he didn't even flinch when talking to him, which is very strange for him since he has a very scary aura. Overall, he concludes that Joseph has found himself a very useful subordinate. With this in mind, the noble reaches into his pocket and reveals a handful of peanuts to offer to our boy, asking him if he'd like some. Vlad looks at the hand without saying a word at first. After staring at it for a while, he finally reveals that they've been instructed not to eat anything, and upon hearing this, the nobleman is shocked and confused. Seeing his confusion, Vlad gets impatient and blankly explains that they've been told not to eat any food from the place. But while he's saying this, a look of horror appears on Goth's face because he's starting to wonder if Vlad has lost his mind. Dude is shocked to his bones, and quite scared as well because he can't fathom the idea of declining the hospitality of a noble. Meanwhile, the superior nobleman in question just stands there, feeling disappointed and surprised at Vlad's response to his gesture. This little scene ends up confirming that the first thing Vlad of Soara did upon arriving at the Bayezid family estate was to decline the hospitality of Lutger Bayezid, the family's eldest son. Goth literally turns white in embarrassment and fear after our boy's little display, and at the same time, Lutger decides to help himself to the peanuts, admitting that they're tasty. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is a man writing on a paper, hearing the name Vlad for the first time. It turns out that this man is Joseph's father, who's being informed about the guests that are currently in his home. The focused father doesn't look away from what he's writing, and he then points out how the young master had never brought anyone home aside from Sir Joerger, who was assigned to him by his mother. Because of this, he suddenly promises to reward Joseph if he succeeds in raising Vlad as a Bayezid family knight. The young master thanks his old man for the offer and bows to him in respect. While he's still in that posture, his father continues talking, and reveals that he's well aware that wielding a blade isn't Joseph's strong suit. But regardless of that, he sternly reminds his son that he's currently inside the Bayezid territory. The young master acknowledges the advice and assures his old man that he won't forget. The father then proceeds to reluctantly ask him about his health, and the son replies that he is fine, earning the pardon to leave the room. As such, he turns around to leave the room and tells his father to take care, but as he walks away, his father watches closely with a very worried look on his face. By the time Joseph is no longer in sight, the man whispers to himself that he better make some tonic for his son. The gray-haired man who's been standing beside him the whole time supports the idea because he thinks that the young master would be very happy with it. On top of that, he also points out that Madame Oksana would be pleased too if she finds out that he made the tonic. Hearing this, Joseph's father comments that Joseph's mother, Madame Oksana, is definitely particular when it comes to her son. But after pondering on the thought for a while, he shakes it off and returns his focus to his work. He then asks the old man, named Ragmus, what he thinks about Joseph's report. Ragmus advises the Lord not to take it lightly, claiming that strange phenomena have been occurring frequently. Hearing this, Lord Bayezid gets angry instantly and insists that they have to find the person behind these supernatural occurrences because he feels that the perpetrator has no right to use sorcery in his land. While Joseph's father is fuming with rage, Ragmus reveals that they've been getting reports from Varnia that suggest that there might be a connection between the undead and the curses. All of these clues either point to the perpetrator being an exceptional wizard, or that the supernatural phenomena are the results of two wizards working together. The Lord suggests that it could even be the doing of a group or a secret organization, and Ragmus is inclined to entertain that possibility as well. But regardless of all the clues and theories they've come up with, Lord Bayezid states that they don't change anything. The menacing man finally gets up from his chair, and coldly vows that the Bayezid family will continue to reign over the land, eliminating all enemies who stand in their way. With a vigorous mind, the furious lord instructs that the people responsible for the supernatural phenomena be found at once, including those who dare to inflict harm on his son, and then have the guts to cause chaos in his land. Later that night, we see Joseph finally returning to the waiting room with Sir Joerger. As you can imagine, the starving guests have been waiting for the young master and the knight to return, so when they see the men at last, their moods are instantly lifted. Joseph admits that his little plans took longer than expected, and politely asks the guests if he made them wait for too long. But Goth, who's so excited to see him, quickly tells the young master that they are fine and that it was not a problem at all. When Joseph calls Goth by his name, the mercenary can't contain his joy because he literally can't wait for what the young master has in store for them. Unfortunately, the joy is short-lived when Joseph suddenly tells him that their rewards will be discussed the following day. Goth realizes that his starving and waiting all day was for nothing, but while he's still being consumed by the feeling of disappointment, the young master tells him that a servant will guide him to his room so he can get some rest. Unable to say a single word in response, the man begrudgingly leaves the room and tells the other three men that he's leaving, probably hoping that they would call him back. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and the moment he's out of the room, the remaining men decide to have a chat. Joseph initiates this discussion by sitting in his chair and crossing his legs, while fixing his gaze on our hero. He recalls how Vlad saved him and pledged to become his sword, urging our guy to remember it as well. Vlad confirms his vow, so Joseph reminds the blonde kid about something that he should do. He concludes that from the way he understands it, Vlad only wishes to fulfill his duties after getting his freedom. The blonde hero confirms this again, so his master once more reminds him that he pledged to become his sword. The noble son reveals that it makes no sense to him how Vlad would pledge to be his sword, and then wish to have his freedom shortly after. At this point, our boy is starting to understand fully what he's gotten into. Joseph sits cross-legged again, and like a mafia boss, he tells Vlad that he wants to make things very clear to him. He promises Vlad to give him an answer to his request, but only after he reveals the true reason why he's asking for freedom. The two young men engage in a brief staring contest, and after a while, Vlad breaks the silence by asking Joseph if he knows a knight called Godwin, who remembers the blue moon. Hearing this, Joseph realizes that Vlad is nothing close to what he thought he was. The young master initially thought that our blonde hero was just a skilled kid, but now he can't believe what he's discovered, because he could never have imagined that the same kid had such an exceptional background. Joseph suddenly reveals that the unknown person who destroyed the rose's smile is Godwin, the Knight of Gadar. Of course, Vlad knows all too well who he's talking about, because he can never forget the figure of that knight. The images of George's separated head flash across our boy's mind, and his pain is resurfaced when he remembers that Godwin was the one who killed his savior and destroyed the world he knew. Despite all the pain this mysterious knight has caused our blonde hero, for some strange reason, he just can't help but admire him. With this thought in mind, Vlad just stands in front of the young master who's still thinking deeply. Eventually, he decides on his answer and tells Vlad that he can't be of help to him, because unfortunately, the people he seeks are way beyond his power, even though he's a son of the Bayezid family. Regardless, our boy is determined to find a solution, so he bluntly reveals that he's aware that Joseph won't be able to help. In fact, he expected something like this to happen, because Joseph is just the Count's son after all. Even though Vlad is disappointed, he gives the young master some credit for at least being honest about his inability to help. In that case, Vlad decides that making some changes to their contract would be in order, but before he can even say this, Joseph reads his mind and suggests it first. He doesn't even give any time for our boy to process anything, and proposes a 7-year contract to keep him in his service. As you can imagine, our boy is horrified to hear this, because that's actually a pretty long time. And before he can start protesting, the young master claims that he's laid down his pride to even make the proposition, making it very clear in case Vlad wasn't aware before. To make matters worse for our blonde hero, the terrifying advanced knight is staring him down like a leopard tracking its prey. After hearing Joseph's offer, our boy thinks about it and admits that even though he isn't sure, it somehow seems like the noble is telling the truth. Still sitting comfy in his chair, the Count's son assures Vlad that he would have a promising future, reminding him that he's his savior. Joseph starts to make the offer a lot more enticing when he explains that for the next 7 years, he would feed, clothe, and even train the blonde kid if he accepts the contract. On top of that, the young master claims that he intends to make the country bumpkin into an outstanding knight, who would never lose to anyone in combat. It was pretty obvious earlier that Vlad didn't like the contract, especially because of the lengthy duration. But the moment he hears the noble say that he would make him a proper knight, his eyes widen with great interest and a sprinkle of disbelief. While our boy is still in a state of shock, Joseph continues to break down the terms of the contract, hoping to entice him even more. He claims that the poor kid from Soara can enjoy all of these benefits, if only he would just remain loyal, and perform only the tasks he's allowed or instructed to handle. Joseph then goes on to state that the issue with Godwin goes without saying. But even though he won't be able to help with that, he reveals that he shall allow him to interfere in any matters that concern his former city. After that, the young master informs Vlad that the girl named Gemina appears to be currently staying in the monastery, and as you'd expect, the kid is shocked to hear that the Count's son knows about his friend. After breaking the news to our hero, Joseph asks him what he hopes to achieve by returning with a sword in his grasp, pointing out that the sword isn't the only sharp thing in the world. This noble soon embarks on what could be called a shocking spree, because at this point, he's just dropping bombshells back to back. Joseph reveals that he too has a weapon of his own as well, and this leaves Vlad dumbfounded once again. So, after placing all his cards on the table, the Count's son finally asks our blonde hero what his answer is. The scene shifts to a while later, and we see Joseph staring at his reflection as he admits that Vlad has an impressive goal. But while he feels his method was okay, Sir Joerger points out that the young master seemed too desperate, and asks him if he really needed to act that way. The loyal knight goes on to state that he can always find a useful kid for his lord, and Joseph replies that he's aware, since talent can be found all over the world. However, the young master reveals that the ability to awaken their talent is a completely different matter, and that's exactly what's keeping him so hooked on our hero. Although he feels that Vlad is the perfect candidate for him, Sir Joerger still tries to change his mind, asking him if he's sure that the blonde kid would simply agree. The young master continues to stare at his reflection for a little while longer, before finally breaking the silence and confirming that he believes Vlad would be perfect for him. The reason for this strong conviction is that Joseph saw it with his own eyes, back when our boy slashed the cursed woman during the expedition. The loyal knight doesn't give up in his attempt to dissuade his master, and then tries another angle by reminding Joseph that Vlad is irrational and rebellious, which would make him difficult to control in the future. Seeing the knight's constant attempts to change his mind, the Count's son decides to flatter him a bit, telling him that training Vlad won't be so hard since there's another advanced knight who's fit for the job. Joseph reminds his loyal subject that 7 years is a significant amount of time, and believes that it should be more than enough to put a leash on Vlad's neck and make him obedient. The nobleman's plan works like a charm, because in the blink of an eye, Joerger accepts the responsibility of training the heady kid. And even though he's not too excited about it, he assures his master that he'll do his best to make Vlad do their bidding without stress. Hearing this, the young master is pleased, and he motivates the knight even more by suggesting that the more challenging the kid is to manage, the more rewarding the outcome will be. At this point, it's clear that this nobleman is obsessed with our hero, because even after concluding things with Joerger, he goes back to praising the blonde kid. The man looks at his reflection again, and talks about how he thought Vlad was a useful wolf at first, but now he's also someone who chases after the moon. By the next morning, we see Joerger taking Vlad to his new room and helping him settle down. The knight admits that it's a bit shabby, but assures the kid that he has the room all to himself. Vlad makes it obvious that he comes from the slums when he exclaims, because he thinks the room looks amazing. To him, this supposedly shabby-looking room is perfect because it doesn't have dirt on the floor, and on top of that, there's even a bed. It's practically a palace in his opinion, and as the knight hears him say all of this, he quickly remembers that the kid is actually from the Alice. He's not used to such behavior because their trainees usually come from affluent backgrounds, which makes them struggle to adapt in the training grounds. With all that has happened in that short while, Joerger suggests that Vlad won't have any issues settling, unless he decides to cause any trouble. The kid already knows that the knight is referring to the peanut incident with Sir Lutcher, so when he starts judging Joerger with his eyes, the latter shifts the blame back, claiming that he didn't even expect Vlad to obey him since he listened to him before. The little combo is cut short when Joerger suddenly leaves, but not before telling our boy to meet him at the military exercise hall after he's done eating, because they'll start their sparring sessions together. Just when the knight is about to leave, a lady calls out to him, calling him her loyal knight. For someone who's always brooding and stern, Joerger gets incredibly flustered just by hearing Lady Oksana's voice. The nervous knight quietly informs Vlad that she's Joseph's mother, and then urges him to pay his respects the way he was taught earlier. Thankfully, our boy doesn't mess it up, since he just imitates the senior knight as he greets the lady. The noblewoman greets them back, and asks if Vlad is the child she's heard about. Joerger confirms it, claiming that Sir Joseph took him in personally. Hearing this, Lady Oksana looks at our boy intensely with her bright yellow eyes, and it makes him so uncomfortable that he starts blushing for everyone to see. After her little trick works its charm, she thanks him for saving her son, and the flustered kid stutters as he tells her that he was only doing his job. I guess even the heroes can't resist the charm of a MILF. Regardless, she promises to bestow a reward upon him, because he's achieved something much greater than he realizes. With his cheeks still bright red, he bows before her in thanks, before she suddenly rubs his head to compliment the color of his hair and his eyes. Like most mothers, she begins to talk subtly about his appearance, suggesting ways to make him look better, before eventually promising to arrange clothes for him. At this point, our boy is so overwhelmed by her affection and calming aura that he's literally struggling to hide how much blush can show on his face. Thankfully, the motherly woman leaves them at last, telling Joerger to keep up the good work. After she's gone with her maids, the two guys catch their breath, and the knight asks Vlad why he was so restless. The kid responds that he's never met a noble woman before, and Joerger comments that he did well for his first time. After all, Lady Oksana has a knack for making people lose their edge. After the little chat, he excused our hero to go and have his meal. The scene then shifts to the dining hall, and there we see a bully spitting into our hero's soup while his minions cheer him on. The troublemaker insults him with the gesture, before proceeding to claim that he mistook Vlad for a trash can because he smells like garbage. Rather than giving them the reaction they want, the blonde kid skillfully scoops out the spit, and throws it away before continuing his meal, while thinking about how they're acting up even faster than he expected. The bully and his gang are enraged and confused by his calmness, but while they're pondering on what next to do, our boy remembers Joerger's warning not to tarnish Joseph's image. So, he tries to think of a way to deal with them, without getting the Count's son involved. The ringleader leaves in a huff and calls our hero a bastard, telling him to get ready for a hazing soon. But before he can exit the area, our boy suddenly asks him what his name is. The bully is shocked to hear this, so Vlad repeats the question. This time, sending chills down the guy's spine with the murderous intent laced all over his face. The troublemaker is instantly terrified, so he stammers a bit as he reveals that his name is Sobanin. Vlad then repeats the name, claiming that he'll remember it, also making it sound as if he had marked him for death. Sometime later, we see the family head taking a stroll outside with his right-hand man. They get to a point where they see people training below, so the noble suggests that they stay and watch for a bit, to which his trusty assistant completely agrees. Looking down at the training ground, the family man sees something that catches his attention, and it turns out that it's none other than our favorite blonde-haired swordsman. The old noble asks if he's the kid that Joseph brought, recalling that he heard the boy was blonde. He keeps staring at our hero, and even admits he's pretty good-looking. But he's suddenly interrupted when his assistant calls his attention to something else. It turns out that someone standing on the other far side is watching the training session in secret. However, this peeper isn't just any stranger because they quickly recognize him as the advanced knight, Joerger. Apparently, he's a bit anxious to see how the blonde swordsman under his care would perform during his first training session. The king totally understands this, but he's also quite eager to see just how skilled this new guy actually is. Soon enough, an intense sparring session begins, and we see our boy clashing wooden swords with the other knight in training. With a cold and emotionless demeanor, he swings his sword over and over at the opponent, forcing him back with each strike and giving him a terribly hard time. His opponent groans as he's forced to defend himself without any breaks, and it makes the spectators wonder how such a young kid can be so fierce in combat. Vlad's bright blue eyes lock in on his target, as he unleashes an onslaught of sword strikes which shouldn't even be that easy, seeing that his opponent is much taller than him. Despite how impressive his technique looks, the family head just states that our boy is sloppy, which comes as a surprise to the old man standing beside him, who already feels that he's amazing. He asks the king if he really thinks that, so the latter says that something does shine through. The family head feels that it's praiseworthy, because even though Vlad is clumsy, he's still trying his best to use what he has learned. While he's saying this, we catch a glimpse of his scarred fingers and knuckles, suggesting that they were probably acquired from years of training with the sword. Meanwhile, Vlad continues to dominate his opponent on the training ground, and at the same time, he urges himself to always keep in mind that all swordsmanship starts from his footing. The location of his feet plays a very vital role in sword combat, because it turns out that if he's able to deceive his opponents with his shoulders and his gaze, then he can control the opponent with his movements. Our boy uses all of these skills accurately by first controlling the location of his feet, dropping his shoulders, and tricking the opponent with body movements. At the same time, he keeps his blue gaze locked in on the guy, and our boy uses all of these tricks to lure his opponent in. Sure enough, his plan works, and the guy tries to land a powerful down slash on him, but Vlad skillfully dodges by jumping backward. His black-haired opponent is exhausted and frustrated after missing what looked like the perfect chance. But before he can catch his breath or recover from his mistake, Vlad comes in hard with a power pact counterattack. The kid lands a devastating hit on the black-haired guy's side, and the force is so much that he screams in agony. You can't blame him though, because that hit looks like it probably damaged some of his internal organs. After literally incapacitating him, Vlad grabs him by the hair and identifies him in one of Savanen's henchmen. Now, it becomes a lot clearer why our boy was fighting like he had a personal vendetta against him. Vlad drags him by his hair and balls his fist like he's about to punch him into the future. The blonde kid reminds the guy how he enjoyed laughing at him earlier in the cafeteria, and then dares him to try snickering a bit more now. Bro's eyes are glowing with power and rage at this point, and after making his point, he lands a killer punch on the henchman's face. The single blow breaks his nose and leaves blood all over his face. This terrifying sight leaves the other students in a state of shock as they watch on in horror. While the pummeling goes on below, the king's right hand is equally concerned because he doesn't feel that they should just let Vlad beat the shit out of the other guy. However, the family head doesn't seem bothered by this, so he simply tells the old man to let them be, pointing out that to become a knight, such a level of spirit is required. Besides, he says that Joerger seems to be enjoying the beatdown, and his right-hand man agrees when he sees the advanced knight watching with so much concentration. As Vlad continues to reshape his opponent's face with his fist, one of the other students finally has enough of it, so he yells at the new guy to stop hitting him. However, the blonde swordsman just ignores him, which he doesn't take lightly. He starts yelling even more, trying to intimidate him, but Vlad only stops when he's satisfied with the bloody facial reconstruction he's done. With blood stains on his face, he coldly apologizes to the others, admitting that he got too engrossed. But they're instead more concerned about his terrifying gaze, which they don't understand. After beating the other guy into a coma, he turns around and walks away, but before he leaves, he makes sure to taunt Savanen, asking him to apologize to the henchman on his behalf because he can't get back to his senses when he's too engrossed. Savanen gets furious and almost curses at him, but before he can do so, Vlad cuts him off. The blonde swordsman suddenly starts walking towards him, saying that he would also like to apologize in advance, telling him that in Sabanen's case, the beating won't just stop where it did today. After staring the troublemaker down, he starts walking away, but before he leaves, he promises to call Savanen to come spit in his soup again if it turns out to be too bland. Vlad walks away after dropping such a cold line, leaving Savanen very uncomfortable because he now knows what a crazy bastard the newcomer can be. At this point, he's convinced that Master Joseph brought in a mad dog from the back alleys, but Vlad just smiles back at him like a psychopath, proving his point even further. The scene shifts, and we see a cleaned-up Goth looking sharper than ever while enjoying this meal. At the table, he suddenly asks Vlad if he's really been beating up other vassals, saying that it's a rumor spreading like wildfire among the servants. The swordsman just evades the question by asking Goth about his work as a stable hand, and how difficult it is. The mercenary immediately hops on the topic, saying that he's no ordinary stable hand, because now he works for the great Count Bayezid. Goth is about to start bragging about the experience and all that, but then he suddenly realizes that Vlad managed to distract him from the important discussion at hand. He then reveals that he heard Vlad beat the crap out of guys all over the manor, and reminds the blonde swordsman that it's a crime. Vlad does not seem bothered in the slightest, and he just asks Goth why he's so surprised. The blonde kid reminds Goth that he has always been a criminal, and says that simple assault is going easy on them. Hearing this, Goth is stunned, but he just listens to what he has left to say. Vlad continues to try to justify his actions, claiming that he didn't even hit the guys in an obvious way, and points out that they were the ones who picked to fight with him earlier. Goth still doesn't understand how Vlad can think what he did is okay, but the swordsman argues that it is, saying that now no one talks to him needlessly anymore, which he believes is a good thing. Just then, another student walks in with a tray of food in hand, and introduces himself as Portly Canner. An impatient Vlad turns around, and bluntly asks him what business he has with him. Hearing Vlad's rather unfriendly response, he becomes nervous and starts shaking in fear, so the blonde swordsman tells him to either sit at the table with them, or get lost. The moment Vlad says this, Portly's entire mood brightens up in excitement, because he never imagined that he would get invited to sit beside the blonde swordsman. He quickly joins them at the table, thanking Vlad for inviting him. but the latter just sighs in exhaustion because he actually just wanted the guy to get lost instead. Portly is so excited to sit there that he begins telling the story of how he's been eating alone, in places like the bathroom. As you can imagine, Vlad is grossed out by this, so he reminds the fat kid that he's eating his precious sausage. Portly sees the food and asks Vlad if it's delicious, before revealing that his father is the one who supplies the manor. The fat boy claims that his canner family supplies all the meat in the manor, revealing that his family has been in the business of livestock and cattle farming for generations. After telling Vlad all of this, Portly remembers that he saw the hero asking for more sausage earlier, so he offers him some of his own to the new guy. Of course, our boy is suspicious of all of this politeness and kindness, so he snaps at him, asking what he's going on about. Our boy tries to pretend like he's not moved by the mouth-watering offer, but when the scene changes, we see him standing in a heaven of sausages. Turns out that it's Portly's huge stash, which his father sent for him to eat. However, he claims that it's too much for him, so he wants to share. Seeing and hearing all of this, Vlad realizes that all of the vassals in the manor are young masters from great families. The hero actually forgot for a while that these were people he could have never even talked to if he was still in the back alley. With this in mind, he decides that it would be a good idea to build at least one good connection now that he's in such a place. So, out of the blue, he asks Portly if he would like to eat together with them henceforth, and the fat kid gets so excited about it. He accepts the offer, and Vlad confirms that he's okay with the arrangement. The blonde kid then says that all vassals have to get along. And even though it looks like he's befriending Portly for the sake of sausages, we learn that it's not necessarily the case. The scene changes again, and we see the green-eyed advanced knight walking down a big hall. He seems a bit exhausted, probably because serving the young master and literally raising a whole human being is not an easy task for anybody. The stress seems to be piling up for him, and he knows that the only time he'll be able to catch his breath is when his men, Cade and Maxim, recover from their injuries. His trail of thought is interrupted when a big knight with a fat beard approaches him. The guy asks Joerger where he's off to in such a hurry, and that's when the eye-patched knight turns around to identify him as Sir Gregory. Seeing his fellow knight, he curses at the back of his mind, because he probably didn't want to talk with him. Although he tries to hide his displeasure about the encounter, Sir Gregory spots it in an instant, and laughs about it before accusing him of being too obvious when he's upset. At this point, Joerger bluntly tells him that he's clearly busy at the moment, and the amused knight just laughs again, telling him that he's not surprised about it. He says that the advanced knight must be indeed very busy since he's the one who handles all of Joseph's duties by himself. Not surprisingly, Joerger gets tired of the conversation very quickly, so he asks Gregory to cut to the chase, asking if there's something he wants to say. The brown-haired knight keeps smiling like a kid who just received a lollipop, and then reveals that he's come to suggest that a knight like Joerger should be raising a vassal. Gregory adds that it's not too late for him to do that yet, but the uninterested advanced knight hits back at him, suggesting that he just focuses on raising his own vassal properly. Even though he doesn't really care about anything the jester usually says, he can't help but wonder why he's suddenly talking about vassals out of the blue. The fat knight reveals that his vassal is Portly, and claims that he's already all grown up, but also admits that he needs to lose some weight. Gregory says this, and then bursts into unnecessary laughter once more, so Joerger reluctantly asks him to explain what exactly he's trying to say. Rather than quickly making his point, he decides to beat about the bush some more, saying that Vlad seemed pretty good to him. He showers praises on the blonde kid, stating that he's manly in character and confident in his spirit, but Joerger is getting frustrated by the prolonged small talk. Exasperated, he reminds Gregory that he's very busy, before asking him once more what exactly his point is. The fat guy just keeps laughing while talking, and then he tells Joerger that knights meddling in vassals' affairs isn't quite fitting, claiming that it could lead to embarrassment. Regardless, Gregory reveals that Vlad seems to be warming up to Portly lately, but Joerger doesn't believe this, because he knows that the blonde swordsman doesn't have any friends, and on top of that, he believes that Vlad thinks he's better than everyone else. Despite Joerger's opinion, Gregory just requests that he tell Vlad to hang out with Portly. The fat knight reveals that the chubby kid is his cousin's nephew, which means that he wouldn't like for him to get beat up in the manor. After making this personal request to Joerger, he tells him that he's the only one who can influence Vlad's behavior, but the advanced knight doesn't look like he's going to help for free. Joerger wants to know what he'll be getting in return, so the ever-smiling knight tells him that he can also ask him for a favor in the future. He beats his chest, implying that he would help on his honor as a knight, but that's when Joerger tells him that Vlad doesn't really listen to him. Hearing this, Gregory exclaims, claiming that such a character is what is going to make our boy go places. Meanwhile, at the Bayezid family stable, we see a brown horse chilling while the stable hand assures Vlad that he's not the problem. Doth explains to his captain that he won't even be able to get on a horse, even though they're all properly trained. He says that the horses don't usually shy away from people, but wonders why they just freak out whenever Vlad approaches them. Goth says that it's a matter separate from skill, and goes on to reveal that even the other stable hands have complained about the issue. Hearing all of this, Vlad curses in frustration, and he feels like this is how it's always been for him. Right from when he was younger, animals always hated him. Cats and dogs would freak out and run away whenever he went near them, and he has a feeling that it's the same problem he's having with the horses. As he thinks deeply about this, he suddenly remembers that he rode Joerger's horse that day during the expedition. He reminds Goth of the night they fled the undead, but then he admits that he was at the back while Goth did most of the riding. The mercenary quickly informs him that the advanced knight's horse is very expensive, and Vlad is disappointed when he hears this, because he feels like it would sound stupid if he said he could only ride expensive horses. He begins to get frustrated at this point, recalling how Joerger insisted he learn horse riding at all costs. While the two are brooding over the failure, someone suddenly walks into the room. It turns out to be a maid sent by Lady Oksana who has summoned Vlad. The blonde kid is beyond surprised to hear that she has called for him, and as the scene changes to a very expensive room, we see the green-haired noblewoman talking with our boy. She says that she wouldn't have imagined he grew up in the back alleys because of how he looks now. It turns out that he's wearing a very amazing outfit for a nobleman, and Lady Oksana feels that it suits him very well. The woman tells the clothmaker not to fit it too much since he's 17 years of age and still growing. She then says that Joseph grew a lot as well when he was Vlad's age, and she also promises to get him other clothes when summer comes. After all, clothes fitting of the season are a must for one to maintain physical performance. Vlad's cheeks turn bright red by the time she's done talking, and all he can do in response is to bow his head and thank her genuinely. However, she waves his thanks off and reminds him that she should be the one thanking him because he saved her son's life. The insanely polite lady then apologizes for calling him when he was probably busy training, and then she gives him permission to leave. Hearing this, Vlad thanks her once again and exits the room. Once he's outside, he sighs in relief, feeling that the lady is just difficult to be around for no particular reason. Taking a look at his new outfit, he starts to wonder how much it's worth. It is so comfortable that it doesn't even feel like it belongs to him. But then he looks at his old clothes in his hand and remembers that they weren't even his in the first place. He walks down the hallway and thinks about how he shouldn't get used to this new life. Vlad begins to feel out of place, because even after he tries so hard to get to the Bayezid family, he still feels like he doesn't belong there. The blonde hero even feels like he's gaining weight, and it's like flesh clinging onto his soul. His episode of self-pity is interrupted when he looks out the window and sees something that catches his attention. Vlad is taken aback when he sees Savanen beating one of the other vassals to a pulp. He beats the guy, while calling him a pig and asking him if he forgot what it felt like to get bullied. Savanen seems very furious that the kid started having fun, just because they allowed him to live quietly. It's at this point that we learn that the poor kid on the receiving end of this brutality is Portly. Savanen keeps beating him up, asking him if he likes his new best friend, and as he says this, he just gets even more enraged, claiming that they're a flock of filthy fuckers. Vlad watches on from the high window and concludes that people are truly the same everywhere. He feels that there will always be those having the time of their lives, and those who just can't live in peace. In the end, Vlad feels that they're just rascals who prey on those weaker than them. Feeling very pissed off, he decides that he'll have to wear his old clothes again, at least for just the day. Later that night, he knocks on a door, and when the person inside answers the door, we see that it's Portly. Our boy is speechless when he sees the poor kid's messed up face, and when Portly asks him what he's doing at his door so late at night, he says that he needs something from him. The chubby vassal is surprised and confused when he hears this, but Vlad simply looks inside the room and points at the biggest piece of meat in there, asking Portly to give it to him. The kid is reluctant to let go of this piece because he cherishes the ham too, but Vlad insists. Portly agrees to give it to him, but he feels bad because he thought that they would at least smile while greeting each other. Since that's not the case in their relationship, Portly starts to believe that Vlad just wants to leech off him. Even though it's a harsh and heartbreaking thing to accept, the kid ultimately decides that it's still better than eating alone. Portly brings down the fat piece of ham and offers it to our boy, so Vlad tells him not to think of it as an unfair deal, saying that he is taking a fair price. The injured kid doesn't seem to understand what he's talking about, so Vlad tells him that a knight he knows said something like this once. Our boy goes quiet, and he starts to remember the man who said this to him. He recalls that the knight was a man who only takes the price that is rightfully his. And as he thinks about this, the scene slowly changes from the front of Portly's room to where Vlad is standing menacingly with a wooden sword. He's currently standing in front of the other vassals, who have also armed themselves with their sparring weapons. For some weird reason, they're not even scared at all, and they look so confident, as if they can easily defeat our blonde-haired swordsman. Unfortunately, they're not even nearly as confident as Vlad. With an unfazed look in his eyes, he examines the opposition and confirms that he's going up against 14 of them all by himself. Our boy admits that even the thugs in the back alleys didn't go this far to defeat him, but the moment he says this, the ringleader of his opponents angrily tells him to shut his mouth. Savanen is so enraged that a vein is bulging out of his forehead when he's talking. He points at the blonde swordsman and challenges him once again, revealing to him that he wants to see how long Vlad can keep up his unwavering spirit. As you'd expect, the fearless hero accepts the challenge without hesitation and gestures for them to come at him and encourages them to do it quickly. In response to Savanin's threats, he reveals that he quietly came all the way out there just because of him, and so he tells him that he expects the same kind of commitment from him. This only makes the bully so much more furious. He grits his teeth in rage, as a very serious scowl stays on his face, and with this kind of anger to fuel him, he shouts for his henchmen to attack Vlad so that they can crush him. Sure enough, they all charge at our boy with their wooden swords, and as they finally come at him, he says to himself that he's glad he changed back to his old clothes, because he's sure that blood is going to splatter tonight. As we resume the story, the first thing we see is the blonde-haired swordsman beating the shit out of the bullies. They all surround our boy, hoping to defeat him, but he just tears through them like they're not even there. Savanin stands behind and yells at his lackeys to fight harder. He tells them not to back off, and instructs them to block Vlad from every side. But all this screaming ends in futility because our boy is just way too strong for them. Seeing just how unstoppable the blonde guy is, Savanin is horrified. He feels that the guy is completely different from the last time they sparred. And he's utterly confused because, as far as he knows, Vlad barely wielded a sword 2 months ago. Even though the current situation makes no sense to him, Savanin urges his boys not to back down from the fight, and threatens to kill anyone who retreats. While he's still making this threat and screaming at the top of his lungs, our boy suddenly advances toward him. Vlad is pissed off to hear the threats, and asks Savanin if he's ever even killed anyone before. Of course, the bully is enraged when he hears the taunts, so he furiously swings his wooden sword in an attempt to shut Vlad up for good. As you can imagine, the blonde-haired swordsman is way faster than him, so he skillfully dodges the attack, and goes in for a counterattack. Before landing the hit, he remembers how he was dealing single blows with all his might during the expedition, and he intends to recreate those attacks now. Vlad strikes at Savanin, but the bully manages to block the attack. However, the onslaught is far from over, because our blonde hero plans to finally make the result of Joerger's training become very evident. The voice in his head suddenly comes back, and it encourages Vlad to keep trapping his opponent in the gap he's creating. Sure enough, the guy doesn't give Savanin any breathing space. Our boy lands blow after blow on the bully, and with every single hit, all the guy can do is curse and swear at the swordsman. Seeing the progress, Vlad starts to finally understand this technique, so he decides to utilize the gap and space to create a flow of his own. Using this fighting style, it doesn't take long before he knocks Savanin to the ground. The troublemaker groans in pain as he falls on his back and cries about his injured leg. Unfortunately, before he can even finish making the complaint, he looks up and sees the ferocious blonde kid holding a wooden sword to his face. With Vlad's hand up in the air, the guy concludes that he's done for, so tears start to roll down his face as he accepts his fate. However, just when it looks like our boy just murdered Savanin with a wooden sword to the head, we and all the other bullies quickly realize that it's not the case. Rather than unceremoniously ending the guy's life, Vlad decides to show mercy, so he buries the sword mere centimeters beside Savanin's head. With the bully shivering like a wet bird, the blonde swordsman stares him down with murderous blue eyes and warns him to never look him in the eye again. He also takes the chance to tell him never to mess with the fat kid again, and hearing this, all Savanin can do is just nod frantically with a terrified look in his eyes when he realizes how serious Vlad is. Our boy looks down at the bully and is a bit surprised that the guy actually tried to kill him. Either way, he believes that what he's done so far is enough to pay back for jammin', so he turns around to the minions and asks them who would like to fight him next. With murderous intent laced all over his face, he tells them that they have to finish what they started, but the lackeys no longer seem to be interested in fighting. Now, they all look like they'd much rather be anywhere else in the world. Unfortunately for them, Vlad is dead serious about resuming the fight, so he tells them that he's going to attack if they don't come at him. He doesn't charge at them like a raging bull. Instead, he struts down like a confident lion, ready to devour its prey. With every step he takes, these guys get even more terrified. But as afraid as they are, none of them have the balls to even think of running away. They all just stand there shivering in fear until they meet the unsavory fate that Vlad metes out on them. Our boy teaches them a lesson and makes sure to leave some very lasting marks too. As blood splatters all over the place, Count Bayezid looks outside the window to watch it, and he's very impressed by the outstanding display in swordsmanship. Some days after that, we see that the Bayezid family is hosting the regular monthly meeting of the knights. This meeting takes place in the throne room, and by some weird coincidence, the knights who support Rugider and those who support Joseph stand on opposite sides of the room, with some very obvious frowns etched on the faces of the former. As divided as they may seem, there are also those who are neutral. Just then, they're informed that the duty schedule has been reorganized to prepare for the absence of Rudiger and his knights who will soon leave on a mission. This is announced by the Knights Order Captain Anitalas. He reveals that the next agenda for the meeting is the distribution of the holy items sent by the church, and while he's still talking, the Count gets distracted. He thinks how the atmosphere has completely changed today, and notices how Rudiger's knights look like they're about to rip the others apart any moment now. On the other hand, he notices how Joseph's supporters seem more relaxed, and honestly, he can't blame them, because they have cause to be happy. After all, it's no longer a surprise that knights on Joseph's side were the ones dispirited all this while. With this in mind, he mindlessly stares at Joerger and smiles. Of course, the advanced knight senses that someone is looking, so he sneaks glances at the Count and starts to wonder why he's smiling. Not long after that, the regular meeting is brought to a close, so Captain Anicapped suggests that all the knights take another look at their duties. As the swordsmen start to exit the room, one of them starts to take jabs at Joerger. He claims that the Bayezid family has brought in a rabid dog who doesn't even know who he should bite, and then he makes a comment about why backgrounds should be prioritized in such matters. The green-eyed swordsman takes offense and turns around to look at Rudiger's knights, but they show no sign of fear and instead scowl back at him. One of them just hisses and suggests that they leave instead of confronting the advanced knight, while another one finally confirms that the new ferocious knight in training is under Joerger. As they walk away, one of the neutral knights approaches Joerger and jokes about how the others are boiling with rage. The green-eyed knight turns around and asks Sir Gregory what he's talking about, but the comedian just tells him to stop acting innocent when the word is already out. Seeing that Joerger is still confused, Sir Gregory finally reveals that he heard Vlad has performed a huge exorcism. He claims that the drill instructor couldn't even handle the blonde kid, because he's beyond the standard. As you can imagine, Joerger wasn't aware of this before, and hearing it now, he remembers just how much of a pain in the butt Vlad can be. After breaking the news to him, Sir Gregory once again offers his services, claiming that he can help with any task, and that he doesn't mind if it's difficult or tiring. Hearing this, Joerger just starts walking away, stating that he'll keep the offer in mind. When the advanced knight is by himself again, he quietly thinks about how Vlad made him proud. He's not too surprised though, and even feels that this is the least the kid should do, especially since he was the one that taught him after all. The scene changes, and we see a brand new armor set being unveiled. Apparently, it's a gift that the Count sent for Vlad, and Joerger is a bit surprised to hear that the Count would personally do that. He almost doesn't believe it, and even the other knight believes that it's too nice a gift for a mere vassal. As they all stare at the beautiful armor, Sir Joerger realizes that it's made of orc leather and grey orc at that, to which Sir Joseph confirms. The grey orcs can only be found in the north, so any armor made of grey orc leather basically means that it belongs to a northern warrior. After seeing such a rare gift being given to the blonde kid, Joseph concludes that his father must have already taken a liking to Vlad. He believes that the kid must have already done something to prove himself as a person worthy of such an investment. After all, he did manage to get the great Count Bayezid's approval in just a month. Hearing this, Joerger agrees with the young master, claiming that, at the very least, there's not even any vassal around who can rival the blonde kid. Sir Joseph responds, admitting that he has also heard about that, and reveals that the rumors are already widespread. Regardless of Vlad's incredible success in such a short while, the young master reminds his knights that they can't sit idly. He suddenly pulls out an envelope with a red seal on it, and when Joerger asks him what it is, he vaguely states that it's the next step. After breaking the seal, the advanced knight opens the paper to read its contents, only to find out that it's no ordinary invitation. Joseph then asks his trusty knight if he can respond to it. Of course, Joerger is more than happy to do this for his young master. Besides, he also happens to have been pent up, cleaning after the kid lately. Hearing this, Joseph is delighted, so he confirms that everything has been concluded, and decides that they will be going to a place called Dermer. The scene quickly changes to a sunny field, and we see a horse-driven cart passing by. Inside the moving cart, we see the young master Joseph sitting across from our boy, Vlad. The nobleman seems excited about the journey, and decides to give the young swordsman a little lesson. Joseph reveals that Dermer is famous for its lemons, and says that it's a city that they should be grateful for, and this is because the northerners barely get to taste fruit. Besides that, the city is also one of the gateways to the central regions, and the young master reveals that this is why the place is so important to the northerners. After hearing this, a curious Vlad asks if that is the reason Sir Joerger is taking action. In response, Joseph confirms this, and reminds the kid that crisis is always an opportunity, especially when it's not their crisis. This so-called crisis is revealed to be the Heinel family succession dispute, and Joseph believes that an invitation from the legitimate heir which he received is basically a cry for help. After the young master breaks this down, Vlad is left dumbfounded for a bit, and then admits that he finds the world of nobles to be very complicated. Seeing the confusion and exhaustion on the kid's face, Joseph simply summarizes the entire journey and drama as a fight for the land of Dermer in the end. Vlad finally understands this, and is quite baffled that this dispute is actually between family members, who are bound by blood for that matter. Once again, Joseph notices Vlad's reaction to this, so he explains to him that having feuds with those related by blood is a long-standing tradition of the nobility. The scene suddenly changes again, and we get to see the rightful heir to the Heinel family, who happens to be a young lady named Alicia. The uncle of this blue-haired girl in Heinel turns out to be one of her oppositions, as he claims that she was born out of illegitimate relations. Of course, this is a very convenient story to tell the people. After all, he would certainly become the next Baron Heinel if Alicia mysteriously disappeared for any reason. Alicia is the only child of the former Baron Heinel, but now that his throne is empty, her inherent limitations as a woman has weakened whatever right she had to succeed him. In the end, she had no choice but to prove her innocence through an honorable duel organized by the church. The young master reflects on Alicia's unfortunate story and thinks about how she could be a relative that is distant, but close and yet not too close at the same time. Joseph thinks back to his roots and admits that his maternal bloodline makes him no more than her 8th cousin. Regardless of how distant the relationship may seem, he's still certain that it's enough to establish some form of kinship between them. As such, Joseph believes that they can take the chance to make the Heinel family indebted to them, and as he reveals this, he informs Vlad that his father, the Count, is also fully in support of the plan. Hearing all of the complexities involved in noble family politics, Vlad is a bit overwhelmed, but he still acknowledges what an impressive plan it is. As the thought runs through his mind, he sees Sir Joerger, who's riding a horse beside the cart, and confirms that the knight is certainly honored. Vlad doesn't seem to really see why Sir Joerger is the one that the head of a family would invite to defend his honor. As our boy just thinks about that, Joerger suddenly senses something off. He turns to look at the blonde kid through the window and asks him what that insolent look in his eyes is about. Vlad quickly denies doing anything wrong, but the advanced knight just seems to be looking for beef with the kid at this point. He expresses his annoyance that a lowly vassal like Vlad would dare to ride the carriage comfortably while the knight he's serving is riding a horse. Hearing this, our boy seems to be feeling embarrassed about it, so just admits that he has nothing to say for himself. The angry knight just responds, saying that he was finally ready to go around with pride when he heard that the blonde swordsman crushed the other vassals. But now, seeing that the kid can't even ride a horse, Joerger is beyond disappointed, and he's furious because he feels that he's just been wasting his time teaching a moron. The advanced knight is so pissed off that he continues to lash out at the kid from the outside, and even when our boy moves away from the window, he can still hear the loud scolding. As ashamed as he probably is, he just consoles himself by saying that he'll probably be able to ride an expensive horse. However, Joerger doesn't seem to think that argument even makes sense. He quickly stomps on that idea, claiming that he's the one who should even ride an expensive horse, because he's more of a noble than the kid from the back alleys. Joerger screams this loud enough for it to sink into Vlad's head. But when he's done yelling, our boy suddenly starts to feel something strange happening to him. It's coming from inside his armor, and he wonders if something is wrong with him, because his heart has been beating like crazy over the last few days. The confused swordsman places his hand on his chest, and begins to wonder if it's a result of all the nagging. He quickly concludes that it wouldn't be much of a surprise if that's the case. In front of him, Sir Joseph won't stop talking, and to his side, Joerger nags at him every chance he gets. However, as much as he would have preferred this first theory to be the real reason for the sudden sensation, he quickly finds out that it's actually an earthquake. Just then, the vibrations start to get even stronger, and the other knights outside confirm that the ground is rumbling. Joerger realizes this as well, and when he notices the panic around him, he suddenly instructs everyone traveling to stop moving. He yells for them to get off their horses, and while they're struggling to do this with the powerful vibration, the force throws some of them off. Vlad quickly tells the young master to get out of the carriage before he can get hurt, and it's safe to say Joseph didn't expect that. After Vlad saves him, he casually tells the kid that his sincerity is admirable, but tells him not to panic too much. This just confuses our boy, but before he can dwell on it, the other knights sigh in relief, seeing that the powerful earth tremor has passed. Vlad is a bit excited, and reveals that this is the first time he's experiencing an earthquake, but that's when Joseph breaks it to him. The young master informs him that it wasn't an earthquake, and then urges him to look at the trail of damage left behind. Truly, it looks nothing like an earthquake, but appears to be some kind of giant mole at work. Although our guess was pretty close, Joseph reveals that it's actually a giant deathworm. He claims that the creature is a remnant of the fallen dragon, and our boy finds this news very intriguing. In fact, he's delighted to hear this, because a smile forms on his face as he admits that it sounds awesome to him. Soon, they arrive at the Heinel family's soul city, Damer, a very large settlement with huge fences and pillars keeping it separated from the outside world. When their carriage enters the city, they all get off at the Heinel estate, and that's when Sir Joseph tells Vlad that he's free to move as he likes henceforth. Hearing this, our boy is quite surprised that the young master wants to allow him to roam the city all by himself. After Vlad expresses his confusion, Sir Joseph simply tells him that he can take Goth along with him if he wants. But the main thing he hammers on is that he should travel as freely as he likes and make sure that he sees as many things as possible. Even though the young master has already said this twice, the young swordsman is still extremely suspicious about the fact that they really said he can move freely. Bro is still not sure he can do that, and when Joseph sees his strange reaction, he asks if he's not satisfied with it. Without thinking twice, the blonde kid claims that he's very okay with it and would love to go sightseeing. But before he can even say anything else, the young master cuts him off. Joseph tells Vlad to think about why he brought him to the city with him, and reveals that an honorable duel is a rare event to see. It's even more special this time around because this honorable duel is a team event. Moreover, he explains that there are knights from a vast array of backgrounds in the city of Damer, and so he finally instructs the young swordsman to watch these knights closely and observe anything he can. Our boy is taken aback by this instruction, but Joseph has something special planned. He knows that seeing something even once can be more memorable than hearing it 10 times, so he's planning to foster the young knight in training properly with this method. Joseph honestly hopes that Vlad will be able to expand his world through various experiences, but Joerger just tells our boy to avoid getting beat up in some random alley. The advanced knight also informs Vlad that they have to warm up and spar later in the evening. But while he's still talking, the young swordsman shows some attitude when he tries to make them know he's not stupid. Unfortunately, Joerger doesn't rate him highly, and even admits that he's lost all faith in our boy, especially since he can't even ride a horse. Once again, a wave of shame washes over the blonde kid when he hears this same gist again, and after Joerger is done mocking him again, Joseph tells him that he must report back every evening. Apart from that, he instructs him to tell him immediately about any unusual movements or behaviors he notices during their stay in the city. When the young master and the knight finally leave, Vlad finally soaks in the fact that he has some free time to himself after so long. So, he decides to have a look around the building, and quickly notices that it's smaller than the Bayezid mansion. The place also looks quite old to him, so he wonders if they even maintain it at all. The story about them being famous for their lemons starts to make less sense now, because it looks like they don't even have any money on hand. Just then, our boy suddenly grips his sword, and the moment he does, the voice starts talking again. It claims that it has been in the city of Damer before, and reveals that it remembers the tree on the hill which can be seen not too far away. A smile appears on Vlad's face when he sees the tree, and that's when he admits he'll need a place to pray after quite a long time. The scene changes, and we see the mysterious leafless tree standing quite tall in a graveyard. "I shall give you the sword and you shall give me the memories," is a quote that we see, and at the same time, someone we can't see yet reveals that it's time for him to give back since he's been taking for too long. Meanwhile, back inside the Heinel family mansion, Miss Alicia welcomes the visitors and thanks Joseph for coming all the way after receiving her invitation. The young master responds with a smile, claiming that of course, he must answer since it concerns the crisis of the rightful heir. He then reminds them that the call of blood is the most important after all. Joseph assures her that Count Bayezid has already allowed the visit and intervention. He informs her that the only thing that remains is her decision. In response, the young lady reveals that she has already made up her mind, and then tells him that everything will be done according to the Count's wishes. However, this is only if she comes out victorious in this honorable duel that will decide her fate and the future of the Heinel family. Hearing this, young Master Joseph assures Alicia that she has nothing to worry about, and then adds that this is because Bayezid's sword has always promised victory. After the bold declaration during the meeting in the dark room, Joseph and his men exit the place. On the way out, the other knight comments that they shouldn't take Alicia lightly, and Joseph admits that her temperament as a matriarch was very visible. He can see that she's properly holding herself together, and recalls how she kept the upper hand throughout their meeting. Regardless, Joseph confidently tells his men that their plan will remain the same. Looks like a team fight tournament is about to start soon, and it has Alicia's future on the line. As we resume the story, and we see our armor-clad hero standing in a graveyard, and staring at some of the headstones there. His thoughts trail off, and he thinks about how all that remains are memories. Maybe that is why humans are so obsessed with leaving traces behind. It makes sense since looking back at these traces as scars can make the memories of that day come to mind. Vlad stares longingly at one of the graves, and wishes that he could do something like this for his mom as well. Seeing some of the wilted leaves that are on it, he starts to think that the place isn't being looked after well enough. So, he decides to clean it a bit by wiping away the dead leaves on it. He suddenly stops, however, when he thinks that the sword might want to say something about his action. He reminds the blade that it's just common courtesy to greet the owners of the land, but the voice from the sword denies saying anything. However, Vlad already knows what he has in mind, so he just unsheathes the blade and allows the sword to look at the grave to its heart's content. After all, he didn't even go to see the knights he was supposed to just so he could visit the graveyard. In response, the voice from the sword thanks him, confirming that he wanted to see it all this while. Our boy kneels before the graves and bows his head with the sword planted in the earth. He stays in this position for a while, and suddenly a spirit appears behind him. It turns out that this ghost is the one inside the sword, and as Vlad maintains his kneeling position, the spirit begins to recall some of his memories. He remembers that the tree in the cemetery was smaller back then, and he starts to wonder when it was that he saw it last. With our boy still kneeling there, more memories come back to the spirit, and he suddenly recalls that he was at the tree with someone the last time he was there. Unfortunately, his recollection is interrupted when he sees something that takes him by surprise. He quickly informs Vlad that something is watching them, and that it recognizes him. The blonde swordsman is shocked to hear this, but before he can fully process everything, the spirit asks to borrow his human body for a while. Even though Vlad is taken aback by this request, he quickly agrees to it, feeling that there is no issue since it's only going to be for a moment. Our boy then closes his eyes and braces himself to be possessed by the blue spirit standing behind him. Sure enough, the ghost enters him, and a surge of energy exudes from his body. Vlad is still adapting to the change when he suddenly sees something that causes his glowing eyes to almost pop out in shock. He even stutters as he asks himself what the creature before him is, and that's when we see the gigantic white snake in the tree. While our boy has no idea what it is, the ghost that possessed him informs him that the snake is a spirit too. This blue-eyed serpent locks its gaze on Vlad, and the blonde swordsman is still perplexed as to how it could be a spirit. It's so weird to him, and it makes him admit that he's been seeing way too many strange things lately. Just then, he notices that the serpent spirit is looking at him, so he informs the spirit inside his body. In response, the sword ghost explains that the snake is actually looking at him, since he's the spirit inside of our boy. All of a sudden, it starts slithering down the tree, and as you can imagine, Vlad becomes restless. He yells to inform the ghost of this, and the latter just tries to calm him down, suggesting that the snake won't bite. However, the young swordsman isn't too convinced by this, because he knows that they can't be sure of that. Despite how big and strange the serpent is, Vlad suddenly realizes that it doesn't even feel threatening at all, and this intrigues him. Our boy is rather getting a warm feeling from the snake, and that's about the same time it comes to meet him face to face. The feeling Vlad is getting is as if spring is in the air, but it's suddenly interrupted when a lady walks up behind him, asking who he is. Hearing the stranger's voice, our boy is startled, and the snake spirit slowly vanishes. The lady asks him how he got to the place, and Vlad is just dumbfounded. This gets her upset, so she angrily tells him that no one aside from the Heinel family members is allowed in the graveyard. From her outfit and utensils, she appears to be a worker in the Heinel family estate, so it explains why she's looking so stern and pissed by his intrusion. After hearing what she said, Vlad apologizes to her and explains that he found himself there when looking for a quiet place to pray. The blue-haired lady finds it strange that he came there to pray, and when he sees the questioning look on her face, he quickly pulls out his badge to show her that he's actually a vassal of Sir Joerger and not some suspicious person. Our boy places it in front of her face, and she carefully inspects it, before finally agreeing that he's not someone she should be wary of. After getting her approval, Vlad smiles in relief and thanks her before an awkward silence follows. The two just stand there staring at each other, and the blonde swordsman finally realizes that it's rude to stand by a nobleman's grave after all. At this point, he knows that he's messed up, so he's just hoping that the lady doesn't say anything that would put young Master Joseph in a difficult situation. His fears are pretty valid because this would get him in trouble, and most likely earn him some serious punishment from Sir Joerger. So he decides that he has to tell her something that would stop her from talking about their little encounter to anyone. When no other clever ideas come to mind, the young knight in training suddenly asks her if he can be of help to her, and of course, this takes her by surprise because she literally just met the guy. She's still in a daze when he asks her if she's a maid, and if she's here to tend to the grave. Once again, this catches her off guard, and before she can even respond, he tells her that he actually cleaned it up a little before she arrived. The maid is still just staring at him with crossed arms, so he just keeps talking, telling her about how leaves were piled up there. She is very surprised to hear that he actually cleaned it up, so Vlad confirms this, claiming that he felt it's common courtesy to greet the owners of the land. Vlad points to the grave, and she turns around, not knowing what to tell him. Our boy doesn't stop there, because he suddenly takes her bucket and cleaning tools, suggesting that he'll take care of her duties. She's still speechless at this point, and just allows him to carry on, but that's when Vlad reveals he has a favor to ask, revealing that he would really like it if she just let their earlier encounter to just slide. He informs her that Sir Joerger would be furious if he found out about it, and this confession appears to spark something in the blue-haired maid. Her expression quickly changes from confusion to mischief, and she decides to blackmail our boy by telling him that she'll only grant his request if he cleans the grave well enough. Hearing this, Vlad already knows that he's in trouble, and he mentally curses, finally confirming that the pretty ones are always the hardest to convince. He's really annoyed, but he knows that he doesn't have a choice anymore, so he just gets to scrubbing, while the mischievous maid smiles in satisfaction as she watches him. The scene changes back to the Heinel family mansion, and inside, an intense clash of swords is underway. Vlad secretly watches the duel between knights and is amazed to finally witness one. As the fight goes on, the voice from the sword admits that one of the knights is displaying some good strength, and Vlad asks if he's talking about Sir Colin. The voice confirms this, and even suggests that the ferocious knight would cut through our boy's bones if they're ever matched up against each other. The blonde swordsman doesn't even protest, and just admits that Colin is indeed strong. He's so amazed that he finally realizes why the brute knight is called the Dirty Boar of the Midlands. Regardless of this, Vlad reveals that he finds the other knight, Sir Pablo, to be more impressive. The voice agrees with him, adding that he has excellent shield techniques and is seasoned enough to parry most attacks. The curious kid keeps watching and can't believe that a warm-up sparring session before the main event can be this intense. It's pretty overwhelming to him, and he starts to wonder if one really has to be that good to be a knight. The voice reminds him that not all knights are amazing by pointing out how Sir Vorden is also considered a knight. Hearing this, Vlad agrees and accepts the fact that not all knights are the same. Still watching the duel intently, our boy starts to think he finally understands things, even though he didn't know them back when he was in Sora. He feels that he now understands what his place in the vast world is, and sighs in exhaustion, knowing that he still has a long way to go on this journey. The day of the duel finally arrives, and we see someone helping another knight tighten his armor. It turns out that it's Vlad who's helping Sir Joerger with this armor, and the advanced knight just orders him to tighten it more firmly. He obeys the instruction without hesitation, but his mind trails off as he turns to look at the reason for their visit in the first place. It's a mean-looking blue-haired man, and Vlad is surprised to learn that he's Indra Heidel, the one trying to take away his niece's claim to the throne. Our boy is drawn out of his thoughts when Sir Joerger tells him to keep his eyes open for the fight, because after all, it's not every day he'll get to witness a genuine duel between knights. Before Joerger leaves, he tells Vlad not to fret about what happened the previous day, and even though the knight doesn't know exactly what happened, the kid is still bewildered that he knew he was hiding something. When Joerger sees our boy's reaction, he teases him for being shocked, before explaining that the fear is written all over his face. At this point, Vlad admits that the duel he witnessed in secret was very shocking. After all, the skill of the knights he watched was literally monstrous and overwhelming. However, Joerger just states that a child should start by walking, trying to make Vlad understand that he's not ready to run yet. He explains that the higher a person's goal is, the longer their path to walk would be, and even though this isn't sweet news to the young swordsman, he admits that he understands. This moment is interrupted when someone yells out for everyone to show their respects. Vlad sees the princess approaching, and identifies her as the master of Heidel, before realizing that he's not even seen her before. From what he's heard, she's quite young, and the moment she enters the room, Bro realizes that he's fucked up real bad because it turns out that the so-called maid he met the previous day is actually Princess Alicia Heidel. Vlad almost starts crying at this point, and the voice in his head just tells him to add the crime of insulting a noble to his list of offenses. Hearing this, he can't do anything but curse since he's already knee-deep in trouble. Alicia is then escorted from the entrance to her throne, and as she walks down the middle, all the knights bow to her. She gets to where Vlad is standing, and he tries to blend in with the others, but her blue eyes lock in on him, making him terrified because she managed to recognize him. At this point, he can't do anything else than to keep bowing, since the jig is up already. This mischievous princess smiles knowingly until she gets to her throne, where she enters serious ruler mode. After she's seated, the priest appears, and says that they can proceed now that the parties of the duel have arrived. He claims that the gods who look over the place shall attest to it, and states that the rising shall be the evidence. We see that the duel with everything on the line is about to go down. It's the battle that would determine Alicia's fate as heir to the throne, making it an honorable yet brutal duel between her side and her uncle's side. You can tell just how intense this battle will be when you see the knights on either side staring each other down. Before the duels begin, we learn that the noble blood is clear blue, because it shoulders the responsibilities, duties, and karma that the warm red can't. However, Alicia isn't ready to let her blood run cold yet. Soon after, we see the young princess throwing the towel, and yelling in fear to stop a bloody duel between two knights. Alicia stops the fight, claiming that she surrenders just so she can save the older of the two knights, who clearly took most of the hits. However, the injured swordsman just stands there, while still panting heavily, and refuses to give up. He's covered in cuts and losing a lot of blood, but he still refuses to surrender, claiming that it's not over yet. The priest informs this injured knight named Sir Duncan that his master, the princess, has already thrown in the towel, so he urges him to admit defeat. The younger and stronger opponent encourages him to put down his sword, claiming that it was a good fight, and still recognizing him as his captain. Sir Duncan hears this and is speechless, because he didn't expect that the young knight would still call him captain. The old man closes his eyes, feeling defeated, and remembers how he trained his vibrant opponent, and raised him to be the future of the House of Heidel. However, what he didn't expect was that he would return as the sword that would cut his master. As this thought runs through Sir Duncan's mind, he just feels ashamed, and that's about the same time that the priest announces that the victor of the duel is Mr. Andres Knight Sir Chard. Hearing this, Sir Colin, who's also under the uncle, just laughs and commends Sir Chard for providing a good head start. Andre just smiles, revealing that he is impressed as well, and while he's still feeling this confidence, the priest calls for the next two proxies to come forward. At first glance, it's easy to see that this would be an insane duel, because Sir Joerger will now be going up against the big brute, Sir Colin. The two knights stare each other down, and the priest reminds them for the last time that using aura is forbidden. Of course, this is good news for Colin since he has the advantage of size and strength. The priest once again explains that the fight will end whenever a proxy or his master surrenders. The second thing that can bring the duel to an end is a situation where one of the knights is severely injured to the point that he can't continue the fight. After the rules are announced, Sir Joerger looks back at his worried vassal who's watching him closely. The green-eyed knight can see the anxiety in Vlad's eyes, but he thinks that the kid should have a good look at the duel instead of trying to run when he can't even walk. Joerger points to his open eyes, which is basically a way of telling him to watch closely. This is because the green-eyed knight has decided that his duel will be their class for the day. The advanced knight bravely unsheathes his sword, and he prepares to begin the duel, while revealing that our boy's study material today will be none other than Sir Colin, also known as the Warhog of the Central Regions. Not surprisingly, the bigger knight makes the first move, by attempting to land a powerful downward slash, but of course, the calm and confident swordsman effortlessly blocks the strike before retaliating with a similarly devastating hit. However, Sir Colin is up to the task, and when he sees that Joerger's strike had only one step difference, he becomes very confident that he can win the duel. So, he lifts his blade and prepares to take another mighty swing, this time trying to make it a bit faster and a bit stronger. Unfortunately for him, his skilled opponent casually dodges the first mighty strike, so he tries another one, which just ends with him missing again. Even with one eye, Joerger can see all of Colin's moves, and it's almost like he can see what the brute is planning to do next. However, this doesn't deter the wild boar of a man because he just keeps swinging as fast as he can. Even though he's yet to land a single blow, Andre is pretty glad to see that Colin is as strong as the stories say he is. The blue-haired uncle isn't too bothered by the lack of hits, because he believes that his brute is overwhelming Joerger and forcing him into a corner. One of the other knights on Andre's side hears this, and is pretty disappointed that they would even think something like that. He knows that Colin isn't overwhelming shit, and it makes him wonder if he's the only one that can see the strange turn that the momentum of the fight is taking. He's even certain that Colin must be feeling it too right now, and sure enough, the killer boar starts to get frustrated, wondering why he still can't reach Joerger after several attempts. The guy is sweating at this point, and already getting exhausted, but the green-eyed knight just fans the flames of his fury by playing the role of a matador. With a cold and fearless look in his eyes, Joerger says "ol," in other words, and this just wakes up the wild boar inside of Colin. The word infuriates him, and he charges at the one-eyed knight, calling him a son of a bitch. Of course, this is all part of Joerger's plan since he anticipated Colin's uncontrollable outburst, so just when the giant knight tries to land a killing blow on him, he takes a lower position that gives him a perfect opening for the real finishing strike. At this point, the voice tells Vlad to watch carefully, claiming that this is the moment our boy is meant to see very clearly. Colin thinks he's going to finally hit Joerger, not knowing that he's standing right where the advanced knight wants him to be. Joerger blocks Colin's strike with blistering speed, and ends up creating a gap between them. The voice takes up the commentary role at this point, and informs the kid that it's an inevitable gap formed when a hit is blocked. He further explains that it's what you call a counterattack technique, and Vlad already knows that it's a technique used to launch a follow-up attack after blocking the first hit. Sure enough, this is exactly what the green-eyed knight had in mind, so the next thing we see is that Colin is on his knees. The brute is terrified and exhausted, because he now realizes that Joerger is on a totally different level. A level that seems insurmountable to him, so he just accepts his defeat, and the priest announces that Alicia's proxy, Sir Joerger, has won this round. Hearing this, the princess sighs in relief, while her uncle and his men scowl in rage. Like the champ that he is, Sir Joerger walks back victoriously to where his vassal is, and when he reaches Vlad, he immediately asks the boy if he had a good look. In response, the blonde swordsman smiles smugly, revealing that he did, and thanks the advanced knight for giving him the opportunity to learn. Despite Sir Joerger's victory, the contest isn't over, because Alicia and her uncle are currently tied on the number of wins. So, that's why the last duel is required, and for this tiebreaker, the blonde knight from earlier will be going up against the purple-haired one from Alicia's side. The blonde swordsman introduces himself as Sir Pablo of Arnstein, and he expects his opponent to do the same before they duel. Unfortunately, this purple-haired swordsman isn't the type for such, and he just asks the knight why he's so awkward. To him, there's no need for all that formality since they already know each other. Regardless of the mockery, the blonde guy proves that he's one of those uptight knights by insisting on formality, so the purple-haired knight is forced to finally exchange greetings with the guy, introducing himself as Joubert of Shazad. The voice in our boy's head sees Joubert, and admits that Alicia certainly found a good hand. He says that while Pablo and Colin are on the same level, Joubert is way out of their league. In a shocking twist, Joubert suddenly turns to face Joseph and Alicia, which confuses them because he should already be fighting on the princess' behalf. The young master is very worried, because he has no idea why Joerger is bidding them farewell, and before he can even come up with something in his head, the crazy knight just bows before them and ruins everything by announcing his withdrawal from the duel. From Alicia to Joerger to Vlad and even Sir Duncan, everyone on the princess side is horrified by the news. Especially Joseph, who looks like he's about to chew up this purple-haired traitor, and then spit him out. On the other hand, this is exciting news to Andre, because he knows that Alicia's withdrawal from the duel automatically brings it to a close. The ambitious uncle asks those in the room to confirm his claim, and Joseph just gets even more furious, because he finally realizes that Andre always had 4 cards up his sleeve from the beginning, Joerger being the final and most important one. While the young master is bitterly scowling at the relentless uncle, the old man in question announces that he's the only Heinel, and that he acknowledges this before the gods. Even though it looks like Andre has already won, Joseph Bayezid refuses to let it end this way, so he suddenly announces that it's not over yet. With a confident smirk plastered on his face, Andre points out that Alicia's proxy withdrew from the duel. He even goes on to taunt the young master, claiming that he understands what he's feeling, before stating once more that the duel is over. However, the young master bluntly responds, saying that the fight can't end until he is convinced. With a very menacing look on his face, he then reveals that the Bayezid family has no intention of just accepting whatever outcome the people decide. Joseph Bayezid refuses to back down and insists that the fight is not over yet, so one of Andre's advisors secretly counsels, telling him to at least hear what the young master has to say. The advisor reminds Andre that Mr. Joseph Bayezid is a representative of the North, and that since their own knights are subject to the center, things could escalate. He tells Andre that a conflict between the North and the center could ensue if things go wrong at this stage, so the blue-haired menace realizes that his advisor is right. At this point, the uncle is pretty confused, so he asks the young master what he should do now. Hearing this, Joseph is relieved a little, but he also knows that the best-case scenario is already out of the picture, so he decides that all he has to do now is avoid the worst-case scenario. Joseph knows that only a sure-shot defeat can bring the next best result, and only after that can they plan for the future. With all of this in mind, the young master responds to Andre, asking the ambitious uncle to allow the duel to proceed, and claims that they cannot allow Miss Alicia's reputation to be tainted by a forfeit. Of course, Andre instantly asks Joseph if he has someone to stand in for Sir Joerger, and feeling confident that there's no alternative, he agrees to accept the request if there's someone to fight. The blue-haired man knows that Sir Duncan is the only one of Alicia's knights remaining, and there's also an unwritten rule that guests can't bring too many knights. As such, Andre is delighted and confident, because he believes that there's no way a duel can even take place anymore. However, the young master just stares the uncle down with a challenging look in his eyes, as he reveals that he actually has someone to fight in Joerger's place. Andre is incredibly shocked and confused to hear this, but Joseph of the House Bayezid suddenly presents to everyone a mighty warrior, in the name of Princess Alicia's honor, and we finally get to see who he's talking about when he suddenly points at our boy, Vlad of Soara. Even though the blonde kid didn't expect this, you have to admit that he sure looks confident and strong. Not surprisingly, Andre refuses to accept this challenge. He fumes in rage, explaining that Vlad isn't a knight, and then claims that he isn't worthy of fighting in a duel. However, Joseph counters this argument by reminding the ambitious uncle that anyone wielding a sword can fight in a duel of honor. Regardless of this point, Andre insists that it can't work because Vlad's opponent is a real knight, and explains that it would be an insult to Sir Pablo if he's made to fight a vassal. Once again, the young master counters the arguments, but this time he snaps at Andre and his men, asking them if they had the honor of the House of Bayezid in mind when they let all of this happen. They're all stunned as he angrily scolds them for trying to taunt Bayezid House with such a shallow trick, and after that, Joseph vouches for Vlad's reputation. At this point, Andre is forced to comply, so he allows the duel to happen, feeling that the lowly vassal won't be able to do anything significant. Meanwhile, Sir Joerger is already preparing Vlad's armor for the duel, and the kid still can't believe that he'll be fighting, with a real knight for that matter. Joerger just confirms this in such a carefree manner, like it's not a big deal. Vlad asks to be sure that he won't die in the duel, so Joerger assures our boy that he'll interfere if the worst comes. Hearing this, Vlad isn't exactly relieved because he knows that the worst is still pretty bad for him, but Joerger doesn't even say anything in response. Our boy notices the silence, and gets pissed at the advanced knight for not saying anything to reassure him. While he's still scowling at Joerger, the young master suddenly calls out to him, before embracing him in a warm hug. As you can imagine, the blonde kid finds this pretty weird, so he gets uncomfortable, and tells Joseph that he really doesn't need to do all this PDA. However, while he's trying to say this, he gets interrupted by Joseph whispering in his ear. He tells Vlad to just hang in there for 10 minutes. This might look like a warm and fuzzy hug, but it's all part of Joseph's plan. The young master reveals that he has a plan and has already given Borden the orders. All they need is for our boy to buy them some time, so Vlad asks him if 10 minutes will be enough. In response, Joseph admits that the more, the better in this case, so Joseph confirms that he understands the assignment, and promises to do his best to help out. The hug finally ends, and as Vlad walks away with a determined look in his eyes, the young master tells him to be careful. Our boy walks up to Princess Alicia's throne and then bows before her. The princess acknowledges him, so he turns to face his opponent, the mighty Sir Pablo Arnstein. The two fighters face each other, and our boy introduces himself as Vlad of Soara as he pulls out his sword. But Pablo just glares at him in response. The knight is so furious that he drops his shield immediately, and then tells our blonde swordsman that he's not even worthy of hearing his name. Pablo calls Vlad an unworthy brat, claiming that the duel was no longer one of honor the moment he arrived. The knight might think like he's the only one who feels insulted, but he has no idea how mad he just made our boy, because Vlad hates it when people talk about worth. The blonde swordsman thinks back to his life in Soara and wonders why people always hog beautiful and shiny things. Even though he comes from a place of no worth, it doesn't mean that he has any intention of ending up as a nobody, so with this in mind, he wields his sword and boldly asks Pablo what makes him appear lacking. At this point, our boy's eyes are glowing with intensity, implying that the knight just struck a nerve. Vlad asks Sir Pablo to tell him what makes them so different from one another, and despite seeing the power in the kid's eyes, he just taunts some more, claiming that the Bayezid standards have really fallen. Of course, our boy isn't going to let that one slide, but before he can respond, Sir Pablo tells him that he can ignore the rules of the duel. The knight unsheathes his blade and challenges Vlad to fight with everything he's got, but claims that he'll still nip this fight in the bud. At this point, our boy is beyond furious, so he charges at the knight with all he's got. After all, this is the day he deserves to shine. Vlad takes a massive swing at Sir Arnstein, but the more experienced knight blocks it and a heated sword clash ensues. The two swordsmen hold this position for a while before Pablo suddenly notices something strange with Vlad's sword. As such, he pushes the kid away, but of course, our boy just charges at him again, determined to win. Because, for the first time in his life, he lifted a sword, not for himself, but for someone else. The blue-eyed swordsman rushes to deliver another powerful attack, and the voice in his head advises him to aim for Arnstein's left, the same place he was shielding earlier. Vlad takes the advice, but Pablo barely manages to block the attack. The voice admits that habits are scary, and after our boy's brilliant attempt, Andres starts to get a little worried, because he sees how quick the blonde swordsman is and realizes that he's no ordinary kid. Meanwhile, Pablo isn't backing down either, but even though he promised to end the fight quickly, he can now see that Vlad is a natural, especially because of his ferocity, which is like that of a starving wolf. As terrifying as the kid looks right now, the more experienced knight still believes that he'll win, so he admits that Vlad has great spirit, but the look in his eyes implies that it won't be enough to win. Our boy sees this look on Arnstein's face, and he can already tell that the knight is planning to deliver a powerful strike. Sure enough, Pablo takes a mighty swing at Vlad, who manages to block it, and that's when the knight stares him down and tells him that he can't win because he's not all the way there yet. Arnstein's strike is so powerful that it sends our boy on his knee when he blocks it. The knight doesn't reduce the intensity at this point, as he just pushes down with great force, causing Vlad to shake while struggling to hold on. The boy from Soara musters all the strength he can to keep Pablo from taking him out, groaning in pain as he pushes himself to the limit. He thinks about how this fight is like being beaten with stones at this point. As our boy begins to tire out, Sir Pablo lifts his sword and asks him if he's done playing his tricks, right before attempting to land an even more powerful sword strike on the kid. Even though this strike packs a lot more force than the last one, Vlad still manages to block it somehow. Because of the force generated by Pablo's swing, the kid is forced to block the attack with both hands from below. However, while he's struggling to do this, the voice in his head tells him not to block the opponent's attacks head-on. Instead, it tells Vlad to try to parry the attack somehow. Of course, our boy is determined to take this advice, so when the powerful knight takes another big swing at him, he tries to deflect it, and it doesn't exactly go as planned. This time around, Pablo's strike sends him flying in the other direction, and he crashes into a wall. Vlad screams in agony as his back slams into the worm, but he still doesn't fall to the ground. Rather, he lands on one knee like a true knight and prepares to get back up, just as Pablo intends to finish him off for good. The more experienced knight walks up to him like a lion going to meet its injured prey, and as our boy struggles to get back up, he just stares at this kid like there's something running through his mind. All of a sudden, he calls Vlad's performance impressive, and admits that even though it's too early, the kid is still worthy of resisting him. Our boy isn't exactly flattered by this confession, because he still hates when people talk about worth. Pablo suddenly lifts his sword to finish things, and admits that it's such a shame he had to meet the promising young swordsman under these circumstances. He tells Vlad to come find him later, but as you can imagine, our boy isn't one to give up that easily. The voice tells him that he's worked hard, and it kind of triggers something inside of him, because his eyes glow even brighter all of a sudden. Vlad sees Arnstein's sword coming down at him to end the duel, but he refuses to let this happen, so in a shocking and unbelievable twist, he deflects the attack with his sword at the last minute. Everyone watching is shocked, including Joerger, who was preparing to interfere. Indra and his men watch with dropped jaws, and so does Princess Alicia, who can't believe what she just witnessed. Sir Pablo is equally taken aback and wonders if Vlad just used a counterattack technique. Sure enough, the blonde swordsman is using just that, a technique he learned from the one and only Sir Joerger. While Pablo is still coming to terms with what just happened, the people watching are trying to make it make sense. They can't understand how a mere squire managed to stop a seasoned knight's sword strike, so Indra convinces himself that it must have been a coincidence. He refuses to believe that Vlad meant to do it, because he sees the exhausted blonde, and concludes that he can't even lift his sword. Truly, our boy is almost completely drained at this point, and we see him panting heavily like someone who's about to collapse. But despite this tiredness, the boy from Soara isn't one to give up, and from the look in his eyes, you can tell that he's ready to keep going. Sir Pablo overhears the murmurs behind, and what Indra said. But he disagrees in his mind, knowing that there's no way that what Vlad did was a coincidence. The knight believes that it's something outside of the box, and admits that he also has a hard time accepting it. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when our boy vaguely asks him why. The knight doesn't understand because as far as he knows, Vlad can't read people's minds, so he expresses his confusion. The blonde swordsman just confuses him some more by asking him why it is only him. At this point, Pablo must be thinking that his opponent has gone crazy, wondering if he lost consciousness or something. Just then, Vlad tiredly mumbles some more gibberish, with his blue eyes slowly shutting. So the knight takes a closer look at him, and begins to wonder if the blonde kid is dreaming something inside his memories. We then see how tired the swordsman is, and he indeed looks like someone asleep. We see his dirty shoes in the sand, probably a memory from his childhood in the back alleys of Soara. He'd always been a boy without rights, but he wanted to be something else. He always longed for shiny things. He wanted abilities and craved opportunities. But most of all, he dreamed of possessing rights. In this flashback scene, the poor blonde boy stands with his dirty shoes in the sand and stares at the special sword hanging on the wall outside a blacksmith. The same sword he had been obsessed with since the first day he saw it. But he could never afford such a rare item. It's such things that made Vlad desire the rights to go somewhere that shines, a place where he wasn't the underprivileged child. And as this memory of Soara fades away, our boy wakes up from this trance. His eyes widen with determination and anger as he reveals that he wants to be in this shiny place as well. This sudden activation takes Pablo by surprise, because it almost looks like Vlad just woke up from the dead. The knight can already feel that the fight won't be the same anymore, and the look on his face shows that he's no longer as confident as he was a few seconds ago. At this point, a flower is about to bloom, a brilliant flower that no one has ever seen before, and this is when we see the insane aura surrounding our boy, as he gets back up to continue the duel of honor. The next thing we see is the two opponents clashing swords, and this time, Vlad's isn't shaking. Indra and his men are bewildered when they see this, because he can't even fathom what his eyes are seeing. That's when we see our boy's hands covered in blood as he tightens the grip on his sword. Sir Joerger is equally shocked to see this because he knows that he didn't show the technique to Vlad so he would use it. Like all he did was show him to help him focus on the basics, but this genius swordsman is out here pulling off unbelievable techniques. The aggressive duel continues as both swordsmen go toe-to-toe, with neither backing down. Meanwhile, Sir Joerger is still shocked because his vassal is already using the dangerous technique. Our boy takes a mighty swing at Sir Arnstein, who observes closely and concludes that the sharpness at the end of Vlad's sword has already disappeared. This makes him realize that the boy from Soara is now fighting with a blade full of his well-settled resolve, so he finds it interesting. The young swordsman attacks with all the strength and determination that he can muster, but this just makes one wonder where this resolve even points to. Just as our boy is about to deliver the strike, Pablo is already fully ready to take the attack, so they clash swords again. He sees the boy's bloody hands, and is instantly horrified because he fears that his opponent's sword is howling. At this point, he realizes that Vlad's sword is going to bloom any moment now, and while he's busy worrying about that, the young swordsman prepares to take another big swing. Pablo realizes what's about to happen, and decides that he must carry out his duties as a knight. The seasoned knight equally raises his sword to match Vlad's attack, and once again, they clash swords. It turns out that Pablo intends to block all of our boy's strikes so that he can bring out Vlad's world, which is about to bloom all of its flowers. Our boy holds off the experienced knight, and they remain at loggerheads until Vlad's sword begins to exude some kind of power. Everyone around is shocked and confused when they see this. Even Joubert is bewildered, and so is Sir Joerger, who realizes that what they're witnessing is the premonition. When Sir Pablo sees this too, he desperately calls for his shield, demanding that someone get him one. Hearing this, a young squire rushes to his aid and takes a sword to him. Now having a shield, he beats his sword against it, and finally tells Vald his name, introducing himself as Sir Pablo of Arnstein. He prepares to continue the tough fight, and calls our hero the boy who has rights as he asks for his name. In response, Vlad looks at him with glowing eyes, and reveals that he's the boy born in a place without rights. With this statement, we're once again taken back to his memories in Soara. We see Vlad leaving footprints in the sand as he walks away from the sword on the wall. But he's not walking aimlessly. He's walking toward the place that shines, and as he makes his way to this magnificent place in his mind, He hears a voice telling him that he has proven his own rights. Our boy beholds this place that shines and continues to stare at it until his blue eyes turn golden. However, they quickly turn blue again, because now the young swordsman knows who he is. So, the voice tells him to scream out his identity with pride, and he does. Our boy charges at his opponent with power surging all over his body and reveals that he is Vlad of Soara. The aura around him shines so brightly that it turns into a blinding light which everyone around has a hard time looking at. Even Joseph covers his eyes from the light, but Sir Joerger anxiously watches on to see what happens, the same way Andra refuses to look away. As menacing as Vlad's aura is, Sir Pablo remains undaunted. Rather than covering his eye to the blinding light, he opens it wide as it glows with a burning gold color. This power covers him as he challenges the young swordsman to come at him one more time. Sir Pablo of Arnstein urges Vlad of Soara to attack, and of course, our boy goes in to resume the brutal duel. He yells like a warrior and leaps into the air with the terrifying aura surrounding him as he attempts to deliver a sword strike that would end the fight. However, his opponent is very much prepared to take on the hit and braces himself for impact by setting his huge shield in place. Sir Pablo's is equally fierce, as the energy around him makes him look like he's been covered by an inferno. The clash ensues and the scene turns white for a while. The next thing we see is our boy's bloody hand holding his sword on the ground. Sir Pablo looks at the young swordsman with a smile on his face like a proud father. He sits with Vlad, who's lying unconscious near him, and admits that our boy did very well. Our hero is out like a light, with bruises on his face from the intense clash, but while he sleeps peacefully, Andra takes the opportunity to make some trouble. The troublesome uncle suddenly starts yelling about how Vlad used aura in a duel, which is forbidden. As such, he clamors for the young swordsman to be disqualified for it, but this statement just infuriates Sir Pablo. He's disgusted by the pathetic bastard called Andra. He fixes his gaze on the blue-haired nuisance, and is surprised that even after seeing such a beautiful flower, Andra only thinks about the fruit that will bear when the flower falls. Just then, Sir Pablo turns to see Joseph Bayezid and Sir Joerger walking up to him. They're both aware of what Pablo did during the duel, knowing that he facilitated the blooming of Vlad's flower, so they thank him for acting out his duties as a knight. Hearing this, Sir Pablo explains that he only did what he was supposed to, and admits that it was an honorable moment helping Vlad bloom as well. After that little exchange, the young master turns to the priest there and asks him to confirm if Vlad actually used aura. The priest claims that it's correct, revealing that it was indeed aura. Hearing this, Joseph then asks the priest to pick out which is the higher concept between the divine rules of a duel and the swordmaster's code. The priest is caught off guard by this question and almost looks like he just saw a ghost. It turns out that the swordmaster is a title that has been possessed by only one person in the history of mankind. There is a code attached to this honorable title, and Joseph reveals that code is both honor and duty, adding that it is also related to royal authority. After explaining this, the young master turns to the blue-haired uncle and his men. He addresses Indra Heinel and tells him that rule and code are butting against each other. So, he asks the uncle to choose if honor comes first, or if duty takes priority. He explains that no one there can say either of the two comes first, and as such, he believes that what happened must be reported to the Holy See in the royal palace. After explaining this, the young master concludes that the result of the duel will be postponed until they have a definite answer from there. With that conclusion, we're told that all the young and tender in the world have a deserved right to bloom their flower. We see our boy lying unconscious after his clash with Sir Pablo, and the fact that he has finally bloomed his flower makes one realize how beautiful possibility is. The voice says that all the young who can express themselves as their own world are precious, so he tells all his knights that they must dutifully protect those moments. He tells all those who raise their honorable swords to vow by his name that they will carry out their duties. At this point, we learn that the man speaking is the swordmaster, the founding king, and as all the knights bow before him, he reveals that this is his first code. After the duel, the scene shifts to the Heinel mansion where we see our hero waking up from some much-needed rest. He literally went toe-to-toe with one of the most powerful knights in the land, and held his own too. Vlad finally wakes up, groaning in pain, and we see that his hands are all wrapped up with bandages since he cut them during the fight. Anyway, the first thing he does is call out to Goth, who seems to be standing by the bed. Vlad asks for some water, so the loyal friend quickly pours him a cup. While he is bringing the water, our boy just groans even more, lamenting that all his bones hurt. Vlad finally gets handed the cup, but he's shocked when he opens his eyes properly to see that it's actually the young master Joseph standing in front of him. Joseph doesn't mind catering to his needs for now, admitting that he's just glad that the blonde swordsman seems to have recovered his strength. Vlad immediately apologizes for sending the young master on an errand, but Mr. Joseph quickly assures him that there is no need for that and asks him to make himself comfortable. The swordsman receives the cup of water with his wrapped up hands that now make him look like he's a mummy, and Joseph asks him if the pain hurts anywhere in particular, so Vlad answers that it doesn't. The young master then thanks our boy, admitting that he didn't imagine that the young vassal to do so much in the duel. Joseph then takes a seat beside Vlad's bed and informs him that the duel has now been postponed, all thanks to him. The boy doesn't really understand what he means by that. He was out like a light after the fight, so he expresses his confusion, and Joseph explains that the duel has been delayed without coming to a conclusion. The young master goes on to tell him how the situation got complicated since the rules of the sacred duel and the swordmaster's code got entangled. Hearing this, Vlad is instantly intrigued by the thought of the swordmaster's code, because the voice told him about it once. Joseph elaborates, revealing that to become a knight, one must make a pledge as per the swordmaster's code. He even tells Vlad that a day would come when he will make that pledge, if things go well for him. The whole conversation is so fascinating to our boy, and he immediately begins to fantasize about being a full-fledged knight. With armor all over his body, a huge sword, and a massive horse to ride, Vlad can already see himself as a knight. Joseph wakes him from the little daydream when he suddenly gets up to leave. He hopes that Vlad takes good care of himself, and informs the kid that staying too long in this place might be kind of trouble. However, our boy assures the young master that he's fine already, and is even about to say he's ready to leave, but Joseph stops him right there, explaining that he can't let that happen. He can't let the future knight jump out of bed without fully recovering, because he's the kind of person who cherishes things that deserve to be. Elsewhere, we see Princess Alicia staring out her window wistfully. She notices how all the guests are leaving one by one and feels very frustrated that she couldn't even give them a proper word of caution. She asks if Indra left also, but her knight reminds her that her uncle's departure was delayed along with the duel. However, the knight assures her that he has asked the church for personal protection through the priest. Hearing this, Alicia just gets more upset, especially because she now has to see all those who tried to push her to her downfall leave in peace. She claims that it feels like her heart is being crushed. But while she's expressing her sadness, the knight assures her that there will be time for revenge later. The old knight tells her that these difficult times require her to toughen up, and then reminds her that it's important she establishes complete control over Damer in the meantime. Sure enough, the determined princess admits that she has to do just that. She suddenly asks him how the lemon harvest is going, and unfortunately, he informs her that it's not so good. Alicia is worried that production keeps falling, so she asks if they should switch to planting more barley instead. However, Sir Duncan suggests that they just wait and see, explaining that can't just change the industrial structure so easily. The princess agrees with him, knowing that it's indeed a difficult decision to make at this point. She sighs in exasperation, feeling that even after clearing mountain-like trails, there's always another mountain waiting right in front of her. Alicia suddenly spots something outside the window that catches her interest, so she asks Sir Duncan, just to confirm that most knights know how to ride horses. The old knight is taken aback by her question, because as far as he's concerned, all knights should be able to ride horses. To him, you can't call yourself a knight if you can't ride a horse, and that's pretty much the general idea too. After all, horse riding is a virtue as important as the sword, and hearing this, Alicia just keeps gazing out the window, with an amused look on her face. She concludes that the gods don't give you everything after all, so Sir Duncan goes to check what she's staring at, and is immediately stunned. Looking out the window, they can see Vlad struggling to stay on the back of a horse, like he's at one of those bullfighting competitions. Joerger just watches in the background, feeling very disappointed, so Sir Duncan can already feel the advanced knight's anguish. Our boy eventually gets thrown off the horse and lands on his back. From the look on his face, you can imagine just how much it hurts, and you gotta feel for the kid because he just got out of a brutal duel a while ago. Vlad takes a breather while rubbing his back in agony, but Joerger just reminds him that he said he could ride an expensive horse. Our boy just hits back, suggesting that maybe the horse needs to be a little more expensive. As you can imagine, the short-tempered knight has had enough of Vlad's annoying remarks, so he lands an insane blow on the back of his vassal's head. As he punches him, he advises the kid to think a little before speaking. Vlad groans in pain, before arguing that he was able to get in the horse the last time he tried. However, it was Goth who steered at that time. While our boy is trying to explain this, his loyal friend Goth chimes in to defend him, claiming that he actually got on the horse. Upon hearing this, Sir Joerger realizes just how serious the situation is. He initially believed that he'd be able to teach Vlad how to ride a horse by himself, so now that nothing is working, he starts to wonder if the horse might actually be the problem. He sees Goth trying to get the horse back to Vlad and realizes that the animal is even backing away from his vassal. Heck, this horse is even shooting death glares at our boy. Joerger starts to think that maybe there's something ahead that the horse is afraid of, and since he doesn't know what that is for now, he draws the curtains on their training for the day. Vlad asks if they'll practice tomorrow, and surprisingly, the advanced knight suggests that they skip training for the following day too. Our boy is very confused when he hears Joerger say this, so he asks the knight when he'll learn how to ride a horse. In response, Joerger explains that they're delaying that part of the training for now, so Vlad reveals that he's heard those words way too many times since he arrived in Damer. The hot-headed knight bluntly asks him if he has a problem with it, so Vlad decides to get on Joerger's nerves by claiming that he does have a little problem with it. Upon hearing this, the frustrated knight just sighs, realizing that there's no quick fix for his squire's bratty character. Joerger just starts walking away, suggesting that they think about the issue when they get back to Stangga, especially since he has work to do later in the day. When the knight exits the scene, Goth finally asks Vlad why horses seem to hate him even more as time goes on. At this point, our boy is becoming worried, because he's afraid that even the more expensive horses won't let him ride them either. Seeing the way things are going, Goth randomly suggests that Vlad tries riding a cow. He thinks it should be easier since cows are definitely duller than horses, but our boy just feels insulted by this idea. He accuses Goth of just yapping all the time, and scolds him, telling him to think a little before he speaks. Of course, Goth heard when Joerger said this earlier, so he hits back at that blonde swordsman, and mocks him for continually riding in a carriage when other knights are riding horses. Goth taunts him with this, saying that he's sure Joerger would love that. Seeing that Vlad doesn't appreciate his help, he reveals that he'll get going, so he takes the horse back to its stable. Seeing how much the horse dislikes him, and how Goth just switched up on him, Vlad begins to wonder what the problem could actually be. That's when the voice chimes in, and suggests that the problem might be that our boy is moving too fast. He holds the sword and the voice continues to speak, telling him how animals tend to be more sensitive to that. Perplexed by the situation, Vlad asks the voice what he should do, so it tells him that he needs to learn how to control his momentum. The voice explains that this is one of the ways to control the mental world, claiming that if he can use aura freely, then he can control his momentum. This whole idea is a bit too difficult for Vlad right now since he can't even consciously draw his aura out. And even when he does, the aura itself is pretty faint. In response, the voice assures him that this is natural, explaining that using it in real battles requires training and mastery. The voice then reminds him of Joerger's words, which is basically saying that he should try running before he can walk. Vlad takes in all of this, and just sighs, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He suddenly remembers that they're supposed to return to Stangga after the farewell ceremony the following day, so he stares at the tree on the hill and wonders if he should go back there one more time before leaving Damer. Inside the mansion, the purple-haired knight Joerger convinces himself that the Lord will understand after hearing his condition, even though he failed his mission. He walks down the halls with this at the back of his mind, feeling that you can't actually blame the sea for making waves after all. In his defense, the stuff that happened during the duel was kind of an unfortunate accident. After all, nobody could have predicted that Vlad's flower would bloom that day. The more Joerger thinks about it, the more ridiculous it is to him. The fact that a lowly vassal could cause so much commotion is something he still can't comprehend. All of a sudden, his stroll is interrupted when Joerger holds a sword at his neck. Joerger claims that it's a pretty aggressive hello, and assures the advanced knight that he didn't have to go this far. Joerger's eyes glint with mischief, so Joerger is convinced that he actually has to go this far. The purple-haired knight asks him how long he waited there, wondering if he doesn't have anything else to do, so Joerger informs him that today is his day off. Joerger suggests that what he's doing is a waste of his day, so the one-eyed knight retorts, claiming that he has to catch up on delayed work on his day off. The mischievous knight calmly stands there and admits that he understands why Joerger is so upset. But then again, he claims that he had no other choice, so the advanced knight taunts him, calling their encounter a coincidence because he also doesn't have much of a choice right now. All of a sudden, Joerger uses his finger to slowly push Joerger's sword away, claiming that the situation must be really upsetting. He then reminds Joerger that they have the same job, so he expects him to understand this at least. But the green-eyed knight reveals that he's just following orders, because if the master tells him to bark, then he has to bark. The two knights suddenly begin to draw out their aura. Joerger's eyes begin to glow, and the same happens with Joerger, and they both stand each other off. The cunning knight tries to intimidate Joerger, but bro doesn't back down, so Joerger takes the hint and stops using his aura. He raises his arms in surrender when he sees that Mr. Eye Patch means business, and then claims that Joerger's warning is enough. Even though Joerger just surrendered, the advanced knight doesn't move the sword away from his neck, so he decides to use his words. The purple-haired guy suddenly talks about how wrong it is that people call them swordsmen. But just when he thinks he's about to say something to pacify Joerger, he tells the green-eyed knight that he's also a dog that only bites when his master tells him to. With a very condescending look in his eyes, he tells Joerger to enjoy his day off if he's done barking. He's confident that the knight won't hurt him, because he knows that the slightest amount of bloodshed would be a declaration of war against the Shazar family. However, before he can even finish this sentence, Joerger punches him right in the face, knocking him to the floor in the process. Joerger groans as he hits the floor, while the green-eyed knight just taunts him, claiming that one little bite is fine since his lord is a nice man. He says this, and then charges at Joerger again. The crafty knight tries to mock him, asking if the punch to the face is enough for him, but Joerger just delivers another deadly punch. This time, he goes straight for his guts as he reveals that he's not yet done beating him. At this point, Joerger is struggling to breathe. She falls to the ground again and begins to cough uncontrollably. Joerger tells Joerger that he expects him to understand why he's doing this, since they're in the same industry after all. The crafty knight eventually gets back up, and finally admits that this beating should be enough for him. Hearing this, the advanced knight admits that he hopes they can meet again, especially since he can't make him pay completely for mocking Joseph while they're still in the Heidel mansion. Jubert slowly gets back on his feet, holding his belly, and boldly agrees that they'll meet again sooner or later. He says this because he knows that the empire is falling apart, and this means that people will band together even if they don't want to, so the chances of meeting again are pretty high. The mischievous knight limos away from Joerger and just waves him goodbye, saying they'll see each other soon. Hearing this, the advanced knight just agrees, thinking about how that time is surely coming. The time when the sword will be needed more than ever, and a time when their lands will be ravaged by war and death. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, we see that our boy has returned to the tree in the graveyard. He stands before the tree and claims that the spirit they met the last time seemed like an old friend, so he suggests that the voice in his head tries talking to it again. In response, the voice admits that he honestly can't believe that the snake recognized him. He was also very shocked. Either way, Vlad thinks that they should have a quick look and leave before they run into the princess again, because he knows that they can't afford the kind of trouble it would cause them. Vlad quickly kneels before the tree and plants the sword in the ground like he did the last time, as he prepares to let the voice take over his body again. Our boy's eyes begin to glow at that moment, and immediately, the white serpent appears in front of him. He's taken aback by how fast it was, and even more startled by how close the snake is to his face. Vlad does his best to stay cool, and then asks the voice to confirm that this spirit is his friend, but the guy in his head isn't even sure. He just hopes that the snake is friendly. All of a sudden, the white serpent spirit circles the young swordsman like he's an egg. As you'd expect, he's not really comfortable with this, but he just tries to assume that this gesture is the snake's way of greeting him. The voice also believes that he should be correct, so while they're still speculating, the blue-eyed snake stops and stares right into Vlad's eyes. It gazes at him and then squints. In general, the snake just starts acting weird, so the young swordsman asks why that's happening. In response, the voice just tells him not to even try understanding spirits, because they're another form of the world. The snake keeps acting strangely, shaking its head all over the place, and the voice tells him that the feeble soul of a mortal cannot understand all that encompasses the world, and this is pretty obvious at this point. The glowing snake suddenly starts to go higher and begins some weird dance ritual, which causes the grasses and the tree to also start glowing. Even the air is suddenly filled with a strange energy, and when Vlad feels it, he realizes that it's actually warm. This is all very confusing to him, but then he suddenly realizes something. The energy surrounds him, and he suddenly begins to understand exactly what it is. Even the voice realizes what's happening, and admits that he's surprised because he didn't expect to see a forgotten enigma there. It turns out that this is the spirit's blessing, and the voice confirms it, as the glowing snake maintains its focus on the young boy from Soara. After that magical experience, the scene shifts and we see Mr. Joseph leaving with his people. Before they depart, they go to see Princess Alicia, who admits that she's very embarrassed to see them off in this manner. She wishes that she could have held a huge banquet for them, and she expresses this feeling. But Joseph assures her that her intentions are enough for him and his people. He totally understands her situation, because this is exactly the time for her to fix the cracks in the Heinel family. Hearing his kind words, Alicia appreciates his understanding, and sincerely thanks him for everything. The representatives of the Bayezid family take one last bow, and Joseph reveals that they'll be leaving now. However, just when they're about to walk away, Sir Duncan asks for a minute of their time. He suddenly asks Vlad to come forward, which leaves our blonde hero quite puzzled. He looks at his masters for permission, and Joseph grants it, telling him to go on. As Vlad walks down to meet Sir Duncan, Joerger suggests that their hosts must have prepared a ceremony. The young master agrees, and reveals that he told them to keep the closing ceremony simple just in case they went forward with it. Sir Duncan tells Vlad to kneel when he gets to them, so the kid does exactly that. That's when Princess Alicia expresses her gratitude to the boy from Soara. She admits that without him, she wouldn't even be standing there, and then praises him for protecting their honor. Alicia also commends him for shining light over a duel that was blotted with fraud. The princess believes that no amount of gratitude could make up for what he has done for her, so she humbly offers him what she can. Alicia stretches out her hands with a purple handkerchief in them, and then informs Vlad that she wants to entrust her name to him even though he's not a knight. She claims that he was even more honorable than a knight, and while she's saying all of this, Joseph realizes that it's just as he expected. He knows that she's a smart woman, so he understands that she's trying to prove her relationship with Bayezid by having a common prospect like Vlad. In other words, this clever princess is showing gratitude and taking advantage of it at the same time. Meanwhile, our boy raises his head to see the handkerchief, and is beyond disappointed that this is the so-called valuable reward he's getting. Bro can't even hide his displeasure, because he's frowning without even knowing it. He's not sure if he's just supposed to accept the handkerchief from her. I mean, he's still pretty new to all of this knight stuff. Thankfully, he quickly remembers the time that Joerger told him to always accept stuff from nobles, because it's proper courtesy. The memory rings in his head like a bell, and he also remembers how he got lectured the time he refused Mr. Rudiger's peanuts. As such, he's not willing to receive another beating from his brutal master, so he accepts the handkerchief, and thanks the princess for it. Van's probably wondering what he'll even need the piece of cloth for, but then again, it's proper courtesy, so it's not like he has a choice. Anyway, it seems that our boy might still be in trouble, because the moment he takes the cloth from Alicia, everyone around gasps in shock. Joerger looks like he just got a headache, while Joseph just gets nervous because he forgot to tell the boy from the back alleys how to act around nobles. An equally exhausted Sir Duncan finally informs Vlad that he just accepted the gift the wrong way. The blonde kid has no idea what the old man means. Well, it turns out that there are two ways a lady passes on a handkerchief that symbolizes her honor. The first way is by hanging the piece of cloth at the end of the sword, while the second method is by passing it to him from hand to hand. At this point, Vlad realizes that he messed up, and as he turns around to see all the judging eyes, he nervously asks how he's supposed to do it. We also learn that these two methods have different meanings, because while the first one at the sword end is for honor, the second hand-to-hand method is for love. After the awkward moment, Princess Alicia gets flustered as her cheeks flush red, but Vlad is still trying to process everything. Man's so confused right now, because he doesn't know that he basically just confessed love to the princess. Either way, Vlad decides to be Vlad and mischievously claims that he'll use the handkerchief well, wondering why the guys at the back are making such a big deal out of it. On the carriage ride home, the young master admits that he hasn't been that flustered in a long time. He also feels that he's at fault for not teaching the young squire, and he also jokes about how the wandering minstrels won't have to worry about making a living in Damer for a while. Our boy apologizes for what happened, but Joerger still scolds him, telling him to always look at him first if he's ever to receive something from a noble in public. He agrees to keep that in mind, but Joseph suddenly congratulates him. Our boy doesn't get why, so the young master reminds him that he's now a man honored by a high-ranking noble lady Alicia. In other words, the boy from Soara has now risen to the rank of an honorary knight. At the start of this series, our hero was just a boy from the slums, and now he has progressed all the way to the rank of a knight. The story resumes, and as you can imagine, the young boy from Soara is utterly shocked when he hears that he will become an honorary knight. However, the young master casually explains that Vlad will be treated like a knight in places where Alicia's name is recognized and revered. This is still really big news to the young blonde swordsman. He can't believe that he will be made a knight of any sort, at least not at this age, and it's such a crazy feeling that just overwhelms him. While he's trying to comprehend the current situation, Joseph chimes in again, suggesting that Vlad's knighthood will basically be limited to Damer since Alicia just became a baron. At this point, our boy finally understands the situation, and almost seems relieved when he realizes what being an honorary knight means. He knows that becoming a real knight can never be that easy. Vlad holds the purple handkerchief that Alicia gave him as he ponders deeply about everything. The young master interrupts these thoughts by reminding our boy that he got the gift because of a mistake, and he also advises him not to lose the handkerchief, because it's actually Alicia's honor and not just a random piece of cloth. The young swordsman anxiously asks Joseph what would happen if he lost the handkerchief, and the young master coldly informs him that he'll have to take responsibility for himself, because he was the one who accepted it with his own hands. Hearing these words, fear grips our boy, because he can tell from Joseph's eyes that the consequences of such a thing will be more than the young master can handle. With this in mind, Vlad holds the handkerchief tightly and resolves not to lose the special cloth at any cost. Just then, Joseph pulls out a small piece of paper that looks like a contract. He claims that the issues ended abruptly and informs Vlad that he won't be needing the piece of paper anymore thanks to him. The young swordsman deduces that the paper is a promissory note, and the young master confirms this, revealing that the paper is a certificate that says that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold. That's a huge sum, so Vlad is taken aback by it, and that's when Joseph explains that the gold was money to secure Alicia's soldiers in case she lost the duel. If she had lost the duel, she would have been forced to surrender herself because that would have been the only way to save herself from her uncle. However, the young master also reveals that Alicia didn't actually borrow the gold. Upon hearing this, Vlad asks if there's a reason Joseph brought Miss Alicia, since he already knows that losing the duel means losing the right to succeed. In response, the young master explains that his cause is like a spark in the ashes, which one right encounter with the wind can rekindle. In other words, if Alicia is within the grasp of the Bayezid family, then Andre can't help but feel pressure. At this point, Vlad is starting to understand this game a bit, after seeing how nobles live their lives looking for justification. His thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly senses something strange behind him. Joseph notices Vlad's expression, so he asks the young swordsman what's wrong, and the blonde kid reveals that he heard something from the woods to the west. Elsewhere in the forest, it all looks so peaceful at one moment, but then all of a sudden, huge dust clouds erupt in the horizon, and that's when we see the army of horse riders coming toward Joseph's convoy. Vlad sees this through the window and is immediately horrified by the army of bandits headed their way. Our boy quickly raises the alarm to inform the others and pulls out his sword as well to prepare for the imminent battle. However, just when he's about to lift his sword for the fight, Joseph stops him and quietly tells him to put his blade away. Vlad is pretty confused, but the young master just wears a smug look on his face and assures the kid that he made preparations for this even before the duel started. In a surprising twist, it turns out that the bandits weren't actually coming to fight or rob the young master's convoy, because the next thing we see is that they're bowing to Joseph. Their white-haired leader of the bandits informs the young master that they ran a bit late because they were trying to collect the fair price for something. The scar-faced dude remains on his knee and presents Joseph with a bloody sack. Seeing this, the young master asks if that sack is what he requested because he knows that he ended up asking for something else. Joseph tells the guy that he did a good job and asks him to stand up. The scar-faced bandit leader gets up and immediately spots Vlad standing near the young master. The man wonders if he's the young vassal who received Lady Alicia's honor by hand. Apparently, word about what happened has already spread all over the land, and when he says this, Joseph simply confirms it. The young master is surprised that the news spread so fast, but he tells the bandit leader that he can adore the blonde swordsman later. Our boy gets nervous just looking at the scary bandit's face, and it gets even more frightening when the white-haired stranger somewhat glares at him. Vlad becomes pretty terrified when he sees this. He realizes that the aura he senses from the guy is nothing like what he felt from other nights. Instead, what he can sense is similar to the smell of danger that the back alleys of Sowara reeked of. With this in mind, Vlad feels like his instincts are telling him that the scar-faced man is not one to be trifled with. Joseph suddenly asks the bandit leader to follow the convoy if he's coming back to Sturma, but the scary guy politely declines, claiming that he and his men have to get back a bit quicker. After all, they're using horses. Joseph is a bit disappointed, but he lets them go and thanks the leader for his services once again. In response, the guy claims that he was merely loyal to his duty as Bayezid's hidden sword, which is most likely just a fancy name for an assassin. Hearing the strange title for the first time, Vlad is a little confused and quite frightened, so he starts to wonder who the hell these people are, because it's pretty obvious now that they're not your regular bandits. Besides that, he's also really curious about what's in that bloody sack they brought with them. The young master turns around and notices Vlad looking at it, so he asks the kid if he wants to know what the sack is. The young swordsman immediately admits that he is a little, so Joseph vaguely tells him that it contains the world of nobles, which is the world of the cold, brutal, and unforgiving. We get an idea of what's inside even though it was already kind of obvious with the bloodstains on the back. Back at home, Joseph's father reveals that a group of pilgrims is passing through Sturma, so he asks his advisor if he should greet them. In response, the white-bearded old man suggests that the visitors don't seem to want that, especially since they said that they'd just quietly see the dragon's trail and then leave. Hearing this, the head of the Bayezid family thinks that these must be the voices of the gods that desire nothing, because he hasn't seen such sincere pilgrims in a very long time. Even though they don't seem to want any greeting or attention, Joseph's father still thinks that it should be okay to look after the pilgrims without their knowledge. His advisor already knew that he would say something like that, and the Bayezid head just claims that it's only because one has the right to enjoy what they're deserving of. Seeing that the nobleman really wants to do this, the advisor assures his master that he'll make preparations to watch over the pilgrims. Besides that, the master would also like to talk about his second son and Vlad. He heard about the great feat that they accomplished this time around. The advisor confirms this, revealing that there was even a word in the report that would even make an old man's heart race. Count Bayezid is intrigued by this and links it to the swordmaster's first code. He feels that it's a nostalgic word that he hasn't heard in a very long time. Elite education began with the selection of those with proven blood and talent from the start. So, these young swordsmen were practically diamonds in the rough that were managed with care during their training. That's why it's rare for a situation to reach such extreme points that would require the call for the first code. Joseph's father feels that it must have been a rare sight in today's times when knights are nurtured so preciously, and the advisor suggests that the master would have loved it if he had been there to see Vlad in action. The count agrees, but he claims that he's not the only one who would have loved it, because he's sure that a few other people would have loved it as well. Thinking about our boy's feat, the golden generation of Bayezid comes to his mind, and he feels proud just thinking about it. Joseph's father believes that at this rate, the old guys will come with treats in their hands for the newbies, and upon hearing this, the advisor reveals that he's sure Joseph would love that. The head of the Bayezid family closes his eyes and thinks back to the time when his second son was practically gasping for air. He thought that Joseph had given up at that time, but the young master surprised him by crawling through the mud, holding him back until he brought a shining thing into their home. That's right, he's talking about the shining boy from the back alleys of Sowara. Unfortunately, this good feeling quickly changes as a wave of sadness washes over the father's face. He believes that he has a lot to think about indeed, because in the end, he can only choose one of his two sons. Elsewhere in Sturma, the other vassals are having a meal when one of them suddenly informs the others that Vlad is back after completing his mission in Dermer. They all start to discuss the things they've heard so far. One wonders if it's true that the blonde kid actually dueled a knight, and another heard that our boy created his own world as well. As you can imagine, Sobanin, who's still Vlad's biggest hater among the vassals, refuses to believe the rumors. He claims that the stories are ridiculous and impossible, because as far as he's concerned, the kid from the back alleys can't use aura. While they're all gossiping, someone suddenly walks into the hall, and we see that it's the man of the moment. Vlad admits that he's starving and thinks about how it's been like a month since he last entered the place. He sees all the vassals dining at their tables, and he also notices how they all look afraid the moment they see him. They quietly turn back to their meals, and this makes Vlad realize that it doesn't matter if someone comes from a high or low status family. Whether the gap in status between them is big or small doesn't matter anymore because the children's alley fight is over. And this is all because of the appearance of that one person who trod in a different world from the rest. The next thing we see is a plate of sausages being devoured by our favorite blonde swordsman. Vlad munches down on the food, making it obvious just how much he missed the place. Unfortunately, he's not able to enjoy his meal in peace with all the other vassals staring at him and whispering about him. It's starting to get on his nerves because it's becoming too uncomfortable to deal with while eating. When he says this, the fat kid eating next to him informs him that it's going to be like this for a while, especially since everyone here roughly knows what happened in Dermer. Vlad causally locks his finger as he realizes just how quickly the rumors spread. The vassal is pretty much our boy's only friend in the place, so he's the only one who cares enough to ask Vlad what his plans are for vacation. The blonde swordsman is taken aback by the talks of a vacation, so his buddy realizes that he didn't know and then informs him that the vassals get a vacation period twice a year. He explains that all the followers have received holidays this week already, so this makes Vlad wonder if he's going to get one too. After all, he's quite new here, and he's not even a disciple from a precious household. On top of that, he doesn't even have anywhere to go for any kind of vacation. Upon hearing this, the chubby kid's face lights up, and he doesn't even hesitate to invite Vlad to his family home for the vacation. It obviously won't be a problem because his dad is the one officially inviting Vlad to the house. The kid nervously admits that he's never actually taken a friend to his place before, and Vlad can already tell that he had no success on previous attempts. At this point, his determination to convince Vlad increases, so he assures our boy that the serving part for guests is done properly at his house. He claims that they even provide unlimited freshly roasted meat. The offer sounds good, but Vlad still has to think about it to know if it's worth coming over. Seeing the hesitation, the chubby vassal suddenly remembers that Vlad once said he was looking for horses. He reminds our boy how he once revealed what his household does. As such, he explains that his family can arrange horses from anywhere near this area, and of course, this finally catches Vlad's attention. He's intrigued, but then the kid reveals that they even have some horses that have better pedigree than Joerger's horse. In other words, they have more expensive horses, and upon hearing this, our boy immediately agrees to spend the vacation at the guy's place. Vlad is a bit too serious about it, but the fat kid is just happy that he gets to have a friend over at his place for the holidays. Later that afternoon, we see Sir Joerger beating the shit out of our boy in the name of intense training. The advanced knight casually uses his sword to slap Vlad in the face during their sparring session. But of course, the relentless swordsman doesn't go down that easily. From the look on Vlad's face, you can tell that the pain is taking a toll on him, and Joerger notices this, so when the kid tries to attack, he counters it and tells Vlad to focus. The green-eyed knight is literally playing right now. The guy holds one hand behind his back, and uses the other to frustrate all of Vlad's attempts to land a hit. Despite being countered over and over again, our boy doesn't give up. He keeps throwing everything he's got at the advanced knight. But Joerger just seems upset when he sees that the kid is trying to do something beyond his abilities, so he lands a killer strike on Vlad's back. Under normal circumstances, such a blow should paralyze a man, even though they're just using wooden swords. However, our boy survives the brutal hit. He obviously needs some time to recover from it, so he finally falls on his knee to catch a breather. While he's resting, Sir Joerger reminds him that he told him not to try something if he knows he can't do it. Apparently, Sir Joerger is mad because he feels that Vlad now thinks he's big enough to try things that are beyond his capacity since he dueled with a knight in Dermer. Our boy is stunned when he hears this, but he doesn't say anything. He's probably still trying to catch his breath. Unfortunately, Joerger gets even more upset and concludes that the vassal is ignoring him. The blonde swordsman is shocked again when he hears this too, but still, he's too stunned to speak. Joerger glares at him angrily, and when he realizes that the knight means business, he becomes afraid, so he quickly apologizes to Joerger. After the apology, Joerger tells Vlad not to come to the training ground if he feels like he's being forced to do it. Furthermore, the advanced knight also makes it clear that he doesn't want Vlad to come to him anymore if he now feels that he can train without him. After these short statements, he draws the curtains on their training for the day and walks away, telling Vlad that he can leave. Our boy is obviously in a bad mood, so he quietly walks away in the opposite direction. Sir Joerger looks back at his vassal and admits that the young swordsman's results for far shine as well as his achievements. The advanced knight is certainly proud of him for this, but he feels that Vlad's qualities are still unpolished. And just like sand on a seashore, Joerger thinks that our boy is still weak enough to be blown off by a huge wave at any moment. This bothers Joerger because he knows how dangerous it is, but what can he do except guide the kid? Elsewhere, we see Vlad walking down one of the hallways with his sword. The voice in his head suddenly speaks up, reminding him that he told him to focus on the basics. The voice claims that he would have been angry at Vlad as well, but the young swordsman explains that he was just trying to bring out the aura again. The voice responds by reminding him that not all knights can use aura. He also explains that this doesn't mean that knights who can't use it have a low level. The man in his head informs this that aura only manifests the possibility that one can rise higher. He also tells Vlad that he shouldn't forget that it hasn't been long since he wielded the sword. In essence, he's just trying to tell the boy from Soara to be patient with himself, because a great flower only blooms with a solid foundation after all. He goes on to assure our boy that Sir Joerger wouldn't have scolded him if he wasn't worthy, so he advises Vlad to think over what the advanced knight told him again. After receiving this little pep talk, our boy calms himself down and sighs as he decides to take the advice. Our boy is already used to contempt and ridicule, but he feels really bad about today because what he saw on Joerger's face was a look of disappointment. He thinks back to the expression he saw on the advanced knight's face, and it feels even worse than being hit in the back with a wooden sword as far as he's concerned. The voice in his head makes the already sad moment even worse for Vlad by reminding him that he couldn't even bring up the vacation thing because of how mad Joerger was. Our boy is really pissed when he remembers that he didn't get a chance to talk about the vacation. But he quickly calms himself down and discards the thought, feeling that he shouldn't even care about a vacation in this situation. He looks at the sword and smiles, thinking that he should practice swinging it today until he clears his mind of any thoughts. Later that night, when everyone else is probably sleeping, the young swordsman goes to the woods and begins swinging the sword endlessly. He grips the handle firmly and takes big swings, following the path of the sword. He does it to the point that he creates a huge slash in the earth. By this time, he's pretty tired, so he pants heavily and catches his breath. The voice in his head suddenly suggests that they wrap up the exercise for the night. But Vlad is surprised that he wants to end it already. The voice informs him that he already met the daily quota a while ago, and explains to him that he'll only exhaust himself if he burns too quickly. As you can imagine, the stubborn boy from the back alleys doesn't want to hear this, but the voice keeps trying to change his mind. He reminds Vlad that everything he's been working hard to achieve ever since will all be in vain if he ends up suffering an injury or even worse. After hearing all of this, the young swordsman finally agrees to call it a night even though he's not too happy about it. He stares up at the moonlit sky, feeling troubled at first. But after a while, he starts to feel something different. It's more like a feeling of confidence that washes over him as he stands outside that night. He finally starts to see reason with the voice in his head as he realizes that he only just obtained something that shines. While he's literally glowing under the night sky, Joerger comes outside and sees him from the balcony. Seeing the young boy shining so brightly, he can't help but watch him. He sees how Vlad's gaze doesn't shift from the moon shining down on him, and this sight makes that advanced knight feel something inside of him. When Vlad doesn't shift his gaze, Joerger looks up at the sky as well, and concludes that his vassal is like a wolf that chases the moon. The knight and his disciple just keep staring at the moon that night, and while they're busy stargazing, the scene starts to shift slowly. In a pretty cool transition, the scene changes and the next thing we see is the night sky in a place called Trinova, which is actually a county of another place called Ravnoma. Unlike Sturma, which is currently peaceful enough for Joerger and Vlad to stare calmly at the moonlit sky, Trinova is presently on fire. The county is burning on the inside and the outside, and as the flames consume all the structures around it, all that can be heard are the screams of the residents and the crackling of the fire. As you might have guessed, this isn't some natural disaster, and the city is actually under attack. Inside the throne room, we see that a massacre is underway. Bloody corpses of knights lie all over the room, and the last living knight is suddenly confronted by the killer. He's already seriously injured, but this mysterious assassin had been wondering where he was just so he could finish the job. With a bloody sword in hand, the unknown killer walks toward the knight, and suggests that the wounded warrior was only fulfilling his last duty. The injured knight pants heavily, and struggles to talk as he points out how the killer ultimately came all this way to find him. It's at this point that we get to see who this ominous assassin is, and surprisingly, it turns out to be Godwin, the same dangerous man who killed Vlad's boss back in Soara. With his dying breath, the injured knight tells Godwin that he doesn't need to follow orders blindly just because the saying goes that the Lord's name comes before honor. He reminds Godwin that the knights of the former Count Gadar weren't like that, but the ruthless assassin just informs him that it's the reason all those knights are dead now. In response, the injured knight tells Godwin that his light will also go out one day, but until then, he wants the killer to pass one last message to Count Gadar, saying that he'll be waiting in hell. The moment he says this, Godwin raises his sword for the finishing blow, and assures the dying man that he will pass the message, before sending him to the afterlife. Vlad is surprised when he hears Master Joseph telling him about a vacation. He probably didn't expect this kind of news because he had already made up his mind to focus on his swordsmanship without any breaks. However, the young master informs our boy that he will in fact be going on a vacation because he's been invited by the Canor household. He asks to confirm this, and Vlad is surprised that Joseph even knows about it. He is about to ask the young master how he even found out, but before he can even finish talking, Joseph explains that rumors spread quickly. Apparently, Sir Grigory's vassal, Patri, has been babbling all about it in excitement. Upon hearing this, Vlad immediately realizes how the news got to Joseph. Patri probably blabbed about it to Sir Grigory, who then told Joerger, and of course, the advanced knight ended up telling the young master about it. At this point, he's already sure what's going on. Joseph claims that he was going to give Vlad a vacation anyway, so now he feels that there's no reason to send him when he's already decided where he wants to go. Our boy thanks him in response, but he's still a bit pissed at Joerger for ratting him out. He glares at the knight, but Joerger pretends like he didn't do anything wrong. Joseph notices the awkwardness in the room and becomes quite confused at first, but then he immediately concludes that something has happened. He knows that the awkward silence will be gone if he interferes, but he decides to keep quiet because he knows that some relationships are just meant to be respected and left alone the way they are. The tension in the room continues to build, and after a while, Vlad admits that it's getting hard to even breathe. Even though he's very annoyed with the advanced knight, he still feels that it would be better if he just greets Joerger and excuses himself. While he's still pondering on this, the green-eyed knight suddenly speaks up and reminds Vlad that a knight must never let go of his sword at any moment, even though he's on vacation. Our boy is caught off guard by the statement, but he also knows that it's totally true, so he accepts the advice without argument. Joerger warns Vlad, promising him that he'll notice the effects if he misses a day of training. But even worse, he tells him that other people will notice if he skips training for even just a week. The advanced knight knows that Vlad is not the lazy type that would need to be told about training even if he's not told, but he feels that it won't do any harm to remind him because he won't go astray when he's constantly being kept in check. With this in mind, he simply tells his young vassal that they'll see when he gets back from his vacation. Vlad is so glad when he hears this because it means that he's finally gotten Joerger's permission and approval to go. Joseph notices just how happy the young swordsman is, but then quickly tells him not to get his hopes too high about the horses. After all, his current problem will probably be difficult for even the Canor household to deal with. The young master practically cuts Vlad's joy short with this statement, and then he tells our boy to analyze how much the horses reject him, so that he can find out the area where the horses that reject him the least are from. Vlad takes the advice, confirming that he understands it, and so the young master tells him that he can leave until they meet again after a week. The young knight in training starts to walk out of the room, but then he stops when Joseph suddenly tells him that he doesn't need to get gifts on the way back. Our boy is stunned to hear this, but then he assures the young master that he won't forget. In the young boy's mind, Joseph is actually saying that he needs gifts, because he remembers that the guy seemed to enjoy the jammin' that Patri got him before. Vlad finally exits the room, leaving Joerger and Joseph alone in there. The young master still can't believe that the Canor household actually invited the young boy from Soara to spend vacation with them. Joerger already seems to know why Joseph is so concerned, so he suggests that Vlad might meet a certain someone if he's lucky. The young master agrees, recalling how both Vlad and this mysterious person are both really notable figures. In response, Joerger asks what would happen if someone was keeping an eye on Vlad and this person, which leaves Joseph speechless for a bit until he finally comes up with an answer. Joseph suggests that anyone who would keep tabs on them would also be the kind of person to simply ask for something when they want it. Despite knowing that this is most likely the case, Joseph reveals that he has no plan to give anything that is asked of him if that's the case. Elsewhere, we see our boy being rather perplexed. He doesn't seem to know what's going on, and he certainly has no idea where he is. It turns out that he's just being given a new cloak to test out. Not surprisingly, Joseph's mom is the one responsible for this latest gift shower, and even though our boy is pretty overwhelmed by the whole thing, she seems to think that the color suits him well. As far as she's concerned, he's well suited to leather armor, and even more than that, she feels that everything suits him well because of his strong bones. This is why she doesn't mind making him new clothes, because it's worth her while just seeing him try them on. Despite being very shy and uncomfortable, he's also really grateful, so he thanks Lady Oksana for her kindness. After that, she asks him about his invitation to spend a vacation with the Canor household. Vlad confirms that the rumor is indeed true, so she reminds him that people always need to well-dressed and presented neatly whenever they are invited to someone else's place. She explains that this is just basic manners and a way not to give one's parents a bad name. The young swordsman just feels down and speechless when Lady Oksana says this because he knows she is actually right. But then she drops another bombshell by telling him that he shouldn't give her a bad name. In other words, she's telling him that she's pretty much his mother. Lady Oksana embraces him again, but he is so stunned by what she just said to even move. It's like he's frozen in shock and his eyes just widen as he tries to process everything. As for the mind woman, she just gives him a warm smile in response. Her yellow eyes shine as she looks at Vlad and he immediately gets flustered. Bro is blushing so hard that his ears are even turning red at this point. As such, he just accepts her advice and assures her that he will not give her a bad name while he's away on vacation. Vlad bows his head as he says this, and while he's still in this position, she surprises him again by informing him that she'll assign a tutor to him when he returns from the vacation. After all, she doesn't want him making any more mistakes like when he received a lady's honor with his hand. She suggests that such a blunder should only happen once, and our boy is so embarrassed when he remembers what he did, so he nervously asks her to forgive him. Lady Oksana informs him that the title of a knight is similar to that of a semi-aristocrat, and for this reason, he needs to learn the appropriate way to act at all times. When she says this, he takes the piece of advice and promises to keep it in mind. The kind woman then reveals a basket of fruits being carried by a servant and tells Vlad that he can take it along with him. Apparently, Joseph brought the basket, because it's not good manners to go to someone's house empty-handed. Once again, the young swordsman bows before Lady Oksana and thanks her for her careful consideration. In response, she just waves it off with another gentle smile and then tells him to have a relaxing time during his vacation. Later, we see our boy making his way out of the place with the basket of lemons in hand. He closes the door, but then suddenly starts to feel suspicious about something. He looks out the window, and then sees his reflection and how different he has become since he left Soara. Looking back to his time in the back alleys, he sees his former self and admits that everything feels very unfamiliar to him. The young swordsman feels that it's like he's now wearing clothes that don't suit him. He keeps staring at the reflections on the glass window and then he even sees his red-haired best friend from the back alleys. Unfortunately, she's scowling at him in this mild hallucination, and even the appearance of his former self doesn't look happy with him. Their judging eyes continue to glare at him, and he starts to feel bad when he remembers that Jemima is allegedly staying in a convent now. At this point, he can't bear to look at the images anymore, so he turns away from the glass window with his eyes closed. Vlad can only hope that she's doing well right now, because he believes that she'll also be wearing clothes that don't suit her since she's in the convent. With this in mind, our boy walks away from accusing reflections and makes his way down the hall. Elsewhere, people are talking about the new attendant that is getting famous in the Bayezid household. They've also heard about how the genius vassal pulled out Aura in Dermer, but that's not all they've heard about him. From the rumors going around, they've also been able to discover that Vlad is incredibly handsome. We finally get to see that the people gossiping are actually sisters in the convent. Some of them are busy talking about how good-looking the talented vassal is, while a redhead among them is busy scrubbing the floor. All of a sudden, the other sisters start describing what they've heard about Vlad's appearance, talking about his blonde hair and blue eyes. The person scrubbing hears this and pauses suddenly. The sisters feel that he could be of a noble origin, and since he pulled his aura at such a young age, they think that he could also become a knight who represents the north. The redhead disregards the little gossip when he hears them suggesting that our boy is of noble origin. It turns out that the sister scrubbing the floor is actually Jemima, Vlad's old friend. With all the things they're saying about the vassal talent pulling aura and becoming a knight in the near future, she concludes that it can't be Vlad because she feels that there's no way he could have grown so rapidly already. But then again, she feels that it would be nice if he's alive and doing well. At this point, Jemima is distracted, so the other sisters notice that she's no longer working and try to bully her. They ask her if she's just playing around and remind her that she hasn't donated. They claim that she should think of repaying what she owes by working all her life. As such, they tell her to finish scrubbing the floors and then do the dishes if she doesn't want to get scolded by the head sister. The three bullies keep talking about how Jemima has nowhere to go if she leaves the convent, and how she also doesn't even have anyone to get her out. So, they feel that it wouldn't be such a bad thing for Jemima if she gets used to working there continuously. They leave the room and tell her to keep working and finish everything before it's time for lunch. You'd expect the redhead to be more offended after being treated this way, but surprisingly, she just smiles as she continues to scrub the floor. She feels that it's a good thing she knows all of this from Rose's smile. But then again, she starts to feel bad when she remembers something. Jemima remembers that this place isn't for everyone. Just as she's thinking about this, a memory starts to play back in her mind. In this flashback, we see the head sister talking about how the convent is one of the places closest to God. She explains that they cannot house girls who put themselves in filthy places. Apparently, she's talking about the lowborn girls that she doesn't want in the convent with her. However, the spokesperson, Marcella, who brought them, insists that the girls are all virgins and that the bishop watched over them. Regardless, the head sister claims that they can't just take in all the girls all of a sudden. However, Marcella doesn't want to hear that crap, so she snaps at the head sister and reminds her of how much money she has donated to the convent. She's very upset because she knows that the sisters can feed the girls for 10 years and still have money remaining with the amount she's donated. The head sister tries to argue, but she's at a loss for words. Before she can come up with a counter, she's cut off again. But this time, it's by Jemima, who's asking Marcella where she is going to be staying. However, she tells them not to worry themselves, and after that, she leads them into the convent, not minding what the head sister has to say. But just then, the head sister stops her, and then tells her that she can't enter the sacred building. The gray-haired lady admits that she wasn't even hoping to. She asks the head sister to take care of the kids and informs her that they're all good at work. Just then, a group of men appear out of nowhere. They spot the woman and the girls she was carrying with her, so they charge at them. When the woman hears the men coming at them, she yells for the kids and the head sister to get in quickly. They manage to run inside the building in time, but unfortunately, Marcella gets caught by one of the scumbags. She struggles to free herself, but to no avail, and Jemima can only scream in horror as she's equally dragged away to safety by the head sister. The hoodlums take Marcella away and leave the others. They drag her back into the woods by her hair, and despite all her struggles, she's still unable to escape. The doors of the convent are closed behind her, meaning that Marcella is now completely at the mercy of the bandits. The flashback ends and we catch up with Jemima, who's still scrubbing the floor in the present. She starts to sob as she recalls this memory, and also cries when she remembers Vlad. Elsewhere, we see our boy standing outside a house looking dumbfounded by the sight in front of him. He's left in awe after he sees the Canor household mansion, and finally realizes why they're said to have so much influence in Sturma even though they're not a noble family. He had a feeling they were wealthy, but what he's looking at right now is just insane as far as he's concerned. As he enters the gate with his chubby friend, he's greeted by an old man along with several other servants. This old-timer turns out to be the family butler, which explains why Patri is so excited to see him again. He runs toward the man with outstretched arms until he gives him a big warm hug. The kid admits that he missed the old man since it's been a very long time. The butler reveals that he's also happy to see the boy after such a long time. Patri quickly asks after his father. The butler informs him that his dad is currently welcoming the guests that suddenly arrived. Since the man of the house is currently occupied, the butler suggests that Patri and his guests look around the pasture, which is the pride of their household. Vlad politely accepts the offer, claiming that he's cool with it, so the old man thanks him for being considerate. However, Vlad has one special request, which is to see where the horses are first because he has big expectations. Of course, the butler doesn't have a problem with that, so he assures our boy that they'll do that in a while. He claims that the lord of the house will introduce the horses personally, but admits that it's not a bad idea to take a look at them before then. With this in mind, the old butler shows them the way to the place where the horses are kept. Our boy was probably hoping to get better results with the horses by coming to the Canor family estate, but unfortunately, there's not much progress because the horses here find him just as repulsive as the others before. It's like they're all terrified of him, because the moment he starts getting close, they freak out and run for their lives. Heck, even the cattle run away when they see our boy. Vlad is obviously disappointed with this turn of events, but all he can do is just stand there and allow the embarrassment to consume him. Bro feels like he should just die already because not only are the horses still running away from him, but now even the cows won't let him ride them. As for the sheep, well, they don't want him either, so when the butler sees this, he realizes that it's a really serious problem. The old man feels that it's probably supernatural, so he asks Vlad if he's visited the church for this matter yet. As you can imagine, the young swordsman doesn't think it should be that bad, so he assures the butler that it's not a curse because his guarantor is even priest Andrea. The old man is surprised to hear this, but Vlad just ignores him because he's too busy going crazy from his current problem. He watches the farm animals continue to run away from him, and he starts to feel that it doesn't even matter if he uses aura. He can't ride horses anyway, so what's the use? He starts to see himself eating dust and running after other knights when they're all making cool cavalry charges. He says this, feeling devastated, and Patri is also hurt by this. So, he decides that he's going to help his new best friend at all costs. He promises to show Vlad all the horses in their pasture until they find one that suits him, because he believes that they'll surely have the right one for him. Our boy has his hope renewed a little when he hears this, and Patri assures him that they'll get him a horse he can ride. He reveals that there are beautiful horses Vlad hasn't seen yet. The horses with a good pedigree that the lord of the house brought. Patri promises that he'll play with his dad to show Vlad the horses, and then suggests that they look at the others tomorrow. The chubby friend encourages our boy to just enjoy his first dinner in their house, and later that evening, we see that the Canor household welcome feast is being prepared. Patri shows Vlad the kitchen full of people roasting all kinds of meat, and the young swordsman confesses that it's indeed a spectacular sight to behold. There's nothing moderate about the Canor household after all. Just then, Patri notices that his father is back, Lord Orson Canor, and apologizes for not being around to welcome the special guests personally. Our boy greets the Lord as well, and introduces himself as Sir Joerger's squire. The Lord just laughs excitedly in response, claiming that he already knows since the rumors about the genius vassal have already spread all over Sturma. Lord Orson welcomes him once again, knowing that his guest is the boy who activated the Swordmaster's discipline. As far as he's concerned, Vlad is a new star who has been born in Sturma, and he's glad that Patri has made a great friend. Orson suggests going inside to chat while the meal is being prepared and expresses his delight to be hosting such precious guests. At this point, Vlad remembers that he wasn't the only guest to arrive earlier, so he wonders who the others are and if they're going to sit together. Patri suddenly reveals that all the other guests are Bayezid natives, so this makes our boy a lot more curious. They finally enter the hall, and Vlad is bewildered when he sees a familiar person sitting comfortably inside. He wonders what the man is doing there, and it turns out this guy has also been waiting for Vlad because he suddenly wears a creepy smile and reveals that it's been a long time since he saw the blonde kid. Realizing that it's Sir Lutcher, Vlad and Patri bow to greet him, and our boy admits that he wasn't expecting to see him. Lutcher invites Vlad to join him for a meal, claiming that the food looks too good to refuse. The swordsman is embarrassed at this point, and immediately regrets rejecting the nuts that Lutcher offered him back then. He looks around and notices everyone glaring at him, so he concludes that they all hate him for insulting the first son of the Bayezid family. Besides that, he also beat up their squires earlier, so they have more than one reason to hate him. However, he feels that he'll gain nothing if he's intimidated by them, so he decides to man up, and accepts Lutcher's offer, claiming that he's been waiting for it. Lutcher is intrigued when he hears this, so he smiles mischievously and then asks if they can see the same time tomorrow, since Vlad is on vacation. Our boy is taken by surprise with this question, and then Lutcher suggests that they go somewhere together when they meet. The next day, Lutcher and his knights ride horses out to a desert-like place for some reason, and Vlad is extremely bored because he's been dragged along. Just then, a beast woman from the Liu family named Dorothea confronts him. She accuses him of staring at her and asks if it's his first time being with a beastman tribe. He bluntly claims that there's always a first time for everything, so she aims that it would have been weirder if he had actually seen them before. She heard he's from Soara, so she wants to know how he became one of the Bayazids. In response, he suggests that him being a Bayazid is just as weird as Lutcher's mage being a beastman. She gets offended by this and then asks him if he's ever really used aura, because she doesn't get how he can't ride a horse. I mean, even chubby Patri can ride one, but Vlad tiredly informs her that things just happen in life. Dorothea insists that his case is too much, but he's already tired of her babbling at this point, and starts to regret coming on vacation. He wonders why it's falconry out of the blue, and the beast girl disturbs him again to see if he's listening to her. Vlad asks her if all beastmen are this talkative, so she accuses him of being racist for asking something like that. He then asks if all mages are talkative, so she claims that he's discriminating against her job. Lutcher finally comes to the rescue when he tells Dorothea to give Vlad a break. However, the beast woman just calls our boy a bastard and accuses him of making shitty expressions whenever he looks at her. Lutcher just blames her for pestering him so much, which leaves her defeated. One of the knights suggests a spot, and Lutcher agrees with it, since they can get a better view on all sides. Patri thinks that they might have come hunting, but the grumpy swordsman doesn't care. Besides, he doesn't think they're here to hunt, because they've not let the falcon out of its cage. Just then, a knight calls Lutcher's attention to something in the distance, and that's when they see that it's a group of pilgrims. He didn't expect to see them, so he tells his men to raise the flags to show the people their intentions. The Bayazid family banner is raised and Lutcher decides that it's now time to start finding prey. Elsewhere in the plains, we see a herd of horses, but while all the others are grazing together, one of them is singled out. The black majestic horse stays on the cliff like the kind of all the others, but while it's just chilling, a bolt of energy hits it from under the earth. Right at the start of this episode, we catch up with Lutcher's army as they track the group of pilgrims from across a cliff. While the pilgrims are walking on foot and pushing their wagons along the wilderness road, Lutcher and his bandits follow them closely, but they don't make any form of contact. It's almost like they're just stalking the travelers, without any intention to actually approach them. Seeing this, Vlad begins to feel bored. As far as he's concerned, this little experience is not hunting, but rather, it's more like an escort for the pilgrims. As such, he concludes that Lutcher didn't even come to this deserted place for the falconry in the first place. However, while he's still grumbling and complaining at the back of his mind, the wagon he's sitting in suddenly bumps into a huge rock, and the impact from the collision is so great that he almost gets thrown off. At this point, the motion sickness starts to set in as the little journey gets even more frustrating, so he decides that it would even be better to walk. Our boy starts to get off the wagon, and when Patri sees this, he asks him if he's okay. He already has an idea what's going on, so he asks Vlad if he feels like puking. But the young hero claims that his condition isn't that bad. But then again, he has no choice but to admit that his heart has been thumping continuously for a while. At this point, Vlad is already even sweating and holding his chest because of this feeling. As our boy continues the journey on foot, Patri asks him if it's because the carriage was shaking so much, but Vlad doesn't even know what he can blame, so he concludes that he'll probably be fine if he just walks for a while instead. As he looks around, he realizes that the view of the place is actually pretty good, and it seems that Patri has already been thinking about this for a while, because he claims that he's been wanting to show it to our young swordsman. The chubby friend reveals that the grassland they're currently on stretches all the way to Varna. He claims that monsters even appear sometimes, but he thinks that it's nothing to worry about this year, and that's all that's to Sir Joseph. As they reach a point on the cliff, Vlad expresses his shock to hear that Sir Joseph is the one to thank for no longer having monster troubles. Our boy doesn't understand how the young master is involved in such a thing, so Patri reveals that the current peace is a result of the subjugation from last winter, which Vlad also participated in. Upon hearing this, a smug look appears on our boy's face because he remembers just how impressive his performance was in it. He decides to get a little cocky too by suggesting that he has a little stake in this beautiful scenery as well. Before the chubby kid can even respond, they're both distracted by a sound coming from the distance, and Vlad gets concerned immediately. He wonders what could be causing the noise and the dust in the air. That's when we see a herd of wild horses running through the plains, right in the direction of Vlad and Porty. The moment our boy sees the danger heading their way, a wave of horror washes over him. But it's not just fear that he's feeling, there's something else. Among all the horses charging at them, there's a distinct black stallion at the forefront, and the whole thing gets Vlad so rattled up because he has no idea what's going on. The horses don't even slow down a bit, and with each passing moment, they inch closer to Lutcher's little band of knights and bandits. From the top of the cliff, Lutcher and his men can see that it's a herd of wild horses speeding below. They notice that the horses are quality ones too, but due to the current circumstance, Lutcher feels that they are unwelcome for their guests traveling as well. But then again, he suddenly notices that they're traveling south, and he doesn't know why. The other men realize this too, and they're also puzzled immediately because it doesn't really make sense. It's strange to them since the horses should actually be heading north by this time, because that's where the new sprouts will grow. Besides that, the horses are running way too fast for a normal migration, so they realize that the herd's movement feels strangely urgent for some reason. As such, Lutcher starts to think that the horses are being chased by something. He's not the only one feeling that something is off though, because Vlad is also being overly troubled by the horses. It appears that his heart is thumping fast again, and this time it's even worse than before. At this point, he sees the black horse in front again, and from the look in the animal's eyes, Vlad realizes that the horses are frightened. He keeps looking into the horse's eyes, and he's so concerned because he doesn't know what would make such a huge herd so afraid. He wonders what it could be, and while he's deep in thought, the knights on the cliff conclude that there's an earthquake. However, our boy doesn't believe that it's an earthquake, because he can remember this particular vibration very vividly like it was just yesterday. In other words, he knows exactly what it is, and before he can reveal this to us, we get to see it by ourselves, because something shoots out of the ground behind the horses. It's almost like a volcanic eruption with the kind of force that it shoots out with, and as the dust starts to clear a bit, we finally get to see the massive work monster showing its ugly head. The black horse from earlier gets even more terrified at this point, and everyone around to see the huge monster is instantly overwhelmed by fear. Vlad is particularly horrified because he's all too familiar with this beast. His eyes almost pop out when he sees the giant worm because he instantly identifies it as one of the remnants of the fallen dragon. It's none other than this deathworm. This destructive freak of nature is so powerful and it doesn't even hide what a menace it can be. The deathworm digs in and out of the ground like a high-powered drill on steroids. And right now, this unstoppable force has only one thing on its mind: to kill every horse in its sight. The deathworm easily catches up to one unfortunate horse in the herd, and with a single bite, it takes off the animal's head. The beast girl in the travel band witnesses this gory scene and instantly feels that something is strange. Well, it turns out that this killing machine shouldn't be going rampage with this killing spree, and that's because the deathworm isn't supposed to be a carnivore. This leaves her very shocked and confused because she has no idea why it's happening. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if she knows why or not, because right now, this massive maggot is hungry for a taste of blood. The horse's leg dangles out between the teeth of the bloody deathworm, and that's when she notices something else about the monster. There's obviously something wrong with the deathworm, so the girl notices that there's a strange energy flowing out from its forehead. The situation gets a lot more difficult from here, because the deathworm's sudden entrance has shifted the wild horse's course. Now, the herd is running directly toward the innocent pilgrims whom Lutcher and his men are supposed to be giving safe passage. One of Lutcher's men informs him of the horrible development, and he's just as confused as the informant. The strange energy continues to radiate from the deathworm's head, and as such, the horses refuse to slow down. The horses keep running for their lives, and unfortunately, they're still headed in the direction of the pilgrims. As you'd expect, the massive bloodthirsty worm follows the herd, which just puts the pilgrims in even more danger. The innocent pilgrims begin to run for their lives, but it's only a matter of time before they're either trampled upon by the horses or devoured by the deadly monster at the back. As a result, Lutcher decides to take action immediately. So, he calls out to Dorothea and asks her what the deathworm reacts to, since she's the expert around. Unfortunately, this expert is as terrified as anyone else. She does not seem to have any plan, and it also looks like the deathworm doesn't have any weakness she knows of because it doesn't have eyes or ears. However, she knows that it reacts to underground vibrations, so that would be the only way to get its attention. Lutcher notices that the beast girl is already shitting her pants in fear, so he demands that she pull herself together and then find a way to lure the deathworm away from the pilgrims. Hearing the first Bayezid's son give such a stern order, Dorothea snaps out of her fearful state and takes up her assignment. Sir Lutcher takes charge of the situation immediately, and then orders Vlad to take Dorothea to higher ground so that he can protect her. He wants them to send him a signal the moment they find a way to get the big worm's attention. Of course, our boy is brave as hell, so he's up to the task, and the second he's given this order, he accepts it and gets to work. Patri watches our genius swordsman and he's just in awe of how brave the kid is. Speaking of brave men, Sir Lutcher takes command to face the herd of wild horses and the deathworm behind. He lifts his sword in the air to get the attention of all his men. He doesn't care if what they're about to do makes sense or not, and he lets everyone know that this is how he feels. Lutcher informs them that the only thing important right now is being where one is meant to be, and doing what needs to be done. The Bayezid family's first son gives this motivational speech to lift the courage and spirits of all his followers, and they all pay attention with so much admiration for him. He reminds them that it's their duty to uphold the mission they received from the Count. At this point, all the knights are pulling out their swords with a renewed sense of courage, and as Lutger yells for them to protect the pilgrims, they all charge forward on their horses. Sir Lutger takes the lead, and they all follow with unwavering faith. Lutger rides his horse, summoning every ounce of courage he can muster, but he also knows that this current decision goes against all the norms. The whole situation is weird, but that's why he's so certain that there's a human being behind the abnormal events on display. With this in mind, Lutger charges on, feeling insulted by the person responsible for this. At this point, this knight is literally like fire rushing to burn the enemy, because he thinks that the person who caused this must be very brave to even think of trying something like this in the land of Bayezid. While Lutger and his loyal warriors are going head-to-head with the dangers, we see Vlad, Patri, and Dorothea staying on the higher grounds. The beast girl tosses a bag of mysterious jewels on the ground while the boys are busy watching the action below. She's trying to remember which one of the jewels is the vibration engraving because she's forgotten the color. Vlad doesn't seem familiar with the concept either, but that's when the voice in his head informs him that engraving is a type of mystery with divinity and aura. The voice reveals that mystery fulfills the Trinity, and at this point, things start to make sense, and he realizes that she's Sir Lutger's mage for a reason. After all, she probably wouldn't have access to such magical items if that wasn't the case. Suddenly, a fiery tornado emerges from under the ground, and this makes Vlad and Patri turn around so they can actually see what it is. The moment they look over at the flames, they're horrified, because they quickly realize that it's not just fire, but actually the death worm emerged from under the ground with flames. However, that's not even the craziest thing, because they also see that Sir Lutger is actually fighting off the deadly worm within the flames. It's an unbelievable sight to behold, and this just makes Vlad realize how amazing Sir Lutger is. Our boy is flabbergasted, and concludes that the knight is on a completely different level from anything he's seen before. However, the voice in his head doesn't seem so impressive. He tells Vlad that the attack is shallow, and this starts to make sense when we see that Lutger actually didn't prepare well enough for this face-off. The deathworm makes the knight look so tiny, and even though Lutger has activated his flaming sword, he can also see that he's at a huge disadvantage here. He's like, damn it at this point, because there's almost no way for him to defeat the massive worm now that it's made itself so huge. Regardless, he refuses to give up. He challenges the deathworm, and mocks it, because he doesn't believe that this big maggot is the toughest dragon. Lutger is as fearless as they come, but this deathworm has a point to prove, so it doesn't back down either and goes in for the kill. The monster executes a killer nosedive in an attempt to bury Lutger and his horse, but the knight urges his animal to get the fuck out of there. Thankfully, the horse manages to run out of the target zone before the deathworm can drill itself into the ground. The other knights see that it was an extremely close call, so they're all concerned about their leader. They also Lutger if he's okay, but he just reminds them that they shouldn't let their guard down. He knows that the deathworm isn't the kind of beast to run away from a fight so easily, so he wants all his men to stay sharp in case of an ambush or something like that. Vlad watches the whole thing and he's so tense at this point. The voice in his head equally admits that the situation is getting complicated, because no matter how excellent a fighter is, he can't do anything about an opponent that's underground. Lutger also knows this, so he refuses to sit around and wait for a sneak attack. As such, he orders his men to get busy and seek out the deathworm, because he's very certain that the creature is just hiding somewhere and waiting close by. The knights under his command are still as loyal as ever, so they acknowledge the instruction and get to work immediately. As the men begin to search the area, Sir Lutger can't help but feel so restless. He turns around frantically, wondering where the hell the deathworm could be hiding. Just a few seconds after the search begins, one of the men yells out to inform Lutger that he's found the deathworm. Unfortunately, it's headed right for the innocent pilgrims they've been trying to protect. That's when the Bayezid sun turns around to see the deathworm speeding toward the pilgrims from under the ground. The monster is already so close, but this doesn't stop Lutger from trying to save the people. He charges on his horse and orders all of his men to follow the deadly creature. Vlad can see the terrible turn of events from up on the cliff, and at this point, he knows that there's not much time left. He tells Dorothea that they might have to speed things up now, but when he turns to look at the beast girl, she looks incredibly confused. It's almost like she doesn't even have a clue what she's doing, so our boy is so disappointed and pissed. The scowl on his face makes this very clear, and then he goes on to scold her for playing around when there's an emergency. Upon hearing him say this, the beast girl snaps at him and insists that she's not playing. She feels insulted that he would even think she's playing at a time like this. She's still holding her painted tail like a creep and insists that what she's doing is a unique method of the werebeasts. Sure enough, the page she was painting on begins to glow, and it starts to look like she actually knew what she was doing. She claims that she was almost done with it even without Vlad pestering her. Dorothea is so pissed right now, and she even takes out her anger on Patri by calling him a fatty. She gives him the painted paper and asks him to get it to Lutger immediately. Apparently, this is her signal, and she reveals that they can use it by either rubbing or cutting the paper. However, the chubby guy is just stunned that she's actually referring to him, because he probably didn't even expect to be so involved in the matter. Dorothea just yells at him in response, telling him that the marking spell exhausted her completely, so much so that it'll even be hard to walk after conjuring it. As for our boy, well, he can't even ride a horse, so there's no better person to deliver the message with the way this currently is. The voice in Vlad's head reminds our boy that he'd still be slow even if he could ride a horse. After all, a deathworm is faster underground than it is on land, and because of this, the voice concludes that Lutcher's knights can't even come close to chasing it down with their horses. Upon hearing this, our boy gets so serious all of a sudden because this means that there's only one way for him to save the pilgrims from the monster before it's too late. He snatches the paper from Porty's hand and dashes off, leaving them confused. They're stunned when they see him running away, but he doesn't tell them anything other than the fact that this is their last resort. Dorothy is so weak that she can't even stand up or go after him, so she just sits on the floor and desperately asks him what he's going to do. But he just ignores her and jumps down the cliff, which just pisses her off to the point that she concludes he's a lunatic. I mean, you can't blame her because he literally just jumped off a cliff without even giving it a second thought. Vlad slides down the hill, thinking about how Mr. Joseph and Lutcher are both vying for the position of the family head. On top of that, the knights on Lutcher's side are elites of Bayezid, so there's not really any need for a vassal like him to take action in a situation like this. However, the mere thought of that damn creature just won't stop bothering him. He can still remember it down to his bones. Vlad can vividly remember how it feels to have his home destroyed by a huge world you can do nothing about. As our boy makes his way closer to the target, the voice in his head tells him to focus the strength in his toes, but that's about the same time that he trips on a rock. Vlad tumbles down the hill, and as he keeps falling, the voice tells him to roll up his body like a ball to cushion the fall. Our boy tries his best to achieve this, but he's unsuccessful, so by the time he reaches the floor, he slams into the ground. Vlad just lies there at first, and those looking down at him are afraid that he's dead. But then, he groans in pain and gets up. Patry sees this and a tear of joy runs down his face because he's glad to see that his guest is still alive. The fatty is relieved, but Dorothy is just baffled by how the blondie is still alive after falling from such a height. Vlad manages to get himself up together and admits that he didn't even expect to feel okay. He wipes the dust off his body and feels like he should have broken a bone or two. At this point, our boy feels a weird feeling again, and that black horse from earlier turns toward him. It's almost like they are connected in a way. The young swordsman starts to glow with a bright blue light, and the horse just keeps staring at him with so much longing in its eyes. The voice in his head then reveals that this is the blessing, and claims that he would have died from the fall if it wasn't for the snake's blessing. Our boy sees his body glowing so brightly, and it's all so awesome to him. The voice in his head admits that it is indeed awesome, and then suggests that they visit that tree later. With renewed energy, Vlad jets toward the target again, assuring the voice that they'll get another chance to go there. But for now, the only important thing is sending the message to Lutcher and then saving the pilgrims. Just then, our boy notices something strange about the pilgrims, and that's when he sees a certain old man pushing the wagons, so he stops right in his tracks. Vlad realizes that this old man is Priest Andreas, and he's shocked that the father is the one leading the pilgrims. Seeing this, he begins to wonder where Sir Lutcher is right about now. He sees that they're still very far away, so he's sure that the deathworm will get to the pilgrims first. At this rate, he's afraid that the priest will be in danger, so he looks at the marking spell in his hand and realizes that he has a hard choice to make. The voice in his head calls the situation a coincidence, and then reminds him that it comes in the form of fate and forces people to make a choice. Our boy curses out when he realizes how tough the choice is, but while he's deep in thought, the deathworm inches closer to the pilgrims. Vlad knows that he doesn't have time to be hesitating. He decides that he needs to take action immediately, and if he's going to do so, then he can't hesitate. With this in mind, he activates the spell by himself, so as he imbues the sword with the magic, he stabs the earth and challenges the bastard deathworm, revealing that he's here and ready for a fight. This sends energy through the earth, but the voice still feels that it's not enough. He tells Vlad to amplify the vibration so much so that it amplifies his world. Our boy does just that, and continues to amplify the vibration in the earth. This triggers a massive surge of aura out of his body, and he remains in the kneeling position for a while. Vlad continues to strain his body, hoping to bring out the kind of power that would destroy the deathworm. The plan is to generate the kind of power that would force the monster to come out, and after Vlad increases the vibrations so much, the massive killer worm blasts itself out of the earth, searching for the worthy adversary. Lutcher is stunned when he sees this, just like Dorothy and Patry, who are bewildered by the terrifying sight in front of them. But while everyone else is afraid, Vlad just stands bravely with his sword in front of the deathworm, and he makes the remnant of the fallen dragon very aware that he is right here and ready to fight. The deathworm throws itself at our boy with its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It goes in for a killer dive, but just when it's about to hit Vlad, the blonde swordsman dodges the strike, causing the monster to bury its heels in the ground once again. The force from the crash pushes Vlad back several meters, but he still manages to stay on his feet and maintain his balance after the insane vibrations caused by the killer worm's attempt. The kid groans in exhaustion, but he doesn't back down. Instead, he holds onto his aura-infused sword and prepares to get back in for another round against the terrifying creature. At the same time, the deathworm also gets back up, and so the voice of reasoning in his head finally decides to speak up. It tells him not to think he can even go up against such a beast, and then advises him to back down. The voice informs our boy that his current world isn't deep enough to fight against the creature. As far as the invisible guy is concerned, Vlad has already managed an incredible feat by just keeping it bound in one place. In response, the pumped-up knight in training reveals that he's aware of all this. With his glowing eyes, he looks back at the horsemen coming to his aid. He's surprised that they're still not ready because of how far away they are. At this point, he probably feels that he'll have to face the creature by himself, because even though Lutcher's men are speeding toward him, they still won't be able to make it before the Deathworm's next attack. Sure enough, the killer maggot goes in for another strike. This time, it opens its massive mouth and looks like it's about to swallow the blonde kid from Soara. Even in the face of death, our boy doesn't show any sign of fear. He grips his blade and stares the terrifying monster dead in the eye, ready to take on anything that the worm throws at him. The Deathworm suddenly drives itself into the ground again, and this time, it sends more powerful shockwaves which fling the knight in training away. Our boy rolls and tumbles on the ground, but he quickly gets back on his feet and is frustrated when he sees that the Deathworm just went underground again. The worm drills its way into the ground before the dust even starts to clear, and by the time Vlad goes over to check, all he sees is a massive hole in the earth. He looks around in confusion, wondering where the deadly creature is now because he already knows that it's going to try and sneak up on him. His wild eyes scan the area as he becomes completely alert. He turns quickly and looks all over the place from left to right, hoping to see where it's going to attack from. However, after a short while, he doesn't sense the Deathworm's presence anymore, and that's when he realizes that the deadly monster might be heading towards the pilgrims. Because of this, our boy starts to panic, and just when he's thinking that the worst is about to happen, he senses the Deathworm again. His eyes widen in horror when he realizes that the gigantic killing machine is right under him, and he stands there frozen in shock because he has no idea what to do next. The earth beneath him cracks away, confirming what he sensed, and at this moment, it looks like this might be the end for young Vlad. The voice in his head yells at him to move quickly, and he tries to get out of there as fast as he can. But despite his efforts to escape, he already knows that it's too late for him. The Deathworm blasts itself from under the earth and swallows our boy in the blink of an eye. Lutcher and his men witness the tragic scene from afar, and the young leader is devastated. Lutcher refuses to let the Deathworm take Vlad from him, so he tries his best to pick-yo the pace on his horse, but it's pretty obvious that he might not make it in time. The Deathworm just sits there after swallowing the young swordsman like it's trying to digest its food or something. It slobbers all over the place and remains still, giving Lutcher enough time to close the distance between them. However, he suddenly sees something blasting through the dust coming towards him. To his surprise, it's Vlad, and what's even more shocking is the fact that the kid is riding a horse. Not just any horse, but that mysterious black horse we saw earlier. Lutcher's eyes almost pop out when he sees this, but it turns out that he's not the only one baffled by this. Apparently, even Vlad can't believe that he's riding an actual horse. It's almost like a dream for the kid, because he probably never imagined he'd find a horse that would let him ride. The voice in his head is also taken aback by this sudden turn of events, so he decides to guide our boy by telling him to look at the horse's forehead through his world. Without hesitation, Vlad does just that, and sees a strange aura radiating from the head. Our boy feels like he knows what it is, and the voice completes the thought by revealing that the horse is actually a spirit. Just then, that strange smoke-like aura turns into some kind of glowing sickle attached to the horse's forehead. This makes it look like a unicorn, and as it charges forward, the voice is surprised to see that Vlad has found himself a horse with one horn blood mixed in it. The scene becomes bright and shiny again all of a sudden, and we see the kid having the time of his life as he rides the magical horse through the fields. Vlad is so excited that he can't even stop himself from laughing out loud. His laughter fills the air, and it's almost like he's in a dream. He starts to imagine what a horse's point of view looks like. The powerful horse springs into the air, and all he can think about is how crazy it feels to be able to ride such a fast animal. His little daydream is interrupted when Sir Lutcher and his men suddenly catch up to him. Lutcher asks our boy if he's alright, feeling pretty concerned, so Vlad assures him that he's good. The knight glances at the sword in Vlad's hand, and he's surprised to see that the boy has already imprinted on it. It's glowing with mysterious symbols on it, and he remembers how the young swordsman threw himself at the ferocious monster without hesitation. Because of this, he's intrigued by the boy's mindset of being ready to risk everything for others. He didn't expect such a trait from a boy this young, and so he concludes that Vlad has thrown himself into action with the discipline of a swordmaster. With this in mind, Sir Lutcher finally commends our boy for his great and courageous decision earlier. He claims that the boy executed his duty more honorably than any of the other knights here. As you'd expect, the young boy from Soara didn't expect that, and he's taken aback by it. However, he manages to shake off the shock, and quickly thanks the first Bayezid's son for the compliment. Sir Lutcher suddenly asks Vlad if he thinks he can maneuver the new horse according to his will. Our boy seems surprised when he hears this, because he honestly doesn't know the answer to that question. Lutcher then reminds him that the pilgrims will only be safe when the death worm has been cut down, so he makes it very clear that they have to place their bets immediately. Vlad seems to be overwhelmed by the monster, and it's almost like he's afraid, because he tries to remind Sir Lutcher that the creature is a fallen dragon's remnant. However, just when the fear tries to speak out, the knight stops him, revealing that he can deal with the big worm. This shocks our boy, but it also gives him renewed strength and courage to fight. The two swordsmen make eye contact, and Vlad can already tell that something crazy is about to happen. The terrifying deathworm comes around for another clash, so Lutcher suggests that Vlad will be able to lure it away since he has the engraving of Dorothea. Besides that, he's riding a great horse, and the knight is confident that our boy can perform the job. Because of this, the young swordsman starts to doubt if he'll be able to ride the horse. He looks at the horse with uncertainty, and the gentle creature stares back at him with a very vulnerable look in its eye. Because of this, he finally realizes what is going on. This makes him understand that the black horse is here to save its herd as well. With this in mind, he gets some extra motivation and courage to keep fighting. So, he springs forward with the horse, feeling that they should give it a go together. The black horse gives him the kind of energy he's expecting, so he's confident enough to tell Sir Lutcher that he can actually lure the giant deathworm away. Upon hearing this, the knight orders the young swordsman to go around the hill and return to him. He claims that he'll be ready on the other side when Vlad gets to him, so our boy blasts himself into action without any form of hesitation. Vlad rides away from the rest of the knights and bandits, so of course, the giant deathworm follows him immediately. He looks back at the monster and sees it following him with incredible speed, so he's glad that the plan is working perfectly. As such, he urges the horse to run even faster, and when the others see how the black stallion blazes through the grass, they're astounded by the incredible acceleration. Sir Lutcher is impressed when he sees it too, and a small smile creeps up on his face because of it. He's glad to see that both Vlad and his new horse are great together. After all, that's going to ensure their victory over the deathworm. Speaking of the deathworm, it's still hot on Vlad's tail, and despite the horse's insane acceleration, it manages to cover the distance in a short while. The voice in his head tells him to put the sword down, and explains to him that he has to let his existence flow through the engraving's vibrations. Vlad looks at his glowing sword and does exactly what his voice tells him. He puts the sword down, and drags it along the ground as the horse speeds along. His eye begins to glow again because he starts straining himself to control the power of the sword. In a short while, powerful surges of energy are produced from the sword, leaving a bright trail wherever the horse passes. Now, Vlad can see that a dragon is chasing him, and this realization gives him the willpower to keep pushing. The horse doesn't slow down either, and they both push themselves to the limit, in the hopes that they can defeat the deadly deathworm on their tail. A voice informs Vlad that this dragon is following the shining inside of him, and as our boy continues to lure it away, we see that Sir Lutcher and his men have arrived at where they're to protect the pilgrims. The knight orders some of his men to move the pilgrims to a safe place, and tells the others to prepare for any emergency that might come up. The loyal men take the orders and get right to work immediately. Elsewhere, Vlad is riding the horse, and it looks like they've managed to outrun the killer maggot. Unfortunately, that's been the case, because in the blink of an eye, the deathworm blasts itself out from under the ground. This time, it's even closer to our boy than it was before, and when Lutcher sees that the kid is coming toward the rendezvous point, he starts to prepare himself for what's ahead. All of a sudden, Sir Lutcher starts to prepare himself and his sword for the clash. A fiery aura surrounds him, and in the midst of it, he taps the blade of his sword with his finger. The next thing we see is a huge pool of magma, which suggests that this is actually Sir Lutcher's own world. Vlad is still dragging his sword along the grass, and creating a glowing trail for the deathworm to follow when he's suddenly stunned by what Lutcher is doing. He's dumbfounded by it, and when he takes a second look at the flood of molten magma around the knight, the voice in his head confirms that the guy momentarily expanded his world with this move. He informs Vlad that this is a method used by only knights that can deeply observe themselves, and as we can clearly see, Lutcher Bayezid is certainly one of them. The voice admits that the guy actually turned out to be a much greater knight than he thought initially. Now, there can see that the once seemingly gentle leader is in fact ferocious. Vlad listens closely to all of this with his mouth wide open because he's still in awe of Sir Lutcher's power. He probably never imagined that the gentle guy would have so much power inside of him. But now, Vlad realizes that the knight is easily capable of burning down his own world. Anyway, in the real world, we see that Vlad is still being hunted down by the deathworm. It's just a few feet away from catching him at this point, and although the black horse has amazing speed and stamina, it's only a matter of time before the relentless beast gets them. However, the high-speed chase is suddenly interrupted when the killer maggot senses something that distracts it completely. The creature suddenly slows down, allowing Vlad and his horse to extend the gap. This should be a good turn of events, right? Well, not exactly, because our boy notices that the monster stopped chasing them, so he turns around to check what's up. That's when he realizes that the deathworm is now heading right for Sir Lutcher. The voice sees this as well, and curses out because he knows that the dragon's remnant just detected the threat of Lutcher's world. The knight is still busy concentrating his power, so he probably has no idea that the destructive worm is speeding toward him. By this time, our boy already understands the gravity of the situation, so he's just as frustrated as the voice in his head. He curses out as well, and finally snaps in anger. He decides that he can't let things continue like this, but he also knows that he's far too weak to get the maggot's attention away from Sir Lutcher. He's so confused, and then suddenly, the black horse turns around so swiftly that he almost falls off. He struggles to hold on and is perplexed at how the creature just changed course without him doing anything. He yells out, trying to regain control of the horse, but it just ignores him and starts running after the death worm at full speed. When Vlad sees what the horse is trying to do, he simply asks the bratty creature where it's running, but the horse still ignores him. Just when it looks like the horse is going crazy, it takes things up a notch and starts running in circles. It runs so fast that it looks like there are two of it, and this somehow gets the worm's attention. Vlad is probably dizzy by now, so he yells at the horse because he's afraid that they're way too close to the death worm. Unfortunately, his little attempt to scold the horse is once again ignored. The horse suddenly starts neighing loudly like something is up. And then even the voice in his head is shocked because he can't believe what's about to happen. The horse starts to glow, and by this time, the blonde swordsman is starting to understand what's actually happened. He's surprised by it, but then it's confirmed when the glowing horn appears on the horse's forehead again. Seeing this, the voice reveals that Vlad's world and the white snake's blessing are resonating with the mysterious animal. Just then, both Vlad and the horse begin to glow, and as the black stallion goes up on its hind legs, the voice also reveals that a long-forgotten divine secret is rising up from the memories of this world. Meanwhile, the deathworm is still watching patiently and waiting for a perfect moment to strike. While that's happening, Vlad and the horse finally merge their powers. They're ready for action, and when the monster sees this, it goes in for the kill without hesitation. The worm lunges at them, so he urges the horse to charge as well. With insane force, the horse takes off, and as it runs, we realize that this duo is made up of a unicorn without a horn and a knight without a horse. It's a funny scenario at first glance, and one would think that they stand no chance against the deadly monster, but the truth is that in the horizon where they both meet, they become one powerful force. As far as this story is concerned, this union of a knight and his horse signifies the appearance of a single white star that just happened to appear in the pitch-black night sky. The horse blazes through the fields and our boy tightens the grip on his sword as he prepares to strike. At the same time, we see that Sir Lutcher's sword is already bright red with heat. Because of how scary that shit looks, the voice in Vlad's head still feels the boy and his new horse aren't doing enough yet. He informs them that Lutcher's world is slowly getting stronger, so he claims that it's just a matter of time before they lose the giant worm's attention again. Our boy grunts when he hears this, because he's already straining himself so much to compete with the knight's power. Unfortunately, he realizes that he's reaching his limit, which means that he can't squeeze out any more aura to keep the monster's attention. Despite our boy's exhaustion, the horse doesn't slow down, and just keeps galloping furiously toward the target. Just when it looks like the duo is one man down, Lutcher's men arrive with reinforcements. They urge him not to give up, and encourage him to keep fighting. All the eyes of the knights and bandits suddenly start glowing, and with the power radiating from them, the voice in our boy's head is confident that it's enough to face the deathworm. One of the knights rides faster until he catches up to Vlad, and then tells the kid to keep riding with the same pace until he goes past Sir Lutcher. Meanwhile, the head knight in question is still very distracted by his power concentration, and looks very absent-minded. Vlad speeds toward him and calls out to him, hoping to wake him up from the trance. That's when Lutcher finally opens his flaming eyes again, and as the army of knights rides past him, he commends our boy for a job well done. Vlad and the others have successfully lured the deathworm away from the pilgrims. Sir Lutcher feels that it's his turn to take over and take on the deadly creature. With this in mind, he begins to expand his lava world again, and informs the dirty maggot that it's in Bayezid territory now. This is a land where chaos shall not be brought by creatures like it. Lutcher's eye bursts into flames, and with the way the veins in his face bulge out, you can tell just how furious he is. With this insane pent-up rage, the knight creates a flaming tornado and swings it at the deathworm, telling it to be gone for good. A huge concentrated beam of fire comes down from the sky after the tornado disperses, and this transforms the whole place into a terrifying hellscape. With the firepower generated, Lutcher blasts the deathworm. The flames are mighty and extremely terrifying to the point that all the pilgrims watching are horrified by the sight. On the other hand, the knights under Lutcher's command are just excited to see their boss displaying such incredible power. As for Vlad, he's just stunned because he finally realizes that this is the world of a knight that has the ability to contemplate over himself a true world. The deathworm is continually burnt by the unlimited flames, and as our boy witnesses the insane show of power on display, she admits that this is a sight light years away from common sense. Seeing the knight's world is like watching a mountain that goes up to infinity to him. The kid is left in a state of awe, and he begins to wonder if Godwin can even do something like this. He thinks about Sir Joerger and Sir Pablo too, wondering if they're even up to this level. Then finally, he asks himself the big question, will I be able to do this too? The voice hears his thoughts and assures him that he's capable of such insane powers, but that's only if his world is so unspeakable to the point that nothing can ever cause it to waver. After a while, we see that Lutcher has completely vanquished the monster, and as he watches the remaining flames burn wildly, Vlad appears behind him, asking if he's okay. The knight smiles as he welcomes our boy back, before commending him for a job well done. Vlad is worried that the flames will burn down all the grasslands at this rate, but the knight just assures him that everything will be fine because the grasses are pretty moist. He claims that the flames will only last for a while, but more importantly, he reveals that he wants to have a refreshing glass of beer. Ludger tries to get up, but his shaky legs fail him, so he falls back on his butt, and then the voice suggests that the consequences of expanding his world for a limited time have finally caught up with the knight. Ludger teasingly asks if Vlad won't help him up, but the kid just flops down beside him and claims that he'd rather fall as well. The senior knight finds it amusing, but he doesn't even have a response to Vlad's antics, so he just smiles and changes the topic. From what he saw earlier, Vlad is an excellent writer, but that doesn't tally with all the rumors he heard. In response, our boy explains that he wasn't the problem, so Ludger takes a look at the horse and admits that it's remarkable. Vlad agrees with him, and that's about when the quiet conversation is interrupted by Ludger's men, who've come to celebrate the victory. They praise the kid for an awesome performance and claims that it's good enough to make them open up their vassal slots. One of them commends Vlad specially, claiming that he hopes they meet again, so the shy boy thanks him nervously. Just then, someone else calls out to our boy, and he's surprised to see that it's Father Andreas. He's so glad that the priest is safe, and the old man just excitedly claims that he finally sees what he didn't earlier. During Vlad's clash, he saw a bright light, and even though he had seen it before, he wasn't sure what it was. It was like a light that pierced through the pitch-black darkness. All of a sudden, the old man goes on his knees and holds the boy's hands, leaving him stunned. He then thanks our boy, calling him Vlad of Soara. The young knight is so confused by this, but the priest goes on to pray to the Lord, claiming that the boy who received God's will has acted solely on it. Still on his knees, Father Andreas prays for the Lord to comfort the young boy who protected his world, and prays that he blesses the shining boy with his pity and compassion. On this day, countless hearts turned into a single light, all because this young boy's world expanded. As the story continues, we catch up with a certain character back in Bayezid on a warm evening. The sun is setting and the lighting is perfectly sitting on the noble family's mansion. Inside, we see a familiar hand with scars holding some kind of letter, and then the owner of these scarred fingers suddenly asks if he's sure that the content of the message is 100% correct. Here, we see that it's Count Bayezid asking his special advisor about a surprising message he just received. The white-haired advisor assures the Count that the letter is correct, and then informs him that Dorothea was the one who sent it through the crystal ball. Upon hearing this, the nobleman grits his teeth in rage, because all he did was send the youngsters out just in case, but now they've gone and done something else. He suddenly snaps and asks the advisor if it was dark magic again, so the old man confesses that some of them have settled in the north. In response, the Count remains furious, because he feels that the Empire is being too lax about the threats, and for this reason, the old cursed beings are slowly sticking their heads out. Count Bayezid thinks deeply about all of this, and looks really bothered by it too. The nobleman stares out the window in rage, but then his advisor reminds him that they also have some relieving news as well. He feels that that should at least count for something, so the master agrees with him. The Bayezid family head admits that his advisor is right, and this is because the name of a certain young prodigy keeps popping up nowadays. He begins to recall all the events that Vlad has proved himself, from the previous year's winter monster hunt to the duel of honor at Heinel. The Count thinks about all these notable moments where the star swordsman shone bright, and then adds our boy's latest feat to the list since he was involved in matters with the pilgrims. At this point, it's pretty obvious just how much attention the kid is getting because of his impressive performances lately, and as a result, the Count admits that the Bayezid might just have had to face disgrace if it wasn't for the boy. He can't help but picture the talented kid at the back of his mind, and after seeing Vlad's amazing aura again, all he can feel is admiration for the young boy from Soara. With this feeling inside him, he calmly instructs his advisor to call for his son Joseph, so the white-haired old man suspects that the family head is thinking of finally giving the boy permission. He asks the Count to be sure, so the nobleman turns to him and suggests that worthy people should get to enjoy the rights they deserve after all. While all of that is happening back at home, we catch up with Rutger and his men who are still out in the wilderness. They're currently camping out for the night after successfully saving the pilgrims from the massive deathworm. To be fair, Vlad did most of the work, but that doesn't really matter right now since they're all enjoying the quiet night seated around fires to keep themselves warm. The pilgrims are with them as well, but while everyone is supposed to be relaxing together, we suddenly notice that something strange is going on. For some reason, Vlad is seated alone with the fire to himself and he's not even close to the others. Apparently, he prefers some time to himself, and when we get a closer view, we see that he is cleaning his sword after a hard-fought victory earlier that day. As he tends to the blade, he notices many scratches on it, and realizes that the sword really went through a lot during his fight against the deathworm. He didn't expect that the blade would suffer such damage, and while he's still thinking about this, Sir Ludger appears behind him all of a sudden. The knight straight up asks him why he's acting pitiful all by himself, and the blue-eyed kid is surprised to hear the voice coming from over his shoulders. He turns around to look at the knight, who's casually taking a seat beside him. Lutcher asks Vlad where his fat friend is, so the swordsman reveals that Dorothea took Porty away earlier because she needed him to do something for her. Upon hearing this, he asks Vlad where the priest is, and the blonde swordsman informs him that Father Andreas is currently hanging out with the pilgrims. This explains why he's currently sitting by himself, and of course, the knight gets it immediately. With a bottle of wine in hand, Sir Lutcher concludes that everyone is busy and sighs in pity for the lonely blondie. Feeling bad for the boy, he stretches out his hand and offers Vlad a sip from his bottle of wine. As you can imagine, the underage kid is shocked to see this, and he politely declines the offer by reminding the knight that he's currently polishing his sword. Before he can complete this excuse, Sir Lutcher calls him out on it. He already knows that the boy is trying to refuse his offer, so he reminds Vlad that he's saying no to him again. Lutcher goes for the guilt-tripping technique and reminds Vlad that he didn't take peanuts from him the first time. Besides that, the kid also didn't pull him up when he asked for help to get up, and now he's crowned it all by rejecting his wine. Thinking about it now, the knight concludes that our boy has rejected him each time he's reached out to him, so he feigns sadness and asks Vlad if Joseph told him to do all of that. Of course, the blonde swordsman knows exactly what game the knight is playing, so he's pissed, because it would only lead to Master Joseph getting in trouble if word gets out that he refused the first son of the Bayezid family more than once. With this in mind, he is forced to accept the wine, so he takes the bottle from Sir Lutcher and assures the manipulative knight that Joseph didn't put him up to anything. Upon receiving the bottle, Vlad is surprised to see that it's whiskey, and Lutcher notices the shock in his eyes, so he proudly informs the kind that this is the liquor of nobles. At this point, our boy is a lot more relaxed than before, so it doesn't take him more than a moment to take a sip from the bottle. Vlad gulps it, thinking about how Lutcher and Joseph are certainly related. If he wasn't sure before, now he is certain that they're brothers, because even though their personalities are different, they've actually got the same taste in the end. The boy from Soara enjoys the whiskey so much that he downs the whole thing, and while he's busy going bottoms up, the knight stares at his sword for a while. Looking at the blade, Lutcher suggests that Vlad has it checked properly when they get back home. This statement finally forces our boy to drop the bottle. He wipes the excess off his face, feeling a little dumbfounded at first, before informing the Bayezid first son that he actually visited the family's blacksmith a few days ago, who told him that the handle of the sword needs to be taken off. Lutcher finds this a little suspicious because he doesn't understand why they need to take off a perfectly fine handle from a sword. In response, Vlad explains that the blacksmith said the handle was attached to the blade recklessly. Because of this, he either has to find the person who made the sword or he'll have to take the handle off completely. With his bottle of whiskey back with him, Sir Lutcher just teases the kid, suggesting that the owner of the sword is as reckless as the blade itself. He says this while gulping down his liquor, but then suddenly stops drinking when Vlad informs him that he's not going to take the handle off. The knight is pretty confused when he hears this, so the kid explains that he can't do it because he doesn't want to lose the sword. Vlad begins to remember the people back in Soara, like the old blacksmith who made the sword and, of course, his red-haired best friend. The boy lifts the sword, claiming that it holds so much within that he can't let go of it, and this leaves Sir Lutcher speechless for a brief moment. He stares at the boy in awe, and then finally regains enough consciousness to keep trying to persuade him. The knight reminds Vlad that he still needs to repair the sword even if he doesn't want to lose the memories, especially since it's already starting to look pretty dodgy already. In response, the blonde swordsman agrees with him and then insists that it's the exact reason why he has to travel back home in search of the person who made the sword in the first place. Upon hearing this, Lutcher asks the boy where this mysterious blacksmith is, but Vlad is reluctant to admit it at first. Our boy keeps his mouth shut after hearing the question. But then again, he decides to reveal that the person who made the sword is in Soara. The knight isn't too surprised to hear this. In fact, it makes a lot of sense to him because he's heard our boy call himself Vlad of Soara several times. Lutcher teases the kid, but deep down, he knows that the boy is a special talent from the Shining Soara, best known as Vlad of Soara. The senior brother thinks about the name and can't help but admit what a fitting nickname. To him, this is just the perfect title for the future swordsmaster, because earlier on the battlefield, the boy actually shone the brightest. The image of Vlad fearlessly riding the majestic black horse earlier flashes across Lutcher's mind, and it makes him reason something. After replaying the memories of the day in his mind, Lutcher finally understands that this was the reason his younger brother has been running around everywhere. Vlad keeps lifting the sword with so much determination in his eyes, so the knight gets up and suggests that he should be able to get the sword fixed soon. At first, our boy doesn't really understand what the senior knight means by this question, so he expresses his confusion. That's when Lutcher tells him that someone will acknowledge it sooner or later if he hopes for the repair desperately enough. Vlad is once again when he hears this, and this time, he can't even hide the confusion laced on his face. While he's still looking up at the senior brother in a daze, Lutcher pats him on the shoulder and begins to take his leave. However, before he exits the scene, he makes sure to tell Vlad that he's been doing a good job living up until now. The statement catches the boy off guard, so he's surprised and sits there while Sir Lutcher finally leaves. The knight tells Vlad to sleep early and informs him that they'll be leaving straight to Sturma the following morning. Our boy watches as Sir Lutger walks away and immediately admits that the leader is right, because he believes that someday he'll actually be able to fix his sword. Vlad thinks deeply about it, knowing that the sword is the reason he has a place to return to, and with this feeling, the memories of his life in Soara begin to play back in his head. He remembers his boss back then, and his life back in the bar, which just leaves him very emotional and almost pushed to tears. From a cliff, we can see him still sitting alone with his fire while the rest of the knights and pilgrims have fun on the other side. Just then, the black horse he rode earlier returns and watches him from the top of the cliff. The animal remains quiet, and the more it stares at him, the more we see how connected they are. They practically have the same kind of energy radiating from their bodies, suggesting that they are probably meant for each other. Back in Sturma that same night, we catch up with Lady Oksana, who's quietly doing some stitching and embroidery to pass the time with one of her maids. She doesn't appear to be an expert just yet because she's still asking the maid if her work is good enough. Of course, the young girl commends her stitching skills, claiming that the Countess's work is identical to the drawing they're trying to replicate. In excitement, she also shows Lady Oksana the book, so the Countess asks if she can move on to the next crest. She picks it up, and the little girl gladly shows her the next drawing she's supposed to work on, but she quickly picks up the needle and thread to start stitching, claiming that she doesn't even need to see the drawing. Apparently, this next symbol is very familiar to her, and vividly engraved into her mind, so she begins effortlessly, even though it's her first time making it. Lady Oksana reveals that she and her siblings only watched their mother do it, and never actually tried it. In response, the maid suggests that the Countess watching her mother makes it even more precious, to which the lady admits. The nobleman claims that it's actually precious and suggests that the art is a tradition that's now gradually being forgotten by the people. She thinks about the knights of these days who were actually raised so preciously, and feels that they're not even worthy to lift up the flag that belongs solely to them and no one else. Speaking of the knights, the scene changes to the next morning when we see that Lutger and his men are already prepared to begin their journey to Sturma. As usual, the red-caped Sum of the Bayezid family leads the way, and as they set out, one of his men calls his attention to a marvelous sight. The guy is so amazed, claiming that he's never seen anything like it in his life, so Sir Lutger actually turns around to see the huge herd of wild horses running nearby. The horses are literally running side by side with the knights and the pilgrims, so the guy is stunned since he would never have imagined something like that would happen. Seeing all of this, Sir Lutger calmly admits that it's a rare sight indeed, and suggests that it might be the first and the last time it's ever going to happen. As the herd slowly departs from them, the red-caped leader glances back at Vlad with a mischievous look on his face. Our boy is back to life without a horse, and so he's stuck inside the carriage while the rest of the knights ride their horses like real men. He seems pretty bummed about it, and Lutger notices it, because he believes that the kid and black horse must have been special like no one else to each other during their short encounter. Now, it's all over, so they have to return to their lives without each other, and as you can imagine, Vlad is taking it a lot harder than the wild horse. He's thinking the same thing as Sir Lutger, and he looks out the carriage with a long face, knowing that it's now time for him and the amazing stallion to part ways. The powerful horse blazes through the plains, and our boy tries to contain the pain he's feeling because he knows that he has a purpose to fulfill. Besides that, the horse also has a duty to lead its herd, so it really can't work out between them. All of a sudden, the horse stops in its tracks as it reaches the edge of a high cliff. It's forced to stop following the knights and their convoy, so it gets on its hind legs and makes an iconic stance for Vlad to remember. At this point, it's clear that this is goodbye for the two of them, and our boy already knows that this is it, the last time they'll see each other. Tears fill his eyes as he looks at the horse one last time because he knows that they can only be together up until this moment. It's pretty heartbreaking to watch the boy say goodbye to the animal, but while he's still in his feelings, Father Andreas pops out of nowhere, telling him not to feel too sad about it. In response, Vlad pretends that he was only saying goodbye for the sake of it. But the old priest already knows that it's not the case, so he bursts into laughter and suggests that it's indeed difficult for humans to be truthful most of the time. To the old man, their lives are like a cycle of hellos and goodbyes. The goodbyes bring one to tears, while the hellos come as happiness as far as the priest is concerned. The old man then admits that the scenes from the previous day were a truly amazing encounter even in his eyes, and for this reason, he wonders when the young star will get to see the amazing horse again. As sad as everything looks, Father Andreas doesn't believe that this is the last time that Vlad will see the stallion, because he knows that the depth of connection isn't just decided simply by the time spent together. Hearing all of this, our boy cheers up, knowing that the priest is right. A smile creeps up on his face once again, as he realizes that they'll actually get to see each other again someday. He's sure of it. With this new sense of belief, Vlad is ready to leave the horse behind for now, and as his traveling party goes farther into the distance, the black stallion just keeps watching. Later that night, a storm rocks Sturma and the house of Bayezid seems to be having it really rough, with lightning and thunder all over the mansion. The count sits in his office looking really frustrated, but it's not exactly because of the storm. Apparently, he's received some troubling news about the fall of Count Revnoma, so he's still trying to come to terms with the whole thing. He covers his face like the most frustrated person ever and listens to his advisor, who confirms that they just received the urgent news. The nobleman already knew that the West's activity had been strange for a while now, but he never expected that it would end up like this, so it makes him wonder how and when Count Gadar's house even acquired such strength. Apparently, the houses of the West made an alliance with Gadar as the center of the plan, so now it seems that even Ravnoma, the true leader of the West, got defeated by being outnumbered. He didn't stand a chance since he didn't have enough people on his side for the battle. Now that things have gotten this bad, Count Bayezid finds it surprising that the royal family hasn't done anything about it. In response, the advisor claims that they can't usually find out anything about matters that concern the center. The frustrated ruler gets up from his chair with this realization, and thinks about how the north has a stronger color than any other region because it was free from the royal family's influence thanks to the unshakable wall built around it. Consequently, they were ignorant of the happenings around them, so it led to the fall of the Count family. Bayezid can't believe that a guardian of the Pact family would fall so easily, and because of this, he feels that the rules and traditions of the past have become meaningless thanks to the new holders of power. The nobleman fears that these are turbulent times, and his advisor agrees, claiming that the empire should know where to draw the line. Count Bayezid is afraid that the fall of Count Ravnoma's family is the sign of a new age, and as he looks out the window, he realizes that they're more trouble to handle. It turns out that the so-called pilgrims are actually refugees from Ravnoma, and now they've come to Sturma with the old pact. Elsewhere, Vlad discovers what happened and he's torn because he doesn't know what to do next. Helping pilgrims was meant to be a good thing, but now he's helped Lutcher and he knows that Joseph won't be happy about it. He can already imagine Sir Joerger's face, so he's sure that the green-eyed knight might even beat him to death this time around. Well, it's not like he can do anything to change his fate, so he knocks on Mr. Joseph's door. The young master asks him to come in, and informs him that he's a day early. Joseph is strangely calm, and claims that he's heard a little about what happened. He asks the kid if he's hurt, and Vlad explains that he's fine. But the young master still advises him to take care of himself, which he agrees to do. The blondie is quite confused because it looks like everything is alright. Joseph looks normal, but upon closer inspection of his face, Vlad realizes that he's screwed because the hidden frown becomes more visible by the second. Joseph starts talking about Soara, claiming that he doesn't know much about the back alleys there, but reveals what he heard about a conflict and asks our boy if it's true. He's surprised to be asked such questions but suggests that it's true, and then Joseph asks him if he can't send a letter back to Soara, which baffles the kid some more. When Vlad asks what he means, Joseph finally talks about Jemima, calling her the boy's lover in the convent. But the swordsman clarifies that they're friends. Joseph claims that he's known all along and suggests that Vlad can't send letters back home because he's afraid of people they're getting hurt. The young master claims that he would like to solve that problem but points out how much effort is required. He suggests that the man named One-Eyed Jack is valuable, and Vlad confirms because he knows that Moneybug has formed connections with the most powerful people in Soara. Suddenly, Joseph starts talking about how much Vlad has gone through for him, and suggests repaying him accordingly as per their promise to each other. The kid is confused, so Joseph shows him the flag that represents a knight's honor. In old times, knights went around carrying flags like this, and the young master was bummed that he could never possess one. For this reason, he resolved to have a knight who can, and now our boy has checked all the boxes. Joseph believes that Vlad is a knight worthy of carrying his own flag and promises that the Bayezid family will give him their full support. After all, he's the man who received Lady Alicia's name and also a vassal of the Bayezid family. As such, Joseph wants him to raise his head with pride under his own flag and return to his hometown with it. The young master wants Vlad to go slash the worthless people binding him, so he can find his true freedom and then come back to him. Sir Joerger gives his approval in silence, and after seeing this, the young boy from Soara is deeply touched. Our boy thinks about all he's been through to get to this moment, from the unadorned sword given to him by the girl and the old man, to the identity token given to him by the priest. He was even given the handkerchief with the noble lady's name on it, and now he's been presented with his very own flag, with the family's crests on it. All of these would go on to form the boy's roots, and all of these were the boy's accomplishments as well. Vlad is so honored when he thinks about all of this, so he gets on one knee like a true knight, and with tears running down his face, he promises to do as his young lord commands. The story continues with a scene in the Count's throne room. We see Father Andreas standing in front of a huge chest with chains tied all over it. Behind him in the huge crate, the pilgrims are all on one knee to show their respects to the nobleman. The leader of the Bayezid family stares at the chest wrapped with chains and is surprised to see that it's the proof of the pact. By this time, the box is glowing with a menacing red aura, making it pretty obvious that whatever is in there isn't exactly a friendly object. The Count is reluctant to accept the reality, but when he finally asks if it's the proof of the pact, the old priest quickly confirms it, revealing that the dragon's fragment is even inside the chest. Within the mysterious box lies a fragment of the prime dragon of perfection, a massive dragon with scales like gold. The magnificent beast was taken down by the founding king, and Father Andrea makes sure to remind the nobleman of all of this. As you can imagine, Count Bayezid's interest is piqued and he just hums in response, not knowing exactly what to say. It's a pretty dumbfounding piece of information, and for that, such a rare item is in a chest sitting in the center of his throne room. He's just left speechless. Seeing the reaction, the elderly priest apologizes in advance, because he's about to deliver even more shocking news. With a bow, Father Andreas informs the nobleman that Count Revnoma's family was the only one in the West who could protect the pact. Hearing this alone, Count Bayezid figures out what's going on, so he reveals that he understands clearly. The leader of the Bayezid family already knows that the old priest is asking for assistance now that Count Revnoma's family has been defeated, so he immediately promises to give the pilgrims his knights. The nobleman is determined to assist them and vows to help them move the proof of the pact as safely as possible to the best of his abilities. He also knows that they're probably really tired after quite a tedious journey, so he kindly asks them to make themselves comfortable in his mansion. The Count claims that he would even like them to stay as his guests until the preparations are done. Upon hearing all of this, the gentle priest thanks the Count, and with all of that out of the way, the pilgrims get right to business. The hooded men cover the ominous chest with a white tarp, and then quickly loft it out of the room. Count Bayezid watches the hooded men make their way out of the room with a scowl on his face. It appears that he's troubled by something, and we're not the only ones who can see the gears turning in his head, because his advisor also notices his bad mood. As such, the old man decides to calm his boss down, telling him that he shouldn't worry about what's troubling him. In response, the nobleman shoots up from his seat, but his advisor just reminds him that the pilgrims didn't have a choice. Count Bayezid suddenly starts walking down the steps from his seat, still feeling very upset, claiming that he already knows all of that. The nobleman believes that from the West's perspective, the only guardian house of the pact equal to them would be the ruler of the North. He feels that the ruler of the North is the only person those in the North even consider a threat. Well, you can't really blame the Westerners for thinking this way, because from what we can see, the Iron Duke, Timur Baronoff, looks like one mean motherfucker. With his glowing red eyes and massive blade, there's no doubt that the ruler of the North is a formidable force. Count Bayezid keeps bothering himself with this feeling, and even though he knows that there's really nothing he can do about the situation, he can't help but think about it, because it's currently a burden that refuses to get off his shoulders. The nobleman zones out as he stares out the window, thinking far and wide, but then he's suddenly drawn back to reality when he sees something very shocking on the other side. The Count's eyes pop out in disbelief when he sees a familiar flag, and then admits that he hasn't seen it in a very long time. The advisor hears him thinking out loud, so he curiously asks what the matter is, and then quickly goes to have a look for himself. Looking out the window, the white-haired advisor realizes what is making the Count so intrigued, and he too is quite taken aback by the sight. So much so that he also admits that he hasn't seen that flag in a long time. We finally get to see the structure keeping the two old men glued to the window, and it turns out to be the crest that Lady Oksana was sewing earlier. It's the flag that she made for Vlad, and as the Count watches the waving flag on the moving carriage, he feels that the kid should have at least rested a while before setting off again. The advisor also sees Vlad leaving and suggests that perhaps the boy couldn't just help himself. He's a knight after all, and with this in mind, Count Bayezid totally gets it, claiming that he wouldn't be able to control himself either. I mean, the kid just got his own banner as a knight, and not just any kind of banner, but the flag of the powerful Bayezid family, so you can't really blame him for wanting to show it off immediately. As for the nobleman, he completely understands what it feels like to be a knight who is his own master. That's right, our boy Vlad is now regarded as a knight banneret, and that's a really cool feat in knighthood. Count Bayezid keeps staring at the kid with admiration, and because of this, he's completely in support of the journey. He's proud to have such a person flying his flag, and so he wants the boy to go all the way back to his hometown. He wants Vlad to do what is his rightful duty, and as we can all see, that's exactly what our boy is off to do. The scene suddenly shifts from the vibrant city of Sturma, and then we're taken all the way back to the dark and terrifying slums in the back alleys of Sora. There, a swarm of lowlifes is outside waiting for a very famous hooker. Apparently, the lady is in high demand because all the men can't wait for her to come out. They yell outside her chamber, shamelessly claiming that it's their turn to get played with by her. Of course, this kind of argument usually gets settled when the highest bidder steps up, because they all feel that the person with the most money should have the lady first. One of the men suddenly yells out for the lady to pour him a drink, and we finally get to see that this mysterious hot cake is actually Marcella. She completely ignores the barking scumbags outside and carefully puts on her makeup. While she wears her lipstick slowly, someone else inside her room complains about how the men outside are making a fuss like rutting pigs. Apparently, the mysterious boss is fed up with the noise, so he'd really like Marcella to quickly go out there and entertain them if she's done with her makeup. Just then, we're introduced to the boss, who honestly looks like a mean old witch from a cartoon. The pimp reminds Marcella that she has to serve as many people as she can because that's the only way she can pay up her debt, and she says this with a very mischievous look on her face. She clearly enjoys seeing Marcella get played with by different kinds of dirtbags, especially since she gets paid for it. The highly demanded lady just glares at the old woman, probably wishing she could squeeze the life out of her with just her eyes. The fearless old hag is obviously a tough nut as well because she just scowls at Marcella in response. An intense staring contest ensues, but it comes to an end when the mean old lady suddenly grabs Marcella's face. She holds up the young woman's face and makes her look into the mirror. It turns out that the old bitch actually wants to see how long Marcella can keep up her confident act. As far as she's concerned, they've got a lot of time, and as such, she believes that Marcella is going to be stuck with her even when her body starts rotting. Hearing such a thing would make you wonder just how much the girl owes this old hag. Marcella looks like she's about to break at this point, but then all of a sudden, the look of fear completely disappears from her face and her confident demeanor returns in a flash. With a very unfazed and bombastic side-eye, she looks over at her boss and taunts her by telling her to have a long life. As you'd expect, the old bitch is shocked by Marcella's confidence, so it even makes her quite worried. She's really confused and disappointed that the young lady is still her confident self even after she's been stepping on her all this time. Seeing that Marcella isn't going to break anytime soon, she gives up her attempts to intimidate her and just walks away. On her way out of the room, she just tells the young lady to hurry up and go out. Once the old hag is out of the scene, we finally get to find out what's actually going on in Marcella's mind. The young lady finally finishes her makeup and starts to think about how she climbed into a pretty good position for a person who's just selling her body. Regardless, she admits that it was a remarkable journey because at least she got to choose her destiny. This little monologue is probably what she tells herself whenever she's about to do her job. Marcella gets up from her seat and struts down to the door of her chamber, where the horny men are still waiting for her. The moment they see her coming out, they start clamoring again, hooting and arguing about which of them has been waiting for her. Walking out to meet the devourers, Marcella admits that the destiny she chose was the path to destruction, but it seems as though she doesn't even care about that. The old hag comes out as well now that her favorite export is ready to perform. She teases the hungry men, asking if they've really been waiting that long for Marcella, and seeing how horny they all are, she asks for the highest bidder to reveal himself. After all, the man who desires the honey of the black rose for the night should be able to show his gold coins. The auction begins and the desperate men start making their bids. Some even offer to combine their gold just so they can afford a night with Marcella, but of course, the madam informs them that it doesn't work like that. It quickly turns into a situation of every man for himself, and as the men start arguing again, the old hag just expresses her delight that Marcella keeps making her so much money. She considers the young lady a wilting flower and decides that she's going to suck her dry till there's nothing left. Just then, one of the men makes an offer of 4 gold and the madam quickly accepts it. The other men are still wallowing in disappointment when someone else suddenly makes an offer of 100 gold. The entire place goes dead silent after that offer, because everyone is too shocked to even speak. The silence is finally broken when the madam chokes on her smoke and starts coughing. Everyone else turns around to see the filthy rich person who would even make such an offer in the first place. They're all eager to see who it is, and the madam simply asks again just to confirm if she heard right. Sure enough, the mysterious person repeats what he said, stating that he's willing to pay 100 gold for Marcella. The guy was up the creaking stairs to reveal himself, and this sends chills down Marcella's spine because the sound is so familiar to her. She recognizes it all too well because it's the same sound that brought destruction to her nest a while ago. That's right, it's the sound of the same man who killed her husband, the man who turned her life upside down, and the reason our boy had to leave his hometown. It's the notorious Knight Godwin. Marcella hasn't even seen his face yet, but she's already having goosebumps just thinking about him. The ominous hooded man finally makes it up the stairs and into the room without saying another word. All the people in the room are still overwhelmed by his offer, so much so that the old lady asks him once again if he really said he is going to pay 100 gold. She still can't believe anyone would make such an offer, so she just keeps asking him to be sure. Well, he's probably tired of repeating himself, so he just ignores her and makes his way through the crowd to where the terrified Marcella is waiting for the inevitable. As if the other men weren't already intimidated enough, now they can see just how menacing he looks. They all admit that his aura is no joke, but as curious as they are, none of them can even dare say a word to him. The hooded man finally reaches the counter and then asks the ladies if he can order something from there. Hearing this, the old bitch assumes that he can easily pay around 10 gold even if his 100 gold offer was a bluff. With this in mind, she quickly brings out the menu to serve him, but he stops her, telling her that there's no need for the menu at all. In a shocking twist, we suddenly find out that the person under the hood isn't actually the mercenary Godwin. The hooded man declines the old lady's offer, claiming that he's always missed a particular dish even after he left the town a while ago. Apparently, it's been on his mind all the while he was away, so now that he's back, the first thing he orders is the grilled sausage and black pudding dish. The moment he makes this order, Marcella's eyes widen in shock as she realizes exactly who the man under the hood is. The dish is very familiar to her, so she already knows that there can only be one person in the world asking for it. Sure enough, it's none other than our boy Vlad. He takes off his hood, revealing his blonde hair as he makes his former master Jorge's usual order one more time. Marcella is absolutely speechless when she sees him after such a long time. Not to mention, he's paying tribute to her late husband on his return to Sora as a knight. Seeing all of this, she realizes that the gold offer didn't come from a filthy place of desire. The memories come flooding her mind as she remembers the child Jorge brought home. She remembers the color of his blonde hair because she bathed him when he was just a little boy. Marcella remembers it clearly, and while she's still finding it difficult to believe, Vlad simply assures her that he is actually back. Seeing this, she just covers her mouth to lower the sound of her soft sobs. She's pushed to tears just by looking at the young man she raised. Emotions fill the atmosphere as Vlad looks into her eyes. It's been a long time since they last saw each other, but the love between them hasn't dwindled even one bit. The kid smiles softly at her as they share the really touching moment in silence. It's the kind of reunion you want to last for long, but it's suddenly cut short when Marcella realizes where they are. There's still a swarm of horny lolivs waiting around to sleep with her, so she's very sure that Vlad is now in danger. As such, she quickly wipes the tears off her face and whispers for him to get out of the pleasure house as quickly as he can. She already knows how wild the men can get, so she tells him to leave. Marcella secretly informs him that the place is being run by subordinates of the notorious One-Armed Jack, and she doesn't want that guy to find out that the blonde swordsman is back in town. She keeps whispering to him and the old bitch notices it, but she can't make any sense of what Marcella is telling him. It's all gibberish to her, so she gets quite curious all of a sudden. She's surprised to see that Marcella and the mysterious man already know each other. Besides that, she senses that the atmosphere feels unusual too, now that they are talking secretly. Feeling really uncomfortable, she decides that she should try separating the two reunited friends quickly before an unexpected situation arises unnecessarily. With this in mind, she beckons on some of the shady-looking armed men sitting at a table in a corner. A very mean-looking guy in particular looks at her and instantly gets the message just from her eyes. Without wasting any time, he signals his men and they all leave their sets like warriors on a mission. It's almost like they have a telepathic connection because even without saying a word, they all know that Vlad is the target. Our boy senses the growing number of people surrounding him, but he looks like he couldn't even care less about it. Seeming very unfazed by them, he just continues his conversation with Marcella and states that there's a calculation that needs to be done before he pays the amount. The madam is curious about this sudden calculation, so she chimes in and asks him what he's talking about. In response, Vlad calls the name One-Armed Jack and reveals that there's something he needs to get from the man. As you can imagine, such a statement won't go down well with the guys who run the establishment, because they're subordinates of One-Armed Jack. The scar-faced guy is particularly enraged when he hears this, so he draws his sword and urges the others to deal with Vlad for saying such a thing. He feels that the kid is ridiculous, so he calls him a crazy bastard. He's mad that Vlad would even call his boss's name like that. But while he's still ranting, the young knight decapitates him on the spot. The guy falls flat on his back right in front of his men, and in a matter of seconds, the floor is full of blood. The old lady is horrified when she sees the pool of blood, so she screams, but Vlad just shuts her up immediately. Sure enough, she zips it instantly, and then our boy threatens to take it from her as well if he doesn't get enough from the bastards. You'd expect the other guys to cower after seeing their leader lying lifeless on the floor, but that's not the case because they actually draw their swords, determined to deal with him. They feel that he's just yapping and demand to know who he is and where the hell he came from. Our boy braces himself for the fight coming, holding nothing but a small dagger. But then, it's not any ordinary dagger. It's the last dagger of his late master Jorge, and this is what he calls himself as well. The other guys are dumbfounded when they hear this, so they stare at Vlad in shock, wondering what he means by that. It only takes a few seconds for them to remember that the man in front of them is Jorge's old boy, so they're even more confident that they can take on him. As much as they're surprised to see him, they also begin to underestimate him. The guys feel that their master would give them piles of gold even if they can get just his head. They claim that he should just keep hiding even if he manages to somehow survive them. Despite all their threats, our boy is unfazed, so he tells them to just come at him and stop babbling. He wants them to try as much as that day, back then when they tried to kill him. The moment he says this, he starts to release a terrifying aura which leaves all the thugs absolutely shocked that it's the same kid they knew a while back. Right now, he doesn't look anything like the boy they once knew, and instead, he takes the form of a bloodthirsty wolf. With such a terrifying demeanor, they're all afraid to even move, so he decides to attack them instead. Vlad takes out all the men who even dare to draw their swords in front of him. At this rate, he's working with one scream per life. Our boy is practically in beast mode at this point because he's not sparing even a single soul. He's ready to take the lives of all the men, as many as the tears that Marcella shed because of them. Our boy decides that he won't stop until a fair wage is paid through their blood. While the young knight is busy making a bloody salad with all the guys at the pleasure house, the scene changes and we find One-Armed Jack drinking himself to stupor in his home. For some reason, he's thinking about Jorge. He feels as though that the Sora back alley has been like it belongs to him ever since Jorge disappeared. However, he still isn't satisfied. He wants more and feels that he should rise higher because he believes that he can't just stop there. This is the same reason why he's not hesitated to take what belongs to others. The insatiable man was determined to keep using the corpses of his enemies as scaffolds to go higher and higher. But even after rising to the end, one-armed Jack realized for the first time that the back alley life is determined by the ones up there. The guy thinks about all of this and just goes back to his drinking. He drowns himself in the alcohol, remembering how he firmly believed that everything can be obtained only through victory. Nevertheless, even though he has failed, he consoles himself with the fact that he's gotten to the position he is today. As much as the victor in the power tussle was Jorge, the one who died was also Jorge. With this in mind, he accepts the fact that the same thing could happen to him one day, and that his fate would be decided by someone up there. He curses the damned world he lives in, and just then, his men barge in with bad news. They inform him that they've been surrounded, but he's too drunk to process it all at once. The guys reveal that the entire back alley has been overrun by soldiers, so much so that even their back door has been blocked. The guys start to argue all of a sudden, feeling that the soldiers are the security guards of Sora. The confusion comes up because they feel that they've already made monthly payments to the soldiers. One suggests that it's just the regular patrol, but others don't agree because of how many soldiers there are. The invaders have clearly come with a plan, and when one-armed Jack hears this, he just starts laughing. He expected such a thing, because he always felt that such a day would come. He just didn't know it would be today. Regardless, he's glad that it's here already, because rather than anxiously waiting for the day, it's better this way, since he feels that destruction right before his eyes is even more relieving. The scene changes from the bar and we see a group of soldiers lined up with their weapons in another side of the small town. One of the high-ranking men in Sora suddenly goes to meet the knight, who happens to be Swordsman, and informs him of some news. He reveals that they've received orders, confirming that the garrison's arrangement is complete. In response, the fat commander just asks the guy if the other alley is completely blockaded as well. The terrified man responds by confirming this, and he claims that they did their best to make sure of it. It turns out that this scared-looking man is actually the mayor of Sora. Unfortunately for him, the commander isn't convinced that he and the others actually did their best, because he feels that if they actually did, the matter wouldn't have gotten as big as it did. The mayor is really ashamed of himself, but all he can do is just stand there and hide his face while the soldier scolds him. The commander seems very upset that the count found out about what happened, so he makes it very clear to the mayor. In response, the embarrassed town leader admits that he doesn't have any excuse for what happened, but he also reminds the commander that one-armed Jack is a very talented man. He claimed that he doesn't have any excuse, but all of a sudden, he tries to start making excuses. Unfortunately for him, the knight doesn't even let him start because he quickly cuts him off by clearing his throat. He gives the man a death glare which sends chills down the guy's spine. At this point, the mayor realizes that there's no way he's going to outsmart the knight. He's puzzled by the knight, and it makes him wonder how a mere soldier is so well informed about the activities of the back alleys in Sora. Realizing that he can't lie to the knight, the cunning mayor tries another plan. He suddenly claims that he's glad that the cancerous group of Sora will be eliminated now that the fat knight and his men are here. It turns out that everything this man says just ends up pissing the knight off, because when he hears these words from the mayor's mouth, he just glares at him again. As far as this soldier is concerned, the cunning man is the cancer. He's very angry about the whole situation because he doesn't even believe how a mere back alley boss can be controlling such a huge system. The knight feels that the mayor is the reason why one-armed Jack has so much power. After all, the only way someone else can have so much power over a place is if the mayor is condoning all the activities and hiding them under his title. It's also pretty obvious that the price for the mayor to overlook such criminal activities is if he's receiving some kind of huge compensation. Clearly, these compensations are basically bribes, and the reason why the knight is so sure is because he's someone who's taken bribes in the past. Just like a non-vegetarian can tell when he sees someone like him, the fat commander can easily tell that when he sees a corrupt official at first glance. The mayor is still really unsettled right now, and so he tries to change the topic quickly by asking the knight when the other knights will arrive. The ones that will go inside are yet to reach the city, so the mayor is really concerned about that, especially the knights from the house of Bayezid who have been sent to the city. He's still talking when all of a sudden, the fat commander informs him that the knight from Bayezid is already around. The mayor is shocked when he hears this. As if on cue, a knight emerges from the darkness. This mysterious knight has blood all over his boots, suggesting that he just got out of a bloodbath, and the fat commander quickly introduces the mayor to him. The corrupt leader is horrified when he sees that it's just one person who came, so he quickly turns to Swordsman and asks him if the lone soldier will be okay. He's afraid that the knight from Bayezid will be able to handle the situation, so he suggests that his knights in Sora take care of the job since he's already deployed the best of them. Unfortunately for him, Swordsman doesn't agree with his idea. The advanced knight claims that such a thing can't happen under his watch, and this leaves the corrupt mayor absolutely stunned. He's shocked that his authority means nothing to the commander, so he asks Swordsman to explain why his idea can't work. In response, the senior knight reveals that it's because Mr. Joseph put his heart and soul into setting it up. It turns out that this little arrangement and deployment of soldiers was simply a means of setting up Vlad's official debut fight, and since that's the case, there's no way Sir Vorden will sit back and watch someone ruin it. Now, we see our boy make his way out of the darkness. His armor and coat are covered in the blood of the goons that he dealt with earlier, and it's giving a really disturbing vibe, so Sir Vorden quietly goes over to the kid and asks him if he'll be okay fighting alone. He whispers this to our boy so that the mayor doesn't hear him. The senior knight informs Vlad that there are over 50 enemies waiting inside, and then reminds the kid that he won't be able to face Mr. Joseph's wrath if anything bad happens to him. Because of this, he wants to be absolutely sure that the young knight knows what he's getting into. In response, Vlad calmly assures Sir Vorden that he'll make sure he doesn't take the blame even if he gets hurt by any chance in there. Unfortunately, this doesn't make the fat commander any less worried because he practically just explained how he can't let the kid get hurt under any circumstance. At this point, he's starting to get really uncomfortable because he doesn't even know what Vlad is going to do next. To make matters worse, our boy doesn't even respond to him, and just keeps staring at the huge building in silence. After a while, Sir Vorden realizes that nothing he says is going to change the boy's mind, so he sighs in exhaustion as he decides to let Vlad go. Before that, he reminds the kid that he promised to protect him from any punishment if things go south, and Vlad confirms it. Hearing this, he quickly gives our boy the banner he's been holding, claiming that Mr. Joseph asks him to give it to him in front of everyone. Sure enough, the other soldiers are standing right behind him, so they see the little ceremony as it goes on very clearly. The senior knight gives Vlad the banner and he receives it without hesitation. Our boy buries the pole into the ground, allowing the banner to spread out. When the other soldiers see it, they're shocked because they all felt that the carrying of banners to battle was a forgotten tradition. After such a cool display, they're all very curious to find out who the mysterious young knight is. They start to wonder who on earth the kid is, because they can't even wrap their heads around the fact that he received his own flag at such a young age. It's all really unbelievable to them, and then one of them suddenly talks about how the knight was personally sent by the house of Bayezid. While the ordinary soldiers are being overwhelmed by our boy's impressive display, he's busy pumping himself up for battle. With his banner pole planted into the ground and his cold blue eyes fixed on the target, he gets himself into battle mode. Vlad decides that right now, this land is his domain. Under the honorable names that attest him, he exercises his authority in Soara, even in the lives of all those who inhabit the place. With such powerful words running through his mind, his eyes start to glow, and while he's asserting his dominance, Sir Vorden opens a scroll and then calls out to the back alley scoundrels. The senior knight yells for them to hear him and calls out to one-armed Jack as well. Sir Vorden informs them that they've disobeyed the rules and laws of the Bayezid family, and that they've been sucking the life out of the people. Because of this, Peter Bayezid, the rightful owner of Soara and head of the family, has sent this message to the lowlives of the back alleys. Sir Vorden reads the letter from his master, revealing that he has sent a proxy on his behalf because he can no longer stand the wickedness of the people in Soara. From the letter, Bayezid claims that all the rights Sir Vorden exercises are guaranteed by him and by the Church of Faith. As such, the fat commander angrily demands that one-armed Jack and his henchmen come outside immediately. He demands that they open their doors in that instant so that they can allow the rightful proxy inside. With this command, the soldiers behind him start hitting their weapons on the ground to create a loud rumbling just so that they can get the attention of one-armed Jack and his men. They chant the Bayezid family name over and over again until it becomes too annoying for the scoundrels to ignore. The things get mad when they hear all the commotion, but the knights and soldiers don't stop making the noise. They chant about how God protects their proxy and express their confidence, believing that they will kill one-armed Jack. While they're saying all of this outside, the big bad boss sits in his chair and quietly drinks yet another bottle of alcohol. Back outside, the chants continue, and our boy waits patiently for the criminals to reveal themselves. Sir Vorden finishes reading the Count's letter from the scroll and informs our boy that he now has the justification and the people on his side, unlike before when they weren't even sure he could handle the situation. Since that's the case now, the senior knight tells Vlad that he can let it all out without hesitation, and once our boy receives the permission to go into beast mode, he thanks Sir Vorden and gets right down to business. Vlad unsheathes his glowing sword before marching down to the door of the house, and as he makes his way there, the fat commander reminds him to be careful. At this time, the voice in his head comes up again. The voice is sure that one-armed Jack must be preparing already, so he advises our boy to expand his vision, because he knows that the big bad boss is going to come for Vlad's life from all directions. Hearing this, our boy mentally prepares himself for the fight ahead, and the voice also assures him that the battle will be different from all the others he's been in before. The voice gives him a little pep talk, claiming that one of the basics of battle is to take the initiative. He advises Vlad to make a really fancy start to the fight, and so, the blonde swordsman begins to channel all the power he can muster into the blade. Several thoughts rush through Vlad's mind as he prepares to face the notorious one-armed Jack all by himself. He remembers the day that Jorge died and begins to feel that maybe his boss would have still been alive if he never called Godwin. Even before that, he wonders if Jorge would still be alive if one-armed Jack never threatened him in the first place. He feels that he wouldn't have needed to call Godwin if that never happened. The many ifs and maybes continue to haunt our young hero, so because of this, he feels that there's only one solution in the end. Vlad decides that he must kill one-armed Jack because that's the only way he can be just a little free from the guilt that constantly haunts him. With this in mind, our boy charges at the big bad boss with his glowing eyes and sword. Vlad lands the first powerful strike and the locked door comes crumbling down in an instant. All the goons who were guarding the place are sent flying all over the place. The blast from the strike leaves the place in a mess, and when Vlad finally enters the building, all the goons are injured and disoriented. Vlad realizes that one-armed Jack's world is eating into his own, so he concludes that this is the reason he must put an end to this right now. This is the only way he can cut off the messy connection and move forward. Our boy marches into the place and then introduces himself to the goons, informing them that he's the one and only Vlad of Soara. The blonde swordsman claims that he's here to end their quarrel. He holds his blade and stands in front of the enemies, waiting to see their next move, but none of them even moves a muscle. They wait in silence, so when Vlad sees this, he points his sword to the big bad boss and calls out to him. Our boy raises his glowing sword, informing one-armed Jack that he's back in Soara, and as you can imagine, he's back for revenge. Vlad yells out several times before the one-armed mafia boss finally decides to respond. He sits in his chair and listens carefully to the voice, only to discover that it's actually really familiar. With this in mind, he finally gets up from his chair and slowly straightens himself up as a sinister laughter erupts from his lungs. Apparently, he's already recognized Vlad's voice, so now that he knows that his opponent is a kid, his confidence goes off the roof. He finds it amusing that the blonde boy from the back alleys is the rightful proxy that has been sent to get his head. Not surprisingly, he's heard a lot about Vlad's amazing feats, but it doesn't make him any less confident that he can defeat our boy. One-armed Jack realizes that the rising star is the one knocking on his door, and so it makes him very excited because he relishes the challenge. While the big bad boss finds the whole situation to be some kind of easy game, our boy is very determined to prove the one-armed villain wrong. He fixes his gaze up into the house and waits patiently for his opponent to reveal himself. It appears that the bad boss's overconfidence rubs off on the goons all of a sudden because they instantly get the courage to fight their adversary. One of them loudly encourages his mates to attack the blonde swordsman, disturbing their peace, so of course, they all rush towards Vlad with their weapons. The men charge at our boy bravely, feeling that they've got the upper hand, and of course, Vlad doesn't hold back either. He equally throws himself at them with his trusty sword in hand. Not surprisingly, the blonde knight overwhelms them with his speed and strength immediately. The thugs are horrified when they see how ferocious he is, but at this point, it's already too late for them to retreat because he rips them apart mercilessly. Our boy slashes through all of them with the speed of light, leaving a bloody trail of dismembered body parts in his wake. One of them tries to sneak up on him from behind, but the insanely quick swordsman senses the attack coming and counters it immediately. Vlad turns around in the blink of an eye and slashes the guy's head clean off in that moment. The severed head flies across the room, splashing blood all over the place before finally landing on the floor. When the other thugs witness this gory display, they finally realize that it's the same ruthless blonde kid that once walked the streets of Soara. They're all very familiar with him, and it appears that they all hold one grudge or the other against him, so this only makes them more determined to bring him down. With this in mind, they charge at our boy with nothing but the intention to surround and defeat him. They refuse to back down from the fight and use their numbers to try to intimidate him. The goons successfully surround the young knight, and once they see that he isn't attacking either, one of them encourages the rest to pounce on Vlad together once they get the chance. As much as they all want to see the blonde swordsman defeated, they're also really afraid of the kid. The thugs are all aware that Vlad is extremely skilled with the sword, so they're very careful about how they fight him. Stepping forward recklessly against such a knight would only get them killed, so they're reluctant to make the first move. After a few moments of keeping the terrifying swordsman at bay, the goons realize that they're not ready for what comes next. None of them is ready to strike, and Vlad just casually waits for the next unfortunate person to try him. It does take long before they start begging each other to step forward. But even then, nobody is willing to sacrifice himself. I mean, that's literally what it is right now, because anyone who's crazy enough to challenge Vlad all alone is practically digging his own grave. The whole thing gets really boring quite quickly, especially since the star swordsman is eager to give one-armed Jack a taste of his blade. Seeing that none of the henchmen are brave enough to step forward, he decides to take matters into his own hands. The blue-eyed killing machine cuts through their murmuring all of a sudden with a cold statement. He calmly tells them that there's no need for them to think so hard about their next move. After all, he's going to cut all of them into pieces anyway. Since that's the case, it doesn't really matter what they decide, because they're only going to end up dying at his blade. Surely, there's no way such a terrifying promise didn't send chills down their spines. Unfortunately for them, our boy is a man of his word, so the moment he says that, he goes in for round 2 of his killing spree, and this time, it's even more incredible. The talented swordsman activates his world as he makes his move, and a bright light fills the sky all of a sudden. The thugs are absolutely stunned when they see the blinding light, and it leaves them frozen in fear. At this point, it's pretty obvious that they don't stand a chance against Vlad. All the hopes they had of being able to take him on are dashed immediately because it becomes clear that they're no longer facing an ordinary human being. Our boy channels the powerful beam of light and uses the energy as a powerful slash that finishes off all the fighters surrounding him. As the beam cuts them to pieces, all they can do is scream in agony, and after a few seconds, we see that all those who were surrounding him are now covered in blood and lying lifeless at his feet. The remaining henchmen left standing are just dumbfounded by what they just witnessed. They have no idea how they can stop someone like Vlad, but then one of them suddenly suggests throwing the iron fishnet on the kid to trap him. They get right to it, and in the blink of an eye, our hero sees that a huge fishnet is being thrown at him. Without wasting a second, he runs out of the way to evade it, so the henchmen decide that they'll just throw everything they can find at him. Unfortunately for them, Vlad is way too fast for their plan to work. He dashes out of sight all of a sudden, but someone finds him hiding behind a pillar. Determined to catch the blonde invader, they work together to block the exits. Those on the lower floor try to force our boy upstairs so that the ones there can ambush him with all the blades at their disposal. Of course, Vlad hears the plan, so he figures that it would be too reckless to pass through the second wave of fighters head-on. Seeing the dangers ahead, he tries to be careful, but they taunt him and challenge him to come at them if he's confident. Thankfully, the young knight is a lot smarter than to fall for that, so he decides to stop using aura against them. Just then, he spots a rope tied to a pole and recalls how Zemina always complained about it. Seeing how heavy the curtains that are tied to it are, he comes up with a plan to get above the henchmen waiting for him without actually having to fight them. Vlad cuts the rope and grabs it, allowing the force from the heavy curtains to carry him to the higher floors. He makes it to the first floor in the blink of an eye, so the other goons below rush upstairs. Seeing the scanty security on the highest floor, he's surprised that they are the only ones there, but he's also happy to see this, because it means he can take them out much quicker. Vlad lunges at the sons of bitches and they don't hold back either, but of course, it only backfires on them because they're no match for the extremely skilled swordsman. He stabs the first guy in the neck and it just reminds him that the sword's blade is sharp beyond limits. To make matters worse for them, they're attacking him stupidly, so he just swats them like flies. They're so bad at fighting that he feels Joerger's wooden sword is probably way more dangerous. After the little massacre, the star swordsman sighs in relief, feeling that he's done with that. But then he suddenly senses an attack coming at him. His insane senses and reflexes allow him to dodge the arrow shot at him in the nick of time. But this doesn't stop the archers from shooting at him even more. The other henchmen encourage them to keep shooting, because they want to make sure that the knight doesn't reach the highest floor. The archers shoot everything they've got. Over and over, they release their arrows, but our boy just runs toward them and jumps over the railings to reach them on the other side. While still in the air, he practically breaks some of the arrows shot at him, before killing the archers with deadly slashes as fast as the speed of light. Vlad casually sighs after this, like it's some easy chore. He admits that it was quite a hassle getting up there, and while the other goons are staring at him like some ghost, he just grabs a kettle and gulps down whatever is inside it. The henchmen are too terrified to say a word, so they just watch the bloody knight with their jaws on the floor. Vlad quickly spits out the content of the kettle, suggesting that it's trash, before asking the remaining fighters how they want the next round to go. With a scary smile on his face, he explains that he has to keep going with the fight, especially since he's got to collect the rent for letting them stay in his house all this time. These words send some more chills down the spines of the thugs, and Vlad figures that they must have really thought this place was their territory. Unfortunately for them, that was a fatal misjudgment on their part, because this place is actually Rose's Smiles, otherwise known as Vlad's Nest. Elsewhere in the city that night, we see Vlad's old friend, Harbin, at the harbor, who somehow senses that one-armed Jack has gone mad. The guy looks like he's so tired of the crime boss and his goons because he knows that even the thugs in the market don't cause as much trouble as they do. Looking really frustrated in his office, Harbin tries to write a report, but keeps getting distracted over and over again because he just can't stop feeling uneasy whenever he remembers that there's a crazy big bad nuisance on the loose in the city of Soara. He's so confused because he has no idea what he's even supposed to do at this point. One-armed Jack intends to keep looting openly with the help of his henchmen, and this worried fellow is afraid that he won't be able to do anything to stop such a thing from happening. Still thinking about the crime boss, he finally stops writing and suddenly recalls how things got worse after Jorge's death. It turns out that one-armed Jack became a totally different person after Vlad's guardian died. Even though the notorious criminal leader used to suck the debtors dry before that, he never went as far as he's doing now. Jorge's death gave one-armed Jack the confidence to finally go out of control, so now he's making life miserable for debtors and pushing things to a dead end for them. With everything that's been going on, the worried young man concludes that he doesn't see any hope in the town if things continue like this. At this rate, it will take only a few months before the entire back alley economy begins to collapse for good. Thinking about all of this is clearly really frustrating and stressful, so it's no surprise when he finally admits that the situation is driving him crazy. You can't blame him though, especially since he doesn't even know how the hell he's supposed to report that someone took away so much of their contraband in such a short time. He probably feels that it won't even sound believable by the time he's done writing it, so he's just stuck on that page with his pen in hand, and his mind feeling trouble. While he's busy wallowing in the frustration, someone suddenly barges into his office, informing him of some shocking news. Turns out that it's one of his men, who just rushed in to let him know that the back alleys have been blocked up. The young man with short hair looks like he ran a mile to break the news because he's panting heavily and gasping for air. But Harbin isn't too concerned about that right now, because he first of all wants to understand what the hell the kid is talking about right now. It doesn't make sense to him because he can't even comprehend how someone would block the back alleys. It sounds straight up impossible to him, so he asks the kid to explain himself. It's at this point that the breathless boy informs Harbin that some people from Stangga who came to Soara are the ones who caused the blockade. He also reveals that they came to catch one-armed Jack, and then goes on to tell Harbin how all the guard soldiers of Soara have them surrounded from all sides while they're speaking. Hearing this news, he just gets even more exhausted than he was before. Harbin concludes that one-armed Jack must have really crossed the line this time, because it's not every day that people from Stangga come looking for a criminal in a place as chaotic as Soara. Even though he's a little relieved about it, he also knows that he can't just feel happy about the fact that one-armed Jack has finally met his Waterloo. The reason he feels this way is because he knows that it will only rain blood over the back alleys if the powerful crime boss finally leaves Soara. While Harbin is still pondering on the bittersweet feeling, the young informant suddenly suggests that he should be close with one of the visitors. He's shocked to hear this because he doesn't know who the guy is talking about, so he asks, and that's when he finds out that the guy is talking about Vlad. This just leaves Harbin stressed out even more because he doesn't get why the man is talking about Vlad all of a sudden. In response, the guy nervously admits that he didn't see Vlad with his eyes, but he goes on to inform Harbin that there's apparently a blonde guy in the party that came from Stangga. As you can imagine, this pisses Harbin off because Vlad is clearly not the only blonde person in this world, so he snaps at the worker and quickly gets back to writing. However, that's when the guy reveals that it's not all, and then reveals that the blonde young man actually called himself Vlad of Soara. Harbin freezes in shock when he hears this, and there's no doubt that goosebumps cover his whole body at that moment. He finally lifts his head from the paper and gives the worker his full attention, so he can confirm that he just heard correctly. His eyes widen in disbelief because it sounds impossible, but the young short-haired worker just confirms his statement without any doubt. The guy even reveals what he heard about Vlad planting his flag in front of Rose's smiles not too long ago. Harbin starts shivering all of a sudden, and when his subordinate notices it, he gets concerned and asks him if he's okay. Harbin doesn't say a word in response and just zones out completely. He thinks about how he's been hearing countless rumors all this time. It's no surprise that our young hero's exploits reached his ears over the last few months, but Harbin clearly chose not to believe them back then. He heard of how Vlad's aura manifested during Damer's Duel of Honor. Harbin also heard the story of the young vassal of Bayezid who accomplished an amazing feat in the hunt of a deathworm. Clearly, he's aware of the tales of the newest rising star going by the name Vlad of Soara, but he just didn't want to believe them. However, right now, he realizes that everything he heard might actually be true, but he still doesn't want to believe the rumors yet. So he finally gets off his chair and storms out of the office with his walking stick so that he can go and check things out for himself. While Harbin is getting ready to go play detective, we catch up with our blonde hero, who's still in the middle of a bloody battle at the Rose's Smiles. The intense bloodbath goes on and Vlad continues to show no mercy. He uses a deadly strike to slash the foot of one of the henchmen, and right after maiming the guy for life, he swiftly turns around to take care of the thug who bravely tries to sneak up on him from behind. Our boy lands a devastating slash right to the guy's neck, taking him out in the process, but this ruthless display doesn't slow down the onslaught of attacks coming from all the other goons. They're still fearlessly running towards Vlad with nothing but the intention to kill him, but as you already know, they really don't stand a chance against him. Equally motivated, Vlad dashes forward with insane speed and charges at the incoming attackers so that he can slay them with a single slash. That's exactly what he does too, because before any of them can even figure out what's going on, he slashes them at the same time, with the same slash and with the speed of light. The move is way too fast for them to comprehend, and before they can do anything about it, it's already too late because they're probably missing a body part. Blood splatters all over the place, leaving our boy completely drenched in it as well as his trusty sword. With every strike, Vlad displays true mastery of the sword, and even the spirit inside the blade becomes surprised. He watches our boy in action and admits that his form and technique would leave anyone speechless after witnessing the way he moves. The spirit is in awe of the talent that the blonde swordsman possesses, and he's equally intrigued by the fierce effort our boy puts into his battles. Besides that, his strong will that is deeply rooted inside him can be felt by everyone around, and so the spirit concludes without a doubt that this young boy is a natural-born slaughterer. Just as he says this, Vlad confirms his thoughts by driving his sword straight into the heart of the last thug who dared to try him. It seems our boy has gone full beast mode at this point because he stares right into the dying man's eyes like a psycho killer. With a twisted smile on his face, he tells the thug that he had all the time in the world, so he suggests that the guy put his fallen tooth back in his mouth before passing on. But then again, he also reminds the guy that he won't really be needing them anymore, so pulls out the sword from the man's chest to put him out of his misery. Vlad holds the sword to the dying guy's face, and before he can make any other move, the voice in the sword suddenly tells him that he's done enough. Clearly, there's no way the thug is surviving a stab to the heart, so he's pretty much done for at this point. Vlad hears the voice, and that's when he finally snaps out of his kill mode. He looks around him and is a little bit surprised by the number of bloody corpses around him, so he decides to chill and agrees with the voice, feeling that he's actually done enough already. Our boy feels that he couldn't exactly replicate the scene from that day, but he's pretty satisfied with the results so far, so he decides that it's about time they put an end to the whole mess. Vlad's sword sparkles even though it's covered in blood, and after making up his mind to finish off one-armed Jack for good, he closes his eyes and takes a deep breath before making his way up the final flight of stairs to meet the one-handed crime boss. The dark stairway is filled with the noise of the creaking noise from each step Vlad takes, and after a while, he makes it to one-armed Jack's room and quietly walks in. Vlad breaks the eerie silence by informing the crime boss that he's arrived. The young swordsman stands by the door while Jack sits at the small bar in the place. He doesn't even turn around to know that the person standing there is the rising star. He welcomes the knight with his back still turned to him, and then offers the kid a drink. He pushes a glass to the side and asks Vlad if he wants one, but when our boy doesn't say a word, he simply concludes that the blonde swordsman is no fun. Looking into his own glass, he ponders on the fact that the kid in front of him really is Vlad of Soara. One-armed Jack reveals that he heard the rumors, but he admits that he didn't believe them back then. He gulps down the content of his glass and then wishes that he brought Vlad in way earlier. Seeing the intruder in his place, the bad boss feels that he should tell his manager to beat the shit out of Vlad. But then again, he's well aware that it can't happen because he's very sure that the blonde kid has already killed the manager. One-armed Jack finally gets up and then starts laughing all of a sudden. He's glad that his manager got killed by someone he knows at least, so it's a lot less annoying than it should be. The crime boss admits that he kinda left our boy on the back burner because he didn't want to deal with the kid. However, he's also a man who likes to make things certain, so now he feels that he has to finish the job. One-armed Jack suddenly reaches for his blade and unsheathes it. Now, the big bad boss has got a hook and a blade pointed at our boy, and when he sees this, he senses the messy connection again. Vlad feels that this is the reason why one-armed Jack's world is eating into his own. Right now, he can no longer sense that endless feeling of reverence he used to have for the one-handed crime boss back then. Now, he's certain that the one-armed Jack's world is not capable of holding him, and with this feeling in mind, he lifts his sword and prepares to face his opponent head-on. Right before making the first move, Vlad informs the crime boss that he's about to strike, so of course, the big guy is excited to see what skills the kid has got under his sleeves. Our boy charges into attack, and as he dashes forward he can't help but think about how the one-handed man's existence is like that of an enemy to him. Even though that's the case, he decides that he's going to give his all in this fight just so he can treat the crime boss with respect one last time. Vlad goes in for the kill and makes the first powerful strike, which Jack blocks. He tries to increase the power behind his attack and the big guy keeps resisting it. However, our boy is just too strong for him, so it does take long before he forces the crime boss back. The two warriors are pushed back by the impact generated by their strikes, and just when Jack thinks he's getting a breather, Vlad comes back at him hotter than the first time. Our boy puts everything he's got into the second strike, and shows no mercy to the old man because he knows that this is the way to show respect in the back alleys. It's their way, and so he refuses to hold back in this clash. Once again, Jack blocks the strike, but this time around, it's just way too much for him to push back. The big man's knees begin to shake as he struggles to stay on his feet against the relentless knight. Eventually, his body gives in, and so he's forced to go down on his knees because he realizes that the kid is just stronger than him. At the same time, Vlad simply intensifies the strength behind his attack, determined to defeat the big bad boss, because that's just how things work in the back alleys. They're brutal beyond bounds. One-armed Jack grunts and groans as he keeps struggling to hold the ferocious swordsman back. It looks like it's all over for the big crime boss because a look of fear washes over his face. Unfortunately for our boy, that's not the case, because all of a sudden, the big guy summons enough energy to push him away. It's almost like Jack got possessed by a spirit that gave him a massive power boost, and even Vlad can't believe it when he gets shoved away. A terrifying look appears on Jack's face all of a sudden, and any slight sign of fear completely disappears from him. He raises his blade in an attempt to deliver a deadly strike. Thankfully, our boy is quick enough to deflect the hit, so he blocks it and evades the next attack. One-armed Jack admits that it's all shocking to him, because he never imagined that the rising star who used to wield a wooden sword has changed so much beyond recognition. Seeing this, the crime boss concludes that Vlad surely had to be this good at least before even daring to come back to the back alleys. He admits that the kid's progress is truly admirable, but even though he's impressed, it doesn't mean that he's going to go easy on our boy. In fact, it makes him want to go all out against the young swordsman. One-armed Jack probably feels that he has a lot in common with our hero, because it turns out that he also used to have a dream. It doesn't really come as a surprise when this crazy old mafia boss reveals that he actually used to dream about having all those shiny stars in the sky for himself. Back when he was a kid, he wanted to hold the stars in his hands at all costs. He also knew that he needed a lot of strength if he wanted to achieve that. That was the only way he would be able to grab those sparkling stars that filled the night sky. But as time went on, he realized that he needed even more strength and even more blood on his hands in order to make this dream come true. One-armed Jack reveals that he did everything in his power to achieve his dream, because there was absolutely no boundary between good and evil in this chaotic place called Sorcerer. As you know, the ruthless crime boss clearly means that he had to kill more and more people to reach the level of power he wanted. Despite everything he did and all the people he killed to get this power, he didn't get the slightest bit close to touching those stars he so desired. It didn't make sense to him because he tried so much and it yielded nothing. He still desired them even though the stars had lost their sparkle due to being covered by blood and greed. One-armed Jack didn't mind, because they were still his very own stars as far as he was concerned. The little flashback comes to an end, and we see the big bad boss being blinded by a bright light. It turns out that the source of this light is none other than our boy Vlad. He's about to unleash a powerful sword strike and it's pretty obvious that it's an incoming attack. However, Jack is just too distracted by the light entering his eyes. The old man thinks about how much it would take to grab what shines, and is bewildered by the fact that Vlad is swinging at him with a sword that's literally shining like a star. While he's still thinking about this, the powerful slash finally gets to him, and the next thing he sees is that his second hand has been severed off. That's right, Vlad just made Mr. One-Armed Jack to become Mr. No-Armed Jack. Our boy slices the arm off with ease and then goes in for the kill. As he attempts to land the finishing strike, everything around begins to glow brightly. His eyes and his blade shine like stars as the power from his aura looks like it is about to go into overdrive. At this point in time, Vlad looks like he's at the peak of his powers. Right after taking off Jack's remaining functioning hand, he tries to land a second hit, but then suddenly ceases the attack. The crime boss screams in agony as he sees his severed hand fall to the ground. He just keeps groaning while the young swordsman observes patiently. One-armed Jack looks like he's about to start crying one moment, and the next thing we see is a completely different look. A sinister smile appears on his face, and he lets out a villainous laugh all of a sudden, making it so clear that this guy is really a sick bastard. I mean, he just got his last good hand sliced off like a piece of meat and all he can do is laugh about it. It's pretty surprising that he doesn't go into shock because he's losing so much blood right about now. The twisted bastard just keeps laughing and then claims that Vlad's performance has been excellent. He's so impressed that he wishes Jorge could be alive to witness the young knight's display. As you can imagine, One-Armed Jack is the last person on earth to dare call Jorge's name in front of Vlad, so it's not surprising when our boy gets mad and attacks him. Our hero leaps into the air to deliver another slash and tells Jack to shut the hell up. Sure enough, he lands the hit and the insane slash gets deflected by the psycho crime boss. As far as Vlad is concerned, One-Armed Jack doesn't even deserve forgiveness. He's determined to kill the guy because he had a hand in Jorge's death while devouring the broken rose's smiles. After all, he's the son of a bitch who sold Marcel off, and after recalling all of these sins, Vlad concludes that Jack deserves a miserable death. With the desire for revenge and the rekindled feeling of grief in our boy's heart, he goes in for the kill. He stabs Jack and finally, it appears that he's got the job done when we see the big guy screaming in pain. Unfortunately, we're fooled once again, because the screams quickly turn into sick laughter and Jack suddenly claims that this is a happy day. He feels they should throw a big party in Sorcerer and celebrate because the day for Vlad to climb higher than him has finally come. Of course, our boy just tells him to shut the fuck up, right before driving his sword into the big guy's chest. A calm silence follows after this happens, and Jack simply admits that this is a much better way to go out than being crushed by a huge world like Jorge's. Jack is glad that he meets his end at the hands of a young warrior trying to climb higher. Just then, the swordsman asks him if he has any last words, and that's when the psycho tells him that he did a great job. Jack also tells him to take some rest before he leaves Sorcerer, but this just annoys our boy so he forcefully pulls out the sword from the big guy's gut just to make sure he bleeds to death. While struggling to stay on his feet, Jack claims that Vlad has done enough to finish the job. He admits that he's lived an evil life but he doesn't regret it because it was fierce regardless. With his dying breath, he brags about what a great job he did even though he got taken out by a rising star. One-Armed Jack concludes that he had a great life before finally calling Jorge's name one last time and then falling to his death. Vlad watches the big guy plummet down from the high floor and ponders on what just happened. Revenge is sweet, so it's only natural for it to be done. But still, the young knight can't help the lingering bitterness in his mouth. He should feel glad and relieved that Jack is finally dead nor that he's avenged Jorge, but right now, he doesn't have that feeling of fulfillment in him. Our boy looks over at the counter and sees the drink Jack left for him, for he gulps it down and sighs in exhaustion. The moment he drops the empty glass, he remembers what Jack said about how he'd climb higher, so he thinks about it for a bit before suddenly dropping a coin on the counter. He's returning it to his late boss, because he believes that a knight should only receive what he's paid for, which is something that Jorge taught him. Vlad leaves the empty glass with bloodstains, as well as the bloody coin to pay for his drink, before walking out of the place for good. Our boy leaves Rose's Smiles, a place where people who pass by stop and stagnate like water for a bit. On the way out, he glances at Jack's lifeless body and thinks about how today, a stagnant drop of water flowed outside of this world, leaving a small ripple in his own world. The story continues a few moments after Vlad's epic victory over one-armed Jack. While our boy is still in the building, Sir Vorden becomes a little worried because he notices that it's suddenly ominously silent inside Ether Rose's Smiles. As you'd expect, it makes him really curious too because he has no idea what on earth is going on inside there. Mere seconds after this thought, the senior knight suddenly sees someone walking out of the burning building. He's absolutely shocked, and the fact that Vlad made it out alive is both relieving and worrisome at the same time. Our boy walks out victoriously with his sword covered in the blood of all the henchmen and villains he slayed inside. Sir Vorden is speechless when he sees the cold look in the kid's eyes. It's such a terrifying look, so much so that all the other warriors are equally afraid. They all freeze in fear because it almost looks like they've just seen a ghost. It turns out that our boy is also covered in blood from his head to his toes, and this explains why the soldiers are so terrified. They can't believe that it's all blood on Vlad's body, but it's true, and what's even crazier about it is the fact that only a few drops of the blood actually came from him. The soldiers stare at him with a look of horror plastered on all their faces. It's absolutely unbelievable that the blonde knight managed to take down over 50 people all by himself. Even though they can see it with their eyes, they cannot help but admit what an insane feat it is. The soldiers just keep staring at our boy with the same fear in their eyes. They don't even know how to react to such an accomplishment, and they're also really afraid to get close to Vlad. Not surprisingly, Sir Vorden is just as speechless as all the other soldiers at the back. The fat knight has known the kid for a while now, and he's aware that Vlad is a prodigy, but it's like the boy just keeps outdoing himself over and over again, to the point that no one can even guess his limits. Sir Vorden stares at the boy as well, and admits that what he feels for the young knight is now beyond respect. As far as he's concerned, the feeling he's having now is more like fear, and honestly, you can't blame the fat man for thinking this way. The boy literally just massacred a whole gang of deadly henchmen all by himself, not forgetting the fact that he defeated the notorious and dreaded one-armed Jack as well. Vlad notices that the others just keep looking at him in silence, so he sighs in exhaustion, which somehow makes them even more afraid for some reason. Realizing how terrified they are of him, he decides not to go near them, so in the blink of an eye, the blonde swordsman turns around and starts walking away from them. Sir Vorden is shocked by this, but he doesn't say anything. Our boy is a few steps from disappearing into the shadows again when someone finally summons the courage to speak up and then calls out to him. The kid turns around when he hears his name, and that's when he discovers that it's Harvin who called him. He calls Vlad again, which leaves the young knight very puzzled. The swordsman ponders it for a bit, and it's clear that he remembers the name. But he doesn't exactly believe that it's real, so he turns around, only to see that the other soldiers are holding Harvin back. Apparently, they can't let him through, and since he can't get to the terrifying knight, he decides to yell Vlad's name as loud as he can. Our boy finally sees Harvin and realizes that his old friend is really there, and he's utterly shocked. Just then, Sir Vorden notices Vlad's expression, so he concludes that they both know each other and then tells his soldiers to make way for Harvin. Without wasting a second, the soldiers clear the path and allow Harvin to pass. Vlad's old friend walks toward him with the aid of a walking stick, and our boy just keeps staring at him. It's almost as if he still doesn't believe his eyes, and Harvin is equally left in shock when he sees how much the blonde boy has changed. Right now, Vlad looks like a shadow of his former self because of how dangerous he's become, so Harvin cautiously approaches him and asks him if he's okay. Ever since the kid walked in and out of one-armed Jack's den, he's not been the same. It's been like a part of him died along with the henchmen. But the moment he sees Harvin up close, that changes, and his expression brightens up a bit. He's so relieved to see that it's really his old friend, which makes him let down his guard. Vlad suddenly drops his sword to the floor and smiles, before falling. Thankfully, Harvin catches him in time, and that's when he finally reveals just how much pain he's in. He tells his old friend that he's hurting so much, claiming that he feels the pain all over his body. Of course, Harvin is pretty confused because he knows that Vlad did most of the damage inside the building, so he asks the blonde swordsman what actually happened, and that's when our boy tells him that he finally feels like he's back. The scene changes, and the next morning, Vlad wakes up to a beautiful view of the city. It's almost like he's the Prince of Soara right now because he can see almost everything from his room. As cool as it might be, our boy feels that he just can't get used to it. His bright blue eyes peer out the huge balcony which towers over all the other buildings around, and he concludes that the reason he can't relate to it is because it's not a view of the back alleys where he grew up. While he's still looking out at the rest of the city, Ghost suddenly walks into the room. The guy didn't expect him to be up already, so he thought it was a good time to come in. Seeing that Vlad is awake so early, the guy tells the young captain that he should have slept a bit longer, but our boy explains that it's even harder to lie down, because his whole body still aches from the insane battle he had to fight the previous night. Just then, he notices that the guy is holding a bowl of water, so he asks him what it's for. In response, the guy puts on a big creepy smile and explains that the water is for Vlad to wash up. As you can imagine, our boy isn't a fan of such activities since he's fully capable of bathing himself. As such, he just frowns at Goth and then bluntly asks him what the hell is wrong with him. It's a pretty valid question if you ask me, because why on earth is the guy smiling like a creep when talking about washing up? The guy is being a little extra and it doesn't take too much to notice it. But of course, he denies it and claims that this is how he's always been. With the weird smile still plastered on his face, he nervously pretends not to know what Vlad is talking about. Just as our boy suspects, Goth is actually on a little mission. He's very much aware that Vlad's acquaintances all over the city are starting to show up, and he's afraid that it might be difficult to keep his position if the young captain's old friends keep popping up at this rate. Because of this, Goth is determined to make himself indispensable, even if it means being overly nice and suspiciously creepy. After all, he didn't follow Vlad around just to end up as a stable keeper in Bayezid. Goth keeps trying to pretend like he doesn't have a motive, but the blonde swordsman can see right through him, so he already knows exactly what the guy is actually doing. Vlad knows exactly what's going on inside Goth's mind, and he honestly understands it as well, so he tells the guy not to get anxious. Our boy promises to take care of him, but that's only if he continues to do his job well. Goth is elated when he hears this and can't even contain his joy. Just to confirm, he asks if Vlad is actually promising him. In response, the swordsman tells Goth that if he doesn't trust him, he should go do something about it. From the tone, Goth can tell that the young captain is now pissed, so he nervously assures our boy that he trusts him because he knows that Vlad can actually change his mind if he wants to. Seeing the guy get so rattled just makes our boy feel sorry for him. He sighs in exhaustion because he's already tired of all the ass kissing, and that's about the same time that Goth remembers something he should have told Vlad the moment he saw him. It turns out that Sir Vorden wanted to see our boy as soon as he woke up, and Goth forgot to pass the message because he's been too busy competing for Servant of the Year. Vlad is surprised to hear this, but he also feels that it's just perfect too, especially since he also has something that he'd like to discuss with the senior knight. The scene changes again, and the next thing we see is a big office table filled with all kinds of pastries and sweet treats lined up on it. Apparently, this is Sir Vorden's idea of a normal breakfast, and it explains why the man's so fat when he's supposed to be an active swordsman. Of course, Vlad isn't a fan of such unhealthy foods, so he advises the fat man, explaining that eating this kind of stuff will only get him killed eventually. Unfortunately, it's already too late for this man to take any kind of advice concerning his diet because he's clearly fallen in love with junk food. Sir Vorden responds to the kid's comment by claiming that he'll also die if he doesn't eat the food. He picks up a slice of cake and stares at it like it's the love of his life before taking a big bite. As you can imagine, he didn't summon our boy to give him health advice, so he goes straight to the point and shows Vlad the mountain of documents piled up on a table in the corner. The fat man claims that he needs to go through all of them and admits that he won't be able to see the end of it, so he's invited the young prodigy to help him out with some work. Sir Vorden really doesn't see anything wrong with his diet since his brain needs a lot of sugar to function properly, so this is probably the excuse he's been giving for eating sugary snacks all the time. Sir Vorden reveals that one-armed Jack's shadows enclosed even the deepest parts of the back alleys. The blonde knight isn't too surprised to hear this, and he feels that actually makes sense since the tyrant was born and raised in the back alleys, before going on to dominate everything in the place. In response, the fat knight agrees with him, and then claims that he'll still take some time out to completely pull out the roots of the mystery. After this, he casually asks Vlad what he's planning to do now. Even though Sir Vorden has to stay back and take care of the aftermath of one-armed Jack's defeat, he informs the young knight that his own work in the city is practically done already. Vlad reveals that he really doesn't know what he'll do next, so the fat knight informs him that he'll be on standby until Mr. Joseph officially arrives in the city. Since that's the case, he also asks Vlad to help him out with his work sometimes. Our boy immediately asks if there's actually anything that he can help with, claiming that he doesn't know much about documents and all that kind of paperwork. It turns out that the fat man was way ahead of him. Vorden claims that he already knows all about that, so he picks up a paper and hands it to the kid. Our boy reads the sheet of paper and is actually surprised to see that he'll be on standby in Soara as the captain of the guard. That's right, he's got a new job, and he's also going to enjoy some perks like representative authority. He doesn't know what the hell that means, so Sir Vorden explains that it simply means he has the right to arrest people who break the law. The senior knight finds this particular ability really exciting because it's basically a warrant that lets him beat up criminal offenders to a certain degree. From what Sir Vorden tells him, he learns that Master Joseph wants to use this little victory as an opportunity to clean up the back alleys for good. The young master's mission is to uproot the weeds and then replace them with decent substitutes, and the senior knight informs Vlad that this is the next step in Joseph's master plan. Our boy is still a little bit overwhelmed by the whole thing, But the fat man assures him that he's the right man for the job. After all, nobody knows the back alleys better than the one and only Vlad of Soara. After hearing all of this, the kid reluctantly accepts his new office, admitting that it actually makes sense to put him in charge of something like this. Seeing that the blonde swordsman is on board, Sir Vorden informs him that he doesn't have to start right away. He reminds our boy that he still needs to take a break for now, and use some time to catch up with his old friends in the back alleys. The fat man even encourages him to invite his girlfriend over, but Vlad doesn't find the joke even slightly funny. With a blank expression laced on his face, he reminds the fat joker that Zemina is just his friend. Hearing this, Sir Vorden also takes the chance to reveal that he applied for a visit to the convent already. He actually thought that they'd be granted permission immediately, but the people at the convent asked him to wait a few days. As such, the guy expects Vlad to keep his fingers crossed and promises to inform him as soon as he receives the good news. Our boy is taken aback by the pleasant surprise, and immediately thanks Sir Vorden for his efforts. He didn't expect the fat man to be so thorough, and is really impressed because he didn't even ask the senior knight to help him out with it. At this point, there's no more news to give our boy, so Vlad decides to head out, but before he can take a step, he suddenly remembers that there's one more thing he has to discuss with Sir Vorden. Out of the blue, he suddenly asks the senior knight if the rest of One-Armed Jack's henchmen are in prison. The fat man reveals that all the goons are behind bars, claiming that they made sure to apprehend all of them even though they were scattered all over the place. Upon hearing this, the young knight suddenly asks if he can go see the henchmen who were arrested, which shocks Sir Vorden. He didn't expect that Vlad would want to visit the prison, so he quickly asks the kid why he's asking for that kind of permission. With a very stern tone, Vlad explains that there's someone he needs to find. He's so determined to find this person that he vows to search the entire back alleys if he doesn't see the person in a jail cell when he visits the prison. Later that night, Vlad arrives at the place where the guards inform him that One-Armed Jack's henchmen are locked up in the innermost part of the prison. He thanks them for their services before making his way into the dark place. It doesn't take too long for him to come across some of the prisoners. Even though they've been locked up in cells, they've already heard about his vengeful killing spree. The moment they see the blonde-haired knight strutting into the prison, they recognize him. After all, he grew up around most of them while he was still in the back alleys, and now they've given him a new name, Jorge's Dagger. The inmates are shocked when they hear that such a person is walking along their halls. They can't believe that the proxy from Bayezid is there with them, and they're also very confused because they have no idea why someone like him would come to a place like this. All of a sudden, a very terrifying idea pops up in their minds. They're suddenly very afraid when they realize that it could be that Vlad has come to the prison in search of all the people who attacked Rose's smiles that day so that he can have his revenge. Just thinking about such a possibility is enough to make the hardened criminals shit their pants, especially since they've already heard how he massacred over 50 men all by himself, not forgetting the fact that he went on to kill the infamous One-Armed Jack shortly after that. All of a sudden, Vlad stops in front of the cell and stares into it, shifting his gaze from one inmate to the other as he scans the tiny room. His blue eyes shine into the room and the terrified prisoners rush away from the bars as fast as they can, because none of them wants to be a scapegoat. Our boy remains quiet for a moment and almost looks disappointed, but then he suddenly notices someone at the back and realizes that it's the exact person he came looking for. Out of all the inmates, the guy is the only one who doesn't seem afraid, so Vlad decides to have a little chat with him before anything else. He claims that the guy is already dark enough and complains that he could barely recognize him because of how he's squatting at the back. The guy is shocked to hear Vlad's voice, because he probably hasn't been paying attention since. So, he looks up at the blonde swordsman, and that's when fear creeps up on him immediately. He starts sweating all of a sudden, but it turns out that he's just scared for nothing because Vlad hasn't come to hurt him. In a shocking twist, our boy casually promises to free the guy in exchange for 40 silvers. It turns out that this short-haired guy is Otter, the person who allowed Vlad to escape from Soara that night when Zemina was hiding him under a pile of trash in a wagon. The guy is absolutely stunned, while the young knight just keeps joking around, talking about how he also accepts credit if there's no coin. Otter can't believe his eyes, because, in a place where dark-skinned people like him are shunned, the first person to reach out to him turned out to be someone who hadn't lost his light even in the likes of trash. The guy remembers Vlad very well, as the boy from that night who needed to escape from the city. The scene changes and we see our boy arriving at the convent in a carriage. The nuns are excited when they see him, and they all admit that it's so awesome because of how handsome he is. Judging by his blue eyes and blonde hair, they're so sure that he's the vassal from Bayezid. While peeking through the window, the sisters just keep gossiping, talking about all the rumors they heard saying that the vassal had already become a knight. They're convinced that he must already be a knight because they feel that it's the only reason the headmistress would personally escort him into the convent. Besides that, they also notice all the local dignitaries trailing him, so it gives them more reason to believe that he's no longer a mere vassal. The people probably donated a lot of money just so they could get close to the Bayezid family. The girls finally realize that this is the reason the headmistress bought so much wine earlier. While most of the girls are busy running their mouths, one of them is quietly washing the dishes all by herself. Just then, one of the matrons barges into the kitchen and scolds them for still dawdling when an esteemed guest is being expected. The girls quickly apologize for their behavior and promise to get their chores done immediately. The mistress reveals that the service is about to start and then storms out of the kitchen, so the other girls start bullying Zemina again, claiming that they got scolded because she's too slow. Of course, the maltreated redhead apologizes to them, so they tell her to hurry up and leave her to finish everything by herself. Zemina doesn't complain about this and the other girls hurry out so they can get to the front row at the chapel. A while later, at the church, the headmistress introduces Vlad to the rest of the sisters. Father Andreas has already vouched for the blonde swordsman, and coupled with the backing of the Bayezid family, the sisters can't help but fall in love with him. As far as they're concerned, he's like a knight from a fairy tale, with his beautiful blue eyes and luscious blonde hair. Just then, Vlad scans the room for a bit, and when the girls notice this, they all begin to assume that he's looking at them. In reality, the handsome visitor is discreetly searching for Zemina, and he's pissed when he doesn't find her because he specifically asked that all the nuns be gathered in the chapel. With the introduction out of the way, the headmistress decides that it's time to pray, so Vlad gets on his knees like the knight he is, and the girls just fall in love with him even more. All of a sudden, we see Zemina running toward the chapel, and it appears that Vlad senses her presence because a small smile creeps up on his face. The redhead reaches the church and is relieved to see that the service isn't over yet. She quickly gets in line and joins the prayer, and at the same time, our boy resumes his search. The moment he sets his eyes on Zemina, his countenance changes. Rage comes upon him and he hisses without caring what they think of him. The headmistress asks him what's wrong and he immediately expresses his annoyance, claiming that Zemina is way too thin. It's so bad that he wonders if they even feed her at all. Enraged, he just keeps grumbling and then walks away from the altar. He speeds towards Zemina, who sees him and almost can't believe that it's her childhood friend. Initially, she sadly accepts that there's no way it's Vlad, but then he stops right in front of her and calls out to her. The redhead looks up at him and nervously asks him what it is. At this point, our boy takes a close look at her, and that's when he sees her bruised hands and filthy clothes. This just makes him even more furious, so much so that he starts inspecting her clothes, scolding her because he can't believe that she lets them starve her and wears dirty clothes. The other girls gasp in shock when they realize that Vlad and Zemina know each other. The angry knight ignores them and keeps examining his old friend's appearance. He almost breaks down into tears, and that's when Zemina touches his blonde hair for the first time in a very long time. Now, she finally believes that it's him, so the tears just flood down her face at that moment. Seeing how much she's suffered in the convent, Vlad decides that it's time to screw the damn procedures so that they can get her out of the hellhole. The girl just keeps sobbing, so he takes her hand and tells her that it's time to go home. And just like that, the girl who had no home heard those words for the first time in her life. Vagrants of the back alleys, with no home, no parents, and no food. To the two of them, the only home they ever knew was the company of each other, and as such, they were both each other's family. The only family they ever knew. The story continues with Vlad and Zemina in a carriage riding home. The red-haired girl still looks really traumatized despite being rescued from the convent, so much so that she doesn't even utter a word on the ride. Instead, she just holds a pillow and clutches it to her chest, feeling really scared, probably because she thinks that the blonde swordsman is still mad at her. After a while, Zemina summons the courage to lift her head and actually look straight at Vlad's face, which is about the same time that he stares back at her. Apparently, he's just been waiting for them to lock eyes, and now he's finally caught her stealing glances at him. The girl looks so nervous to the point that it starts to make our boy feel uncomfortable, so he bluntly asks her why she's acting this way. In his mind, he expected that she would celebrate being rescued from the hellhole where she was abused, but she's just cold. Despite being very nervous, Zemina finally attempts to speak up, so she tries to ask him something. But before she can finish her question, Vlad cuts her off and asks her why she keeps glancing at him. He's clearly exhausted by the awkward silence in the carriage, so he actually wants to know what's going on in the timid girl's mind. In response, Zemina tries to explain why she's been staring at him, but she's still too nervous to actually say what it is, especially since she gets distracted by the blonde swordsman's appearance. It's all so much for her to take in, and she's having a hard time coming to terms with the fact that he's the same boy she grew up in the back alleys with. Vlad notices that she's staring at him again, which leaves him pretty confused, and while he's still trying to figure out what exactly is going on with the girl, she quickly clutches the pillow to her chest again and buries her face into it, thinking about how much Vlad has changed since the last time she knew him. Seeing her acting this way, our boy is quite surprised because he doesn't even understand why she's feeling so awkward when they've only been apart for like 6 months. Sure, it's been a while, but it's not long enough for her to start feeling weird around him, especially since they were so close before he left Soara. Of course, the shy girl still doesn't say anything even after he asks her this question. She keeps her face buried in the pillow as she sits opposite him. At this point, Vlad is fed up with her behavior, so he decides to just pretend like she's not there, and rather than trying to make her talk, he looks out the window. Once he's finally done trying to make her comfortable with him, Zemina surprisingly lifts her head to stare at him again. It appears that she just can't help herself anymore because he's just so different from what he used to be. For starters, he's now a knight with shiny armor and a huge sword, which is quite unbelievable. Right now, Zemina is pretty convinced that the blonde swordsman is a noble because of the way he looks. She gets so nervous that she clutches the pillow once again, and starts feeling really uncomfortable to the point that it looks like she's about to cry. All of a sudden, Vlad puts something inside her mouth, which leaves her absolutely confused. He pushes the things into her mouth with his finger and looks her in the eyes, before informing her that she's been really out of it for a while. He tells her that she should eat the stuff so that she can snap out of her bad mood, so she agrees, even though she doesn't know what she's actually about to eat. Zemina asks our boy what it is, so he reveals that it's actually caramel and tells her that he got it from a knight that he knows. As you can imagine, the girl is shocked that he just gave her such a delicious treat because she knows how expensive it is. The redhead gets scared because she feels that he must have stolen it, and Vlad just gets exhausted when he hears her say this. The young knight just wants her to feel better, so he simply tells her to think whatever she wants. He clearly doesn't have the strength to explain more things to her, so he just lounges on the seat and relaxes, knowing that the caramel is about to cheer Zemina up. Sure enough, the redhead starts smiling merely seconds after taking the sweet, and then Vlad secretly opens one eye to peek at her. Unfortunately, he's shocked to see that she's shivering and trembling all of a sudden. By the time he opens his eyes to really see what's going on, Zemina is already bawling her eyes out. At this point, our boy is so confused because he doesn't even know what else to do. Perplexed by her erratic behavior, he curiously asks her why she's crying again, and that's when she tells him that it's because he came too late. The Eugenite is speechless when she says this, and he even tries to comfort her, but she just turns away from him and continues to cover her face with the pillow. Seeing that Zemina is still too upset, the young knight decides to just give her some space for a while. Not knowing what else to do, he looks out the window so he can clear his head, and after only a short while, he notices that the weather is actually really nice. Apparently, after this, Vlad and Zemina continue the carriage ride home in silence, and while that's happening, we're suddenly reminded of the fact that everyone is worthy of embracing a star in their heart no matter where they were born. Speaking of where people were born, we're taken back to Vlad's birthplace all of a sudden. That's right, it's the back alleys of Soara, and on this particular night, we get to see a familiar character from the slums. It just so happens to be the same blacksmith from when our boy was younger. As much as everyone is worthy of embracing a star, releasing that star is another matter entirely because it's just not that simple for many. This blacksmith is one of those many people. The man looks pretty miserable right now, and as he stares at the coal and molten lava in his furnace, he can't help but think that it looks just like him. In his mind, he's no better than the red-hot liquid in the furnace, since they're both withering away useless without accomplishing anything. Right about now, that's exactly what the blacksmith thinks of himself, and after wallowing in self-pity for a long time, he finally decides that it's time to call it a day. After all, drifters don't even stop by his shop these days. Before closing up shop for the day, the old man glances at the spot where that special sword used to be hung, and it makes him remember Vlad. It's been a while since he saw the blonde boy, and now he wonders if our boy is doing well, and starts to recall how admirable the young knight was as a kid. As much as this blacksmith felt this way about Vlad, he also used to think that the boy was very pitiful at the same time. It's been 6 months since he heard from the blondie. He has no idea where the kid is, so the man can only hope that Vlad didn't freeze to death or something. While he's thinking about this, a familiar voice interrupts his thoughts. The guy walks up to the blacksmith, seemingly surprised that the old man is closing his shop already. As you must have guessed already, this mysterious character is actually Vlad. But the grumpy blacksmith hasn't figured that out yet because he's too busy feeling sorry for himself. He doesn't even turn to look at who the potential customer might be, and just walks back in, telling Vlad to come back later because he's actually closed for the day. In response, our boy tells the old man that he can't come later, explaining that he'll be busy the following day. He insists that he needs the blacksmith's attention right now, making the old geezer understand that it's pretty urgent. Hearing this, the grumpy man finally gives our boy his attention. But it's mostly because he's curious to find out what exactly it is that a back alley folk could be busy with. As far as he's concerned, people from around here always have enough time on their hands, so it intrigues him that this guy needs his help so urgently. At this point, Vlad tells the old man that his sword needs repairing, revealing that it's been a long while since the last time that it was fixed. Hearing this, the blacksmith is stunned and pretty confused as well, because that was the last thing he expected to hear this time of night. With a gentle smile on his face, Vlad informs the old geezer that the other blacksmith said they can't fix the sword, before handing the sword over, assuring the grumpy man that he is the only person that can fix the blade. It's at this point that the man turns around to see the young admirable boy he was just thinking about. The only difference this time is that Vlad isn't just a boy anymore. Now, he's a knight and a very respected one at that, so you can't blame the blacksmith for being dumbfounded. Few moments ago, the guy was just hoping that Vlad didn't freeze to death somewhere, so the fact that he's seeing the young boy standing right in front of him now is pretty unbelievable. The old man is shocked as hell, but he's also pretty relieved that Vlad is doing alright. He just keeps staring in shock after several seconds, and it becomes obvious that he's still dazed, so our boy decides to help the old man out by asking him if he can repair the sword or not. Sure enough, this question snaps the blacksmith out of his little daze, so he quickly regains his senses and admits that he can actually fix the sword. The unhappy blacksmith hasn't had any work in a long time, so to see such a beautiful gig come his way tonight, he grabs the opportunity with both hands. Excitement fills his heart when he finally realizes that all of this is really happening, so he gladly invites Vlad inside his shop to have a seat. This old man is more than ready to take on the job, so he happily leads the way into his store and then takes the sword from our boy to examine exactly what the problem is. The old geezer takes the sword and begins to observe it. Seeing all the many scratches on the blade, he admits that he's really pleased to see that the young knight has been using it well. The blacksmith notices a striking scar, so he's curious to find out where it came from. He asks Vlad, and our boy reveals that it was from when he was hunting goblins last winter. The blonde knight admits that he wasn't used to the sword back then, so it explains why he chipped the blade. The blacksmith notices another scar which he's equally curious about, so the young swordsman reveals that it happened during the Duel of Honor in Damer. The curious old man doesn't stop there either, because he just keeps finding one scar after the other. He asks Vlad about another one he just saw, and so the young knight tells him the story of how he recently had to act as bait in order to catch a deathworm. During that little adventure, the sword got scratched on the ground while he was trying to lure the deathworm in. After hearing all of this, the old man is shocked that this sword has experienced such things. From monster hunts to duels of honor, this blacksmith is left speechless, because he would never have imagined that the word would be used in such a heroic manner. Dumbfounded, he just keeps staring at his reflection on the blade, feeling overwhelmed by the fact that the sword has even been involved in the hunting of the remains of a fallen dragon. These are all amazing adventures, and the blacksmith can't help but admit that he's proud of the young blondie. He's very proud of Vlad because the kid didn't waste his star, like most people. Unlike the miserable blacksmith who has been wasting away in the back alleys, our boy has been diligently fulfilling his duties, which is something that not many people can boast of. Vlad's return is such a joyful moment for this old man, and the fact that he's gone on such awesome adventures makes him even more excited. The blacksmith bursts into laughter all of a sudden, claiming that he's even happier now than he was when he made his life's greatest work, which is the sword in question. With so much joy and excitement in his heart, the blacksmith tells our boy to wait there for him while he goes to repair the blade in a jiffy. Without wasting another second, the man rushes to the fiery furnace and then pumps air in it to feed the flames. The old man gets right to work in the furnace with short breaths as if the fire would go out any moment now. As he places the sword into the fire, his passions flare up once again after a very long time. This blacksmith hasn't felt this kind of passion or fulfillment in his craft for what seems like ages, so it's a really beautiful scene to see him so happy to repair our boy's sword. Just like that, the star that was losing its light was shining once again. The following morning, Vlad goes to have a word with Harbin. It's been a long while since the two friends actually had a chat, so they took the opportunity to catch up. Harbin is surprised when he hears that our boy actually had the loan certificate of Rose's smiles that one-armed Jack had before he died. In response, our boy just smiles cheekily, claiming that it was a fair exchange between him and the crime boss. Of course, Harbin knows exactly what Vlad means by that, so he just laughs in response, before finally asking the young knight if he wants to run Rose's smiles now that he has the deed and other documents. Without skipping a beat, the blonde swordsman denies having any intention to run the place, clarifying that he already gave it back to Marcella. Even though she can't start running the place right away, Vlad is confident that everything at Rose's smiles will be sorted out in no time. In response, Harbin agrees with him, admitting that his decision makes a lot of sense, especially since the entire place is still covered in blood. Since our boy's plan is to leave the business for Marcella, Harbin is pretty curious because he doesn't know what Vlad has planned next. He wants to know if the young knight will be going back to Sturma, or if he's going to stay back in with them in the city. Hearing this, Vlad confirms that he's going to remain in Soara for a while, and informs Harbin that he's on standby in the meantime. He gives his friend a gentle smile, knowing that the guy would be glad to hear that he's staying in town for a while. Sure enough, Harbin appears really relieved about this, and he can't even hide his smile. He suddenly admits that he thinks it's really great to see Vlad this way. It's really cool to him that his childhood friend is now a man who follows the orders of a noble family, and that's when Vlad reveals that they also asked him to look into something during his free time. Our boy suddenly tells Harbin that he's been asked to investigate one-armed Jack's hidden assets as well as anything they didn't manage to retrieve. After all, he's aware that a Moneybug was digging holes all over the place. Sure enough, Harbin is more than happy to help with that, and Vlad suggests that it shouldn't be any other way. He goes on to tease Harbin about it, especially since he gave him some really expensive whiskey earlier. Our boy suddenly remembers that Marcella said she was looking for the other girls as well, but then Harbin suggests that they've all been sold off already. Even though it's a possibility, Vlad still believes that the girls must be around somewhere. All of a sudden, Harbin starts to feel that there must be a connection between the hidden gold coins and the missing girls. He's certain that something deeper is going on. But then Vlad feels that the whole thing sounds like a hassle to him. Our boy reveals that he already searched for a few, but admits that most of them left no trace at all. At this point, Harbin becomes curious, so he asks Blondie who he's talking about. Without hesitation, the young knight reveals that there's one of them whose name is Anna. Besides Anna, there are actually a few more who left no trace at all, and after Vlad explains this, Harbin agrees that it's indeed strange. In his mind, there should actually be some kind of way to trace some of the girls. He recalls that one-armed Jack did a lot of things while he was running the back alleys, but he can clearly see that this is something different. Seeing how mysterious the case is, Harbin offers to help Vlad look into it as well. The guy is aware that his organization has shrunk lately, so he admits that he won't be able to offer much help. Their conversation is brought to an end when the dark-skinned prisoner Vlad Freed arrives. Otter calls out to Vlad and informs him that there's actually a suspicious place just like he said before. Hearing this, our boy gets up and goes to meet Otter, while Harbin promises to update him on any of his findings. Later, Vlad arrives at a shady butcher's shop looking for the missing girls, but the guy insists that he doesn't know anything about them. Despite this, our boy doesn't remember this place being a butcher shop 6 months ago, so the butcher tells him to go ask Black Bear about that. The swine butcher, Black Bear, happens to be one of the 5 bosses of the Black Alley, and he gave them permission to start a butcher shop. Vlad figures that the guy is just trying to scare him, so he claims that he'll go meet Black Bear himself. Just then, he catches the guy red-handed. Because most people in the back alleys can't read, yet the butcher knew it was names on the paper. It becomes clear that the guy is an outsider, so our boy immediately accuses them of selling human meat. And just like that, the butcher's cover is blown, so he attacks the young knight. Vlad evades the strike and gets angry, but he demands to know who he is, so Blondie asks him the same thing and warns him to cooperate. Our boy then tells Otter to close the door, because as far as he's concerned, business is closed for the day. After dealing with the butcher, Vlad goes to have a chat with Otter, wondering how the outsider got in. So the guy suggests that one-armed Jack didn't look after the back alleys properly. Our boy is surprised that the crime boss made such a mess in only 6 months, and Otter admits that one-armed Jack really changed a lot after Jorge died. In a flashback, we see Vlad dealing with the strange butcher. He stabs the guy's hand, forcing him to confess what he knows, so the guy reveals that the slave merchants know about the missing people. In the present, our boy is finding it hard to believe that they're casually trafficking people in the back alleys. He never imagined that the matter's roots would run this deep. Anyway, now that he's got the truth, he feels it would do for now, but Otter suggests that the higher-ups would find out the details soon. Just then, a young boy enters the scene, claiming that he found what Vlad asked him about earlier. Apparently, some kid saw it, and for the boy's service, the knight gave him a treat. As the kid enjoys his skewers, Vlad asks him what the kids saw, so he reveals that they saw the brunette Anna getting on a horse carriage he has never seen before. Hearing this, our boy starts to wonder if she got sold off to some place already. The little boy suddenly adds that the other women on the carriage were pregnant, leaving Vlad shocked. It's so baffling to him since he doesn't know why anyone would buy pregnant women when they can't even work. Otter gets worried when he sees the knight lost in thought all of a sudden. As if Anna being pregnant wasn't shocking enough, now there's someone buying pregnant women. Even for the back alleys, it's way too disturbing. And all of a sudden, Vlad remembers the strange spirit he met a few moments ago. At this point, he's afraid that the spirit might have been Anna or even one of the pregnant women trying to speak to him. Suddenly, the voice in his sword reminds him to always heed his own warnings, because a bad bunch is bound to come true after all. Vlad seriously hopes that what he's thinking isn't true, but he also knows that it's better to be prepared for the worst. Later, he informs Sir Vorden of the unusual activities he came across, but the fat knight just feels that he should even take a break. Vlad reminds him that he's the one who tasked him to investigate, but the fat knight simply admits that he didn't expect him to find anything this quickly. Sir Vorden just wants to catch a break now that he's done with his paperwork, but he can't do that if Vlad keeps digging up dirt at every opportunity. The fat knight wonders why it's so urgent, and then suggests that there might be a crisis looming. Hearing this, our boy figures that Sir Vorden is trying to push the job to someone else, so he asks for permission to visit the mayor, but he's reluctant to say anything. The senior knight doesn't feel like spending his entire vacation working. He just wants to relax, but when he looks out the window, he realizes that he won't get that opportunity. This is because he sees that Master Joseph and the rest of his convoy have arrived, and they're 2 days earlier than he expected. Of course, the mayor tries to kiss Mr. Joseph's ass, but he just ignores him and goes straight to Sir Vorden. They greet the young master, who immediately asks them if anything happened in his absence. Of course, the fat knight isn't ready for the work that would follow if he speaks the truth, so he claims that nothing happened. On the other hand, Vlad just stays silent, which Joseph suspects, so he suggests that they talk inside. The mayor shows them to his office, and Sir Joerger insists on inspecting the room first. This annoys the mayor and he starts throwing a fit, but a single glare from the one-eyed knight is enough to make him calm down. Suddenly, Mr. Joseph commends Vlad on a job well done and then immediately asks him what it was that he wanted to say outside. Our boy admits that he's afraid he might be making a fuss for no reason if he says it, but the young master just tells him he can go ahead. Vlad then reveals that it might be better to ask the mayor for the help that he's been looking for. The young master smiles when he hears this, and feels that teaching the blondie was worth it because of his ability to assess a situation. Joseph is impressed that Vlad knows his affiliation with the noble family doesn't give him authority, so he tells the boy that he's made a good decision. Just then, Sir Joerger informs the young master that the office is safe to enter, so they all go in, and Joseph compliments the splendid office. Even the view of Soara from up there is amazing since you can see the entire city from there. Even though most of the office is great, Joseph feels that the chair needs to be changed because it's extremely over the top. The mayor is shocked because he doesn't think anything is wrong with the chair. He's about to say something rude, but he quickly holds his tongue when he sees Joseph sit in the chair. Vlad is shocked to see this, but the young master casually reveals that he just became the new mayor of Soara. Sometime later, Vlad goes on a small trip with Otter, but complains the whole time because it smells and it's not easy to come to. It's the oldest and most complicated alley of the back alleys, which is also the most horrendous part, reeking of blood and all sorts of smells. As if that's not bad enough, there's that scary look that's in the eyes of the people there, because they practically live side by side with death. It's no wonder why even one-armed Jack didn't dare mess with the place. After all, it's just what is expected from the swine butcher's alley. The swordsman makes his way to the place to knock on the door, and sure enough, a really mean-looking man answers. The stout man looks through the peephole and asks Vlad who he is, so the brave knight coldly suggests that he must have heard about him already. After all, the guy and his colleagues were shooting glances at the blonde swordsman from the alley's entrance. The moment our boy says this, the grumpy guy slams the hole shut so quickly that Vlad isn't even able to get another word in. He tries to tell the man to wait, but before he can finish talking, the loud bang cuts him off. At this point, the voice in his head suggests that the person is trying to get on his nerves, and the young knight agrees. Vlad feels that he shouldn't let such disrespect slide, even though such treatment seemed pretty normal to him in the past. However, that was then when he was a nobody, but now, he has the honor of too many people tied to his name, so he can no longer tolerate such disrespect. After thinking about all the people whose honor is tied to him, he concludes that he just can't let such things slide anymore. With this in mind, our boy refuses to walk away from there, so he remains in the same spot for hours, and as such, Otter is also forced to stay there with him while holding the folded banner up the whole time. After a long while, the sun begins to rise, and by then, we get to see that our boy's feet have already been covered with dust because of how long he's been standing there. At this point, the rude man from earlier finally opens the door and sees that the young knight is still there waiting for him, so he tells Vlad to come in a really condescending manner. Of course, the blonde swordsman doesn't respond to this insult and just remains cold. He takes a deep breath as he ponders on what to do to the guy, and while he's still thinking, the guy has the balls to interrupt him, asking him if he's coming in or not. This time around, he has two hefty men on either side, so he's feeling pretty confident. In his mind, he can take on the young knight, and it appears that Otter feels the same way because he starts trembling all of a sudden when he notices the tension rising. Vlad doesn't say a word, so the young guy begins to panic, knowing how dangerous these goons can be. After waiting for a while and not getting a response from the young knight, the rude man laughs at him and tells them to get lost if they're too scared to come inside. He literally walks back inside and attempts to shut the door again when the swordsman finally speaks up. The blonde knight bluntly warns him not to even dare close that door because if he does, he won't be able to handle the consequences. The big guy is shocked when he hears this because he had already written our boy off as some scared little kid, but the truth is that he was sorely mistaken. Vlad's blue eyes glint with a very dangerous look, and at this point, the man starts to feel a little uneasy. He's still trying to process what he just heard because he's probably never heard a young person speak to him in such a challenging manner. He asks our boy what the hell he means, and that's when the swordsman responds by telling him that he brought his punishment upon himself. While saying this, Vlad reaches for the wooden pole in Otter's hand and then strikes it on the ground to assert his dominance. The moment the tip of the pole hits the floor, the banner is unraveled, revealing the powerful seal of the Bayezid family on it. Our boy then introduces himself to the goons as the one and only Vlad of Soara, before telling them that he's about to exercise his given rights on them with the power vested in him by the honorable names that vouch for him. After making this clear to them, his look turns completely menacing as his eyes glow with murderous intent, and then he instructs them to go and tell Black Bear that he should come out of hiding and face the rightful representative of the Bayezid family. Hearing these words, fear grips the rude man who's been insulting him, and he starts to tremble all of a sudden. Seeing the look of horror on his face, Vlad goes on to terrify him some more. He knows that the guy has probably heard the rumors, which means that he also knows what happens when a certain blonde knight plants his flag in a place. From all the stories that have been making the rounds in Soara, the goon doesn't need a prophet to tell him that his life is in danger, because he can literally see the piles of bloody corpses Vlad has left in his wake over the last couple of days. In his mind, he can see all the criminals that have been slaughtered by the young knight, so he knows that this is probably the end of the road for him, since he is just like all the other corrupt men who were slain. At this point, Vlad can literally smell the fear oozing from the guy's body, so he figures that he's done enough to warn him. He tells the man not to take his warning lightly, and then goes on to reveal that this will be his final act of courtesy. In other words, he's telling the man that he's definitely going to end up dead if he ever insults him again. While all of that is going on, we're taken outside to the center of the city, where the former mayor is still wallowing in misery after being kicked out of his position. Now that Master Joseph is the new mayor of Soara, this corrupt and spineless man no longer has a place to call home, so he stares at his former mansion longingly and walks away in tears, knowing that there's nothing left for him there. As he takes a final look at the place he once called home, Master Joseph sees him through the window and starts to feel sorry for the man, even though he never intended to feel any form of sympathy for him. Hearing this, the more strong-willed knight in the room chimes in, reminding his master that the man is simply paying for his crimes. Sir Joerger has no chills and certainly doesn't have any sympathy for the former mayor of Soara. The green-eyed knight goes on to confirm that the man won't be able to escape the punishment waiting for him in Sturma now that all the corruption in his administration has been exposed. In response, the young master agrees, feeling that his right-hand man is right. He knows that the ex-mayor deserves all of this, but he still feels sorry that his actions have pushed forward the punishment waiting for him. Speaking of corrupt men, the young master suddenly remembers that he hasn't gotten any news back about Black Bear. He asks for updates. It's at this point that Vlad answers, revealing that the swine butcher has agreed to comply as best he can. Hearing this, Master Joseph admits that things are going well so far, because he knows that Black Bear must have been pretty stubborn. In response, Vlad just suggests that having a common background helped him to get the message through to the crime boss. However, the young master doubts this, and he feels this way because he knows that Black Bear is a boss ruling over an entire district. Joseph doesn't believe that having a common background was the key factor, but he's still pretty impressed by Vlad's performance so far. He knows that the kid must have had a hard time dealing with an unfamiliar situation, so it's really impressive that he still managed to complete the mission excellently. With this in mind, the young master concludes that his intention of nurturing Vlad into a refined knight is going really well. Seeing that the blondie did a good job, the new mayor commends him, and then he steps forward to take the stage so that he can address all the people in the room with him. Right now, Master Joseph has 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 of the administrative staff, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 squire who just happens to be our blue-eyed swordsman. As far as Joseph is concerned, all of these men are his vassals who share his fate, so if he becomes the next head of the Bayezid family, then they would also move up the ranks. On the other hand, if Joseph falls out of contention for the throne, then they fall with him too. To everyone, Soara is the final stepping stone, so he vows to ensure smooth governing of the city henceforth. He promises to do his best, but in the meantime, he'll be too busy to focus on matters. The young master knows that he's not yet prepared to face the darkness that permeated every corner of Soara, but he also knows that it's impossible to be prepared for everything. Joseph decides that everything he does in henceforth will be a stride forward because he knows that it might just be his last chance. With all of this being said, he entrusts Sir Gregory with the task of selecting members for the investigative team on the spot. The hairy knight thanks him for trusting him with such an important task, and that's when we get to see why he was chosen. Apparently, Sir Gregory has always been neutral in the family, so the young master is confident that the knight won't be blinded by the conflict between the Bayezid brothers. Joseph is certain that Gregory is the right man for the task, even though the knight isn't exactly one of his people. Since the mission involves trailing people, Sir Gregory picks Sir Cade first since the man is excellent at tracking people. After that, he turns to our boy, claiming that he'll be counting on the rising star, even though Vlad is absolutely surprised to hear his name being called. The scene shifts suddenly and we're taken to a really creepy mansion belonging to the Baron of Uthman, which is located in a place called Mashiam. The house looks like the haunted mansion you usually see in horror movies, and to make matters worse, there's a storm outside. Inside, there's a very sick boy lying in bed while his parents are close by, looking extremely worried and desperate. It seems that they've invited some kind of healer, but the father wants to be sure that whatever ritual they're about to do will really save their little boy's life. The mysterious lady assures the lord of the house that her technique will work, and even though the man is a little skeptical, he's too desperate to say no. After all, it's not like he has a better idea. After much hesitation, the man finally agrees to it, telling the woman that he's willing to pay any price, as long as it will save his son's life. At this point, we see the man's face and the tears running down his cheeks. The hooded healer notices his pain too, but she tells him that he shouldn't be in too much agony, reminding him that God cannot watch over everything. The floating lady finally reveals her face and we see that she's probably a witch with her eyes glowing with a sister purple color. She starts conjuring her spell, spreading the ominous energy all over the room, and then she tells the heartbroken father that people like her exist simply because God cannot watch over everything by himself. Elsewhere, we catch up with Vlad and the rest of the investigative team standing under the rain during their stakeout. Sir Gregory can't help but admit that the weather is terrible, which means that they won't be able to proceed with their mission in such conditions. Hearing this, our boy agrees, claiming that it's too bad, and the man reminds that man that life never goes as planned. They stand side by side, looking over the rest of the city, and that's when Vlad catches the man popping a pill into his cup. He's speechless when he sees this, not knowing what it is, and then Sir Gregory sees him looking, so he asks the young squire if he wants a sip of the alcohol since he feels that a little bit isn't such a bad idea. Besides, the weather is cool too. But as you'd expect, Vlad declines the offer and simply heads into the bush to gather some branches. Hearing this, the senior knight informs him that all the branches are already drenched, which means that starting a fire will almost be impossible. Despite knowing this, the blonde swordsman still insists that they should give it a try, and this makes Sir Gregory wonder if the kid is really Sir Joerger's squire. Not surprisingly, Vlad goes into the forest and quickly realizes that the hairy knight was right. All the branches are soaked and useless, so he starts to feel that they'll end up shivering in the rain the whole night. While he's imagining the worst, the other knight arrives with better branches covered in cloth, suggesting that they should work since they're hollow inside. Our boy is relieved to see this, so he thanks Sir Cade and offers to carry the wood from him. As our boy collects the branches from the young knight, an awkward silence follows, and it appears that Sir Cade is reluctant to say something he has in his mind. All of a sudden, he thanks Vlad for something, claiming that he didn't have the chance to say it earlier. Surprisingly, our boy knows exactly what he's talking about since he actually saved Cade's life in the past. As such, he tells the fellow knight that he was just doing his job. He then asks the guy how he is doing now, so Cade reveals how he felt cutting off a limb was the only option he had back when they had the encounter in Chapter 11. Just then, Sir Gregory arrives, and confirms once again that he chose the right men for the job, because he knows that there aren't many knights who would agree to do this kind of work. Hearing this, one man comes to both Vlad and Cade's minds, and you can't blame them since Sir Borden has proven to be the laziest knight they know. Anyway, Sir Gregory is glad that they're willing to work with him, especially since they're no longer knights, but mercenaries. He informs them that they're now in Baron Uthman's territory, and thanks to Black Bear's cooperation, they've been able to trail their targets, but they still don't have any solid evidence. Even though they're still in the north, this place is outside the Bayezid's territory, so Master Joseph can't support them beyond that point. After explaining this to them, he informs Cade and Vlad that their job is to investigate the village undetected. For now, Gregory feels they should head back so that they can rest. But on the way back, our boy can't help but recall the sad wailing he heard on that winter day. Seeing the ominous fog covering the Baron's territory, Vlad really hopes that he never has to hear that sound again. After waiting for a while, the knights mount their horses and begin their search for a place to rest. But the fog is still so thick that Gregory is afraid that an ambush is just around the corner. Even Goth is terrified because there's nobody else there, but our boy just feels that it might be too early. Sir Cade suddenly notices that there should be an inn up ahead, and everyone else is relieved to hear this. The knights make their way to the house, and the innkeeper is surprised to see customers coming in at such an early hour. Greg quickly comes up with a cover story about how the rain didn't let them come into the village the previous night. He then requests bowls of hot soup for each of them, but the innkeeper is extremely cautious, so he asks them if they're mercenaries, explaining that they can't just let in anyone due to the disturbing occurrences in the village recently. While Gregory is still trying to convince the man to let them stay, Vlad notices a little girl hiding behind the counter, so he gives her a friendly wave to make her feel safe, especially since she reminds him of Zemina when she was a little girl. Just then, the voice in his head calls him aside, so he excuses himself for a bit. The voice feels that they're at the right place, so he offers to lend Vlad his world to help him look at the girl using it. Of course, agrees to this plan as he uses the otherworldly eye to look at the little girl, and that's when he sees the ominous purple energy flowing around the cross on her neck. Seeing this, our boy is shocked and quite frankly terrified because he realizes that it's a curse. Using the world, he's able to see the dark energy wrap around the little girl's neck in the form of a demonic hand. It's sad how children are always the first to be sacrificed even though they're pure and innocent. Vlad has seen this happen countless times, especially when he was a young boy who would see adults steal from children. Back then, death was the only choice for children who had nothing left. Either they starve, freeze to death, or die from crying and exhaustion while searching for their parents who abandoned them. Despite growing up in such a world, Vlad was still able to make up his mind that he would never grow up to be like those evil men, and he swore that he would never live like that either. An oath must be upheld and knights are upholders, and with this in mind, he knows exactly what to do because in this place, there are children to protect. The young knight makes his way to a lonely church with a bell tower, and the voice feels that they're at the right place because the energy from the necklace stops there. As such, Vlad decides that it's time for them to go in and the voice agrees. He asks if the voice can see anything suspicious, but there's nothing out of the ordinary, and yet, the place feels so ominous and evil. The young swordsman can't help the feeling that something is out of place, and that's about the same time that he senses something approaching him from behind. Vlad is taken aback, but he also knows that he can't make it look like he's here to investigate, so he tries to appear as natural as possible. Knowing this, he quickly goes on his knee and pretends to be praying. But the stranger still talks to him, suggesting that he must be new here. Vlad responds, admitting that he came in the previous morning, and the priest immediately concludes that he's one of the mercenaries who arrived. Our boy apologizes for entering the church so suddenly, but that's when he notices the inverted cross on the priest's holy book. Just like that, it all starts to make sense, and he realizes that the reason everything has been off in the village is because he hasn't even seen a single proper cross since. All the crosses have been turned upside down, and now that he's figured it out, he knows that he has to be very careful around the priest. In response, the priest assures him that he has nothing to worry about because God's embrace is open to all. It appears that this false priest is really powerful, because even the voice can't see through him and his dark energy. At least not yet. The man apologizes if he interrupted Vlad's prayer, but our boy claims that it's fine, saying that he's more at ease now that he has been given permission. He says this and then promises to leave once he's done praying, so the priest informs him that the place is home for all who seek God. He tells the young knight to do as he wishes, and after he leaves, our boy is even more convinced that there's a strange presence in the village because the girl's cross led him to the church. Even though the priest is smiling like a harmless fellow, Vlad knows that he can't be trusted. He can't let his guard down around the man, so he ends the conversation. But that's when the man reveals that a plague has been ravaging the village. The blonde swordsman is absolutely shocked to hear this, but the priest just makes himself even more suspicious by praying that the plague doesn't affect the children. Later that day, Vlad goes to see a man to ask him about the plague, but the guy doesn't seem to be aware of any plague. Our boy informs the man that the priest mentioned it and that it's concerning since they have to be in the village for a few days, but the man insists that he has nothing to worry about. After all, the plague only kills the children. Vlad is shocked to hear this, so he asks how it's possible that the plague affects only kids, but of course, the farmer doesn't know why. All he knows is that it's been ravaging the villages in Baron Uthman's territory. The man feels that God must be angry with them to have let such a curse befall them, even though it's a very nasty one. At this point, the blonde swordsman has gotten all the information he can from the man, so he thanks the guy and takes his leave. On the way back, Vlad thinks about how women are missing in Soara while kids are dying in this place, so he concludes that they're all a series of ominous signs. In his mind, this is definitely not a plague, but he also doesn't have any evidence to prove that. At this point, he contemplates going back to borrow a holy item from Soara, but the voice doesn't think that would be very useful right now. Rather, he believes that the curse was created by a skilled black magician, because only a well-trained priest will be able to identify it, so Vlad wonders how they figured out something that huge. Our boy has no idea either, so it's really frustrating, because he has a strong feeling but no clear evidence. While he's still pondering this, he hears a child talking about how the priest gave them something, and that's when he sees a hooded figure holding an inverted cross in front of the children. The mysterious person gives the cross to the little kids and walks away, so Vlad keeps tabs on him, feeling that he might be able to gather some evidence if he's lucky. Hearing this, the voice warns him to be careful because the hooded man doesn't look like an ordinary person. In response, he assures the voice that he'll be fine, because even before he became a knight, he was a skilled pickpocket for the longest time. Sure, our boy is bragging about being a master thief, but the voice reminds him that it's not exactly something to be proud of. After stalking the hooded man for a while, he starts to feel like they're being lured to the outskirts of the village. At this point, the voice doesn't miss the opportunity to tease Mr. Former Pickpocket because it's pretty obvious that the stranger knew he was being followed. Now that his cover has been blown, he decides that he can't follow the man anymore. Instead, he feels that it's time to retreat and report to Sir Gregory. Unfortunately, the voice doesn't think that the man is going to let Vlad off the hook so easily. Sure enough, he senses the hooded man pulling out his sword, and that's when it becomes obvious that he's coming. Before the young squire can even process this, the man attacks him with the sword. Thankfully, our boy is a skilled warrior, so he's quick enough to take out his sword hoping to block the strike, but he's bamboozled when he's thrown into the air by the force of his opponent. The young knight is taken aback by this, but there's no time to dwell on the shock, so he gets on his feet and runs for his life. While he's running, the voice urges him to keep moving and gives him directions so that he can dodge the assailants' attacks without even seeing them coming. After several attempts to escape, Vlad realizes that he can't outrun the guy, so he's forced to turn around and face him. Just from crossing swords with the hooded man, our boy is convinced that his opponent is also a knight, but he's not some amateur by any means. The knight takes one look at Vlad's sword and notices it glowing. At the same time, the young warrior gets back on his feet to resume the fight, even though he hasn't been able to figure out if his opponent is a former knight or an active one. Since that's the case, he decides to use a rare technique to figure it out. He points his sword at the guy and closes one eye to get a very accurate view. While he's taking this posture, the enemy charges at him once again, but he maintains his stance, knowing that the key to a deadly hit lies in surprise. As such, he stands still and waits for the knight to make the first move so that he can get the perfect chance to land his lethal blow. As he waits, he thinks about how he has only one shot at this. There's only one moment for him to make the right decision, so he locks in completely, with complete focus. His sword begins to glow and he manages to hit the enemy's sword away. Unfortunately, the knight also has some tricks up his sleeve, so he holds onto the sword and activates his secret weapon. The hooded knight's eyes and sword begin to glow with a powerful gold color, so Vlad realizes that he is using aura. He's shocked to see this, but he's already in the middle of an intense sword fight, so it's too late for him to stop even though the voice feels that he should retreat. Having no other choice, our boy clashes swords with the enemy, and just like that, they're both drawn into a battle to see whose aura is superior. The impact from their clash sends shockwaves throughout the forest so powerful that they blast him back. Thankfully, he isn't hurt, but it's pretty obvious that he's not stronger when he opens his eyes and sees the knight marching toward him with so much energy. Vlad struggles to get on his feet and the voice admits that this is a really strange situation for them to meet, because this person is actually the Holy Knight. Even more surprisingly, it's not a man under the hood. Realizing who he's been facing all this while, our boy concludes that he needs to clear up the misunderstanding, but the voice isn't sure it will work because dialogue doesn't look like an option anymore. After all, a sword is fast and talking takes time, so he's convinced that the Holy Knight must have made her mind up already, which means that she intends to take him down before talking. Right now, it's obvious that our boy has no choice but to take on this mysterious warrior head-on. It's way too late to back away from the fight now, and talking things out is also no longer an option since the golden-haired swordmaster wants to bring him down. Having no other choice, Vlad grabs his blade and goes in for another round of intense sword clashing. As he charges at the opponent, the voice in his head predicts the incoming attack and quickly tells him to counter the strike before he gets hit. Fortunately, he's able to deflect the hit with his own sword, which is also surging with aura right about now. As much as he blocked the strike, he couldn't help but notice how heavy the woman's attack was. It really packed a punch, and Vlad admits that it's even very different from Sir Pablo's attacks. And honestly, that's saying something. Clearly, this warrior is pretty much his strongest opponent yet, but he has no choice but to keep fighting. It baffles him how she's using so much aura without any sign, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around this, the voice in his head informs him that what she's using is actually a blessing. In that moment, we get to see the glowing gold cross seal above her, right before she leaps into the air to land another mighty swing at the young swordsman. As she goes in for the killing blow, the voice reveals that she doesn't even need to create her own world thanks to the blessing because the word of God is already upon it. Just as he explains this, the white-haired warrior lands the devastating strike on the young knight, but even though it looks like she might have gotten the win, our boy manages to stay in the fight. He uses all the strength he can muster to block her sword strike, so she keeps pushing down hard to overpower him. Despite this, Vlad keeps holding her back, and as he struggles to stay alive, he admits that he can't even believe she got so much power just by accepting the will of God. For most people, this would be the point where they give up the fight. But Vlad of Sora isn't like most people, so he gathers enough strength and determination to push the warrior back and free himself. He creates enough space between them by shoving her away and pumps himself once again. Despite the fact that she's already incredibly powerful thanks to the blessing she acquired, he refuses to be intimidated by her. Sure, the blessing is already pretty overwhelming, but he's very certain that this overpowered knight has a lot of openings he can use to his advantage. In that split moment, he starts to spot several weak points in the warrior's armor. All of these spots are places where he can deal some real damage if he is fast enough, so with this in mind, he braces himself for another clash of swords. He lures her into his trap and sure enough, she charges at him with her sword, thinking that this is where she'll finally take him out. The white-haired knight raises her sword, attempting to bury the blade into her opponent, but she has no idea that this is all part of Vlad's plan to trick her. Just when she's about to deliver the strike, her weak points are exposed and our boy picks the perfect moment to take advantage. The skilled young knight pretends like he was going to block her sword, but then swiftly switches his tactics and points his sword straight for the openings in her armor. The older knight is shocked when she realizes that she has been tricked, but by this time it's already way too late to counter the attack. Her eyes widen in shock, but really there's nothing she can do to avoid it. Or so we think. Vlad's plan works, and he manages to get his opponent into a very vulnerable situation. Bro literally has the sharp tip of his sword pointed at her exposed neck. It's centimeters away from ending her life. At this point, one would think that it's game over for the white-haired knight, but the woman just gives him a cold stare, suggesting that she's not even slightly afraid of him. Apparently, this glare manages to distract the young swordsman because all of a sudden, fear creeps up on him, and this allows the more advanced knight to deviate the path of his sword from her face. Vlad can't believe his eyes when she does this, and while he's still in a daze, she initiates a counterattack to finish him off. Our boy is still in shock that he doesn't even realize when she starts tackling him to the ground. Of course, the voice in his head sees all of this coming, so it warns the blondie to stay focused and regain his balance. But it's really too late for any of that because the big sword lady grabs him and slams him to the ground before he can even process what's going on. The powerful mountain of a woman uses insane speed and force to slam our boy into the hard rocky ground. With such force, some people would be paralyzed while most would just be dead, and you can see just how much pain the kid is in. His eyes widen in shock as his life flashes before him, but thankfully he isn't paralyzed. Determined to come out of this alive, he quickly pulls himself up and starts crawling away. But of course, the big knight isn't going to let him get away that easily. She immediately stops him in his tracks by taking the tip of her sword to the side of his face. Vlad is still in shock because he still hasn't processed what the hell just happened. He doesn't understand how she managed to counter him so effortlessly, so the voice informs him that she did so using armor magic. This is a technique that is unique to holy knights, and it allows them to use plate armor to twist the trajectory of the opponent's sword. This explains how she was able to change the direction of his sword, taking it away from her neck to her armor-plated shoulder. Hearing this, it all starts to make sense to the young knight, and as he sees the scratch on her shoulder plate, he begins to panic. Not only does she have a blessing, but she also has magic armor, so he concludes that this is absolutely cheating. As far as he's concerned, she's a walking cheat code, and you can't blame him for thinking this way because they've been going back and forth in the intense sword fight, and yet she didn't even break a sweat. There's not even a single drop on her stone-cold face, which just goes to show that she's been toying with him. After everything he just found out, he figures that she probably even showed him those openings on purpose. He thought that he was tricking her, but he didn't even know that she'd been playing him from the start. She wanted him to attack, just so she could show him who's boss, and know that he realizes she totally played with him. He just smiles. Our boy can't even be mad about it because of how impressive it is. While he's taking it all in, the white-haired warrior starts to grow impatient, so she finally asks him who he is. The moment he hears her voice, he quickly raises both hands in surrender, knowing that she can easily end his life now that he's in a vulnerable state. Without skipping a beat, he informs her that he is from Sora, and then reveals that he came into the village for an investigation. The knight seems surprised to hear that he's from the city of Sora, so she asks to be sure that she heard him right, and of course, Vlad confirms it. Apparently, she's really familiar with the place, and just like that, the young swordsman is spared. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that they're both back at the inn. There, the Holy Knight finally introduces herself to him, revealing that her name is Jestja, from the Northern Archdiocese of San Racino. As far as she's concerned, it must be the will of the heavens that she got to meet the Knight of Sora in the village. It's an honor to her, and so is it to the rest of the knights who came for the investigation. Sir Gregory is around as well, and he feels the same way as Miss Jestja. Now that everyone is on good terms, the bearded knight suggests that they all sit down and chat, to which the white-haired warrior agrees. It turns out that Lady Jestja was also playing detective in the village. She explains how she was investigating strange occurrences happening in the area, and admits that she initially thought it was some kind of plague in the village. It was only after further digging that she realized it was actually a curse. She reveals this to the visitors and claims that she also found traces of something very ancient during her investigation. As you can imagine, Sir Gregory is shocked to hear anything about a curse, probably because he wasn't at the church with Vlad earlier. He's surprised at this theory, because the last time he checked, there's a big church around and that should technically prevent any curses having effect in the village. He doesn't expect anything wicked to be rampant in the area since there's a church, but Jestja just responds to him by suggesting that the church itself is the source of the curse. She believes that the so-called holy building gave birth to the curse, and the moment she says this, the knights are left speechless. It's a really bold statement, of course, so they're not sure how to receive it. On the other hand, the voice in Vlad's head agrees with her 100%, and is also very impressed by how sharp she is to have figured it out already. Sir Gregory is horrified to hear this, and realizes that the situation is a lot more serious than he thought. He never expected that a holy knight following the will of God would ever point to the church as the source of an evil curse, so to heed it, he concludes that it calls for alarm. Even though he knows that something needs to be done very quickly, he also knows that this place is not under the jurisdiction of Bayezid. At this point, he's torn because he's not sure what to do since things are increasingly going beyond his authority and capability. The senior knight slams his fists on the table, feeling frustrated, while Lady Jestja just stares at him, not knowing what to say. She finally interrupts his little tantrum by telling him to convey her gratitude to the new mayor of Sora. Sir Gregory is taken aback when she says this, so she just goes on to tell him that the mayor's approach of using hidden information was really impressive. On top of that, the manner in which he addressed the situation is really commendable in her opinion. In other words, she's trying to tell the knights as politely as she can that they should back off and leave the rest of the investigation to her. After all, Gregory has already told her that the village is not under Bayezid's jurisdiction. The bearded knight processes her words and wonders if she's demanding them not to dig any further, but he's not sure, so he also feels that maybe she's just being considerate. With this in mind, he remembers that black magic-related matters are the church's domain, and as such, they have no grounds to proceed further. With the current state of things, the knights might not have any choice but to go back home, and Sir Gregory reluctantly accepts the fact. Vlad sees what's going on and just remains silent, because he can tell that a line has just been drawn in the face of the weight held by authority and responsibility. Later that night, Vlad sits by the window as a creepy fills the air and makes it almost impossible to see anything on the outside. He looks disappointed, feeling that it looks like they won't be able to save Anna. All of a sudden, his train of thought is interrupted by the little girl from earlier, asking him if he'd be leaving soon. Unfortunately for her, he feels that they'd be saying their goodbyes real soon, so the little girl starts to tear up when she hears him say this. She's clearly heartbroken, so she asks him why they're leaving already, and the young swordsman just informs her that they're done with their work. From the look on Vlad's face, he doesn't feel like talking. He would prefer to just sit there and brood for the rest of the night now that their investigation has been cut short. As much as he would rather sit there alone and feel sorry for himself, the little girl is determined to make sure that doesn't happen. In response to his earlier comment, she informs him that there's no such thing as being done with your work in this life. Hearing this, the grumpy young knight just scowls at her because he knows that she's absolutely right. He hates it because he would prefer to just stay out of trouble and do as his superior has decided. But now, this brat just hit the bullseye without any warning, and he is forced to see reason with her. Not knowing how else to get rid of the kid, he simply asks if she doesn't have any friends. He doesn't get why she has been at the inn all this time. In response, she simply tells him that her father told her not to go out. When she says this, it makes sense to the young knight since he's aware that the things happening around the village are not normal in the slightest. As such, he totally gets why Anna's father doesn't let her go outside. However, what he doesn't know is that the father is secretly watching him while he talks to the little girl. The poor kid must be really lonely, being forced to stay indoors all the time and having no other friends their age to hang out with, and so it's not really a surprise when she begs Vlad to stay a little longer. She tries to convince him to stay, telling him how the church would soon be sharing gifts. Of course, our boy had no idea about this, so he expressed his shock, wondering if he heard correctly. At this point, the innkeeper chimes in, explaining that the church is going to gather the kids soon and perform some sort of ritual blessing. Apparently, the man is also one of the people brainwashed by the church because he actually thinks that the ritual blessing is something to be thankful for because of the troubled times they've been facing lately. Hearing this, the young swordsman becomes interested all of a sudden, asking the father when they said the ritual would be. In response, the man admits that he heard it would be within 3 to 4 days, and reveals that the priest even plans to gather all the kids. After all of this has been said, the innocent girl begs Vlad to stay until that time. But our boy isn't sure what to do yet, so he just stays quiet and sips his drink. At this point, he begins to ponder on the situation, and remembers how Justia sent a carrier pigeon to request help. From his experience, he knows that it would take at least 4 days before the holy knights arrive at the village, and that's cutting it pretty close. After considering all of this, he starts to feel that there might actually be a shot of staying until then. With this in mind, he finally suggests that he could stay until the ritual blessing. Hearing this, she gets all excited and decides to give him something like a gift. She reaches into her pocket, so he curiously asks her what it is. Immediately, she reveals a flower ring and hands it to him. But he doesn't really get why she would call it a flower ring when there's no flower on it. He holds the ring made from twisted twigs, and he figures that she must have made it with the ivy growing on the inn's wall. It's actually a big deal when you think about it, since it's a village where not even a single flower is allowed. Just then, Marion's father calls on her, informing her that it's time for her to go to bed. The little girl tries to protest, but her old man doesn't want to hear any of it. He insists that she go up to her room, so she begrudgingly starts walking away. Before leaving, she stops to ask Vlad if he'll really still be around in the morning, and rather than giving her a definitive answer, he just gives her a mischievous smile and tells her probably. Seeing that there's even a chance he'll be around, she gets excited again and makes him promise her that he'll stay longer. The girl doesn't even wait for him to say anything before walking away, but then she suddenly stops in her tracks and it's like something possesses her. In the blink of an eye, she slums and loses consciousness. Her father screams when he sees her falling, so he jumps to save her from hitting her head. But by the time he catches her, she already looks like she's having a seizure. At this point, our boy realizes that something very bad is about to happen, so he leaps into action, determined to save the little girl. The voice in his head is also eager to help out, so he offers to lend the swordsman his world, and even though it won't be enough to solve the problem, at least, Vlad will be able to see things clearly and get an idea of the situation. Because the truth is that the curse has been triggered. The father's screams alarm the other knights, so they all rush downstairs to check what's wrong, and that's when they see the man desperately trying to wake his daughter up. Sir Gregory is horrified when he gets to see the curse that Justia was talking about, and while he's busy stuttering, the voice informs our boy that the girl's breath is slipping away. The curse is draining her life force, but only Vlad can see the white smoke coming out of her mouth and flowing straight to the church. He doesn't know how he's supposed to explain this to the others, and while he's still trying to figure this out, Justia suggests that the enemies have sensed her presence. Apparently, the evil ones tracked her to the inn and now the poor girl is suffering for it, so Justia feels responsible and blames herself for being careless. She thought she hid her presence enough and never expected them to sense her level of divine power. All of a sudden, Justia starts walking out of the house and tells the others to explain the situation to the other holy knights if she doesn't return. Seeing everything go out of control, Sir Gregory just groans in frustration. But Vlad wonders why the senior knight isn't doing anything. The young swordsman gets mad when he sees Sir Gregory staying out of it just because of the bounds of authority. Just when they thought things couldn't get any worse, the curse gets triggered all over the village, and all the children become epileptic all of a sudden. The terrified parents scream in pain as they watch their children slip away right in front of them. The entire village erupts with unbelievable pain and our boy is finding it all unbearable. He wanted more than anything to escape from the back alleys, not just so that he could survive. Neither did he seek the sword just because he admired knights. He wanted to make a difference, and if he just sits back and watches horrors like this continue, then it's no better than being stuck in the filthy back alleys. The star swordsman resolves to keep moving forward, so he grabs his sword and attempts to go outside and hunt down the enemy, but before he can, Gregory stops him. The senior claims that he understands how Vlad feels, but he also reminds him that a knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp. The old man reminds him that their swords require justification and responsibility, but the pained young man snaps at him, wondering what the whole point of justification and responsibility is if they can't even protect what needs protection. Hearing this, Sir Gregory admits that the kid has hit the mark, and all of a sudden, he asks our boy to repeat after him. Vlad is baffled, but then the old man tells him that the Swordmaster's code is the only justification they can rely on right now. The scene shifts suddenly, and we catch up with Lady Justia, who's currently standing in the middle of a place that looks like the heart of the curse. No matter how shrouded the place is in dark energy, one thing she knows for sure is that it stands on the land created by God. As far as she's concerned, nothing can stand in the way of God's will, so she opens the door of the church, determined to face the enemy, but she's shocked when she sees the demonic symbol plastered on the altar. Seeing the sign, she accuses the false priest of blasphemy. The evil reverend smiles when he hears her voice, claiming that she came sooner than expected and wondering why she came alone. After all, only the two of them can't offer sufficient prayers for the people in the church. Hearing this, Justia realizes that the church is full of alien energy. She can't see or sense any other living beings in there, and that's when the congregation of demons reveals itself to her. The evil forces awaken as the priest laughs manically, claiming that the service can now begin. The demons on the other side start running toward the church like zombies on speed, and as they reach the door, they start pulling it apart. The dead people desperately try to pull the door down, crying out for their lost children, and it becomes clear that these were once the parents of the children that were sacrificed. The Holy Knight is disgusted by the false priest when she realizes what he did, and she can't believe that he has no fear of God. In response, the false prophet tells her that God has very little to do with him, right before dropping his unholy Bible to the floor. The priest admits that God should be feared but claims that he no longer needs to return to the embrace of the Lord. He says this, and immediately reveals the dark powers he has acquired, the same powers that allowed him to birth the curse that ravages the village. Seeing this, Justia realizes that this opponent is a lot more powerful than she can handle on her own, so she goes on her knees and calls upon the glorious commander of the heavenly army to help her, Saint Racino, who stands beside God. In the face of oppression of evil and in exchange for the costly price, she calls on the saint to come save the wretched souls. Justia makes this holy request, claiming that she would be the one to pay that price, and as she does so, her eyes begin to glow as the golden wings of an angel shoot out of her back. The Holy Knight is once again blessed with unimaginable power from the heavens, and in that moment, a bright light appears in the sky and shoots right down on the church. Just when it looked like the place would be consumed by dark energy, the power of God shines down on the church, casting out all the evil forces there. The evil priest sees what's going on and is horrified because he realizes that this is the solemn exorcism. The light can be seen even without eyes and can be found even in utter darkness, but even though this should scare the false prophet, he considers it more like a challenge. The fact that she would call forth such a light without any preparatory ritual is quite impressive to him. However, he's not ready to give up on his evil church just yet, so he claims that every torch has limits when it stands alone no matter how bright it may be. With this being said, he begins to conjure another dark spell, feeling that Justia's spell is the type that comes with a backlash. He informs Justia that what she's using is a miracle that comes at the cost of one's own life, and expects her to be very aware of this. After all, he believes that at the end of that glorious light, only deeper darkness remains. The bright large beam of light shoots down upon the old church and blasts all the evil spirits roaring inside. In the blink of an eye, all the undead soldiers that were so close to attacking Lady Justia are struck down on the spot, and it begins to look like the Holy Knight has already prevailed. Unfortunately, that's not exactly the case because it seems as though the powerful holy beam might have done the job. We suddenly see that the true source of the dark energy is still very much active and determined to keep fighting. Lady Gesture remains on her knee with her mighty sword still dug into the earth because a part of her believes that the holy blast sent by the heavens has saved her from the monsters who were about to devour her. But then she looks up and scans the church with her gold glowing eyes, only to realize that she's still got a lot of company. The possessed victims who were struck down earlier start to get back up all of a sudden, and so it becomes clear to the Holy Knight that she still has a lot of work on her hands before this battle is over. Some of the possessed zombies start to reveal themselves from other rooms in the church, while some of the ones that were lying on the floor get back up like nothing even happened to them. At this point, the white-haired knight begins to panic because she didn't expect that there would be this many victims in the church. She probably thought that the first wave was all of them, so to see even more undead warriors popping up out of nowhere makes her wonder just how many victims there are. Despite being exhausted, the Holy Knight refuses to run away from the enemies, but at the same time, she's still too tired to get back up and start swinging her sword on all the victims, so she just remains on one knee with her sword into the floor. While she's still in this position, the possessed false prophet decides that it's time to make some moves of his own. Right now, his army is still very strong despite Lady Justice's attempt to get the victims out of the picture. For this reason, the evil priest feels that he's got the upper hand at this point, so he walks up to the Holy Knight with his blade imbued with dark energy and coldly tells her that it's now time for darkness to fall. As far as this guy is concerned, it's his turn to land a hit since the white-haired swordswoman made her attempt by unleashing a holy blast on his evil Church of Darkness. She got her chance to take him down, but she didn't use it properly, so now he's ready to show her how he's going to finish her off. Lady Justice looks up at him from her kneeling position and realizes that it might be game over for her if she doesn't play her cards right. She still has no intention of surrendering despite being really tired right now. The knight is literally panting and gasping for air as she tries to catch her breath, but her gaze is fixed directly on him and the look in her eyes suggests that she's only thinking about one thing, and that's how to kill him. Anyway, the prophet starts walking toward her with so much confidence, feeling that he's got this all in the bag. But then, Lady Justice begins to call on the glorious commander of the heavenly army, Saint Racino, who stands beside God. She's still trying to summon the guy in the sky when the evil priest cuts her off, making it clear to her attempts are pointless. Despite his discouraging comments, Lady Justice completely ignores him and continues to summon the saint in the heavens. She's not even done with the incantation when her eyes begin to glow with the same fiery gold color as earlier, and once this happens, it becomes obvious that her attempts are not as pointless as the priest thought. The white-haired knight can feel the holy energy flowing through her body, so she can tell that the tables are about to turn. With this in mind, she continues to summon the saint, requesting that his church bring down all the enemies. Lady Justice makes this call, and then just like that, a mighty figure appears behind her, glowing with blinding light that forces the false prophet to take a few steps back. The villain is horrified by the power that Hest's beholding, and he almost can't believe his eyes because he probably never imagined that such holy power still existed in this world. The false prophet has been in control of the village for a while now, using his dark energy to torment the people, so to see such a pure and powerful force around makes him almost want to shit his pants. While the evil priest is still receiving the shock of his life, the holy knight who just received a lot more power vows to take him down, even if it means that it'll cost her life. As she makes this promise, a flaming cart makes its way into the church out of nowhere. It's coming from behind Lady Justice and she doesn't notice it until it's a few meters away from her. The knight senses the danger, so she turns around and sees it speeding toward her. That's also about the same time that she sees Vlad hanging onto the speeding carriage and telling her to get out of the way. Apparently, this stunt is what he intends to use to defeat the evil priest, and when Lady Justice figures that his flaming attempt is aimed at the prophet, she jumps out of the way immediately. Once she's out of the danger zone, Sir Gregory also reveals himself to be in the church before yelling out at the blonde swordsman to push the burning cart toward the prophet. Of course, Vlad does exactly that and the flaming carriage is hurled at the bad guy. You'd think that this attempt would do at least little damage, but that's not the case because when the priest sees the inferno rolling toward him, he just scoffs. He almost looks disappointed that they would think such a move would hurt him. As far as he's concerned, this attempt is pretty laughable, so he just casually blasts the burning cart into tiny pieces. The impact leads to a pretty big explosion inside the church, and to those on the outside, it looks like their surprise attack might have done the trick. Well, it didn't, and Vlad is the first one to notice this, so when he sees the false prophet emerge from the flames, he decides to go in with a follow-up attack. The young swordsman grabs his sword and leaps into the air, determined to strike down the false priest. Right now, there's no one who hates the priest more than our boy, so it's no surprise that he wants to finish the guy off now that he's got the chance. The young knight is extremely furious with the man and feels that he's crossed the line by messing with the kids of the village, so now he wants to end things for good. The two opposite forces clash swords and an intense battle ensues. The false priest does a good job holding his own against the aggressive young knight, blocking each of Vlad's attempts to strike him down. As the two fighters go at it, the rest of the church begins to burn all around them. Apparently, the flames from the burning cart which exploded have now spread across the entire building, and so it's only a matter of time before the whole church is burned to the ground. This is probably the best time for all of them to escape, but in the heat of battle, none of them even notices what's really going on around them. Vlad is way too focused on killing the priest to care about the flames around them, and the prophet is also too engrossed in the fight to think of running away. As the battle becomes more intense, their eyes begin to glow, and at this point, the priest begins to realize who he's really fighting. The prophet looks into our boy's blue eyes and sees the source of the power in there. The figure he sees looks really powerful with glowing bolt-like eyes and a terrifying aura, but this doesn't exactly scare the priest. Just looking at the shadowy figure, the prophet recognizes the man, and he's amazed by the fact that they actually get to meet again. It excites him because it appears that he has history with the man he saw in our boy's eyes. Vlad notices the priest getting all excited about something, so he just gets more upset because he's literally trying to kill the guy and he's just messing around. Enraged by this, the young knight intensifies his attacks and tells the priest to stop spewing nonsense. Right now, all he wants is for the guy to just be dead, so he takes action and proceeds to go in for the killing blow. Using his sword, he dives in, attempting to deliver a fatal jab on the prophet's side, but it appears that the annoying priest sees it coming. While our boy is doing all he can to take down the evil force, the others go on to check on Lady Justja. The white-haired knight still looks pretty exhausted after her first clash with the prophet. Sir Gregory rushes to her, asking if she is alright. And in response, she just reminds him that he's already in a lot of danger just by being in the church. Hearing this, the bearded knight simply admits that they had no choice but to visit the church. The children in the village are dying, and they know that this place is the reason for it, so they couldn't just sit back and watch things keep getting worse. However, they never imagined that this is the kind of evil they would discover when they arrived. The place is littered with the walking dead, and Sir Gregory is so disturbed because he has no idea what exactly is even going on in the church yet. Seeing his concerns, Lady Justja reveals that they have to go to the bell tower, explaining that it's the source of the curse. Sir Gregory understands this, and is determined to help the Holy Knight, but he also knows that they don't have time to clear the way and proceed carefully. Because of this, he believes that they'll have to split the group to find a way to the tower, even though that will be very risky. The bearded knight looks around and starts to come up with a plan. Sir Cade can't use aura, so he feels that they'll have to get that archer out of the church first. Knowing that he needs to create an opening for Sir Cade, Gregory jumps in to join the fight. The big guy stomps his foot into the ground to announce his presence before charging at the evil priest with his aura activated. Sir Gregory leaps into action and tackles the prophet with insane speed and strength. Our boy is even shocked when he sees his opponent suddenly slammed into the earth. With all the energy surging through Gregory's body, he feels strong enough to hold down the enemy long enough to buy the others some time. He's already done a good job separating the priest from Vlad, so now all he has to do is keep the guy occupied long enough for our boy and the others to make it out to the bell tower. While pinning the prophet down, Sir Gregory calls out to Vlad, informing him of what Justja said about the bell tower. He admits that he doesn't know exactly what's going on at the tower, but all he knows is that he wants the young knight to go and destroy it. Vlad hears these words from his superior and realizes that he's been given a very important mission. Our boy can see that the bearded knight is literally sacrificing himself so that they can escape, and for this reason, he's determined not to fail. The young swordsman accepts the mission without hesitation and dashes out of the church with incredible speed. He's determined to make sure that Sir Gregory's sacrifice won't be in vain. Despite being pinned to the ground, the prophet refuses to let Vlad escape like that, so he summons his undead soldiers and orders them to go after the blonde swordsman. Just like that, the zombie-like victims reawaken and drop everything else to stop Vlad from making it out of the church. Our boy realizes that his task just got a lot more difficult, so he curses out, but this doesn't make him go any slower. The sea of dead people run toward him, so he just charges at them with even more speed, knowing that he doesn't really have an option. It's really the only way for him to make it out, so he forces his way through them, pushing and shoving to clear a path for himself, but he quickly realizes that there's just too many of them. Just when it looks like Hai's about to be overwhelmed by their numbers, a powerful beam of light blasts through the sea of zombies, creating a clear path for him. Our boy is shocked by this because he certainly wasn't the one who released the holy blast of energy. Perplexed by what just happened, he turns around, and that's when he sees Sir Cade working alongside Lady Justja. Apparently, she used her holy energy to make his arrowed strike even more powerful in order to blast the dead slaves out of the way in one shot. Sure, they did a good job clearing the path the first time, but the truth is that there's still a lot more victims in the church, which simply means that their work isn't done yet. As you'd expect, more and more of the undead warriors begin to pop out from every corner of the building, so it becomes pretty obvious that the archer isn't done yet. Seeing the sea of victims attempting to swallow his friend, the guy tells Vlad to keep running straight ahead and promises to cover him. Sir Cade continues to launch his golden arrows over and over, taking down one zombie with each shot. From the look of things, you can tell that this guy has a lot of experience with this because he doesn't miss any shots. Not even a single arrow goes to waste. Even with such a perfect kill rate, the enemy forces are just still too many for them to handle. Sir Cade won't be able to cover the young swordsman perfectly, and our boy knows this, so he concludes that he'll have to take matters into his own hands regardless. As such, he keeps charging at them, and as they keep popping up, the voice in his head reminds him that he has to hurry. At this point, he's forced to go full berserk on the victim, blasting his way through them like a steam train. He continues to slaughter the zombies endlessly, and he does this, a thought runs through his mind. All worlds in the universe are precious, but even so, not everyone can protect themselves. Yet, he and his fellow knights are people who have sworn to protect the helpless, so if they're ever in a place where they are needed, they have no choice but to act, especially if they're in the moment. As knights, they're not granted the luxury of hesitation in times of need, so our boy knows that he must burn himself to become the torch that lights up the darkness, and this is the second Swordmaster's code. With this line engraved in our boy's mind, he remains steadfast and continues to fight his way through the sea of enemy forces. At the same time, Sir Gregory is forced to protect himself from other attacks despite having to keep the priest at bay. While holding down the prophet, he suddenly gets attacked from behind by one of the possessed, and when he turns around to defend himself, another one sneaks up on him and strikes him on the back. At this point, he's forced to slam his mighty sword into the ground, hoping to destroy anything in sight. But this doesn't work, and he just gets attacked again. Thankfully, this time around, he is saved by Sir Cade, who sends an arrow into the victim's head. Sir Gregory looks over at his colleague with gratitude, and then Cade just gives him a nod. The archer pants in exhaustion with his fingers dripping blood. At this point, it seems as though they've actually cleared the area a bit, so Gregory decides to take a breather. Seeing how the zombies are all over him, the bearded knight jokes about wishing to be this popular in his normal life because he feels it would be nice. While he's still joking, one of the zombies crawls toward his feet, and he just looks down at the creature in disgust, feeling that he's already seen too much messed up shit for one day. A big component of the shit he's talking about is the prophet's face. The knight is enraged by the fact that the priest has been smiling like an idiot the whole time. Sure enough, we get to see the guy's face, and he's indeed wearing a sinister smile on his face. It's a really creepy look, and it's also quite annoying because it just makes you feel like the prophet has got some secret plan he's waiting to unveil. The priest sits on the floor, like someone's shoes given up on life, and tells Sir Gregory to do anything he wants to do to him. After all, the sick man feels that he's not someone who can be finished off by death so easily. The bearded knight grits his teeth in rage when he hears these words because he feels that the prophet is just trying to get him riled up. He's already mad at the guy, so to hear him talk so confidently, he decides that he'll teach the prophet a lesson. Sir Gregory lifts his sword and takes a big swing at the priest, eager to see if the guy can keep babbling after he chops his head off. In response, the prophet just laughs, which infuriates Sir Gregory even more, so he lands the killing strike, telling the priest to keep laughing till he dies. The bearded knight decapitates the priest in one slash, and as the head rolls down a few steps, something shocking happens. All of a sudden, the victims stop moving, and so Lady Gesture reveals that to destroy an army, the commander must be captured. With that being said, the Holy Knight confirms that Sir Gregory's strategy was a success. You'd expect that the big guy would feel glad that he took down the evil priest, but he just seems a bit pissed. He curses and huffs in annoyance as he thinks about how close the whole thing was. Regardless, he's actually relieved that it's over now, so he opens his flask to have a gulp of liquor, feeling that he'll need to drink a lot later that night. Just when it looks like their job is done, the priest's voice cuts through the air, telling Gregory that there was no wine at the mess. The big guy almost chokes on his drink when he hears this, and the other knights are just as shocked as he is. Their eyes almost pop out of their heads because they're horrified by the thought of a head talking after being cut off. The head continues to speak, and asks for a sip of the knight's liquor. Sir Gregory freezes in shock when he turns around to see the talking head, but it appears that things are about to get even worse. All of a sudden, Cade calls out for the bearded knight to look out, and that's when we see that the priest's body is standing right behind him. A strange blue flame shoots out from the neck in that moment, and then Lady Gesture realizes that this evil fellow is actually the headless knight known as Dullahan. While the rest of the group is dealing with the headless knight back in the church, our boy dashes up the stairs of the tower with so much determination in each stride. He finally gets to the bell at the top, and he can literally see the dark energy flowing all around it. Vlad immediately knows that this is the source of the curse, and the voice in his head confirms that it's the curse of a noble warlock. Now that this has been established, he tells the young knight to give it his all and break the spell at once. At this point, our boy begins to activate his skill, but he gets interrupted when the headless knight appears and tries to attack him. The voice in his head immediately tells him to watch out, but at this point, it's already pretty late because the tower suddenly starts to vibrate like it's about to collapse. Vlad grunts when he sees that everything is about to crumble to the ground, so he jumps off the tower to avoid getting squashed by the heavy stones. The entire thing explodes, all thanks to Dullahan, who wants to make sure that they don't destroy the source of his curse. Meanwhile, Vlad finally makes it to the floor safe and sound. He looks around all the rubble in confusion, wondering what the hell is going on, and that's when he sees that the church has been destroyed. Just then, the headless knight reappears with a glowing ball of energy in his hand. He can't help but admit that he's impressed by what he just saw. As far as he's concerned, Vlad just executed a really cool landing after jumping off the tower. However, our boy isn't exactly in the mood to receive compliments from the villain, so he charges at the guy with his sword, claiming that he always knew the priest wasn't human. At the moment, he hasn't seen any of his friends, so he asks Dullahan where they are because he's afraid they might have been hurt or even killed. In response, the Headless Knight simply states that their lives mean nothing to him, and truly, we get to see the motionless bodies of the other knights lying in the rubble. Dullahan claims that the only thing he cares about is already right in his hand, and it's at this point that we see the curse in his hand. Enraged, Vlad demands that the Headless Knight hand it over, but of course, the villain tells him to take it by himself. Our boy gets mad and charges at the Headless Knight, once again demanding for it, so Dullahan warns him not to push his luck, because he doesn't know when his courtesy towards his peers will disappear. Hearing this, the young knight is puzzled because he doesn't get how they're peers, so Dullahan explains that he's not talking about Vlad, which leaves the kid shocked. In that moment, the Headless Knight goes all out and unleashes a barrage of attacks on the young swordsman. He overwhelms Vlad, who realizes that his opponent is now way too fast for him. The voice in his head confirms that those aren't human moves, and while our boy is still trying to keep up, Dullahan keeps teasing him, calling him slow. Our boy finally has enough, so he unleashes a deadly technique called the armor technique, which catches the Headless Knight off guard. The villain is shocked to see this, and he is even more surprised by the fact that the kid has the spirit's protection. The story continues, as does the intense battle between the Headless Knight and our young hero. Right now, the duel has become so personal to the two knights that they're both determined to keep slugging it out until there's only one of them left. At the moment, Vlad is ready to do whatever it takes to defeat Dullahan, and with this determination to win, he charges at the flame-headed opponent using his aura-infused sword. You know our boy means business when he goes into a fight with one of his eyes glowing. The young knight advances toward the enemy with his sword burning with energy, and when he gets a good shot, he takes a massive swing at the Headless Knight, hoping to deliver some serious damage. Unfortunately, the evil prophet sees all of this coming, and he's no pushover either, so he's very much prepared to counter whatever strike the young swordsman is throwing at him. Dullahan can see the rage in Vlad's eyes, and he's completely aware that the kid will do anything to avenge his friends, but for some reason, this Headless Knight remains unfazed. He believes that he'll be able to deal with whatever gets thrown at him, so he just sits back and waits till it's the right time to land a counter-attack of his. Using his black sword filled with dark energy, he casually blocks Vlad's swift strike, and it's almost like he can see what the boy is going to do before he makes the attempt. At this point, it's already pretty clear that the Headless Knight is really up there when it comes to sword combat, because the blonde swordsman is doing everything he can to land a hit, and yet, he just keeps getting countered over and over. Dullahan is just way too fast for him, and as his strikes keep getting deflected time and time again, he begins to panic a little because he realizes that he can't actually win the battle if this keeps happening. Things aren't looking good for the young knight from Sora, and you can actually see the desperation in his eyes at this point. The gears in Vlad's head begin to turn as fast as possible as he ponders on a way out of the sticky situation, because that's really the only way for him to come out alive with the way things are going. The strain on his face suggests that he's in a lot of trouble, so he starts to wish that he could also deeply contemplate his world like Mr. Rudiger. As this thought crosses Vlad's mind, something sparks inside him all of a sudden, and his glowing eyes widen a lot more, as though he's just received some kind of spiritual enlightenment. At this point, the young boy's growing world needed something to fill it up, and the truth of the matter is that the only world that intertwined with Vlad's own right now is that of the voice in his head. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense that his world would be crossed with that of the voice, since they've literally been together for a very long time. Anyway, with this new revelation, it's safe to say that we've gotten to the point in the story where we get to see the horizon where the boy and the voice are overlapped. In other words, the voice is finally about to manifest and reveal himself, but this time around, he's not just going to take control of Vlad's body like some secret puppeteer. Right now, they've both reached some kind of agreement, which makes the voice conclude that he and the young swordsman are about to become one. From this moment, there won't just be one of them, as they would be the same being. The stakes are high right now because they've come across a powerful enemy that neither of them can defeat alone. They have to merge if they want to stand a chance against Dullahan, and so the voice permits this union, which simply means that he's going to lend the young swordsman his world. The Headless Knight watches the young knight carefully and suddenly starts to notice a few shocking changes which make him panic a bit. All of a sudden, the blue aura glow that was in Vlad's eye begins to disappear, and then it transforms into bolts of lightning. It's at this point that we also see that the voice has manifested his world in the form of lightning, allowing our boy to channel this new energy in his blade. He's been given permission to use this world, and he has every intention of using it to the best of his ability. With the new power he's been granted, Vlad takes his mighty sword filled with overwhelming energy and unleashes a supercharged attack on the Headless Knight. He takes the big swing at Dullahan, knowing that the effects of such a blast will be catastrophic, but before unleashing it, he asks the evil priest once again if he really thought that he'd just sit back and abandon the kids in the village. There's no way in hell that Vlad would leave this place without doing absolutely everything he can to save the innocent children. As a knight, he's sworn to protect those who can't help themselves, and right now, the people in this category are the poor children who have been afflicted by Dullahan's curse. The only way to save them is by getting rid of the headless knight, and that's exactly what our boy has sworn to do. Filled with rage and the desire to protect the innocent, our boy finally unleashes the devastating blast on the evil priest, and even though the guy tries to deflect the attack once again, this time, it's just way too much for him to handle. The huge blast spans for miles, and at the center of it all, we can see the headless knight standing there as the powerful skill keeps him at bay. After such an explosion, one would think that Dullahan would be dead or something. But in a shocking twist, the villain just reveals himself to still be in the fight once the dust starts to settle. As the dirt and smoke start to clear, we see the headless knight standing strong with his sword in hand. The guy is certainly ready for another round, so it makes you wonder what on earth someone has to do to defeat him. After revealing that he's still in the fight, he starts to activate a seemingly powerful attack, hoping to retaliate, and that's when Vlad starts panicking even more. The young knight curses out when he sees that his opponent is practically unscathed because he can't even believe that after all he did, all he managed to do was leave a small scratch. Right now, it's really giving Iron Man and Thanos vibes because you'd think that he'd have done a lot more damage after putting in so much effort into that last attack. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and now that he's running out of ideas, the young swordsman concludes that his world is too small for the voice's world to fit inside him. Sure, that was one hell of a combo back there, but judging by Vlad's conclusion, it actually means that what we just saw was just a tip of the iceberg. Apparently, the reason why his blast couldn't finish Dullahan off is that his world is not on par with the voice's. As such, the voice's world couldn't fit into his, and that's why he couldn't get the maximum effect from the combined attack. At the moment, Vlad is already pretty exhausted, and you can't blame him because he's been trying virtually everything, but they've all been futile. To make matters worse, he feels like he only has 2 or 3 tries left before he runs out of energy. It turns out that our boy actually inflicted a nasty cut on Dullahan's wrist with that first attack, but it also looks like that is about to backfire big time because the blood seeping out of the guy's body suddenly starts turning into some kind of dark energy, which he's certainly going to use as a weapon. The headless knight laughs at this point, claiming that he went easy on Vlad the first time only because he thought that the kid shared the same style. However, now that he's realized that the boy might actually be a threat, he goes full beast mode. Out of the blue, this guy dons a seriously wicked armor, and from the inside, you can literally see the blue flames burning out. It's a really terrifying sight, and when the young swordsman beholds it, his eyes almost pop out of the sockets. Our boy is so stunned by the insane armor, and he can't even believe what he's looking at when he sees Dullahan standing in front of him, ready to go into another round of intense sword clashing. With every swing of the big guy's sword, you can see the dark, terrifying energy flowing out of it, and while our boy is still trying to process the whole thing, the headless knight launches his first attack. Our boy doesn't exactly see it coming, but thanks to the ever-vigilant voice in his head, he's immediately informed before the blast of energy can get to him. Right after that, Dullahan follows up with an insanely swift attack, and once again, the voice in his head tells him to dodge the hit. Vlad tries to move out of the way, but then he just ends up getting blasted with a huge surge from the headless knight. The blast is so massive that it sends our boy flying and raises a whole lot of dust. Dullahan stands still after landing this hit and watches as the dust fills the air. The headless knight observes patiently as the dust settles and wonders how the kid managed to squeeze out his aura to deflect the attack in that short moment. After witnessing such a thing, the headless knight admits that the kid has great potential. As our boy lies exhausted on the floor, Dullahan realizes that what he initially thought about the guy has been disproved by what he's now seen with his eyes. Because of this, the evil priest concludes that our boy has unpredictable potential, and for this reason, he also feels that this will be the best time to cut down the threat. Right now, the blonde swordsman is exhausted and vulnerable, so it's the perfect opportunity to end him because Dullahan knows that he'll only end up being a thorn in his flesh if he doesn't deal with him now. With this in mind, he walks up to the exhausted boy and raises his sword as he prepares to drive his sword into Vlad's body. Our boy sees what's about to happen to him, but he's just way too tired to even do anything about it. All he can do is just lie there and watch with a look of horror plastered on his face. At this point, you'd think that this is the end for our young hero, and what makes it even more sad is the fact that he looks like he's already given up. The headless knight raises his sword as he plans to stab Vlad to death, and as he presses the blade down, he tells the boy that he should have just done it moderately. Dullahan goes in for the kill at that moment, and just when the blade is about to penetrate Vlad's armor, something shocking happens. All of a sudden, our boy grabs the tip of the blade with his hand and holds it back, stopping the sword from piercing his armor. While this is happening, the voice in Vlad's head finally speaks out, and for the first time, someone other than the young knight gets to hear it. The voice yells at Dullahan, asking the evil priest if he didn't hear what our boy said before, and after a brief pause, he goes on to remind the headless knight that our hero told him to leave the children of the village alone. With this statement, a huge surge of energy shoots out of Vlad's body, blasting the evil priest into oblivion. The huge surge blows the headless knight away, causing him to scream in pain, and this is about the same time that the young knight starts to get back on his feet. Vlad slowly stands up with a lot of energy flowing around him, and then he starts to speak. From the look of things, the person talking is no longer just the boy from Sora. It's the consciousness of the voice in his head, and now the voice admits that he doesn't know who he is right now. All he knows is that he has something to do. The memories of his existence are long forgotten, and the only duty he must follow is scratched deeply inside of his soul. In this moment, he realizes that the only reason for his existence was for that duty, and now he's more than ready to do whatever it takes to fulfill that obligation. With all of this being said, the voice finally takes over Vlad's body and decides that it's time for the adults in the mix to have a go at it. He's tired of the Headless Knight picking on young kids, so he would like the guy to try picking on someone his own size. Meanwhile, we see that Dullahan is still getting over the effects of the earlier blast. His entire body is covered in smoke, suggesting that he really took some damage with that hit. However, this doesn't make him any less eager to keep fighting. For now, he still believes that he's capable of defeating the young swordsman. Well, this villain might have to think again, because while he is still trying to recover from the first blast, the young knight shoots up into the air to execute another deadly strike. Dullahan is shocked when he sees Vlad charging at him, and even though he tries to counter the attack, he just ends up getting pushed back. Despite being shot back a second time, he still doesn't give up. He tries to get back up so too again, but before he can, Vlad follows up with a supercharged chokehold, which he uses to slam the Headless Knight into the ground. The voice feels insulted by the fact that the evil priest would even dare to make a mess with the pathetic skills he's been putting on display. To the young swordsman from Sora, Dullahan's skills might have been overwhelming, but the voice doesn't find them slightly impressive. At this point, the terrified priest realizes that he's outgunned, so he asks who the voice is. In response, he simply tells the Headless Knight that he has no words for trash who uses the blood of children to survive. As such, he concludes that Dullahan should die and begins to activate a killer skill to finish the job. Seeing this, the evil priest becomes even more terrified and has no idea why he's so scared. It doesn't make any sense to him, but he admits that the voice's existence is actually worth fearing. At this point, the Headless Knight senses a savage beast approaching bearing its fangs. He can see the beast taking shape from Vlad's aura, so has afraid that it's coming to devour him. Just when Dullahan feels that it's all over for him, the beast disappears and the guy starts to wonder where the creature went. The evil priest turns around in search of the devourer, and that's when our boy pops up behind him. The voice then teases the villain, asking if he talks so much because of how slow he is. Feeling insulted by this, the Headless Knight tries to punish his opponent by unleashing a deadly wave, but it really does nothing to affect our boy. After seeing Dullahan's attempt, the voice decides to really show the Headless Knight what he's capable of. Enraged, he unleashes a barrage of attacks and then expresses how disgusted he is at the fact that someone like him would dare to mock the potential he holds so preciously. Right now, the Headless Knight is having a hard time comprehending what is going on. He already knows that his body is one that's free from death. Besides that, his body should also reject pain, but now that he's receiving the barrage of attacks the voice has to throw at him, Dullahan is starting to wonder what the hell is going on with him. The evil priest can't understand the kind of vivid pain that seems to be hacking away at his soul. The villain keeps taking all the hits, and from the look of things, Vlad isn't done with him yet. The blonde swordsman is very determined to finish the Headless Knight once and for all. The intense battle continues, and Vlad eventually lands a serious blow on the opponent, sending the guy crashing into the ground. Dullahan groans in pain as he struggles to pick himself up from underneath the rubble, and as he just lies there, he can't help but wonder how someone like Vlad even exists in this world. He probably used to think that he was in a league above all others, but after coming face to face with the young swordsman from Sora, he realizes that he's no match for our hero. The Headless Knight ponders on this, and while he's still lying there, Vlad follows up with a brutal stab to the chest. Our boy impales him on the spot, and then the voice sternly asks the villain to hand over something. At first, the Headless Knight doesn't seem to know what he's talking about, so he just stays quiet, but then the voice demands it the second time, and this time, he's a lot more aggressive about it. Vlad raises his fist and prepares to land a supercharged punch on the villain's chest. He lands the blow, and it literally sends shockwaves throughout the place. At this point, one would think that the young swordsman would give the guy a breather, but he doesn't stop there. All of a sudden, he goes in for the kill in that instant and digs his fingers into the guy's chest, before slowly ripping it apart. Using this gruesome technique, our boy opens up Dullahan's chest and unveils the same object that he's been asking for. He sees the powerful glowing ball of energy floating within the guy's chest and expresses his satisfaction. The voice is relieved to see the ball, and without wasting another moment, Vlad reaches in and pulls out the curse. As he does this, the voice commands the curse to go back to wherever it's coming from, and this just makes the evil priest yell out in frustration. Dullahan is pretty much helpless while all of this is happening, so all he can do is scream in agony as he watches his precious curse get exorcised. The villain cries out relentlessly, but our boy just ignores it and continues to get rid of the evil curse for good. It's certainly not an easy task, and this is confirmed when we start to see the results of Vlad's actions. As he gets rid of the curse, the energy from the purple glowing balls spreads out across the entire village to all the children who had been afflicted before. The life force that was stolen from the innocent kids is finally returned to them, leaving all the parents very confused and shocked. As the energy gets sucked out of the evil priest, all he can do is sigh in exhaustion, confirming that he's given up already. After this, the voice suddenly admits that there's something he knows for sure, but the problem is that he can't remember what it is exactly. It turns out that he's referring to the method used to kill bastards like Dullahan. In response, the evil priest claims that he wasn't on the same side as the curse, stating that he thought they were both beings that escaped from death. Hearing this, the voice casually responds, stating that there are also other methods to use even though he's forgotten the main one. With that being said, our boy gets back on his feet and stands over the half-dead villain. This is about the point when the voice decides that he'll just rip out all of Dullahan's limbs. The reason he settles on this technique is because he feels that severing all of the guy's limbs is literally the same as killing him. Obviously, the Headless Knight knows just how terrible such a thing would be for him, so he's not ready to suffer such fate. Not knowing what else to do, he starts crawling, attempting to run away, but it's clearly futile and he just ends up being dismembered by the young knight. By the time there's only one limb left, Vlad prepares to finish the villain off finally, but just when he's about to slice it off like the others, the Headless Knight raises his remaining arm as if he's about to surrender. The guy screams a strange word Lamishtu, which leaves the young swordsman really baffled. Vlad is still trying to understand what he's seeing when all of a sudden, a barrier of dark energy surrounds the villain. The wave of energy encircles the Headless Knight, who just keeps crawling like a man on a mission. The barrier prevents our boy from getting any closer to Dullahan, so all he can do is watch in confusion as the villain crawls away. Just then, the Headless Knight starts calling out to the strange presence called Lamishtu once again, and then many huge hands stretch themselves out as they try to catch Dullahan. Vlad just watches curiously, wondering what Dullahan is doing. Apparently, the Headless Knight felt that the Supreme Presence would save him, but he quickly learns that he was wrong because when he gets close enough, Lamishtu begins to devour him. The Dark Master devours the evil priest, and in a matter of seconds, all that's left of Dullahan is nothing but dust. Once that happens, Lamishtu finally reveals herself to our boy, and upon seeing this being, the voice admits that he doesn't have any memories of that name. However, he has a faint feeling about it, so it makes him wonder what kind of existence it is. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he realizes that he's still the one controlling Vlad's body, and he's surprised that he actually managed to go overboard with the whole possession thing. Even though he might have taken advantage of the kid a bit, he also admits that our boy's growth is really brilliant. The voice is proud that Vlad's body managed to last this long and concludes that he'll apologize to the kid when he wakes up. Right after that, he gives back control, and just like that, the unconscious body collapses to the ground. Vlad's body just lies there throughout the night until the sun starts to rise, and that's when we see the ruins that remain of the church. Elsewhere, in Mashium, at the barony of Uthman, we see a dark figure sitting on a chair. It turns out that while our boy's soul was shining, the traces left behind were merciless. The ominous lady can sense that he's using a kind of magic that has been around for a long time, and it really intrigues her. Other than that, it's also pretty clear to her that the things of the past are moving. She can feel that this is the time to make a move. It's a time where cracks of opportunity have appeared, so she concludes that the chaotic age she's been waiting for is finally here. With this in mind, she orders her knights to take whatever they want from the corpses of Baron Uthman's knights. After all, the Baron has already paid the price for his son, who will now be brought back to life. The witch has met her end of the bargain, so now it's time to reap the reward of her services. Now that she's brought the Baron's son back to life, she believes that Mashium should be the new harbor of darkness, which basically means that she and her dark knights will be staying in the land for the time being. The story continues days later, and we're brought back to the small village. Here, we see our boy for the first time after a while, and he's looking rather unkempt and frustrated for some reason. Apparently, the young swordsman is just waking up after sleeping for 3 whole days somehow. This isn't the first time it is happening since he arrived at the village, so it kind of bothers him since he's supposed to be an active knight protecting people and all. Even though it's not exactly the best look for him, you can't really blame the kid since he just survived a deadly battle against a really powerful enemy. Thankfully, he came out victorious after his fight with Dullahan, so he deserves some rest at least. While Vlad is still trying to understand how he managed to sleep for 3 days straight, his buddy Goth enters the room, telling him not to feel too bad about it. He tells the young knight to be glad that the grueling fight is finally over, especially since he almost didn't make it out alive. Goth claims that Vlad was looking like a piece of ragcloth when he first found him after his battle against the Headless Knight. With that being said, he goes on to reveal that he went through a lot just to get our boy back to the inn. Goth literally had to drag the unconscious knight along the ground the whole way back. Hearing this, Vlad isn't even sure what to say, so he just runs the back of his head, probably checking for bruises or something. Just then, he remembers that there were other knights with him during the fight, and since he has no idea where they are now, he quickly asks his buddy if they're okay. Goth's facial expression changes immediately, and you can already tell that he's got some bad news. The guy reluctantly admits that things aren't good, and confirms that the captain is in the worst condition among all of them. It's unsettling news indeed, but Goth wants Vlad to get enough rest, so he tells the young knight not to worry about the others. With that being said, he walks to the door on his way to inform the others that Vlad is finally awake. Before leaving the room, he asks the blonde swordsman to call on him if he needs anything, and of course, Vlad acknowledges this, thanking him for his help. Goth exits the room after this, leaving the young swordsman alone with his thoughts. Vlad just sits on the bed in silence as he processes everything that he just heard. Things aren't perfect, but our boy is relieved that everyone is alive at least. He's glad about this, and so is the voice in his head, who admits that it's the most important thing. Now that he's sure none of his friends was killed in the battle, he starts to recall the events of the fight. The voice suggests that the barrier which was deployed by Justia was tough enough to last till the end. This explains why the knights were able to survive even after the whole church was destroyed in the explosion. The fact that her protective shield held out for so long makes the voice conclude that Lady Justia is incredibly powerful. Of course, our boy agrees, and he also suddenly realizes that the current conversation seems quite familiar to him. He seems surprised by it and admits that it's pretty strange for him to be able to talk to the voice without having the sword with him. Before, they could only ever communicate when he had a blade in hand, but that's no longer the case, and the voice explains that this is because the horizons of their words are now connected. Even though it was only for a moment, the truth remains that their worlds were shared at one point during the battle. As a result, Vlad is now able to talk to the voice in his mind whenever he wants, even without a sword. The voice confirms this, leaving the kid taken aback, so he tries it out and realizes that he can now communicate without words and just his thoughts. It's amazing that he no longer needs to whisper around while looking to see if someone is watching him, and he feels really glad that he doesn't have to pretend like he's praying whenever he wants to talk to the voice. Now that he's acquired this cool new skill, he ponders on the whole thing and recalls something that he's never told the voice. Their relationship is a secret that only they know, and this means that nobody else will know that the voice is actually the reason why everyone is safe now. If he hadn't used the voice's world, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Dullahan, and certainly wouldn't have been able to save the other knights or even the children of the village. With this in mind, our boy sincerely thanks the voice for saving all of them, because he's just as much the hero as the young swordsman. After Vlad expresses his gratitude, the voice is left speechless. He's deeply touched, but he doesn't know how to react to this, so he just stays quiet, creating an awkward silence in the room. Before things can get even more awkward, the voice quickly breaks the silence by admitting that Vlad worked really hard as well. Hearing the compliment, a warm smile creeps up on the kid's face and a sense of pride washes over him in that moment. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that our boy is already out of bed and off on his next adventure. Right now, he's being halted by a huge knight standing in his way. The big guy tells him not to come any closer, so the young knight introduces himself, explaining that he's actually from Sora. He assures the guard that Miss Justia will know who he is and that she'd want to see him, but the big guy is reluctant to believe him. He clearly doesn't trust Vlad completely, so he stares the kid down, trying to intimidate him, but our boy hits back with a cold stare. At this point, the guard decides to go inform Miss Justia and tells Vlad to wait there. Once the big guy is gone, the young swordsman looks around and admits how glad he is to see that the villagers can finally rest easy. Sure, the holy knights arrived quite late, but he's still happy for their presence nonetheless. His thoughts are interrupted when the big knight returns, telling him that he can now enter the place. Vlad thanks the man and makes his way into the building, but he only takes a few steps inside before he's greeted with a big shock. The moment he looks into the dark hall, he's horrified by the numerous corpses covered on the floor. He didn't realize that there were so many victims earlier because of how chaotic things were, and now that he can see how bad things are, he's almost pushed to tears. His sad moment is interrupted when Miss Justia comes out suddenly, asking what he's doing there. Seeing the white-haired knight, he quickly gets up and asks for permission to search the area for more victims. In response, the holy knight just tells him that Sir Gregory has already confirmed all the missing women. Even though this should be enough for our boy to leave, he insists that he has someone in particular he's searching for, and Miss Justia finds this a little surprising. She doesn't know what to tell him at first, but then admits that there might still be remnants of the curse around. As such, she concludes that it wouldn't hurt to let him check one last time. With this in mind, she gives him permission and tells him to come get her blessing when he's done searching. The young knight thanks her and gets to work immediately. He lifts the tarps one by one to check, and it doesn't take him long to find the lady he was looking for. He's horrified when he sees her face and immediately feels bad because a part of him actually hoped that he wouldn't find her lying there with the other deceased. The young knight breaks down on the spot as he just keeps staring at the woman's face. Just then, we're shown a flashback of Vlad's childhood. In this scene, little Vlad notices that the lady has a bruised eye and suggests that she get some rest over the next couple days, but she insists that the throbbing bruise on her eye is nothing. She fakes a smile to make the boy feel better, claiming that it's not that bad since she doesn't have a broken bone or something. She thanks him for his concern and gives him an egg for some reason, but he refuses to take it and tells her to rub it on her bruised eye. Hearing this, she finally reveals that that egg is supposed to be a bribe. Back in the present, Vlad just keeps staring at her face now that she's dead, feeling that he'll be counting on her next time too. The heartbroken knight thinks about how life is such a sickening thing, and as he wipes her face, he quietly tells her not to do dangerous things in her next life. Next time, he hopes that she'd be born into a good family and grow up being loved. He caresses her face as he says his last goodbye to her, and before leaving, he tells her how sorry he is that he wasn't there for her. A while later, he goes to see Miss Justia in her tent. She did tell him to come for her blessings when he's done searching for his missing lady. Inside the tent, the white-haired knight makes some tea so she can listen to what Vlad has to say properly. She wasn't exactly conscious when Vlad's battle against Dullahan finally came to an end, so now he's telling her how it all went down. So far, the young knight has told her how the villain got sucked into a black hole that suddenly appeared, and of course, she wants more details. The holy knight gives him the hot cup of tea, asking him to spill all the beans, but our boy explains that he's already told her all that he knows. He claims that he was too busy with the fight to notice anything else, and that he was trying so hard to deal with the villain's barrage of attacks. Hearing this, Lady Justia starts to get a bit suspicious, so she just stares at him with a questioning look on her face, waiting to see if she can force anything else out of him. While she's staring at him, he casually sips the tea, using it as an excuse to stay quiet. At this point, the voice commends him for making the story up. It sounds really believable because there's a good mix of lies and truth in it. Our boy proudly accepts the praise, feeling that it's no big deal since he literally worked with prostitutes and used his words to earn a living while growing up in the back alleys. All of that just goes to confirm that he can be pretty convincing. The traces left behind after the battle were a total disaster. This is because they showed just how powerless their resistance was in front of a much more powerful force. This thought runs through Miss Justia's mind at the moment, because she's starting to feel that Vlad isn't telling her everything. She's trying to put the pieces together, but she just can't find out what truly mattered at the end. The young swordsman probably sees that she's onto him, so he decides to give her something to think about. He suddenly tells her how the villain called out a name at the end, and of course, this piqued her curiosity. She asks him what the name was, but he claims that he can't remember it because he was in and out of his consciousness at the time. Determined to get the information out of him, she grabs an apple and asks him if he would remember some of the details after having something to eat. At this point, Vlad finally reveals that the name sounded something like llama, and Lady Justia immediately realizes that he's talking about Lamishtu. The white-haired lady freezes the moment he confirms this and suddenly starts shaking with the apple in her hand. She's literally trembling, but somehow manages to keep her cool as she thanks him for his cooperation. Even though she tries to hide her reaction, the knight is sharing enough to notice her shaky hands, and this leaves him puzzled. While he's still trying to understand what's going on, the white-haired knight suddenly stands up, assuring him that San Racino will not forget how hard he fought on that day. Now, Miss Justia has gotten the kind of information she's been looking for, but it's a little overwhelming, so she quickly excuses herself before the young knight can notice anything else. She walks out of the tent without another word, while Vlad just watches her in confusion. Once she's gone, the voice admits that it's a relief that she doesn't suspect him. Yeah, that's a good thing, but Vlad is currently more concerned about the strange expression she put on display after hearing about Lamishtu. As far as our boy is concerned, it was like she became a completely different person all of a sudden, and he finds this really disturbing. The scene shifts once again, and this time, we're taken to the mayor's residence. In there, Joseph Bayezid, who is also the new mayor of Sora, hosts an unexpected guest. He pours some tea for the visitor, wondering when he arrived in the city. The guest turns out to be an old man named Lamond, who claims that he's actually been around for a while. Hearing this, the young master states that he would have come out to receive Lamond if he'd informed him of the visit beforehand. Lamond responds by calling himself the lowest ranked person at the moment, suggesting that he wouldn't even let the young master go through such a hassle just for his sake. Besides that, he's come to talk about more important matters, so he quickly changes the topic and cuts to the chase by immediately asking Joseph where the young boy is. The new mayor informs Lamond that the young knight is currently out on a mission. He reveals that Vlad traveled to the Uthman barony and suggests that they should receive some news from the kid very soon. Hearing this, the old man is surprised to hear that the young swordsman is already going on missions despite only being a servant. He then reveals that he met the patriarch before coming to see Joseph Bayezid. He also states that he has only one ducat left, and for this reason, he wants to wrap things up quickly. It appears that this thing called a ducat is of great value because the young master is shocked to hear that Lamond has one. At this point, it becomes very clear that the old man isn't just here to see Vlad. Just then, Lamond finally starts to state his true intentions and reveals the reason he came around. He claims that all the servants in Sturma are too dull, which is a shame since they're the ones who are supposed to take over the Bayezid name. With this in mind, the old man casually wonders if the servants Joseph groomed are any better than those back in Sturma. At this point, Sir Joerger finally chimes in, confirming that the young swordsman is definitely better than that lot. The advanced knight makes this statement, but he also admits that the kid likes to do whatever he wants. Hearing this, Lamond is intrigued. To hear the grumpy knight speak so highly of the boy, he can tell that the kid must be pretty useful because everyone knows just how difficult it is to impress the green-eyed advanced knight. Sir Joerger is shocked to hear that the old man can read him like a book. He doesn't say a word, but Lamond already knows what he's thinking, so the elder tells him that there's no need to be surprised. After all, Joerger already showed him all of his disgraceful sides when he was younger, while being grumpy the whole time. Joseph just smiles cheekily when he hears, while the one-eyed knight gets flustered by the old man's words. Anyway, Lamond goes on to say that he hopes he'll take a liking to Vlad when he finally meets him. There's a certain knight in training named Savanin who bullies other trainees because he has his parents to back him up, and the old man promises to beat Vlad seriously if he turns out to be like that guy. At this point, Joseph informs his guest that Vlad does have parents, which comes as a shock to Lamond. This is good for Joseph because now that he knows the old man's true intentions, he's determined to pique his interest as much as he can. With this in mind, he goes on to tell the old man how Vlad grew up in the back alleys without any parents. He reveals this and states that our boy climbed this far with his own strength. The young master says he all of this with an intention, and it's pretty clear that there's a reason he brought up the poor environment Vlad grew up in. He knows that Lamond would relate to this since the old man also had difficult times in the past and succeeded on his own as well. Now that the young master has brought all of this up, the old man starts to get more and more interested in the blonde swordsman. At this point, Joseph claims that Lamond doesn't have to give the boy his last ducat, insinuating that he'd be satisfied if only the elder can teach Vlad a thing or two. Obviously, this is just the young mayor trying to play mind games, and Lamond responds to this by admitting that he hasn't taken any liking to any of the young men he's seen recently. However, that is about to change, and since Joseph made the request, the old man promises to take a good look at the blonde swordsman in question. Back in the village, the Holy Knights appear to be saying goodbye to Vlad's party. They're all outside, and Justja, the spokesperson, tells the other knights that the San Racino will not forget their bravery. In response, Sir Gregory just hopes that she puts in a good word for them since their mayor isn't exactly the meticulous kind. The Holy Knight bluntly informs him that she can't lie in reports, but promises to consider his position when talking about this. Of course, Sir Gregory doesn't trust her enough, so he just prefers that she doesn't say anything at all. Just when the Bayezid Knights are about to set off, Justja notices that Vlad has a flag, which takes her by surprise. Sir Gregory is the one that responds to her, revealing that the Bayezid family has finally found someone to keep an eye on, and admits that they're treating the kid well too. While he's saying this, the Holy Knight processes everything about Vlad, from the traces of a fierce battle and his ability to fight Dullahan. All of this just goes to show her that the boy has the potential to be extraordinary after all. At this point, Sir Gregory bids her goodbye and decides to leave, so she prays for the blessing of Saint San Racino to be on all of them. On the way out of the village, Vlad looks back at the people to wave goodbye, and he can't help but notice how much better everything looks now that the ominous fog is gone. At this point, Sir Gregory chimes in, telling the kid how the village was once a peaceful place full of sunlight. All the bad things that happened were because of Dullahan, so now that the villain is gone, our boy is relieved because he knows that Anna would prefer to be buried in this bright, happy village. As he leaves the place, Vlad hopes that she finds warmth in this place of her final rest. Later that night, the travelers set up camp to rest for a while. The others quickly fall asleep under their blankets while our boy stays up with his thoughts. The fire burns brightly while he just sits there and ponders on the events that went down in the village. As far as the swordsman is concerned, the entire mission was a complete defeat because he knows that he would have died if he didn't have the voice on his side. Vlad feels that he's not strong enough yet because he was so close to being killed just like Jorge and Anna. Our boy is so ashamed because he feels that he would have been suppressed so easily by a large world that he couldn't go up against. As he wallows deeper into the realm of self-pity, Gregory pulls him out of his thoughts just in time, asking him what he is thinking about so intently. Of course, Vlad isn't too comfortable talking about it, so he claims that he was pondering on various things. Gregory can tell that he's lying, so an awkward silence follows. Vlad suddenly suggests that there are too many incredible people in the world, and admits that he doesn't think he can last while living among all those people. Hearing this, Sir Gregory assures him that everyone has such thoughts at least once in their lives. There are no defined answers to these thoughts, but the bearded knight reveals that he's already made his own conclusions to them. Vlad asks what it is, and the man simply tells him that he needs to keep burning. There's no method to keep a fire from wavering when the wind blows, but as long as there are flames, then it can always burn again. With that being said, he encourages the kid to hang in there, over and over again, so he can burn endlessly. This makes a lot of sense to our boy, and it reminds him that there's no shortcut to becoming as strong as all those ahead of him. He knows that he needs to keep burning and just focus on the present, because if he's going to face the enormous world approaching him, then he'll also need to have an enormous flame. Sir Gregory and his crew finally return, and young Master Joseph commends them on a job well done. He compliments them for their diligence in carrying out the mission, but he also admits that he can't overlook the fact that swords of the Bayezid family were unsheathed in the land of another local lord. Sir Gregory quickly apologizes and takes full responsibility for everything, ready to accept whatever punishment the mayor has prepared for him. Just then, Lamond chimes in and proceeds to berate the bearded knight for what happened. He scolds Sir Gregory, claiming that the worst part about everything is the fact that he knew the consequences and still went ahead to interfere with issues beyond their jurisdiction. Hearing the old man's voice, Vlad wonders who the man is because the air around him is oddly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Master Joseph agrees with Lamond, stating that Gregory struck a nerve on a sensitive problem in a chaotic time. The empire is starting to fall apart since the imperial family has lost control. Things are getting out of control, so the young master is afraid that it's only a matter of time before such things happen in the north. Sir Gregory continues to apologize, but Joseph just feels that the Iron Duke is paying attention to what happened in the village because it involved curses. Joseph admits that the knights had good intentions, but he feels that the fire Gregory caused is too big and claims that they should have left the village earlier. This statement upsets our boy because they're practically saying that they should have left the cursed children to keep suffering in the village. Lamond chimes in at this point, revealing that he heard the San Racino were in the village as well. As such, he expected that the issue be handed over to the Holy Knights, and this is where Vlad finally snaps. He gets pissed that they're all scolding Sir Gregory when they weren't even there to see what was going on in the village. At this point, it's starting to look like they're all acting this way to get a reaction from our boy, and from the look of things, it's worked. All of a sudden, the blonde swordsman finally loses his cool. He yells out, informing them that the children would have died if they hadn't gotten involved. This outburst takes everyone else by surprise, and Vlad just turns around to glare at the nosy old man. Lamond is excited to see Vlad's fearless reaction, and it makes him wonder where Joseph found someone like him. Apparently, this old man thought that our boy was some snot-nosed brat, but he was wrong because he can clearly see that this kid is actually a beast. The angry young man continues to defend Sir Gregory, bluntly telling Lamond that the bearded knight did his best for the children, and from the cold glare in his eyes, you can tell that Vlad is not afraid of anything the old man could do to him. Right now, the brave young knight doesn't care if Lamond feels insulted, and all he wants is that they stop scolding Sir Gregory for what happened in the village. Our boy goes on to tell everyone how the San Racino saw what they did back in the village and reveals that the Holy Knights praised their actions rather than rebuked them. Vlad is extremely pissed at this point, and he doesn't look like he's going to hold anything back. From the look of things, it's only a matter of time before he says something that would actually upset the nosy old man, so before the situation can get to that point, young Master Joseph quickly cuts him off. The mayor looks pissed as he slams his palm on the table and yells at our boy to stop talking. He furiously warns Vlad not to test his patience any more than this, and as his loud voice echoes through the hall, the blonde kid realizes how mad the boss is. His gaze shifts to look at the mayor, and he's a little shaken by the rage in Joseph's eyes. Sir Joerger and the other knights are also a little intimidated by the young master's current mood, because they rarely get to see him look so upset. Because of this, the entire room goes dead silent in an instant as everyone patiently waits to see what the young master does next. They all turn around to look at Joseph, and after the awkward silence, our boy finally lowers his head and apologizes for his actions. The young master doesn't say anything in response. Instead, he just looks at the boy before shifting his gaze to the old man standing on the other side of the room. Lamond doesn't say a word, so Joseph figures that it's time for him to continue speaking. He ponders on the situation before opening his mouth to say anything. Joseph starts by talking to Sir Gregory, claiming that he expects the bearded knight to understand that the second rule of a swordmaster is an especially sensitive one. In response, Sir Gregory bows his head and reveals that he completely understands that. He then goes on to take the blame, admitting that the stuff that happened was due to an oversight on his end. Hearing this, Joseph informs everyone in the room that sensitive matters have overlapped with each other, and for this reason, he suggests that they as the people of Bayezid must first act and show sincerity before Baron Uthman officially sends his complaints to them. And for them to show that they do not support what happened in the village, the young master believes that a punishment is due. With this in mind, he decides that Sir Gregory must be suspended indefinitely, and of course, this catches most of the knights present off guard, especially our boy Vlad. The blonde swordsman is absolutely gobsmacked when he hears Joseph's verdict, and he's so stunned that he freezes in shock for a moment. The young master goes on to explain the consequences of this suspension, claiming that Sir Gregory would not receive any salary during this time and that he will also not be able to enjoy any of the rights granted to him by the Bayezid household. Just when you think things can't get any worse than this, the mayor suddenly reveals that Knight Cade will receive the same punishment. The two knights are certainly heartbroken when they hear the final verdict, but they're knights at the end of the day, so they accept the punishment like true men, and neither of them utters a single word to complain. While the older swordsmen are taking their punishments, Vlad just watches from the side, knowing that he's probably next in line to be sanctioned. Sure enough, young Master Joseph falls on him right after he's done with Gregory and Cade. The mayor calls on the servant, and Vlad just stares at him in silence with his wild blue eyes. Right now, the young master is actually reluctant to reveal what punishment the kid would be receiving. Before saying anything, Joseph thinks about how he's treated Vlad well. He's fed and clothed the young boy from Sora, and they've become really close, but after everything that he'd done, he now realizes that he has failed to tame the boy. With his back turned to the blonde swordsman, Joseph admits that he's deeply regretful of the way Vlad spoke without permission and upset him in the process. But still, the young master doesn't think that he feels angry at the boy because he's ashamed. As the thought crosses his mind, he realizes that he's actually not angry and that he's simply just disappointed. Once he's come to this conclusion, he finally turns around to face his young mentee, before informing him that he's also going to be suspended indefinitely. The mayor makes this statement, but then feels that it's such a waste, feeling that he should have been stricter with our boy. He feels that Vlad has become so stubborn because of how casual he's been with him, so now he wants to show the kid that he's actually the boss. With this in mind, he adds to the punishment, telling Vlad that he must not be seen anywhere around him unless he's summoned. By making such a statement, he's cutting off all access Vlad might have to him afterward, and as you can imagine, the kid is shocked to the core when he hears this. After the verdict is passed, the exiled young servant walks down the halls to get as far from the mayor as he can. As he leaves the place, he has mixed feelings about what just happened, but the fact that he'd have to see the looks of disappointment on Sir Joerger's face makes his heart sink on the spot. Our boy suddenly gets interrupted by someone standing in the hallway as well. The person expresses his surprise to see that a mere servant managed to upset Master Joseph so much. This mysterious figure hiding in the dark turns out to be none other than Lamond, who is probably the last person our boy wants to see right now. For some reason, the old man thinks that the kid would be interested in talking to him. He asks to confirm if he's speaking with the one they call Vlad, and our boy is just taken aback by the man's audacity. He doesn't say a word, and just stares at the old man, wondering why he would even approach him after what happened in Joseph's office. Seeing that the boy isn't responding to him, Lamond decides to get under his skin a little more by suggesting that he doesn't answer when a grown-up talks to him because he was never taught etiquette. Sure enough, this works well enough to upset the young swordsman. Vlad clenches his fist when he hears these words fly out of the old man's mouth, and even though he wants to beat the shit out of this nosy troublemaker right now, he does everything he can to hold himself from snapping. The reason Vlad feels so pissed at this point is that he feels he's already been taught enough of etiquette from the madam who looked at him with the eyes of a mother, and when he remembers her loving warm smile, the anger inside him is suddenly calmed. Our boy refuses to prove Lamond right by lashing out at him a second time, so he maintains his composure and calms down. He opens up his fist and places a hand in front of his chest as he lets the anger wash away from him. Once he's calm, he looks up and introduces himself as Vlad in a polite manner before asking Lamond who he is. The kid's tone is extremely calm and respectful, but the look in his cold blue eyes makes the old man a little wary. The gaze is so cold and it almost looks like the eyes of someone asking for an opponent's name before starting a duel. To make things look even worse, Vlad appears to have his hand reaching for his sword, so the old man concludes that the boy is challenging him to a fight. With this thought in mind, a sinister smile cracks wide open on his face as his old blood starts to boil again. Apparently, this is what he's been looking forward to because it's been so long since someone managed to make him feel such energy. Now that our boy has finally started talking to him, Lamond feels that he at least owes the boy a response. Seeing that the kid wants to know his name, he responds to him, but he doesn't give a name. Instead, the old man claims that he doesn't have any name that he can go by right away, and as you can imagine, our boy doesn't even know what to say to that. He's probably already bored of the annoying conversation, so he just keeps a blank expression on his face as he stares at Lamond in silence. The silence is suddenly broken when Lamond slams a pole on the ground, revealing the banner in his hand. At this point, our boy gets to see all the emblems on his flag, and he's shocked to see how many are on there. Vlad would never have imagined that this feeble-looking old man would have such a high rank. At the same time, Lamond casually introduces himself as someone who walks the lowest path. He then reveals that he hasn't completed his duty yet. There are knights who would grow old without dying since they couldn't retire honorably on the battlefield. As such, they're forced to walk among the lowest places in order to find back the honor that's been lost along the way. This is just like what the founding king, who was also a swordmaster, did in his last moments. The scene shifts all of a sudden. We're taken back to Dermer. Here, the princess and her advisor seem to be in the middle of some sort of strategy formation. The old man concludes that Count Gaidar prepared a bridgehead that leads to the north. More accurately, the count has taken the region where the bridgehead can be developed. Hearing this, the princess figures that Gaidar has to get past them if he wants to get to the north after all. As such, he wonders if he would come to them, feeling a little worried by what would happen if he visits their force. The old advisor doesn't have an answer either, but all he knows is that they have to be prepared for anything. This makes the princess really worried because she knows that the center is blocked and it would only be a matter of time before they see that the west has closed in already. With this in mind, she concludes that she must write a letter to Count Bayezid before it's too late. After all, she's sure that he will help them now that they need it most, since he has a reason and a duty to do so. In response, her advisor tells her that she's right and points back to the map on the table, revealing that the next point of attack would be Bayezid County, once the enemy forces manage to get past Dermer. The princess is really afraid at this point, but she's also glad that she gave Vlad her handkerchief. The advisor chimes in at this point, admitting that he keeps hearing rumors of the blonde swordsman recently. He feels that the boy is growing up to be a fine man since that's the case, and the princess agrees, suggesting that he might have also made acquaintances with the San Racino as well. This news relieves her a bit because she knows that nothing bad can ever come out of being closer to the church. Hearing this, the old man teases her a little, suggesting that she looks really proud of him. The young lady blushes in response, knowing that it's true, because she invested in him after all. The man agrees with her, claiming that she did really well too because thanks to her continued attention to his movements, their spy network has also grown much stronger. It's grown so much that at this rate, people might start to say that Dermer's famous products are actually spies and not the lemons they've claimed. The man teases the princess with this statement, which earns him a glare from her. Anyway, she doesn't take it too seriously, and since it's clear that their spy network is actually really strong now, she suggests that they expand their surveillance radius. If they can detect any suspicious movements early enough, that will buy them enough time since they have insufficient troops at their disposal. The worried princess looks out the window to the rest of her city, hoping that the enemies just go past Dermer without doing anything. Hearing this, the old man agrees with her. He's just as worried as she is, because he can clearly see that the world is changing rapidly. It's so fast that even he can't guess what's coming next. However, he also feels that the change isn't all bad. Just like how those flowers started to bloom after Vlad left their city, this old man has a feeling that their current situation might just end up bringing them some hope and comfort. Back in Sora, it's already getting late and Vlad is currently ranting in a smithy. He's so pissed by the conversation he had with the old Foji and claims that he wanted to hit Lamond in the head at that moment. He's currently in the smithy of that old man from the start of the story. The bearded man is working on Vlad's sword as he listens to the young boy's rants. At some point, he's forced to ask the blondie what on earth he used the sword to do, because it hasn't even been that long since he repaired it the last time and now it's already damaged again. In response, our boy blankly states that he used the sword on a headless man. He admits that Dullahan was a really tough opponent, but the blacksmith doesn't understand what he even means by a headless man. Seeing how confused the old man is, Vlad tries to make things clear, but he doesn't know how to explain. At this point, the kid feels like the more he sees in the world, the more he fights with beings that he's never seen or heard of before. Because of this, he's starting to feel like that's just his fate. While he's still feeling bad for himself, the old blacksmith suddenly interrupts him and suggests that it's time he changed the sword already. Vlad is surprised to hear this suggestion because that's the last thing he was thinking of doing. The blacksmith feels that the sword isn't as good as it used to be anymore and even claims that it's only a little better than the half-assed swords used by mercenaries. With that being said, the old man goes on to say that our boy would even be lucky to use the worn-out sword to cut through monsters he comes across in the future. It's only made of normal iron and judging by what he can see, the person who made it the first time is just an average blacksmith. The blonde boy is surprised to hear this, so he asks the man what he's even talking about. At this point, the old man decides to spell it out for him, stating that if he uses something that's beneath him, that thing will eventually break. The blacksmith holds the old worn-out sword in front of the boy so he can see what he's talking about, and it's like our boy finally starts to get it. The little lecture is interrupted by a flashback. In this scene, a tough-looking man with a scar on his face suddenly walks into the smithy asking for a sword that can cut through ghosts. Of course, something like that shouldn't even exist, and the look on the old man's face suggests that he doesn't have a blade like that. He just stares at the scar-faced man with a blank expression on his face. The man looks dumbfounded, so he decides to ask once again what the guy wants, and he confirms that it's a blade that cuts through ghosts. The flashback comes to an end, and then the old man tells Vlad the story of how the guy randomly walked into his shop last winter looking for a sword that cuts ghosts. The old man admits that he thought the mercenary was saying nonsense, but then he mentioned Vlad's name. Apparently, that scar-faced mercenary said something about Vlad of Sora cutting a ghost, and of course, this rings a bell in our boy's mind. He can remember the incident clearly, so he knows exactly who the blacksmith is talking about. Vlad remembers the guy as one of the mercenaries he met during the goblin subjugation. And back then, the guy was insistent on finding out where the young knight's sword was from. Hearing this, the blacksmith begins to understand the situation a little more. However, he feels that there's no way Vlad would have been able to use his aura to do it since he was still really young back then. This explains why the mercenary came to ask if there was anything special about the sword. The old man admits that he felt really relieved after the stranger walked into the store talking about Vlad because this was the only way he could confirm that the blonde kid was still alive. However, he also admits that it's truly amazing that the boy managed to accomplish all those great feats with the sword. Once again, our boy doesn't really understand what he means by this. In response, the man simply hands him the sword, but he doesn't say anything. He feels that the boy will keep growing as he overcomes the numerous trials ahead of him. But even after all of this, the sword would remain the same forever. Nevertheless, if it breaks, then that won't be the only thing that breaks. The old man had hoped that his sword wouldn't weigh the young kid down, and he knows that the blade wouldn't want that either. The white-haired man explains that he's not asking him to change the sword right now, but all he wants is for Vlad to at least think about it. With that being said, our boy asks the man if he takes custom orders, but in a shocking twist, the old man reveals that this sword is his last work. As far as he's concerned, the boy should go find another blacksmith. Even though Vlad thinks that he's all grown up now, in times like this, the blacksmith feels that the young man definitely still behaves like a kid. To dread departure is a privilege that young people have, but it's become a normal thing for an old man like him. The blacksmith suddenly asks Vlad if he'll bring the sword back to him soon, and the kid responds, stating that he doesn't have any urgent need for it. But just then, he remembers that he might have to use it soon. Hearing this, the blacksmith decides that he'll sharpen the blade soon. With that being said, he gets right to work and Vlad just watches him quietly. A while later, Vlad is given back the sword and he can literally see his reflection on the blade. He's really impressed because it looks brand new and the blade even looks sharper than it was before. The happy boy thanks the old man in excitement and tells him that he'll be counting on him too. The blacksmith isn't too happy to hear this, so he quickly warns Vlad not to come too often because he actually needs to catch a break. Of course, our boy wouldn't want to be abandoned like that, so he promises to bring some good quality meat for the old man next time. But the blacksmith isn't satisfied with that arrangement since he knows that the meat won't be tasty if that's the only thing he brings. With that being said, our boy quickly promises to bring some good liquor as well the next time he stops by the shop. At this point, the old man bids Vlad goodbye, claiming that he's looking forward to it. As our boy walks away into the dark alley, the man starts coughing violently, suggesting that he's no longer as strong as he used to. He realizes that he needs to rest for the day and that he really gave his all back then. Before going back, he looks over at the boy again and realizes how the way he walks carries certainty and confidence. The geezer is happy to see this anyway, because now the boy is able to easily walk out of this mire called the back alleys. With this in mind, he goes inside his house and goes to bed. Meanwhile, Vlad keeps walking through the dark alleys and that's when we see that someone is secretly following him while hiding in the shadows. It turns out to be Lamond, but just when the man thinks that he's outsmarted the young swordsman, our boy quickly senses that someone is on his tail. In a split second, our boy turns around to confront the mysterious figure following him and Lamond realizes just how good Vlad's instincts are. He now understands why this kid was given the armor of the Bayezid family and he's really impressed. Our hero asks Lamond why he's been following him, but the old man denies it, claiming that they just happened to be walking in the same direction. At this point, the kid starts to get pissed because he knows that Lamond has been following him since he left the city. He's annoyed right now because it's like the geezer has been trying to mess with him since they first met. Lamond relishes this sharp energy and he's also impressed by the fact that Vlad has control over his anger. With this in mind, he's confident that the boy will be capable of even greater things than he thought. It's clear that Vlad doesn't let anger get the best of him, so Lamond figures that the boy must have rebelled on purpose the first time they met. Back then, he didn't even say anything too annoying, so Vlad could have easily kept quiet, but he didn't. Seeing the old man getting worked up thinking about all of this, Vlad casually tells the geezer to say whatever is making him unhappy rather than beating around the bush. Seeing how fearless the kid is, Lamond is delighted because it's been a while since he encountered anyone with such raw words. Intoxicated by the challenge, the old man reaches for his sword, claiming that blades are better than words, and when Vlad sees this, he decides that he'll have to stand up to him. He doesn't know who he is or why he's doing any of this, but he knows that Joseph vouched for him as a former knight of the Bayezid family. With all of this in mind, our boy takes the first swing, which Lamond blocks with ease. As the two clash swords, the old man admits that Vlad has got some good skills, but our boy just stays quiet and continues to throw everything he's got. The old man deflects everything over and over again, so Vlad realizes that he's using the tip of his blade to cut off all the attacks. It's not a coincidence, and our boy can tell that the veteran has seen through his movements already. After only a few exchanges, the young swordsman can tell that Lamond has clashed with countless swords. Seeing that he's been read like a book, Vlad ceases the attack for a moment and the old man teases him, asking if he's tired already. But of course, our boy is not done just yet. In fact, he's just getting started. Vlad grips his sword and charges forward as he activates his aura, and Lamond is taken aback by this because even back in the days of turbulent times, there were only a handful of people who could use aura this vivid at this age. But now, this young boy from Sora is using aura so casually, and the veteran can't help but admit that this is insane. An intense sword fight ensues and Lamond honestly looks like he's enjoying the whole thing. Vlad goes in for the kill with a sweeping move. He takes a big swing with the aura-infused sword, but the old man casually blocks all of his attacks over and over again. Lamond keeps blocking our boy's slashes time and time again, so Vlad decides to go in for a killing blow, but unfortunately, he's not fast enough because the old-timer effortlessly dodges the strike. The heavy aura-infused sword slams into the ground with so much force and the old geezer laughs in excitement. He relishes the challenge because it's probably been a while since he had such a good fight. The man ponders how he likes Vlad's spirit, but right after that, our boy manages to land a hit that sends the man flying a few meters back. The impact pushes Lamond a few steps away and the blonde swordsman wastes no time in capitalizing on the opportunity. Seeing that his opponent has been somewhat destabilized, Vlad attempts to go in for the kill once again. He lunges at the old man with nothing but the intention to finish him off, and in his mind, he decides that he can't afford to let Lamond get away. Sure, his techniques and experience might not be on the same level with that of the veteran, but that doesn't make him any less determined to defeat the old man. In fact, he's confident that he should be able to overwhelm the geezer with his strength since he's a lot younger and technically a lot more vibrant. At least, that's what he thinks. With this in mind, Vlad charges at the sneaky old man and they clash swords once again. The two get locked in this position and a battle of strengths ensues. They stare each other down with their swords clashed together, and at this point, it becomes a test to see which of these two swordsmen is superior when it comes to pure physical strength. Sure enough, our boy appears to have the upper hand since he's younger and probably a bit stronger than Lamon. As they push against one another, Vlad appears to be making some progress by forcing the old man back. He appears to be overwhelming the geezer because Lamon's feet start sliding backwards, suggesting that he's the weaker party in this department. The old man can see this, so he laughs over it, talking about how time is such a cruel thing. On the other hand, our blonde hero can also sense that he's winning this little battle of strength, so he taunts his opponent, claiming that he'd like to see how long the old man can keep that smile on his face. Hearing this, the old man admits that Vlad's strategy was good, but the look on his face suggests that he's more than ready to keep fighting all night. The intense clash of swords continues for a long while, and it becomes really clear that these two opponents are currently at stalemate. Nobody is backing down at the moment, and both swordsmen remain in that same position, neither showing any signs of getting tired. At this point, Lamon teases our boy, suggesting that he's not bad for an old man, and then informs Vlad that this little dance is physical strengthening for him. Unfortunately, the young swordsman appears to be having a tougher time than the old geezer. Judging by the groans on his face, it doesn't look like he's got the kind of stamina that Lamon is armed with. To make matters worse, it seems as though the old man is even getting stronger by the second. He senses the aura coming from Lamon's sword and notices that the strength is unlike what he had a few seconds ago. Seeing the look of shock on our boy's face, the old man taunts Vlad some more, telling him that it's still far too early for him to be surprised. As far as he's concerned, the young swordsman can use the same kind of power if he manages to adapt it quickly enough. Just then, Lamon proves that he really is in a league of his own by using his bare hand to grab Vlad's sword. He holds the blade imbued with aura using nothing but his bare hands, and this should be totally impossible, so the blonde hero is shocked to the core. While he's still taking in the shocking scene in front of him, Lamon uses one hand to push his sword down, and just like that, he's on his way to disarming the young knight. Just when it looks like the fight is about to be over for the blonde warrior, he makes a bold and risky move which turns the tables and leaves the old timer in shock. Sure, Lamon just managed to tie his sword down with one hand, but before he's completely disarmed, he swiftly grabs a small knife from his back and lands a deadly slash on the old man. The geezer is absolutely stunned when he sees what just happened, and he can't help but admit what a smart brat our boy is. He scoffs at the situation, and even though he's pissed, he's also really impressed by what he just witnessed. As far as he's concerned, it was a really smart decision for Vlad to have abandoned his sword, especially since that's not an idea that a knight would be able to come up with after going through proper training. In other words, our boy was extremely bold to have made such a decision, so this veteran is blown away by the balls on this kid. Right now, Lamond is convinced that Vlad must possess the heart of a beast, and this just makes him that more eager to keep fighting. This old man loves a challenge, and right now, our boy is a really worthy opponent. With the excitement filling his mind, he balls his fists and decides to go in with a swift punch now that their sword fight has been put on hold. With the rage inside of him, he generates enough speed and power to land the deadly blow which sends Vlad several meters away. The impact from the punch sent our boy flying like a piece of paper until he crashed into the ground several times. Only a few people would be able to survive such a hit, and by the time Lamond realizes how much force he used, it's already too late. The old-timer becomes worried when he sees how much damage he's done because it's clear that he got serious without realizing it. Scared that he might have killed the young blondie, Lamond rushes to the crash site to check up on our boy, asking him if he's alright. When he gets there, he sees Vlad lying face down in the rubble without moving or responding. At this point, he starts to think that the kid might have fainted, which is pretty disappointing to him because he now feels that Vlad is weak on his defense. While looking at the motionless boy lying in the dirt, the old man recalls what Master Joseph told him about Vlad. Apparently, the young master told Lamond not to hurt our boy too much because the kid is a possibility that he cherishes a lot. Clearly, this old geezer forgot about that conversation when he was landing that life-threatening punch on the young knight. Realizing that he messed up big time, he starts to regret his decisions because the boy in question is still pretty unconscious. It looks like Lamond just knocked our boy out cold, and now he's wondering what he would tell the young master when he's asked what happened. While the old man is busy thinking of a cover story, Vlad opens his eyes, confirming that he's still very conscious. His glowing blue eyes are laced with rage, showing that he's still able to fight. As he lies on the floor, he thinks about what Sir Gregory told him concerning the flames. He remembers that there's always still a chance in any situation as long as the flames don't go out completely. Right now, his flames are still burning, and that means that he's still got a shot at winning this duel. With this in mind, he leaps from the ground with the speed of light and charges at the old knight that just made an attempt on his life. Vlad bolts toward Lamond and grabs his robe before he can realize what's going on. The old geezer is stunned to see that this boy still hasn't given up, but before he can do anything about it, Vlad lands a devastating headbutt on him. Both their heads clash with so much force that little shockwaves appear. It's crazy how neither of them have their skull cracked open, but it seems that our boy took a bit of damage from it. When the dust settles, Vlad is seen on the floor looking extremely dizzy. It's a miracle that he doesn't have a concussion right now, but that doesn't concern him because he feels that he should have won that head jamming contest. Apparently, Lamon cheated just now. The old man sighs in relief, and as he touches his forehead, it's clear that he used some kind of magic to protect himself from getting knocked out at the last second. Turns out that Vlad's attempt would have been very bad for him if he didn't activate the protective shield. Either way, he admits that the kid is very talented, and for this reason, he decides that Vlad just passed his test. Unfortunately, our boy is legitimately unconscious this time around, so he's not awake to hear the verdict. The scene shifts and we're taken back to Sturma, where the head of the Bayezid family is informed of all the recent happenings. His advisor tells him that Lamond is in Sora and reveals that the old geezer seems to be interested in Vlad. Hearing this, the nobleman is intrigued, but he doesn't seem too surprised either. The advisor suddenly states that the news is a relief, and Bayezid agrees with him on that. He goes on to explain that Lamond was a knight of the previous patriarch, and admits that the geezer is difficult to deal with even for him. The nobleman recalls how Lamond sighed and left in disappointment after seeing the quality of servants he had in Sturma, and admits that he didn't really feel good about that experience. So now that the veteran has seen some potential in the blonde swordsman, Bayezid is relieved because he feels that they have recovered some pride on that front. At the same time, he's not sure if he should sigh in disappointment, since the only thing they had to interest Lamond was Vlad's talents. Hearing these concerns, the white-haired advisor simply reminds the patriarch that the times have changed. In his opinion, Lamond is the living evidence of a turbulent time. The old man rose to become a knight while starting as a servant in his time, and for this reason, he won't be interested in the servants of this era who grew up sheltered. In response, Bayezid insists that no matter how much times have changed, there are still things that don't change. Bayezid feels that it wasn't just a simple grumble or complaint when Lamond sighed at the servants in Sturma, but as much as he has a lot to say about that, he decides to reserve his comments in the meantime. Besides all of that, he can't help but feel that a deep impression was left by our young hero, because it just so happens that the San Racino sent Vlad an armor. Bayezid smiles with pride as he stares at the shiny armor, and the advisor admits that the acknowledgement of the San Racino makes Vlad appear even more special than he already is in the eyes of the people. The patriarch agrees once again and feels that he should send the armor to Sora right away for Vlad to receive it. With this thought in mind, he smiles in relief, knowing that the old traditions haven't been cut off yet and that they're still carrying on. The proud patriarch expresses how glad he is, and it's all thanks to a single servant. Anyway, that servant in question is currently waking up elsewhere with a serious headache after suffering a concussion the previous night. From the bruises on our boy's face, you can tell that he got really roughed to by that old man. His head still hurts badly, and all he can think about is how insane that fight was the night before. Vlad begins to recall everything and immediately admits that he's never seen anything like what Lamond did last night. He can't believe that the old geezer was able to use the aura on his body and not on his sword. As these thoughts run through Vlad's mind, the voice in his head chimes in, suggesting that Lamond is someone he can really learn a lot from. After all, talents reveal themselves in various forms, and this veteran has proven to be very talented. In response, our boy seems to agree, suggesting that the reason people respect Lamond so much is because of his strength and competence. It's all starting to make more sense to Vlad now, because the first time he saw the old man, he probably assumed that the guy was a feeble old-timer with no talents. However, he can now see that that's very far from the truth, and he now understands why people like Joseph respect him so much. While he's still thinking about this, Jemima kicks the door open and barges in with a pile of clothes in her hands. She's surprised to see that he's awake, because she just assumed that he was talking in his sleep or something. As you can imagine, our boy doesn't appreciate her barging into his room like that, so he corrects her, reminding her to always knock on the door before entering. Of course, the talkative redhead is quick to defend herself by pointing out how she doesn't have any spare hands to knock since her hands are full with his heavy clothes. At this point, Vlad curiously asks why she's even doing his laundry in the first place, claiming that he would have done it himself. In response, she teases him by calling him sir and then informs him that laundry is all part of the services that her tavern provides. As far as she's concerned, they're expected to do this much and even more since he's a guest living on their most expensive floor after all. The swordsman is puzzled when he hears this and isn't sure what to believe because of how serious she sounds. Just in case she means what she just said, our boy quickly informs her that he doesn't have that much money to pay for their unnecessary services. Before he can finish, she cuts him off, telling him that it's all free because him staying at the tavern is already helping them a lot. Jemima folds his clothes on the table and informs him that Rose's Smiles is now a tavern, stating that a lot of assholes still come around unaware of this change. Hearing this, our boy wonders if his presence alone would be enough to pay for his time at the place, and Jemima claims that Marcella said his name would be valuable enough. After all, he has the mayor of Sora and the second son of the Bayezid family backing him after all. On top of that, they're all convinced that he's a full-fledged knight already, but he quickly corrects her, stating that he's not, and then warns her not to go around saying that. Jemima is surprised to hear this, and while holding Lady Alicia's handkerchief, she points out why she thought he was already a knight. At this point, Vlad starts stuttering and sweating nervously because he's afraid that something might have happened to the princess. Out of the blue, Jemima suddenly tells him that she feels a sense of satisfaction from cutting her hair and helping him wield a sword. In her opinion, he's made it really big in life. Not knowing how to respond to this, Vlad just tells her that he's thankful for that. But then Jemima bolts out of the room, leaving him with that thought and feeling of gratitude. Valuable individuals shine regardless of where they are, and people will always want these brilliant individuals. Speaking of brilliant individuals, remember that Black Stallion Vlad teamed up with to defeat the Death Worm? Well, we're about to find out what the horse has been up to. Apparently, after he passed down his role as the leader of his groups, he went his way to look for the boy as he remembered what happened that day. Unfortunately, he was stopped by those who wanted brilliant individuals. On his search for Vlad, the Black Stallion was ambushed by a group of hunters, and despite his best efforts to escape, the men were determined to capture him. They chased the stallion on their own horses until they caught up to him, and unfortunately, the brilliant boy that rode him wasn't around on this day. This tragic experience is something that the horse must go through on his own, and it's a lot harder because the hunters are determined to capture him. Elsewhere, we catch you with our boy who's currently having dinner. Lamond is still trying to appease him for almost killing him in an alley, but Vlad isn't having any of it. The old man claims that he's already apologized before, but seeing that the boy is still not satisfied, he promises to give him something good so he won't be angry anymore. Unfortunately, this doesn't convince the blondie, especially since he knows that there are many things that money can't buy. The gloomy kid eats his meal with a frown on his face as he admits how much he liked his old armor. In response, Lamond claims that he understands because he knows that it's an armor that is only given to servants who show promise. He even claims that he hugged his own armor tightly when he first received it. This just pisses Vlad off because the geezer ruined his armor knowing how special it was to him. At this point, Lamond just feels really guilty, so he asks our boy to go somewhere with him. Of course, Vlad asks where they're going, and the old man claims that they need to show Joseph how useful he is. He tells the kid that he'll be seen as nothing more than a troublemaker if he just fools around during his suspension. The veteran is really good with words, so this statement is enough to convince the blonde boy. Even the voice agrees, knowing that Joseph holds Lamond in high regard. Now that they're on the same page, Vlad asks how he is supposed to show his usefulness, so Lamond tells him that they should do something together, claiming that they'll report on it later. Extremely curious, he asks Lamond what they'll be doing together, and the clever old man just responds with a mischievous grin on his face, asking him if he likes horses. The scene shifts once again, and the next thing we see is that the two are on a trip through the wilderness. In the wagon, Lamond talks about the rumor of a black horse that was seen wandering in Sora until it disappeared one day like it was possessed by a ghost. Just then, Goth chimes in, claiming that he heard the rumors, and then reveals that people call it the spirit horse. This is the first time Vlad is hearing of such, so he is really surprised, and Goth admits that he has a bad feeling about their trip. At this point, Vlad becomes worried because he's afraid that the spirit horse has something to do with the headless knight, since Dullahan was able to possess the women in the village. With these concerns arising, the voice in Vlad's head concludes that Dullahan and the rumors might be related if truly it's a spirit horse. Feeling that their journey might be a lot more dangerous than they initially thought, our boy asks Lamond if it's okay to be lying around so casually. However, the nonchalant old man insists that there's nothing else for them to do while following the merchants. Vlad still feels that they should be vigilant at least, but the geezer simply tells him to rest up, certain that the horse would come looking for them. This makes Vlad curious and even more restless, so Lamond informs him that this so-called spirit horse isn't just fast but also has some strange behaviors. Of course, Vlad asks what they are, so the man tells him how the horse watches from afar when people on horse carriages pass by. This puzzles our boy, so Lamond just assures him that the spirit horse is no ordinary horse since it knows what it's doing. All of this just makes our boy uneasy, and he starts to think that the investigation squad would have come to Sora to check for suspicious trails if it's really a horse controlled by evil people. Knowing how Vlad is, Lamond can literally hear the boy thinking intently, so he reminds him that there's nothing he can do even if he thinks so hard. As far as he's concerned, they'll all know the truth when the time is right. Lamond then shuts his eyes again like he's about to doze off, and then reveals to us that he only brought up the rumor of the horse so that he can observe Vlad up close over the next few days. This is a little test for our boy, and if Lamond likes what he sees, then he'll teach the kid something. All of a sudden, he asks Vald how long it's been since he started using aura, and the swordsman claims it's been about 3 or 4 months. Hearing this, the geezer casually admits that our boy's progress is really fast, even though he finds it interesting that Vlad still hasn't found his own color despite all that. The blonde kid is taken aback by this statement because he's never heard anything about his aura having a specific color. At this point, Lamond reveals that aura is a manifestation of one's heart and explains that he hasn't found his color because his world hasn't been decided yet. With this enlightenment, the eager boy curiously asks what he has to do to find his own color. He almost startles the old man with his anxiety, and Lamond is surprised that he wasn't taught anything about aura. Vlad claims that he was taught only the basics, so Lamond concludes that Sir Joerger probably has a reason for not telling the kid anything yet. So, he decides not to teach Vlad too much yet. With this in mind, he tells the boy to show more of himself to the world and not to hide it too much, which just confuses Vlad even more. The veteran feels that he should create something to bring out his inner world, claiming that this is what knights call the key. Lamond reminds Vlad that the knights who use aura weren't using it alone. He wants our boy to think carefully and recall if they did a specific action. But he can't really remember anything right now since all of his encounters with such knights were in some urgent situation. He thinks a bit harder and realizes that all the knights made a certain movement while using aura. Sir Pablo put his sword in front of his shield. Sir Gregory would move his sword along with his feet. Rudiger would flick his sword with his finger. Seeing that the kid has remembered something, Lamond explains that it is the key, a tool in the ritual to open his heart's world big and wide. Our boy claims that he uses only aura, so the geezer, confirming why Lamond said he hasn't found his color. The veteran claims that Joerger will tell our boy when the time is right, even though it doesn't hurt to think about it in advance. Just then, the old man senses something strange, so he quickly tells Vlad to get down right before the voice yells the same thing. An arrow flies past them in that same moment, and Lamond realizes that their journey will not be as smooth as he thought. He quickly informs the rest of the traveling party that they're being ambushed and tells them to be on guard. Before they can understand what's going on, one of them gets shot in the head and commotion ensues as the horses get startled. They don't know where the arrows are coming from, but then one of the knights locates the huge group of bandits on the horizon. Seeing this, Lamond tells Goth to get the horse running quickly and to hold on tightly so it doesn't escape. Vlad is shocked to see bandits in a place like this, so Lamond explains that they're no ordinary group of bandits. In fact, they're way more troublesome than your regular bandits because it just so happens that they're barbarians. That word is quite a throwback for this channel, because we all know and love barbarians thanks to our boy Bjorn. The story resumes on the plains that are about to be turned into a battlefield. All of a sudden, a barrage of arrows is unleashed by the army of barbarians, and as you can imagine, that marks the beginning of an intense bloodbath on the plains. The mercenaries and all the other people traveling are caught off guard by this sudden attack. Heck, they did even expect to come across the deadly heathen army along the way, so they're not exactly prepared enough for such an encounter. However, they do the best they can to defend themselves, using their shields to block the arrows being shot at them. They've already braced themselves and organized themselves to be able to hold back the attacks, but it only takes a few seconds for them to realize that they've been overwhelmed. Nevertheless, they urge each other to hang in there and hold the formation long enough for the enemy forces to tire out at least. Unfortunately, the barbarians don't look like they'll get tired anytime soon. The archers among them draw their arrows a second time as they prepare to launch another deadly wave. The barbarians shoot a second sea of arrows at the travelers and immediately start to advance. From the look of things, these dangerous warriors have been looking for an opportunity to deal with some people, and these mercenaries were just unlucky enough to be the scapegoats at this time. The heathens have gravity on their side at the moment, and they're bent on using it because all of a sudden, they start charging at the stunned mercenaries with blistering speed. Our boy and his little group watch the whole thing unfold from afar. They're at the back of the pack, so they're able to quickly get themselves hidden and safe from the wrath of the barbarians. Lamond seems to have known something would happen because when the heathens start their onslaught, he's not surprised at all. He already knows that they would be the ones to start attacking the mercenaries first. This explains why he decided to travel with the merchants who were at the rear of the traveling convoy. As such, they've bought themselves some time, and so they'll be able to come up with a plan before they're surrounded. Seeing all of this, our hero is pretty confused. He has no idea what the barbarians are doing in this part of the country when everyone knows that they live beyond the northern borders. He can't wrap his head around the whole thing, and the old knight agrees with him, admitting that it's weird indeed. Lamond claims that he's never seen anything like this before, since they barbarians have never been known to cross this far out in the past. This sudden turn of events makes the old knight pretty upset because he was thinking that they'd finally get the chance to enjoy an easy trip. Unfortunately, they've been faced with the opposite, and now they have no choice but to draw their swords and clash blades with ruthless heathen warriors. With this in mind, Lamond takes out his sword as he prepares to go teach some barbarians a lesson. While doing this, he tells the coachman Goth to put a saddle on the horse, confirming that he's riding into the eye of the storm to take care of the situation. We've never actually seen this old geezer in action. Apart from the time he had an intense duel with our boy, we've not seen him in battle, especially against numerous enemies, so it would be really cool to see what the veteran swordsman is capable of on the battlefield. When he tells Goth to saddle the horse, the young man is reluctant to do so because he knows that the horse is meant for carrying luggage and not built for battle. He's afraid that the horse won't be good enough, but Lamond reminds him that it's better than having to run across the battlefield, flooded with enemies on horseback. Without a doubt, they can all see that they won't stand a chance against the barbarians if they don't have a horse of their own, and Lamond makes this crystal clear. It's no news that the ruthless heathens are some of the best horse riders in their world. Barbarians are said to be born on top of a horse, and that's saying something. Everyone knows that they're exceptional riders regardless of their gender or even their age. However, there are a few warriors who are regarded as the exceptions, and for this reason, Lamond believes that they shouldn't be able to handle a knight one-on-one. The old geezer makes this bold statement and urges our boy to burn his next words into his mind. Once he's sure that Vlad is paying complete attention to him, he tells the boy that he needs to destroy barbarians' mobility when dealing with them because that is pretty much their greatest strength and also their biggest weakness. While Lamond is still trying to give our boy a pep talk, Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a loud, intimidating voice which gets their attention immediately. They all listen up just like all the overpowered mercenaries lying injured on the battlefield. The man appears to be the leader of the barbarians, and he starts his little speech by telling all the mercenaries and merchants that he and his men don't intend to kill any of them. That being said, he promises to let them go if they pay the toll fees being demanded of them. Hearing this, the mercenaries are shocked. They're quite relieved that the onslaught has been halted, but they can't wrap their heads around the fact that the barbarians will really let them go if they just pay the toll fees. While most of them are still trying to understand what's going on, one of the desperate and terrified merchants at the back raises his hand to indicate his compliance. He speaks on behalf of the merchants, claiming that they all agree to pay the toll fees. Right now, he's ready to do whatever it takes to leave this place with his life, so he asks the barbarian leader how much the fee is. In response, the ruthless boss informs them that the toll fees to pass this point is everything they have except their lives. He makes it clear to them that the only way they can satisfy the bandit army is by giving up everything they own, and that means that they're to leave this place with just their bodies and nothing else. These words hit the man like a lightning bolt because he probably thought that the fee would be something he can easily do. He had no idea that he would have to lose everything he owns, and so the look of horror on his face is evident. The leader of the barbarians continues speaking while the stunned man stares in horror. He tells the merchants and mercenaries that they would be paying their toll fees to the afterlife if they dare to hold on to anything, and judging by the look on this man's face, you can tell that he won't be showing anybody mercy. The travelers continue to hide behind their shields, which have already been damaged by the arrows, and when the spokesman from earlier takes a closer look at the scenes in front of him, he realizes that there's really no hope of winning with just the mercenaries on their side. They've already paid such a high price to be escorted by the mercs, but right now, it all seems to have been in vain. The man admits that he didn't think they would run into mounted bandits in the Bayezid territory of all places. As if that isn't bad enough, they ended up coming across barbarians, the worst people anyone can ever encounter on a journey. Even though they've already paid a lot of money to guarantee their safety and protection, they have no choice but to comply with the barbarians' terms. At the moment, their top priority is to live their lives. But the spokesman of the merchants still wonders if they can really trust the words of the heathens. He doesn't say anything that suggests he won't obey the instructions, and just like that, the barbarian leader signals his men to take action. All of a sudden, one of the barbarians starts riding forward, and as he gets ahead of the others, he tells them to follow him, so they do. From afar, Vlad can see everything that's going on, so he realizes that the barbarians have started the move and suggests that they're trying to rob the merchants now. Because of this, he states that he doesn't like the heathens, while Lamond and Gold just react to this with the same look on their faces. It's like our boy is the only one who isn't familiar with the mounted bandits, so the whole thing is still so new to him. Anyway, Lamond responds to Vlad, claiming that he tried to like the barbarians for a while, but unfortunately, that didn't work for him. All of a sudden, they notice some of the barbarians coming toward them, and Lamond tells the boys to get ready. The old knight tells Vlad that he'll probably only have one chance against the barbarians because he doesn't know how to ride a horse. The young swordsman just sighs when he hears this because he knows that he's in for a tough fight. Nevertheless, he's confident that he'll come out victorious, so he takes out his sword and braces himself for the enemies approaching them. Just when the barbarians are a few meters away from them, Vlad does something really strange to the horses which causes them to stop in their tracks. For some reason, the horses are absolutely terrified and refuse to go any further when they see the kid's murderous glare. The barbarians don't seem to understand what's going on, so they try to force their horses forward, but this doesn't work because all of a sudden, the animals start to freak out, so much so that they almost throw their riders off their backs. It's at this point that they realize just how scared the animals are. As such, they conclude that something strange is going on, so they decide to check it out. At the same time, we see that Vlad is struggling with his own powers. It's starting to look like he's not in control because he's really upset that his darn energy is getting in the way again. Seeing all of this, Lamond decides that it's the best time to strike the disoriented enemies. After all, their horses are now malfunctioning, which basically means that their mobility has been greatly affected. The old man charges forward on horseback, encouraging Vlad and Goth to follow him into battle. As you can imagine, Vlad doesn't hesitate to join the veteran even though he's on foot. It's not the best condition for an attack, but the experienced knight is willing to take the chances. The distance between them and the enemies is not ideal, and it's evident that those barbarians aren't getting off their horses, but Lamond feels that this is their only chance to deal some significant damage. It's supposed to be a surprise attack that the enemies won't expect, but because of the huge distance between them, the barbarians are able to spot Vlad and the old knight coming toward them. The guy seems extremely confident and is absolutely unfazed by the identity of the people coming at him. In his mind, he can take them on because to him, it's just an old man and a brat. Convinced that the duo will be a piece of cake for them, the barbarians charge forward on their horses, hoping to intimidate Lamond and our boy with their force and speed. The barbarian tells his partners to cut the strangers down, so they all launch their curved blades at Vlad like a boomerang, which means that it would probably come back to them after doing the job. The old knight sees the arrogant enemies charging at him, which pisses him off a lot. He's annoyed that these shitheads would even dare to force him into a fight, so he decides that he'll teach them a lesson. That being said, the veteran knight blasts himself at the barbarians and shoots them off their horses before they can even see him. Lamon moves faster than they can even comprehend, and before they know it, he's already in front of them. Using incredible power, he takes out the first 2 bandits with deadly slashes of his sword. The others are stunned when they see this because they immediately identify this power as aura. As such, they figure out that the old man is a knight, and so they start to wonder what on earth a knight is doing in a place like this. Judging by the looks on their faces, they're all afraid, and this is confirmed when they start turning their horses around all of a sudden. These barbarians begin to retreat as fast as they can, determined to put some distance between the knights and them. They're not ready to take any chances because they already know just how dangerous knights are when it comes to a clash of swords. Even though these guys are quick to turn around, their plan to escape is instantly foiled when Vlad ambushes them. Our blonde hero sneaks up on them from above like a ninja, and when they see him right on top of their heads, they realize that they're done for. The first barbarian to see Vlad on the attack is so terrified that he freezes in fear, and the young knight just makes things worse for them by telling the scumbags that they're not going anywhere. Hearing this, the enemy's eyes pop out in fear, and before he can even process what he just heard, our boy ruthlessly decapitates him and knocks him off the horse. Vlad kills the first man in the blink of an eye, and when the last colleague spots his buddy's head lying in the sand, his fear level shoots up immediately. He's so stunned that he just remains frozen in shock. He doesn't know whether to try escaping or trying fighting back, so he just stays on the same spot as his horse, which is also pretty terrified of the young hero already. Just then, Vlad turns around and glares at the barbarian, sending chills down his spine. The guy becomes extremely afraid when he sees the look on our boy's face, and in that moment, all uncertainty in his mind vanishes because he immediately decides that the only fight option would be to run for his life. That being said, the heathen in the group rides his horse away from the scene as fast as he can, and he's lucky that our boy doesn't have a horse because there's no way he would have left that place alive if things were different. Vlad just stares at the guy riding away, and that's when Lamon calls out to him, informing him that this was a failed ambush by the barbarians. As such, he wants the boy to follow him into battle immediately because they need to kill as many enemies as possible before they go and get reinforcements. It appears that the knights might be too late already because while the veteran is still saying this, one of the barbarians appears right above him for yet another ambush. Our blonde hero is the one who sees this first, so he quickly warns the old man. By the time Lamon realizes that he's under attack, the enemy is already really close to him. The barbarian on the move stretches out his curved sword in an attempt to take the old knight's head off in one swing, and as he tries to do this, Lamon turns around swiftly. The powerful knight quickly blocks the attack using his own sword, and the clash is so intense that both blades start to spark from the impact. The old man smiles while they hold each other off, revealing that this little exchange is nothing for him. On the other hand, the barbarian can feel just how powerful the white-haired fellow is and wonders where someone so strong even came from. While he's still thinking about this, he takes a closer look and realizes that the old man clashing swords with him is a knight. Even at that, this high-ranking barbarian doesn't seem too bothered, which is really bold of him. Lamond is intrigued when he notices that the guy's unfazed even after seeing his aura, and this makes him conclude that he's not facing an opponent he'll be able to cut down easily with one strike. As a result, he engages the barbarian completely and faces the guy with everything he's got while shouting for Vlad to run away as fast as he can. As you can imagine, the boy is taken aback since he understands that Lamond is saying this because he is having a hard time. The young swordsman just stands there, reluctant to leave his new friend behind, but the old man yells at him to go away, reminding him that the mercenaries would run away any chance they get. In other words, the merchants would be exposed and completely unprotected, so he wants our boy to return to the scene and do what he can to help the people. Even at this point, Vlad is still reluctant to leave Lamond there, so he tries to argue, but the old man cuts him off, making it absolutely clear to him that he's of no use here since he doesn't have a horse. That being said, he orders our boy to make his way to the people immediately, and at this point, our boy finally decides to leave. Vlad grabs his swords as he obeys the orders and starts running to the other side. Unfortunately, before he can even start moving, another high-ranking barbarian starts riding toward him with murderous intent. The big guy blazes toward our boy with insane speed, and the blonde swordsman is caught off guard for the first time in this battle. Thankfully, his instincts kick in at the very last second and he's able to deflect the sword slash with his own blade. The impact pushes him back a lot as the horse jets past him. He almost falls to the ground but manages to scrape along the sand long enough to regain his balance. As you can imagine, this attack sends dust flying all over the place, making things a lot harder for our boy, who is unfortunately on foot. He groans and admits that the attack was pretty heavy. The impact is even greater because the speed of the horse was added to the attack, and after thinking about this, he realizes that he's in for a really tough duel. Vlad sees the barbarian turning around to come at him for round 2, and the voice finally comes to help him out since he can sense the boy's tension. The voice tells Vlad to calm down and advises the young swordsman to stand his ground against the enemy. But these words of encouragement don't seem to be doing a lot since our boy is already panicking because he doesn't have a horse. He wishes he could ride one because he's at a serious disadvantage right now, and while he's still thinking about this, something strange happens all of a sudden. Vlad's eyes begin to glow as if he just sensed something, and even the barbarians suddenly see dust clouds forming in the distance. They're confused because they have no idea who it could be, and they wonder if the warriors from another group came back. That guess doesn't sound correct to them because from what they can see, it doesn't look like the dust clouds are being formed by more than one person. After pondering for a while, they start to see things more clearly, and that's when they realize that there's only one black horse and it doesn't even have a rider. Our boy hears the sound and a smile creeps up on his face because he already recognizes the black horse running toward the battlefield. The barbarians are also familiar with the horse, but it doesn't look like they have any good memories together. They alarm each other when they see the horse, claiming that it got away from them the last time they tried to capture it. Now, the horse is coming to them by itself and they're determined to catch it this time around. It turns out that this majestic horse is really famous around here and they call it the Son of the Grasslands. All of a sudden, the barbarians change their objective because they're no longer so concerned about robbing the traveling merchants. At the moment, they've seen a much bigger prize, so they organize themselves and prepare to chase the horse with their numbers. They gather themselves, determined to capture the Son of the Grasslands, and as they start going toward the horse, we realize that the powerful creature isn't backing down either. You'd expect the horse to start running the opposite direction when it sees them attacking with their swords and ropes. However, that's not the case because this horse is actually charging fearlessly at the barbarians right now. They attempt to capture it with their ropes, but they all miss for some reason and are unable to make an accurate hit on the target. The Son of the Grasslands runs past this first wave of heathens without stress, and the men are pretty disappointed in themselves when they see how effortlessly the creature got away from them. The horse blazes past and continues to run away from them, but they're determined to win this prize, so they urge each other to go after the horse still rather than just standing around there. Clearly, the Son of the Grasslands is the fastest horse around, so they're unable to close the gap during the chase, and while they're still at it, our boy climbs a platform so that the horse can see him because he knows that his old friend is coming to help him out. Our boy calls out to the horse, giving it his location, and judging by the way his eye is glowing right now, you can see that he is somehow connected to the creature since its eyes are glowing as well. The horse stops in its tracks all of a sudden when it sees the aura radiating from the young swordsman's body high on a cliff, and that's enough for the Son of the Grasslands to start speeding toward our boy. Now, it's evident to everyone that the boy and the horse are teaming up, so when the barbarian sees Vlad running toward the black horse, he gives chase, attempting to foil this little reunion. Our boy runs as fast as he can, but the horse behind him catches up easily, and just when the heathen is about to slash him with his curved sword, the boy jumps off the cliff hoping to escape. The blonde swordsman took a big leap of faith with that one, and once he's in the air, he realizes how dangerous the situation is. At this point, he's probably afraid that he might get hurt, but then all of a sudden, we see that the Son of the Grasslands also took a big leap, and as if on cue, the horse gets in the perfect position for Vlad to land right on top of its back. It's a wild horse, so there's no saddle, and Vlad is forced to stay put by holding onto its mane. The barbarians are stunned when they see what just happened. It's practically impossible for them because they never imagined that the Son of the Grasslands, a horse that possessed divine blood, would actually ever allow someone who's not from the Grasslands to ride it. It all looks so unbelievable to everyone else, and while the barbarians are trying to wrap their heads around it, our boy rides with confidence into the battlefield. He has a horse now, so he's no longer at a disadvantage, which means that he can easily go help the merchants who are currently being stripped of everything they own. As he rides along the plains, Vlad starts laughing excitedly all of a sudden because he hasn't felt the thrill of riding a horse in a long time. This is it. This is the feeling from back then when he fought the death worm. It's the feeling telling him that he doesn't have to hold himself back anymore, and you can already guess that it's the same feeling that the horse is experiencing right now. The feeling of freedom engulfs our boy so much that he lets go of the horse's mane, knowing that he won't fall off. He knows that he can now run to his heart's content, and that's exactly what he is going to do. While our boy is still enjoying his first taste of absolute freedom in a long time, the barbarians are still plotting to capture the Son of the Grasslands. As a result, they all go after the horse, ready to do whatever it takes to get the creature for themselves. The bandits refuse to lose this time around, and they are not willing to hand over the Son of the Grasslands to a mere brat from the Empire. Or at least that's all they think our boy Vlad is right now. While some are chasing the young swordsman, we see that our boy is actually riding toward the rest of the barbarian army, feeling pretty good that he'll defeat them. They're also confident that they would win this intense battle that's about to unfold, so they charge at the lone warrior, determined to show him just how powerful they are together. At this point, Vlad decides that it's time for him to activate his aura, and the moment he does this, the Son of the Grasslands does the same. At the moment, both man and horse are practically in sync, and they're an extremely formidable force as well. The power from the both of them shines through the plains, leaving most of the barbarians astounded. It's practically a blinding light that fills the battlefield, and as they charge toward the target, the beam hits all of them like a thunderbolt. They're all left speechless when they see this, and it's pretty obvious that they've never come across such power like that before. It turns out that this aura-powered beam of light that shone through the place was actually what one would call a killer ray. With each beam that hits any of the barbarians, the power of our boy's combined aura kills them on the spot. And just like that, Vlad manages to wipe out an entire wave of heathen warriors without even having to do much. All he does is make one insane slash of his sword, which immediately multiplies in the blink of an eye to kill numerous barbarian enemies. After wiping out the first wave of the heathen army, the remaining barbarians are horrified because they suddenly realize that the kid is a knight too. They thought that he was just some brat from the Empire who wants to steal their prize from them, but now that they know he's a knight, their fear levels increase drastically. The men look back in horror, wondering just how many of their men Vlad killed in the blink of an eye. Seeing just how dangerous the young swordsman is, the barbarians realize that they'll just end up dead if they keep fighting him like that. As such, they advise themselves not to fight the boy head on. Right now, the wisest thing to do would be to get away from him and attack from afar. Before they can even come up with another plan to use against him, Vlad turns around with his horse and turns the tables on them. Their plan was to just run far enough to unleash ranged attacks on him and the son of the grasslands. Unfortunately, our boy is not going to give them that opportunity, so he swiftly turns around and gets to their backs, making them the runners while he's the pursuer. Now, they're forced to keep riding away, hoping they can outrun the son of the grasslands, but they already probably know better than that since the black horse is undoubtedly the fastest creature around. Anyway, Vlad is right on their tails, and as he gets even closer, he lifts his aura-infused sword and prepares the strike. Even though their situation is starting to look really bleak, they refuse to give up, so they decide to split up into two sides. This way, they feel that they'll probably be able to circle around Vlad and surround him from good. It appears that the son of the grasslands knows exactly what they're trying to do, because the moment they come up with this idea, the black horse with its white magical horse makes a strange sound, calling out to all the other horses. They seem to be affected by this call because they refuse to obey their riders. The barbarians try to make their horses change direction, but the animals refuse, which is very unlike them. They begin to wonder what's going on when their animals start to act weird, and most of them just confirm that their horses are scared. At this point, the leader of this wave gets really pissed because he doesn't understand what on earth would be making the horses so scared at this crucial time. He asks the question with so much disgust and irritation laced in his voice, and while he's still complaining about the horses, he takes a look back and sees just how menacing the young warrior is on the back of his horse. Vlad's expression is laced with an ominous demeanor, and the horse looks even more deadly with its pointy unicorn horn and its scary glowing eyes. Due to the insane levels of power emanating from the both of them, aura fills the sky, and they've pretty much changed the weather as well. It's like there's a storm coming, and as our boy emerges from the terrifying clouds of energy behind him, the barbarians run for their lives, knowing that they won't stand a chance against someone as scary as the young swordsman. The heathens are so scared at this point because in only a matter of seconds, Vlad somehow managed to turn the tides of this whole situation, and he has also somehow transformed the battlefield into a really scary nightmare for the barbarians. With the way things are going, it's only a matter of time before he wipes them all out, so he addresses them, informing them that they will be the ones getting hunted from this point on. Right now, Vlad is getting extremely confident, and you can't blame him for feeling this way when he's got the ruthless barbarians running for their lives like scared animals. Unfortunately, his little high is about to be interrupted because all of a sudden, the high-ranking member of the barbarian army from earlier reappears, and this time around, he looks even more powerful than before. He's been giving Lamond a real hard time for a while now, and it appears that he might actually be overpowering the veteran knight. He lands a powerful strike which the old geezer blocks, even though it's not exactly easy. Just as he noticed earlier, the guy is really strong and Lamond is struggling to keep taking the hits. The force from all the attacks seems to be taking a toll on the old man's horse. The creature starts foaming at the mouth, suggesting tiredness, and at this point, it's once again very clear that this horse wasn't built for battle. Lamond can see that his horse won't be able to take any more damage and admits that he was too hard on Packhorse. Now that his horse has pretty much given up, the old knight figures that it's all over for him. With this in mind, Lamond and his horse are forced to suffer one last finishing strike which forces him to steer wide even though he managed to block the sword strike. Unfortunately, neither him or the horse is able to maintain balance, and it only takes a couple seconds for them to trip and tumble in the sand. This sends dust shooting up and filling the air. By the time the dust settles, all that's left is the half-dead horse lying on the ground. Its eyes are white, and it's only a matter of time before it gives up the ghost. The old man is disappointed by what happened, but it doesn't mean that he's any less prepared to show this barbarian scum what he's capable of. The guy does seem to be moved by the fact that he's a knight, so he would like to put that fear of swordsman back in his heart. Lamond smiles at the situation, feeling stirred up by the challenge before him because it's been a while since he felt this way, and he didn't expect that there would even be another person that would be able to get his blood boiling again. Anyway, enough of the chit-chat. The old knight takes out his sword, prepared for a duel, and when the barbarian turns around to see that the geezer is back on his feet, he just gets pissed at how persistent Lamond is. Even though the old knight has proven himself to be a tough nut to crack, this pony-tailed barbarian feels that it is over for him now. Just when their duel is about to resume, they both hear a strange noise which gets their attention, and Lamond instantly recognizes it as the sound of the barbarian's horn. He's absolutely spot on with this guess because when he turns around, He sees that the young swordsman is the one pursuing the barbarian army. What's even more shocking is the fact that he's riding a horse too. Our boy rides majestically, forcing the heathens to retreat, and when the leader of the army sees this, he's absolutely furious. To think that a young boy from the empire would send his best warriors taking to their heels like chickens makes him sick to his stomach, so he rides toward them with rage in his eyes, determined to punish our boy for making a fool out of his army. Just like that, Lamond is no longer forced to pull out the tricks up his sleeves because his opponent now has bigger fish to fry. The leader of the heathen army rides off to challenge Vlad, feeling insulted, and even though the old man calls out for the bastard to stop, the barbarian leader just ignores him. Apparently, the reason why the guy is so mad is the fact that Vlad is riding that particular black horse. The son of the grasslands rejected even the leader of the barbarian army, and that's saying something since these guys are literally born to be with horses. Before Vlad, the guy was seemingly the only person who should even be worthy to ride such a stallion, but even he got rejected. So, it really baffles him to see the blonde boy from the empire riding the beast, and as such, he calls out to Vlad, commanding him to get off the horse immediately. When Vlad sees the barbarian leader charging at him, he's surprised because the guy is supposed to be fighting Lamond right now. Seeing him alone makes our boy wonder if the old man got killed or something. But then he takes a closer look and spots the old geezer at the back. Our boy heaves a sigh of relief at this point, because he was afraid that Lamond might be dead. While he's still mentally celebrating, the barbarian leader yells at him again, ordering him once again to get off the horse, because he believes that the son of the grasslands is not a horse that someone like Vlad can ride. Hearing these words, our boy is really pissed, so he hits back at the guy, warning him not to fuck around with the wrong dude. I mean, who the hell is he to tell our hero what to do? Enraged by Vlad's bold response, the barbarian leader yells furiously for the boy to shut up. He's beyond angry right now, and Vlad can tell because he suddenly sees a huge wave of red magic radiating from the guy's body. It's at this point that the voice in his head reveals that some of the barbarians can use magic to engrave their own world. Hearing this, the young swordsman suggests that this heathen army leader is at least on the level of a knight who can control aura, and that means he's certainly no pushover. While our boy is still busy assessing his opponent, the angry barbarian vows to take his life as the price for sullying a divine horse, and as you can imagine, Vlad accepts the challenge, stating that he'd like to see him try. At this point, both men are boiling with rage and fuming with aura, so the next thing coming is an intense battle which they don't fail to provide because right after all the yelling, they charge at each other like two deadly jousters ready to risk it all. The two warriors continue to go at each other after the first clash. They ride side by side and continue to clash blades in the process. The barbarian leader uses his curved blade to land hit after hit, while our boy uses his aura-infused sword to counter each strike over and over again. It gets to a point where they seem to be at a stalemate because they're almost evenly matched right now. As they hold their swords against each other, the barbarian glares at our boy with his glowing eyes, probably thinking he can intimidate the young knight with this method. But after a while, it's clear to him that Vlad is not even slightly afraid of him. With this in mind, he decides to end the staring contest and suddenly stops his horse. Our boy doesn't predict this move in time, so by the time he realizes that the other guy has stopped, he's already ahead. The voice then points out what the barbarian is trying to do, stating that he has now caught them up from behind so that he can sneak up on them. Vlad realizes that this is exactly what's going to happen, but by the time he stops his horse to turn around and face the opponent, it's already too late. Our boy is unable to turn around quickly enough, and the barbarian swiftly charges at him to land a devastating strike on him. Thankfully, the son of the grasslands knows the exact move that the barbarian leader is about to pull, so the horse ducks just in time, which brings Vlad's head lower, allowing him to evade the sword slash by the skin of his teeth. The horse manages to save our boy's life with that risky move, and even though it was really dangerous, Vlad is glad to still be alive, so he thanks the horse for saving him. Meanwhile, the heathen leader is even more pissed now that he missed his opportunity to end Vlad's life. He's also more jealous as well because he can now see so many other impressive traits that the son of the grasslands possesses. It's a horse that was born with divine blood, so he's not too surprised by what just happened since he already knew that it was an extraordinary creature. However, he never imagined that it would be to this extent. At the moment, our young hero feels that he and the horse have already become one in movement. He's faced tons of people who are unbelievably strong so far, and that barbarian is certainly one of them. He knows that he can still deal with any sword attacks the guy throws at him, but he feels that there would still be a problem for him. And just when he's about to think of it, the voice in his head chimes in, telling him that the horse riding technique. The voice points out how our boy doesn't even have a saddle or bridle to ride with. He's basically a newbie to this, and if it wasn't for the special connection he has with the son of the grasslands, he'd probably have fallen off the horse by now. The young knight agrees, claiming that his thighs are even trembling because of how scared he is to keep riding. He's shaking so much that he can't use his legs properly anymore, and the voice informs him that he'll become more disadvantaged the more this drags out. It's clear that Vlad needs a way to flip the situation around. Otherwise he might end up dead. At this point, he suddenly remembers what Lamond told him to engrave into his mind about making sure to kill a barbarian's mobility during a battle. Turns out he actually let that advice stick, and now that he's recalled it, He realizes that this is exactly what he needs to do to flip the situation around. With this in mind, he decides that it's time for him and his heathen opponent to get dirty on the ground. Vlad charges at the barbarian leader, thinking of a way to immobilize the guy, and when the warrior sees them coming at him, he decides that the fight has to end right here and right now since he can't let it carry on. He challenges our boy to bring it on and the charges at Vlad. The blonde knight sees the guy coming at him with insane speed, so he decides that it's time to take some action. With this in mind, he swiftly turns his horse around, so the son of the grasslands swerves so fast that he throws some dirt in the barbarian's face. This gives Vlad enough time to start running away, and when the other heathens see this, they start to jeer. The leader of the army is surprised to see this and even more upset because now he feels that our boy is nothing more than a dishonorable bastard. This is the impression he has of our boy now, and the thought of someone without honor riding the divine horse makes his blood boil. We thought this guy was angry before, but we're now about to witness what pure and diluted rage looks like. The barbarian warlord gets his horse moving as he chases after the young knight, and for some reason, he catches up rather quickly. So, it's almost like our boy is waiting for him to get closer. He obviously has a plan that we don't know yet, and judging by the cheeky smile that creeps up his face, you can tell that it's going to be a really brilliant trick he's got up his sleeves. Once the heathen leader gets close enough, the blonde swordsman engages him in conversation. He reveals that he heard the barbarians are born on top of horses, and then claims that he's always been living in the mud that's beneath the horses. As you'd expect, the furious warrior doesn't give a shit what Vlad is talking about, so he asks the boy what nonsense he's spouting, or at least that's what he thinks the knight is doing. Anyway, our boy turns to look at the angry guy and suggests that he's actually done a lot for him by agreeing to fight on horseback the whole time. And for this reason, he feels that it's about time the barbarian leader did something for him as well. With that being said, he waits patiently for the guy to be right behind him, and when the time is right, he takes off his cloak, allowing it to fly right into his face. This plan should have worked, but the heathen leader's senses are just too sharp. So, the guy is able to see the cloak coming toward him and is able to push it out of the way with one hand. After dodging this bullet, he yells angrily, telling Vlad that his petty tricks won't work anymore. However, before he can finish saying this, he raises his head and is shocked to see the blonde swordsman coming at him from above. Vlad bravely leaps off his horse and attempts to tackle the barbarian off his horse so that they can take their fight to the floor. Sure, the guy has sharp senses, but this time, even though he sees our boy flying toward him, there's nothing he can do to stop it. It all happens so quickly, and before he can even figure out a countermove, the boy grabs him by the neck and tells him that it's time for them to fight in the mud. The barbarian is horrified when he hears these words because our boy sounds pretty crazy right now. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a choice right now since Vlad tackles him to the ground while holding him in a headlock. And just like that, the barbarian loses his mobility. To make matters worse, their fall isn't just a simple one since our boy makes sure to drag the opponent along the slopey hills. Both men roll around in the dirt as they struggle continuously, and the next thing we see is that they're falling off a cliff. Vlad and the barbarian leader see themselves plummeting down the cliff, and the rest of the bandits are horrified to see their boss suffer such a fate. Even Lamon becomes very worried about the young swordsman when he sees this because he knows that falling from such a height would be fatal no matter how strong a knight is. The old man stands at the edge of the cliff, feeling really sorry for Vlad, but then all of a sudden, he takes a closer look down and sees something that makes him laugh. The bottom is glowing brightly, so Lamond already knows the skill that the kid used. At this point, he can't help but feel that our boy is a nasty brat because he literally learned this skill before Lamond decided to teach it to him. Anyway, this technique is an aura-focused skill which allowed Vlad to stay alive after falling from such a height. Besides that, we now see that the young swordsman successfully subdued the barbarian leader. Vlad holds the guy's neck and places his sword inches away from it, so the barbarian leader is forced to introduce himself for the first time. He claims that he is AJ of the Budot tribe, probably thinking that it would make our boy let him go. Unfortunately, our boy doesn't give a shit. The scene shifts back to Soara, where a sister from the convent visits Joseph, telling him to be careful even though he wants to groom his servant. He doesn't seem to understand what she's talking about, so the angry lady just scowls at him. In a flashback scene, we see exactly why she's upset. Apparently, our boy took Jemima away from the convent without going through any procedures when the girl was basically a nun. In this scene, the sister tells Vlad that he has no right to do that even though he's from the Bayezid household. In response to this, he snaps at her, telling her that it's thanks to the Bayezid name that they still have a tomorrow. Vlad's glowing eyes glare at them as his words send chills down their spines. In the present, the sister is certain that Vlad will cause trouble for them in the near future because she feels that he's blasphemous and that he is extremely vicious and impatient. The mayor just stays silent after she's done talking, and then she suggests that Vlad will sully his honor. However, Joseph doesn't agree. He already knew that Vlad disrespected the convent and there was enough time for her to come report him all this while, so he doesn't get why she's only doing that now and warning him about the kid. Now that San Racino has given the boy who was born in the back alleys recognition, the same boy has even been endorsed by the respected priest Andrea. Joseph feels that all of this is intentional since there's only one person who can move the convent head, and that person is Bishop Pierre. Sorcerer is controlled by two people, Mayor Joseph of the Bayezid bloodline, and the bishop who follows the word of God and looks after the people. However, the delicate balance is being swayed. The achievements of Joseph's vassal will definitely give him more influence, so he can now see the opposition's intentions more clearly, because he now realizes that he was their target right from the start. The story continues with Master Joseph having a chat with a visitor in his office. Basically, they're judging the actions of his vassal, Vlad of Sorcerer. While it's true that Vlad gave the opposition a reason to do this, the mayor also believes that certain boundaries ought to be kept. Young Master Joseph feels that they must all know that he's not obliged to do anything just because of his servant's misbehavior. With this in mind, he wonders if there is some kind of other hidden intention behind all of this. While the mayor is thinking about this, he's suddenly drawn out of his thoughts when someone knocks on the door. The person apologizes for disrupting the meeting, and that's when he finally lifts his head to see who's there. It turns out to be none other than Sir Joerger, who reveals that the stabler that went with Sir Lamond has returned. The usher goes into the room, and the young master just remains speechless for a while as he curiously waits to hear what the stabler has got to say. Seeing the look on Goth's face, Master Joseph immediately figures that the report must not be a good one. Sure enough, the stabler finally opens his mouth to speak, revealing that the barbarians have appeared. The sister from the convent is absolutely horrified, but the mayor just looks pretty unfazed since he was already expecting bad news. He calmly turns to the messenger and asks the guy where the barbarians are right now. In response, Goth reveals that they're on the roads connecting Soara and Varna, claiming that they're already attacking the people there. At this point, the mayor asks the stabler another important question, which is if he ran away to come back all by himself. Hearing this, Goth gets nervous and quickly clarifies that he didn't abandon his companions. He explains that Sir Lamond was the one who gave him the order to go get help. He goes on to state that Vlad has already taken the barbarian captain hostage and that he's holding his ground back there. The mayor is a little relieved to hear this, but he's also pretty curious about what happened to the mercenaries who were supposed to be protecting the merchants. In response, Goth reveals that the mercs retreated the moment they found an opening to do so, stating that they would all be dead if it weren't for Sir Lamond and Vlad. At this point, Master Joseph takes in all the information and figures that only Vlad and the old knight are protecting those who were ambushed. The stabler confirms this, and the sister from the convent just looks pissed that the young swordsman doesn't have the kind of bad reputation she was hoping for. The mayor sees the frustration on her face, and it makes him crack a small smile. Anyway, now that his boy has successfully made the nosy lady look a bit stupid, he figures that it's time for him to help the blondie in question. So, he asks Sir Joerger to personally lead the mounted troops on a rescue mission to go help out Vlad and the others. He tells Goth to guide them as they embark on the mission and also urges them to move swiftly. Both men understand the assignment, so acknowledge the order and get right to business. Once they're gone, the mayor resumes his little chat with the sister, suggesting that his vassal is pretty great. Of course, this is just to piss her off even more, and it works. She doesn't seem to get what he means by this, so he elaborates some more. As far as the mayor is concerned, Vlad is still following God's will and protecting the young lambs despite being of lowly birth and having an impatient personality. At this point, the sister realizes that she can't really disagree with him on that. She begrudgingly admits that he's right, and Master Joseph decides to capitalize on that. He feels that he'll still have to meet Bishop Pierre eventually, but if they're going to, then he wants this sister to pass a message to the man of God first. The lady listens anxiously to hear what he has to say, and he claims that he's truly grateful for the bishop's concern over him. And to conclude his message, he states that he'll visit the man of God soon. A wave of horror washes over the sister when she hears him say this, because she's afraid of what might happen if the two men meet. She has every reason to be worried too, since he intends to face the bishop head-on when they finally meet, and as you can imagine, that's going to be one hell of an encounter. The scene changes at this point, and we catch up with our boy who's back in the wilderness. He's still on a journey with Sir Lamond and the merchants, and it's safe to say that he looks really exhausted. While riding on his horse, he takes a look to the side and notices another small army of horsemen riding together. From what he can see, he's convinced that more of the barbarians are gathering there, and the old man confirms this. He claims that quite a lot of them are heading south, but this is quite unusual to him, because if they were normal mounted bandits, then they would have run away the moment their chief got caught. As a result, Sir Lamond concludes that their hostage must be a really highly ranked warrior. The guy's currently tied up in the wagon, looking quite unfazed by anything that's going on. He probably feels that his warriors will soon come to rescue him, and this is a possibility that the old man fears too, since the barbarians are still hanging around. Sir Lamond feels that this is getting bad, and he's afraid that they'll be in big trouble before they even reach Soara if things continue at this rate. They're still trying to hold their ground and make it home safely while the barbarians are waiting for an opportunity to strike. The old man is really worried at the moment, and he's starting to wonder what is taking the stabler so long to return with reinforcements. The barbarians suddenly start dispersing, and he's afraid that they've changed their strategy, which makes him wonder if something happened. Vlad and his horse take a look at the side all of a sudden when they notice something quite shocking. That's when they realize that Goth has finally arrived with backup. Sir Lamond looks over and sees the dust clouds all over the place, so he agrees with the young swordsman. The Bayezid army advances toward them with Joerger and Goth leading the way. When the old man sees this, he realizes that he was just getting worked up over nothing. The merchants are so relieved when they see the army coming. They recognize them as the mounted troops of Soara, so they immediately conclude that they're saved. While everyone else is jubilating about their arrival, the leader of the barbarians is quite pissed because he didn't expect that the reinforcements would get here that quickly. This explains why the barbarians dispersed earlier. They probably saw the mounted troops of Soara arrive and made a break for it. Anyway, the leader of the barbarian realizes that the jig is up right now, so he commends the old man for sending Goth to get back up, admitting that it was an impressive judgment. If they had tried to stay back there without abandoning the goods, then the situation would have been very different. In response, Sir Lamon smugly informs him that it's the advantage of being old. He cuts the pleasantries short and gets right to business afterward. Now that the reinforcements are here, the old man believes that it's time for him to ask the hostage his own questions. First one on the list is why on earth the barbarians have come to this place. The old knight demands to know why they have come so far into their territory, and at this point, the hostage is ready to answer. In response, he tells Sir Lamon that they came this far out all because they needed the son of the grasslands. Hearing this, the old man informs the hostage that he and his men could have just gone after the horse without robbing the merchants. He asks the chief of the barbarians why they plundered others, and the bound man explains that they did it because they also needed to earn some allowance to survive. As far as he is concerned, that's pretty practical, but now that he's been captured and the horse has literally chosen someone else, he feels that there's no longer any reason for them to head to the south. The hostage admits that he wasn't expecting the son of the grasslands to choose a boy from the empire over a wild and reputable master like him. Nevertheless, he's accepted defeat finally, and the whole thing just makes him realize what a cruel master time really is. Hearing this, Sir Lamon just ponders on the whole discussion quietly. Just then, Joerger arrives, and the first thing he does is tease the old man a little. He claims that he thought that they would have a hard time with some barbarians. Apparently, he expected the white-haired man to deal with the mounted bandits since he's a veteran. As you can imagine, Sir Lamon takes offense when he hears this, so he snaps at the one-eyed knight, stating that the bastards would have run off to Varna by now if he had a military horse to ride on. At this point, Joerger can see his point, so he changes the topic and admits that he's just glad they're all safe, whatever the case may be. Now, his job is to take them back to Soara. Just then, they look to the side once again and notice the barbarians still hanging around. Sir Lamon asks Joerger what he will do with the mounted bandits now, because it seems that they have their own situations right now. In response, the green-eyed knight reminds the veteran that they're already in chaotic times. That being said, he believes that they need to avoid the anxious barbarians. However, first, he intends to have a chat with them. He suddenly starts riding in another direction, claiming that he'll persuade them to leave the Bayezid territory. Sir Joerger's eye starts glowing all of a sudden, and you can literally see the aura coming out from under his eye patch. The hostage looks pretty scared when he sees this, and Joerger just approaches him, claiming that just wants to talk the way any civilized man would. His sword equally starts brimming with energy, which just makes him look even more terrifying. As you can imagine, the other barbarians are just as terrified as their captured leader when they witness the power of this green-eyed knight. The leader is overwhelmed by the aura and admits that the world they're beholding has a completely different depth from anything they've ever seen. As such, the barbarian leader fears that the one-eyed knight could slaughter all of them if he wanted to. The leader watches the glowing knight ride slowly toward his men, and with fear in his heart, he immediately yells out for all of them to retreat. The hostage starts shouting all of a sudden, telling his barbarian army to go back before Sir Joerger gets to them. The mounted bandits hear their leader screaming at the top of his lungs, and when they realize that he wants them to retreat, they're a little confused. They're reluctant to leave him and wonder why he'd give up so easily. Sure, they're afraid of Joerger, but they still believe they could beat him. Well, their chief definitely doesn't think so, and that's why he's screaming at them to get the yell out of there. He's so pissed that they're still talking and can't believe that they can't tell the situation even at this point. Despite his best attempts to get them out of there immediately, they're still reluctant to leave. They're torn and unsure of what to do, because if they retreat now, then their chieftain would probably end up dead. Even though they want to save him, they also know that they're currently in the front yard of Soara, which just puts them in a very vulnerable position since they don't even know when more reinforcements will arrive. Besides that, they already know that there's one more knight to face, the one-eyed swordsman with a really terrifying aura that's currently closing on them. They already had their hands full before when it was just Vlad and the old man. But now, they're faced with a knight that seems to be even more dangerous, so it's pretty evident how bad their odds are. With everything looking pretty bad for them, one of them decides to retreat and come back another time. The guy doesn't feel that the people of Soara will harm their leader, because he believes that they wouldn't want to start a war with the barbarians. That being said, the other mounted bandits begin to see reason in his point, and more of them decide that it's best to just do what their chief told them to. As such, they all mount their horses and retreat before Sir Joerger can get to them. As they flee the scene, they yell at their leader, pleading with him to survive, vowing that they'll meet him again one day. Once the barbarians are out of the picture, Sir Lamon just teases Joerger for calling himself a civilized man when he was clearly about to choose violence with the rest of the barbarian army. In response, the green-eyed knight just hits back at the old geezer, pointing out how the end result is a clean one regardless. While the others are bickering, we see that our boy is being showered with praise from the merchants who are grateful for his help. Then thank Vlad for protecting them and saving them from the mounted bandits. The black horse doesn't look like it's really a fan of all the noise judging by the look on its face, and then all of a sudden, it gets up on its hind legs with Vlad caught off guard. Our boy is shocked by this and tries to regain control. While he's busy with that, the merchants start talking about how dangerous and fierce the black horse is. Some suggest that this is probably because it's a wild horse, and so they decide that it's best to keep their distance from the creature. Vlad keeps trying to calm the son of the grasslands down, wondering what the hell triggered the horse all of a sudden. While he's still trying to figure out what made the horse act this way all of a sudden, Sir Joerger approaches him. The advanced knight asks the kid whose horse he's riding, and Vlad is a little taken aback because he's not exactly sure how to answer that. Either way, he reveals that this is the horse he met while he was fighting the deathworm before. He reveals that the black stallion somehow found its way to him again, and as soon as he says this, Joerger realizes what he's talking about. The one-eyed knight recalls Vlad saying something about a wild horse he came across on his last adventure, so now that he's gotten a chance to see the creature, and pretty amazed. He observes that the horse is bigger than most and admits that it also seems to be extraordinary even at first glance. Our boy agrees with all of this of course and suggests that he'll have to make a saddle for the son of the grasslands once he gets back to Soara. In response, Joerger just tells the young swordsman that it looks as though he'll finally earn his keep now. Later that night, they finally get back home, but once they reach the entrance, Sir Joerger suddenly notices that Vlad isn't following him inside. He turns around and asks the kid what he's doing, wondering if he's not going in too. At this point, we see that our young hero is struggling a bit because he's no longer in control. He reveals that the horse suddenly stopped moving and refused to go any further. Right now, Vlad is really confused because he doesn't get why the son of the grasslands is acting this way again. The advanced knight just watches the boy struggle continuously with the horse, and he just remains speechless. After a while, he finally comes up with a theory for what's going on. Sir Joerger recalls how the horse seemed pretty unhappy when the merchants came closer, and then points out how the one riding him is hated by other horses. As you can imagine, this is just Joerger's way of pissing our boy off, and it works. But then again, the advanced knight has a point. Joerger goes on to state that the horse hates other humans as well, and this just makes the whole situation a lot more complicated. The knight has certainly never experienced anything like this before, so he's pretty frustrated, and it just makes him feel that he'll never know how to deal with Vlad. On the bright side, he feels that the stressful vassal finally met his own kind, and that's some sort of consolation at least. Since the son of the grasslands refuses to enter the city, our boy figures that they'll just camp out for the night, at least until he can figure out a way to get his new horse over its phobia for humans. The next morning, we catch up with the grumpy old knight who's having his first drink of the day. He's currently watching Vlad nag and lamenting about the wild black horse. Our boy claims that the horse is so stubborn as he walks around with a bouquet of flowers. Sir Lamond asks him if the plan was effective, and Vlad claims that it was a bit. As such, he figures that the barbarian didn't tell them complete nonsense. Apparently, they consulted the hostage for some advice concerning the son of the grasslands, and the guy told him that the horse likes the color red. He claimed that wild horses move while following where the rose vines are because in the frozen grasslands, nothing would give them anything. The rose vines opening up in reaction to hot energy is a signal that is linked to survival according to the barbarian. Vlad took the advice and tried it out, but it turns out that the rose vines he got might not be enough to do the trick. Hearing all of this, Sir Lamond feels that Vlad should be able to find a solution pretty easily since he knows what the horse likes now. Hearing this, the kid ponders on the whole thing for a moment and then realizes that his plan might work better if he's able to get more red colors. The old man supports this theory, and our boy suggests that he can also make things better by making it bigger too. To this, Sir Lamond admits that these are usually better when they're big, so he also supports this. At this point, Vlad goes on to say that it would be perfect if his little temptation is also moving. Hearing this, the old man doesn't seem to get what he's talking about anymore. The geezer looks pretty lost after Vlad says this, but before he can get some clarification, they're both distracted by the familiar redhead walking by. It's Jemima, of course, who seems to be doing laundry at the moment. The reason they both can't get their eyes off her is because her shiny red hair is like the perfect thing for the plan. Sir Lamond feels that she is definitely worthy of being called a rose, and since they're both thinking the same thing right now, he fears that the kid might not be able to pull it off. He asks Vlad if he'll be fine, since he knows that he and the girl in question don't seem to have a very good relationship anymore. In response, the blondie just assures the old man that Jemima has always been grumbling ever since they were young. As such, he concludes by saying that their relationship goes beyond what they like or dislike, and he says this with a cheeky smile like he's so sure she'll help him out. Well, we're about to find out how that goes. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is the redhead bluntly telling Vlad to get lost. The funny part about this is that he hasn't even said anything yet. She didn't even give him a chance to make his request, and while he's still trying to get her attention, she sternly tells him not to get in her way, reminding him that she's working right now. After saying this, she gets back to work, laying the sheets on the bed, but the persistent swordsman keeps trying to make her hear him out. He claims that he only needs a moment of her time, but she just snaps at him, stating that he should go tell them to Lady Alicia. As soon as she says this, you can already see where her rage is coming from. Even though she clearly doesn't feel like talking to Vlad right now, he simply refuses to give up. He tells her that he needs her help, and this just makes her lose it finally. She angrily yells at him, stating that she's busy, and then turns to him like she's about to tear him to pieces. Just when it looks like she's about to rip him apart, she stops in her tracks because she's taken aback by the huge bouquet of roses he presents to her. Jemima calms down in the blink of an eye, and with a really confused look on her face, she asks him what is going on. At this point, he calmly informs her that he wants her to hold the flowers and help him with something. As soon as she realizes that this is just him asking for help again, she bluntly reminds him that she told him to take all his requests for help to Lady Alicia instead of her. She says this a second time, and our boy bluntly tells her no. After making it clear that he's not going to meet Lady Alicia for anything, he informs the redhead that this is a task only she can do. Our boy says this while handing her the bouquet a second time, hoping that she collects it from him. Vlad gives a really warm smile, and the tone of his voice is definitely soothing because the young lady starts blushing after hearing him say this. Her face is practically burning up already, but she keeps playing hard to get. Even though she's clearly melted for him already, she refuses to take the flowers from him because she wants to know what he wants from her first. At this point, our boy notices that she's feeling hot, and since he's still the clueless young man he's always been, he has no idea that he's the reason her face is getting flushed. He asks to find out if she's okay, looking truly concerned, but the shy girl doesn't want to get any more flustered, so she just tells him to shut the hell up. While that's going on, the scene changes and we catch up with young Master Joseph and his right-hand man Sir Joerger. They're currently on a little excursion to the underground prison in Soara, and after a long walk down the hallway, they finally reach the end where their target is. Upon reaching there, the young master introduces himself as mayor to the big guy sitting in the cell. Not surprisingly, it's the barbarian leader they captured not too long, and since Joseph is yet to meet the guy, he figures that this visit is necessary. In response, the prisoner introduces himself as AJ of the Budot tribe. The barbarian is bound with some really big chains, and judging by the defeated look on his face, it doesn't seem likely that he'll try to escape. However, this expression quickly turns into a smug look. The guy smiles, claiming that it's an honor to be visited by the mayor of Soara, and then he reveals that he has a few things he would like to ask. In response, the young master sincerely hopes that his trip down here doesn't turn out to be a wasted one. While saying this, Joseph takes a hard look at the prisoner and is moved by what he sees. The young master has seen numerous people trying to act cold-hearted or dignified at a time like things, but he's only seen a rare few who are true like this barbarian leader. Judging by what he just witnessed, he concludes that this man is the real thing, so he's eager to have a chat with him. Master Joseph admits that he initially thought this was something like a traditional ritual of the Budot tribe, but he later realized that it's actually forbidden for him to capture a wild horse. Now that he's realized this, he admits that he finds it really interesting because he believes that all worlds ought to be left alone so that they can shine in their own way. Therefore, what he's trying to say is that wild horses that shine only when they run should stay in the green grasslands and be left alone. He quotes all of this to the barbarian leader, stating that the people of the Budot tribe were apparently the kind who valued such principles, at least before this whole mess started. AJ remains speechless inside his cell with no idea how to defend himself because he's pretty guilty of going against their tradition with all that's been said. Since he has nothing to say, Joseph just continues to berate him, telling him that he broke the law, risked his life to cross the Iron Duke's territory just so he could come to this place. Apparently, the young master doesn't believe that the barbarian clan leader would go to such great lengths to break the law of his people when he's meant to uphold it. As such, he's convinced that the barbarians had another reason for trespassing, so he demands to know what it was. At this point, AJ slowly gets up to look the young master dead in the eye. With his hands chained to the wall, he walks up to the bars and admits that he thought about all this while he was locked here. The barbarian army leader claims that this could be better for him, stating that he's someone who will take charge of the future of the Budot tribe. As such, he goes on to reveal that there's only one reason why he would break the taboo of their tribe and try to capture the son of the grasslands. That being said, he finally drops that bombshell, stating that he did all that because they needed the fastest being they knew. As soon as he says this, he roars at the mayor and attempts to reach him with as much force as he can, but the chains hold him back. He blames the people of Soara for ruining his plan, and that's when he looks up to see the tip of his sword inches away from his forehead. Joerger stretches the sword into the cell, ready to end the prisoner if he tries anything funny. Meanwhile, Master Joseph is pretty curious about what the barbarian just said, so he asks him what he's talking about. In response, AJ just keeps burning up in rage, and once again, he asks the mayor what the hell the people of Soara have done to cause the dragon to go on a crazed frenzy. Hearing this, Joseph gets a little nervous because he seems to know exactly what the guy is talking about now. Apparently, there's a dragon that has been quiet all this time and now it's going on a rampage. The barbarian keeps losing his shit, angrily asking Jose what he did to the dragon's fragments. The mayor also appears to know what he's talking about. He knows about the dragon's fragments. As far as he knows, the West's evidence of path has been safely transferred over to the Iron Duke. Even though everything should be good on that front, he can't help but wonder if it's related to the rampage of the dragon somehow. While he's still thinking about this, his thoughts get interrupted all of a sudden because AJ sternly demands that the blonde boy who defeated him be brought to him. As you can imagine, the mayor isn't exactly a fan of that arrangement, so he asks the guy why he wants to see Vlad. In response, the barbarian explains that the only being that can catch up to the fastest dragon is the son of the grasslands, which happens to be in our boy's possession right now. AJ is convinced that the Black Horse must have chosen the young swordsman over him for a very good reason, which means that Vlad has something special in him. Hearing this, Master Joseph begins to understand what the barbarian is trying to say, so he claims that he'll think over the request. Of course, AJ knows how urgent the situation is, so he tells the mayor that he needs to hurry, feeling that he should probably know that as well. The remnants of the fallen dragon have inherited the blood of the most perfect dragon. The barbarian reveals that so far they've lived without realizing that they're dragons, but also states that something has definitely changed which puts everyone at risk. AJ fears that whatever happens will certainly go beyond their territory once the threats realize that they're dragons. After making this clear, the barbarian prisoner asks the young master once again what his people did with the dragon's fragments. He says this with a really desperate look, and it becomes quite clear that this problem is a lot more serious than the mayor could have imagined. The scene shifts to Vastopol, the main city, specifically the Baronoff dukedom. A blue flag is seen high up there, with the symbol of a fist on it which is surrounded by some kind of flames. A white-bearded man stands at the top of one of the towers in the castle and looks out to the snowy mountains. He notices that the fallen dragon is crying and he looks pretty concerned about it. This white-haired old man happens to be the Iron Duke, Timur Baronoff. While he's looking out to the windows, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when one of his subordinates barges into the room, claiming that something is happening to the dragon's fragments. The old guy says this with a lot of urgency in his voice, and when the Duke hears this, he becomes really worried as well. The old man informs his soldiers that their familiar issue has started again, and in order to deal with it, he needs the mages first. Duke Baronoff asks what the mages are doing, and one of his men informs him that it's not looking great this time around. It appears that they're unable to calm the dragon down with just magic. As such, the Duke tells them to call the priests who can engrave prayers. They all get to work, and while they're at it, the Duke asks if the Holy Knights have arrived. In response, one of his men informs him that Knight Captain Gunther is on his way. Hearing this, the Duke asks that the knight be brought to him as soon as he arrives. While everyone else is doing as they're asked, Duke Baronoff rushes to the source of the concern. He gets to the door and he can hear the loud noise coming from the other side. The Duke is alarmed by it because he can tell that the energy is definitely unlike anything before. Either way, there's really nothing else he can do besides going in to sort it out. He opens the door and makes his way inside. That's when sees the two chests vibrating and giving off insane surges of energy. They contain the dragon's fragments and are currently resonating with each other, while the people of the Baronoff dukedom are trying to deal with that problem. The scene changes and takes us back to Soara, where the people are still going crazy about the young swordsman. A sea of people makes its way to Vlad's residence with all kinds of gifts for him. However, when they arrive, a young lady informs them that he isn't around because he went out on a mission. As you can imagine, the visitors are disappointed to hear that their favorite blondie isn't around. They feel that they're too late and start lamenting about it. One of them talks about how he had to prepare a gift for Vlad because he wasn't able to greet him at the convent. While they're all moaning about this, the lady just thinks that maybe she shouldn't have added Sir to Vlad's name earlier. She feels that she might have gotten caught up in the atmosphere. But then again, she realizes that this might be a chance for her. The rumors that Vlad has saved the merchants from the barbarians are spreading quickly, and so she figures that she might spread his name even more with this opportunity. With this in mind, she addresses the crowd once again, telling them that Vlad has been pretty busy of late. She tells them that he's quite a promising talent within the Bayezid household after all, and of course, the visitors agree with her. They feel that this should be the case and propose that the boy is destined to do great things. Anyway, since they don't know when the young knight will be back, she asks them if they'd like to leave their names. As you can imagine, they're all good with this arrangement, so they tell the young lady that it's a great idea. While all of that is happening, Gemma casually strolls by with some more clothes in her hand. She doesn't look too pleased about the crowd and starts to feel bad because she knows that this is something she should actually be happy about. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because instead, it's starting to feel like Vlad is just drifting even farther away from her. Gemina is clearly sad about this, and as the tears gather in her eyes, the dark-haired girl from earlier calls out to her. She quickly answers the call, and the friendly lady invites her into the kitchen when she informs her that she wants her to take care of the visitors who have come to see Vlad. The red-haired girl is pretty taken aback by this assignment, and she's also reluctant to take it up. Gemina expresses her confusion, so the lady tells her that the guests will only be able to interact with Vlad through her from now on. Of course, it's a pretty overwhelming task for the redhead because she feels that the guests are all very important people she shouldn't even be qualified to talk to. That being said, she politely declines the job, telling the young lady that she should be the one to do that. Gemina is afraid to handle this job because she's afraid that she'll put Vlad in a pinch if she makes a mistake in the process. Hearing this, the dark-haired girl is at a loss for words. She truly wants Gemina to do it, and even though the redhead is being reluctant right now, she refuses to give up on her. Since Gemina is now talking about being qualified to receive Vlad's visitors, she makes it clear to her that there's nobody else in Rose's smile that is more qualified than she is. The lady informs Gemina that the Vlad of today might not even be existing if it wasn't for her, and this leaves the redhead speechless. She's shocked to the core when she realizes that she probably played a really pivotal role in the famous young knight's life. Seeing the look of shock on Gemina's face, the lady goes on to tell her that she needs to be confident. She's still pretty shaken up by the fact that the current Vlad wouldn't exist without her, and while she's still taking it in, the dark-haired lady assures her that all she needs to do is be confident. Seeing how much faith the lady has in her, Gemina admits that she's bound to make mistakes. Besides that, she is not even sure how to do it either. Hearing this, the lady just smiles at her, telling her that it shouldn't be such a big deal if she makes a few mistakes. As far as she's concerned, Vlad should take on that much risk for her since she's attending to his guests. The lady suddenly reveals that she heard Vlad asking Gemina to help draw the attention of a horse. She points out how he even still needs her if he's going to ask her to help him with such a thing. After making this clear to her, she invites Gemina to her room, and of course, the redhead is taken aback by this. She's reluctant to follow at first, but the lady simply informs her that men aren't the only ones who go to battlefields, telling her that even women have their own battlefields too. At this point, she tells Gemina that she's going to help her wield her own weapon the same way that Jorge gave Vlad the dagger back then. The scene changes at this point, and the next thing we see is that the young master Joseph is having a chat with Sir Lamond. Both men discuss over tea while Sir Joerger stands nearby. The old man claims that stability is always required when trying to expand, and on this note, he suggests that Count Gadar won't be able to come to the north right now. In response, Joseph states that the remnants of Ravnoma, the former alliance leader, still exist in various places within the west even though Count Gadar has fierce forces. On top of that, the dwarf movement battlefront is supporting them, so with all the factors in play, the Count will have to first resolve the root of concern behind it before choosing to leave for the north. Hearing this, the young master agrees with him, but then, the old man admits that he's still worried. This makes Joseph curious, so he asks Sir Lamond what's bothering him. In response, the old knight reveals that he's worried about the ducat that he has. He feels that there's a reason he thinks his last mission should be used on a servant of the Bayezid house. He knows that Joseph might be offended if he thinks that it's a cold-hearted judgment, but he gives his sincere advice regardless, telling the third son of the Bayezid house that the Knights of the West have already surpassed the Knights of the North. It's difficult to hear, but it's the truth, and this old man wants the young master to be aware of it. Hearing this, the mayor of Soara doesn't even know what to say, and the old man goes to blame himself for it. He feels that he's been too complacent because while walking the lowest path and looking at the Knights of the West, all he can think is that he hasn't done what he's supposed to do. Back then, the North was stronger and more honorable than any other region. It was the monster that drove away barbarians without rest. Back then, the only thing colder than the coldness of the northern wind was the discrimination shown by the cold-hearted central region. Lamond claims that the Knights of the North are people who have struggled and fought against everything. But now, that's no longer the case. The strength of the North, which used to be rough, is disappearing as Master Joseph gains stability. On the other hand, the advancement of the West is slowly getting stronger. With all of this being said, the old man tells Joseph that he must not think lightly of Baron Heinel's request. He tells the young master that he needs to prepare before it's too late. After hearing all of this, Joseph agrees with the man completely, even the part where he said that the current North is different from the old North. Even so, he still believes that the North has kept producing strong fruits in recent years. While Sir Lamond is very worried about everything that's been going on, the mayor seems to be very hopeful. This hope seems to be contagious because after a couple of seconds, the look of fear starts to slowly get replaced with a calmer expression. The old knight believes that a new generation will always rise up to take over the old generation's place after all, and while saying this, the one person he thinks about is the young blonde knight. Speaking of the blondie, we finally get to see what our boy has been up to. He's still struggling to get the horse into the city, but when he returns to the entrance, he's taken aback by how many people are out there. He wonders why there are so many of them, and the voice suggests that they all came around because there's something interesting here now. Vlad isn't sure what the voice is referring to by this special something, so the voice tells him to think about everything he's done so far. The voice reminds him how they tried covering the horse's eyes to bring him into the city. They tried dragging it with brute force, right before attempting to lure it with food, which also didn't work. Our boy even had to lower his head and beg the horse, which he doesn't deny. The voice talks more about this young boy whose name is increasing in value greatly, stating how the same boy who has been made helpless by a horse, and concludes by saying that it is definitely interesting enough to have all these people gather here. However, our boy doesn't think that it's interesting enough to create such a crowd in the city. Just then, Gemina calls out to him, wearing a red dress like a bride. Clearly, this wasn't part of the plan, so he asks her why she's wearing that. The voice suddenly informs him that she's wearing the combat uniform of a woman and claims that he's very impressed by how thorough her preparation is. Hearing this, Vlad figures they can go ahead with the operation, so he tells Gemina that it's time. She's clearly been waiting for his signal, so she finally takes off the veil to reveal her beautiful red hair, which leaves all the men around mesmerized. They're all amazed by how beautiful she is and admit that she really hid herself well. Even the horse starts reacting the moment Gemina reveals her face, and while the son of the grasslands is attracted to her, she's not exactly a fan of the situation. Gemina feels that the horse is even scarier in person and admits that it's so pressuring you have so many eyes on her. But then again, she knows that she has to see it through till the end, because if she hesitates because of such an insignificant fear, then it would mean that she doesn't deserve to stand by Vlad's side. She takes out the bouquet of roses vines and lures the horse over. Just as they imagine, the plan works and the horse finally starts walking into the city. The people who gathered there are amazed when they see that the son of the grasslands is finally moving. Our boy is so excited about this, but he keeps his composure and commends Gemina on a job well done, encouraging her to keep reeling the horse in. Seeing how difficult it was to get the horse inside the city, Vlad realizes that the creature is really certain about its preferences. The horse finally reaches Gemina, so she offers the flowers to the wild stallion and stands nervously as it stares into her eyes. After a really intense staring session, she finally gathers enough courage to try and touch the horse, so she lifts her hand and reaches for it. Thankfully, the son of the grasslands is already comfortable with her and lets her touch it. The people around witness this spectacle, so they begin to cheer Gemina on, calling her the Crimson Lady. Someone calls her the Rose of Soara, and when Vlad checks to see who it was, he realizes that it is his friend Harbin. Some other friends are there as well, and they all just cheer Gemina on, calling her the Crimson Lady over and over again, while others just hail her as the Rose of Soara. While they're showering Gemina with praise, the Lady of the Roses just smiles at the thought of the children being with the precious rose. Some others ask the madam when she managed to prepare that attire for Gemina. In response, she just tells all of them to take a good look at the beautiful red-haired lady and asks them if they've ever seen someone from the back alleys garner so much attention. As far as she's concerned, nobody from the back alleys has ever received such applause and cheers outside of the back alleys. With this in mind, the lady is glad to see that it is happening for once. For the first time, Soara is paying attention to two children from the back alleys. The story continues somewhere high up in the snowy mountains, where we see two people on some kind of investigation. They stumble upon some bloody orc corpses all of a sudden, and the beast girl in the duo immediately concludes that this was a complete wipeout. As far as she's concerned, all the victims were killed in an instant, and from her observation, she can tell that there were over 50 grey orcs who were murdered. Hearing this, the guy with her agrees, feeling that the massacre happened so quickly that the victims probably didn't even realize that they had died. At this point, he concludes that Joseph's report was correct, and the beast girl believes so too. Apparently, everyone now realizes that the most perfect existence was ripped to shreds by a swordmaster, and as this creature fell to the ground, it just happened to spread its blood all over the world. That was how the remnants of the fallen dragon appeared. Some dragons lost their wings, some lost their scales, while some lost their eyes, and they were split up while having forgotten about their origin. However, the beast girl states that one of the creatures somehow realized that it's actually a dragon unlike the others, to which her partner agrees, claiming that it's the dragons that possesses the most perfect leg. The moment he says this, we get to see the massive footprint in the snow, featuring a complete set of toes, which suggests that this was left behind by the dragon they're talking about. The scene changes at this point and we're taken to a beach. Here, we're reminded that life is an endless cycle of choices. The thing is, no one can make decisions on your behalf, and as such, the instant of that decision is when they truly realize the kind of being they are. In this scene, a stout-looking red-haired man named Sigmund appears and confronts another, asking if he really intends to ignore his orders. The man being questioned turns out to be Jorge, who bluntly hits back, reminding him that he's not Lord. In response, the man insists that he execute all remnants of the dwarf movement battlefront, stating that this order has the stamp of his uncle, Count Gadar. At this point, Jorge tells Sigmund to take a second look at the people around, stating that they're just refugees. Unfortunately, Sigmund isn't even slightly moved. As far as he is concerned, Count Gadar probably decided that these people are not different from the dragons, but Jorge refuses to believe that the Count would make such a decision. Hearing this, Sigmund is pissed and accuses Jorge of being disloyal, so he asks the knight if he has abandoned the oath of loyalty he swore under the flag Gadar. In response, Jorge bluntly states that he is human and cannot follow such a ridiculous order. At this point, it becomes clear that they can't be on the same page, so Sigmund asks Jorge's men if they also intend to disobey the Count. All of a sudden, the men start walking away from Jorge, telling him that they must never defy the orders of their lord no matter how wrong it is. Just like that, Jorge finds himself alone in this one, with only one man left on his side. This last knight is none other than Godwin, who also seems to be having second thoughts, so Jorge tells him that he can go on with the others, to a world where he can shine even more. The scene changes after this point, and the next thing we see is Godwin seated as the new leader. In a meeting, they talk about how they need to pay attention to the Knights of the Iron Duke and Bayezid since they have information that Baron Uthman has been making suspicious movements. He is given the list of knights with the Iron Duke and the Bayezid and realizes that it's the same from the report years ago. From what they can see, it appears the two houses failed to raise a new generation, excluding the eldest son Rutger, who is the only new knight worth mentioning. That's how it looks for sure, but Godwin feels that they shouldn't jump to conclusions because he believes that the true weight of the Bayezid name cannot be estimated by just a simple report. After all, he's convinced that Bayezid must have a hidden sword since he was once Gadar's hidden sword. His subordinates apologize for their hasty conclusion, and then one of them suddenly reveals that he heard someone from his hometown is in the Bayezid household. He claims that the person is unique, and this piques Godwin's interest, so he asks the guy to tell him about this person. The guy reveals that a boy servant of the Bayezid household is showing promise, and as soon as he reveals that it's Vlad of Soara, chills run down Godwin's spine. The guy goes on and on about how our boy first appeared in the honor fight in Dermer and how he used aura there. At this point, his colleagues are equally shocked because it should be impossible for a servant to be able to use aura. Some of them start laughing because it sounds ridiculous, feeling that the Bayezid house is just making up stories after failing to raise a new generation. While they feel that it's all a lie, Godwin quietly ponders on the name he just heard because it's strangely familiar. It doesn't take him too long to put the pieces together and realize that Vlad was the gutsy kid that fought him when he killed Jorge. Godwin is pretty amused by this because he remembers how much he wanted to bring Vlad with him after their encounter since the boy shined with potential that day. He's not completely certain that Vlad is the kid making waves in the Bayezid house because he can't say for sure that the kid is still alive. In that moment, the scene shifts and we catch up with the dramatic young knight in question. At the moment, he looks like he's on the verge of death because he's absolutely exhausted. The voice in his head just scolds him, telling him to eat his food and stop whining. Apparently, he feels so tired right now because he had combat guidance with Sir Joerger in the morning before his aura and body strengthening technique training with Sir Lamond in the afternoon. As if his day isn't already tedious enough, he also has a training progress discussion at night, so judging by his packed schedule, he's afraid that he might end up dead if things continue at this rate. After he's done complaining, the voice simply tells him that he's very lucky and states that he should be thankful that they're even teaching him. In response, he tiredly admits that he knows and explains that it's the whole reason why he's still forcing himself to do everything he's asked. Just then, Goth enters the room with a big bag on his back, asking Vlad if he's been doing okay. Our boy is confused because he doesn't get why Goth is carrying luggage. It turns out that Joseph asked him to stay there henceforth, which Vlad still doesn't understand. Vlad recently got a house for his new horse, and since Goth is the stabler, he's required to be wherever the horse is. Our boy is not so sure about this arrangement because he doesn't know if Goth will be able to handle his horse. In response, the guy just reminds our boy that he's the stabler of the Bayezid house, so Vlad wishes him luck, which gets him a little worried. He asks why he would need luck to take care of the new horse, but the blondie doesn't have energy to even talk. Just then, Goth tells him that Sir Joseph has asked him to come back, which leaves our boy in shock. He wonders why, so his pal figures that the young master wasn't to lift the punishment. A while later, Vlad arrives at Joseph's place and immediately regrets believing what Goth told him because judging by everything in front of him, he can already tell that this isn't an atmosphere where the young master would lift his punishment. If anything, he might even be in more trouble than before because he's been summoned before everyone like as if he's on trial. The young master reminds our boy how he defied orders and saved the children back in one of Baron Uthman's villages. Our boy admits this despite the young master's stern appearance. Joseph suddenly asks the boy if he would still defy his orders if the same thing were to happen again. This question catches Vlad off guard and Joseph just keeps staring at him. Our boy remembers that he swore to be truthful to the young master and not his loyalty, and for this reason, he can't lie about his answer. As such, he reveals that he would defy his orders a second time if he was in the same position. This response could very easily end up being the reason he gets thrown out of the Bayezid house, but for some reason, it's exactly what Joseph wanted to hear. The young master reveals that this is the reason he chose Vlad, claiming that while honor is the light that helps others shine, conscience is the light that helps the young boy shine. Joseph believes that conscience is the compass that helps one back to the correct path after losing their way, and right now, he's convinced that Vlad has found his own path. For this reason, he unveils a new armor for our boy, hoping that it helps to protect his conscience. Seeing the shiny breastplate, Vlad is stunned because he recognizes it as the armor sent by San Racino. As an organization that has crafted the most iron armors, he can tell that this one must have been made with various techniques. Our boy is a little sentimental about his current armor, and the young master completely understands because he knows that every scar on it is proof of the path he's taken up until now. Nevertheless, Joseph assures him that the new armor is proof of the path he's found now. Vlad doesn't really understand this, so the young master asks him to come take a closer look. He does, and that's when he sees the title engraved on the armor, naming him the Defender of Children. All the other knights smile with pride as Joseph honors Vlad with the armor, and the young master third auntie tells the kid that this is the path he'll walk on from now on. The scene changes and we're taken back to the snowy mountains where we see Volkov Baranov, the Iron Duke's successor, leading his men through the snow to find the dragon. Judging by the flames he sees in the distance, he's certain that they're at the right place. He's not the only one who's come after the dragon anyway, because there's also several horsemen riding after the white-scaled beast. They're determined to catch it, but the dragon is also extremely fast, so they decide that they stand a better chance by spreading out. While they're struggling to corner the beast, Volkov Baranov suddenly joins the chase and attempts to end the commotion with a single attack. The guy conjures a massive spear and aims it at the dragon running toward him. When he's finally close enough, he launches the giant arrow, hoping to finish the white dragon, but the beast effortlessly evades the shot, which leaves him stunned. He knew that the dragon was fast, but he definitely wasn't expecting it to be this agile. That was truly a failing on his part, since this creature is Lindblom, the fastest dragon ever. Volkov's solo strike didn't get the beast, but it definitely distracted it long enough for the horsemen to surround it and cut off its escape route. At this point, the dragon realizes that it's been cornered, so it figures that the only way to escape now is by engaging the hunters. With this in mind, the beast prepares to unleash a breath of fire on all of them, and when they see this coming, they spread out, hoping to evade the blast. Volkov, on the other hand, refuses to let the dragon shoot fire at them and instantly launches another massive magical arrow at the beast. This foils the dragon's attack as it's forced to retreat in an attempt to evade the furious man's attack. The dragon starts running away and the pursuers go after it, but it's just too fast for them to catch it. Volkov watches the beast get away from him and his men, and all he can do is curse in frustration as his target escapes again. While all of that is happening, we catch up with young Master Joseph and his older brother, who just paid him a visit. The guy enjoys some tea and talks about how no other place has tea this good. Joseph knows that this guy hasn't come to chat over tea, so he bluntly asks his big brother what he has come for. In response, Rutger tries to pretend like he didn't come with an agenda, but Joseph can see right through him, so he admits that he didn't just stop to say hi. That being said, he reveals that it seems that what the barbarian said was correct. Hearing this, Joseph immediately realizes that this means a dragon is indeed coming. Joseph's big brother goes on to explain that if the West has the Deathworm, then the North has the Lindworm. He claims that the coldest and quickest dragon in existence dwells in the coldest place amid the ice-cold northern wind. The mayor is taken aback by this because he feels that it is not the season for the dragon to start migrating, especially since it doesn't always migrate just because of winter. Unfortunately, Rutger explains that there seems to be some kind of change in the pattern, since the Deathworm last time was also different from any other time. On top of that, the Lindworm has already tasted the blood of the Grey Orcs, which means that they have to take the dragon out before it rampages even further. With this in mind, he quickly asks his big brother which way the dragon is descending from, but Rutger admits that they can't figure it out because it's way too fast and it's not easy to find its traces. Hearing this, Joseph concludes that they should get right into action. His big brother agrees with him and reveals that it's the reason why he was tasked with the Lindworm conquest. As such, Joseph asks what he can help with, claiming that Soara will provide as much support as possible. At this point, Rutger demands an appointment of knights along with a thorough reconnaissance. Hearing this, the young master figures that it's a logical demand, so he asks his brother how many knights he would need for this mission. Surprisingly, Rutger claims that he needs only one knight, which Joseph finds very suspicious. As far as the young master knows, he should need multiple tenacious swords to be able to face a dragon. But as weird as this request sounds, he also knows that he can't deny it because the situation requires his full support. Joseph asks if one knight will really be enough for his operation, and Rutger simply explains that a skilled sword works well enough since Lindworm is very different from the Deathworms. Hearing this, the mayor asks which knight he would like to assign, and just when Rutger is about to reveal this, our boy enters the room, claiming that Sir Joseph summoned him. The mayor doesn't seem to remember calling on Vlad, but Rutger looks really excited to see the blonde swordsman again. It's been a while, and he's glad to see the greatest dragon herder of the north again. Later that night, Vlad has a chat with Jemima about the new task he's been assigned with, and reveals that it will take more than a month. In response, she simply states that it's a good thing he's busy and admits that he's been doing well lately. Just then, a gentle smile creeps up on her face and she tells him that their missus would have liked to see him like this. Vlad doesn't seem too happy to hear this, so he turns to her and asks her why she would suddenly talk about that, to which Jemima claims that it just came to her mind out of the blue. Either way, Vlad doesn't seem pleased at all. It's been way over 10 years since the woman passed away, and even though Jemima doesn't remember her mother, she remembers Vlad's. She remembers how Vlad's mother didn't abandon her child in such a despairing situation, unlike her own mother who left her. Hearing this, Vlad claims that he can't even remember his own mom either. Just then, Jemima pulls the last thread on the crest she's been making. She reveals that she's done with the third crest, called San Legino. She shows it to him, feeling really proud of herself, and admits that the Countess's skills were too good, but unlike her, he feels that the crest stands out a bit. Moving on from that, Jemima asks him if the dragons are really dangerous, and he confirms this, stating that the creatures are pretty much living disasters. Since it's going to take at least a month, she figures that he's going to return during winter, which he agrees with. Hearing this, she reluctantly gives him a handkerchief, which catches him off guard. He asks her what it's for and immediately realizes why she just gave it to him. He figures that it has something to do with him taking the princess's handkerchief a while back, and so he teases her for keeping it in mind all this time. As you can imagine, the redhead is pretty embarrassed and refuses to admit it, so she slaps him in the face and insists that she gave him her handkerchief because it's made of pure cotton, unlike the former silk one which he doesn't know how to use. With her cheeks burning red, she tells him to have a safe trip and then storms out of the room before he can say anything to her. Once she's gone, he nurses the bruise on his face with the new handkerchief, and all he can think about is how mannish Jemima is. While wiping his face, he catches a glimpse of something on the handkerchief that makes him smile. It turns out that she actually engraved her name on the piece of cloth, and Vlad is truly touched by the gesture. The story continues as our young hero finally sets off on his latest adventure. Vlad, Rutger, and the rest of the party make their way through the snowy forest in search of the Lindworm. Along the way, Rutger reveals that he doesn't get why Joseph assigned 3 knights to him for the mission when he specifically asked for 1. He wonders why the young master would do that and asks Vlad if he has any idea, to which the blondie simply suggests that it must have been out of consideration for his big brother. However, Rutger immediately dismisses the idea, claiming that he knows his younger brother far too well to believe that. In fact, he's convinced that Joseph isn't happy with him because that's the only logical reason why he would send 2 other knights who clearly hate each other and expect them to be useful. It turns out that the other 2 men that were sent on the mission are Sir Lamond and the barbarian leader, who look like they're going to kill each other anytime soon. Rutger knows that the 2 guys at the back can certainly be a great help if managed properly, but as it stands now, it doesn't look like they'll ever get along with each other. Since he clearly doesn't know what to do with them, he assigns Vlad to manage the both of them in the meantime, and this leaves the kid stunned because he doesn't think he's in a position to do that. In response, Rutger points out how he won't be able to order the knight of the previous patriarch, and that's even if they're able to ignore the barbarian without any problems. Rutger has noticed that the old man has a soft spot for Vlad, so he feels that the kid is the only one who can actually talk to him. After pointing this out, he simply tells Vlad to just do his best since he's already having a migraine just thinking about the 2 at the back. Our boy isn't sure what exactly he's supposed to do now, and while he's still pondering on the next step, things start to get heated between the 2 at the back. They're already exchanging some harsh words, and it's only a matter of time before they start to cause problems. While they're still trash talking, Vlad just gets a little frustrated because all he wants to do right now is just go home. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he perceives the strong smell of blood coming from not too far away. Rutger notices this, and just like that, the journey takes a halt. The beast girl and the crew seems pissed that they had to stop, so she takes out her anger on Vlad, asking him if he's a wolf or something because she doesn't get how he can smell blood in a snowfield like this. Rutger tells him to go ahead and take the lead, so our boy does just that, and the others on the team follow him immediately. After following the stench of blood for only a few seconds, they stumble upon a huge outfit filled with bloody corpses, and when Rutger sees this, he immediately realizes that the place was indeed rampaged quite boisterously. Seeing that these victims are barbarians, Rutger asks the one on his team if they were from his tribe, and he admits that the deceased were members of a neighboring tribe he knew. Even though it's supposed to be a relief, the guy reveals that his tribe isn't far away too, since this neighboring tribe came all the way to the north. At this point, Lamond admits that it's all strange to him because the massacre looks like it was done with a sword, but then again, he's convinced that it wasn't done by a northerner. Rutger agrees with him on this, feeling that there's no need to commit such an extreme massacre since it's been a long time since they stopped the struggle of washing blood off with more blood. With all of this in mind, he concludes that this strange occurrence can only mean that an uninvited guest has arrived here. As the journey continues, they finally get to their destination, and Rutger is relieved that they were lucky enough to get there before it turned into a snowstorm. He informs Vlad that this place is the northern core of the Bayezid County, which is called the Barenheim Fortress. As they ride over to the fortress, our boy notices something strange, which is the fact that the place has 2 flags. Apparently, Rutger wasn't aware of this new development because he's shocked when the young swordsman points it out. After taking a closer look, he's horrified to see a familiar red flag, and judging by the look on his face, they have some unwanted company waiting for them in the fortress. While Rutger is busy grinding his teeth, Vlad is just pretty confused. He's not sure what's going on, so he asks the old man what the flag is. That's when Sir Lamond reveals that it belongs to her central. This is very surprising for the young knight, and what's even more shocking is the fact that it's from the central and not the center that everyone is more familiar with. Sir Lamond confirms this, stating that the direct knights of the Dragon Blood Duke are the ones with this title. On the red flag, the crest of the Dragon Killer Knights can be seen boldly, and as the old man points this out, it becomes clear that they're not going in to meet any ordinary swordsmen. Nevertheless, this doesn't deter Rutger in the slightest. He still wants to get into the fortress, but first, he has a little chat with his men. One of his knights confirms that the Dragon Killer Knights that were sent from the Central actually arrived 2 days earlier. Hearing this, Joerger asks the man what the Dragon Killer Knights are doing here. It turns out that they came to the fortress to subdue the Lind Bloom, and this annoys Joerger a bit because he didn't really expect them to find out about the dragon so quickly. At this point, he calls out to his deputy all of a sudden, and he doesn't even need to say a word before the guy understands what he's being told to do. As such, he gets right to the assignment, leaving our boy Vlad and some of the others a little confused. The blondie still doesn't really get what's going on, so he asks once again who exactly these dragon killer knights are. In response, Sir Lamon simply states that they're knights whose purpose is to kill dragons. He reveals that they're also acknowledged by the Emperor, and this organization happens to be run by one of the central nobles, the Dragon Blood Duke. In other words, these knights will definitely be involved in any matters relating to dragons by the law of the Empire. Hearing all of this, our boy is pretty amazed because it's suddenly clear that some really powerful knights have come to the fortress. Just then, he senses something strange at the top of the fortress, and after taking a closer look, he presumes that there was a big fire here not too long ago. In response, the old man reveals that the Barenheim fortress itself is a beacon mound of Bayezid. As you can imagine, our boy doesn't know what this means either, so he asks the old knight what he means by that. Sir Lamon simply answers him, saying that the fortress stands to steal and be stolen. It is also a place that needs to be rebuilt after being burnt black. The old man claims that this place is a humongous wall to the barbarians and monsters, but a fortress of indomitable will to Bayezid County. After hearing how passionate the veteran knight is about this place, Vlad is no longer surprised by how angry Rudiger is that the dragon killer knights would just raise their flag without permission on the pride of Bayezid. While Vlad is thinking about this, Rudiger walks up to the main door of the fortress and pushes it open, prepared to face any forces on the other side. As soon as he opens the door, he's greeted by the dragon killer knights who have already made themselves comfortable in the fortress. A loud voice calls out to him, claiming that he's been waiting for Rudiger and his forces. He then introduces himself as Mercia, the captain of the dragon killer knights. This arrogant Chad in a cape is actually the Dragon Blood Duke's eldest son of the primary wife, and he goes by the name Mercia Dragulia. In response to the bold introduction, Rudiger angrily states that someone important came to his tower without him knowing anything. And on that note, he introduces himself to the Mercia, revealing that he's the interim captain of the Barenheim fortress. Hearing this, the blue-eyed troublemaker just smirks, and this just annoys the Bayezid son even more. Both men glare at each other for a few seconds, but then the staring contest is quickly cut short when Mercia notices Vlad standing somewhere at the back. The captain of the Dragon Killer Knights immediately takes an interest in the young blondie and decides to mess around with him a little. Our boy is immediately overwhelmed by Mercia's presence, and he quickly recognizes it as the same sensation he got when he saw the deathworm. Our boy has no idea why he's getting the same ominous vibe from the Duke's son, and while he's still trying to process the whole thing, Mercia locks eyes with him. Apparently, the arrogant intruder can sense the intimidation that Vlad is feeling, and this makes him smirk again. He's interrupted when Rudiger suddenly asks him if the Dragon Killer Knights are behind the attack on the barbarians. Surprisingly, Mercia doesn't even deny it. In fact, he casually admits it, claiming that it was something that needed to be done. He goes on to talk about how the Dragon Killer Knights were formed with the permission of the founding king and how they have accumulated centuries of knowledge and experience. As everyone knows, Lindblum is the fastest among the fallen dragon's remnants, and it's a creature they're desperately after, so since they can't catch up to it, he figured that they'd rather try to lure it with the barbarian corpses as bait. Hearing such disgusting words spew out of Mercia's mouth, Rudiger is absolutely furious, but he's definitely not as upset as the barbarian and their crew, who looks like he's about to lose his shit completely. AJ curses at the arrogant prick and charges at him with murderous intent, but before he can do anything that puts all of them in trouble, Sir Lamon quickly tackles him to the ground and stops him. Despite being pinned to the floor, the barbarian refuses to give up. He yells at the old man to get away from him, but the veteran simply threatens to break his neck if he utters another word. Surprisingly, AJ calms down a little after this, and then Lamon leans over to pacify him even more. The old knight admits that he understands AJ's rage, but also reminds him that it will only be reasonable when he's strong enough to take on the Dragon Killer Knights. That being said, he tells the barbarian to remain calm since he'll just die a meaningless death with nothing but bravado. While all of this is happening, Mercia just finds the whole thing amusing. He concludes that the son of Bayezid raised a mannerless subordinate, and then throws a jab at the beast girl on the team, calling her a cat. The guy insults them even further, wondering if Rudiger has tamed them by now, since those of lowly status tend to forget their place. Hearing this, Rudiger just hits back at the arrogant intruder, stating that his followers are standing exactly where they're supposed to be regardless. That being said, he decides that it's time for Mercia to stand where he is supposed to. At this point, it's pretty clear that things are starting to get heated, and the Dragon Killer Knights equally look like they're ready to start clashing blades. They reach for their blades, but this doesn't faze Rudiger in the slightest. He fearlessly activates his terrifying flame aura and starts walking toward the intruder. The Dragon Killer Knights are immediately overwhelmed by his power, so all they can do is tremble in fear and watch as he marches toward their captain. They let Rudiger pass without any resistance, and then the Bayezid son climbs up to stage face to face with Mercia, who is still smiling for some reason. He looks the intruder dead in the eye and bluntly asks him who the hell gave him permission to raise his flag on the Barenheim fortress. In response, the unbothered brat casually reveals that he made a request, but since nobody moved, he got his subordinates to raise it. Mercia's audacity just pisses Rudiger off even more, so he leans in closer and furiously demands to know if he even got anyone's permission before standing here. Despite the menacing look on Rudiger's face, the brat is still pretty unfazed and even starts to joke about the situation, claiming that it's not reasonable that he'd need permission to stand in the Barenheim fortress. After all, based on the Empire's law, the Dragon Killer Knights possess the right to use any manpower or facilities within the Empire. Hearing this, Rudiger takes a step forward, which forces Mercia back down a step. With a commanding tone, the fortress master admits that they do have those rights. But then again, that's only the case if they ask the master of said facilities for permission. Even though the Bayezid's son looks like he's about to lose his cool, the annoying intruder keeps trying to get on his nerves. With an annoying smirk on his face, he nonchalantly asks Rudiger if he's trying to say that he won't cooperate. He's clearly trying to get an implicating response or reaction from Rudiger, but the guy is smarter than that, so he makes it clear that he actually intends to cooperate. However, he makes it clear that this can only happen if Mercia will go through the necessary procedures. He says this pointing at the flags at the top of the fortress, and at first, Mercia doesn't understand what he's trying to say. But then, the brat takes another look outside and sees his house's red flag waving all over the place. At this point, he realizes what Rudiger is telling him, and the fortress master decides to spell it out still by politely telling him to make a request for them to raise his flag. He says this with a really cold glare in his red eyes, and you can tell that he's ready for anything that follows. He maintains his gaze and reminds the intruder that he's in the land of Bayezid and advises him to ask the owners of the land to help them kill the dragon. Rudiger makes this bold statement, claiming that the only way for them to move forward from here is by Mercia starting with a polite request. The Dragon Killer Knights are already afraid of the Bayezid's son, but Lamon steps forward as well to make them even more scared. Seeing that he and his men no longer have the upper hand in the situation, Mercia begrudgingly gives in. He goes quiet for a second and then tells Rudiger that he'll regret his actions. As you can imagine, the Bayezid's son doesn't really give a shit. In response, he claims that he doesn't think the central nobles even know of regret, and Mercia just states that life is all about regrets regardless of the decisions they make. The brat thinks about the situation, and even though both of them are competent, he feels that there's only one place they can climb to. With this in mind, he takes up a glass of red wine and decides that this situation is something he could try shaking, so he decides to work with Rudiger and his men. The scene changes, and a while later, we see Sir Lamond addressing the rest of the crew. He reveals that there were no secret plans back in his day, and that while it was not what he intended, they eventually found out who attacked the village. That being said, he feels that if they ignore the method used, then this is no different from the Dragon Killer Knights who used barbarians as bait for the Lindworm. Hearing this, Rudiger agrees with the old man, claiming that they have no choice but to use traps since they can't catch up to the dragon. The Beast Girl chimes in at this point, stating that the Dragon Killer Knights might use it as an excuse to remain in the Barenheim fortress for longer if they're not able to kill the dragon. The Bayezid's son knows that the girl is absolutely right about this. He knows that the Dragon Killer Knights will take advantage and try to align the intentions of the Central into the North if they're allowed to take away their opportunity to kill the Lindbloom. With this increased sense of urgency, Rudiger turns to one of the main strategists on the team and asks the guy how long it would take to make the trap that will lure the dragon. In response, the guy points out how there aren't any places that raise livestock in the vicinity, and then suggests that one of their best options would be to get the Portly household to work with them. All things being considered, the guy concludes that they'll need at least half a month to get everything in place for the trap to be completed. Just then, one of the knights in the group suggests that they try capturing some barbarians instead, while the one next to him figures that they could also steal the barbarian hostages that the Dragon Killer Knights captured earlier. As you can imagine, these are both pretty inhumane ideas, so Sir Lamond is quick to dismiss them, sternly warning the two young men not to be crazy. Their little meeting is suddenly interrupted when a group of knights barge into the room, demanding to know why they would dare touch the flag of the Central. It turns out that Mercia wasn't exactly cool with the arrangement earlier, and so now, things are about to get out of hand. Seeing the hostile knights from the Central, Sir Lamond grits his teeth in anger. He's really pissed, so he expresses it, stating that this is why nobody ever wants to associate themselves with the Central. The old man is annoyed for sure, but he remains completely calm, as well as the knights under his command. He knows how quickly things can go south, so he tells his men not to make a move yet because the master of this place hasn't given them permission to draw their swords. After addressing his knights, he turns his focus to Captain Mercia, and Rudiger chimes in as well, suggesting that they should at least do what needs to be done first if they must have a scuffle. The scene shifts after this, and the next thing we see is a crystal ball on a pillow with some kind of seer telling Mercia all about our boy. The hooded figure reveals that Vlad is 17 years old and talks about how he was born in the slums of Soara within the Bayezid County. As soon as Mercia realizes that the blondie was born in Soara, his interest is piqued all of a sudden. He starts pondering on the slums of Soara and connects it to the boy's golden hair and blue eyes. And that's not forgetting the kid's thumping heart, which he could feel in an instant. Just thinking about this makes him confident that he's correct about Vlad. Mercia feels that all the events that revolved around the kid would always go differently than expected. As such, he figures that the young hero is just none too far away, and the seer agrees with him on this one. At this point, the brat is certain that he can predict everything about our boy, so he goes on to guess that the boy was born too lowly. This is his first guess, but then again, he's not so sure about it. They say that a promising seed will bloom anywhere, but now he's starting to think that it could also be that some noble seeds have been sown even in lowly places like the slums of Soara. It's something that leaves him wondering, and he knows that he can't be too sure about what he's just been told by the seer. Mercia is convinced that there's more to the young knight, so he tells the crystal ball reader to go find out more about our boy. Unfortunately, the seer reveals that they couldn't find out what he did within Soara, even though they were able to learn about his life after leaving the city of Soara. Hearing this, the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights is pretty pissed off, so he demands to know why he'd received such a disappointing report. As far as he knows, his family planted the most amount of spies in the north, so he expects to know everything that happens there. It's at this point that the spy talking to him through the crystal ball reveals that all of their eyes within Soara have been shut down. It turns out that Joseph Bayezid is the reason for this setback, because immediately after he became mayor of Soara, he practically acquired total control over the city. This is why all of their spy operations have been shut down and why they have no idea what Vlad is like when he's in the city. Mercia isn't happy you hear this at all, but he manages to keep his cool and calms himself down with a sip of wine. From what he knows, Joseph hasn't been mayor of Soara for too long, so he didn't expect the Bayezid son to have absolute control over the city so soon. The spy on the other side of the crystal ball confirms that Joseph hasn't been in power for long, but also makes it clear that the young master somehow managed to establish his influence very quickly by using the recent missing people cases as justification. Hearing this, all that Mercia can think about is how similar swords are to authority. He feels this way because he knows that swords and authority both have to be strong and sharp, yet flexible at the same time. This makes him think about the mayor in question. Apparently, this blonde-haired brat has heard a bit about Joseph Bayezid, so he knows that the guy is someone that allegedly can't lift a sword. Which is ironic because the guy just happens to be able to understand the qualities of the sword better than anyone else. It's a really great quality, and this makes Mercia admit that the Bayezid family has got some really competent sons. While the arrogant captain of the Dragon Killer Knights is busy plotting and scheming, the scene shifts and we catch up with the old knight who's in the middle of scolding his subordinates who suggested using the barbarians as bait. He reminds them that the barbarians who were captured by Central are from AJ's tribe, so he wants them to think twice about provoking the clan leader who just barely got his anger back under control. Sir Lyman makes it clear to them that the Northerners and barbarians have lived together in the north for a long time, and so using them as bait would seriously affect the peace that has been maintained between them for many years. By making such a senseless decision, they could do something that leads to the whole north being engulfed in the flames of war, and it would all be because they were trying to kill a dragon. At this point, the two knights realize how dumb their ideas were, so they immediately apologize to the old man, admitting that they were far too short-sighted to have said such things. In response, Lyman just sighs in disappointment, suggesting that the future looks so bleak if they truly reason this poorly at a time like this. While Lyman is chewing on the two, Rudiger thinks about how the old man is absolutely right. As far as he's concerned, the aftermath of the decision will be grave regardless of what they choose to do right now. But then again, he starts to think that maybe this situation is exactly what the Central wanted all along. Rudiger feels that this whole saga might have been orchestrated from the start. After all, the people from Central are the same ones who would love to see the North destroying itself. With this in mind, Rudiger starts to think deeply, and it does take too long before he comes up with an idea. For some reason, his plan involves Vlad's horse. He heard that the son of the grasslands is extremely fast, and as soon as he says this, Lyman quickly tells him not to even think about riding that creature because literally everyone in Soara knows that the horse doesn't listen to anybody. Rudiger is pretty surprised to hear that the horse is actually that stubborn, and the old man assures him that the creature is even way worse than anything he's imagining. This is pretty frustrating for the Bayezid son because he quickly discovered that this plan too is already a no-go. He was thinking of borrowing the horse to try and cut down Lindblum by himself, but now that he clearly won't have the means for that, he's starting to see what those intruders deserve to be called dragon killers. As much as it annoys him, he can't help but admit that their way of hunting the dragon was so clear and precise. From the look of things, they're the only ones capable of bringing down a creature like the Lindblum because of how insanely fast it is. Just thinking about this makes Rudiger even more annoyed. He curses out in frustration and wonders if they really have no choice but to play into the hands of Central like that. Right now, he desperately needs a way for them to deal with the dragon without Mercia, and his men getting involved or even getting in the way. If only they could at least know the location of Lindblum, a big part of the problem would be sorted out. The fortress master's thoughts are interrupted all of a sudden when one of his guards runs into the place calling out to him. He quickly answers the messenger, asking him what the matter is, and that's when the guard reveals that there are people outside the fortress requesting for the gates to be opened. The news of these unexpected visitors just leaves Rudiger even more frustrated because he has no idea who the hell could be out there this time around. He asks who it is and is absolutely shocked when the guard informs him that the unexpected group of visitors is a gauntlet of iron. Their blue flag with an iron gauntlet on it is being waved outside the fortress, and we learn that these guys are the Knights of the Iron Duke, the Baronoff household. While Rudiger and his team are being forced to deal with the uninvited guests left by Volkov Baronoff waiting outside, the scene changes and we're taken back out to the snowy mountains. Here, we see that the Dragon Killer Knight's plan worked because it turns out that the numerous barbarian corpses that they left scattered all over in the snow attracted the bloodthirsty dragon already. The story continues with Jemima walking down the halls after doing some laundry. While walking over to Vlad's room, she starts hearing voices all of a sudden. She doesn't get what's going on, so she enters the room to go have a look for herself. The redhead knocks on the door and our boy answers pretty quickly, looking shocked to see her standing there. He asks her what's up, but she just stares at him in confusion because she should be the one asking him that. She heard voices coming out of his room, but after looking inside, she couldn't see anyone else. Jemima is even more baffled now because there's nobody in there with the blonde swordsman. Before Vlad can even say anything, Jemima throws the clothes at him and shoves him into the room. She quickly shuts the door behind her and then starts interrogating him. There's no one around, so she doesn't get why she can hear people talking, and this makes her wonder if Vlad is still talking to ghosts or something. Our boy looks a little baffled by this question and she's definitely suspicious of him, but he tells her that he wasn't talking to any ghosts. Jemima would like to believe him, but she definitely heard people talking, so she tells him to change rooms. Of course, our boy is shocked by her drastic decision. He asks her where he's supposed to go, so she tells him to go to the end of the hallway. As far as she's concerned, no one else can find out what the blonde swordsman is like right now. So he doesn't feel bad about it. She promises to move to the room next to his. She says this because she feels that Vlad can't keep hiding anymore. Hearing this, our boy is a little astonished. Gemina is saying that she's willing to become his accomplice for his sake regardless of whether she's in the shabby alleys or shining in knightly armor. The red-haired girl has always been concerned about him, and it makes him feel truly grateful. After telling him the new course of action, she gets off the bed and takes the clothes from him, but not before reminding him to go to church. Vlad is hesitant for a while, but then before she leaves the room, he calls her and asks her if there's something she wants him to get for her. He promises to buy it for her, and as soon as he says this, the redhead is taken aback by the offer. She hadn't even thought about it before, so when he asks her, she stops to ponder on it for a bit. And just when Vlad thinks she's about to come up with a request, she teases him instead, telling him that he should take care of himself first. She says this, leaving him stunned, and just as she walks out the door, she advises him to at least grab some equipment or something. Our boy is stunned for a second, but he's not too surprised since he already knows what Jemina is like. He smiles as he watches her leave the room and informs her that he was only putting the offer out there. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when Goth comes around to inform him that everything is ready for their next assignment. Our blue-eyed hero is surprised that the guy got everything ready so quickly, but he's also glad to hear it, so he gets right to business while Goth follows closely behind him. The scene shifts and the story continues in a small-town casino where our boy is in the middle of a high-stakes gambling game with some other guys. The roulette wheel spins extremely fast, and as it stops, one guy yells in frustration because it's just not his day. Vlad stares intently at the wheel as his thoughts trail off. The voice in his head feels that they should have come here sooner because there's no better place to train dynamic vision or reflexes. Our boy agrees as he activates his aura, using it to really examine the game. Vlad didn't even know that combat techniques could be used like this before now, and it's such a cool discovery for him. Focusing with the eyes makes time feel slower, and while he's still staring at the ball in the wheel, he notices something that catches him off guard. Of course, he's the only one that notices it, and when he expresses his shock, the voice confirms that the movement he just saw was something outside expectations. At this point, our boy takes another look at the guy running the game and realizes that there's some foul play. He figures that there must be a trick in the game, but he's not too surprised since scams in gambling houses are a given anyway. The guy running the game suddenly turns to Vlad, and when he sees the glowing blue eyes glaring at him, he begins to panic. The man knows that Vlad is onto him, and the young swordsman couldn't be happier to catch him in his scam, because this is the perfect time to start the fight he's been looking for. Unfortunately, before he can get to it, someone else appears behind him. The man in the purple suit comes out of nowhere and asks Vlad if he's enjoying himself. Our boy is taken aback by this, so he turns around to answer the guy. Judging by the two massive bodyguards standing behind the man, it's pretty clear that he's one of the people running the establishment. He claims that they would have prepared a proper welcome for him if he had told them that he was coming around, but Vlad knows the real meaning of this statement. It almost sounds like the man is saying that he needs permission to even be hearing, and even though the creepy man claims that it's not the case, his ominous laugh suggests otherwise. The man adjusts his glasses and then informs the young knight that they'll be escorting him upstairs, now where their boss is waiting for him. Vlad is a little pissed to hear that their boss is waiting for him. He finds it insulting that the man sits in a comfy chair expecting him to climb up and grovel before him. At this point, the man in the purple suit tries to say something, but before he can even get a word in, Vlad makes it clear to him that he's no longer some back alley bum. The guy with the glasses gets a little nervous at this point, but one of the big guys standing behind him doesn't seem to be intimidated by the swordsman. He tells Vlad that there's a limit to how far he can go with this behavior, even though he's now a knight, and before he can even finish talking, someone else suddenly shuts him up with a powerful kick to the side. The force from the kick sends the big guy falling to the ground as he groans in pain. Just then, we see Goth along with the other members of Vlad's new crew. It turns out Otar was the one who knocked the man down with the powerful kick, and now that they've gotten everybody's attention, Goth informs them all that the young knight in their midst is just carrying out his official duties. After making the announcement, the hooded barbarian eagerly asks Vlad if they can kill these guys, feeling that it would be okay if they did. At this point, the guy in the purple suit is really terrified because he never imagined that an actual barbarian would be in the mix. It doesn't even make any sense to him because he doesn't get how there could be a barbarian in Ara. Now that our boy has made it clear to these guys who they're dealing with, he orders them to go upstairs and tell their boss to come down. He also informs them that all operations in this gambling hall are shut down from now on. As you can imagine, Mr. Purple Suit over here tries to protest because this is obviously where he makes a living. He angrily hits back at Vlad, asking the young knight what the hell he means by that, but the blue-eyed swordsman calmly reveals that he won't repeat himself. And then, for the last time, with a terrifying look in his eyes, he tells the thugs to bring their leader to him. A few days later, Sir Gregory comes around to see how the newest knight is doing. The big man is really impressed with Vlad's progress because it turns out that the young swordsman has been making waves lately. He heard that the boy completely wiped out 2 back alley organizations already, and that's a really big feat. Our boy simply responds humbly as he greets the senior knight. The man then hands him something called Jamin as a gift, claiming that it's the pride of House Canner. Apparently, Portly also gave it to Vlad once when they were still kids. Our boy confirms this, admitting that he shared the Jamin with Lord Joseph, who really liked it back then. In response, Sir Gregory just laughs, suggesting that there isn't anyone who doesn't like it. Vlad receives the gift and thanks the man, claiming that he'll really enjoy it, but he's also confused because he doesn't understand why the senior knight is giving it to him. Vlad wonders if there's something that Sir Gregory wants to ask of him, and the big guy just exclaims with guilt laced all over his face. He didn't think that his bribery would be so obvious, but now that Vlad knows what's up, he figures that it's just better to make the request now. The man is hesitant at first because this is Vlad's territory, and if he steps in publicly, it would look like he has a personal agenda, but our boy assures him that it's okay and tells him to say whatever it is he has in mind freely. So, Sir Gregory finally reveals that it's about the man called Black Bear. He's the boss who runs the meat trade in the back alleys, and our boy confirms that it's indeed him, wondering what the matter is. The senior knight reveals that Black Bear was involved in a kidnapping incident a while back and points out that the boss has got quite the shady background. That being said, Sir Gregory finally asks Vlad if he'll be willing to take down Black Bear together with him. Hearing this, our boy is taken aback. A wave of realization hits him as it becomes clear to him that this is what Gregory meant by a personal agenda. It only takes Vlad a few seconds to put the pieces of the puzzle together to see what's really going on here. While the young knight wants order in the back alleys, Sir Gregory is more concerned with expanding Portly's influence in the meat industry. What they both want can be obtained from Black Bear, so our hero doesn't mind going along with the plan. He's down for it, but first he'd like to know if it will be a warning or a subjugation. In response, Gregory claims that giving a man like Black Bear a warning will be acting too soft. Hearing this, our boy is really glad. He thinks that it's perfect that they're on the same page, and he is eager to come up with a plan for this new assignment, because he was planning to deal with Black Bear anyway. At this point, Sir Gregory is equally ready to get started, so he assures Vlad that he'll coordinate with the forces under his command, stating that they'll begin within 2 to 3 days. The young knight is okay with this arrangement, so he acknowledges the senior's plan. In the meantime, Sir Gregory asks if there's anything he can help Vlad with, and our boy simply requests a bottle of whiskey. The big man is surprised by this, so our boy explains that there's someone he needs to bribe with it. Later that night, our boy goes to pay that certain someone a visit in one of the darkest parts of the alley. He's surprised that the door to the shop is closed and wonders if the man is resting today or something. Vlad's come a long way, so he's not very keen on going back without getting what he came for, so he starts banging on the door. calling out to the old man, hoping to get him out if he's actually inside. Vlad bangs only a couple times and the door suddenly opens from the force. As soon as he enters the place, he's surprised to see that it's actually empty. At first, he's a little worried that something might have happened to the old blacksmith, but he decides to investigate a little first. He makes his way around the workshop and eventually reaches another room where he finds the old man lying down. Vlad came all this way with the good liquor and meat he promised the last time, but now, as he stares at the old man's lifeless body, he realizes that he came too late. Our boy takes a moment to honor the blacksmith and then tells him a bit about where he's been. He tells the man that he was at the northern border all this time. He admits that it's a beautiful place where the snowy mountains rise up to touch the skies, and endless fields stretch before them. Our boy tells the man how he fought a dragon as white as snow there too, and how this sword he forged stayed by his side until the very end. Vlad takes out the broken sword and stares at his reflection on it for a while. There's so much the young knight wants to say, but in the end, he knows that there's only one sentence that's needed. So he says it, placing the sword in the man's hands to rest and telling the old blacksmith thank you for saving his life. A plain sword, born from the dream of an old man, was completed by the hands of a boy. And just like that, the blade that once hung toward the heavens had finally returned to the old man's embrace, shining brighter than anyone else. The scene changes and the story continues at the old blacksmith's funeral. Our boy made sure to give the man a proper burial and a suitable funeral. It's the least he could do for the man who saved him in the back alleys. As you can imagine, it's not exactly a big funeral, but at least, the most important people are present for it. Vlad, Jamina and Harvin stand there in silence to honor the old man one last time before leaving. Harvin is surprised to learn that Vlad spent his first paycheck to buy a gravestone and a tomb marker for the old man's final resting place. On top of that, he did this in one of the expensive cemeteries near the monastery. As you can imagine, our boy doesn't mind doing any of this. All he wanted to do was help the blacksmith to finally get out of that back alley in the end, even if he isn't alive to see it. On the tombstone, our boy had them write that it belongs to the best blacksmith in Soara. It's pretty valid since the old man was the one who forged the sword that cut down a ghost and pierced a dragon. Unfortunately, this old man left behind no name for the world to know. Harvin reveals that he asked around the back alleys for the man's name, but nobody knew his name. As sad as that might be, our boy figures that it doesn't even matter. As far as he's concerned, all that matters is that he remembers him as the best blacksmith in Soara and the one who saved him. After the funeral, Vlad and the others make their way home, and along the way, they come across a group of kids hiding under a bridge. Harvin can't help but notice them, so he asks Vlad what's up with them. Our boy admits that the kids have been like that lately. Obviously, the kids are starving and probably have no homes, so the young knight knows that they probably want to beg. With this in mind, he feels that they should go ahead and ask for alms if they want to, but instead, they always just peek from after wherever he goes. Hearing this, Harvin finds it funny that Vlad really doesn't know why they're acting like that. Of course, our boy still doesn't get it, and his old friend concludes that he must have forgotten what his childhood was like. That being said, Harvin just smiles and reminds Vlad that there was a time when they used to have wild, fearful eyes, just like those kids too. His brown-eyed friend reveals that this winter is even colder than the last, so he can understand what the poor children are going through. Harvin claims that many of them will freeze to death in the end, and Vlad agrees with him. With this in mind, the young knight figures that even one blanket might be enough to get them through the night, so he starts thinking of how to help them out. Before he can do anything, Harvin quickly reminds him that he only has 1 gold left from this month's wages, since he spent the rest on the old man's funeral. In response, our boy admits that he wasn't planning to save much this month anyway. With the last gold on him, he feels that he can get blankets for the children, and their friends too, to help them get through the winter. Hearing this, Harvin figures that he can't argue with the decision, but he tells Vlad that he should tell the children to say a prayer for the old man while handing out the blankets. As far as he's concerned, 1 prayer per blanket isn't a bad deal at all, since he'll be broke after. Hearing this, Jamina claims that she'll talk to her madam about the children too. After all, a full belly helps one beat the cold, so it wouldn't hurt to get the kids a good meal. Vlad smiles, feeling good about what they're about to do. They can't do much yet, but at least they can change things little by little. To see them like this proves that though the plain sword was buried with the old blacksmith, the star he forged still lights up the back alleys even if its name and form have changed. After burying the old man and helping the starving kids with food and some warmth, Vlad sets out on his mission to take down Black Bear with Sir Gregory's forces and the rest of his crew. As they advance into the domain of the meat trade boss, it becomes more evident why they have to take the man down. The senior knight is overwhelmed by the state of the place. It's filled with blood, bones and rotting meat, which makes it far more horrific than he'd heard. It's so bad that he's convinced that a place will likely spread across every corner of the back alleys when the weather gets warmer. Before now, Sir Gregory was only planning to shut down the site, but after seeing what Black Bear has turned the place into, he realizes that they'll need a more decisive solution. In response, Vlad assures him that he doesn't need to worry, which leaves the senior knight taken aback. Seeing the man's confusion, the young knight assures him that Black Bear will give them the justification they need to wipe it all out. The bearded knight is surprised by our boy's confidence, but Vlad informs him that the back alleys is never a place one can deal with half-heartedly. Hearing this, Sir Gregory smiles because he's glad to know that they're on the same page once again. He likes how direct the young swordsman is, so they continue to make their way to Black Bear's headquarters. Once they're there, Vlad decides that it's time for them to get started, and the senior knight reveals that he's ready. That being said, our boy makes his presence known loudly to the inhabitants of the place. He introduces himself as Vlad of Sorcerer and reveals that he has come to arrest the one who has disturbed the city's order, the one known as Black Bear. He then takes out a scroll containing the charges made against the boss, from murder, fraud, to human trafficking, as well as the crime of deceiving the rightful rulers of the noble city. Vlad announces all of this and once again calls out to the man, demanding that Black Bear come out immediately so he can face just judgment. Despite this verbal approach, there's no response from the meat trade boss. There's not even a single sound made, and it makes you wonder if there's even anyone inside the building. After a few seconds, there's still no answer, so Sir Gregory figures that Black Bear and his men would prepare to fight. He feels that it's going exactly as Vlad expected, claiming that Black Bear has just given them the justification they need to bring his empire to the ground. Our boy stares intensely at the door of the building, waiting carefully to see if it bursts open. At the same time, Sir Gregory informs him that Black Bear's men will be heavily armed and ready for a fight the moment that door opens. The criminals all know that getting captured would mean execution, so they would rather fight to the death than let themselves be arrested. Our boy processes everything the senior knight just told him, and after a few seconds of pondering, he calls on Otar and Age to come with him. They're kinda the strongest in the force besides Gregory, who is an experienced knight. For this reason, he decides that he will take the lead along with Otar and Age. As you can imagine, the barbarian is more than happy to get his blades covered in blood, so he steps up quickly and follows Vlad to the door. He eagerly asks Vlad how it's going to be this time, wondering if they're just here to scare off the bad guys again like they did in the gambling den. He hopes that's not the case and suggests that they might actually get to warm up a bit judging from the charges. In response, the blonde swordsman simply asks him what he thinks they're here to do. Our boy reveals that these guys are the ones who sold a pregnant woman and her unborn child as materials for black magic. Hearing this, Age's blood begins to boil. His eyes turn red as the veins in his head bulge immensely. At the same time, our boy harnesses that inner rage he's feeling, and his blue eyes begin to glint with murderous intent. Now, it's clear that they didn't come here to just scare off Black Bear and his men. These are the kinds of criminals who are killed on sight, and since the boss refused to surrender himself when he had the chance, Vlad and his forces now have all the justification they need to wipe them out for good. That being said, Aja and Vlad burst into the house with full force and proceed with their massacre before the thugs can even know what's going on. Once they're in, the bloodthirsty barbarian decides that just killing these men won't be enough. As you can imagine, they're all shocked to see an actual barbarian standing in front of them, because the last time they checked, there weren't any in Sorcerer. To make matters worse, Aja isn't any ordinary barbarian because he's from the Buddha tribe. Black Bear's thugs recognize him, and for some reason, they're still convinced that they can defeat him, so as he speeds toward them like a raging bull, they charge at him as well, determined to stop him. The red-eyed barbarian reaches them in a flash and proceeds to tear them apart with his red curved blade. With each slash, he gives the interior of the building a new splash of red paint. Age goes on a rampage, mercilessly killing all the thugs that come his way. The men conclude that he's a beast and are determined to take him down, even though they probably don't stand a chance. Right now, the one thing they have is numbers, and they attempt to use it against the barbarian, but just when it looks like Aja is about to be outnumbered and overpowered by them, Otar jumps into the fight with his battle axes. He butchers the goons around him and even helps Aja take one out by burying his axe into the guy's head. The barbarian is a little surprised when he sees this because he probably didn't think the quiet bouncer was this skilled in battle. He commends Otar for his display, and the man of few words just hums in response. After only a few seconds, Otar and Aja wipe out the first wave of Black Bear's forces, and all that's left around them is a pile of bloody corpses. As you can imagine, that's not all the men they'll have to fight, and it wouldn't really be a battle without Vlad getting in on the action. The leader of the Black Bear's forces scolds his men for standing back and orders them to surround and attack the enemies all at once. While he's still yelling, a powerful bright light shines into the room, and you can already tell that it's coming from Vlad's world. Our boy overwhelms them with his power, and they're all stunned by it. They stand there frozen in shock as the horror washes over them, and then the young knight declares that any of them who's still standing on 2 legs will be cut down immediately. The power of Vlad's world terrifies them, and as they look up at him with fear laced all over their faces, he orders them to kneel before him. Eventually, Black Bear's men are overwhelmed by the sheer power of Vlad's world and they have no choice but to kneel. They surrender to the power and then Sir Gregory's forces take over to apprehend them. Right now, all the men on the ground floor are on their knees and the soldiers round them up. At this point, the senior knight suggests that the rest of them head up while the soldiers finish sorting out the thugs down there. Our boy agrees with this plan, and so he proceeds to head upstairs with the bearded knight and his team. On the higher floor, our blonde swordsman leads the way and the others follow until they reach a locked door. Vlad walks up to the door and boldly pushes it open, but his eyes widen in shock when he sees what's inside the room. Our boy is shocked because it appears that some kind of deliverance ceremony is going on. There's a priest laying hands on Black Bear, which is really strange because our boy never thought the gang boss would be the religious type. The priest welcomes Vlad into the room, and even though the young knight is stunned, he quickly wraps his head around it and asks the man who he is. The priest then turns around and reveals that he was sent by the bishop, claiming that he came from the church by the bishop's command. As you can imagine, Vlad isn't too pleased by this shocking twist, but he keeps his cool. He informs the priest that he came all the way here by the order of the mayor. He informs the priest that the man he's praying for is Black Bear, an obvious criminal, but before he can finish making his point, the priest cuts him off, disagreeing with him. The man tells him that there are no criminals here anymore, claiming that the sins of Black Bear have been absolved in the name of the Lord. The shady-looking priest then proceeds to show Vlad a scroll, revealing that it's the sacred pardon through which the crime boss was forgiven. Indeed, God is everywhere, but now, it's clear that that light doesn't shine equally on everyone. It descends first upon those at the top and grants more to those who already have much. That is the God and church that those at the bottom have always seen, and as sad as it may seem, it's the harsh reality. Of course, the young knight is left speechless when he sees the pardon. He finds it hard to believe that they'd even consider something like that for a man like Black Bear, and it's absolutely ridiculous to imagine that this might mean that the man is now innocent. As crazy as it all sounds, the priest insists that this is the case. He claims that Black Bear is now innocent and that the bishop issued it himself. Sir Gregory finds it hard to believe that Bishop Pierre issued it personally. The senior knight is horrified by the information, wondering how it could be. He wonders why someone like the bishop would help some back alley boss. On the other hand, our young knight is stunned because he can't even comprehend what he just heard. It's crazy that they even think a single piece of paper can wipe away the tears of countless women who died in that false church. He doesn't want to accept it, and while he's still thinking about it, the man in question speaks up all of a sudden. Black Bear declares that he's now innocent and rubs it in Vlad's face. He claims he's been forgiven and claims that it should be enough for the young knight. The fact that he even has the audacity to say this makes Vlad furious. The man just bragged about being forgiven, and it's really infuriating to our boy. He snaps at Black Bear, but the priest chimes in to defend the crime boss. The priest claims that any sin can be absolved with sincere faith. At this point, you can already tell that something fishy is going on. Black Bear speaks up once again, supporting the priest on what he said. He starts gloating as well, claiming that this must be a wasted trip for the young knight and his crew. Hearing this, the young hero just stands there in shock. He doesn't understand how this could happen. The women that Black Bear sold out trembled in fear and died in the darkness. He doesn't get how the church could allow a man who led those women and children to their death to still have the audacity to smile. After all he has done and all the sins he committed, Black Bear was still left to walk free. Vlad feels that this is wrong and he can't even understand why the priest would support such a decision. Our boy asks the man if someone can truly be forgiven, no matter what, as long as they have sincere faith. In response, the priest assures him that this is in fact the case. He claims that if one receives forgiveness from God and the church, then they can be declared innocent no matter how heinous their crimes may be. Hearing this, our boy takes a moment to process what the priest just said and then speaks to Sir Gregory something. He asks the senior knight if he remembers what he told him in that fog-covered village. The young knight recalls how the man told him that if no one is where they should be, and if no one takes responsibility where they must, then the knight must do it. Hearing this, The senior knight is shocked to the bone when Vlad says this because he immediately knows that the zealous blondie is about to do something pretty drastic. The knight prepares to do exactly what's on his mind, and Sir Gregory can see this, so he tries to stop Vlad, but by this time, it's already too late. Our boy remembers that what Sir Gregory told him is exactly right by the Swordmaster's code, so without any hesitation, he uses a single powerful strike to take off Black Bear's head. The priest is horrified when he sees this, and Sir Gregory just seems disappointed, but Aja is actually pleased by what he just witnessed. As for Otar, he just looks shaken. Black Bear's head rolls on the wooden floor, leaving a trail of blood while his headless body remains erect with blood spewing out of it. As you can imagine, the shady priest is furious about this. He angrily scolds the young knight for killing the allegedly repentant crime boss, and before he can scream some more, the boy quickly goes down on his knees with his bloody sword and accepts that he's a sinner. Vlad doesn't argue or protest the scoldings from the priest. He quietly and humbly surrenders himself to the holy man and asks to be granted the chance to be forgiven too. After all, it doesn't matter the gravity of the crime. All sinners can be forgiven as long as they throw themselves at the mercy of the Lord. The fact that Vlad casually used the priest's own words against him leaves the man a little terrified of the kid. He just stands there in shock, staring at the ruthless knight, and he's not even able to complain. The scene changes after the dramatic series of events, and we're taken back to the mayor's house. News of what happened has reached the young master, and at the moment, Joseph just looks exhausted. He's taking some time to process the information because it's a lot to take in. He's still taken aback by the fact that Vlad really killed someone who had received a pardon, and right now, the person who has to deal with his reaction is Sir Gregory. The bearded knight was the one who suggested the whole mission in the first place, and he was supposed to supervise everything, but he wasn't able to control the entire situation. So, he takes full responsibility for what happened and blames himself for it, feeling that he should have stopped Vlad. He apologizes for what happened, admitting that he never imagined that the crime boss would come back with a pardon from the bishop. At this point, the young master explains that Black Bear didn't actually even obtain the pardon. Joseph reveals that the pardon was just given to the crime boss, and this leaves the knights in the room pretty confused. They're perplexed because they can't even imagine what would make the bishop give such a thing to a back alley boss for no reason. Just thinking about it makes the mayor's blood boil because he knows exactly why. Joseph feels that they must think that the Bayezid house is a joke, since that's why they would boldly take actions to undermine his authority as the mayor. With this in mind, Joseph simply asks the men where exactly Vlad is right now because clearly, he has a few words to say to the young knight. Sir Vorden is pretty nervous at this point because he's scared that the boy might receive some serious punishment. Either way, he reveals that Vlad is waiting in his office. The man figured that it would be best to keep the boy out of Joseph's sight, for the meantime at least. They didn't want to do anything that would trigger the mayor's wrath even more, and after Vorden explains this, Master Joseph claims that it was a good call. He then calls on Sir Joerger, and nobody in the room could have expected the next group of words that come out of the young master's mouth, because he immediately orders the advanced knight to arrest Sir Vlad immediately. Not just that, the young master also orders that the young swordsman, who had become a symbol of hope for the future of House Bayezid, be charged with murder. All the knights in the room are absolutely dumbfounded when they hear these orders, and for a second, they all stand frozen like statues. Apparently, the Bayezid son is taking this thing a lot more seriously than they could have imagined, considering how dear Vlad is to him. At the same time, it seems that the very clever mayor has a secret plan too. As far as Joseph is concerned, it was a foolish choice that Vlad made, but at the same time, it was one that he can understand. Besides, the fact that the pardon was likely issued deliberately by the church for no actual reason suggests that the bishop targeted Vlad from the start. Now that this is established in the mind of the young master, he decides that he's left with no other option. Joseph takes a dramatic pause, and in that awkward silence, he stares right into Sir Joerger's eye. The two men make eye contact, and it's as though Joseph is telling him something he doesn't want anyone else in the room to know. The advanced knight instantly interprets this cryptic message, so he acknowledges it, claiming that he understands. But of course, the other senior knights are still worried about Vlad, especially Sir Gregory, who feels responsible for everything. The bearded knight is shocked at Sir Joerger for taking such instructions so casually, so he tries to speak up for Vlad, hoping to lessen the punishment. However, before he can even get a word in, Joerger reminds Gregory that Vlad was his vassal. So, he claims that he'll be the one to take the responsibility and the blame if the young knight turned out the wrong way. At this point, Sir Gregory doesn't even know what to say anymore because obviously, he can't even take responsibility. He feels so bad just thinking about a teacher being forced to arrest his own apprentice. But most of all, he feels extremely guilty about Vlad's fate. Sir Gregory feels that it's all his fault because none of this would have happened if he hadn't rushed things for the house's benefit. Well, since he's beating himself so much about it, he'll also have the chance to atone for his sins, because the young master isn't letting him off the hook either. Since the bearded knight was one of the people involved in this matter, the mayor decides that he'll have to take responsibility as well. Sure enough, the guilt-ridden man doesn't even argue or try to protest. He accepts the decision, claiming that he's ready to take full responsibility. In response, Master Joseph just thanks him for his quick thinking and proceeds to tell him what his punishment will be. The mayor hands Sir Gregory a sealed envelope with a letter inside and orders him to go to Varna at once and deliver it to someone. Apparently, he expects the senior knight to know who he's talking about, but Sir Gregory is a little taken aback by the order. Joseph tells him to hurry up with the assignment because the sooner he delivers the letter, the better. However, he's still not sure who exactly he's supposed to deliver it to, but then after taking a look at the envelope, a wave of realization hits him. It becomes instantly clear to him what he's supposed to do, so he promises to go there as quickly as he can. Once that is out of the way, Joseph orders Sir Vorden to summon the mage, claiming that he needs to contact his father, as well as San Rosino. As for Maxim and Cade, he instructs them to cancel all missions they've got planned immediately. He also asks them to assemble only the most capable soldiers for him, and with this final order, all his knights get right to business. The young master had expected a day like to come, but he never thought that the enemies would move so brazenly. It's clear now that Bishop Pierre used Vlad as bait to effectively declare war on him and the rest of the Bayezid household. So, if that's the case, the mayor of Ara figures that he has no other choice but to respond as a true Bayezid. He can tell that a storm is coming, but he feels that it's for the best, because the time has finally come to reclaim a city free from all bindings. A city that truly belongs to Bayezid. The story continues with the shady priest from earlier reporting the news to Bishop Pierre, who is now seemingly the Bayezid family's biggest opposition. The bishop is surprised to learn that the young knight actually cut down Black Bear without hesitation, and when he asks if that's truly the case, the priest confirms it. As you can imagine, the priest is pretty terrified because he knows that the bishop will be upset, but rather than lashing out, His Grace is actually very calm about the situation. He admits that the young knight is even more intense than he had heard. With this in mind, he asks to confirm if Father Andreas is actually the one who vouched for the young Sir Vlad. The terrified priest confirms this at this point, claiming that it's what he was told as well. Hearing this, the bishop concludes that they made the right call by shaking the kid up after all. Just as Joseph thought, the bishop actually came up with this scheme just so he could set Vlad up and get him to fall into a trap. Now that Bishop Pierre has successfully done that, he hopes that the rest of his plan goes well, because then he'll finally be able to eliminate the rising star from Ara in one go. As far as the bishop is concerned, the second son of Bayezid has just dared to challenge him by relying solely on bloodline. Besides Joseph, Bishop Pierre also considers Father Andreas an enemy as well, because he feels that the man is a thorn in his side who pretends to be a devout clergyman. This is what he thinks of the two men, so you can imagine how pissed he was to find out that there's now a knight from the lowest gutters who's backed by the both of them. With this in mind, the bishop decides that there's no reason to stand by idly any longer. As far as he's concerned, his will is the will of the papacy, and the will of the papacy is the will of God. This is the bishop's conviction, so he orders the shady priest to send word to the mayor of Ara. He demands that Joseph Bayezid must show guidance to the foolish knight, who dared to ignore his pardon. But that's not all. Bishop Pierre also orders the priest to prepare their secret weapon. As soon as the scared man hears this, he's taken aback because it probably sounds drastic. He's reluctant to believe it, but the bishop confirms that this is what he wants. It's the thing they've been preparing ever since Pierre was posted to Ara long ago. It's the one they say was struck by the black lightning. The bishop insists that it's unthinkable for Vlad to emit aura and become a knight, and he doesn't care how gifted they say the young blondie is. And for this reason, he concludes that there might be a dark shadow dwelling within our hero. Bishop Pierre is convinced that the truth will come to light soon enough, and he believes that all those who vouched for Vlad won't be able to escape unscathed either when that happens. The scene shifts, and we're taken back outside where a small army arrives at Vlad's doorstep. From the banners they're carrying and the cape on their leader's back, you can tell that they're from the church. Sure enough, the man at the front makes his presence known, announcing that they have come under the authority of the bishop. The white-haired knight states how Sir Vald disregarded the pardon issued by the bishop and claims that the offense is equivalent to rejecting the will of God. The man states that it is a grace offense that may even be considered blasphemy, and on that note, he loudly demands that the gates be opened to them immediately. The white-caped messenger reveals that all of them inside will be treated as heretics if they do not obey and open the gates. In response to these statements, the door is suddenly opened and the visitors are greeted by one of the Bayezid knights. The guy teases the visitors, claiming that they're making a ruckus this early in the morning, and of course, the big guy with the cape doesn't appreciate the mockery. Without wasting a second, he reaches for the sword and asks the man who he is. That's when the Bayezid servant introduces himself as Maxim, Knight of Lord Joseph. And then, he informs the visitors that Rose's Smiles is under investigation as commanded by the mayor. As you can imagine, the bishop's knight is pissed by this statement, so he hits back at Sir Maxim, informing him that this investigation is beyond his authority and claims that the people here are suspected of blasphemy. At this point, Maxim proceeds to show just how stubborn he can be. He responds to the guy in the cape, suggesting that they're going too far with their allegations because as far as he's concerned, it doesn't make sense to say that someone is guilty of blasphemy for staying in the same place as Sir Vlad. The bishop's knight is starting to lose his patience but manages to keep his cool and informs Maxim that the church made the judgment, which makes it final. He then reminds the Bayezid knights to know that there's an inviolable line between nobles and the church, however. Sir Maxim also reminds him that they're not the ones who crossed the line. Now, things start to get pretty heated, and that's when Sir Maxim's soldiers reveal themselves. They march out with their weapons and shields, lined up behind him, and now that it's clear that they're ready for a fight, the Bayezid knight makes a declaration. He reveals that the Bayezid house is invoking legal jurisdiction to seal off this area from this moment forward. On this note, he makes it clear to the bishop's knight that he'll need to get the mayor's permission if he wants to enter. It turns out that this is exactly what was needed to ensure that the man and his forces can't get in. He's furious about it because Maxim just bested him, so he assures the man that he'll regret his actions. As far as this visitor is concerned, a mere knight cannot bear the weight of defying the church, but Maxim just hits back at him with a cheeky grin, claiming that he'll just have to try to bear that weight. Besides, he's also in debt, so he doesn't have much of a choice than to go against the bishop right now, because that's the least he can do to repay the cost of his life. The scene shifts at this point, and the story continues later that morning. We finally catch up with our boy who's currently behind bars. As usual, Sir Joerger doesn't hesitate to scold him for messing up. He is especially pissed at Vlad because he's told him several times to always be ready for what's next. Unfortunately, our boy didn't think things through this last time, and now Lord Joseph is the one who has to clean up all his messes. The green-eyed knight is really mad on this occasion because this is like the biggest mess Vlad has ever found himself in. In his mind, the kid's actions have made him no better than a servant even after becoming a knight. Sure, Sir Joerger has every right to be mad, and Vlad knows this too. So he just apologizes, knowing that there are no excuses this time. Seeing how downcast the young knight is, Joerger starts to feel sorry for him. It's sad that he's in this position because he's actually very smart. The senior knight feels that Vlad wouldn't have even fallen for such a sly trap if only he had just widened his vision. But just as this thought crosses his mind, he suddenly realizes that it's actually wrong. Sir Joerger is well aware that this same kid has been running around so much on different missions, and as a result, he lacked the experience to understand the delicate balance between nobles and the church. Maybe if Vlad wasn't so busy with missions, he'd have had the time to learn about all the politics. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and Bishop Pierre took advantage to pick his target perfectly. Now that he's done berating the kid, Sir Joerger informs him that Lord Joseph is buying him some time. However, the young master can't do so much, so the best they can hope for is a well at most. He informs Vlad that he'll soon have to testify at the church and tells him to get ready for that. Our boy acknowledges the instructions, feeling pretty shitty about everything going on, and Joerger feels the same way. Sadly, this green-eyed knight isn't good with expressing his emotions or being soft with his words, so he just stays quiet for a while before offering to go get the boy a thicker blanket to help him through the cold night in his cell. As the advanced knight walks away, the voice speaks to Vlad, telling him that he shouldn't blame himself. The voice assures him that he did what had to be done, but after seeing where the action landed him, Vlad doesn't even know what to think. He just stays silent for a while before finally getting his words together. Our boy also believes that it was clearly the right thing to do, and even now, he still doesn't think it was wrong. But at the same time, he can't believe that it wasn't his fault. Seeing where it landed him makes him finally understand just how different the world of the back alleys is different from the world of knights after all. Hearing these words from the incarcerated young knight, even the voice is at a loss for words. Just then, Vlad begins to recall some of the lessons that Sir Joerger taught him. He remembers when the advanced knight told him to always remember that a knight's sword must be heavy because it is sharp. Back then, he didn't get what his one-eyed teacher was trying to tell him, but now, he thinks that he finally understands what that phrase means. Our boy sits alone in the cold cell as the snowflakes start to pour down on the town, and that's where the scene fades out. Days later, we see the cunning bishop looking out his window with disgust laced all over his face. The sight before him makes him finally understand why the Bayezid house insisted on holding out for a whole week. Apparently, there's currently a protest going on outside his residence, with many people of the city clamoring about how unjust Vlad's trial is. The people protest furiously, insisting that Black Bear deserved death because he was literally a crime boss who allegedly sold off pregnant women. The protesters believe that Vlad did what had to be done, and they're furious that the knight is being treated like a criminal. As far as they're concerned, this bishop grants pardons to murderers, and so they urge him to stop insulting their knight, Sir Vlad, the pride of Soara. As if that's not enough, the protesters start talking about how they can't accept a bishop sent by the pact. This is the north, and so the people of Soara make it clear that they want a bishop who carries northern blood. As you can imagine, Bishop Pierre is irritated by this uprising. This development is clearly against his interests, and his true ideology of Soara becomes a lot harder to hide. In his mind, the behavior they just showed simply proves why people say that northerners are no different from savages. As annoying as the protest is, he also finds it amusing that the Bayezid house thought they could shake him using public sentiment. With this in mind, he concludes that all these displays are just cheap tricks, destined to fail, no matter how much effort they put into them. As far as the bishop is concerned, this trial will be a stage to represent the will of the papacy. Sure enough, the protests truly aren't enough to change the outcome, and shortly after, we see our favorite young knight standing before a judge and jury. It's the day of the trial, and all those involved in the incident are present for it. At first, most of them are seated, except for our boy who is about to have his fate decided pretty soon. Just then, the bishop arrives and his presence is announced for everyone to rise. Initially, Joseph was pretty relaxed, but as soon as Bishop Pierre enters, he's shocked by what he sees. Apparently, the secret weapon he mentioned earlier is actually an inquisitor. A heretic inquisitor for that matter, and after seeing it, the young master is afraid that the bishop is going too far. Even in the worst of witch hunts, the church doesn't ever go this far. After seeing this, the Bayezid son is just stunned by how ruthless the bishop is, and now, there's no doubt in his mind that they planned this deliberately. If he wasn't sure before, now, he is certain that they intended to steer the trail in this direction from the start. While all of these thoughts are running through his mind, he suddenly realizes that Sir Gregory isn't even here yet, and he begins to wonder why the bearded knight hasn't arrived at the trial. It's pretty sad to think about because now, it's like they're being held back by lack of time in the end. Soon enough, the trial officially begins. The bishop takes his seat and calls on Vlad to kick things off. One of the priests holds out a Bible in front of the knight and Pierre tells him to place his hand on it. The bishop tells Vlad to swear by the Bible that he'll answer with only the truth, and our boy does just that, swearing to speak only the truth. The moment his hands make contact with the Bible, a bright golden light begins to shine from there, and then, the floor begins to glow as well. The bright light shines throughout the hall and even reaches the crystal balls that the inquisitors are holding. At this point, it's clear that this is a very serious trial, and most of the people present are blown away by the sight before them. They've probably never seen something like this before, but the bishop is pretty familiar with this, so he explains that the oath blessing has been engraved. That being said, he informs Vlad that the light in the orbs will vanish if he tells a lie at any point, and as soon as he says this, he spots Joseph Bayezid staring at him from across the hall. The mayor is extremely focused on everything going on, and as he locks eyes with the bishop, he reminds himself that he has to prepare for the worst. Clearly, this old trickster is up to something, so the Bayezid son knows that he has to be ready for anything at any time. As for the bishop, well, he's convinced that he's got all his enemies right where he wants them. He's so confident that he wants Joseph to watch closely and feel it for himself just how powerless the proud blood of the North truly is before the truth. After making Vlad swear to speak nothing but the truth, Bishop Pierre officially begins the trial, determined to humiliate the nobles and all those who challenged his authority. The bishop starts the trial by stating the charge, which is the fact that Vlad killed a man known as Black Bear, despite the fact that the deceased had been granted pardon. He then asks the accused if this is true, and of course, our boy doesn't deny it. With his hands bound like a common criminal and his head bowed low, he confirms that he did kill the man, and just like Bishop said, the shining orb keeps glowing. Once the old man sees this, he's not surprised since that's the whole reason for this trial in the first place. After this is established, he then asks Vlad if he admits that he defied the word of God himself, which is kind of a stretch. As you'd expect, our boy is thrown off by this next question, so he snaps, asking the old man what he's even talking about before insisting that he did not defy the word of God. The old man equally seems annoyed by the young knight's tone, but he just keeps his cool and proceeds to ask the next question. While the whole thing is going on, Joseph Bayazid is just intrigued by the lengths the bishop is willing to go to win. The mayor is irritated at how despicable the old man's method is because he can clearly see that Pierre is trying to frame Vlad using a petty leading question. The truth is that no matter what answer Vlad gave in that last one, the clever old geezer would have found a way to twist it in order to reflect his interpretation of God's will. Right now, the bishop is shamelessly playing a very dirty game, and from the look of things, he's just getting started. A sinister smile creeps up on the man's face as he proceeds to the next question. He asks Vlad if he believes that he has always made just and righteous decisions every time he killed someone similar to this chase. Of course, this is another trap, but our boy probably doesn't realize it quickly enough. He takes a brief pause and then answers the question with a yes, but then all of a sudden, the light in the orb goes out, leaving the kid perplexed. As soon as this happens, the blondie doesn't even know what to think at first, and before he can process anything, the bishop concludes that what he just said was a lie. Master Joseph watches everything intently, which is why he knows that Vlad just fell into the old man's trap. The truth is that no one can always make the right decision, so for Pierre to ask such a question in a trial like this confirms that he's got an agenda. Always just righteous. These are 3 words hidden in the question to force out a lie from the kid. Of course, our boy doesn't intend to lie, so he tries to defend himself, protesting that he did not tell a lie. However, the cunning bishop has already moved on from that, and he simply tells Vlad that it's time for the next question. Moving on, the old man recalls an event from about a year ago in the back alleys of Ara. The bishop reveals that there was a report of a boy who was struck by a black lightning bolt. Of course, our boy is taken aback when he hears this old man talking about this, and while he's still trying to take it in, the man boldly asks him if he was that boy. This time around, Vlad is a little more patient before responding, but it doesn't change the fact that there are no right answers for this question. The young knight confirms that he was that boy, and a twisted smile appears on the bishop's face because now he can boldly say that the ominous sight was with Vlad. Our boy tries to defend himself and make a statement, but before he can get a word in, Bishop Pierre cuts him off and moves on to the next question. While Vlad is still trying to process what is going on, the bishop goes on and asks him if he heard any kind of voice after being struck by that lightning, or if he received any revelation from an unknown entity. At this point, our boy is on the hot seat because he's already told one lie from the look of things, and now, there are even more difficult questions being thrown at him. As for the people at the trial, they're just stunned because it's pretty shocking to learn that their favorite knight is marked by an ominous sign. Some refuse to believe, but it's not exactly easy to defend the young swordsman when he's unable to answer the question. It's a pretty big deal right now because it would mean that all of Vlad's achievements up until now were just because he was possessed if it turns out to be true. Just like the others in the hall, Joseph Bayazid is equally starting to panic. The young master knows that it's true that Vlad showed growth beyond common sense in the past year. But still, he doesn't believe that that alone can be used as proof that he was in communion with something heretical. Besides, he saw the truth with his own eyes many times. Joseph saw that the boy's sword shone with a radiance incomparable to anything else. While he's torn about the situation, the bishop is equally running out of patience because he's eager to prove that the kid is a fraud. The old man demands an answer from Vlad, wondering why the swordsman isn't saying anything, and of course, it's because our boy is currently overwhelmed by that question. He doesn't even know what to say right now. If he says yes, then he becomes a heretic, and if he says no, he'll just be accused of lying again, which won't be good for him at this trial. No matter how he answers, it will go exactly how the bishop wants. Just then, the voice in his head tells him to say yes, informing him that lying right now is more dangerous. He tells the boy to just say that the lightning caused some after effects and that he lost his mind briefly. Right now, this seems to be the best call, because if he says no, it will be taken as a lie, and if that happens, he won't even get a chance to explain himself. Vlad knows that there are 3 questions left, and with the way things are going, he might have you reveal the voice's true identity if things take a turn for the worst. In response, the voice simply tells him not to worry, revealing that he has a way to keep his identity hidden, which just leaves our boy confused. Meanwhile, the bishop is already running out of patience. He tells the boy, wondering what he's doing and why he hasn't answered the question yet. He has to answer right now to avoid any more suspicion, so the voice tells him to believe. At this point, Vlad finally responds to Bishop Pierre. Just when he's about to answer if he hears a voice, the trial is suddenly interrupted by someone who comes in, demanding that the whole thing be stopped. Joseph and everyone else in the hall are taken aback by this interruption, including the cunning bishop who was so close to getting the confession he's been waiting for. This unexpected guest just happens to be Father Andreas, who loudly insists that this whole trial is unfair. Vlad is shocked that the priest is here while the bishop is simply furious when he sees the old man and his students. Bishop Pierre snaps, stating that Andreas has no right to be here or even speak of fairness in this trial. However, the priest hits back at his grace, reminding him that he's the one who vouched for Sir Vlad of Ara. He was the one who picked up that name, which lay unnoticed in the dirt, and then offered it before God's name. Father Andreas explains that the bishop should have come through him first if there has been any suspicion about the young knight. At this point, Pierre realizes that he can't stop his nemesis from being present since the man knows his right too. So, he begrudgingly grants him permission to enter. Once that's done, Father Andreas walks to the middle of the hall to meet Vlad where he is standing. The boy is so glad to see the priest that he's at a loss for words. The father then holds his hands and commends him for doing well so far, but now, he wants Vlad to leave the rest to him. That being said, he asks Bishop Pierre to repeat the question, revealing that he will be the one to answer in Vlad's place from this point on. Apparently, there's nothing wrong with that either, so the bishop doesn't even protest. He just proceeds to explain the situation to Father Andreas, and then repeats the question, asking if Vlad heard any voice or received any revelation from an unknown entity after being struck by the black lightning. The old man almost seems taken aback by the question, but he wouldn't want to put his client in any more trouble, so, after sneaking a glance at the boy, he comes up with a clever response. He claims that all of Vlad's actions henceforth will be accompanied by that voice, and Pierre attempts to capitalize on this answer, asking if the priest is suggesting that the voice came from something unholy. However, Priest Andres is familiar with his game, so he quickly cuts him off and suggests that the voice is from God who resides in the skies above. As you can imagine, this statement leaves the bishop absolutely furious because it almost sounds like blasphemy. But then again, Father Andreas reminds everyone at the trial that Sir Vlad has cut through pitch black darkness with blinding light over the last year. He protected the pilgrims from the remnants of a fallen dragon, and even saved the lives of children from heretical beings. After making all of these points, Father Andreas asks the bishop to consider how rare it is for a knight to be simultaneously vouched for by himself and even San Rosino. At this point, the people at the trial are a lot more relieved because they begin to understand that the voice wasn't something unholy, but rather the voice of God. It does seem logical, especially since one of the young knight's guarantors is none other than Priest Andreas after all. Regardless, the bishop is determined to prove that Vlad is working under the influence of a dark power. He reminds everyone that the boy was born in the back alleys, a lowly place, and suggests that God wouldn't give his blessings to such a person so easily. Unfortunately for him, Father Y quickly counters this point, reminding him that a certain Lord Frozen was also the child of a fallen noble family, who endured countless hardships from the bottom and rose up. He became the one and only swordmaster too and the founding king of the empire. On this note, the priest explains that God's blessings are not given based on where one is born, but on where one chooses to go. This response leaves the bishop speechless, so he just gives up and proceeds to ask the next question. Now, he tries to bring up Vlad's past, stating that the boy has committed countless crimes in the back alleys of Ara, and then asks if it's true. In response, the priest simply states that that was more akin to emergency relief. The bishop almost loses his mind when he hears this because he doesn't get how a crime can be called emergency relief. Unfortunately for him, Priest Andreas has an answer for all his questions today. He asks the bishop if he has ever laid his eyes on the reality of the back alleys filled with stealing, robbing, and sometimes even killing. It's a place where tragedy is the only option to survive. But he also makes it clear that this isn't just Vlad's story, because it's the daily life for everyone in those alleys. If the church regards them with compassion and offers warm support, that endless chain of tragedy could be broken, and the priest makes this very clear to the bishop. At this point, His Grace is starting to get frustrated because he's getting countered over and over again. Still, he insists that the knight's rate of growth is simply unbelievable. It's baffling to him that someone who only recently picked up a sword has already awakened aura, fought knights, and even killed a dragon. Once again, Father Andres calmly responds to this, revealing that on that day, a mere mercenary who ran through the pitch-black night to fulfill his duty tore open the night sky with a miraculous, pure white light. The priest is confident that he's not the only one who saw the radiant world of Sir Vlad, so the bishop asks if there is any witness present, because it's just a claim if there's no witness to back it up. This is Joseph's cue to weigh in on the trial, so he presents the evidence he's got, claiming that it's a testimonial written by honorable knights themselves. Knight Duncan of Heinel, Holy Knight Justia of San Rosino, and even Volkov Baranov, the heir of the Baranov family, rulers of the north. Joseph reveals that all of them have testified to Sir Vlad's achievements. However, the bishop is reluctant to accept all of Vlad's defense. This bishop went through a lot of trouble to weave a tight net of accusations, like doubts about the boy's faith, his lowly origins, his questionable past crimes, even suspicions about whether his talents were fabricated. But now, it's clear that he will have to reveal his true secret weapon, so he orders for the seal of binding to be brought forth. Just then, a group of knights make their way into the hall with the seal, and the people are shocked because these men are paladins of the Vatican. They're stunned because they can't imagine what would require paladins to be involved. Once the seal is brought out, the bishop reveals that he has one question remaining and claims that he won't ask it with words but rather reveal the truth of this matter through direct action. Then, the huge case is opened and even Fader Andreas is shocked to see that the mirror of Saint Muriello is in there. It's a holy relic of the Vatican that reflects all truths of a person who gazes into it. And on this note, Bishop Pierre reveals that the exorcism ritual is about to begin. Father Andreas feels that it's absurd to engage in an exorcism ritual because as far as he's concerned, Sir Vlad's innocence can be proven through truthful testimony. Unfortunately, this bishop is no longer interested in anything they have to say, stating that he's someone who has the duty to clear up even the slightest doubt. Seeing the state of things, Joseph Bayezid just gets frustrated because it's clear that the bishop is spinning the situation in his favor. The old man is determined not to lose, and he doesn't mind taking drastic measures. The main problem now is the fact that it becomes a mark of disgrace once an exorcism ritual is performed on someone. It's a stigma that will follow him for the rest of his life, and now that Joseph knows this is a possibility, he realizes that the purpose of this trial has changed. The truth no longer matters to the bishop, and all that remains is the intent to burden everyone who stands as a witness for Vlad. From the very beginning, this trial was just a pretext to seize control of the north, and now Bishop Pierre is inching closer to that goal. The old man tells the inquisitors to prepare the sacred prayer, and it becomes very clear that things are getting out of hand, so Father Andreas tries to suggest something else. The priest reminds the bishop that there is still one holy relic left that can reveal the truth, feeling that they shouldn't treat the sacred artifact of the Vatican so lightly. Unfortunately, the bishop is already sick and tired of Andreas, so he snaps at the priest, warning him to mind his words. To him, seeking out the presence of evil is a trivial matter to the priest, and he doesn't appreciate that. On this note, Bishop Pierre explains that Vlad only needs to stand before the relic without deceit if his soul is truly clean. At this point, our boy's guarantor realizes that there's nothing else he can do to stop the bishop. If one uses the existence of evil as justification, then refusal itself becomes a confession that evil resides within, so he breaks the news to Vlad. He admits that he can't stop the exorcism, but tells the young knight not to worry, because the relic merely reveals the impure presence within. He assures Vlad that his faith in him is unwavering because he has seen our boy's true self. On the other hand, the knight doesn't look too confident. The bishop starts losing his patience again, wondering why Vlad is hesitating to stand before the relic. Now it's clear that there's no going back, so our boy steps forward and the voice assures him that it's going to be okay. As you can imagine, the boy is scared, but the voice tells him to step forward proudly, just as he has always walked toward the light. Our boy finally summons the courage to do it, and after taking a deep breath, he steps forward. As soon as he stands before the relic, the world around him changes and a powerful knight with a white cape appears. The boy is shocked, and it's even more mysterious because he still can't see the knight's face. But that's when the voice speaks to him again and the face is revealed. The voice claims that at last, he finally understands what that emotion was in the blacksmith's eyes. He feels that the old man must have wished that his humble sword wouldn't hold Vlad back. For the first time, the voice is no longer just a voice because our boy can finally see the face behind it. The immortal knight knows that he has taught Vlad all that he could, but he wishes that he could have watched the pride of so Aura grow a little more. To avoid being detected by that mirror, he explains that he must descend into an even deeper realm. Vlad is still stunned right now because everything going on is just so surreal to him. He asks the voice what he's talking about, and the entity explains that the world of knights is vast and deep like an ocean. The world that Vlad has shown him until now was merely him dipping one foot in. But now, the time has come for the young knight to delve into deeper waters. Our boy already knows that this is pretty much goodbye, and he's not ready for that. He reminds the voice that he's still too lacking to reach that deep world on his own, but the immortal knight just smiles at him and assures him that he'll reach it someday. However, now it is time for him to go alone. The voice tells him that he's the only one who can forge his own complete world. Still, Vlad isn't ready to part ways because he knows that it will take a really long time by himself, and he's afraid that he may never even make it. In response, the immortal knight just smiles at him and tells Vlad that he believes in him. He can't be with him any longer, so he hopes that the young knight can meet him again in the deeper world. While the voice is still saying this, He begins to disappear into a bright light and Vlad just watches in horror, wondering how he's supposed to go on by himself. Finally, the voice bids him farewell until they meet again, and in the blink of an eye, he's gone, leaving nothing but the bright light behind. Our boy reaches for the knight, desperate to hold on to him, but that's impossible, so he begrudgingly accepts his fate. He closes his eyes and his conscientiousness returns to his body in the human realm, where the bishop is busy barking at him. The old man is furious at him for closing his eyes in front of the mirror, so he orders him to open them and look into the mirror. Vlad takes a deep breath then, because now he understands what he must do, and as he opens his eyes, he vows to meet the voice again no matter what. As soon as he looks into the mirror, his eye begins to glow and the mirror shines with a blinding light that leaves everyone around in disbelief. The bishop is almost terrified by what he sees, and all the people there equally have their jaws on the floor. Father Andreas did say he has faith in Vlad, but he probably never expected the kid to pull off such a magnificent display of purity. The blinding white light fills the large hall and most people are forced to close their eyes. It's a really special moment to see the mirror of Saint Mariello bathed in the light of dawn. It is a noble light that only those with not a single speck of shame can possess. And truly, it's a really mind-blowing sight. But it doesn't end with the mirror, because all of a sudden, the clouds start to move. The white clouds up in the sky start spiraling in a circle above the cross on the roof of the cathedral. People outside are blown away when they see it, and everyone stops to stare. From the crowd outside the church to the people in the town square, to the marketplace, the harbor, and even the back alleys, everyone in the city of Sohara can see the pure white clouds circling up in the sky. It's such a bewildering sight to see, and even Jemina gets to see it all the way from Rosa's smiles. Back in the cathedral, the trial takes a very different turn, leaving the bishop feeling frustrated. He's blown away by the young knight and extremely confused. Now, our boy finally speaks up. He claims that he doesn't see a single thing he's done wrong and asks the accusers why they are all messing with him and cursing him like this. He asks why they are trying to take everything away from him, and as all the emotions build up inside him, he bursts into tears, screaming that he hasn't done anything wrong. As soon as Lad makes this loud cry, a massive bolt of white lightning comes down on the cathedral to blast the mirror. Now, the light coming from the relic is even more blinding and a lot more terrifying, because it's almost as if the heavens are angry with the bishop for what he's done. And now it's clear that the boy has done no wrong. All he did was survive. He merely did what needed to be done. As the storm rocks the entire city and lightning hammers down on the cathedral, the final witness to prove Vlad's innocence is revealed to be the lingering voice that has always been with the boy. And all the people could finally see without a doubt that this child is truly the pride of Sohara. After everything that happened outside, Bishop Pierre is absolutely livid. He stares furiously at the shattered mirror of Saint Mariello, completely lost for words. The events that just played out before him are truly unbelievable, and he finds it difficult to fathom the fact that a holy relic granted directly by the Vatican was just shattered simply because it reflected the soil of a mere fledgling knight. After pondering deeply for some time, the bishop suddenly asks one of his disciples if anyone saw what was reflected in Vlad's soul, because he is now convinced that it was not an evil being, since the inquisitors would have noticed if it was. At this point, the servant informs the bishop that those outside saw lightning strike the church spire at the end of the trial, and so, the young man suggests that it could be a presence strong enough to influence reality. However, the bishop is still very uncertain, as he couldn't tell what the presence truly was. It shined brightly, so he doesn't think it's an evil entity, but at the same time, it was way too intense to be called a blessing from God. The old man is truly bothered by what he witnessed with Vlad and concludes that they have to report this directly to the Vatican. Even if it's not of evil origin, the bishop still feels that an anomaly of this magnitude will surely be of interest to them. Bishop Pierre believes that this is the best way to go, especially since there's a chance that Vlad will be summoned to the tribunal again when the Vatican learns of what happened today. While he's still plotting his second attempt to destroy Vlad, he's suddenly interrupted by one of his servants who barges into the hall calling out to him. The messenger reveals that they have just received a telegram from San Rosino, and the irritated bishop coldly tells him to read it aloud. Without hesitation, the terrified messenger reads the letter, revealing that San Rosino demands the bishop to explain the connection between Black Bear, who received the pardon, and the Black Mage. But that's not all, because they also made it very clear in their message that they will carry out an investigation on the bishop if he refuses. As you can imagine, Pierre is even more furious when he learns that he now has more problems to deal with. He curses the Northerners, feeling insulted by the fact that their lowly diocese would even speak that way to him, even when he's a representative of the Vatican. The bishop bowls in rage just thinking about it, and concludes that they're only this bold because they have the northern houses backing them. As much as he hates to admit it, He knows that even the Vatican's authority won't be able to stop San Rosino from ruining his life if the northern houses unite. Now, it's pretty clear that he has a big problem, so he instantly begins phase 1 of his countermeasures by ordering his servants to summon a mage for him so that they can send a telegram to Dragon Blood Duke. Back in Sora, we catch up with Lord Joseph and his men. The Bayezid's son is aware that San Rosino has already sent a telegram to Bishop Pierre, and he's surprised by how quickly they took action. It was pretty fast, and so he figures that they must have held a deep grudge against the bishop for a long time. Sir Joerger agrees, reminding his master that the Vatican's neglect of the northern diocese is well known, so it's no surprise that they'd hit back at the bishop after he attempted to destroy Vlad. Joseph confirms this, stating that the Central's bias and disdain knows no bounds. He doesn't find the new development bad at all because this way, they can secure support from San Rosino on political grounds which would have been a lot more difficult otherwise. But now, a new balance of power is forming and the young mayor is confident that it will favor his side. After all, at a time like this, he couldn't have asked for anything better than the alliance of northern lords and San Rosino. With this in mind, the young mayor suddenly asks Sir Vorden how the priest is doing, and the senior knight confirms that Father Andreas is currently resting. Unfortunately, the priest will probably have to remain in bed for a few more days after what went down recently. Apparently, the old father rushed down to Sora while braving a harsh blizzard in that frail body of his. Hearing this, the young master demands that they treat the priest with the utmost care. Joseph is so concerned that he prefers not to send Andreas back to Varna for the rest of the winter. Initially, they used Vlad as an excuse to bring the priest to Soara, but the mayor wouldn't mind letting the father stay a while longer, knowing that his presence alone is enough to pressure Bishop Pierre. The old priest is so well known that no one would question it if he were to take over as the next bishop even. Master Joseph has this in mind right now, and with everything coming together, he feels that it's at times like this that they must keep the priest in their hands. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when someone knocks on the door. Joseph lets the guest in, and that's when we see our boy make his way in. The mayor doesn't look pleased to see Vlad right now and can't even hide the look on his face. He stares at the young knight with disdain, wondering what he's supposed to do with him now. Our boy knows that he's messed up real bad, so all he can do is apologize for all the trouble he has caused. Vlad shows remorse while the senior knights behind him just watch nervously, waiting for the master's response. Just then, the Bayezid's son begins to explain how he prefers to achieve results through meticulous planning. Unfortunately, Vlad has always been unpredictable from the very beginning until now, and as such there has not even been a single moment of predictability. That being said, he informs our boy that the Vatican will now be watching him very closely. After all, he interfered with their operations. Hearing this, all our boy can do is apologize, knowing just how complicated he has made things for everyone. Joseph suddenly informs that the priest mentioned the possibility of the blessing of God residing within him, but Vlad is shocked to hear this and finds it hard to believe. However, his master doesn't really care what he thinks about the matter, because he's determined to make that the case whether Vlad believes it or not. Our boy is still trying to wrap his head around this when the master tells him to take the sack on the table with him. He tells Vlad that it is his special allowance. Joseph explains that it's not his salary but rather a reward for his achievements. Hearing this, Vlad suddenly remembers what Sir Vorden told him. The senior knight told him that the price of honor will be paid once a year using the justification of a special allowance. As soon as he recalls that conversation, he instantly understands what the money is for. The young master reveals that there is over 300 gold in the sack, and of course, our boy feels that it's a pretty huge sum of money. He's so shocked that he can't even pretend and blurts out asking Joseph why he's received so much money. The master just ignores the question and lets Vlad know that he's also tallied up the results of every day they've worked together. And now that the blondie is a knight, Joseph feels that he's entitled to claim the credit for his past achievements. In other words, our boy is basically being paid for everything he's done for the Bayezid household since he and Joseph met. That being said, the reimbursement makes a lot more sense, and Vlad excitedly thanks his master for this very special allowance. Our boy is grinning ear to ear at this point, but before he can fully enter a state of euphoria, Joseph reminds him that he also has responsibilities to bear now that he's a knight. He makes this very clear to Vlad, determined to make the young blondie understand that things are a lot more serious now, and of course, our boy assures his master that he is ready for what is to come. Hearing this, the Bayezid's son reminds Vlad that he disregarded the pardon which carried the will of God. This was the statement Bishop Pierre made during the trial, and Joseph informs our boy that it was a clear fault on his part. As such, he concludes that Vlad must be held accountable. Sure, that's a fair judgment, but the young master feels that the boy should be punished. And in that split second, he banishes Vlad from Sora without a second thought. As you can imagine, this decree comes as a shock to our boy. Vlad is so stunned when he hears this that he can't even say a word. He just freezes on the spot with a horrified look on his face. After a few seconds, he finally asks Joseph what he just said, hoping that he had heard wrong the first time, but the Bayezid's son just gives him a cold look which confirms his fear. Sir Joerger and Sir Vorden just stand quietly at the back, feeling sorry for the kid because there's truly nothing they can do to help him right now. Neither of them is able to look Vlad in the eye, and our boy's whole life begins to flash right before him. He trembles as he tries to make sense of what just happened to him in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, it becomes very certain that there's no other choice. Even the slightest mistake will give the bishop and the Vatican a reason to bare their fangs at Vlad again. The young master is convinced that sending the boy away is the best call because he's a glowing target for the enemies. It's surely not easy for the Bayezid's son to send his most promising knight away for good, but he also knows that half-hearted leniency is poison. Right now, what his people need is decisive action, and that is why he ignores all other thoughts and once again orders Vlad to leave Sora within a week. The words hit our boy like daggers a second time, and so there's no longer any doubt in his mind about what the mayor wants. And so, his eyes widen in horror as harsh the reality hits him like a runaway train. While Vlad is coming to terms with his new fate, the scene shifts and we see a flashback of our boy's early life. It's in Rose's Smiles, where we see some guys drinking and chatting. One of them groans, wishing that he had 100 gold on him right now, and the other asks what he'd do with the money. Apparently, the guy dreams of buying some land so he can settle down and do something other than his current occupation. From the look of things, these guys are probably in one criminal line of work, and even though one wants to quit for a better life, his colleague just mocks him. Nevertheless, this ambitious young man refuses to be discouraged. He intends to open a business after getting a decent building somewhere too with that money. Hearing this, his partners are pretty intrigued to learn that he's actually serious. To them, it's a far-fetched dream because they feel that it's way too difficult to run a business, so the second guy just concludes that their delusional comrade will just crash and burn in no time. Still, the dreamer is undeterred because he feels that it's way better to fail at business than to keep living by the sword every day. He makes this point and then asks the rookie in the shop to back him up. That's when we see the blonde kid in the corner mopping the floors. He asks little Vlad what he would do if he had 100 gold right now, but the bitter boy just glares at the men and bluntly asks if any of them actually wants to give him the money. From the tone in his voice, the ambitious thug just teases him for having such a sour attitude. Of course, none of them have that kind of money, so the guy tries to explain that they were just having a little chat. At this point, Vlad actually gives it a thought and reveals that the first thing he'd do is pay off his debt if he has 100 gold to his name. The dreamer is shocked when he hears this because he can't imagine that a kid like that would owe someone 100 gold. He teases little Vlad about it, suggesting that the kid is looking pretty shady and asks him if he's into gambling or something. In response, the boy explains that it's not debt from gambling and states that it's just a few things he needs to pay back. At this point, the thugs are very curious, so they all turn to the kid and ask what kind of things he's talking about. This is pretty much where the flashback ends, and back in the present, Vlad realizes that there's not much time left before he leaves, and so it's time to pay up that debt he owed. Vlad visits Rose's Smiles and presents a couple stacks of good coins to the madam there. She's taken aback by it, and then reminds him that he doesn't need to worry about the inn fee he owes her for the time she harbored him. However, the young knight insists that she accept the payment, pointing out how she's been spending so much to take care of the street kids lately. He's convinced that she probably poured all her savings into converting the place into an inn. That being said, he urges her to take the money and assures her that Rose's Smiles will flourish again once they're able to get through these tough times. The madam finally gives in and accepts his offer, but she still feels that he would need at least 50 gold out of the money. However, Vlad insists that she takes everything so that she can really improve the quality of service at the inn. She's reluctant at this point, so the young knight tells her to think of it as an investment on his part, claiming that she can give him a cut of the profits in the future. Hearing this, she promises that she'll work really hard then because she wouldn't want her investor to take a loss because of her. The lady is grateful for his huge assistance, but also really exhausted just thinking about the work she'll have to put in now. She was previously thinking about leaving the whole place to Jemima and take a break, but now she has to remain there. Vlad is surprised to hear this and tells her that he can't bear to see Rose's Smiles go under while he's still around. Madame Marcella can see how much he cares, so she urges him to take better care of himself if he's really that worried about them. To her, it's baffling that he's already leaving again when he only recently just got back from his last mission. Apparently, our boy hasn't told her that he's been banished. He probably doesn't want her to feel sorry for him, so he just assures her that he'll return safely this time too, and she's confident that he will be fine. All of a sudden, the young knight thanks her and she's taken aback, because she doesn't get what he could be thanking her for. Just then, we get to see another flashback of when Madame Marcella took our boy in. And so, he thanks her for bringing color back into his gray lifeless world, and basically for everything she's ever done for him. After stopping by at Rose's Smiles to say goodbye, Vlad returns to the mansion in Suara where he pays a visit to Father Andreas and his young disciple. Vlad sees the kid struggling with a heavy bucket of water, so he gives him a hand to prevent him from spilling the water all over the place. The little guy is shocked to see the famous Vlad of Suara standing next to him. It's like a dream. Our boy takes the bucket of water from him, and as they both walk down the hall, Vlad asks the kid if the priest is alright. In response, the little guy admits that Father Andreas probably needs more bed rest. It was hard enough for him to move in the cold weather. But he even had to get into it with the bishop as soon as he arrived. Vlad feels really guilty when he hears this, knowing that it's all because of him, so he asks if there's anything they need to help the father. He offers to help any way he can, but the kid admits that there's really nothing else to be done since Lord Joseph has already done a lot for them. At this point, our boy doesn't know what to say, so they just keep walking together until the kid asks him if it's true what they say about him. The knight isn't sure what the boy is talking about, so he asks to confirm, and that's when the kid asks if it's true that he received the blessing of God. Vlad isn't too pleased by the question, because the more the rumors spread, the more exaggerated they become. So, he quickly clears the air and makes the boy understand that the situation isn't what he thinks. The wide-eyed boy is intrigued when he hears this, but either way, he informs Vlad that Father Andres really liked the fact that he had finally become a full-fledged knight. Of course, our boy feels a sense of pride after this revelation, even though it comes as a surprise. The little guy confirms it and keeps saying that Vlad received the blessing of God, even though he just told him that it's not like that. Unfortunately for our boy, the rumors might just spread even more because the little disciple suddenly asks if he can brag about their encounters to his fellow initiates later. He wants to tell everyone how he once prayed together with Vlad, and thankfully, our boy doesn't see a problem with that. He tells the little guy to go ahead even though he's not sure if that's even much to brag about. He then gives the boy the bucket back and tells him to go on, so the young disciple thanks the knight for listening to him. They part ways at this point and Vlad starts to get a little frustrated. He initially wanted to go find Father Andreas, but now that the priest is bedridden, he doesn't think it would be a good idea. With this in mind, he turns around and after taking a few steps, a harsh reality suddenly hits him. Unlike before, when he has a permanent companion, his head is now extremely quiet because there's no voice left to respond to. The voice is gone and Vlad realizes how long it's been since he experienced this overwhelming feeling of loneliness. Throughout most of his trials and adventures, he's always had the voice to talk to, but now, he's all alone, and the sad truth is that he has no choice but to get used to it now. The next morning, Vlad joins Sir Gregory for breakfast, and while they're sipping from their jugs, the senior knight just grumbles about how all their adventures together always end with one disciplinary action. There's always a punishment for one of them every time they team up, and the bearded knight is sick of it. Well, not as much as the guy who's just been exiled. Sir Gregory feels really sorry for Vlad and asks him when he's leaving Sora. Our boy reveals that he has only 5 days left, but admits that he might leave sooner if everything he needs is ready before then. The big guy is heartbroken just thinking about it. Even though the end result wasn't great, he still thanks Vlad for making sure that everything they planned was completed. With the Black Bear gone, Canner family's expansion into Sora is a done deal and negotiations with Lord Joseph are already finalized too, so Sir Gregory owes it all to Vlad, who helped him to make it all happen. Even though it cost him his home, our boy isn't pissed. In fact, he's glad that things even worked out and they managed to get something out of the whole thing. Still, the bearded knight feels responsible for Vlad's banishment, so he admits that he owes the blondie a huge debt. On this note, he informs the young knight that his patriarch, Lord Canner, wishes to repay that debt by sponsoring him for life. Vlad is surprised to hear this, and even jokes about how he'll probably be eating free sausages forever now. The big guy laughs as well, promising to give Vlad so many of them that he'll get sick of them. After the brief moment of comic relief, the atmosphere gets all awkward and tense again, pushing Sir Gregory to make a pretty embarrassing confession. Apparently, that day when they took down Black Bear, the bearded knight felt that Vlad's actions were more knightly than any other knight he's known. The senior knight admits that he doesn't even remember when it was, but what he knows for sure is that Vlad ignored religion, politics, personal gain and ambition that day he took down Black Bear. As far as Sir Gregory is concerned, the young blondie followed only the sword master's code with his actions, which is something that's rare these days. They live in a time where true knights are so very rare and the big guy states this before confessing that he felt ashamed of himself and proud of Vlad that day. Vlad was the only knight who showed true knighthood that night that most knights no longer possess. After making the confession, he tells the blue-eyed hero to take care of himself out there in the world. Our boy is stunned at first after hearing all of this, but then, the look of shock is replaced by a proud smile. The two make a toast, and he promises to take care of himself when he leaves. The scene shifts to the harbor, and at this point it's pretty clear that our boy is saying all of his goodbyes. Next on the list is definitely Harvin, because he's currently standing at the docks with his old friend. The brown-eyed young man is delighted to be spending the day with Vlad, especially since it's been forever since he properly saw a ship. They both stare at a pretty magnificent ship, and Harvin can't help but admit that it's one crack-ass vessel. He suggests that it must be tough for the captain to steer because the river is mostly frozen, and that's when our boy chimes in about how the boat is also way too expensive. This statement leaves Harvin stunned because the last time he checked, Vlad wasn't supposed to be an expert on boats. After browsing for boats, the two buddies take a walk, and then Vlad asks Harvin if he still wants to sail. Of course, he still does, so our boy asks if he still intends to go far beyond Sora. The brown-haired guy confirms this as well and then curiously asks Vlad why he's asking all these questions all of a sudden. He's acting strange by suddenly asking to go look at ships and talking about sailing. Soon they stop by another boat, and Harvin tells Vlad that it costs 200 gold, which is cheaper than the others. He explains that it's the reason why most merchants prefer to use it, and that's when Vlad reveals that it's also the reason he bought it. Once again, the brown-eyed man is dumbfounded because that's like the last thing he thought he'd hear today. On the other hand, our boy just smiles at him. Apparently, Vlad wants to give him this boat to repay him for never hesitating to support him and Gemina when they had nowhere to go. The young knight swore that he would pay the debt he owed Harvin, no matter what. Even though he limps on land, he wouldn't need to limp out there on the far sea, and our boy made sure to keep his word. While Harvin is still trying to wrap his head around what's going on, Vlad hands him the deed to the boat and tells him to sign it under his name. The brown-eyed man is bewildered by everything happening right now. It almost feels like a dream to him, but Vlad assures him that the boat belongs to him now. Harvin slowly takes the ship's deed, and the look of bewilderment is slowly replaced with gratitude. He smiles at Vlad as he collects the documents, and our boy goes ahead to give him a hat. He congratulates Harvin on his new boat and calls him captain, which instantly sets the waterworks off. Harvin is so touched as he wears the hat that tears of joy run down his cheeks. After that, Vlad gave a final farewell to the old blacksmith at the cemetery, knowing that they wouldn't see each other for a very long time. He thanked Sir Maxim, who protected the Rose's smiles in his stead, and Sir Vorden, who recited the proclamation for him. He also quietly met with Sir Gregory and Sir Cade, who had helped protect the children's future. And so, one by one, our young hero began to repay his debts and let go of the names etched in his mind, leaving behind those whose debts he could never repay. Time passed so quickly, and soon, it was time for our favorite knight to be on his way. That night, he meets with his old friends one last time. There, he tells Harvin to go to Sturma and receive the Canner family's meat shipment when the river thaws. He explains that it's not enough for sailing out to the open sea, but a good start for his first voyage. Hearing this, Harvin is surprised and asks Vlad if he has really set up a trade connection already. In response, the knight just tells him to prepare when he can. After that, he asks Odar to help Harvin with his business because it would mean a lot to him. Of course, his jacked-up friend doesn't deny his request, and so they quickly get that out of the way. Harvin then asks Vlad if he's really leaving the following day, and our boy confirms that he sets out at dawn. Hearing this, the latest captain asks him if he went to greet the mayor earlier, and Vlad simply explains that Lord Joseph is strict about separating public and private matters. The young master is currently pressuring the bishop, so Vlad couldn't meet with him. Just receiving his greeting could give the Vatican some political leverage, and that's the last thing he or the Bayezid household need right now. Hearing this, Harvin just sighs in frustration before asking Vlad if he managed to meet all the people he wanted to see before leaving. Our boy just gives him a mischievous smile in response, and reveals that there's actually one person left. The scene shifts to Jemima's room, where we see the redhead sobbing. She's probably heard that Vlad is leaving and doesn't know how to handle it. The blondie in question suddenly knocks on her door, urging her to open it up because he wants to tell her something important. She ignores him at first, and once it starts to look like she won't let him in, he threatens to break the door down if she doesn't open up. That's when he finally responds to him, revealing that Harvin told her what happened at Captain Hoover's hideout. This just makes him more eager to get to her, so he tells her to get away from the door, because he's breaking in on the count of 3. Apparently, The threat works because Gemina immediately dashes to open the door before he finishes his countdown. She's not exactly in a chatty mood. She only opened it to avoid getting her door broken, so she tells him to say what he came up say and get lost. At this point, Vlad can see the pain in her eyes, and he knows that he's the one responsible, which makes him feel even worse. Gemina is so mad at him that she can't look him in the eyes, so he tries to calm her down. He confesses that he truly wanted to wait patiently for her, but that can't work anymore since he's out of time now. So, he begs her to understand him and not hate him for what he's about to do. Before Jemima can even wrap her head around what he just said, Vlad throws her over his shoulder. He tells her to go somewhere with him, but she's still too mad, so she just keeps screaming as he carries her away. Vlad manages to get her out to the dark back alleys of Sora despite her relentless screaming. She keeps yelling for him to let her go, but he refuses, claiming that she forced him to do this because she locked herself in her room for a whole week. At this point, she asks him once again where he's even taking her this late at night, because she can't understand what the hell he's doing. Vlad suddenly reveals that he's leaving the following day, and the redhead finally calms down. She's taken aback by the news, and then informs him that he should have just stayed out of trouble rather than kidnapping her. In response, our boy tells her how he used to run away in the past, which is very different from his life now, where he's being chased away. As you can imagine, Jemima feels very sad about the whole thing and just calls him an idiot for messing things up like this. He doesn't deny it, but he feels that it's better this way since he's only getting chased and not getting killed. Just then, they both hear the bells ring and realize that it's curfew already. Vlad had no idea that it was so late, so he decides that he'll need to do some running to meet up. He gives Jemima a heads up, but before she can even process it, the young knight gets into sports mode. He blasts off like a rocket, sprinting through the back alleys while the redhead screams in horror. Her hair is all over the place, and since she can't come down right now, all she can do is yell at him, calling him crazy bastard for spiking her blood pressure for nothing. Unfortunately, nothing she says is enough to make Vlad slow down. He just keeps dashing at mind-blowing speed, ignoring all her cries and pleas to put her down. Eventually, they arrive at the destination, and we get to see where Vlad wanted to take her. The redhead is in awe as she stands in front of a gorgeous dress in the store. She's blown away by it, and while she's frozen on the spot, the young knight proceeds to talk with the shop owner. The man is extremely delighted to see that the famous Vlad of Sora actually returned to his shop. Our boy apologizes for coming late, and then asks the man if he completed the order he made earlier. The excited designer immediately confirms that the order is ready. He even claims that he was intending to take it to Vlad the following day since he didn't show throughout the day. Hearing this, Vlad suddenly tells Jemima to try the dress on, and she's just taken aback by it at first. The scene shifts after that little trip to the back alleys, and on the way back, it starts snowing. This time around, he doesn't carry her on his back, since they're finally on the same page. As they both walk back, Vlad tells her that she looked really good in that dress he got her when she tried it on. She doesn't say anything in response, so he turns around to look at her and notices her acting strange, so he gives her a warm smile and curiously asks why she's acting awkward all of a sudden. It's at the point that we get to see that she's still wearing the gorgeous red dress Vlad got her. She's extremely flustered, of course, and even though she tries to pretend like she's not blushing, the redness of her cheeks blows her cover very quickly. She claims that she doesn't know what he's talking about, but he just lets her off the hook. He's more concerned with how good she looks in the dress, and he's just glad that he got it tailored to fit exactly. After all, he doubts that she'll get any taller after now. As you can imagine, the hothead doesn't take this joke lightly as she asks Vlad if he has a death wish. Our boy did this for her because from now on, he wants her to wear her own clothes and stop borrowing from Madame Marcella. Gemina can't even pretend that she's not touched by what he's done for her. He got her a necklace, earrings, shoes, cosmetics, and even a fan, which makes her wonder how much all of it costs. In response, Vlad tells her that it's about the same price of a sword hanging in the forge. But still, she doesn't believe him because only the shoes he got her alone are worth more than 5 gold. Gemina already feels that he's done a lot for her, but Vlad wishes he could have done more. If there was more time, he'd have paid to get her hair done too, and he just feels bad that he couldn't. He's been so busy lately, and before he can say anything else, Gemina tells him that he's going through all this because he's getting kicked out like an idiot. It's pretty clear that she's feeling really sad about it, but she's also pretty hopeful because she asks him when he's coming back this time around. Sadly, our boy doesn't even know when he'll be allowed to come back. The young master didn't tell him anything else other than the fact he's being banished. At this point, Jemina starts to hope that it's not a case of him never returning. She asks if that's the case, and Vlad just teases her, asking her if she's planning to tag along if he says he's never coming back. Of course, she quickly dismisses the idea just to make sure he doesn't start getting too cocky. She assures him that she would never leave Rose's smiles behind, and speaking of which, Vlad remembers that Madame was considering leaving the place to Jemima. He tells the redhead about it and she's taken aback by the news. He then throws another jab at her, claiming that he'll have to come back before the place goes bankrupt with her in charge. After all, he invested a lot of money into it. That being said, he promises to come back, if not for anything, then to recover the returns of his investment. After making a few jokes, he finally tells Jemima to take good care of their home. The girl is just stunned when he says this, and then he gives her the handkerchief she made for him a while back. Vlad claims that he didn't know this was how nobles do it, but she doesn't get what he's talking about. She's still trying to figure out what he's saying when he suddenly goes on one knee and asks her to grant her his handkerchief. As you'd expect, Jemima's cheeks flush red when our boy does this. She's frozen on the spot as she gets even more flustered than before. It turns out that there are two ways for a knight to receive a lady's handkerchief. The first way is with the tip of the sword, and the other is hand to hand. Just like that, in the middle of an empty plaza, a knight knelt before his lady and her handkerchief was passed from her hand to his. The lady may not have realized, but the knight, through that act, willingly took on a great duty. It was a vow to protect her. The scene changes after this, and the story continues with Vlad making his way back to the city on his horse. He meets up with Goethel, who's been freezing his ass off waiting for his boss to arrive so they can set off at dawn. Apparently, our boy wasn't aware he was waiting for him. He asks Goeth what he's doing there, and the guy reminds him that he's a knight's attendant. Hearing this, Vlad tells him to quit messing around, because he's an exiled knight. He advises Goeth to stay in Sora and make a life for himself, but the funny guy refuses. As far as he's concerned, he's invested way too much in Vlad to let it all go to waste. And with all the scammers out there, he feels that the blondie will be penniless within a week if he goes out there alone. In response, Vlad jokes about how Goeth isn't one to talk about scammers that way since he's not exactly the most straightforward person around. Either way, the guy assures Vlad that he can be trusted. So he tells our boy to come along with him, because even though Blondie thinks he's street smart, he knows the world better. Goethe heard about Vlad getting a boat for Harvin, so he wonders if the exiled knight will take good care of him like that one day too. Our boy just laughs in response, admitting that it all depends on how things go between them. At this point, it's clear that they'll be traveling together, so Goeth asks Lad where they'll be going first, and the knight simply says east. That's pretty random, so the former mercenary is kinda confused. However, our boy knows exactly where he's going. There's something he needs to find there, and he makes this clear to his new companion. Hearing this, Goeth figures that it's better than wandering around aimlessly like vagabonds. As they set off, our boy takes one last look at the city he's called home for as long as he can remember. He says his final goodbye to the place and hopes that everyone in Sora takes care while he's gone. Just like that, he begins the journey with Goeth, and the two ride out of the city before the sun even rises. As they make their way out, the young master watches from his chambers. He never really got a chance to say a proper goodbye to his most promising knight, and this is probably the last time he will see the one known as the Pride of Sora on his side for a very long time. As he watches the two men ride east, Sir Joerger joins him and points out how cold the air is. In response, Joseph reveals that his heart feels even colder. In fact, it's not just cold, it's so bad that it aches. He's especially heartbroken by the fact that Vlad didn't even look back. To him, that can only mean that the young knight must have a goal in his mind. That being said, he informs Sir Joerger that things are going to get busier from here on. The second son of Bayezid has a very strong feeling that Vlad will return, but not as an ally. So, he tells the green-eyed knight that they'll need to gather strength as soon as possible. They need to get stronger so that they never have to lose what is theirs again. Hearing this, Sir Joerger offers to follow Lord Joseph on his quest to strengthen their army. But at the same time, he wonders if his master is sure about banishing their most promising knight. From what he knows, Vlad is already unpredictable enough. He feels that Joseph could have just sent the boy on a mission or a set destination rather than exiling him. In response, Joseph claims that he couldn't rob someone who's lived his whole life following orders of the precious experience of finally acting on his own thoughts. As far as he's concerned, he's done Vlad a huge favor, and even more so, he feels that this is also a historic moment for the Bayezid house. A knight who sets off on a journey carrying only his own honor. His actions have revived a long-lost tradition. A tradition they last saw in their grandfather's generation. Sora fostered the young knight, and Bayezid raised him. This knight carrying his own banner has not been seen in ages, but now, our favorite blonde swordsman is walking that same path. After a very long break, the story of our favorite blonde swordsman is back, and it resumes in the northernmost edge of the Empire's central region, a place known as Dobrikity. and it appears that things are getting really heated in this part of the empire. At the moment, a big angry man is slamming the table in frustration because he just received some very bad news yet again. This big man who's losing his shit right now goes by the name of Dalmatia, and he's the Baron of Dobrachiti. He's currently fed up with the incompetency of his subordinate, and he'd like to know what their problem is exactly because every time they sow barley seed, someone comes and digs the whole field as if they were waiting for it. The Baron demands an explanation from them because this is something that has been going on for a while now. At this point, the first of the two terrified men speaks up in their defense. Apparently, even though they posted guards all night, the person stealing all their grain still managed to do it before sunrise. As you can imagine, this just sounds like a bunch of excuses to Baron Dalmatia, so he snaps at the men, warning them not to give any more flimsy explanations, and so they simply apologize. Right now, the Baron is really losing his cool. His men are frustrating him a lot, so he's starting to feel like there's nothing useful in the place as a whole. Besides the fact that his men can't guard for shit. The land doesn't have rich soil and the climate of the region doesn't help matters either. With all of these limitations, the Baron fears that the only things they can rely on for survival are the densely packed trees and barley farming. Unfortunately, even their fields are being raided, so it's looking really grim for the people of Dobrachiti, because if they can't even sow at this time of year without being sabotaged, then they'll starve to death. While the Baron is grumbling about all this, one of the men tries to say something about how they have soldiers inside the domain, but before he can even finish his statement, the angry lord hurls a chalice at his head to shut him up. And then, he orders them to slap iron shackles on the domain's people and make them work if they're really that short on troops. They're about to starve to death, so the Baron really doesn't care about those people anymore. He needs all the manpower he can get and take care of their farms, so he doesn't mind forcing everyone to get involved. In truth, the Baron believes that the monsters of the forest are the ones attacking their fields, so he orders for every soldier available to join in the protection of the barley fields. Hearing this, the two men assure the Baron that they'll do as he's instructed and then quietly take their leave. As soon as they leave, the Baron starts to feel his head hurting really bad. The situation is taking a toll on him, and so he's starting to think that maybe he should just hire mercenaries to do the job for him. His men clearly can't protect his fields from the monsters, and just thinking about this makes him even more annoyed. Dalmatia looks out his window to the damned forest and notices how it feels especially eerie today. With everything that has happened in the Dobrachiti Duchy, the people in this region are probably very scared to even go close to the forest because of the rumors. But it just so happens that this is the same forest where our boy and his squire have been living for a while. That night, we see the both of them checking their food supply, and while they're at it, Godwin notices something strange. He asks Vlad what it is, and the blondie reveals that it's actually a pilgrim's certificate, the one that Father Andreas wrote for him. Hearing this, Godwin realizes that the young knight didn't forget to pack the rare and expensive stuff. It appears that he brought everything with him on this journey, so Godwin really doesn't get how it didn't occur to Vlad to bring even a single flint as well. You see, these two are so horrible at camping that they haven't even been able to start a fire. Vlad has been struggling with 2 sticks for a while now, and even though it's embarrassing, he still feels better than Godwin, who only brought a crappy flint. In Vlad's defense, he single-handedly brought enough food to last them a whole week, but this just pisses Godwin off, because the blondie was the one who smashed his flint to pieces. As you can imagine, our boy is not ready to take the blame, so he hits back at his squire, claiming that the flint broke because it was defective. Of course, this enrages Godwin even more, so he accuses Vlad of intentionally breaking it. None of this really matters anymore though, so Godwin tells our boy to hurry up and keep rubbing the sticks together, because if they camp out here without a fire, they'll definitely freeze to death. Vlad starts rubbing again, but it doesn't look like he's making any progress, so he just gets frustrated. He claims that he can't do this anymore, and then immediately grabs his sword. All of a sudden, he's standing over Godwin with his sword in hand, and it's a really scary look on his face, so the squire offers to take over the rubbing from him because he definitely doesn't want to see what Vlad is planning to do with that sword. Just then, the swordsman turns to the nearby bush and calls out to someone in there. He asks them to lend him some flint if they have any, but Godwin is just very confused right now because he can't see who Vlad is referring to. All he can see is the thick bush, and so he's not exactly sure what is going on right now. Even the horse is just as confused because he can't sense anyone other than them around. And that's when we get to see who Vlad was talking to. The first big guy reveals himself, admitting that the blondie must have really sharp eyes to have been able to see them. And right after he says this, the other men who were hiding come out of the shadows as well, and that's when Godwin realizes that they're surrounded by bandits. The squire begins to panic because he knows what's coming next. Sure enough, these men have no intention of being friendly, and the leader of the gang makes this known to them. He finds it funny how Vlad didn't just run away the moment he noticed them, and then asks the blondie why he's trying to act tough. The leader of this bandit gang looks really intimidating with his massive size and the terrifying spiked club he's holding. At first, he doesn't see Vlad properly, but after taking a few steps toward him, he gets to see the blondie's pretty face. The gang leader is astonished by Vlad's good looks and immediately begins to imagine how much they could sell him as a slave. They could get a good deal on the blondie literally anywhere in the empire, so this is a big motivation for them to capture him. The other bandits are equally excited about the whole thing, so they start wondering which noble house he's probably from to look so clean. With this in mind, they offer to hand him over to his family at a fair price if he can tell them which noble house he belongs to. Apparently, these guys believe that Vlad is as good as captured, so they've already started negotiating with him. After they're done blabbing, our boy takes a brief pause, and then asks them once again if they have flint or not. Clearly, he's not interested in responding to any other thing they said, and this leaves the gang leader in shock. He can't believe that this small guy is even slightly intimidated by him, but Vlad makes it even worse by demanding that they check themselves for some flint. By this time, the leader of the bandits finally responds to him. The big man asks the blondie what the hell he is talking about, wondering if this pretty kid is insane or something. Hearing this, Vlad isn't quick to hit back at the gang leader. Instead, he takes a moment to really observe the man in front of him. He notices that the leader of the bandits is wearing a neck piece made with human fingers. There's quite a lot of them hanging around the man's neck, and this just confirms that this is a gang of ruthless murderers. For this reason, Vlad decides that there's no point talking anymore. He tells them not to bother looking for the flint and takes out his sword, determined to deal with these scumbags. You see, when this young knight left his hometown, he made a decision. Vlad vowed from that moment that he would regain the dulled resolve he had at the start. And right now, he intends to start that practice with these goons troubling him. Vlad activates his world in a flash, and a mind-boggling surge of energy begins to erupt from his body. As soon as he does this, his eyes begin to glow with a menacing glint. This aura makes him look like a giant all of a sudden, towering over the bandits who now feel like ants at his feet. At this point, all of these goons are absolutely terrified. They start trembling in fear as they look up at the hero, who then demands that they hand over everything they have got with them. Unfortunately for them, they're not just about to lose all their belongings and stuff that they stole, because Vlad also wants them to hand over their lives. As far as he's concerned, the lives of these scumbags are worth less than that of animals, and so he doesn't hesitate to punish them mercilessly for all the evil they've done. The powerful knight infuses his sword with the magic and proceeds to deliver a devastating strike to rid the world of these bandits forever. Just as Vlad is about to finish them off, we get to see the pure and undiluted fear in the eyes of the gang leader, who realizes that this is where his life comes to an end. The scene shifts and we're taken back to the Dobrikiti barony, where preparations have been made to keep the monsters away from their barley farms. At the main entrance of the city, we see two guards manning the place. Just like the Baron, one of the guards can't help but feel that the forest is especially eerie tonight. Looking out at the trees and bushes hidden behind the thick fog, the guards start to fear that something could jump out at them at any second, because the place just looks way too creepy. The first guard playfully talks about it, but his partner immediately warns him not to joke about something like that, because there are already nasty rumors going around. Their little chat is cut short suddenly when they hear a strange noise coming from the forest, so they point their spears in that direction and brace themselves for whatever is coming. Just then, they see someone on a horse emerging from the darkness, and even though they're already pretty scared, they muster enough courage to ask this horseman to introduce himself. From the dark black color of the horse, we already know that it's Vlad, but these guards aren't familiar with the blondie, so they keep pointing their spears at him. Just when they think they'll be able to handle the situation, the horse suddenly snarls at them, which makes them conclude that it's one of the monsters they've heard rumors about. Luckily for them, Vlad keeps his horse in check, telling the angry black stallion that he cannot bite these guards. By this time, our boy has ridden out of the thick fog and bushes, so the guards can now see that it's not a monster but actually a man riding a horse. Still, they're pretty puzzled because they weren't expecting to receive any visitors. While they're still trying to wrap their heads around what exactly is going on, Vlad simply tells them to put away their spears, and then he informs them that he captured the bandits who have been causing trouble around here. This piece of information gives the guards chills because they've heard horrible stories about the bandits living in that forest, and so it sounds impossible that anyone would be able to capture the same vicious criminals who massacred the nearby villagers. Well, as you know, this young knight is a man of his word, so in order to clear their doubts, he reveals his hostages. Apparently, our boy didn't kill all of them. He actually spared a few of them so that they could help him carry the heads of their leader and some others instead. These men have been tied up with ropes, and from the blood stains all over their bodies, it's easy to see just how much he brutalized them. Anyway, he shows these guards his proof, which just leaves them in awe. At this point, They have no choice but to believe that he wiped out the bandits. And so, he confidently asks to see the Lord of Dobrachiti as he introduces himself to the guards as Vlad of Sora, a knight of Bayezid, showing them the emblem on his sword to prove his claim. As you can imagine, the guards have no reason to doubt him after seeing the symbol on his blade, and even if they wanted to be stubborn about it, the fact that he single-handedly slaughtered the leader of the bandits and captured his men is enough reason for them not to mess with him. Soon enough, the sun finally comes up and we get to see the beautiful village of Dobrachiti in the daytime. Vlad is taken to the Baron, and as you can imagine, the fat man is extremely delighted to meet the man who helped him wipe out the notorious bandits who have been making life difficult for his people. When Vlad arrives, the man can't stop smiling because he never imagined that a knight who has proven himself would ever even visit his small barony. Clearly, he reveres the Bayezid house a lot, so when he heard that one of their knights had come to Dobrachiti, he was honored to host the young man. Baron Dalmatia expresses how delighted he is to have a noble knight in his home, and of course, Vlad thanks the man for his hospitality as well. He bows before the Baron to show his gratitude, but we all know that he really didn't have to because Dalmatia really won't be able to fault this knight. Vlad just captured the men who have been giving him and his people serious headaches, so there's really no way that the Baron wouldn't have welcomed him to stay when he's the lord of this territory. After praising Vlad over and over again for catching the thieves, the Baron finally decides that the formalities are enough. So he tells Vlad to take a seat and make himself comfortable. Of course, our boy actually came to have a word with the Lord, so he happily sits down at the table across from Dalmatia while Goethe stands right behind him like a bodyguard. Once they're both seated, the Baron begins the discussion. He starts by confirming the number of bandits that Vlad actually caught. From what his men told him, there were none of them, but our boy quickly corrects him, revealing that there were actually 19 in total. That's if the heads they carried are counted as well. Unfortunately, Vlad wasn't able to completely wipe them out because a few of them managed to escape. As you'd expect, the Baron is just so impressed that he doesn't even mind that a few of the thieves got away. Man is so happy that he can't even contain his joy. He starts laughing like he just won the lottery and then promises to make sure that Vlad is rewarded handsomely. The young knight thanks the Baron for this, and once the details of his catch have been sorted out, they proceed to chat some more over some wine. Baron Dalmatia engages the hero in conversation as the server fills his cup with wine. Seeing that the young man sitting across from him is a young knight who came carrying a banner, the Baron figures that he is seeking to prove himself. He would like to know if that's the case for our boy, and Vlad reveals that it is. Hearing this, the Lord of Dobrachiti suddenly reveals that there's also something that he would like to ask of our boy. He sees Vlad as a genuine knight who pursues honor, so he believes that the blondie will be interested in the offer he's about to make. The Baron has been praising Vlad since he arrived, calling him sweet names to boost his ego, but our boy sees right through all of this. He knows that this man is just trying to use him for free, and since he's already seeing it coming, he decides that it would be best for him to just take his reward for catching the bandits and get the hell out of this city at the right time. He makes up his mind to do this, but for the meantime, his first mission is to find traces of the voice that used to be in his head. After setting the tone, the Baron starts telling Vlad about how strange things have been happening in his domain lately. This is the season when they should be showing barley, but whenever they scatter the seeds in the fields to germinate, they disappear almost immediately instead. From the look on Dalmatia's face, it's easy to see just how pained he is about the situation. He complains about how the seeds always vanish without a trace even when he posts soldiers to watch the fields all night. For some time, the Baron felt that it was the monsters that were doing it, but he no longer thinks that's the case because if it were monsters or animals, there's no way the soldiers wouldn't notice. As far as he's concerned, it's just too mysterious to be the work of humans or animals, and so, he's starting to side with some of the old folks in the domain who say that the spirits living in the forest are responsible for their misfortune. When this conversation first started, Vlad wasn't really planning to get so engrossed in the whole thing, but after hearing that spirits might be involved, he has no choice but to be very concerned. And so, it's starting to look like our boy might be in this village longer than he planned to. The scene shifts again, back to the same forest just outside Dobrachiti. There we see a young girl picking wild berries, and of course, she can't help herself, so she tastes a few of them, and they're absolutely delicious. After stuffing her mouth with the sweet fruit for some time, she gets back to filling her basket with them, certain that her mother will like the wild berries too. But that's when she senses something ominous behind her. She doesn't see it, but she can feel the chills coming from the terrifying being lurking in the shadows. The girl slowly turns around to see what's in there, and that's when she sees a pair of eyes staring at her. The massive dark figure just keeps staring at her, and she's immediately paralyzed with fear. The Pope girl doesn't even think about running away. All she can do is cry, knowing that there's no escape, and just as the tears well up in her eyes, the beast comes at her. Her loud scream can be heard throughout the forest, but nothing can be done, and a few moments later, all that's left where she was standing is her scattered basket of berries and a large hole in the ground. Later that day, we catch up with our boy who is currently taking a tour of the community. As usual, Goldie is right next to him as they embark on this little assignment, and it's safe to say that they're immune disappointed by what they find after a short while. For starters, the place looks really underdeveloped with old buildings scattered all over the place. Merely looking at the place, Goethe concludes that the people of Dobrachiti are dead broke. He's convinced that they don't have any money, so he tells Vlad to forget about the bounty too. It doesn't even look like they have enough money to feed themselves, so even taking anything from them would just feel wrong. The squire makes his point to his knight, but Vlad is still pretty hopeful that things will work out. After all, the Baron did promise to reward them handsomely, and he wouldn't have made such a pledge if he knew that he couldn't afford it, but Goethe still doesn't buy it. Anyone can make a promise like that, and right now, this squire is almost certain that the Baron is full of shit. He's been around knives and crooks long enough to know when someone is not the type to pay, and so he insists that Lord Dalmatia is exactly that. Goethe is so sure about this that he already knows how everything is going to play out. When it's time to actually pay, he'll be busy making up excuses instead, and because of this, he's starting to regret not taking an advance. By the time the former mercenary is done making his point, Vlad simply informs him that it's his job to make sure that they get paid. He tells Goethe to figure it out, but the guy is just shocked to hear this, because this wasn't exactly part of their agreement before now. He's not sure what his blonde-haired friend is trying to say, so he expresses his confusion, and that's when Vlad decides to break it all down. He suddenly asks Goethe why he thinks that Sir Joseph keeps a knight who can't even use the sword around. He's referring to the fat knight Sir Vorden, who we've never seen holding a sword. I mean, any knight who can't fight is practically useless, but that's not how Sir Joseph sees it, and Vlad equally understands. He then asks Goethe if he knows what Sir Vorden's nickname is, and of course, the squire doesn't have any idea. The only thing that comes to his mind is Sugar Knight because of how much junk the man eats. Anyway, Vlad reveals that they call the fat man Sir Vorden the Swindler, for a reason, but Goethe finds it hard to believe that the guy is actually capable of scamming anyone because of how clueless he looks. Well, this just proves Vlad's point even more because Vorden's face just plays to his favor. In any case, this one thing is the reason why Sir Joseph values the fat knight. Vlad reveals this to his short-haired friend, and then goes on to remind Goethe of how the young master said that everyone has their use. That being said, he assigns his squire to handle everything regarding their payment, whether it be the bounty or an advance. At this point, Goethe is no longer stunned by the idea, but he still seems a little surprised that Vlad wants him to be in charge of it. Apparently, the guy isn't confident that he'll do a good job, but Vlad has faith in him, and he doesn't hesitate to show it. He cheers Goethe on, encouraging the guy to go show that Baron that northern tongue of his that has been tempered by scams. At this point, the guy begins to feel a lot more confident, and a mischievous idea pops right into his head almost immediately. Later that night, the young swordsman form Sora makes his way out to the barley fields right next to the forest. The forest of Dobrachiti is old, and because of that, it has countless legends and strange tales. At the moment, our boy is on a stakeout with the soldiers of Dobrachiti, and they're waiting to finally catch whatever is responsible for the barley seeds going missing all the time. While they're waiting, the commander of the troops informs Vlad that a child actually went missing around there that morning. And of course, those who reported the incident confirmed that it took place in the forest. According to the people, a deep pit was dug beat a wild straw thicket, and of course, none of them could understand why. The soldier continues to give Vlad all the updates he can recall, but the swordsman is starting to get really pissed because the guy hasn't shut up since. He feels that the commander talks too much, and that's going to be a problem for him because the basics of ambush is about being discreet. The guy keeps blabbing, and this leaves our boy really disappointed. I mean, he gets that this man is not that experienced, but even as a knight of some tiny domain, this is just too poor of him. Vlad expects that the guy should at least have common sense, but I guess he doesn't know how stakeouts are supposed to work. The commander keeps talking about what a tragedy it must be for the girl's family, but our boy is no longer paying attention because he just sensed something bad coming their way. Apparently, the mother of the missing girl has been crying at the Lord's manor since morning, so he tells Vlad about this too, and after going around in circles, the man finally asks if our boy can help them find the child. As soon as he makes this request, Vlad swiftly covers his mouth with his hand to stop him from saying anything else. The man is confused, so he tries to talk again, but it all comes out muffled. As soon as Vlad hears the mumbles, he's forced to shush the man for real this time, and that's when he gets to see the scary look on the blondie's face. The man is very worried when he sees Vlad looking like this, because he knows that it can only mean that something bad is about to happen. For now, they can't see anything out of her ordinary, so they're all just waiting for Vlad to take action, because he's the only one who actually knows what's going on. The silence becomes even more unsettling, and then all of a sudden, Vlad leaps onto the field like a rocket without saying a word. This commander still has no idea what's really going on, but he definitely wouldn't want to face any creature without Vlad, so he orders his men to follow the blonde swordsman. They all run after him, but then all of a sudden he stops in his tracks. The commander and his soldiers catch up to him shortly, and the man asks him what he's doing all of a sudden. That's when Vlad informs him that they've been robbed. The commander is taken aback when he hears this because it doesn't even sound possible. That's when he looks at the spot where they left their seeds as bait and realizes that there's nothing there. The seeds they scattered are gone without a trace, and just like that, they've been outsmarted by the same mysterious thing. The floor is so smooth and clear, almost like nothing was ever there. There's no footprints for them to follow or clue to investigate, but Vlad refuses to just give up. He comes up with an idea and asks the soldiers if they came with a shovel. Thankfully, there's one right there, so takes it from the guy and starts digging the spot where they left the seeds. Vlad is absolutely sure that he heard something there, but the problem now is that he did see any movement. There are no footprints either, so it just makes things even more complicated. After digging for a while, our boy gets really pissed. He just got played by this unknown creature, so now he's out for revenge. With this in mind, he asks the commander how far away the place where the child went missing is. It just so happens that the place isn't even far at all. The man informs Vlad that it's actually very close by, wondering why the knight is suddenly interested. As soon as he asks the question, Vlad reveals the insanely deep pit that was left behind by the creature after stealing their seeds. Apparently, they've been trying to catch this barley seed thief with the wrong approach because it's definitely not something that has been coming from the surface. Vlad and the commander look down into the hole, but it's just way too deep that they can't even see where it ends. With this new discovery on the table, our boy can easily conclude that this hole wasn't huge by a human being. This makes him even more eager to find the creature responsible for this, so he urges the commander to lead the way to the spot in the forest where the young girl went missing. The scene shifts back to the small village of Dobrkity, where the Baron is asking for updates regarding the mission. One of his trusted knights has just returned, so he asks the man to tell him what exactly Sir Vlad is doing as they speak. That's when the knight reveals that Vlad is currently gathering the village's elders. Apparently, they've returned from the place where the girl disappeared, but what really interests the Baron is the fact that Vlad is gathering the elders. He can't understand why the Bayezid knight would be doing that, so he asks his man if he knows why. This soldier isn't sure why either, but he believes that Vlad is trying to inquire about the past. He feels that the kid wants to learn more about the traditions that were passed down in Dobrkity. Hearing this, Baron Dalmatia starts hoping that those old folks in his domain won't start spouting some bizarre nonsense. He can't be sure that they won't, but his commander feels that they should have grown wiser with age. He's confident that the geezers in their village won't say anything that could be sued against them in front of an unknown knight, but the Baron doesn't think that he can trust them enough to handle themselves. Just thinking about this stresses the Baron out, especially since he is already wary of the young knight. He remembers that there was an emblem of San Rosina on Vlad's banner, and he knows that this means the boy has deep ties with the Vatican. For most barons, that would be good news, but not for Dalmatia. This just makes things very difficult for him because he actually has secrets that he doesn't want Vlad to discover. As much as he'd like to, he can't tell the young knight to stop trying to gather the elders. That would just make our boy more suspicious of this community. Besides, Baron Dalmatia was the one who requested that he help them out with their barley seed thief, so telling him to stop now won't make any sense. This whole thing puts the Baron in a really tough spot because he needs Vlad's help, but he also doesn't want the boy digging around so much. Seeing that there's no other way to go, the Lord of Dobrkity orders that someone be assigned to tail Vlad. This way, he doesn't have to interrupt the operation without cause, and he'll also know exactly when to step in. The Baron gives the order and also tells the commander to make sure that the blondie doesn't go prying into anything strange. While the Baron is busy plotting, we catch up with our boy who's having a hard time getting any useful information out of the elders in the village. Goethe is starting to lose his patience too, because these old geezers keep claiming that nothing comes to mind. Seeing that they're not saying anything, he tries to push them with some emotional blackmail. He reminds them that the poor girl that was captured is probably trapped in a pit somewhere, seeking a helping hand. He urges them to dig deep into their aged brains to find something useful to tell him. Goethe is so determined to get something out of them that he starts getting all dramatic about it. Bro even adds a few tears to really sell the act, but it's like these geezers all have foggy brains. After trying to get them to imagine the girl crying and sobbing in the dark, Geoth doesn't think there's anything else he can tell them. But just when he's about to give up, the oldies finally start to remember a few things. It turns out that this isn't the first time something like this has happened. It turns out that there was a time, years ago, when they noticed their barley mysteriously going missing. One of the elders starts to recall how it happened, and then reveals that they used to hold rites when they were younger. That was their tradition for many years up until the Vatican came along. After the Vatican came and forbade their rites, they stopped doing it, but even then, no child was ever got mysteriously sucked into a hole. The elders confirm this even though a few of the children were taken by wolves at some point. Before these geezers can get distracted or forget themselves again, Vlad quickly asks them what exactly their rites were for. Out of everything they've said so far, this is what really got our boy's attention. However, when he asked them what the rituals were for, they all just stopped to mope at him for a few seconds. It's almost as if this isn't something that he should have asked them, because all of a sudden, they can't provide any information. Once it's clear that these elders are trying to be slick, Gotha snaps at them. The former mercenary asks them once again what the rites were for, reminding them that they won't be able to save the girl that disappeared if they don't start talking. The squire goes ahead to show us why he's known for his very slick mouth. These hard-headed old-timers are doing their best to stay tough and not crack, but this ex-mercenary is saying all the right words to get to them. He reminds them that this winter is unusually cold and makes them understand that it will be all their fault if that little one freezes to death in the pit. At this point, these elders are finding it really hard to keep their secret, which explains why the Baron was so afraid to leave them alone with the knight. After much persuasion, the old-timers finally break, and one of them reluctantly reveals that the rites they used to do were for an earth spirit. Apparently, there's an earth spirit living in that forest, but this isn't something that outsiders are supposed to be aware of. Vlad and Goethe are pretty taken aback when they hear this, because it's a really big deal. Our boy is so eager to find out more, so he asks the elders to explain what they mean in more detail. But just as he makes this request, Goethe whispers something to him. He quietly and politely asks Vlad to step outside for a while and leave him alone with the old-timers. You see, Goethe knows how to handle people like this, and he's proven to be very good with his words, but if Vlad is in the room with them, he fears that he won't be able to get any more information out of them. No matter how young Vlad is, he's still a knight, and on top of that, he's a knight that's bearing the Vatican's emblem, which means that these geezers will be very careful about the kind of things they reveal to him. So far, Goethe has noticed that the elders have been closely keep an eye on how Vlad reacts to what they say. And at this rate, even those who are willing to share will keep their mouths shut. If that happens, they won't make any progress. After listening to everything Goethe has to say, the young knight agrees with him and decides to excuse the elders, but not before telling Goethe to find out everything he possibly can. Thankfully, this ex-mercenary is a professional in this department, so he tells Vlad not to worry about it. As soon as the young knight walks out the door, he's approached by a cloaked fellow who looks like he's been waiting outside. He immediately asks Vlad to have a word with him, and so the swordsman turns around to look at him. Before he can even respond, this stranger starts telling him how the rites aren't anything strange. Clearly, he's been eavesdropping on the discussion that he was having with the elders. Anyway, the knight simply informs the guy that he is aware of this, adding that its idolatry has been forbidden by the Vatican. He also makes this guy aware that if it's discovered, it could bring serious punishment upon the people of Dobrikiti. The blonde swordsman explains all of this with a really cold tone that leaves the stranger absolutely shaken. All of a sudden, the guy with the sharp mouth has a hard time constructing a proper sentence. He starts stuttering in fear in an attempt to explain himself and probably also make sure that the Knight of Bayezid isn't mad at him. Luckily for him, Vlad isn't pissed. He assures the stranger that he understands the situation. There are rules people have upheld for a very long time, so he can understand why it must be difficult for these people to let go of their tradition. As soon as she says this, the stranger calms down because at least the knight isn't angry. That being said, our boy quietly assures the guy that he's not going to say anything. In fact, it's as though he didn't even hear anything about Earth Spirit or rights at this meeting. In other words, the young knight from Soara has no intention of ratting these people out to the Vatican. Reporting them to the Pope would put them in a lot of trouble, and he's already seen their condition. They don't have much, so sending the wrath of the Vatican down on them would be like a death sentence. With this in mind, Vlad swears to only focus on finding the missing child and the barley thief. He makes this very clear to this cloaked stranger, and since they've gotten that out of her way, he tells the guy that he can stop watching him now. Apparently, Vlad knew from the moment they met that this guy was the one assigned to keep tabs on him, so he expects that the spy will relay his vow clearly to Lord Dalmatia as well. Dealing with a sneaky earth spirit is already hard enough, so he doesn't need extra pressure from someone following him around. After Vlad clears the air, the spy starts apologizing for offending him and then thanks him for his consideration as well. Their little chat comes to an end at this point, and the cloaked spy goes his way. Not long after that, Goethe comes outside to meet Vlad. He calls out to the young knight, and our boy immediately asks him if he found anything useful. And so, the guy begins his report. Apparently, the elders say that this earth spirit isn't a ghost in the scary sense. According to them, it's more like a thing that makes their land fertile if they hold rights for it. At first, This doesn't make a lot of sense, but Goth seems to have gotten the concept. Usually, when farming, they have to dig deep into the ground. So these elders are saying that the earth spirit did the digging for them whenever they held rights for it. As much as it's all adding up, Jude still has a feeling that it might just be nonsense. However, Vlad doesn't think that's the case. After all, there are trees that literally live in trees, and that's not normal. Just then, Gotha remembers the elders saying that the spot Vlad dug in the forest was where they held rights long ago. At this point, they're sure of two things. The first is that the earth spirit likes barley, and that it lives underground. With this in mind, Vlad figures that it must also like dark places. Rites and offerings sound so different, but our boy believes that they're the same thing, so this gives him an idea. All of a sudden, Vlad tells Goeth to go get more barley. The guy doesn't get why at first, so the young knight reminds him that he's already pulled a monster from underground. Apparently, our boy is looking to set the stage for that once again. After the meeting with the elders of Dobrachiti, where he found out that they used to hold rites for an earth spirit, Vlad comes up with an idea to lure the ghost out of hiding in the forest. The young knight and his squire make their way into the dark and foggy woods later that night, but this time they go by themselves without taking any of the village soldiers with them. Upon getting there, Vlad sets a trap for the barley thief, and then waits in the bushes with Goeth and his horse, who are still a little uncertain about the whole plan. The ex-mercenary is not sure that this plan is going to work, and it's because of how Vlad did it. He can understand why the swordsman scattered barley seeds on the road in the form of a trail, but what he doesn't understand is why our boy had to put a lot of the seeds on top of a rock. It doesn't really make sense to Goeth, so he expresses his confusion, and that's when Vlad decides to explain his plan. The blondie reveals that he could still feel the solid touch of hard stone when he was digging the ground earlier. And so, it made him realize that whatever creature this barley thief is, it probably can't break through rock to come up to the surface. With this in mind, our boy is confident that the earth spirit will have to go around the rock and reveal itself in order to get to the barley seeds. I mean, this is a pretty clever plan when you think about it, but Goeth still feels that the spirit might actually be able to break through rock and only dig around it for nothing. Apparently, this ex-mercenary has a thing for always overthinking things. It's obviously a very solid plan, but Goeth just feels the need to be nervous about it and think of the worst way that things can go. Of course, our boy is not a fan of people talking to him when he's trying to prepare an ambush. He's already been outsmarted by the barley thief once before, so he definitely doesn't want that to happen again. So before his squire can even finish talking, the knight shushes him and then quietly tells him that the creature is already here. For the first time, we actually get to see this barley thief in action. It's extremely silent out there, but Vlad is sharp enough to notice when the seeds that they scattered on the road are starting to vanish. Looking closely, the knight realizes that the seeds they left as bait are all getting sucked down under the ground in a flash, and from the look of things, the seed snatcher is headed right for the ones sitting on the rock. They watch closely to see what's about to happen, and by the time the trail ends, only the seeds on top of the rock are remaining. After watching for a while, nothing happens to the rock, and this just proves Vlad's theory that the earth spirit can't break through rock. So now, all he has to do is wait for the creature to reveal itself. Sure enough, only a few seconds later, a tiny hand reaches out to the top of the rock to swipe away all the seeds there, and as soon as Vlad sees the hand of this barley thief, he grabs his sword, ready to spring into action. But just as he's about to charge at the creature, he's forced to stop in his tracks because he's absolutely blown away by what he sees next. With everything they've seen and heard about this creature, Vlad and Goeth were expecting to see an incredibly terrifying monster emerge from under the ground, but that's not the case. It turns out that this barley thief is just a cute mole who just likes snacking on the seeds, so when they eat it for the first time, they're pretty astounded. Gothi is stunned at first, but then this shock quickly turns into rage, because he realizes that those elders must have gone senile to have told him that bullshit story about an earth spirit. As far as he's concerned, there's nothing mystical about this anymore, because now he knows that it's just a mole. Well, he's actually wrong about this, even though that's what it looks like. A small smile creeps up on Vlad's face when he uses his special eye to see right through the physical. Our boy informs his partner that this is not any ordinary mole, because it's actually a creature known as a shining mole. The little guy gets comfortable on top of the rock and begins munching on the barley seeds that were left there, and just when it thinks it's safe, it hears noises coming from the bushes. By the time the shining mole turns around to see what it is, the swift knight is already right on top of it. Before the little guy can even think of escaping, Vlad catches it and grabs him with both hands to make sure that it doesn't escape. The shining mole screeches in shock as it begins to panic, but our blue-eyed knight is extremely proud of himself for finally catching the barley thief. You'd think that this creature would just stop freaking out and calm down after a while, but that's not what happens, because while our boy is holding firmly onto it, it starts shining with a very bright light radiating from its body. As you can imagine, Vlad has no idea what the hell is going on, but he can't just let go of the mole either, so he holds on to it, curiously waiting to see what happens. Meanwhile, Goth and the horse catch up with him shortly. They're eager to see if the knight was actually able to catch the barley thief, because he's been in one spot for a while, but just as they're about to get to him, something unbelievable happens. Vlad vanishes in a flash, like he just got sucked away into thin air, and so this leaves his squire absolutely horrified. Goeth and the horse start looking around for the knight, wondering where the hell he disappeared to all of a sudden. It doesn't even make any sense for him to just vanish like that, so Goeth keeps calling out to his captain. He's about to go deeper into the woods when the horse suddenly calls his attention to something beat the rock. The squire goes to check it out, and that's when he sees the extremely large hole right next to the rock. It's pretty familiar since it's exactly the same as all the ones they've come across before now. As you can imagine, by the time he looks down into the deep pit, the whole thing just starts to drive him crazy because he has no idea what the hell they're up against anymore. Meanwhile, we see that our guy is still plummeting down the pit even after a few minutes. He's been falling non-stop for a while now, but he makes sure to keep his hand wrapped firmly around the little barley thief. Even though he's already pretty scared of what might be down there, he doesn't let go of the mole, and after a long trip down the hole, he finally sees the bottom. As soon as he sees the twigs and vines lying around at the bottom, he braces himself for impact and somehow manages to stick the landing like a superhero. Vlad lifts his head up right after this, and the look of shock in his face just goes to show how terrified he was. He can't even believe that he survived that drop because he was actually afraid that he was going to fall forever in a bottomless pit. That was probably even the scariest thing about the experience, knowing that it might never end. Anyway, now that he's down here in the Shining Mole's territory, he figures that it's time to take a look around. It does take him long to notice something in the distance like another path. At this point, this whole underground chamber begins to look like some kind of passage, which is pretty disturbing. He's not familiar with the place at all, so he starts freaking out and takes out his frustration on the little guy. He starts shaking the mole aggressively, asking why the hell it brought him down here. He shakes the mole around till it gets dizzy, and then continues to scold it for getting him into this mess. Seeing that this little guy can't even say anything or tell him where the hell he is, he figures that it would be wiser for him to get ready. Vlad clearly doesn't know what could be down in this underground lair, so he decides that it would be best for him to stay focused and prepared. With this in mind, he immediately activates his mana and infuses it into his sword. The Shining Mole sees the glow coming from Vlad's sword and is instantly blown away by it. After getting his sword out and ready for action, he begins to take a look around. As you can imagine, he finds it really annoying how nothing in this world is ever easy for him. All his adventures up to this point have involved him having to do things that were practically impossible, and once again, he's found himself in a sticky situation. From the look of things, it's pretty obvious that climbing back up to the surface through that way will be impossible, so that's already out of his option. So, he activates his special eye once again to allow him to check for a better way out. Sure enough, he immediately sees a faint draft around, and so he realizes that there has to be a path that connects to the outside along this same passage. With this in mind, our boy decides to start walking down the path. And as soon as he starts this journey, he scolds the little guy again, threatening to eat him in the morning if he's not able to get out of this hole before sunrise. Of course, this scares the little guy shitless, and that's exactly what Vlad wants right now. Anyway, our boy simply decides to keep going for the meantime. He's already seen a path that this passage leads elsewhere, so that's exactly where he's headed even though he has no idea where it will take him. After walking down the passage for a long while, Vlad becomes a little frustrated because it's starting to look like this route won't take him anywhere. He's been walking for long and still hasn't seen anything to suggest that he's close to the end. Unfortunately, he can't exactly give up since he's already come too far from the starting point. Stopping here would be like suicide, so he keeps walking, but then all of a sudden, the little guy decides to stop glowing. Apparently, the Shining Mole has been like Vlad's personal torch since their tedious journey started, but now, the barley thief has suddenly decided to stop glowing. It's already very dark down there, so our boy warns the mole to light up now that he's still asking nicely. As you can imagine, this little critter isn't in the mood to be anyone's personal flashlight, but the knight has already threatened to eat him, and since he doesn't want to find out if that was a joke or note, he begrudgingly lights his body up again. Seeing this, the young knight calms down a bit, but also assures the little guy that he's getting punished if the light goes out again. I mean, you can't really blame Vlad for being this upset. The long walk is already frustrating enough, and this little barley thief is the reason he is wandering underground after all. He's still grumbling about the situation when all of a sudden, the Shining Mole starts screaming frantically. Of course, he doesn't understand anything that the critter is saying, but he can't just ignore it anymore. As much as he wants to find out exactly what's wrong, he decides to at least get out of this area first, because he can feel the draft getting closer. For this reason, he becomes even more convinced that there's an exit, and just as the thought crosses his mind, he notices something strange ahead. It's light shining down from the surface through a hole, so as soon as he realizes what it is, he starts running toward it. Vlad gets more excited with each stride, forgetting how he was just nagging and lamenting a few seconds ago. Unfortunately, his victory lap is suddenly cut short when he hears a loud rumble coming from above. Vlad stops in his tracks at this point to try and figure out what's going on, and that's when he gets to see the shining mole trembling like a leaf. At this point, the young knight starts to get really nervous because if the little guy who's always underground is this scared, then it must be something very bad. Desperate to find out what exactly is going on, Vlad starts racking his brain. He wonders if the shining mole is just scared of the loud rumbling noises, but at the same time, he can feel that the vibrations have also become pretty intense as well. Vlad stands under the light source, not sure what he should do at this point. He has no idea what's up there causing all of this, but what he knows for sure is that he can definitely feel an incredible power being transmitted. With this in mind, he decides that it would be best if he's very careful. The vibrations make the whole thing even more scary, but this young knight has no intention of backing down. He's made it this far to what appears to be his way out, so he can't afford to go back now, because there might be something scary up there. He makes up his mind to climb up regardless, feeling that he'll know whatever is up there when he checks it out. The knight looks up into the hole and at first he doesn't see anything, so he quickly goes up the surface. He pokes his head out the shallow hole and takes a look around, hoping to find what was causing that loud noise and vibrations. That's when he sees the beast not too far away. From behind, it looks like some kind of mutated ogre, and judging by his aggression level, our boy can tell that he's not a friendly being. This beast is currently swinging his massive axe at the big tree not too far away, and this is probably what was causing all the rumbling that they felt underground. Our boy watches in horror as the beast chops away at the tree, and keeps getting more unsettled the longer he stares at it. Apparently, he's never seen something like this before because it's not the kind of monster you'd see in the north. Now he's not sure what to do. He doesn't know if he should go face the beast or wait for a better opportunity to attack. And while he's still pondering on this, the little barley thief starts freaking out again. The little guy is shaking and crashing out the way he was back when they were underground, so Vlad realizes that this monster must have been what the mole was so afraid of. Now that he knows this, it all starts to add up. The ogre is trying to chop down the massive tree with insane brute force, and this leaves the knight a little curious, so he activates his magical eye to see beyond the physical realm, and that when he discovers that this tree must be the origin of the spirit. In other words, this tree is the shining mole's home, which explains why the critter is so afraid. Usually, if it doesn't concern Vlad, he doesn't get himself involved with it, but this time around, he's willing to make an exception. He feels that he has to stop this ferocious beast from cutting down the tree, so he comes up with an idea. Our boy can see just how scared the mole is, and since it probably won't be very helpful in a fight, he just tells the little guy to go hide and wait for him. For the first time since they met, Vlad finally lets go of the shining mole so it can go hide, and then grabs his sword to go and face the monster. The young knight knows that such a brutal beast is kind that you'd go after without a strategy, so he decides to sneak up on it from behind. Taking on this beast head on would be a very dangerous mission, so he's hoping to take it out with one powerful blow if he can. You see, the secret to a one-strike kill is an unexpected attack, so he intends to really take advantage of the element of surprise. Our boy crouches down to avoid getting spotted and then slowly closes the gap between them, and keeps crawling closer till he gets the perfect opening to strike. By this time, the ogre is still way too busy chopping away at the tree to notice it, so once Vlad is close enough, he leaps into the air to deliver the powerful strike. Once he's in the air, his sword is already brimming with energy, showing just how much power he's pumped into it, but then, the beast senses his presence and turns around. However, it's already too late to block the attack or even try to dodge it. And so, Vlad manages to land a really clean slash that draws blood from the beast. For most monsters, such a direct and powerful strike would be enough to do the job, so Vlad is really hoping that he won't need to swing his blade a second time. Vlad's blow to the neck was so powerful that it should have taken the ogre's head right off its shoulders, but for some reason, it wasn't enough, and so now, he finds himself coming face to face with a very angry spirit wielding an axe and ready to destroy him. And apparently, it just so happens that this isn't his first running with a spirit like this. While our boy is forced to deal with a very angry and missive beast of an opponent, the scene shifts and we catch up with his squire and horse, who are still at the first hole where he disappeared. Gotha desperately calls out for his captain over and over, but there's no response, but he refuses to give up. He keeps calling out for Vlad to answer, hoping that the young knight would even say something back to him to confirm that he's still alive, but I guess this former mercenary has no idea just how deep this pit is. After yelling in vain for a really long time, the squire finally realizes that it's all futile. He's starting to get really frustrated now because he's not even sure whether he should wait there or go back to call for help. The whole situation is driving him nuts, especially since he's already pretty afraid of what else might be lurking in the woods. Gotha contemplates going down into the hole for a second, but immediately realizes what a bad idea it is. For starters, he doesn't even know how deep the pit is, so going down would be like a suicide mission. Besides, this might turn out to be a situation where he'll have to pull Vlad out of the hole, and if that happens, then he has no choice but to stay on the surface. The squire starts crashing out once again as he racks his brain trying to make the right decision. While he's sitting there, the horse suddenly starts walking away from the hole toward the bushes at the back, almost like it just heard something. As for Goeth, he's still thinking of whether it would be better for him to go back to the village so he can borrow a rope. And then, he's suddenly drawn out of his thoughts when he notices that the stallion is no longer standing next to him. He looks back with confusion laced all over his face, so he calls Noir, wondering where he's going. However, despite his efforts, the horse just ignores him and keeps walking into the bushes. It's at this point that he starts to hear the same noise that Noir is following. All of a sudden, the ex-mercenary starts to recall the discussion he had with the elders of Dobrikity. He remembers them telling him how they heard strange cries coming from the forest. But according to them, those cries weren't from a human or a beast, and they sounded so sure about this. Thinking back to that meeting now that he's heard the eerie sounds as well, the squire suddenly realizes that this might be what the elders meant. With this in mind, Gotha starts to feel a lot more nervous, especially since Noir is casually walking away from him. He tries calling the horse, but it didn't listen, so now he has a tough choice to make. He can either stay by the hole and wait for Vlad to answer him, or he can follow the stallion to find out what is causing those mysterious cries. Our boy struggles mentally with the situation, trying to make the right call. There's obviously no time to dwell on the thought, so he decides to just trust and follow the horse. After all, it's the spirit the barbarians used to revere, so he doesn't think it should be such a bad idea to go there. Gotha quickly runs into the woods as well to catch up with Noir, who's already way ahead of him. I mean, even though he doesn't want to go, he wouldn't want the horse to just disappear and leave him all by himself in the dark and scary forest. Meanwhile, back on the other side of the forest, we catch up with the young knight who is still currently up against the insanely powerful spirit. This gigantic beast with the axe is doing absolutely everything it can to smash the Bayezid knight, but of course, this isn't the first time our boy is facing a very strong opponent, so he knows exactly how to handle himself. The spirit goes in for the kill with a really mean strike, but Vlad swiftly dodges the attack. He jumps out of the way before he can get hit, and then instantly goes in for the guy to attack with his mighty sword. Unsurprisingly, Vlad is able to land a hit with his blade, and leaves his opponent with a nasty cut, but as you can imagine, this is definitely not going to be enough. Sure, he's delighted to see that his attack actually worked, because with that devastating blow to the monster's leg, it shouldn't be able to walk properly from now on. The job isn't done yet, but now that he's successfully immobilized his opponent, he has a much better shot at winning this battle. Unfortunately, despite his last hit, the fight doesn't get any easier. The beast keeps launching attacks at him like it didn't just take any damage, and by the time Vlad realizes this, he finds himself at the other end of a brutal counter-attack. The overpowered spirit unleashes an unbelievable aura blast on the young knight, and before he can even do anything about it, he takes a nasty hit that sends him absolutely flying. Thankfully, it's not something that he can't take, so he is able to stay on his feet, using his sword as an anchor. After surviving such a strike, Vlad takes a second to catch his breath. From what he just saw, he knows that the attack was steeped in a strange evil aura, and this is the same kind of dark magic that he encountered when he faced the Headless Knight not too long ago. He still recognizes the evil aura that the bastard used against him. After landing that devastating blow on the young knight, the beast casually reaches down to his severed head and places it right on top of his shoulders like nothing ever happened. The dark magic glues the head back on in a flash, and when Vlad sees this, he realizes that his current opponent also has the power of immortality. Clearly, this big ogre has no intention of making the fight easy for the young knight, and once this becomes obvious, our boy tightens the grip on his sword and braces himself for another round of this slugfest. He gets back on his feet, preparing to continue the fight while the massive beast simply uses the time to heal its wounds and regenerate using the dark magic. Seeing that this towering monster is almost invincible right now, the young knight decides that he can no longer afford to throw any more half-baked attacks. They simply won't work against an opponent with this much power. And since that's the case, he has no choice but to recall the only memory that can give him a fighting chance. Vlad shuts his eyes and begins searching through his memories for the moment that the voice permitted him into this world. It's definitely quite risky for him to be doing this right in front of the overpowered beast, since it leaves him exposed to another attack. But then again, it's something that he simply has to do right now, because if he goes back into the fight without the answers he's looking for, it's likely going to be game over for him. The young knight channels all his focus into his search for this specific memory. Vlad believes that the only way to have a fighting chance against this opponent is by tapping into that sensation he felt when their worlds touched for the first time. And so, our boy continues to dig deep until he finally starts to find traces of this memory. He pulls at the cracks, and this is what finally allows him to tap into the divine power that he needs to fight this beast. Vlad immediately starts running toward the beast with his supercharged sword in hand, and when the giant ogre realizes what's going on, he attempts to counter the young knight's strike. The beast takes a big swing of his axe and aims right for Vlad's head with the intention of taking him out with one blow. But of course, our boy is sharp enough to see this coming, so just when the blade of the axe is about to hit him in the head, he ducks in a flash to evade it. And in that same split second, he's able to land a nasty strike of his own. This time around, it's a deadly slash to the monster's side, and as you can imagine, there's quite a lot of blood gushing all over the place. Vlad is so fast with this attack that he works extra hard to stop himself from slipping. Our boy manages to stay on his feet despite moving at lightning speed, and as soon as he sees the damage from his first strike, he's motivated to go back for more. Seeing that he was able to draw that much blood with a single slash, Vlad decides to charge in again with the same blistering speed and then rapidly unleashes a myriad of sword attacks on his opponent before the big guy can even realize what's going on. Unlike before, the young knight is now so much faster than the beast, which allows him to overwhelm the monster with a barrage of sword slashes. After going at it for a while, it's pretty obvious that the ogre is having a very hard time keeping up with him, and since he's finally getting the upper hand in this clash, he decides to keep cutting the monster down until it is dead. With this enhanced power, Vlad starts to feel like he's untouchable, so he goes in for the kill, attacking ruthlessly with nothing but murderous intent. Vlad continues to land hit after hit on the beast, and with every strike, he manages to draw more blood than the last. Even though this creature is supposed to have the power of immortality, Vlad is doing so much damage in such a short time that it's practically impossible for any regenerations to take place. The young knight's onslaught goes on for a while, as he sprays monster blood all over the forest, and by the time he finally decides to take a break, the beast looks like it's just been thrown into a blender. There's nasty cuts all over the ogre's body, and there's barely any part that isn't bleeding seriously. Clearly, our boy has done a great deal of damage, and you'd think that this would be enough to finally knock down this giant orc, but for some reason, what we see is the exact opposite. Rather than collapsing to the floor in pain and exhaustion, this mighty axed ogre just starts attacking the hero as soon as he gets the chance. It's still moving with the same pace it did at the start of the fight, so it's almost like everything that Vlad just did was for nothing. This beast of dark magic looks like it's not even affected at all by anything that our boy threw at him, so when Vlad realizes this, he's pretty taken aback. But besides the shock, what he really starts to experience at this point is pure rage, because this ogre is beginning to feel like a thorn in his flesh. The beast unleashes a mighty swing of his axe to bury the knight in the ground, but Vlad sees this attack early enough, and so he's able to jump right out of the way, avoiding the deadly blow. The young swordsman from Sawara has definitely held his own against this overpowered opponent so far, but it's not enough. He landed countless slashes on the giant ogre, and that should have been enough to finally kill it, or at least leave it fatally wounded. But that didn't work out as planned, so now he's forced to come up with something else. Our boy has managed to create some space between himself and his opponent, so he's finally able to catch his breath. The young knight, drenched in sweat, panting and gasping for air, on one side, while the terrifying monster casually waits for him on the other side. Right now, the dark aura seems to be at work again, because all the monster's injuries start to close up once again. All the many cuts and wounds he managed to inflict on the beast start healing all of a sudden, and it only takes a few seconds for everything that he has worked for to just vanish and get reset. The injuries disappear like he never hurt the monster, and so when he sees this, a wave of frustration washes over him. His blood starts to boil when he sees the beast regenerating its body, and he can't help it anymore because this whole fight is already driving him crazy. The young knight literally cut off the arms of this monster, along with the legs, and he even sliced the beast's back during his onslaught. Vlad vividly remembers how he pierced the heart of the overpowered ogre, because that was also when he bursts its lungs with his sword too. But after everything he did to defeat this ogre, this same creature is still standing on both feet, looking like it hasn't even started fighting yet. The evil aura heals the monster while replenishing his energy, while the knight struggles to catch his breath on the other end. Vlad used up a lot of energy during his desperate attempt to finally kill the monster, so he's looking pretty exhausted. Bro literally split this ogre's belly open and pulled its intestines out, ripping the guts apart, but it still didn't die. And on top of that, there's not even a single scratch on its body right now. It's all starting to get very overwhelming for the boy from Sawara, and if he was anyone else, he would probably have given up by now. While still trying to regain the energy he lost, Vlad recalls the voice telling him that he cut down the headless knight. That bastard and the monster use the same kind of dark magic, so with everything he's done so far, he should have been able to take down the ferocious ogre. However, it's still standing, so our boy is starting to think that maybe his world is still too shallow. It's so easy to feel bad about the situation, and it's even easier to just give up, but our favorite swordsman has no intention of doing this. Vlad reminds himself that this isn't the time for self-reproach. He doesn't even have the time for that, so he immediately gets his head back in the game, and then concludes that he only needs to think about how to swing his sword right now. The hero finally regains strength along with his will to keep fighting and determination to slay this beast. Vlad refuses to give up and tells himself that he can actually overcome the monster, and since it won't die no matter how many times he cuts it or stabs it with his sword, then he decides that he will just have to rip all of its 4 limbs off and tear it to pieces without mercy. The knight from Suara resolves to do whatever it takes to come out victorious, and with this in mind, he pumps in another immense surge of power into his sword. The blade starts glowing again with even more white bolts of lightning swirling around it, but for some reason, this doesn't scare the ogre any longer. As soon as the demon sees our boy's sword, he starts laughing, and as you can imagine, the smug look on his face makes Vlad's blood boil even more. He can't believe that the beast would even dare to laugh at him, so he decides to punish it for this act. Vlad points his supercharged blade at the beast, ready to butcher it without thinking twice, but then all of a sudden, he notices something glowing from inside the bushes at the back. This glimmer bothers our boy quite a lot, because he's suddenly worried that there might be another monster just like this waiting in that forest for him. Right now, our boy is incredibly nervous about the whole thing, so he practically stops in his tracks and keeps looking over again at the creature in the woods, trying to figure out what it is. Vlad looks closely at the glowing light coming closer by the second, wondering what it could be, and after a while, the figure begins to take shape. Apparently, it's not some other ferocious ogre that is coming out to attack him, but it's actually his own horse Noir. You'd think that he'd be relieved to find out that it's an ally coming over, but he's extremely shocked and bothered by it. This horse with the glowing horn on its forehead is currently charging at the monster, so the young knight begins to panic even more since he now has to look after the stallion as well. After the same time, the terrifying beast also spots Noir and immediately gets some very dangerous ideas. Before our boy can even do anything to interfere with the situation, his insanely fast stallion bursts onto the scene like a lightning bolt and delivers a powerful blow to the beast. Just when it looks like the ogre is about to take Noir out, the horse slashes it in the side with that sharp glowing horn on its head. Surprisingly, this hit leaves the ogre pretty wounded, and the monster is kind of surprised about it. Noir's attack was so quick that the big guy didn't even know how to stop him, and on top of that, the beast is now badly hurt from the look of things. Anyway, this powerful headbutt from the son of the grasslands sends the ugly creature flying through the air, right before crashing in the woods, like an asteroid. As soon as the ogre is knocked down, Noir starts neighing in excitement, feeling really good about that attack, and of course, the young knight is equally very delighted to see his friend. Vlad can't even contain his joy when he sees Noir, so he starts laughing as he runs toward the horse. Besides being very impressed by that attack, the blondie is also pretty curious as to how his horse even managed to locate him so quickly. Anyway, after seeing that insane clash with the monster, he immediately starts checking Noir's body for injuries. Our boy really hopes that his horse hasn't been hurt anywhere, and so he proceeds to inspect. His little reunion with his buddy is quickly interrupted, but this isn't even much of a surprise, because this beast has proven to be one extremely tough nut to crack. He turns toward the annoying monster as it slowly emerges from the dark woods again. By this time, Vlad has already prepared himself mentally for another round of relentless battle, and at least, he's got backup now. He is no longer as overwhelmed as he was before. But in a shocking twist, he suddenly notices something strange going on with the giant ogre. Rather than bursting out of the woods, the monster slowly lurks in the dark, and after taking a closer look, our boy realizes that this beast is still badly injured. The ogre is still bleeding profusely, and hasn't been able to heal its wounds, even after a while, which leaves the swordsman pretty baffled. The massive slash as his side is still bleeding seriously, and since the son of the grasslands was the one who delivered that blow, the young knight realizes that Noir's power might be the only weapon he can successfully use against this opponent. Vlad has been throwing all kinds of attacks at this ferocious demon, but they were all futile up until now. Our boy can't be sure if this is the case, so he just waits patiently beside his horse, eager to see what exactly the ogre does next. Eventually, the beast emerges from the darkness completely, and that's when he's finally able to confirm his theory. Unlike before, he can literally see the fear in the monster's eyes now that its wounds aren't closing up. The brute is even reluctant to attack him, so he just starts smiling because he's now sure that he has the upper hand. For the first time in this fight, the beast now has its guard up because it knows that it can get badly hurt now. As you can imagine, the moment Vlad discovers that this is the situation, he's more motivated than ever to go in and finish the job. So, while the beast is nursing its wounds, he leaps onto Nora's back, excited to go and end this fight once and for all. Vlad activates his aura in a flash and his eye begins to glow with power again. You can literally see the look of certainty on his face. And so, he charges at the injured beast, knowing that the fight is as good as won. You see, this sudden turn of events just makes the young knight from Sorcerer realizes that it doesn't matter how shiny one's possession is, because if they don't have the strength to protect it, then it would surely be taken away. In this context, he's referring to that big tree that the ogre was trying to cut down. That tree is the home of the earth spirit, but the little guy wasn't able to protect it, and if it wasn't for this star-embracing swordsman, the shining mole would have lost it. In essence, Vlad's takeaway from this whole mission so far is that the world is full of people who sit at the top through the tiers of those that they've stolen from, and just thinking about this makes him want to decimate the ugly motherfucker even more. Despite being badly injured, the ogre still roars at him, but with his glowing eye, he's already seen how all of this is going to end. With everything that has experienced in this small northern community of Dobrachiti, our boy finally understands that raising a sword in place of those who have no way to protect themselves is what the Swordmaster's Code refers to as a knight. With this in mind, Vlad rides his powerful horse into battle against this beast one last time. Unlike before, he now has the secret weapon to take down the massive monster for good, so he's confident that this is what will secure his victory and allow him to prove himself to the people of Dobrachiti as a true and noble knight. The brave knight charges at the monster with the axe using his new trump card. Now that he knows that Noir's glowing horn can actually hurt the beast irreversibly, he's extremely looking forward to landing another insane attack on it. With blistering speed, he closes the gap between himself and the beast, but this relentless monster refuses to give up either. Sure, the creature is now more careful with its fighting style, but it doesn't exactly back down, so when Noir gets close enough, the beast also unleashes a powerful blow. The axed ogre takes a big swing at the knight and his horse, but of course, our boy sees this attack on time, so just when it looks like the monster might actually land the hit, Vlad turns things around in a flash with a magnificent strike to counterattack. While using the slash from his sword, he's able to hurt the monster enough to allow Noir follow up with a more powerful attack. Just looking at this heated myriad of attacks, you can immediately tell that the monster is in a lot of trouble. Right after Vlad uses his sword to land the first blow, blood shoots out of the monster's mouth, and in the blink of an eye, Noir unleashes a mind-boggling blast on the ogre, and this one sends it flying in the air. The blast is so powerful that it almost incinerates the ogre in a flash. The force from the attack tosses the monster like a leaf through the air until it crashes down in the other end of the forest like a meteorite. This crash is followed by an explosion of dust and smoke, leaving the hero curious as to what happens next. Sure enough, the dust clears very quickly, and that's when he sees the monster still on the floor, bleeding from all over its body. The beast is practically helpless at this point since it can't even get back on its feet after taking that nasty hit. As soon as Vlad realizes that the creature is struggling to stand up, he goes in with a second attack to deliver yet another devastating blow. It's pretty obvious that his plan is now working since Nora's attacks are finally getting through and doing the job. Thankfully, there's more where that last strike came from, since the horse is more than happy to go for it once again. Knowing that he now has the upper hand, the young knight from Sora launches his horse at the ogre with nothing but murderous intent, and even before he gets to land the hit, the monster looks like it's already surrendered. Just as the knight is about to deliver the killing blow to end the whole fight, he notices something strange going on with his opponent. The ogre's gut suddenly explodes into a bloody mess, which he finds suspicious, so he stops his overpowered horse in its tracks before they can wipe out the monster. Sure enough, Noir slides to a halt a few meters away from the spirit tree, where the ogre is currently standing. A very brief staring contest follows as both sides anxiously wait to see what the other is going to do. Vlad and Noir wait for the monster to make the first move, and that's exactly what happens, because this same monster that's supposed to be dead already suddenly charges at them again. After taking all those insane hits from the knight and his horse, you'd think that this guy won't be able to even move, but that's not the case, because it surprisingly has enough energy to run toward them. Thankfully, there's enough distance between them for our boy to see this charge coming. Seeing the ogre running toward them, he figures that the monster might be attempting to grab them since it can't exactly attack them anymore. Apparently, this is a pretty clever move, but Vlad is confident that he'll be able to handle it. Regardless, the fact that this ogre still hasn't given up, his thoughts are confirmed because he already knew that it wouldn't be easy to deal with this beast. Our young knight knew that it would be hard to take down this monster, but he didn't expect it to be this intelligent. Clearly, this relentless ogre has realized that Noir is the only real threat in this fight, since it's only taken any real damage from the horse's glowing horn. Besides the fact that this monster has figured it out, Vlad is also worried that they can't attack either. You see, the cunning beast is using the tree behind to its advantage, which means that if Vlad and Noir attack it right now, the origin of the spirit will get caught in the crossfire. That would defeat the whole point of the entire fight since this tree is what they're trying to protect. After considering all of these factors, the young knight becomes pretty confused because he's no longer sure what to do. It's a pretty tricky situation since on one end, he needs to destroy the beast, but at the same time, he needs to do it without hurting the big tree behind it. With this in mind, Vlad begins to wonder if he should charge in with his horse or just wait for the ogre to come toward them. Getting caught by this beast wouldn't be good for them either, so whatever decision he's going to make, he needs to do it very quickly. While he's still racking his brain about the situation suddenly becomes a lot more complicated. Vlad already has to deal with the monster running toward him, and then he's distracted by the little barley thief. He suddenly notices the little guy dangling from the handle of his sword, which catches him off guard because he has no idea when the shining mole even got here. He vividly remembers telling the tiny thief to go hide and stay out of the fight, so he tries to get him away. However, the mole refuses to let go of his sword despite his best efforts to warn it. He tells the little guy how dangerous it is and tells him to go back inside the hole, but the mole doesn't listen to it. The little fella just wraps his body around the sword handle, and while our boy is still trying to figure out what the hell is going on, the shining mole starts glowing again. The light is almost blinding, but the young knight is so captivated by it that he can't even look away. His eyes are stuck because this time around the little mole isn't the only thing glowing. Apparently, the power radiating from the little barley snatcher's body is doing something to his sword as well. The elf's amber on the handle is resonating as well, and this mysterious turn of events also has an effect on the big spirit tree a few meters away. The whole stress starts glowing with a bright golden glow, and even the monster is horrified when it sees this. The light from the tree is so bright, and this only shows just how powerful the phenomenon is. The moment the young knight sees what's going on, he immediately concludes that must be the spirit's blessing, especially since his entire sword is now shining with an insanely powerful golden glow. This aura surrounds his entire body along with Noir, and that's when he realizes what he should do. The glow from this boost is a little overwhelming, so he figures that he will finally be able to cut down the monster for good using the power fork, the spirit's blessing. Right after this thought crosses his mind, the shining mole dives under the knight's armor to hide like it's finally played its part in this clash. Well, I guess you can say that, because this little guy just helped the swordsman tap into the spirit's blessing that will finally bring the slugfest to an end. That being said, the barley thief pops out of the armor a second time and signals for the knight to attack. Vlad sees the little guy pointing his cute, tiny finger and finds it pretty amusing. A smile appears on the hero's face at this point because he's confident that they're finally about to finish off the ruthless monster. And so, he pushes Noir to attack one last time, and the insanely rapid horse blasts off like a rocket. Even at this point, when it's clear that the odds are stacked against it, the beast still refuses to wave the white flag. This ogre is covered in injuries all over and probably on its last breath, but when it sees Vlad charging, it decides to whip out a secret move. The ogre roars at him, taking advantage of the dark energy inside it. If any other young knight was faced with the terrifying look on this monster, they'd probably start to rethink their life choices, but our boy remains unfazed. Vlad refuses to entertain even an iota of fear because he knows that he has an even more powerful force on his side. With this in mind, he activates his world again and his eye begins to glow. This isn't the first time the monster is seeing this, but this time, it's extremely terrified because this isn't just Vlad's aura at play. The young knight is about to unleash the most overwhelming attack yet, because this time around, he has his aura activated, Noir's glowing horn is more deadly than ever, and on top of that, he just received a very potent boost from the spirit's blessing. And so, as far as this monster is concerned, the young knight riding toward it is practically a nuke about to blow his target into oblivion. That being said, it's no surprise when the ogre suddenly turns around and starts running in the opposite direction. The terrified monster takes to its heels, desperate to escape from the insanely formidable force that just appeared behind the young knight. Unfortunately for this ogre, Noir is practically the fastest land creature in this world, so there's really no escaping. The dark horse closes the gap in a flash, and with each stride, the golden dragon backing the young knight becomes even more terrifying. The horned dragon spirit hunts down the ogre, but not before paralyzing it with fear. And just as our boy finally wipes out the monster in the forest, the scene changes and we get to see a room filled with lit candles. In that same moment when the young knight becomes victorious in battle against the monster, one of the candles in the room suddenly goes out. The flame dies mysteriously in an instant, and right after this happens, we're introduced to an ominous character sitting in the room. You'd think that this candle-lit room is some kind of shrine, but that's not exactly the case. It's actually a throne room, and this purple-eyed character is the monarch in this scene. Now that the candle is gone out, The hooded figure sitting on the throne reveals that the light of Dobrachiti has gone out, and on this note, she orders her loyal Dark Knight to go ahead and confirm if this is indeed the case. Of course, this scary knight with a dark cloud for a cape is more than happy to go on this assignment for his master. It's at this point that we finally get introduced to the one that they call Lamashtu. We've heard quite a lot about this dark monarch, and it also has been a while since she popped up in this story. Apparently, she's back in this time. It's looking like Vlad has a new enemy to face. This Dark Knight with glowing eyes is definitely going to be a serious obstacle for the young swordsman from Soara. After sending her Dark Knight on the mission to the land of Dobrachiti, Lamashtu proceeds to ponder on the situation. She's clearly curious as to what could make the light of Dobrachiti suddenly go out. This powerful character has obviously never faced a situation like this, but she has a good idea what could have caused it. You see, only a soul that has surpassed its limits can break her curse, so it's really puzzling how Dobrachiti suddenly slipped away from her, because she knows that the backwater domain doesn't have any body on that level living with. The last time she checked, that region didn't have a knight that caused problems for her, so she can't help but wonder who it could be that has the power to free that place from her control. Just as this thought crosses her mind, we get to see our boy back in the forest with his glowing sword in hand as he stands victorious over the monster he just destroyed. Just imagine how furious the Dark Priestess would be after finding out that she just lost the domain of Dobrachiti to a teenager who was raised in the back alleys of Sara. The scene shifts all of a sudden from that battlefield to another part of the dark forest where we see another big tree in the middle of the woods. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary tree, but on the other side, we get to see the big hole in it where a little girl is hiding. Clearly, this terrified child is the girl that suddenly went missing in the woods while she was picking berries. She's still very afraid, but her quiet sobs are suddenly interrupted when she hears voices getting louder. Apparently, these people heading toward the tree are Vlad and Goliath. They're looking for the girl, but the ex-mercenary is doubtful that they're headed in the right direction. However, the young knight is convinced that they're on the right track because the shining mole is the one leading the way. When the little girl hears these voices and realizes what they're talking about, her face lights up because she knows that these people came to look for her. She's about to crawl out of the hole and call out to them, but she immediately rethinks this decision. She doesn't exactly recognize these voices coming her way, so she's afraid that it might actually be bandits searching for her and not the villagers. As soon as this thought crosses her mind, she goes back into hiding. Getting caught by bandits now would pretty much a death sentence for her, so she chooses to stay hidden a little longer. On top of that, she recalls seeing that terrifying creature in the woods earlier, so she's afraid that the beast might still be around. If that's the case, it really wouldn't matter if those people are villagers, because the beast would just tear all of them apart. The little girl retreats deeper into the tree hole as fear grips her. As if she wasn't already scared enough, the footsteps start to get louder as these strangers get closer to her. Right now, she still doesn't know that it's a knight coming her way, so she becomes even more terrified. The poor girl covers her mouth so that she doesn't make a sound that gives her hiding spot away, with the footsteps getting even louder. The girl already knows that she's cooked because there's no way she can escape now, and just when the anxiety is at the peak, the blue-eyed blondie crouches down to peek into the tree hole. With a playful smile on his face, he informs the little girl that her cover has been blown, and since she has no idea who he is, she bursts into tears again. Despite the friendly look on Vlad's face, this little girl is so afraid of him. She lets out a loud scream that almost defeats the young knight and his crew. At this point, the blondie is absolutely stunned because he has no idea what to do now. Gwathi and the horse are equally bemused now too, since they're not exactly experts when it comes to dealing with screaming little kids. Just when it looks like there's no way to calm the little girl down, she suddenly stops crying when she sees the shining mole. Apparently, these two have met before, so when she sees the little guy again, she's taken aback. Turns out the barley seed thief was the one who saved her from the monster earlier. Now, he's tracked her down a second time, and he even came with some of the berries she picked, knowing that she must be starving. As soon as the girl sees this, her heart melts and tears of joy run down her cheeks, because now she knows that she is safe. At this point, the young knight stretches his hand out to her, offering to help her out of the tree hole so that they can take her back home. As you can imagine, the girl runs out of her hiding place to embrace the young knight, who equally comforts her. I mean, the poor kid must be home through hell the past few days when she was lost in the forest, so this hug is a much-needed comfort for her. Our boy came into this forest for two reasons. One was to catch the barley thief, and the other was to rescue the missing child, but in the process, he also managed to free the domain of Dobrachiti from a dark power, and even now, he still has no idea what he has done or what dark forces are coming for him. In this world, if one possesses something that shines, then they must also know how to protect it, because those who fail to do so are left with nothing but miserable ruin, and as sad as this all sounds, it's the rule of the land. So, in order to survive, they must begin a wandering journey with no end in sight. As we hear these words, we also get to see a crowd of people carrying their belongings up a hill as they make their way out of their home. For some reason, these people have been forced to evacuate their homeland to embark on a wandering journey, one with no end in sight. The scene changes right after this, and we are then taken to a huge furnace under the ground. There's a dwarf standing there, staring at the flames, but his solitude is suddenly interrupted when a man appears behind him, sounding surprised to see that the fire there hasn't gone out yet. At first, the dwarf is taken aback, but then recognizes the voice and responds, claiming that somebody needs to see it through to the end. The old dwarf makes this statement, and the hooded figure is relieved to hear it, because now he knows that he wasn't too late. Hearing this, the old dwarf is a little puzzled, so he expresses his confusion, and that's when the mysterious man reveals why he has come here. Apparently, this hooded messenger has come to this village to place a commission. Right after saying this, he reveals the bag he brought, and it's pretty obvious that it's filled with something of immense value. The old dwarf is shocked to hear this, but what's even more surprising to him is the fact that this hooded stranger wants to do this right now. This is obviously not a good time, but this mysterious figure doesn't seem to care. The hooded man is determined to get what he wants, so he shows the dwarf just how serious he is by opening the bag to unveil the content. At first glance, it appears to be filled with some kind of strange glowing metal, and to the untrained eye, there's not much that's so special about it. However, this old-timer is absolutely blown away when he sets his eyes on the glowing bars inside the sack. Thanks to his many years of experience, he can immediately tell that this is the metal that only the eternal flame can temper. This discovery leaves the old dwarf mesmerized because he knows just how rare this is, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around what he just saw, the hooded messenger interrupts his thoughts once again. The man calls out to the master of the last furnace one more time and urges him to forge the metal for him. At this point, it's pretty obvious that this stranger isn't going to leave this place without getting what he wants. The veteran blacksmith can also see now that he won't be able to refuse this request. I mean, it's a rare opportunity to get the chance to forge something out of this unique metal, and on top of that, this visitor looks like the relentless type. This old-timer wouldn't want to get on the bad side of this mysterious man, so he decides to accept the job and nervously asks the guy what he would like to forge. And as soon as the smithy asks this question, the stranger slowly reaches up to take off his hood and reveal his face. And just like that, we are introduced to this red-haired knight, who has traveled all this way in order to forge the dragon-slaying sword. This fairy knight reveals the kind of blade he would like to have made, and as you can imagine, it's a pretty big deal. I mean, he's traveled so far with a rare metal, so it only makes sense that he'd want to forge a one-of-a-kind sword. Anyway, the blacksmith is thrown off when he finally hears the request, and it takes him a while to get over the shock. But this red-haired knight doesn't look like he has any patience left. His eye is already glowing ominously, and that's never something you want to deal with. The knight makes it very clear to the blacksmith that he wants to slay the prime dragon of perfection, a ferocious monster covered in flames that most men would hate to even run into in their dreams, let alone in real life. This beast is exactly what this red-haired knight wants to slay, and from the determined look on his face, he's ready to do whatever it takes. While that knight is busy trying to go after a beast that is pretty much the stuff of nightmares, our boy takes a moment to be by himself after defeating the monster in the forest and saving the missing girl. Vlad sits by the docks with his sword and stares at the still water till he's drowned in his thoughts. The young knight zones out completely, and he's only brought back to reality when his squire starts calling out to him. Gotha goes to meet him at the river bank and immediately asks him what he's doing there all by himself. Besides the fact that he's alone there, the ex-mercenary is also very curious as to why he's up so early. He expresses his concern while walking over to the young knight, and that's when Vlad reveals that he wasn't able to sleep well. Our boy admits this to his squire, and Gotha isn't even surprised. He totally gets it because he never would have imagined that they would run into such a sinister monster in the central region. It was very unusual, and it didn't make any sense to them. The fact that something like that happened there is already enough to make them lose sleep, but on top of that, the monster's corpse have vanished like smoke right after Vlad killed it. That's also very terrifying when you think about it, so Gotha is also pretty shaken by the whole thing. Thinking back now, Vlad recalls how the monster's remains disappeared into thin wire without leaving a single trace. He remembers how it vanished like it was never there, which makes him so convinced that it was a cleanup job with an obvious intent. And since the monster was reeking of dark magic, he's certain that it had something to do with that headless knight he fought a while back. There's no doubt in his mind that this event is connected to the evil spirits that took over the church in that small village. After pondering deeply on all of this, Vlad decides that they need to report the situation to Sir Joseph as soon as possible. Vlad makes this clear to his squire, but then Gotha reminds him that there aren't any mages here. That being the case, they can't send a message using magic, so the ex-mercenary suggests that they send a courier instead. To him, this is a very good idea, but the young knight immediately kicks against it. As far as Vlad is concerned, couriers won't work because of the season. They're currently in the winter, so travel is already more difficult than it usually is. As such, using the couriers will just take forever, and time isn't exactly on their side right now. With all of this put into consideration, Vlad asks his squire what city east of their current location would have a mage. The young knight is hellbent on using a mage since he believes that it's the only way. Hearing this, Godwin begins to rack his brain, trying to come up with the answers that the knight is looking for. Since they're talking about the eastern region, Godwin figures that the closest city would be Tanobo in Vitskaya's county. And as soon as Vlad realizes that Godwin's knowledge of the area is still spot on, he decides that they'll make Tanobo their next destination. The young knight can't wait to set off, but the sun isn't up yet, so he just tells Godwin to go get things ready to enable them leave first thing in the morning. Of course, the squire is up to the task, and he doesn't wait another second before setting off to get things in order. After Godwin leaves, Vlad drowns himself in his thoughts once again. Our boy is sure of what he's feeling. He definitely remembers dreaming of something very unsettling, but the major problem now is that he can't remember what it was about at all. It's almost as if it was a mirage, but he is certain that it was very real. Just as the thought crosses his mind, we get to see flashes of the scenes from the dream that he suddenly can't remember. We see the abandoned city that those people were forced to evacuate, the eternal furnace along with the red-haired knight whose mission is to slay the prime dragon of reflection. Vlad remembers dreaming about stuff like this, but he hasn't been able to recall the details or make much sense out of it. So he remains by the water and continues to dig deep until he finally remembers the part about someone wanting to slay a dragon. As soon as he's able to pick up this small but important detail from his dream, the rest of it starts coming back to him. He remembers how the red-haired knight from his dream has a familiar voice. It was almost like he knew who it was, but then again, he can't be sure, so he figures that it could also have been a fragment of memory that the voice that used to be with him left behind. Right now, this young knight is torn because he's no longer sure what's real and what's fiction anymore. Before, he had a voice that could help him to discern better in situations like this. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that anymore. Sure, he can still vividly remember the moment when the voice left him for good, but right now, he needs that extra sense of clarity. So, he unsheathes his sword and begins to meditate, determined to hear the voice. Our boy still believes that it's somewhere in there with him, and since he was always able to hear the voice clearly whenever he held his sword, he decides to try it out one more time. Vlad shuts his eyes as he enters a different realm of magic. He's sure that he is still connected to the voice, so he activates his aura in order for them to meet again in a deeper world. As soon as our boy taps into this world, his eyes begin to glow, and he's suddenly able to see the face of that mysterious red-haired knight. His eyes aren't the only things glowing with energy right about now, because even his sword is suddenly surrounded with powerful bolts of lightning coming down from the sky. Vlad keeps his sword pointed up at the sky to make sure that he doesn't break the connection. Unfortunately, this is about how far he can go. He taps into his world, hoping to hear from the voice, but he doesn't get far enough, and so, he doesn't exactly hear the voice speak to him. However, he has seen now that it's possible, so he's confident that they will speak to each other in a deeper world without fail someday. Soon enough, the sun comes up, and as soon as that happens, Vlad and his crew return to the small city of Dobrekity to say their goodbyes. Of course, he's returned the little girl by now, so the Baron and his people are all very grateful to him. In just a few days, this wandering young knight has managed to rid their land of bandits, the barley thief, and even a ferocious monster that made the forest a nightmare. With everything he's done for them, they're not exactly keen on saying goodbye to him suddenly. The Baron is especially reluctant about all this, so he suggests that Vlad wait a little until the weather eases up a bit. The knight's departure is so abrupt, so the Baron would like to know if there's a reason why he's in such a hurry to leave. It doesn't sit well with him, so he wonders if their hospitality was lacking or something. But the young knight simply assures him that he's not leaving because of that. He makes it clear to the Baron that him leaving has nothing to do with their hospitality, explaining that it's simply time for him to continue his journey since he has done what he came to do. Hearing this, Baron Dalmatia realizes that there's no way he can make the blondie stay any longer. Vlad has made up his mind, which he's not happy about since he was hoping to squeeze a bit more out of the noble knight before letting him go. After all, he actually ended up paying for the knight's services even though that wasn't part of his original plan. This stingy Baron initially wanted to make sure that Vlad did everything for free, but Godwin was one step ahead of him. Apparently, the ex-mercenary still has a very slick tongue, so he successfully got a decent pay from the greedy Baron, and he's not shy to rub it in the fat man's face. Anyway, Baron Dalmatia finally accepts the defeat. There's no changing Vlad's mind, so gives up and stops scheming. At this point, our boy breaks the awkward silence, telling the Baron not to forget what they talked about the previous day. For some reason, the community leader is taken aback when Vlad reminds him about their chat. He laughs nervously like he doesn't want anyone to know about it, and then assures the young knight that he'll take it to heart. Apparently, their discussion involved Vlad telling the Baron not to burn the forest to expand the barley fields. Our boy also warned him not to cut down trees carelessly anymore. Right now, the Baron is claiming that he will take the advice, but you can already tell that he might not be planning to keep the promise. Regardless, our boy does his part by telling him. Vlad even encourages him to offer small tributes to the forest from time to time. The knight knows that the fat man might not listen to him, so he informs him that he felt the will of God flowing through the forest last night. As you can imagine, this leaves the Baron shaken because now he knows that disobeying the knight would risk him upsetting God. While Dalmatia is still shaking regarding what he just heard, our boy stretches out his hand to the man. In his palm, there's a gold coin and he hands it over to the Baron, claiming that it's a tribute he's offering to God, who blessed his victory. Of course, this is just another surprise for the Baron, who realizes what Vlad is doing. He stares at the gold coin, and it becomes clear to him that the blondie isn't taking this as idolatry towards spirits, but as a prayer to God. It's actually very shocking to the leader of Dobrikiti because it's not what he expected from a northern knight. He thought that Vlad would practically be a barbarian because of where he comes from, so to see him acting so noble, he never would have imagined it. For the first time since Vlad arrived in this small backwater village, Baron Dalmatia actually speaks to him with nothing but sincerity in his heart. The young knight has done so much for the place and definitely earned the people's respect, so Dalmatia proceeds to give him an honorable farewell. The man places his hand on his chest and expresses his deepest gratitude to Vlad for his devotion and consideration. Of course, Dalmatia's men follow suit and thank the wandering knight for everything he's done for them. The Baron also promises to remember the conversation they had last night regarding how they'd treat the forest moving forward. Unlike before, the man actually means it this time around, and our boy can see that it's genuine as well. With this in mind, he equally bids the Baron and his people goodbye, promising that even from afar, he would continue to pray for Dobrikiti's prosperity. He takes a bow while saying all of this, and then looks up at the flag waving high up on the roof. It's the flag with the emblem of the tree spirit on it, and it appears that the people of Dobrikiti intend to honor him for everything he's done by flying it in their village. And so, he bids the banner farewell too. It's practically a metaphor to represent his departure from the forest, and in his last moments in Dobrikiti, he thinks about how spirits need presence to live. To most people this doesn't make much sense, but it actually means a lot. You see, in order for spirits to survive, they need the memory of someone who thinks of them. The truth is, things like feelings and emotions are what allow spirits to really exist upon this land. The girl's feelings held within the wild strawberries were truly warm, which is why the little barley thief was able to really enjoy the snack that much. The reason Vlad wants the people of Dobrikiti to care for the forest is so that the spirits and creatures that live there can thrive. By making tributes and offerings to the forest, creatures like the little barley thief can truly thrive there. Our boy believes that bringing these traditions back to life will ensure that the little guy never gets forgotten again. And sure enough, even after the noble knight's departure from the central region, we can still see that the people kept to their word. They remained loyal to the forest, protecting and nurturing it, while making sure that the creatures and spirits there didn't get forgotten. Shortly after Vlad leaves, the people pay a visit to the forest where they see the shining mole. And as you can imagine, the little girl that went missing leads the movement. And so, just like that, a single bright yellow star has returned to the forest of Dobrikiti. Because with each visit from the people, the spirits and creatures are able to flourish. The scene changes and we're taken to another part of the land, but here, the snow pouring down isn't even the most chilling thing about the place. The church is currently on the hunt for someone, and from the look of things, it's very serious. The young master of the Bayezid house looks out his window to see the trouble waiting for him. So, he immediately asks Sir Joerger for an update on this target. The green-eyed knight then reveals that he heard the person is the biological son of Duke Dragulia, which means that he's the half-brother of the Dragon Killer Knight's captain. In other words, he's the son of the Dragonblood Duke. Hearing this, the young master realizes that if he's Mercy Dragulia's half-brother, then it must be the one they call Radu Dragulia. The story continues with our introduction to the one known as Radu Dragulia. So who exactly is this notorious character, and why are we getting to know him now? Well, Radu Dragulia happens to be a pivotal member of the Dragon Killer Knights, along with Mercia Dragulia. And even though he's young, he has already slain countless dragons as an outstanding knight. And he is also one of the strongest people in the whole empire. As soon as Sir Joerger tells Joseph who they're talking about, the young master starts to drown in his thoughts. It's now clear to him that this person comes from a family of dragon's blood after all. It's pretty overwhelming for the second Bayezid son because just from Radu's game alone, it would be easy to assume that the dragon slayer is even stronger than Rudiger. As intriguing as all of this is, the young master can't help but ask himself the more important question. Which is why in the world are the dragon killer knights in the north again? The clever Bayezid's son begins to brainstorm regarding the strange turn of events. As far as he knows, the fact that they're moving just means that this whole thing must be related to a dragon. And if that's not the case, then he's convinced that their sudden journey to this part of the land must be due to danger that has been created by a dragon. Young Master Joseph is convinced that one of these two must be the reason for their visit, so with this in mind, he asks Joerger if there were any reports related to dragons recently. Since this is the only thing that could possibly draw dragon bloods all the way out here, he feels that a death worm or lindblom might have appeared again in recent times. Unfortunately, he's not able to confirm his theory right now because his green-eyed knight simply informs him that nothing has been reported regarding dragons or other mythical reptilian monsters. Joerger reveals this, also confirming that the northern border has actually been quite peaceful since the last conquest that took place there. The advanced knight explains all of this to his master, and the Bayezid's son can't help but feel restless all of a sudden. He didn't receive the kind of report he's been hoping for since he was expecting to quickly figure out why the dragon bloods are here in the north. And of course, this leaves him feeling pretty anxious. The young master doesn't fully understand what is causing the anxiety he's feeling, and he also can't shake the feeling that he's missing out on something important. Joseph Bayezid continues to stare into space as he tries to organize his thoughts, but then all of a sudden, he's interrupted by a loud noise. The door to his chamber bursts open, and as soon as he turns around to see who's there, Sorcerer desperately calls out to him, informing him that they just received urgent news from Stangga. From the look on the fat knight's face, the young master can already tell that it's definitely something serious, but he wouldn't have expected the next couple of words that Sorcerer was about to tell him. The fat man reveals that something called Bayezid's eyes have been found moving suspiciously throughout the north. Sorcerer breaks the news to them with a crazy look on his face to show just how big of a deal it is. And of course, the young master and his advanced knight also have a very serious reaction to the news. As soon as Joseph hears this, he takes a look at the small letter and reads through for himself. And by the time he gets to the end of the note on the paper, he exclaims as if he just finally figured out something. Apparently, the young master now realizes that the content of this letter might have been the root of his worries all along. And so, he's finally able to confirm that his judgment was wrong this time around. You see, Joseph initially had a theory for why these people came to the north, but now he has figured out the truth. Now, he's come to the conclusion that Sora's power wasn't in Radu's interest at all. Sure, he's got his answers, but he also blames himself for not figuring it out sooner. Joseph claims that it's his fault for not being able to understand someone who loved as an exorcist his entire life. Right now, everything is already making sense to the young master, but his knights are still in the dark. They listen to him speak, but they can't understand him, so Joerger finally asks the Bayezid's son to tell them what he's talking about. At this point, Joseph simply explains that everything going on is due to the fact that the northern churches belonging to the Vatican are moving. He reveals this with a really worried look on his face, almost like the situation makes him helpless. I guess you can't blame him for having such a defeated look on his face, because he is just realizing that the Vatican is working with the Dragon Killer Knights, and it turns out that the destination for their long journey is a place called Motium, which happens to be the barony of Uthman. The young master reveals the tragic truth to his knights, and as you can imagine, they're horrified by it. Joerger is stunned at first, but then immediately realizes what this could mean for them, and before he can even say it, Joseph confirms exactly what he's thinking. It turns out that this strange alliance and the journey to Motium all of a sudden is due to the fact that Bishop Pierre is trying to start a holy war. The young master finally spells it out, and from the look of things out on the street, there's no doubt about it. There's hundreds of soldiers from the church marching onward with one man leading the army, and it's none other than the bishop. While all of this crazy stuff is going on back home, we catch up with our boy who's still on a journey as the wandering knight. They've already left Dobrachiti and are back out in the woods again, but this time around, they're not alone. Apparently, they've made some new friends along the way, and these men were kind enough to share some of their food with the wandering knight and his squire. Vlad and Goeth slurp the soup down like animals that haven't eaten in days. With how hungry they've been, it's even a miracle that they're still using their spoons. Anyway, their new friends are pretty taken aback by their table manner. They urge the two to eat slowly, assuring them that nobody is going to take the food from them, if that's what they're thinking. These guys have also been camping out in the forest, but they've never seen anyone eat like this, so they begin to wonder just how long these two were lost in the woods without food. They don't know much about Vlad and Goeth, but from what they can see, They can tell that these two have been starving longer than just a few days. A few seconds later, our boy drops his empty bowl on the floor, and it's safe to say that our boy cleaned every single particle of food that was in there. Once he's done eating, he can finally rest smile, admitting that he feels better now. Gotha finally gives up on the spoon and starts chugging down the soup directly from the bowl, and while he's at it, Vlad thanks the men for feeding them. The young knight admits that him and his squire would have been in big trouble if they hadn't met them. From the way that inhaled their food, you can tell that our boy isn't even exaggerating. They probably don't even remember the last time they ate something before now, so they were probably done for. Thankfully, they found helpers, but these men seem pretty surprised when Vlad starts expressing his gratitude. The brown-haired leader of the group is particularly taken aback when Vlad starts thanking them. Apparently, this man never thought that he'd hear something like this in his entire life, so he takes a moment to process what the blondie just said. Him and his men start staring at Vlad with curious looks on their faces, and it doesn't take our boy long to notice that they're suddenly acting weird. At first, the young knight tries to pretend like he doesn't notice it. He wipes his mouth clean, probably thinking that there was food all over his face, but even after doing so, the men are still staring at him. So now, he's sure that something is up, but he doesn't know what it is, so he remains quiet, hoping that the awkwardness disappears soon. Thankfully, the awkward silence suddenly comes to an end when the leader of the group tries to start a conversation. He still doesn't know anything about these two hungry men. He just fed, so he'd like to at least know where they're from. With this in mind, he bluntly presumes that Vlad and his friend are not from the Central. I mean, he's been around here long enough to know foreigners when he sees them, so he breaks the ice with this question, and our boy doesn't hesitate to answer. Vlad reveals that he's from the north, and this intrigues the man a bit. He already knew that the blondie was not from around here, but he didn't think he'd be a northerner, so he's not really able to hide the feeling of shock. Our boy immediately detects the obvious change in the man's tone, so he curiously asks if he just made a mistake by revealing he's from the north. For all he knows, this group might just hate northerners, and by revealing where he's from, he might just have given himself a death sentence. Thankfully, that's not the case, and the brown-haired man assures him that he's good. Still, he finds it amusing how Vlad thought that it could be a problem between them. Anyway, he goes on to explain that he was only surprised because he's never met a northerner in person before. He's obviously heard things about that region and their people, but he has never actually had the chance to meet someone from there and talk to them. He claims that this is why he was surprised, and then reveals why they were staring at him after he thanked them. It turns out that these men from the Central have been considered the ones that live at the bottom, and as a result, they have never heard a word of them misform someone as high up as Vlad, who is not just a northerner, but a knight from there as well. In other words, they didn't expect him to be so courteous when speaking to them, since other foreigners already looked down on them. Hearing this, our boy doesn't even know what to say. He starts to think that maybe he was too polite when talking to them, but it doesn't even make sense since they literally saved him from dying of hunger. Either way, one thing that's clear to him now is that the Central is more firm when it comes to hierarchical relationships compared to the North. While he's busy pondering on all this, the leader of the group interrupts his thoughts again. The man asks him where him and his friends are traveling to, and that's when Vlad reveals that they're headed for Tanobo, Vitskaya County. The moment he says this, the brown-haired man's face lights up. The leader of the group seems so delighted about the coincidence and claims that he and his men are also on their way to Tanobo. By this time, Goeth chimes in, looking very excited too. The ex-mercenary is pretty relieved to hear this, because it just means that they no longer have to travel on their own through the lonely and scary roads. On top of that, if they tag along with these men, their chances of starving to death will drop drastically, so Goeth is more than happy to travel with them. It sounds like a plan, but Vlad doesn't look too excited about it. As for Goeth, he couldn't be happier, because he was already afraid that they would get lost and starve to death in the forest. The squire keeps going on and on about what a good idea it would be to stick with these men, but Vlad doesn't seem to be on the same page. He keeps getting upset at Goeth for wagging his tongue, and even though he wants to punch the guy in the mouth right now, he manages to keep his composure. As you can imagine, the young knight is trying to be careful on this journey, but his crazy partner doesn't want to take the hint. He's literally biting their bait when he doesn't even know who these men are, and our boy is extremely pissed at him for being so dumb. Right now, the young knight can't believe that this dummy is the one he's supposed to put his trust in throughout their travels. He doesn't want you to say anything in front of these suspicious men, so he just glares at Goeth, till the guy finally shuts his mouth. The leader of the group probably senses the tension between them, so he takes the opportunity to introduce himself properly before things get even weirder. With this in mind, he stands up and tells them his name is Stefan, of the Throne Tree Mercenaries. Now that the leader has introduced himself, our boy has no choice but to do the same. At first, he wants to introduce himself as Vlad of Soara, but immediately rethinks his decision and decides to tell them that he's just Vlad. Stefan definitely notices this awkward reaction, but chooses to ignore it, and simply tells the young knight how honored he is to travel along with him. Even though he says this with a seemingly genuine look on his face, our boy probably had no intention of letting his guard down yet, because there's still so much he doesn't know about these mercenaries. After that night, the scene shifts and the next place we're taken to is the city of Tenobo, the main capital of Vitskaya County. It appears that our boy and his new acquaintances have arrived at their destination, and as soon as they enter the city, the young swordsman is blown away by the scenes before him. Stefan reveals that Tenobo is a city that most consider a trading hub with the elves of the east, explaining that this is the reason why many mercenaries drop by here. Vlad takes a moment to process everything he just heard and what he's looking at simultaneously. While he's at it, the leader of the mercenaries also takes a moment to study the blondie. Even though Vlad appears young, Stefan knows that the kid is definitely a knight. There's no doubt about that, so he wouldn't want to get on his bad side. With this in mind, the brown-haired man figures that it would be a good idea to build a relationship with the young knight. He's sure that this would benefit him, and so far, he doesn't think there's a better way to earn Vlad's trust than with a few bowls of soup and some kind words. And so, just as they're entering the city, Stefan offers to go look into some inns around, claiming that he knows a few decent ones. However, our boy isn't exactly keen on letting this suspicious stranger book a hotel room for him, so he tells Stefan that he'll be alright with just a few recommendations. Besides, he's planning on meeting the lord of the city and not here for a vacation. The leader of the mercenaries is intrigued when he hears this. Some people might find Vlad's refusal kinda offensive, but this man is simply impressed. Seeing that the kid came here for serious business, he decides to let him and his squire continue on their way, but not before giving the knight a little pointer. Stefan informs Vlad that the count's estate is the biggest building in the city, and then reveals that he and his men will be staying in the inn at the intersection up front. He also tells Vlad that he's free to come to them if he needs any help, and just like that, the young knight parts ways with the Thorn Tree mercenaries. Vlad thanks Stefan and his men for everything, and the mercenaries simply bow to the knight in return. The leader was really hoping to build a relationship with the knight, but since that's not looking likely right now, all he can do is hope that they meet again. The mercenaries continue on their way, leaving Vlad and Goeth to continue their journey by themselves. At this point, our boy is starting to feel less suspicious of them. They didn't try anything funny the whole time they were together, so he's starting to think they might actually be good guys, and this makes him consider buying them drinks later on. However, his squire seems to have a different idea. For some reason, Goethe feels that they should buy the mercenaries something expensive instead of drinks, and as you can imagine, Vlad immediately asks him what the hell he's talking about. At this point, the ex-mercenary proceeds to analyze the situation. Goethe points out how their equipment they had on were of very good quality. On top of that, their inspection at the castle gates ended rather quickly, and in his experience, this is something that only happens with high-ranking individuals. That being said, Goethe concludes that these men probably hold a position of importance in the central region at least. Thinking back now, our boy realizes that his buddy is actually making a lot of sense. Even though they were absolutely helpless in the forest, those men didn't try to take advantage of them. They didn't rob them or try to enslave them, which was definitely a very good sign. They even fed them and left them safely to the capital. With all of this in mind, our boy finally admits that they're not bad guys and suggests that it wouldn't hurt to get to know them either. Well, that would have to be later though, since they still have an assignment to complete in this city. First things first, they have to meet with the count, and since they already know that it's the biggest building in the city, that shouldn't be too hard, right? Well, it just so happens that all the buildings here are massive, so Goth doesn't think it's going to be as easy as they imagine. Thankfully, they eventually locate the count's estate, and they're sure that it's the right one, because not only is it the biggest building in sight, but it's absolutely not magnificent. Just by looking at it, you'd think this was where the emperor lived if you didn't know any better. So, you can't really blame our boy and his buddy for being absolutely stunned by the beauty of the place. The two of them spend a few minutes simply staring at the building in awe, and their trance is only interrupted when the guard manning the gate approaches them. The man asks them to state their business and introduce themselves, so they do just that. Our boy goes first, revealing that he's a knight of Bayezid, and then he shows the guard his sword with the emblem on it. After introducing himself, he reveals that he's coming all this way because he has a request for the lord. Hearing this, the guard simply asks what he should tell the count, so Vlad explains that he would like to borrow a mage telegram because there is something he needs to urgently relay to his master. He tells the guard to let the count know that a knight in trouble is asking for his kindness, and the man assures Vlad that he understands. He tells the knight to wait a moment and then walks away to inform the count of the situation. Once the guard is away, Goth begins to wonder if they still need to look for an inn later. Apparently, this ex-mercenary is convinced that they'll most likely be invited into the estate to spend the night. Of course, our boy insists that they find a hotel regardless. You'd think that this Count of the Central would quickly respond to the request of a northern knight, but that's not the case. Vlad and Gotha remain at the gate for the next couple hours, and soon enough, the sun starts to go down, and not long after, the entire place is completely dark. By this time, they're both already pretty tired, especially Goethe, who's already struggling to stay on his feet. Vlad, on the other hand, remains erect the whole time, despite the delay and disappointment. It's definitely annoying, but this knight exercises an extreme level of patience, and he continues to stand and wait for the Count to come out. Still, he can't help but feel like he experienced this very situation recently, probably recalling how he waited for the barley thief to show up. When the guard comes around again, Vlad finally asks the man when they're going to receive a reply, but the guy claims that he doesn't know either. By this time, our boy is finally starting to lose his patience because it's actually a very simple request that he made. And really, he'd just like to get a response so that he knows his next move. Unfortunately, the guard gives him yet another robotic response, claiming that he needs to wait even more. But now, Vlad is already getting impatient, so he is wondering how much longer he'll have to wait. And that's when the guard tells him that he just needs to wait until the Count comes looking for him. While our boy is busy arguing with the guy at the gate, the other guards at the back start to notice it and get really curious. They don't know who he is, and he's been standing at the gate for hours, so they're getting pretty concerned, especially now that he's arguing with their colleague. They heard that he's from the north and immediately conclude that he's the reason there has been a musty smell for hours. One of them is convinced that it's the smell of a barbarian, and that comment pretty much sums up how these guys feel about people from the north. His colleague tries to quiet him since they wouldn't want the blondie at the gate to hear, but the guy doesn't seem to care if Vlad gets to hear what he said. As far as he's concerned, there's really nothing a northern vagabond can do here. And of course, our boy hears this as well. Vlad practically starts vibrating with rage at this point, because now he realizes what his old mentor, Lamund, was talking about. You see, the old man told Vlad about those central guys, especially those from a city, the higher ups, and those below them. They're all the same. They believe that the core of the continent is in the middle, and that they are the center of the world. Lamund explained how these people think that they have a kind of nobility that can't be compared to the dry dirt eaters from the west. But even worse, they also believe that they are more noble than the northerners, who are mixed with the blood of barbarians. The wise old man told the young knight these harsh truths of their world back then, and urged him to always remember that the Central's discrimination is far colder than the northern's snow. Thinking back now, it's pretty clear why the Count hasn't responded to his request. The lord of this county probably doesn't even respect our boy enough to answer him, not to talk of granting his request. Now that it's all clear, the young knight begins to boil with rage, and in order to vent out this frustration, he decides to use that ill-mannered guard as the first scapegoat. Vlad turns to the guy, asking if he takes him for a joke, but for some reason, the cocky guard keeps acting all tough. Instead of apologizing or even keeping his mouth shut, he decides to provoke our boy some more by mocking him again. At this point, you already know that Vlad is on his last nerve. They've been standing out here for hours, and that's already annoying enough, but for the guard to now be insulting him, he's not going to take that lightly. Goth has never been the kind to be cool-headed in a situation like this where he knows he can easily take on the opponents, so he calls out to his captain to give him their banner. Vlad takes it and buries the pole into the earth to properly announce his presence, and then he makes it very clear to the guards that he's waiting for a reply and not their permission. As soon as the guards watch the flagpole enter the ground, they begin to panic, but the fear really grips them when the banner starts waving with the emblem of the Bayezid house on display. Of course, they're taken aback by Vlad's boldness, but they're already pretty pissed that he would dare to plant his flag right in front of the Count's estate. Apparently, the rage they're feeling far outweighs any shock or fear they might have for the knight. And so, they charge at him with their weapons, determined to teach him a lesson, claiming that the disrespect will not be tolerated. Just as they are about to start running at him, one of the guards looks closely and actually sees the symbols on the flag. One of them is the symbol of a dragon, and they're pretty familiar with this one. Just looking at it sends chills down their spines, so they all halt their attack, and that's when our boy finally starts to speak. With the flag waving and all the sigils on display, he informs the guards that he is still entitled to their Count's response, even though he's just a knight. And after making this very clear to them, he lets them know once again that he is waiting for their lord. The story continues with a scene inside the Count's house. Apparently, Vlad's furious display at the gate was exactly what he needed to get an audience with the lord, because he's currently sitting across from the man at the table, where he's having a meal. This old man obviously didn't have much of a choice but to finally welcome Vlad into his home, so he doesn't look too excited about it. With his guards pretty much surrounding him, Count Vitskaya dryly asks the young knight how old he is exactly. Of course, the blue-eyed swordsman doesn't hesitate to answer the question. He reveals that he's 18 this year, and the Lord of Tanobo finds this pretty surprising. He didn't expect a knight with such a reputation to be that young, and he certainly hasn't heard of many 18-year-olds who have killed a dragon. It's safe to say that the old count is impressed, but Vlad doesn't think it's enough because he goes on to clarify that he actually killed the dragon when he was still 17 years old. Of course, this is pretty intriguing to hear, and the old man doesn't hide his emotions about it. He takes another bite of his food and then reveals what he heard about Vlad hanging the Dragon Killer Knight's insignia on his banner. The young swordsman confirms this, sounding very proud of his feat, but the Lord of Tanobo isn't exactly happy to hear this one. The old man immediately asks our boy who gave him permission to use the insignia on his banner, and that's when Vlad reveals that he was given the go-ahead by Sir Mercia Dragulia, the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights. Of course, this is no ordinary privilege because not many knights even get acknowledged by Mercia Dragulia, and so it's not exactly easy to believe. It's a bold statement that Vlad just made, and it's such a big deal that the old count stops eating his food all of a sudden. He stops the fork just when he's about to take another bite and then slowly drops it back on his plate. From his body language, you can tell just how much Vlad's response affected him. He's clearly upset about it, but he wouldn't want to burst out in rage, so he takes a moment to process his thoughts. The old man is already boiling in rage by now, but he doesn't show it and manages to keep his composure. As far as he knows, Vlad is just a filthy northern barbarian, and so he's absolutely livid when he hears the boy speak the name of a noble one who he must not impersonate. Apparently, he thinks that our boy is lying, and that's why he's so mad. He can't even imagine a world where Mercia Dragulia acknowledges someone like Vlad, and so he refuses to believe our boy's claim. However, just doubting Vlad isn't enough, because he also feels he needs to punish him for lying about it. Even though he feels it's a lie, he doesn't say it outright at first. He simply informs Vlad that he will meet his end right there in the dining hall if his statement turns out to be false. Count Vitskaya makes this very clear with the coldest tone he can achieve in his voice. Just as he's saying this, his guards and knights begin to draw their swords, ready to execute Vlad at the Lord's command. However, our boy remains unfazed. He knows he's telling the truth, so none of the Count's threats can get to him. He simply stares down the old man, locking his gaze with his without a single glint of fear in his eyes. Count Vitskaya does the same, hoping that he can break the young knight's spirit and make him confess, but Vlad doesn't do that. In fact, the shining star from Soara proceeds to reiterate his claim, this time with more detail. He boldly announces that he clearly killed Lindblom, and that Sir Mercy witnessed. The brave knight says this without any hesitation, assuring the Lord of Tanobo that there are no lies in his words. After Vlad makes the bold claim once again, the knights behind him are already wielding their swords, ready to strike. As for the old count, he just starts smiling, feeling even more intrigued by the young knight's confidence. He's surprised that Vlad even flinched after hearing his threats and simply withdraws his accusations. Apparently, the complete lack of fear in Vlad's eyes was enough to prove that he was telling the truth. Now that he knows the kind of guest he's dealing with, the old man gets down to business immediately. His guards told him that our boy came to borrow a mage, but he'd like to hear it personally from the kid. Of course, our boy confirms that this is what he came for, explaining that he has urgent news he wishes to deliver to his lord. Hearing this, the old count takes a moment to ponder on the matter. This request is a pretty strange one to him, so he's in no hurry to make a decision. As far as Vitskaya is concerned, there's no precedent for a northern knight borrowing a magic telegram here in his city. It's quite suspicious, and he'd actually refuses under normal circumstances. But this situation is peculiar because he's very curious about the young man sitting across from him. He hasn't been able to read our boy yet, and so he doesn't want to just make a decision without actually figuring him out. With this in mind, he asks Vlad to tell him exactly what he needs the telegram for because he seems to be in quite a hurry. Our boy has already explained that he needs it to deliver a message to his master urgently, so the fact that the old geezer is still asking him this question simply means that he wants to know what the message is. Right now, this young knight needs the telegram very much, so even though it's not of Vitskaya's business, he decides to tell him what happened. He reveals that he discovered a wicked existence in the forest of Dobrachidi a few days ago. Our boy reveals that what he encountered was a monster that doesn't exist in the north. Vlad had never seen anything like it before, but when the locals heard the description he gave, they identified it as a troll. Our boy obviously had no idea that this was what he faced, but that's not all, because the troll wasn't just any ordinary one. The creature was afflicted with a curse that won't let it die no matter how many times it is killed. Vlad continues to tell his little story, and by this time, the Lord of Tanobo is deeply engrossed in it. He can't help look away from the young knight, and the look on his face also shows that he's very surprised by all this. The part that really gets him is when Vlad says that the troll didn't die no matter how many times he killed it. Just thinking about this makes the old man nervous and he's finding it difficult to believe, so he asks Vlad to explain what he means. Seeing just how restless the old count has become, our boy is more than happy to tell him everything. He reveals that a similar incident occurred in the north in the past, and claims that something unknown is slowly begin to stir. This cryptic message pretty much goes over the heads of the knights and guards in the room. What Vlad just said doesn't make much sense to them, so they're not exactly disturbed by his revelation. On the other hand, the old count is already fully invested in the matter, so much so that he would now even like to know where this evil creature was. While taking a sip of his wine, he asks Vlad to tell him where he found the monster, and the young knight reveals that it was in Debrachity of House Dalmatia. Our boy also reminds Vitskaya that his city is the closest place to that domain, claiming that this is the reason he traveled down there without stopping. After listening to everything the young knight has said, the old geezer begins to ponder deeply again. He knows that this boy obviously has his own business to handle, so he finds it a little suspicious that he still came here to warn him about the impending doom as well. The old man is clearly thinking hard about the matter, but he tries to put on a calm facade so that everyone else would think he's unfazed. Once again, he finds himself locked in a staring contest with the blondie, and the look in Vlad's eyes immediately makes him think that he's being scolded for being a horrible host. With everything that the old man has witnessed, it's pretty clear that this young man in front of him is no vagabond. Our boy has earned the Lord's respect without even realizing it, and just like that, the old man orders his men to bring out the crystal ball and lend it to their guest from the north. As you can imagine, our blue-eyed hero is relieved when he hears this, so he thanks the Lord of Tanobo for the opportunity. However, the old man just apologizes to him for keeping him waiting outside. Count Vitskaya tells Vlad how sorry he is and attempts to justify his action, talking about how plenty of knights have come seeking an audience recently. The old man assumed that Vlad was just another one of them, which is why he left him at the gate. Anyway, now that they've gotten their issues out of the way, the lord of the city tells Vlad that he is free to go and make his report. Of course, the hero is glad to hear this, so he expresses gratitude once again and politely takes his leave. Vlad makes his way out of the room, and the moment he's no longer within reach, the old man orders his men to find out at once if all that he said is true. As you would expect, the men are ever ready to serve, so they assure him that they'll send people to Debrachity immediately to investigate, but before the commander can even finish talking, the old lord shuts him up. Apparently, Count Vitskaya doesn't care much about the evil spirits or monsters in the forest. He calls his commanders useless idiots for even thinking that he was referring to what Vlad said about the creature in the forest. You see, what he actually wants them to find out is whether Vlad was lying about killing a dragon. He wants to know if the man he just spoke with is truly a knight of Basid. In other words, he wants them to find out everything there is to know about Vlad. It appears that this crafty old man was only pretending to have accepted Vlad's claims as the truth. Even though he didn't outright accuse the boy of being a liar, he definitely didn't believe the things he heard, and so now he wants his men to go and do the digging for him. Count Vitskaya is so pissed about the whole thing, so he just transfers the aggression to his men. He sends all of them out of his chambers and continues to wallow in the frustration. As far as he's concerned, there's really no point spending so much money on his side when he only ends up gathering idiots. As annoying as his men are, they're not the actual reason he's upset, so it does take long for him to start thinking about Vlad again. From what he's observed, the kid is rough around the edges, but he can deny the fact that the young knight has dignity. Sure, Vitskaya feels that he boy doesn't know his place, and he also finds the northerner to be very arrogant, but he can clearly see that the kid has the confidence to match it all. With all of this in mind, this old schemer begins to think about how handy Vlad might be for him if he turns out to be who he says he is. While the old count is busy scheming and sending spies to tail our hero, we catch up with the blonde swordsman in question. He's currently in the room where the crystal ball he's been asking for is, but he and his squire look pretty overwhelmed all of a sudden. Sure, the count finally gave him permission to use the artifact to send a message to his master, but there's one very important piece of information that was left out, which is now posing a serious obstacle. Apparently, magic telegrams are insanely expensive, and that's not even exaggerating because they cost 1 gold per character. But it gets even worse because it's more expensive if the distance is far. As you can imagine, our boy's message will be traveling pretty far since it's going all the way to the north, so him and his partner start to freak out. Godwin in particular loses his shit pretty quickly, wondering if the mage is insane or something for even quoting such an outrageous price to them. The ex-mercenary is especially bothered about the whole thing because he knows how difficult it was for him to get money from the stingy baron in Debrachity. He remembers how they barely squeezed them gold out of that fat man, so he's not looking forward to burning it all away for a single message. Just when he's about to finally lose it completely, the mage at counter suddenly assures them that they don't have to worry about the cost since guests of the count get to use it for free. You'd think the guy would lead with this piece of information, but I guess he just wanted to give someone a heart attack first. Anyway, now that they know they're not good to pay anything, Gotha calms down immediately. The guy takes a breather, feeling very relieved because he was afraid that a single telegram was going to leave them absolutely broke. Once all the confusion is out of the way, the mage simply asks for Sora's wavelength number so that he start preparing their message. The guy stands in front of the crystal ball, getting ready to do his thing, and that's when our boys express complete and utter confusion. Apparently, they don't even know what a wavelength number is, which means that they clearly don't know the one for Sora either. Vlad asks the mage what he's talking about, and that's when the guy explains that they need to provide the wavelength number of the region in order to send a magic telegram to that destination. At this point, these two geniuses are staring at each other like cartoons, asking one another if they know the number when neither of them has ever heard of something like that. The mage just looks at the two northerners with disappointment laced all over his face and then offers to help them look it up before they embarrass themselves any further. After that little drama, the two travelers from the north take a walk around the mansion and Goeth begins to really appreciate coming here to send the message. He now realizes that they might have been stuck and they had gone to just any mage to send the message for them. Vlad clearly feels the same way too and can't help but wonder why it's so complicated to just send a message from one point to another. In this time when he's been a wandering knight, traveling with only his squire by his side, our boy has come to realize a few things. Now that he's stepped outside Bayezid's fences, he's been made to understand that simply knowing how you swing a sword doesn't make him a knight. Our boy has come to learn that he still has a long way to go, and as eye-opening as that is, it's also very exhausting to think about. Once again, his thoughts are interrupted when Goeth starts talking. The ex-mercenary admits that their start here hasn't exactly been pleasant, but he also thinks that it was a good thing they got acquainted with the Count. Hearing him say this, our boy is a little confused, so he asks Goeth what exactly he means by this. That's when the squire reveals that he did some digging himself earlier. Apparently, Goeth asked the attendants a few things before and found out that all these decorations in the mansion were gifts from elves. As you can imagine, this information is pretty shocking to the young knight, because he never would have guessed it. And after taking a look around, he sees all the large statues and artifacts scattered all over the hall. They're all magnificent and he's pretty blown away by them, especially now that he knows where they are from. Gotha was equally impressed, and it reminded him of the famous saying about how elves don't just let anyone into their land. And if that's the case, then it would only mean that the Count must have opened up a trade route. In other words, Gotha believes that the Lord of Tenobo can communicate with the elves. And just as he's saying this, they both find themselves standing right in front of a massive portrait of an elf that is definitely worth a fortune. Later that night, our boy ends up sleeping over in the Count's estate. I mean, they did see this coming since there was a good chance the old geezer would welcome them to stay. It's probably a good thing since they don't have time to spend money for an inn. Anyway, while most people are asleep, our boy stays up with his sword, and at first, we're not exactly sure what he's trying to do. But then his eye starts to glow, and it's clear that he activated his world. And just as he's staring at her sword, the ember on it begins to react as well. The yellow stone develops a bright golden glow, and what follows is extremely shocking for the young knight. All of a sudden, our boy finds his consciousness transported to another realm. It's not one where he's been before, or at least it never looked like this. He gets to see that tree again, but this time around, it's in the autumn season, and it makes him wonder what kind of world this is. It's powerful and beautiful, but at the same time, it also kind of looks sad, so this leaves him feeling a little troubled. He's deep in his world at this point, so he doesn't even realize when he starts sweating and straining. It finally becomes obvious when he's no longer able to stay in that realm. He tries to maintain it but quickly gets disconnected from it. By the time he opens his eyes again, the yellow stone on his sword has stopped glowing, and all he's left with is the feeling of disappointment. He's not so surprised about this, because he expected it to be difficult for him to maintain that world for long. But on the bright side, he's getting to see it, even though it's only a little at a time. Vlad also notes that it's hazier than when he saw it through the world of voices, but he's confident that he'll be able to see it clearly if his world grows deeper. Just as this thought crosses his mind, someone calls out to him from outside his room. He answers the door and is surprised to see a group of soldiers waiting out there for him. He asks what they want, and the commander politely requests a sparring contest between them. Of course, this sounds crazy and looks very suspicious too. At this point, our boy probably already knows that he won't be able to refuse, because there's like 6 men waiting at the door. He's so confused, but the commander assures him that it's nothing so serious, claiming that he should just consider it a light warm-up before heading to sleep. Northern Knights never visit Tanobo, so this commander claims that it would be an honor if they got the chance to experience the Sword of the North. Already, Vlad can tell that this is just one big scheme for them to figure out if he's really a knight capable of slaying a dragon. With this in mind, he concludes that there's only one way to break the needless discrimination and contempt. A mischievous smile creeps up on our boy's face all of a sudden as he accepts their invitation. After all, they helped him send a telegram and provided him with a comfortable place to sleep. So, he feels that it's only natural for him to pay a fair price in return. And in this situation, the only way to repay their generosity and stop them looking down on him for good is to prove himself. Not long after the Lord of Tanobo sends his men to go and check if Vlad is really who he says he is, they pay the young knight a visit after the sun goes down, and once he realizes what they're up to, he accepts their sparring challenge to prove himself. That same night, while the old count is waiting in his chamber by the fire, one of his best men returns with an update. The cloaked knight confirms that their guest from the north is indeed a member of the Dragon Killer Knights, but the old geezer still isn't completely convinced, so that's when the man reveals that they've also verified Vlad's sword skills with their little sparring match. Without stuttering even once, the commander confirms that among the knights that they have left, not a single one can stand against their blue-eyed dragon slayer. After making this known to the old lord, Vitskaya quietly takes a sip of his drink while processing the information he just received. This old schemer didn't actually believe that Vlad would be that strong, so he's having a hard time accepting that report. But then his commander gives him some more shocking news. It turns out that the 5 knights who sparred with the visitor from the north were so injured that they won't even be able to go on any missions till further notice. As you can imagine, this leaves the old count shocked, so much so that he drops his tiny cup back on the table in order to actually pay attention to what he's just been told. Sure, he's shocked about the news regarding his knights, but right now, he's not even more curious to know whether his commander, the highest-ranking knight serving under him, was unable to defeat the man from the north. The old man is already disappointed at this point, but he'd like to know if Vlad is really more skilled than all of his knights. He asks the commander what his experience was with the young swordsman, but the man doesn't even say a word. It's almost like he's too ashamed to actually say what happened, and it's at this point that we get to see the flashback scenes from his sparring session with Vlad. Right after our boy is done wiping the floor with the first cube knights that challenged him, the only opponent left standing is the commander, and since he's just witnessed a foreigner absolutely whoop his men, he is not exactly feeling very confident about facing the kid. The terrifying glow in Vlad's eyes doesn't help matters because the boy looks like he's ready to tear anything or anyone in his path. Seeing this, the commander is hesitant to engage and focuses more on studying the northern knight, standing over his fallen warriors. Our boy points his sword at the older knight, showing nothing but complete confidence, and this is pretty much where the flashback comes to an end. To answer the old lord's question from earlier, the commander confidently assures his master that he would defeat the northerner in a sword fight 9 times out of 10. In other words, he's not even sure that he can overcome Vlad in a sword clash every single time. Hearing this, the old count is pretty disappointed, as you can imagine, and you can't blame him, because he's just found out that the greatest sword in his county can't guarantee a perfect victory. And what's even more depressing is the fact that this opponent isn't some veteran swordsman of the empire, but actually just a mere 18-year-old boy. The lord of the city finds it very hard to believe that this is what has become of his forces and begins to contemplate ways to hide his shame. Just then, he comes up with a crazy idea and asks his commander a shocking question. He asks the man if he should hang him by the neck as a warning to the guards, and of course, this leaves the swordswoman very confused. He's not sure what the lord is trying to tell him, so he expresses his confusion, and that's when we get to understand what's going on in the count's mind. All of a sudden, the old man has come to realize that this knight from the north is the real deal, and he's disappointed that he failed to recognize it from the start. Vitskaya recalls how Vlad's first impression was so atrocious, and how he left him standing outside in the cold so he wouldn't move easily. With all of these thoughts running through his mind, the old man smiles, stroking his goatee as he talks about how nice it would be if the boy was a little smart. At this point, we're still not sure what the old geezer is thinking about, but what we know for sure is that he's about to start scheming again. The scene changes, and the next thing we see is the count having what appears to be some kind of tea time with Vlad. They're seated in the patio of his mansion, and the server is filling their cups for them. From the look on our boy's face, you can tell that all of this is still pretty suspicious to him, but he decides to be a good guest and indulge the old count. Vitskaya finally breaks the silence, talking about how he heard that tea culture isn't developed in the north. This probably explains why the whole thing still feels weird to the young blondie. Vlad admits that it's actually true, explaining that where he's from, Men would rather pick up a bottle of liquor than drink boiled leaves. And when you think about it, we've never actually seen anyone from the north having tea. The hero of the story was practically raised in a bar, surrounded by booze and alcoholics his whole life, so this is definitely a new and odd experience for him. Hearing what the kid has to say about their culture in the north, Vitskaya feels the need to inform the young knight that this is no ordinary tea. The old lord reveals that this is actually elves' tea, and goes on to tell him how the leaves are gathered from the forest at the far eastern edge, and then specially processed to make the unique beverage. Vitskaya proudly informs the young knight that dealing with the elves' specialties is one of his territory's main businesses. Apparently, people in the central region can't get enough of anything that has to do with the elves. The mysterious ecology of a long-lived race stirs the imagination of the central nobles, and the count has no problem admitting this. The old man takes another sip of his special tea and proceeds to elaborate on the matter. He cites an example, claiming that there are even rumors that this tea extends one's lifespan. And unsurprisingly, that's the main reason why it's treated as more expensive than its weight in gold. There aren't many commodities more expensive than gold, so the fact that this elven tea costs so much says a lot. As you'd expect, the young knight from Soara is astonished when he hears this. He had no idea that the drunk sitting on his table in front of him costs more than precious stones and jewels. The hero expresses his shock and the old lord just takes another sip of it before responding to him. Vitskaya admits that he doesn't know if it's true that the leaves actually extend one's lifespan, but what he knows for sure is that it's certainly good for the body, and in his own experience, he's been able to confirm that the tea is especially a good remedy for coughs. As soon as Vlad hears this, a thought crosses his mind almost immediately. The old man just mentioned something about Kalas, and this makes the gears in his head start turning all of a sudden. Apparently, there's something that our boy noticed about his young master back home, even though he keeps trying to hide it when they're together. Vlad observed that Sir Joseph coughing violently on several occasions. Most times, he'd see the Bayezid son's shoulders shaking as he tries to hide it, and since this miracle tea appears to be a good remedy for coughs, he contemplates taking some back home. After all, if the leaves do what they're claims to, then his master might be able to get through the winter a little more comfortably. While he's pondering on all this, he doesn't even realize that he's been staring at the old man, who is now pretty curious seeing that the kid hasn't stopped looking at the tea. The clever old schemer pretty much reads Vlad's mind in a flash and takes advantage of the situation. All of a sudden, he offers to set one aside for Vlad, and of course, this leaves the boy stunned for a second. This offer came out of the blue, so he already knows that there's something fishy going on. He stares the old count down for a while, and then eventually points out how sudden kindness like this always comes with a reason. He's certain that the Lord of Tanobo wants something in return, and when he bluntly states this, the old man just starts laughing. He's pretty impressed and amused at the same time, but he's not really surprised because he expects this kind of sharpness and boldness from a northern knight. Seeing how smart and confident the kid is, the old man confirms that Vlad is definitely different from ordinary northerners. In his experience, northerners aren't exactly easy to talk to since they already have a reputation for being barbaric in other regions of the empire. And so, Vitskaya is pretty surprised that the young man sitting across from him is open to talking. At this point, he simply sets down his teacup again and admits that he does have something in mind. Vlad has seen right through him, and he's not denying his intentions, so he goes ahead to reveal them. You see, this man here values the skill that our boy showed in slaying a dragon. I mean, now that he's confirmed it, and since he's now completely sure of Vlad's status and abilities, there's something he would like to ask of the young knight. Vitskaya makes this known to our boy with a really creepy smile on his face. It's definitely suspicious, and anyone looking at that face can tell that this old geezer is determined to get what he wants. The Count of Tanobo goes ahead to tell Vlad about a man that has been hiding along the trade route and plundering his goods. Apparently, nothing he's done to stop this elusive thief has worked, and so now it's turning into a very serious headache for the old lord. As soon as the Count reveals the troubles he's been facing, our boy immediately concludes that it must be a bandit. He asks the lord if this is the case, but Vitskaya doesn't think that it is. He explains this and also tells Vlad how all the knights he ordered to escort the caravans were taken down. Apparently, this one man was able to overpower multiple knights by himself, and that's not a good sign at all. Sure, these swordsmen around here aren't on the level of those in the north. They're far inferior to the Bayezid knights, but they are still knights from the central region regardless, which means that they're not exactly pushovers. The blue-eyed hero is taken aback when he hears that even the Tanobo knights couldn't handle this slippery robber, and also confused as to why the old count would think he should get involved. If multiple trained knights couldn't stop this man as a team, then our boy doesn't see how he's supposed to solve the situation by himself. When Vlad expresses his thoughts, the Lord casually reminds him that humility becomes deceit when it goes too far. As you can imagine, this elder has already done his homework regarding Vlad. He has pretty much done a background check on the northerner, so he knows exactly what the boy is capable of. As far as he's concerned, if this blue-eyed knight is already recognized by San Rosino and several northern houses, then he's surely skilled enough for the mission that has just been presented to him. As expected, the difficult assignment isn't the only thing being presented to him, because this willful count is ready to reward him handsomely for his troubles. He reveals a fat bag of gold and places it on the table. The sack is so full that some of the coins fall out, and just like that, reimbursement is in the picture. Vitskaya makes it very clear to the blondie that he's the type of man who pays properly, and since this is something very important to him, he's ready to go deep into his purse to make sure it's done. The clever old man makes this offer, and even promises to give the northern knight more gold if he successfully drives off the unknown raider. As you can imagine, it's not really easy to say no to this much gold, and since the lord is so confident in his abilities, he's starting to see the possibility of making it happen. Vlad stares at the bag of gold for a while, contemplating the next words to come out of his mouth, and after taking a brief pause, he informs the count that doing the job alone will be too difficult for him. Of course, the old man doesn't have a problem with sending some of his men to go with the northerner, since he will also need someone to confirm that the job was done. With this in mind, the man assures Vlad that chasing the raider off will suffice, even if it's only briefly. From the start, we've known that Vitskaya doesn't really like Vlad, and even though he's been pretending to finally respect him, deep down, he still thinks that the boy is just a cheap knight. He intends to just use Vlad for the meantime, because he still doesn't believe that he's good enough. Of course, this lord would prefer if the boy could actually solve his problem completely, but he doesn't have that much faith in him. So, all he needs is for Vlad to just hold out long enough for him to invite a truly famed knight. During that time, the boy would have earned his pay, and he'll have no need from the northerner Anyway, the Lord of Tanobo assures the boy that he will have support, but then Vlad comes up with some terms of his own. With a cheeky smile on his face, he informs the count that he wishes for something other than gold coins as his payment. As you'd expect, this catches the man off guard. He's shocked to hear this and expresses his confusion, wondering if there's something that Vlad wants from him. He asks what that might be, and that's when the hero begins to speak his mind. As a wandering knight, Vlad wants to see the wider world. He's already been traveling quite a lot since he started on this new path, but now, there's something he needs to make it better. Now that he's come this far, he believes that he should at least get the chance to enter the forest of the elves. The Lord of Tanobo has already bragged about his good relationship with the elves, and so Vlad doesn't think it would be that hard for the man to link him up with them. So, he requests safe entry into the elves' forest along with a box of that tea that's good for coughs. Apparently, the gold isn't all that important to the hero, and so he lets the count know what's really important to him. As soon as he presents his terms and conditions, the look on Vitskaya's face changes instantly. He glares at the kid, pissed that he'd be so cocky. Clearly, our boy has just taken advantage of the deal presented to him and made it so much better for himself, which annoys the old man, because he thought he was going to use the boy like a pawn. The Lord of Tanobo felt that his northern guest was simply a clueless rookie knight, but after hearing the request he just made, it's clear that the boy is smarter than he gave him credit for. Vlad is casually drawing out exactly what he wants, and he's doing it so smoothly that the count can't refuse him. This really puts the old man in a tight spot, because saying no to the boy right now would not only be suspicious, but it would lead to an instant collapse of the contract he's trying to set up. If he wants Vlad to help him get rid of the mysterious raider, he'll have to give him what he wants, and just thinking about this makes the old man wonder just who in the world molded the boy into the man he's become. As usual, the teachings of the wise young Master Joseph are really paying off, and Vlad is definitely using them to his advantage now that he's on his own. Seeing that he'll have to give something much more valuable than what he initially budgeted, the clever old man decides that he'll have to equally get more out of the boy as well. So, he informs Vlad that merely blocking the raider for a short time won't be enough in exchange for the conditions he just listed. Vitskaya explains that letting a human into the elves' domain is an act that puts a heavy burden on him as well. He tries to make it look like letting Vlad meet the elves would be some kind of near impossible arrangement, hoping to suck out a better deal for himself, but before he can even do this, the sharp knight sees right through him. Vlad immediately figures out what Vitskaya is trying to do, so he cuts him off, reminding him that the elves probably also want trade to return to normal. In other words, he deserves the right to meet them since he's the one who is about to resolve the problem on their trade route. After all, if he deals with the thief, the elves would probably want to meet the man who solved their issues, and at that point, there'd be nothing wrong with him entering the forest. The count is stunned by how cleverly the northerner spins the whole thing around in his favor, and just like that, our boy gets the exact deal he asked for. The story continues later that night along the same trade route where the raids have been taking place. The first thing we see is a terrified merchant hiding under one of the caravans. The man is whimpering and fat down there, while all the knights that were supposed to be guarding the hoods are lying unconscious all over the road. While he's still trembling, someone approaches him, and from the way the merchant shrieks in fear, it's clear that this man is the one responsible for the raids. He asks the merchant if he has the elves' goods inside the caravan, and the terrified trader confirms that they're in there, right before he starts begging for his life. He desperately grabs the raider's foot, pleading for his life you be spared, and it appears that his groveling works, because the thief just walks away from him to enter the caravan. The raider opens the back and finds all the containers lined up inside, which makes his eyes light up, because it's about to be another good day at the office. He stares at the goods for a while, and that's about where that scene closes. The next day, we catch up with our boy, who has already set out on his latest mission, and of course, he's not alone. Remember Stefan of Thorntree Mercenaries? Well, he's the one our boy hired to help him out with this job. I guess they're the best choice, since he can surely trust the guy, and he also seemed to know his way around the central region, with Lord Tenobo's knights accompanying them. They set off and make their way to the trade route, but it would appear that Stefan didn't really know what he was getting involved with until now. The mercenary is surprised when he finds out why Vlad hired him, and he's still pretty overwhelmed by the massive commission fee that the northern knight offered him. Our boy even lent him a horse to make the job smoother for everyone. How that he knows exactly what he's been hired for, he can't help but feel a lot of pressure, especially with the presence of the Lord's knights. He can literally feel their glares are the back, and it's so intense that he feels like they're about to pierce the back of his head. To say that Stefan is nervous right now would be an understatement, but I guess that makes a lot of sense since he's dealing with some really high-ranking people on this mission. The knights at the back are also clearly still upset about their encounter with Vlad. Remember, he wiped the floor with them in the name of a sparring match, and so they still got bad blood. The angry looks on their faces just makes Stefan wonder how badly Vlad must have beat them, because they're still glaring like crazy. The brown-haired man is really nervous, but Vlad assures him that there's nothing to worry about, claiming that their spears were fair and that they should have moved on by now. The Thorntree mercenary is pretty amazed by the fact that Vlad is going to make them very much hated, even though he's only been in Tenobo for a month. Vlad doesn't even pretend like he doesn't see this happening, so he simply urges Stefan to help him score a big one so that they can move elsewhere before they become public enemies in Vitskaya's county. Our blue-eyed hero feels that Stefan should be quite happy with that arrangement, since that's what mercenary life is all about after all. At this point, the brown-haired man admits that Vlad is right. And so, even though their current situation is shitty, he can't really argue with the kid. He has nothing else to say, so he decides to just go ahead with the plan and not complain anymore. Seeing that they're now on the same page, Vlad really appreciates Stefan for understanding and helping him. So, he even offers to give the mercenary a cut of his share when they are done with the mission, hoping that this would be some kind of extra motivation for the brown-haired man. He makes this promise with a genuine smile on his face, reminding the Thorntree mercenary that he won't get a lot of jobs that are this big. He points this out to the brown-haired man just in case he is even thinking of declining his generous offer, and as soon as Stefan hears this, he just laughs it off. I mean, you rarely ever see a mercenary that would reject extra money, and he's probably not trying to be one of them, so he just tells Vlad that he trusts whatever decision he makes since he's his employer for the time being after all. They're completely on the same page, so our boy is feeling really glad that he brought Stefan along, because he is sure as hell that handling a seasoned mercenary is far better than Count's knights who he already knows are not going to cooperate with when the time comes. Vlad and Stefan continue to ride ahead of the bitter knights, who decide not to even interact with the northerner throughout the journey. Stefan knows the road better than any of them, so our boy couldn't care less about them. After riding for a while, he asks the brown-haired man how long it's going to take them to reach the trading route, and Stefan predicts that they'll arrive there within 3 days as long as they continue at this pace. As soon as Vlad hears this, all he can think about is the fact that he'll actually get to see elves in 3 days' time. With this thought still lingering in his mind, he glances down at the ember in his sword. With the way things stand right now, the only clue that Vlad can use to chase the traces of those voices is something that's received from the elves. This explains why he wants to contact them so badly. He has a feeling that this might just be what he needs to get a stronger connection with his world. If the elves are involved, they'll be able to recognize the sight inside the yellow stone on his sword, and once that happens, he'll be one step closer to achieving his goal. And so, with his vision set in his mind, our boy is fully motivated to embark on this very important journey. The scene changes once again, and the next time we see our boy, it appears that he's arrived at the destination. It's been 3 days already, and the knights have been following Stefan's lead since the start. The caravan at the back is still safe, which means that they haven't been attacked by the raider. The brown-haired man confirms that they're about to reach the trading spot, pointing to an area up ahead and Vlad is just puzzled at first because he's not exactly sure what he should be looking out for. The thorn tree mercenary points at a cabin in the distance with a magical glow around it and suggests that it must be the spot. Since there's a house there, he also feels that the elves are only allowing entry up to that point. Seeing the spot up ahead, looking all prepped for the trade, the Count's knights figure that the elves should be around there already. All of a sudden, the knights are eager to take the lead and approach the trading spot. The leader among them decides that they'll go there first, telling Vlad to stay back and watch the goods. The spiky, haired knight says this with a bitter look on his face, making it pretty obvious that he's still beefing with Vlad. Our boy picks up the condescending tone and returns the energy, telling the knights that they're free to do as they please. As much as he wants to meet the elves, he's also not eager to start a fight with them out here, where they're already vulnerable, so he allows the knights to go to the trade spot first. The Count's men ride ahead, leaving Vlad and Stefan behind with the goods, and Goeth quietly expresses his displeasure to his captain. Even he can clearly see that the Count's men are being pretty blatant about not letting them meet the elves. It's definitely annoying, but Vlad doesn't think they need to act just yet. Besides, there's not much he can do right now since the elves don't have business with him yet. Rumor has it that House Vitskaya's connection to the elves is their lifeline, so he can understand why the knights are so desperate to maintain the solid and unmatched relationship they have with the elves. Since they weren't invited to meet the elves, Vlad casually climbs on top of the caravan, telling Goeth to take it easy and rest while he can. He's confident that no raider will show up here, so he'd like to recharge for a bit until the knights return. You see, our boy's main goal here isn't to do business with the elves, so he doesn't really care what trade Vitskaya has with them for now. Besides that, their contract simply stated that he'll be allowed to enter the Elvis forest. He's already passed the first phase since he now knows where the trading spot is, so he's confident that it won't be too late for him to finish the mission and come back on his own to meet with the elves. For the meantime, he plans to be patient, hoping to see how things pan out on the way back before he can plan their next move. That being said, the blondie gets comfortable on the roof of the caravan, ready to get some shut-eye. The leaves on the tall trees act at the perfect shade to protect him from the sun rays, and the cool forest air is very refreshing, so he's really looking to savor every second he can hear. Apparently, this kind of cool tropical weather is not like anything you can find in the north, which is practically cursed with harsh cold winters all the time. Vlad tries to get as much rest as he can, and while he's at it, we see an actual elf watching him closely from one of the trees. He has no idea that he's being watched right now, but from the look of things, it won't be long before this elf approaches him and his friends. While our boy is forced to wait with the goods, the Count's knights make their way to the trading spot. They enter the lonely cabin and have a meeting with a blue-haired elf, who appears to be their regular business partner. The leader of this group presents the elf with a small chest, claiming that it's all they will be able to pay for the time being. Apparently, they're short on their regular payments, which is probably due to the losses they've been taking as a result of the raids. As you can imagine, when strict arrangements are made between two very serious sides, failure to deliver is not usually tolerated. The blue-haired elf, who we now know as Lord Varatus, practically glares at the box they just presented to him before bluntly reminding them that they're not sticking to the agreement they made. This elf looks dead serious, like the kind who's not going to be even slightly lenient. Seeing how pissed the elf is, the knights begin to panic and attempt to explain, but before their spokesperson can even get a word in, the elf cuts him off. Apparently, turning the leaves of Tuzon into tea is no easy task, and it's definitely not a job that one or two workers can handle. Lord Varatus makes this very clear to the Count's knights, and they assure him that they understand the difficulties involved. However, they've also been having some trouble, and so they haven't been able to meet up. The head knight tries to explain this to Lord Varatus, but the elf informs them that he's already aware of it. As soon as the elf reveals that he knows everything, the head knight begins to panic, because they were really banking on using this as an excuse to get off the hook this time around. Unfortunately for them, Lord Varatus isn't shocked about it, which means that the entire negotiation might just fall apart if they're not careful. At this point, the head knight doesn't even know what to say, but then Lord Varatus asks him if the tea is even selling well. Thankfully, it is, and the knight doesn't hesitate to confirm this. He assures the elf that business is actually going well and promises that they'll be able to pay the full amount if they're given a little more time. Lord Varatus has already proven to be a very serious businessman, so he's not even slightly moved by the knight's promises. He's more concerned with results, so he asks about regions other than the central, wondering if the people from other places like their special tea as well. Of course, the head knight is eager to tell Lord Varatus how much of a hit the tea has been. He claims that it's become a hot topic among the central nobles, and even though they haven't exactly started distributing largely to other regions, he's certain that the nobles from all over will take a liking to it as well. After all, that's how trend works, right? The head knight hypes the product up, hoping that this will soften the elf's heart, but he has no idea that his wagging tongue is about to land him in Lord Verada's trap. The head knight sounds so sure that the tea will be a bit in other regions, so the blue-haired elf surmises that this means the lords of other regions will also be interested in trading directly with them, the elves. The head knight instantly realizes how much he's fucked up the moment he hears these words. His jaw drops immediately, and he's at a loss for words because saying anything else might just land him in hot water. Seeing that the Count's men are too stunned and scared to speak, Lord Verades finally decides to make his point clear. He's considered everything that has happened to Tenobo recently, which is why he's not parting ways with them, but he also makes it very clear to the knights that this is their last chance to deliver. Lord Verades admits that he'd rather not go through the trouble of finding another distributor, but also lets the knight know that he would do so in a heartbeat if Tenobo fails him again. Hearing this, the head knight assures the elf that they understand, and promises to prepare the remaining half of the gold coins they owe as soon as possible. Once again, Lord Verades isn't moved by promises, since they're just words, but he's already let them off the hook this time, so he'll just wait to see if they meet their end of the bargain. In the meantime, he's curious about the young man that came with them this time around. He asks the head knight who the man is, but the guy is confused at first, because he's not sure who the elf is referring to. At this point, Lord Verades reveals that he's talking about the one lying on top of the carriage, and this leaves the knights shocked because they didn't think he'd be able to see that far. They left Vlad out in the woods to make sure that he doesn't meet the elves, but it appears that their effort was futile, because Lord Verades has already picked up the boy's scent. Right now, the head knight still isn't sure who the blue-haired lord is talking about, because nobody was lying on top of he caravan when they left. Apparently, even Lord Verades hasn't exactly seen Vlad's physical appearance, so he can't exactly describe him. All he's able to get with his magical power is a dizzying presence. He can't see it clearly, but he knows for sure that it's something special. The elf claims that this person is unfamiliar and yet familiar at the same time. As you'd expect, this strange sensation makes Lord Verades very curious. He hasn't been able to get a clear picture of this mystery man out in the woods, and he definitely wants to meet him, so he comes up with an idea. All of a sudden, the elf offers to treat the knights to a cup of tea, believing that their journey to the trading spot must have been pretty difficult. Hearing this, the head knight is pretty taken aback, because this is the same elf that looked like he was about to chew their heads off a few moments ago. The guy is shocked and finds it hard to believe that Lord Verades actually wants to host them, but then again, he can't really say no to the offer since that might just piss the elf off. So, while he's still processing what he just heard, the elf asks them to invite the one on the carriage to join them too. By this time, the knights of Tenobo still aren't sure who is up on the caravan, but they probably already have a feeling that it's the strange northerner they're starting to get sick of. You see, these knights were busy hating, doing everything they could to make sure that Vlad doesn't meet the elves. Sure, it was probably just because they were following Vitskaya's orders, but fate still found a way to make sure that the star-embracing swordsman shines again. The kid had already made peace with the fact that he might not meet the elves yet. The kid is literally fast asleep, trying to savor every second he can spend in this tranquil forest, but he has no idea that the elves are actually about to come to him. While Vlad is asleep, he begins to fall into a weird dream. In this dream, he sees an autumn leaf floating on the water, and at first, this might not look like much, but our boy immediately realizes what's going on. His eyes shoot open as soon as he sees the leaf, but he doesn't wake up on top of the carriage. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in that same world where he was earlier. He wakes up on a field in the hills, and the season is still the same as it was the last time. It's autumn, and this time around, it looks like the sun is already setting. The young knight looks around, wondering where this place is. But after scanning his surroundings for a while without recognizing it at all, he realizes that this might be a dream. It sure as hell looks like one, but it feels way too vivid to be one, so now the hero is really confused. He keeps looking around as he sits in the middle of the large field stretching for miles. Despite turning 360 degrees, trying to make sense of where he is, he can't figure it out. It looks like there's nothing in sight for miles, except the trees far away and the dried leaves of the details. But that's when Vlad looks behind him and sees the massive tree standing several meters high. The tree towers above everything else and literally looks as though it's going to touch the clouds. This is the closest the hero has been to it at this season in this world, and this also feels like the longest he's been able to stay connected in here. The tree is definitely familiar to him, which is why he's instantly able to figure out where he is. He keeps staring at the insanely massive tree and is pretty blown away by it. Vlad can't take his eyes off it, and is even more astonished when he notices that there are several flowers growing out of the branches. These colorful flowers are a real shocker to him, because this is the first time he's seeing them. Besides that, the season in this world isn't exactly one to favor the flowers, so he can't help but look up in awe. While he's still struck, some of the flowers begin to fall down from the branches. The first one falls down and slowly descends above him. The petals on the flower starts to glow all of a sudden, and it's such a beautiful sight that the young knight can't even take his eyes off it. He watches the glowing flower closely as it slowly comes down to him, but just when it looks like it's close enough for him to actually touch it, the flower suddenly turns into a butterfly. As soon as he sees this happen, a look of disappointment gets plastered on his face, because he's now fully convinced that this is just a dream. He watches the glowing butterfly hover around in front of him, but he doesn't try to touch it, probably thinking it would just fly away or even turn into something else. However, that's when the butterfly lands gently on his nose. Of course, this surprises him, but he doesn't freak out about it. Rather than trying to grab it or swat it away, he watches curiously as the little butterfly sits on his nose. The thing stays there for a few seconds and then starts glowing even brighter all of a sudden. At this point, he starts to get an idea of what's actually going on. Seeing that the butterfly just reacted to him, he figures that the world must be one remembered by the voice he's been searching for. He's definitely familiar with this place, and now that he has an idea what's happening, he's confident that this is where he can track the existence of that mysterious knight he's been trying to reconnect with. For the first time in a long while, Vlad finally feels like he's actually going to reconnect with the voice. He hasn't been this deep in the world for a while, and he definitely hasn't stayed connected in here this long either, so it's finally looking like the best opportunity to reunite with the voice. Seeing that everything is in perfect condition, Vlad shuts his eyes one more time, hoping to generate an event deeper connection, but that's when he starts to hear Godwin calling out to him from the real world. The voice of his squire disrupts his connection and immediately drags him out of the world. The glowing butterfly flies away in a flash, and you'd think he's about to wake up to see Godwin's annoying face. The ex-mercenary is currently screaming at the top of his voice, trying to wake his captain up, and by the time our boy opens his eyes, he's met with a very unexpected face staring back at him. The golden-eyed elf on top of him has been staring at him for a while now, and apparently, this is why Godwin has been trying to wake him up. The elven girl practically lying on top of Vlad, so all the knights are left staring in shock. After a very intense staring contest between the both of them, our boy finally breaks the silence, asking the elf girl what is going on. That's when she also speaks, pointing at his chest and his sword. It turns out that there's something glowing in his chest right now, and there's also a reaction in the ember on his sword. The yellow stone is glowing again, so the elf girl asks him if this is it. At this point, our boy still doesn't know what exactly is going on, but it's all very confusing. He stays still as the elf girl traces her hand on different parts of his body. She points at his chest and then his sword, before taking her finger up this nose. And it's at this point that we see that the glowing butterfly somehow wasn't only part of his little dream. He probably thought that the mythical creature disappeared when he woke up, but it's still here in the real world with him, and it appears that this elf girl knows a thing or two about what's really happening here. Now summoned before Lord Veratus at the trading spot, the young knight from Soara is a little nervous. The gold-eyed elf girl that he met earlier currently has her hand wrapped around Lord Veratus, suggesting that she's probably his daughter. Anyway, Vlad just stands before the elves like a man on trial, wondering what is going on this time around. He still has no idea how he's been summoned and would probably prefer to be elsewhere right now. He's already very nervous at this point, and the situation is getting unbearable since there are two elves before him now. But then again, it could be much worse because he'd be a lot more stressed out if there were many more elves staring intensely at him. Vlad tries to play it cool, desperately wondering when the carriage will be coming to take them back home, but his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when Lord Veratus refers to him as the knight who protected the children's braith. As you can imagine, this catches our boy off guard for a second because he has no idea where the blue-haired lord got it from. Lord Veratus asks Vlad what the title means, and that's when he realizes that the guy saw the title engraved on his breastplate. Now that he knows where the guy got the title, Vlad explains that it's just something that the Northern Archdiocese San Rosino engraved for him. Our boy reveals that he once saved children of a village from a rather peculiar kind of being, and so the church honored him with that title. Hearing this, Lord Veratus is pretty impressed. The blue-haired elf and his lady find the news truly splendid, and while they're still nodding in approval, Vlad recalls how the gold-eyed girl was also starting at his armor and amber from the beginning. Seeing this, he realizes that the elves and the spirits definitely have some sort of connection. Just as this thought crosses his mind, the door of the cabin suddenly bursts open and another elf walks in. Lord Veratus turns around to see who it and confirms that the timing is absolutely perfect. Seeing the elf walk in with the tray, Veratus figures that the carriage is ready, and so he pays his respects to Vlad, referring to him as the knight who stood against that peculiar being regardless of race. Hearing this, our boy is truly honored, and so he makes this known to Lord Veratus, as they both bid each other goodbye. Looking at the blue-haired elf alone, You'd think that Viratus is just cold, but this young knight knows for a fact that the master's goodwill is unmistakable. If all goes well, he's confident that he might actually be able to enter the elves' forest at the end of the day. The elf with the tray goes down the room serving their special tea to all the knights that visited from Tanobo along with the mercenaries. They all accept the tea and are grateful for the hospitality, but when the tray gets to Vald, our boy looks rather reluctant to take the drink. He stares down at the little steaming cup with a look of uncertainty on his face. After staring at the cup of tea for a few more seconds, the boy finally reaches out to grab it. He slowly tries to pick it up, suggesting that he's not exactly eager to have a taste. You see, this drink doesn't exactly suit Vlad's taste, but he knows that he needs to leave a good impression, so he doesn't have a choice. After much hesitation, he finally picks up the cup and takes a whiff of it. Immediately, he admits that the fragrance is nice and then prepares to drink it up like the others, but before he can, a hand comes out of nowhere and covers his cup. As you can imagine, this is pretty baffling for the young knight, so he opens his eyes to see who the person is, and that's when we see the little golden-eyed elf girl holding his cup. She stops him from drinking it, which is very shocking for everyone in the room. As you can imagine, the visiting knights are the most shocked by this exchange because now, they're afraid that there might be something bad inside the tea they all just gulped down. They've all drank from it, so they're scared, but they're not the only ones worried now because even the elven servants are pretty confused as to why she stopped Vlad from drinking. Lord Viratus also doesn't get what's going on, but he just looks on in shock like everyone else in the room. All of a sudden, the elven girl tells Vlad that he's not allowed to drink the tea, and of course, this leaves him pretty baffled. It doesn't make any sense to him, so he simply asks her why, but she can't answer him. She lies down on the table with a tired look on her face, telling him that he just can't drink it. Apparently, she doesn't have any reason for this, so our boy is quite baffled. He's very confused about the situation because no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't even think of anything he did wrong. They finally leave the cabin and make their way back without Vlad having the opportunity to drink the tea, so he's pretty grumpy. While he's busy grumbling about the situation, Gothi urges him to be careful and watch his expressions because the elves are still staring at him. Sure enough, they look back and see Lord Viratus and his men watching them as they leave. Looking closely, the young squire zooms in on the elven girl's face and immediately assumes that the kid is of high status. Gothi recalls how the other elves treated her with formal courtesy when they entered the trading post earlier. Hearing this, our boy begins to feel like getting into the elves' forest is now a lost cause. The whole thing really pisses him off because that was his main mission when coming here. Now, that's all ruined because the elf girl doesn't like him. And what makes it even more annoying is the fact that he doesn't even know what he screwed up. He's still trying to wrap his head around the whole thing. Stefan simply urges him to get a move on. The Thorn Tree mercenary feels that they should pick up the pace since they need to cross the cliff before sunset. Hearing this, Vlad decides to get over his annoyance and prepares to leave the forest for good, but then all of a sudden, someone calls out to him, telling him and the others to wait. The young knight turns around to see what's up, and that's when he sees the elf girl, whispering something into Lord Viratus' ear. The blue-haired noble is a little taken aback by what she tells him, but then he puts his thoughts together. He clears his throat and then explains that he feels back sending him and his men off just like that. With that being said, he urges them to forgive the mistake that the golden-eyed girl made. In response, Vlad just tells Lord Viratus that it's fine. The blue-haired elf then reveals that he heard something happened in the carriage earlier as well, but our boy doesn't seem to be sure exactly what he's talking about. Vlad stares at the guy with a blank expression on his face. He doesn't say a word, and then all of a sudden, Lord Viratus feels the gold-eyed girl hiding behind him. She's tugging at his arm like she's making some kind of cryptic request. While nobody else seems to know what's going on, Lord Viratus immediately figures it out. He heaves a sigh of exhaustion, almost like he doesn't want to have to do it, but he steps forward regardless to talk to Vlad. He informs the young knight that he'd like to see him again sometime soon, and then offers to make it up to him for their discourtesy. Lord Viratus stretches out his hand, like he's waiting for Vlad to shake him, but the young knight doesn't seem to get it at first. He stares at the elf's hand for a second, wondering if a handshake carries the same meaning to the elves as it does to them. While he's still thinking about this, the blue-haired lord informs him that this is their way of inviting someone into their forest. Unlike humans, the elves don't readily offer handshakes, and Viratus makes this known to the young knight. After he explains this, all the other knights around are pretty confused. Everyone is nervous because they're not sure exactly what's going on right now. They worked for so long just to get here, and none of them could get an invite. However, Vlad managed to achieve that in a single day, and it really doesn't make any sense to them. The fact that Vlad got invited is already baffling, but the fact that the elf is the one to extend his hand is even more mind-boggling for them. Anyway, after taking a moment to process the situation, our boy finally shakes Lord Viratus' hand, gladly accepting the invitation. The two men shake hands and the young knight admits that this would be a valuable chance for him to broaden his knowledge. He smiles at the blue-haired elf who returns the gesture and agrees with him. Lord Veratus is equally looking forward to this new friendship and truly hopes that the young knight would come at least once. But before the two part ways for the meantime, Lord Veratus reminds Vlad to bring the amber with him. At this point, our boy starts to get a little suspicious. The request catches him off guard, so he quietly hides the glowing yellow stone on his sword with his hand. He expresses his confusion when Lord Veratus says this, and that's when Elf reveals that his blue-eyed girl has taken a strong interest in the amber. He makes this very clear to the young knight and finally informs him that the golden-eyed lady has also taken an interest in him. This information leaves Vlad stunned for a second, as he's not exactly sure how to respond to it. He just stares at the blue-haired lord in shock for a while before turning his gaze to the elven girl at the back. As soon as his eyes make contact with hers, she waves at him with a warm smile on her face, which just confirms what Lord Veratus told him. Anyway, this wave is pretty much her way of bidding him goodbye. Shortly after that surprising exchange, our boy and his friends are finally on their way home. During the ride back, Vlad realizes that he didn't even ask her what her name was. He has several chances to get her name, but I guess he was just too overwhelmed by everything going on to think in that direction. It seems to be bothering him a bit that he couldn't get her name, so Goth asks him why he even cares about that. The mercenary doesn't think that there's any need for him to know her name, so Vlad explains things to him. Apparently, the young knight wanted to get her name at least so that he would know what to call her the next time they meet. Hearing this, Goth pretty much concludes that Vlad might be infatuated with the gold-eyed elf. The mercenary points out how pretty the girl was in a very elvish way, suggesting that even looking at her will become a challenge if she grows up even a little more. As soon as Goth starts talking about this, Vlad scolds him. He can't believe that the guy is seriously having such thoughts about her when she's literally still a kid. But Goth just scoffs at this remark, suggesting that the girl isn't a child. I mean, elves can live for centuries without even aging slightly, so he feels that the girl might already be over 100 years old for all they know. He points this out to the young knight and reminds him that you can never actually guess an elf's age. After hearing what Goth has to say, Vlad realizes that the guy actually has a point. It makes a lot of sense, but he still finds it a little concerning that the elf can look that little and still be over 100 years old. Their little conversation is interrupted when one of the knights calls out to our boy. He tells Vlad that he must stay on alert from here on out, and the blondie is a little taken aback. That's when the spiky-haired knight explains that everything is a danger zone now, starting with this forest, past the cliff, and all the way to the bridge that they'll have to cross. The man reveals that the raider they're out to get usually pops up around here, which is why they need to be extra cautious now. Hearing this, Vlad admits that the stone bridge they saw on the way and actually looked the most dangerous. Thinking back to what he saw, he can imagine how the raider may have been attacking them. The knight agrees, revealing that they've actually lose many carriages there. At this point, it's looking like they might finally have a strategy, so Vlad suggests that they camp out there and spend the night since the sun will set soon. To him, this is a good idea, but the spiky-haired knight bluntly kicks against it. The guy makes it clear to him that staying there for the night is not an option. The forest is far too cold compared to the elves' domains, so if they don't return quickly, the tea leaves will freeze solid. The experienced knight knows how bad this would be for their mission, so he suggests that from now on, they will constantly be on the move. As far as he is concerned, they can't afford to stop for anything, and are even ready for them to cut down on their sleeping time to make sure that the leaves aren't damaged during transportation. As you can imagine, this is all pretty drastic, but Vlad completely understands because they're actually in the middle of a very serious mission. He assures the head knight that he is on board with the plan. With this in mind, he offers to take the lead, and then instructs them to cover the sides of the carriage. The knight immediately understands his assignment and orders his men to do as they've been told. While the other knights go to the side of the carriage, Goth takes the chance to have a little sidebar with the knight. He remembers how these guys are the same people who dismissed them as northern drifters not too long ago. And now, they're suddenly being polite because Vlad got invited by an elf. Goth can't help but find the switch up really amusing, but before he can say something that the knights will be provoked by, Vlad shuts him up. After scolding him, he informs him that he'll move to the pack carriage's side as punishment for running his mouth so much. Vlad seems to have locked in all of a sudden because he starts dishing out orders to all the men on his team. After assigning Goeth to the side of the carriage, he sends Stefan to man the rear, and the Thorn Tree mercenary immediately gets moving to his new post. With everyone now where they're supposed to be, Vlad feels confident that they're ready for anything that might come their way. 6 knights including him is a pretty formidable force, so he's sure that no ordinary bandit will have the guts to mess with such a group. With the team he's set up, Vlad concludes that the raider would definitely have a different objective if he still cares to show up to face them. Our boy keeps telling himself that they are prepared for anything, but at the same time, he can't shake the feeling that they're walking straight into a lion's den. The team he is should be able to handle any regular raider who's out to take the elves' tea leaves from them, but deep down, he's scared that they might find themselves up against a more powerful force on this mission. Soon, the sun has completely set and the darkness covering everything in sight sets the scene for a very raid. Vlad and his men continue to ride alone through the dark and lonely valleys with the blonde knight leading the way. The Bayacid knight rises ahead of the rest of the convoy, ready to hold back any force that they might come up against. At this point, the dark and quiet of the night is starting to get the men really uneasy. They haven't seen anything off yet, but they all know that it's probably just a matter of time before they find themselves in the middle of a brutal fight. They're all looking around, scanning their surroundings for anything that's even slightly out of place, and the tension soon reaches an all-time high. Just then, our boy looks ahead and notices something that catches his attention. It's a bright glow beaming down from the sky, and this catches him off guard. He finds it pretty puzzling at first because he assumes that it's a starlight. But in a second, he realizes that this can't be light from a star. Just as this thought crosses his mind, the once tiny light grows into a terrifying beam headed right for him. As soon as he sees the ball of light coming at him, he grabs his sword and braces himself for himself, but before he can stop the attack, it's too late. One of his men gets hit by this blast right in the chest, and the force from the attack sends the guy flying off his horse. The man falls off his horse and he just lies still on the floor. As you can imagine, the whole convoy erupts in commotion as all the knights try to figure out what the hell just happened. They all start wondering what is going on while their comrade lies still on the ground. At this point, Vlad's eyes widen in horror because he realizes just how dangerous this mission actually is. He is still so stunned by how everything happened because he didn't even see the attack properly before everything went down. He still has no idea what that blast was, which is definitely not good since he's supposed to be the one protecting these men. Still absolutely bamboozled by the attack, Vlad takes a look at the fallen knight, and that's when he finds the pebble buried deep in the guy's chest. It's a small smooth stone sitting in the newly formed crater of the man's armor, so Vlad is really taken aback by this. He probably never imagined that something as small as a pebble would be able to do so much damage. Well, it turns out a mere pebble was what pierced plate armor a few seconds ago. Even though it's pretty clear for him to see, he still has a hard time believing it, and while he's trying to process the whole thing, the other knights call out to him. Apparently, they're still under attack and the ambush is far from over, because the head knight suddenly points at the mysterious man standing at the top of a nearby hill. It's the raider again, and the knights know this for sure since this isn't the first time he's coming for them. However, Vlad refuses to believe that the person who just unleashed that blast is an ordinary raider. As far as H's concerned, that person up on the hill is much more than just a petty thief. The power he unleashed is not ordinary in any way, and so, our boy concludes that he must be a knight. Just as he comes to this conclusion, the ruthless man on the hill prepares to unleash another devastating attack. He takes out a second glowing pebble of death, and as soon as the little red stone is burning with power, he hurls it down at Vlad and the others. The overwhelming stone goes down like a heat-seeking rocket, and even though the guys saw him preparing to land another hit, they're unable to actually stop it. The tiny asteroid hits another one of them right in the chest once again, sending the guy falling to the ground. The guy is pushed off his horse by the force from the attack, and that's when the knights start to become alert. The head knight helps up one of his fallen comrades, cursing out in frustration as he charges the others to get active. He yells at all of them to get off their horses and form a defensive formation immediately. The man believes that this is what they need to do if they're going to survive the onslaught that is about to be unleashed on them. But the young knight from Sora doesn't seem to share this view because Vlad immediately counters the order. He tells the men to stay on their horses, and right now, it sounds like a bad decision. Sitting there while the raider hurls attacks at them is like suicide, so they protest, trying to make him see things their way. They're literally on a bridge right now with no cover in any direction, so they feel that they need to first protect themselves with a defensive formation. At this point, Vlad hits back, informing them that just stopping there right now would instantly make them easy targets. The rest of the knights are pretty confused now, because they don't know what the wise choice would be. They don't know if they should keep moving on the horses or stop to protect themselves. As for the blonde swordsman, he's come to the conclusion that this raider isn't trying to kill them. Vlad feels that the guy would have thrown something sharp if he wanted to end their lives and not smooth rocks that only knocked them down. With this in mind, he figures that this first set of attacks is actually a warning from the raider. You see, our boy believes that this whole display is a predator's warning, telling them that the raider can easily bring them down whenever he wishes. And looking up at the powerful man standing on the hill, that actually makes a lot of sense. The guy just stands there, looking incredibly confident that he can crush them if he wants. He's not attacking like someone trying to wipe them out in a flash, so it actually seems more like a warning sign as our boy presumed. With all of this in mind, there's only one thing that Vlad believes is the right move. Without giving it another thought, he charges all his men to run for their lives till they make it to the other side of the bridge. Vlad decides that they're going to keep running at full speed until they're out of the danger zone. And so, after telling his men the plan, he charges his horse Noir to get moving, and the dark stallion instantly blazes across the bridge. Noir runs like the wind to the other side, and this magnificent sight inspires all the other men to run as well. They follow Vlad's lead and Goeth charges them, right before Stefan adds his voice too. In the blink of an eye, all the men are moving quickly across the bridge, and when the knights from Tenobo see what's happening, they become confused. The head knight initially told them to stay back and create a defensive formation, but after seeing how all the others are moving, they're not sure what to do. They ask their captain what he thinks, and the man bluntly tells them to follow Vlad's order. So they do, and once all of them are in motion, the powerful raider realizes that these guys are not going to cower. Vlad continues to lead his men across, but they start to get worried, fearing that the attackers are coming again. Another bright beam of light burns down from the sky, and the young swordsman immediately knows what he has to do. He can't sit there and watch his men get killed off by the brutal raiders, so he takes out his sword and swings into action. Vlad sees the insanely fast shot headed right for him and his men, so he gets in the way and solves the smooth pebble of death in two. The force of the collision is so much that it sends shockwaves all around, but at least it doesn't stop them from making their escape, and our boy is able to protect his men. After dissipating this last attack, the young knight is feeling a lot more confident, but the overpowered raider is absolutely furious that his blow was tanked like that. The man at the top of the hill is shocked by what he just witnessed, but from the look on his face, you can already tell that he has no intention of backing down. While the raider is scowling up on the hill, our boy is getting himself ready for anything that could be thrown at him next. You see, the first attack was unpredictable, so they couldn't react in time. But now, they can definitely respond, so he's no longer worried that the evil knight will finish them off. His men are also very delighted by the current turn of events, because some of them were already convinced that they were done for. The head knight is particularly excited to see that they were actually able to block one of the attacks, and this gives him and the others even more confidence in Sir Vlad. So, they're all inspired and more motivated to follow Sir Vlad across the bridge and out of this valley of death. Unfortunately, while they're all celebrating in their minds, the raider at the top of the hill decides to take drastic measures. You see, this tea-stealing knight is desperate to get what he wants, and he's willing to do whatever it takes. Since shooting them with the stones wasn't enough to stop them, he decides to go after them on foot. This raider can already see that Vlad is not some pushover that he can take down by throwing rocks, so he charges down the hill to slug it out in real combat. Of course, our boy, who is still riding like the wind, doesn't see the incoming attack. His sole focus at the moment is getting his men to the other side of the bridge, so he keeps riding as fast as his horse can carry him, and soon enough, they make it to the other side. As you can imagine, he's now feeling a lot more confident that they can actually complete this mission. Since they've gotten off the bridge now, all they have to do is push through the forest in the same manner, and it would only be a matter of time before they make it home safely. Things are looking pretty good from here, but then all of a sudden, our boy senses the incoming attack. He realizes that the raider is not going anywhere when the man appears right in front of them, charging up another mind-blowing blast. For the first time, the terrifying raider takes out his sword, which is already glowing with an insane amount of energy, and then he unleashes a powerful swing that strikes fear into the hearts of all the men riding behind Vlad. They look on in horror as the bright light from the blast covers everything in sight, and at that point, scattering to find cover is the only good idea any of them can think of. They know for a fact that they will not be able to stop such a ferocious blast, so while Vlad stays ahead to take the brunt of the blow, the men behind all attempt to take cover. Now, it's starting to look like completing their mission might be impossible, because the raider has successfully destabilized them. After unleashing that overwhelming attack, the evil knight managed to take down every single member of Vlad's party. As the smoke and dust clear, we see the young swordsman lying on the floor, covered in dirt, as he struggles to get back on his feet. His horse is nowhere to be found, which gives you a pretty good idea just how insane the raider's attack was. Vlad looks back to check on his men, and that's when he sees that the carriage has completely been turned upside down, and the majority of the men that were supposed to be guarding it are now lying around it unconscious. The few ones who are still awake just keep growing in pain as they lie nearby. It's a truly horrific scene for our boy, who realizes that they're now all at the mercy of the notorious raider. While Vlad is still trying to get back on his feet, he hears a menacing voice cut through the cold air from behind him. Of course, it's none other than the raider, who feels that it's the perfect time to start gloating. The man commends Vlad for his fast judgment, bold decisions, as well as his decisive and relentless execution to top it all off. The man admits that he's impressed by all this. You see, he thought that the Vitskaya County was full of nothing but dead weights, and so, he's shocked to think that they had a knight like Vlad. At this point, our boy gets back on his feet, wielding his sword while taking a battle stance. The young knight tightens the grip on his blade and gets ready to attack. Before the man can even realize what's going on, Vlad charges at him with blistering speed, and in the blink of an eye, he finds the tip of the sword right in his face. By the time he knows what's happening, Vlad is literally centimeters away from thrusting the blade into his body, but then the experienced raider deflects the strike with unbelievably quick reflexes. He blocks the strike and uses the momentum to shove him to the side. This creates a little distance between them, and this allows the raider to prepare himself for another brutal exchange. Vlad caught him off guard the first time, but now he knows what's coming next, so he's totally ready to slug it out with the blondie. The two swordsmen swing furiously, canceling each other's blows over and over. For a few moments, it looks like this cycle of back and forth is not going to end anytime soon, but then all of a sudden Vlad gets the upper hand. He goes in with an even more powerful swing that surprises the raider for a second, but the man still manages to block it. Regardless, the force from Vlad's impact forces him sliding back several feet, confirming that the blow really packed a punch. At this point, the intense sword fight takes a little pause, and that's when the old man is forced to ask our boy Weo exactly he is. A look of disbelief appears on the raider's face as he realizes that this blondie is no regular kid, and so he's forced to ask who Vlad is and where he learned that kind of swordsmanship. Apparently, he's never seen anything like it, and even if he has, it definitely wasn't from a young guy like him, so he's pretty bewildered. But that's actually far from the case, because the man is now determined more than ever to really take Vlad down. He takes out his sword once again. This time, it's burning with much more energy than before, and the raider bluntly informs Vlad that he might have to offer up his head depending on his answer. The raider takes the same battle stance as the young hero, pointing his blazing blade at him, and so it becomes pretty clear to the young knight that the clash is actually far from over. The two knights point the blades at themselves, and this is when Vlad realizes that this old man might actually be a lot more powerful than he thought. The raider is literally threatening him with the same power he's wielding, and even appears to be familiar with the swordsmanship of the voice, so Vlad asks the man what on earth he is. Seeing the look of bewilderment on Vlad's face, the raider concludes that they've both developed the same curiosity. This old knight knows that the kid is actually a special one because he's witnessed the way he swings the blade. As far as he's concerned, the sword path must extend straight and true without hesitation, and the only thing that opens said path is a singular decisive strike that's founded on the unexpected. The raider makes this cryptic statement and then demonstrates it in the blink of an eye by launching another charge at Vlad with blistering speed. To show his dominance and experience, the raider demonstrates the essence of the one-strike-kill move, which is used to deliver a wicked strike that disarms the young knight before he can even realize what's going on. Before our boy can even blink, the veteran swordsman knocks his sword out of his hands and sends it flying away. By the time Vlad even knows what's going on, his sword is meters away from him and the old knight's blade is dancing right next to his neck. At this point, it's finally starting to look like our boy really can't stand up to this guy, and the man confidently threatens him once again. The raider claims that he's only going to ask one last time, and then proceeds to drop the question. The old knight has obviously seen a few things that he just can't let slide, and so he is just too curious to know who this kid actually is for him to be using imperial swordsmanship at such a young age. He asks Vlad this question, but the young swordsman is just stunned. For starters, he didn't actually expect to be in this position where he's lost his weapon and at the mercy of a blade near his throat. But on top of that, he suddenly realized that the man he's up against might have been a high-ranking knight of the empire, because there's no other reason why he would have so much knowledge about imperial swordsmanship. The story continues when our boy returns home to Tenobo. We see him seated across from the old count who is currently commending him for a successful mission. The two are having a chat over some of the special tea, and the old man doesn't hold back when praising Vlad. He feels that the boy did a wonderful job handling a difficult matter well. From what he heard, it wasn't an easy duel, and he also has reason to believe that Vlad killed the raider. Apparently, that's what happened, and while the old count is delighted by the news, he feels that it's a shame that they couldn't find the robber's corpse. Vlad doesn't say anything in response to this, suggesting that there's something he isn't telling Count Vitskaya. I mean, we didn't see him kill the veteran knight during their fight in the woods. In fact, the last thing we saw was the young knight getting overwhelmed by the fight. Vlad remains speechless as the old lord goes on and then all of a sudden, we get to see what really happened between him and the raider in the forest. In this flashback scene, while Vlad still has a blade hovering a few inches away from his neck, he expresses his shock. The raider just talked about imperial swordsmanship, which catches him off guard, and the confused look on his face makes the old man think that he's never heard of something like that before. At this point, the raider is equally baffled because he doesn't get why Vlad would be so shocked. The kid has literally been using imperial swordsmanship to fight him, and so he starts to think that the boy doesn't even know the origin of his technique. Just then, the other knights finally start to regain consciousness. A few of them start trying to get back on their feet, and when the raider hears their tired groans, he decides that it's time for him to disappear. He doesn't want the other men to see him, but he still feels that he and Vlad need to have a long conversation about a few things, so he tells our boy to wait for him in Tanobo. He makes this statement and starts walking away into the forest. At first, it sounds like a request, but it quickly starts to sound like a threat when the raider tells Vlad to choose between honor and his life. The veteran knight leaves our boy with this cryptic message and disappears into the darkness before the other knights can fully wake up. This is where Vlad's little flashback ends. Apparently, that's actually what happened, but since he wouldn't want the Count to know that the raider is still out there, he lets everyone believe that he killed the guy. The young knight from Sora finally responds to the old Count, claiming that he just got lucky during the fight, and Vitskaya finds this pretty amusing. The old man agrees that luck was definitely a factor in their mission, because this isn't the first time he's tried to get rid of the raider. The Lord of Tanobo has had a really tough time dealing with the robber so far, and he doesn't even think that Vlad can begin to understand how much trouble that sneaky thief has caused him in the last few months. Vlad experienced the guy firsthand though, so he has a pretty good idea how troublesome the man is. He takes a second to ponder on what the Count says and then admits that the raider was truly an extremely skilled opponent. Even with the Knights of Tabano who followed him on the mission, there was still no way that they could match the overpowered raider, and our boy doesn't even hide this fact. He explains this to the old Count, who just remains silent while sipping his tea. All of a sudden, the hero calls out Count Vitskaya, claiming that he had a reason for not dispatching a knight captain on the mission. Our boy feels that the Count did this because he knew that even the finest sword he had wouldn't be enough to go up against that unknown raider. As you can imagine, Vlad actually has a point here, and this is confirmed when the old man drops his teacup back on the table. He pauses for a while but then reminds Vlad that anyone who beats responsibility must always think about what comes after. Hearing this confirms everything that our boy has been thinking. For a while now, he's known that the entire mission was kind of a setup for him, so now that the Count has insinuated that, he asked the old man who he was planning to call in if he had failed. The Lord of Tanobo remains silent for a few seconds when Vlad bluntly calls him out, but he doesn't deny the accusation, and so he answers the young swordsman, revealing that he would have hired the Dragon Killer Knights for the job if their mission wasn't successful. The hero is pretty taken aback when he hears this. A wave of horror washes over him at this point, knowing what a drastic move that would have been. Vlad knows that Vitskaya would need justification, like a dragon appearing or an enemy of that caliber appearing to actually obtain the cooperation of the Dragon Killer Knights. In response, the cold old Count claims that Vlad's failure would have been a perfectly good justification. I mean, the knight from Suara is a recognized dragon slayer permitted to beat the Dragon Killer Knight's emblem, so anyone capable of beating him would have been a worthy opponent for the rest of the Dragon Killer Knights. With that being said, Vlad is now very sure that the whole point of the mission was so that he could be used as a pawn. Lord Vitskaya didn't care what happened to him or the men, as long as it could get rid of the raider for good. Just thinking about this makes his blood boil, but he manages to keep his cool. He clenches his fists in rage, realizing that the knights following him were also considered as sacrificial lambs, but as you can imagine, the old man has no regrets. He casually reveals a big bag of money, expresses his relief that Vlad managed to resolve the issue regardless, and so he hands the money over to him, pointing out how expensive it would have been to acquire the services of the Dragon Killer Knights. He didn't have to spend that much, but he's in such a good mood that he even puts in more than they initially agreed on. After placing the bag of money on the table, the old lord goes on to say that Vlad won't need his letter of recommendation anymore, since he has already received an invitation from the elves. The whole point of our boy going on this mission was so that he could get the chance to meet the elves, and thankfully, they liked him so much that they want to see him again too. Count Vitskaya claims that the money on the table includes payment with respect to the recommendation he was supposed to make. At this point, our boy is pretty overwhelmed by everything he's heard here, so he remains speechless for a few seconds before ultimately deciding that it's time for him to get going. Vlad gets off and starts walking out of the room, but before he can even get to the door, the old Count calls out to him again. Vitskaya suggests that it would be a waste for a knight like him to rot away in the north, and says this without any hesitation. As you can imagine, this bold statement catches our boy off guard, and also seems to annoy him a little. Before he can even respond, the Lord of Tanobo reveals that he knows about Vlad being exiled from the Bayezid house. And so, rather than returning to a lord that threw him away, Vitskaya offers him a place in Tanobo. The old Count suggests that it would be better for Vlad if he works under someone who truly recognizes his value. That being said, Vitskaya promises to give the young knight the kind of treatment that he can't even imagine receiving in the insignificant north. He vows to honor the swordsman if he agrees to stay back in Tanobo, and this stops the boy in his tracks for a brief moment. Vlad sighs heavily in response, and after a little hesitation, he thanks the old count for his kind offer. Vitskaya is making all sorts of promises right now, and to anyone else, this would be a dream come true, but this young boy from the back alleys knows better than to be swayed by mere words. With this in mind, he boldly informs the old count that he prefers to serve a lord that he can trust, not one that can easily betray him at any time. Hearing this, Count Vitskaya is obviously disappointed, but from his reaction, you can tell that Vlad isn't wrong. He admits that it's a shame our boy doesn't want to stay, but then Vlad suddenly reveals that he has a strong feeling that they'll meet again someday. The old man almost chokes on his tea when he hears this. The statement catches him off guard, so he expresses his shock. Looking at the young knight, a wave of horror washes over Vitskaya because the look on Vlad's face is absolutely terrifying. His eyes glint with a menacing glow that makes the count realize that the boy is far from done with him. Fear grips the old lord, to the point that his teacup slips out of his fingers and breaks as it hits the floor. The old man remains frozen in fear as our boy coldly walks out the door. Apparently, Vlad is so certain that this isn't the last time they'll need it, because he is determined to make sure that Vitskaya pays dearly from deceiving him and the rest of the north. By the time the sun finally starts to come up, the young knight is already well on his way. He's made it out of the Lord Mansion and is now marching down the quiet and lonely road, but then all of a sudden, he senses something that makes him realize he's not alone. A tiny rock bounces off his foot, as if someone just threw it at him. Of course, this catches his attention, so he turns around to see who's there, but he doesn't find anything. The young knight keeps walking along the lonely road, and even though he didn't see anyone following him when he checked, he is still not fully convinced that he's by himself. At this point, he just stops walking and stands in the middle of the alley, waiting to see what happens, and that's exactly when a man emerges from the shadows. The person calls out to Vlad, believing that he is not a knight of Vitskaya County. Apparently, this bearded man can actually say this because this isn't the first time he's seeing Vlad. Turns out, it's the raider from earlier, and now that he's seeing the blonde swordsman keep his word to meet, he is certain that the kid isn't a knight of Tanobo. If he were, he wouldn't have chosen honor and agreed to see the raider. Anyway, now that they're together again, he figures that they can finally have a proper conversation. And what better way to have a chat than over some delicious snacks? The young knight leads the raider to a place where he offers him some hot treats. The two men sit down to start gobbling down the snacks, and the raider immediately expresses his delight. The food is really good, and he's pretty impressed that Vlad was able to find a place like this in Tanobo. He wonders how the kid managed it, so the young swordsman explains that back alleys are always the same. He grew up in the slums of Sora, so coming to Tanobo, it wasn't difficult to find a place in the back alleys with tasty food. Hearing this, the raider quietly takes a sip of his drink, realizing what a strange kid Vlad is. At first glance, the blondie carries the dignity of a noble house, but at the same time, he blends into the slums more naturally than anyone. It's really intriguing to the veteran swordsman, and so he can't wait to find out more about the young man sitting across the table from him. The two eat in silence for a while, but then it becomes too quiet for the raider, so he decides to speak. He starts by asking Vlad why he isn't asking any questions, but our boy doesn't even realize that he was supposed to be asking anything. Vlad expresses his confusion, and then the raider bluntly urges him to at least ask what his name is. They've met more than once and are now eating together, but Vlad hasn't even tried to find out the name of the man. It's strange because anyone else would have been that curious by now. Well, it turns out that the young knight didn't even bother because he already knew that retired knights don't give their names so easily. He says this so casually as if he's been reading the raider like an open book. As soon as Vlad makes this statement, the old man is a little surprised. He's shocked that Vlad already knew that he was a retired knight without asking any questions. So, he asks the boy how he figured it out, and the blondie simply states that the raider looks like someone he knows. And yes, the person Vlad is thinking about right now is Sir Lamond, the crazy old geezer that showed him what true swordsmanship is. Anyway, our boy goes on to point out how skilled and unhurried the rider is. Apparently, even the way he looks at Vlad was enough for the boy from Sora to know that this man must be a retired knight. At this point, the raider admits to everything that the boy pointed out, but also explains that Vlad is only half correct with this theory. To be precise, it's only those who have become the lowest that are like him, but the young knight immediately informs the raider that he should have picked up his honor when he found himself on that lowest road. Vlad doesn't hold back when berating the old man. He practically scolds the man for choosing a life of thievery. The look on the old man's face confirms that he feels pretty ashamed, but then again, he believes that his actions were justified. He agrees with Vlad, but also reveals that there's still something he hasn't finished. You see, retirement came far earlier than expected for this old knight, and he reveals this to the blondie sitting across from him. As you can imagine, our boy is a little curious when the old man says this to him. This confession leaves Vlad pretty speechless for a second as he waits for the next set of words about to come out of the raider's mouth. Just then, the man reminds Vlad that he owes him his life, and our boy doesn't deny this. He admits that the raider spared his life, so now that they're on the same page, the old man proceeds to say that he's hoping to collect a fair price in exchange. You see, if this raider had continued with his original intention, our boy might have ended up badly injured or worse. And on top of that, he would have failed the suicide mission that Lord Vitskaya sent him on. He wouldn't have gotten paid and would have been in a lot of trouble. Knowing all of this, Vlad is quite open to having some kind of negotiation with this retired knight. Seeing that the blondie is willing to cooperate, the raider admits that there's a lot he would like to ask. There's also a lot that Vlad would need to do before he can say that they're even. That being said, he simply concludes that Vlad will have to help him for a while. Of course, the Bayezid knight knows how easy it would be for this robber to try and take advantage of him, so he asks the raider to be more specific with his request. Of course, this retired knight means business, so he goes straight to the point, revealing a piece of paper with tiny leaves inside. He unwraps the paper and asks Vlad if he knows what's inside it. Of course, our boy feels that he is familiar with this already since it's literally what he and the others risked their lives for. He confidently states that these are elf tea leaves, but the retired knight bluntly informs him that he's wrong. The raider claims that this isn't tea but actually a drug called Absalon. You see, in the Empire's language it means elf tea, and it's a very valuable commodity. Its spreading fragrance is fresh enough to make one think of a forest, and the taste on the tongue is sharp enough to brighten one's eyes. These are both amazing sensations, so it didn't take long for word to spread among the young nobles in the Central. It was a hit over there as all the wealthy youths couldn't get enough of it, but recently, suicides among the young noble began to increase sharply. And by the time they learned what was causing this mysterious streak of suicides, it was already too late. Of course, our boy had no idea about any of this, and so it's a real shock for him. He's pretty concerned about the whole thing, wondering if this elf tea shows hallucinations or something. He asks the raider if that was the case, but the retired knight claims that it's not. This old man claims that they would have noticed from the start if the elf tea had side effects. In reality, the issue with this elven drug is the high dependency it afflicts the user with. On top of that, it leaves the consumer with an awakening effect that's absurdly strong, but worst of all, a crushing depression that's strong enough to make one harm themselves. These days, young people are already depressed to begin with. As the Empire's situation loosened, it drove the future pillars onto the battlefield. The old took all the glorious seats, leaving not even opportunities for the young. It was an era where everyone was depressed, and so no one even noticed that they were already getting addicted to the elf drug. Absalon had already started running rampages on the minds of the youth, but no one had any clue. Hearing this story, Vlad wonders why they haven't just banned Absalon already. I mean, they've already figured out that it's the reason for the numerous suicides. The raider isn't surprised when our boy comes up with this idea. He already knows that young lads like him won't see the dark web that's stretched deep within this world. Sure enough, the young knight is taken aback when he hears this. He expresses his confusion to the raider, so the retired knight explains that Absalon's interests have sunk roots deep into the Empire, so deep that a few deaths won't stop it now. The thing is, Absalon makes money for those who trade it, and money becomes power. These old power holders are gaining gold from the death of young nobles, and even though it looks like the worst thing ever, those benefiting from it couldn't care less. After all, this has always been the case since someone's misery is someone else's happiness. It's exactly the case in this situation, but even though those in power are trading the poison leaves without a care in the world, this retired knight has made a vow to put an end to that. And now that he has Sir Vlad on his side, let's just say his chances of success are now much more than before. After that enlightening encounter with the raider, Vlad takes a walk down to the edge of the city and confirms that the old man was right about what he said earlier. Apparently, that slum in the city hasn't been there for long, and this makes Vlad realize that Tanobo will only get richer as time goes on. And if that continues, then the county of Vitskaya would successfully establish itself as the new power of the central region. Even though it appears that this is the inevitable way things would play out, the old raider states that the people of the domain don't get a share in those benefits that the county would enjoy. Apparently, more and more of them are being pushed to the edge of the city, and they're being mobilized there to make Absalon. Upon hearing all of this, the young knight finally understands why the retired knight has been raiding the elf tea merchant. He wasn't doing it to sell the tea or make money for himself, but he was actually doing it to prevent more deaths. Because the more tea he steals, the more lives he can save. To Vlad, this retired knight is surprisingly noble. Just as noble as the world of his that Vlad saw that day when they crashed swords for the first time. Realizing how important this retired knight's cause is, he feels that he ought to do this and help the raider. Later on, We see our boy taking a look at the 20 gold coins that the Lord of Tenobo gave him as a reward. Vlad stares at the stack of coins on the table, feeling that it's a really ambiguous price for a life. The young knight figures that he'll just put what the old count still owes him down as a debit. For the meantime, he just wants to pay his squire. He calls out to Godwin and flashes the shiny gold coins at the guy, informing him that this is his pay. As you can imagine, the ex-mercenary is blown away when he sees the money. He's shocked that Vlad is actually giving him 3 gold because he didn't even expect to be paid that much. He's still trying to wrap his head around that when the young knight gives him some more for security. Of course, this leaves him even more dumbfounded, but the blondie isn't even done yet. Vlad gives him even more gold, telling him to use it to pay for their inn, and then pay for the old man in the room next door as well. Of course, that old man is none other than the raider, but Goth doesn't know that, and he also has no idea that Vlad is working with him. So, the ex-mercenary expresses his confusion, wondering why they should pay for the strange old man. Just as he's asking the question, he begins to think about how complicated things could get. The last thing he wants right now is for them to have to travel with the stranger. Unfortunately, this is exactly what's going to happen. Vlad explains that they'll travel with the man, but only for a while. He knows that Goeth isn't a fan of this idea, but they don't have much of a choice right now, so he hopes his squire would just cooperate. Realizing that they are stuck with the old man, Goeth immediately asks Vlad if the guy has a horse to ride on with them during their travels. Upon hearing this, Vlad is a little caught off guard, because that's one more expense he has to sort out from the money that the Stingy Lord gave him. There's no other way, so he begrudgingly gives Goeth a few more coins so he can go find a decent horse for the raider. With their current financial situation, he's not exactly looking for something fancy, but he would also like it if the horse isn't a total wreck. He makes this clear to Goeth, and by the time he's done dispensing the little fines he had, the sack is practically empty. He sighs in exhaustion, realizing that life as the lowest one must mean that he's always going to be broke. Looking back now, he's starting to understand why Sir Lamond was rumored to always be wandering around without a single coin to his name. This is probably the burden that the wandering knight has to bear, and Vlad now has no choice but to come to terms with this reality. Just then, the young knight decides to go and see Stefan. He tells Goeth where he's going, but the squire doesn't get why he's going there since he already paid the remainder when he came back. However, our boy is actually feeling guilty. He thinks that Stefan might have ended up on the wrong side of Count of Vitskaya because of him. For this reason, he feels that he should at least pay the Thorn Tree mercenaries for at least. Besides, not a single one of them ran off during the mission, and he really appreciates that. As far as our boy is concerned, a mercenary band like that is rare, and so he believes that it's worth keeping the connection. Goeth agrees with him on this one, so he's finally on board with the plan. On this note, Vlad leaves the place, telling Goeth that they'll be leaving as soon as he returns. Hearing this, the squire assures his captain that he'll get everything ready before he gets back. But then, just as Vlad walks out the door, Goeth notices something that leaves him a little stunned. Apparently, the young knight's shoulders are now so broad, like the kind of thing you'd see on someone who's been working out for years. This ex-mercenary thinks back to the first time he met Vlad and how skinny he was then. When they first met, he saw Vlad as just a vicious punk who didn't know how the world worked, but that's no longer the case at all, because now, the blondie from the back alleys of Sora really looks like an actual knight. Soon, it's time for our boy to set off with his squire and their new travel buddy. This time around, it's just him, Goeth, and the raiders, since the Thorn Tree mercenaries chose to stay back in Vitskaya County. The first night after their journey begins, Vlad and the others rest up in the forest. They start a fire and prepare a tasty meal for themselves in the woods. They all dig in and chat over the meal. While they're talking, the raider hears something that really baffles him. Vlad claims that he doesn't know who his master is, and the retired knight expresses his shock. He finds it hard to believe, but the blondie insists that it's the truth. He claims that he would have told the raider a long time ago if he actually knew. I mean, he had a sword at his throat the first time the old man asked him the question, so lying wouldn't have been the first thing on his mind when his life was on the line. That being said, our boy informs the raider that he came all the way out here because he also wanted to find the answer to this very question. The retired knight takes a moment to analyze everything Vlad just told him. He also studies the kid's countenance to see if he's lying at all, but all the signs suggest that Vlad is telling the truth. The boy's eyes haven't wavered at all since he started talking, and so the raider is forced to believe him. The retired knight admits that the situation is definitely giving him a headache, because now they have to start brainstorming even more. He has no idea who this master could be, and even if he did, it's the kind of information that can't ever be allowed to leak. At this point, Vlad begins to wonder if what he's using is really the swordsmanship of the Imperial Knights. It's still baffling for him that he used the same swordsmanship as them, but the old raider immediately clears his doubts. The man confirms that what he has is the imperial swordsmanship, and then reveals that the one strike-kill principle is only passed down to a select few within the imperial knights. Hearing this, our boy is truly amazed at how incredible the gift is, and it makes him wonder if he is even allowed to use this unique ability. The retired knight is also intrigued by the fact that Vlad has access to such power, and it makes him wonder if this kid is the son of the emperor or something. This question is immediately followed by silence before Vlad starts laughing at the assumption. The raider is shocked that the boy would laugh at his theory, because he's actually being serious right now. He informs Vlad that he is not joking and then urges the swordsman to think carefully about his past. This retired knight is convinced that our boy may have been born with imperial blood, and the only other explanation he can think of is that maybe the kid was among the closest confidants to the imperial family. Of course, this second theory is even less likely as far as Vlad is concerned because he's never even had any interaction with the imperial family. Either way, these theories are quite amusing for him, and even Goth can't hold back his laughter. Vlad simply assures the raider that he wasn't the confidant to the imperial family, and this makes the man a bit worried because things could get troublesome because of this. You see, the one strike-kill principle ultimately belongs to the empire, and so, the raider feels that people in the north might not even recognize it. However, the closer you get to the central region, the more people who know of it there will be. And so, if things go wrong, he's afraid that Vlad could be dragged off for insulting the imperial family. Hearing this, our boy begins to panic a little, and even Gothi is worried for him. All of a sudden, nothing about the situation is funny anymore, and so the young knight curiously asks the raider what he should do to get himself out of any potential trouble. In response, the old man admits that it's not so bad that there's no way out at all. But as you can imagine, it's not exactly going to be easy. From what this retired knight has observed, the one strike-kill principle that Vlad uses appears to be a version that was leaked a long time ago. Hearing this, the young knight is taken aback because he had no idea that his style was different in any way. He asks the raider what he means, and that's when the man reveals that Vlad's swordsmanship is actually closer to the original form than many others out there. As you can imagine, this is pretty surprising to our boy, so he just stands there, frozen in shock as he tries to take in all this information. To explain further, the raider uses the food they prepared as an analogy while taking a jab at their cooking in the process. As far as this man is concerned, the bland stew that they're eating right now is what one would call Vlad's one strike-kill principle. However, he then takes out a big piece of meat from the supply and starts cutting it into the pot, claiming that the meat-filled stew is what he would consider the empire's principle in comparison. Of course, this is a pretty good example, but Goeth isn't exactly pleased with the demonstration because this old man just used up their meat for the next day. The raider starts stirring the pot with the meat in it to continue his analogy. He explains that anything with a form is bound to change as time passes, adding that it's been 300 years since the empire was founded. That being said, it's only normal that the imperial swordsmanship has evolved again and again into what it is today within that time. And just like the stew is now, the old man admits that the swordsmanship got tastier too. At this point, Gotha, who was upset a moment ago, is already drooling as his eyes lock in on the enticing pot of food. As for Vlad, he's still not sure how this little demonstration is going to help him stay out of trouble. So he urges the raider to tell him, and the man does just that. The retired knight concludes by stating that the one strike-kill principle comes from surprise. And as far as he's concerned, surprise doesn't come from polished rules but rather from unfathomable ideas. That being said, he encourages Vlad to try adding ingredients of his own into the swordsmanship he already possesses. In other words, he wants Vlad to make the swordsmanship his own. The raider tells Vlad to use ingredients that would make even imperial people tilt their heads in confusion when they see him using it, and the moment our boy hears this, a memory flashes across his mind. He recalls the time when the voice left him, telling him that it was finally time to continue on his own. The voice made him understand that he was the only one who can truly create his complete world the way he wanted it to be. And so, just as he recalls that moment, everything starts to become clear to him. The raider urges him to make his own flower bloom, even if he sprouted from the same root as others, because the one strike-kill principle they've been talking about is a sword art that only works that way. The scene changes at this point, and we're taken to the elf forest, Oshrina. There's a massive tree in the middle of the forest that appears to be some kind of meeting hall for the elves. Lord Veratus makes his way toward the entrance, and upon getting there, all he has to do is say the word. He asks for the way to be opened up for him, and the guards standing there immediately do just that. The doors slide right open for him, and he makes his way into the massive tree. However, as soon as he enters, he sees something that absolutely blows him away. His eyes widen in shock when he sees some kind of ritual going on. The white-haired elf girl is currently floating in the middle of the place like she's being possessed by something, and all the others standing there just watch in amazement. Apparently, this is something that they're familiar with, and even though Veratus is shocked, it seems that there's no cause for alarm. Seeing what's going on, Lord Veratus figures that this must be a revelation, and the elder closest to him confirms this. The old elf claims that it has truly been a long time since they received a revelation, so they are pretty excited about it. While they're all watching with enthusiasm, the white-haired elf girl is groaning in pain as her body continues to be twisted by this strange power. At this point, Lord Veratus becomes pretty concerned. He asks the elders if they think that all of this is actually okay, but the oldest one there immediately counters him. The old geezer claims that it's bound to be a burden no matter what because it's the first revelation from the world tree since she was appointed as priestess. Apparently, this white-haired elf girl who is currently the center of attention here is the priestess, and so the revelation from the tree can only ever come through her. In other words, it's her first time being used as the vessel, which explains why Veratus is particularly concerned. The girl keeps groaning as the mysterious power flows through her body, and then all of a sudden, it's finally time for the revelation. Her screams and groans suddenly turn to words, and even in that unconscious state, she reveals to everyone present there that a dragon is coming. Apparently, this is the revelation that the elves have received this time around, and as you can imagine, it's not exactly good news. Right after telling everyone what is coming, the priestess begins to freak out like she's in the middle of a nightmare. She still hasn't woken up and is still under the influence of the power of the world tree, which is why she can still see the dragon that was revealed to her. Unfortunately, she's now stuck in the vision, so she starts going crazy. The fear leaves her absolutely terrified, and she starts talking about how the dragon is watching them. At this point, Lord Veratus finds it very difficult to just stay put. He can't bear to watch the priestess suffer like that, being stuck in a nightmare, so he calls on the Grand Elder to do something. Unfortunately, this old elf snaps at him and warns him not to interfere with the revelation. Hearing this, you'd think that this old elf is just being cold and heartless, but he only stops Veratus from interfering because he wants to help her instead. The Grand Elder knows that this priestess is still young and lacking in experience, so he decides to assist her. After all, he is more than happy to offer up his world for her if it would save her life. So, he does just that. He strikes the floor with his staff, and a magic seal appears, immediately confirming that he just activated his world. At this point, he's finally able to communicate with the priestess, who is still trapped in her own nightmare. The Grand Elder asks her what it is that he should show her, and she immediately tells him to show her the sword. She cries out for him to show her the sword, even with her eyes still glowing with the energy coursing through her body. Hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately channels his magical energy to finding that sword. His magical eye opens up in that moment to begin searching for this very sword, and it doesn't take him long to locate it. Turns out, this special sword stuck in a rock somewhere is pretty much at the center of the revelation. And right now, we can only assume that the person who will take down the dragon they've been warned about must wield this very blade. The story shifts back to our boy and his travel buddies. The trio is currently riding through the forest on their way to begin their mission. Along the way, Vlad asks the raider exactly what his plan is to stop those trading the dangerous elf tea. I mean, he's vowed to end it, but our boy still can't see any possibility of that happening. As far as he's concerned, just because the old man keeps looting the caravans doesn't mean that the tea won't sell. Running down the market seems like an impossible task because the tea is insanely popular in the central region already. Hearing this, the retired knight calmly admits that our boy is right. He knows that he can't stop the tea from selling, and that's the reason why he smashed the thing head on. Hearing this, our boy is a little confused because he's not sure exactly what the man is referring to. He asks the raider what he smashed, and that's when the man reveals that he went after the beehive itself. He reminds Vlad that if he can't dig out what's hidden deep inside, then you have to lure it out. That's why he used himself as bait to draw out what the Count was hiding. At this point, our boy realizes the old raider's game plan, so things start to make a lot more sense to him. Just then, the retired knight asks Vlad if the Count eventually asked the Dragon Killer Knights for help. Our boy admits that that's what he heard, and this confirmation leaves the old man pondering all of a sudden. He's a little surprised that the old Count actually asked Dragula for help directly without going through the Empire. It's strange because things like this usually follow an order, or at least have a procedure. Besides, he had no idea that House Vitskaya even had that kind of influence for the Count to be able to contact them without going through the Empire. At the moment, Vlad is still not sure why the retired knight asked about the Dragon Killer Knights, but the raider tells him that it's nothing and advises him not to try to dig too deep. He doesn't want the young swordsman to get dragged in this matter any more than he already is. As far as he's concerned, Vlad knows enough already, because sometimes, just knowing about stuff like this is enough to put one's life on the line. The conversation is suddenly cut short when Gotha notices something in the distance. The ex-mercenary suddenly starts pointing at something, asking Vlad if that's what they came here looking for, and the young knight instantly confirms it. A big smile creeps up on our boy's face when he sees the cabin where he met the elves the first time, because he knows that he's one step closer to achieving his goal. While Vlad and the others make their way toward the cabin in the middle of the forest, the scene changes and we catch up with the elves themselves. That morning, Varatus is busy working on his desk when his sister calls out to him. Apparently, the white-haired elven girl has been pondering on something for a while now and feels the need to ask her brother about it. Varatis answers her, referring to her as the Holy Maiden, but you can immediately tell that he's not planning to give her his full attention. Apparently, she doesn't like it when he addresses her by that title, especially when it's just the both of them. So, she expresses her displeasure, and the blue-haired lord just smiles coyly at her reaction. Before he can even say anything, the white-haired priestess shows him a big fruit basket and tells him to take it with him when he leaves. As soon as she drops the basket on his table, his eyes almost pop out in shock. Lord Varatis has no idea where she wants him to take the basket, so she reveals that she's talking about Vlad. Apparently, she noticed that the young knight looked quite hungry the last time she saw him, so she wants him to get the fruit. Lord Varatis isn't completely sure who she's referring to yet, but before he can confirm anything, someone calls 975 to him. The green-hooded messenger enters the room and immediately informs Lord Varatis that they found Hunans loitering at the forest boundary. This is not something the blue-haired lord likes to hear about at all, so he instantly orders that the humans be driven out of their forest immediately. However, the messenger suddenly reveals that these humans actually came looking for the blue-haired lord. As you can imagine, this is shocking to Lord Varatis because he's not expecting any visitors. At this point, the hooded messenger goes on to add that these humans actually claim that they were invited by Lord Varatis, and of course this baffled the blue-haired lord even more. At the moment, he can't recall inviting anyone, and so he's still pretty confused. That's when the messenger tells him that this visitor introduced himself as Vlad of Soera. Varatis then asks if Blondie said that he was hungry, and this leaves the messenger pretty confused because he has no idea where this question is even coming from. The scene shifts and the next thing we see is the young knight clasping his hand over his belly. Apparently, he's actually pretty hungry at the moment, but rather than being offered any food, he's currently locked up in cell with his travel buddies. They've been in here since they arrived and it's starting to look like they might be there for even longer, so Goth finally loses his shit. The ex-mercenary snaps at Vlad for putting them in this mess since he was the one who claimed that he was invited by the elves. I mean, if that was the case then I guess launching arrows at them would be elf etiquette toward people they invited. The squire expresses his rage regarding the situation, but Vlad remains completely calm. He tries to lighten the mood a bit, reminding Goth that they didn't get hit by any of the arrows. Besides, there was no way he could have known the elves were going to greet them like that. He's still trying to pacify his squire when the old man next to him reminds him that he still hasn't repaid the price of his life. The retired knight doesn't think that they're even yet, but Vlad simply informs him that he got him into the forest of the elves either way. As far as he's concerned, he's fulfilled his part of the agreement. The old raider is just in awe of how shameless Vlad can be. He starts to think that everyone in the north is this annoying and even mutters a few insults under his breath. While the raider is busy getting pissed, Vlad keeps racking his brain concerning the situation. He truly didn't expect the elves to attack them when they arrived because they were literally the ones who invited him. He doesn't get why they'd tell him to come see them if they were going to treat them like criminals. He recalls how on edge the archers were and wonders why that was, but his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when the wooden gate of their cage swings open. That's when Lord Varatis enters the scene and officially welcomes Vlad to their forest. Our boy shoots up from his seat as soon as he sees the blue-haired lord and then expresses his displeasure because apparently the elves do their welcoming from a jail cell. Lord Varatis instantly apologizes for the way things happened and then offers Vlad the basket of fruit. He urges the young knight to accept it as a token of their hospitality, and he does. But even though they've been given food, our boy can't help but notice that the blue-haired lord hasn't said anything about them leaving the cell. So, he bluntly asks Lord Varatis if he's not going to let them out of the cage, and that's when the guy confirms it. For some reason, he wants Vlad and his friends to remain in the cell for one day. As crazy as this sounds, the elf explains that there are some procedures that they have to go through before he can let Vlad and his friends go through until their actual residence. He doesn't exactly give any details, but he hopes that our boy would understand that things have to be this way. You see, these days, everyone is one edge whenever humans are in the picture, and so they have to be very careful the kind of people they allow into their land. Hearing this, the young knight begins to wonder if the elves feel that him and his friends are threats, so he boldly asks Lord Varatis if that's what's going on. He remembers noticing that Lord Varatis and the other elves were really wary of something the first time they met, and so he would like to know why. When Vlad asks him this question, Lord Varatis begins to reconsider his stand on things. Vlad is someone that the Holy Maiden of the World Tree has taken notice of, and that's not something you see every day. So, he starts to think that maybe it's not a coincidence that the young knight came here at a time like this. And so, with this in mind, He decides to open up about the situation, revealing that a dragon is coming to their forest. As you can imagine, this leaves our boy shocked. His jaw drops when he hears the news, and Lord Veratus proceeds to tell him how the young world tree will be in bloom very soon. It turns out that he, sharpest dragon, has always covered the world tree's potential, and so whenever it blooms, the terrifying creature will be upon them. The blue-haired lord explains all of this and apologizes to Vlad that they had to receive him and his friend at such a bad time. Of course, our boy completely understands the situation, so he's not even offended anymore. He assures Lord Veratus that it's fine and immediately asks if there's anything he can do to help them in this difficult time. As you can imagine, the elves would prefer to take care of their own problems by themselves, so Lord Veratus simply assures our boy that even his offer alone is very appreciated. Veratus has a very strong impression of humans, so he's never keen on letting them get too close. The blue-haired lord feel that human souls are light and that their mouths are rotten. As far as he's concerned, they are beings that can never be trusted. However, when he looks at Vlad, that's not what he sees. The star-embracing swordsman carries something inside him that makes the elf feel conflicted. The spirits surrounding the young knight are speaking, and he can hear them clearly. These voices tell Veratus that this young swordsman from the north is a man who has been a protector, and this reputation is the reason why he can't just coldly turn Vlad away like many other humans that have come this far. The scene shifts and we're taken back to Vitskaya County, where we see the old lord receiving some unexpected guests. The old geezer is in the middle of sipping his tea as usual when he is interrupted by a group of men that he didn't think would show up. He asks why they've come, and that's when Dragulia responds, reminding him that he was the one who invited the Dragon Killer Knights. Count Vitskaya doesn't deny this, but even at that, he admits that he didn't actually think they would show. You see, Dragulia is a noble knight, who even a duke would struggle to invite, so he didn't even imagine that the man would actually accept his invitation. It all feels so surreal, and as the silence lingers, the old count starts to get really nervous. Before things can get really awkward to the point where the guests are pissed off, the old geezer quickly gets up and politely welcomes the noble knight to have a seat. Dragulia accepts the invitation and sits down comfortably on the chair next to Count Vitskaya. The blonde knight remains silent for a while, and the old man begins to get even more nervous. He offers his noble guest a cup of tea, but Dragulia immediately informs him that elf tea doesn't suit his taste. Vitskaya gets a little embarrassed when he hears this and immediately apologizes for even bringing it up. He realizes that his addiction is probably not even worthy of someone as esteemed as the leader of the Dragon Killer Knights. He's already started off with a bad impression, so you can imagine how nervous he must be now. After apologizing for the elf tea, he desperately snaps at one of his servants, ordering them to go get black tea for the guest. He asks that they bring the finest grade grown in the southern archipelago, just for his esteemed guest. Count Vitskaya is so desperate to make a good impression right now, but the blonde knight doesn't even seem to give a shit. Clearly, he didn't come all this way to drink tea with this old geezer, and he certainly didn't come because he rates the count that much. So, after sitting quietly for a bit, he finally gets down to business. First, he informs Count Vitskaya that the black he requested won't be necessary at all, but this guy is so desperate to please, so he offers some win instead. Before he can even finish talking, the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights cuts him off by asking him if Absalon is being produced properly. This question comes out of the blue, and you'd wonder who the noble knight is even interested on the topic. Well, it turns out that he received a report about the unknown attacker and wanted to know what has been done concerning it. Count Vitskaya immediately informs him that the issue was resolved and assures him that production resumed without any problem. However, the blonde knight doesn't seem convinced that this is the case. He doesn't believe that Tanobo was actually able to subdue the unknown raider, because he remembers the report stating that the attacker was so skilled that even the knights couldn't handle him on their own. At this point, Count Vitskaya is forced to provide more details on the matter. He admits that his knights truly were no match for the raider initially, and then goes on to tell the Dragon Killer Knights captain about the help they received from the outsider. Of course, this is the part that Dragulia has been waiting for. Clearly, he's not surprised to hear this because he already knew that Count Vitskaya was assisted by someone else. The noble knight dwells on this part of the conversation, so the old lord knows that it's time for him to give even more details. So, he reveals that the outsider he speaks of is a knight who came from the north. At this point, Dragulia seems a little surprised. Apparently, he didn't know that this mysterious helper was from the north, so that's when the count tells him that it's someone called Vlad. The old geezer claims that Vlad is a dog abandoned by Bayezid. He feels that the blondie is a brat but admits that the boy had real skill. Even though he was impressed by our boy's swordsmanship, he can't shake the feeling that his manners were awful. And of course, he attributes this lack of manners to the fact that the boy is a northerner. As far as he's concerned, the kid spoke without knowing his place. To him, a barbarian's blood can never hide itself. Count Vitskaya refers to Vlad as a barbarian, stating that lowly blood always shows itself wherever it is. He speaks so ill of the young knight from Sora, so Dragulia asks him if the boy truly looked that way to him. The Count is taken aback by this question, so he asks the Dragon Killer Knight's captain what he means. Dragulia reiterates what he said about blood that shows no matter where it is. This is the same bloodline he claimed he recognized. And so now, Dragulia wants to know if indeed Vlad's blood really looked lowly to him. The story continues at the World Tree where the elves live. Here, we see that all the flowers on the tree are blooming already and our boy has finally been let out of that prison cell. Now, he's being introduced to the Grand Elder, who seems particularly pleased to see the young knight. Vlad presents the old elf with his sword carrying the shiny amber, and the elder's eyes pop out with excitement. The old-timer is obviously very impressed by the sword so much so that he proudly considers Vlad a truly precious guest. Seeing the glowing rock on the sword, the Grand Elder curiously asks our boy where he got the amber from. And so, the young knight reveals that he heard the stone is an heirloom of House Heinel. He's not sure how they got it either, but this is what he was told, and as you can imagine, the Grand Elder seems pretty familiar with that name. After a while, the Grand Elder suddenly reveals that one of the knights who followed the Grand Master went by that surname. The old-timer can clearly remember those clear eyes of the knight, as well as the sorrowful water-colored hair on his head. Hearing this, our boy realizes that this old geezer might know a lot more than he expected, so he asks the Grand Elder if he happens to know where the maple tree inside the amber is located. But this question catches the old elf by surprise, because he has no idea how Vlad even knew that the scenery that is sealed in there is a maple tree. Our boy is left speechless by this question and immediately begins to panic. In this awkward moment, Vlad starts sweating a little and the old geezer keeps his gaze like he's trying to see into his soul, or something. The little staring contest is cut short when the Grand Elder notices how the blondie sparkles like starlight. But even if he sparkles, this old elf can't still understand how a human could be allowed to get a glimpse of a world that was never meant for him. You see, the Grand Elder can obviously see that Vlad is very special, but he still doesn't think that it's enough for the kid to know this much. While the old elf is still trying to figure out what exactly their new guest is all about, our boy is equally racking his brain, trying to make sure that he doesn't provoke them any further. Right now, our boy doesn't even know how much he should say. And even though he wants to keep what he knows to himself, he also has this strong feeling that he shouldn't tell lies to them. His thoughts are interrupted when the Grand Elder suddenly changes his mind. 1 second ago, he was probing Vlad to find out how he knew about the maple tree, but all of a sudden, he claims that it doesn't even matter. He can sense how nervous the kid is, so he decides to just tell him about the place. With this in mind, he answers Vlad's initial question, revealing that the maple tree engraved inside the amber was in the west. The old-timer tells our boy that it was in a place that once held the greenest forest on the continent. This revelation sounds pretty unbelievable to the young knight. Vlad can't even understand how a tree so special could ever have been in the west, because now, that place is nothing but a wasteland. It doesn't even sound possible for a forest to have been there, but the Grand Elder assures our boy that it's true. He tells Vlad about the place that used to be their forest, the place called Elvenheim. It was truly amazing at the time, with countless trees clustered together surrounding the maple tree back then. But this beautiful forest ceased to exist when the dragon appeared and burned it all to the ground. Later that night, Vlad stays up in his room, pondering about everything he was told earlier. He can't sleep, so he resorts to racking his brain throughout the night. Right now, he's trying to figure out how he's supposed to find someone that doesn't even exist anymore. He's been searching for the maple tree for the longest time now, only to find out that it no longer exists. His thoughts are interrupted when the raider suddenly gets up, telling him that he wants to go examine Tuzan's leaves. As you can imagine, our boy is not really in support of this idea, because the elves specifically told them to stay in their room. However, this retired knight has no intention of being cooped up in a room when there's work to do, so he refuses to stay. And instead, he asks Vlad to tell the elves that he's in the room if they ask him. Even though this old raider is hellbent on sneaking out, Vlad tries one last time to change his mind. He reminds the guy that the atmosphere is tense because of the dragon, which means that the elves might not tolerate any more misbehavior. Still, the retired knight refuses to stay out. Instead, he just assures Vlad that he won't get caught. After all, he did this kind of stuff countless times back in the day. The old guy makes his way to the window to leave, but just as he's about to hop out, he remembers something. Remember the conversation they had about Vlad's connection to the imperial family? Well, the raiders soon to have come up with a theory to explain it. Now, he has a strong feeling that our boy's master might be the one connected to the imperial family, and of course, this doesn't really add up for Vlad. He wonders how it's even possible, but the retired knight claims that he's sure that this is the reason. You see, Frozen, the founding king, stepped down from the emperor's throne and became known as the lowest one in his time. That glorious first step has continued for hundreds of years since then, and as befits the beginning of a legend, the death of the founding kind was hidden away in mystery as well. After revealing all of this to Vlad, the retired knight tells the boy that he may be someone connected to the unknown end of Frozen. Of course, this is a lot to digest for the young boy from Sora. He's bamboozled by the raider's story and crazy theory, so, after a brief moment of silence, he simply scoffs. He waves off the whole thing, claiming that none of it matters since the trail ends here. However, the raider doesn't think this is the case because as far as he's concerned, this is only the beginning of another legendary story. Vlad does understand what he means by this, so he expresses his confusion again. At this point, the old raider decides to spell it all out for the boy. He tells Vlad that if his master is indeed someone who inherited Frozen's will, then our boy would simply have to follow the traces the founding king left behind. At this point, Vlad is starting to feel like the retired knight doesn't even know what he's talking about. He was literally the same person who said that nobody knows Frozen's final days, so he doesn't understand how the man wants him to follow any traces. Just when the boy is about to start doubting everything, the raider informs him that the elves might be the only ones who know about the last days of the founding king, even though no human does. This statement hits Vlad like a bolt from the blue. It's a lot to take in, and before he can even process it, the old raider disappears into the forest on his solo mission. Vlad watches in awe as the old man jets off into the woods with incredible agility. The sight leaves our boy stunned and wondering if the raider is a cat or something because of how quickly he vanished. Anyway, now that he's by himself, he can properly ponder on everything the retired knight told him. Saying that the elves might know about Frozen's last days actually makes sense to our boy. He remembers how the Grand Elder was able to recognize the scenery inside the amber, and just thinking about this makes Vlad realize something truly mind-boggling. All of a sudden, our boy realizes that there's a possibility that the voice didn't see this place directly either. What if it's a memory he saw through the amber just like Vlad did? This question leaves our boy deep in thought for the next couple minutes. Of course, he doesn't come up with any answer immediately. It really bugs him that he hasn't been able to figure out anything yet, and while he's still beating himself up over it, someone suddenly knocks on his door. Vlad tells them to come in, and that's when the saintess slowly enters the room. She stays by the door at first, probably feeling shy or something, and when our boy sees her, he's truly stunned because she's like the last person he expected to be at his door by this hour. The white-haired elf girl remains at the door, and when Vlad expresses utter shock, she simply asks him if he has a moment. Shortly after that, we see the two taking a walk together, and it appears that our boy isn't enjoying it at all. He's currently wishing he just ignored her and stayed inside his room for the night. His frustration would make you wonder if being with the saintess is really that bad, but it turns out his feelings are pretty valid because it's actually unbearably awkward. With the guards quietly escorting them the whole way, it almost feels like he's being led to another prison cell. After a while, the silence becomes too much for him to ignore, so he finally asks the saintess where they're even going, but the guards are not exactly pleased by his sudden boldness. On the other hand, the saintess has a less obvious reaction to this question. In response, she calmly informs Vlad that there's something she wants to show him. Of course, he's very curious, so he doesn't even think twice before asking her what it is. That's when she reveals that she's taking him to the amber. This leaves the boy a little stunned, as you can imagine, but the saintess encourages him to follow her, claiming that she really wants to show it to him. Right now, the young knight isn't even sure he has any other chance but to follow her. He's already come this far even though he has no idea what the elf girl is really up to. For starters, he doesn't get why she's suddenly interested in showing the amber, and he also doesn't know who else she's planning to show it to either. That's when she tells him that the world tree wants to see its mother at least once. She claims that it's never even seen her once since it was born, but Vlad doesn't seem to understand what she's talking about. Hearing her talk about the tree's mother, Vlad figures that the maple tree inside the amber was the world tree's mother. The saintess tells him that the world tree will bloom with the coming spring. She reveals that this will be the world tree's first bloom, and so it's been really anxious as a result. So, the fact that Vlad happened to come here at the same time, carrying the memories of its mother, made the saintess feel that she just had to take him to the tree. The inside of the world tree is a secret place that only a few of them can enter. The saintess explains this to the young knight and then makes it clear to him that no one can go in without the world tree's invitation. Just then, the saintess places a hand on the tree and the spot underneath it starts glowing brightly, just like the amber. The bright glow from this spot grows larger and larger until it turns into some kind of portal. The gateway into the tree opens up, and the saintess happily welcomes Vlad into the place. She congratulates him on being the first human to ever come this far, and as soon as she says this, the elf guards immediately stop following him. The young knight walks into the new realm, and after only a few steps, the place starts to vibrate. He stops in his tracks, probably thinking that something bad is about to happen, but then the saintess suggests that the tree is actually happy to see him. At this point, our boy finally gets to behold the magnificent world tree in all its might, and he's left absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a dark forest, we see the corpse of an elf sitting in the darkness. This guy has a large hole in the middle of his body, and it's clear that he was just murdered by something very dangerous. But what's more terrifying is the fact that this elf actually looks familiar. Judging by the green hood on his shoulders, it appears that this is the same messenger who informed Lord Varatus when Vlad and the others arrived. Unfortunately, he's just been murdered ruthlessly by something in that same forest. Just then, the creature responsible for his death emerges from the shadows. And judging by those menacing red eyes and terrifying sharp teeth, there's no doubt that this is the dreaded dragon they were warned about. That's it for this episode. Until next time.